A huge meeting was being held on the playground of a high school, and all the students present looked nervous. Today was the annual job change ceremony. In this world, everyone awakens a job upon reaching adulthood, and this job determines their future. On the awakening stage, one young man after another walked up to the stage with high spirits, dreaming of awakening powerful talents and changing their lives, but most of them walked down in despair. The teacher on the podium shouted loudly, "Next, Liang." A man in the crowd, our protagonist Liang, slowly walked towards the podium. Liang's name was well known throughout the school. He was incredibly talented, known as the King of Papers. He was an unparalleled genius. Liang placed his hand on the awakening stone, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. At the same time, the awakening stone emitted a green light. Green represents the most common D level. The crowd exploded instantly. No one had expected that the school's top genius would be a person with green talent. In the crowd, Zhang Tao's face was filled with excitement. If anyone was to be the happiest about this result, it would definitely be him. He had awakened the S-rank assassin class today. Although Liang was very powerful in the past, not everyone was convinced by him. They just didn't dare to show up. Zhang Tao resented Liang in his heart because he had stolen all the limelight and also the favor of the school belle, Qingran. Unexpectedly, today Liang finally fell from grace. Liang is, after all, a poor boy with no background. Now that you have awakened a D-level profession, who will still pamper you? From now on, there's no need to contact this Liang anymore. A middle-aged man said indifferently in the crowd. Next to him was a tall, pretty girl. It was Qingran, the school beauty of Jianghai No. 1 middle school. Looking at Liang, who was surrounded by green light on the stage, Qingran nodded with a distant look in her eyes. Of course, father, he is no longer worthy of me. No one noticed, but Dean Han Tianming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a look of joy on his face. So it's a D-class loser? That's good. I don't have to risk being exposed. Liang had been keeping his eyes closed during his awakening, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. In his consciousness, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Standing before him was a petite figure of the god of healing, holding a staff. D-rank occupation, glory, change occupation? Sure enough, it was the same D-class he had just seen, but to his surprise, there were several black shadows behind them, but only their outlines could be seen. After a moment, Liang realized what was going on. He had 3 career options? I refuse. After realizing what was going on, Liang didn't hesitate. Almost simultaneously, a second shadow slowly began to emerge. Before it fully materialized, a purple halo emanated from it. Liang was delighted. A pale purple? An S-rank class? No. Liang quickly shook his head. He continued to watch. He saw a faint hint of red in the purple light. It wasn't lavender, it was reddish purple. Liang's eyes widened, a bit unbelievable. Light purple represented S-level professions, and although red purple was somewhat similar, according to the book, red purple represented SSS level. As the phantom's true form gradually emerged, Liang's breathing became heavier. No matter who faced this situation, it would be impossible to remain completely calm. But as the shadow fully materialized, Liang was stunned. Because, with the appearance of this figure, the entire scene in his consciousness space changed. Liang felt as if he were inside a den, surrounded by darkness. Slime oozed from the top of the pitch-black tunnel, dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound. Densely packed insect eggs lay scattered about. Ahead stood a tall, humanoid figure, its body clad in purple-black scales, its joints pierced by jagged bone spurs that reflected a fluorescent green light. 6 pairs of compound eyes nestled in its forehead, each pupil splitting and reforming, its iris veins like living poison ivy. The 6 red silk wings spread out behind it, appearing incredibly eerie. Just looking at them was enough to give one the chills. SSS level class, Zerg Scourge. Gain the power of the Zerg Queen, control the power of the Zerg, super fast evolution speed, hatch a swarm of Zerg. Change class. Outside, in the Academy Square, as everyone was discussing and drawing lines between those who knew Liang and those who didn't, the awakening stone on the stage suddenly changed again. The blue halo actually began to fade, then turned purple. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? Why did it change color? What do you mean? It was green just now. How come it turned purple this time? Huh? Is this a D-level class or an S-level class? This is the first time I've seen it. Is the awakening stone broken? No. This is the second profession. Purple. This second profession is S-level. As expected, Liang is indeed the chosen one. The initially sarcastic onlookers' expressions suddenly changed when they understood what was going on. Zhang Tao, who was preparing to organize a celebration banquet, suddenly looked gloomy. Li Yang had also awakened to S level. He knew in his heart that Li Yang was superior to him in terms of both foundation and talent. Under the condition of equal professions, he would be suppressed by Li Yang all the time. The school beauty Du Qingran also had a wonderful expression on her face. She had just said that she wanted to break up with Li Yang, but who would have thought that Li Yang would awaken an S-level profession the next second? An S-class, barely worthy of me. Maybe giving him another chance wouldn't be a problem. Principal Wang Yun gasped at the sight, then burst into ecstasy. That genius is back. The Tianfu College admissions teacher stood there in shock, transfixed. Meanwhile, a Dragon Rider College teacher exclaimed, "This isn't S-rank. This is SSS-rank." As soon as these words came out, Wang Yun was stunned. Suddenly, the light on the awakening stone grew brighter and brighter, almost covering the entire square. Streams of dark red air suddenly burst out, instantly expanding the entire world. A strong wind blew across the field. The entire world became extremely dark. In the distant sky, dense black spots began to appear, slowly expanding larger and wider. Within the swarm, the Zerg Queen's voice was like an alien demon, accompanied by a murderous aura of blood and rain. It was a scene people imagined, the kind only seen at the end of the world. The terrifying, oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. The students and teachers in the square rubbed their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. And this shocking vision wasn't witnessed only by those present. Its scale was so massive that it spread across the entire world, sweeping across Dragon Country. The entire nation was in shock. People's Daily reported, "Urgent notice. A terrifying phenomenon has appeared in the sky above Dragon Country. Everyone, please do not panic. It has been confirmed that it was caused by a student's job change in our country." Dragon Nation observation. After investigation, the source of the phenomenon has been identified as a school in Jianghai City. The phenomenon is highly similar to the SSS level class recorded in the illustrated manual, the Zerg Scourge. An investigation has been dispatched to investigate further. As the strange phenomenon appeared, news like this was broadcast all over the country. Reporters rushed into the square of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. They ignored Zhang Tao and others, who had previously attracted much attention, and took their cameras to record the situation at the awakening station. Principal Wang Yun's phone was ringing off the hook. He still hadn't recovered. The Zerg were sweeping across the world, a scene of hell. Natural Scourge. This is the Zerg Scourge. SSS level class. Zerg Scourge. Not only Wang Yun, but also the admissions teachers from several other universities were breathing rapidly, almost gasping for breath. Being able to witness the emergence of such a legendary profession with my own eyes was a lifelong regret. At that moment, the Tianfu College admissions officer's communicator started ringing. Upon checking the contact, it was the dean. He quickly answered the call. Soon, the dean's urgent voice rang out. "The Zerg Scourge is with you. Right, I'll be there right away. We must keep him." Not only him, but also the admissions representatives of other colleges received calls from the higher-ups. Everyone knew that this was an opportunity, a chance. They absolutely couldn't let it go. From beginning to end, only Director Han remained where he was, silent, his face gloomy. The Zerg Scourge. If we can kill them, even if it means exposing my identity, it's worth it. Li Yang, still in his conscious space, was unaware of the turmoil outside. He was faced with a difficult problem. The SSS level class, the Zerg Scourge. It lay before him, starkly exposed. All he needed to do was reach out. Li Yang had even imagined a future of triumphant success, reaching the pinnacle of awakening, perhaps even like countless powerful predecessors, whose stories would be written down and passed down for millennia. But after going through wave after wave of difficult decisions, he gently shook his head again. He wanted to see what the last shadow was. As the last shadow appeared, surprisingly, no unusual phenomena occurred, nor did the entire consciousness space change like when the Zerg Queen appeared. After seeing clearly, Li Yang was stunned. This third shadow was actually just a card, and the image on the card was actually me. Aside from my appearance, everything else about me in the image was completely different. Li Yang inside held a stack of cards, his steps accompanied by a terrifying aura, his entire body emitting the aura of a superior. With a wave of his hand, the sky and the earth changed color. Blank. To have nothing also means to have everything. Talent. Cards. Gain a card every 5 levels. Use cards as power to replicate the abilities of all things into cards. For example, human professions, monster abilities, etc. Cards can be fused together to create new cards with new abilities. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. A card that replicated the abilities of everything? Wouldn't that mean he could have as many classes as he wanted? And the key point was, it could also replicate monster abilities. Amazing. At that moment, he knew what he wanted. In the audience, the presidents and leaders of universities like Tianfu College, Longxi College, and Rongjing Academy were all present. The old principal, Wang Yun, was beaming. It was the first time his school had seen so many prominent figures. He was so excited that he even lowered his posture. At this moment, the strange vision gradually dissipated. Another beam of light burst out from the awakening stone. A third profession? Everyone's breath was held. This Liang actually had 3 career choices. As expected of Li Shuaba, today I am convinced. A classmate sighed, anticipating what the third class would be. But soon, someone noticed something unusual. No, there seems to be no anomaly this time. Everyone looked towards the awakening platform. A faint gray glow slowly emanated from the awakening stone. Everyone knew this all too well. It was also what everyone feared most. Gray was a sign of a failed awakening, signifying no profession. For a moment, many people shook their heads in disappointment. What a pity, the third career awakening failed, so we have no career at all. But fortunately, we have the SSS level Zerg Scourge in front, which is the best choice. Although disappointed that the third career awakening failed, everyone didn't mind when they thought of the SSS level Zerg Scourge. On the awakening stage, 3 streams of light lined up in front, illuminating each other. It was time to make the final choice. Everyone gathered their energy, ready to witness a historic moment, the birth of the Zerg Scourge. A momentary silence fell over the scene. On the awakening platform, the blue beam representing the D-rank class slowly dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Liang had made the right choice. But before they could think about it, they saw the reddish-purple color representing the SSS-rank class, Zerg Scourge, also slowly dissipate. In the blink of an eye, only the last ray of gray light remained on Li Yang's body. After a turn, it penetrated into Li Yang's body. At this moment, the whole audience was dead silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, like flies. Principal Wang Yun's face turned pale, and the smile that hadn't yet faded was now horribly contorted. Li Yang didn't choose Zerg Scourge. The scene erupted like a broken string, a complete uproar ensuing. Principal Wang, this is your student. He can't even tell which career is best. Ignorant. The Tianfu College principal couldn't stand it any longer and cursed. It was a wasted trip, and the result was a huge disappointment. Tianfu College announces that from now on, Liang will be blacklisted and his application will be rejected at any time. The college leaders left in anger. Principal Wang vented his anger on the teachers, scolding them for not being able to teach their students properly. Perhaps the only ones who benefited were the media. Breaking news quickly became trending topics. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Tao was initially incredulous, then overjoyed. Zhang Tao looked at Liang above, his eyes filled with contempt. A former genius? Huh. With Li Yang's current condition, he wouldn't even be able to defeat the most common level 1 monster, right? Alright, let's start with the trial camp and learn how to be useless. On the awakening platform, after Li Yang had chosen his career, his consciousness gradually faded, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast grassland with an extremely wide view that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. He had already entered the trial camp. The environment here was free of complex obstacles, making leveling very convenient and providing ample room for maneuver. Liang looked at his dashboard. Name: Liang. Occupation: blank. Level 1. Strength: 20. Constitution: 15. Agility: 15. Spirit: 15. Talent. Card. Obtain a card every 5 levels, which can be used to replicate the abilities of all things as your own strength. Number of cards: 3. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Starting with 3 cards meant he could replicate 3 times. He looked around, eager to find a test subject. He opened the map and saw that the trial camp area was divided into 3 distinct sections: green, yellow, and red. The green area is the normal zone, with lower difficulty and monsters ranging from levels 1 to 3. The yellow area is the intermediate zone, with monsters ranging from levels 3 to 7. And the red area is the advanced zone, with monsters reaching the strongest levels 7 to 10. Students in the trial camp must traverse these 3 zones to reach the exit and calculate their scores. After a brief understanding, Liang walked to the weapon rack in front. The rack was filled with weapons required for various professions. However, he was not yet a member of a specific profession, so weapons like staffs were of no use to him for the time being. These weapons were basically ordinary blank weapons, with little difference in power, depending on how they were used. After thinking for a moment, Liang chose a dagger and hung it on his waist, then picked up a crude long red tassel spear. This long and short approach maximizes effectiveness. After packing up his equipment, he headed forward. The grasslands were sunny and lush, seemingly peaceful on the surface, but danger lurked within. Although the green area was less challenging, it was still possible to encounter level 5 monsters. Li Yong advanced cautiously, remaining alert. Before long, he heard a rustling sound nearby. As the sound gradually approached, Li Yong reacted quickly. He turned around and found that a gray wolf had quietly circled behind him and began to rush towards him at an accelerated speed. It's a wolf. Li Yong breathed a sigh of relief. This was a common level 2 monster, a bit troublesome but not dangerous enough to put him in danger. However, he still needed to deal with it quickly, as wolves always liked to travel in groups and would usually call their companions. Li Yong gripped his long red-tasseled spear tightly and swung it fiercely. The grass before him split in two, flying up and instantly blocking his view. Taking advantage of this moment, Li Yong nimbly dodged to the side. The wolf missed, its sharp claws scraping through the grass, unable to catch him. Li Yang's quick eyes and hands seized the opportunity, stabbing fiercely with his long red-tasseled spear, accurately piercing the wolf's leg. 17. This strike dealt 17 points of damage, the result of subtracting Li Yang's attack power from the wolf's defense. After successfully hitting the target, Li Yong didn't seek more damage, but chose to distance himself. He knew that maintaining distance was crucial against a melee monster like this. Once it got close, the chance of a counterattack would be slim. The original wolf let out a scream, blood oozing from its legs, but it stood firmly, not falling, not even stiffening. This was a manifestation of level suppression. Li Yong was only level 1, while the original wolf was a level 2 monster, so the damage he dealt was almost negligible in front of the original wolf. If he hadn't distanced himself in time, he might have been caught in a backhand attack, with disastrous consequences. Li Yang's eyes grew more focused. The previous attack had dealt 17 points of damage, and the wolf's health was 50. He only needed 3 more hits. At this point, the wolf in front of him stopped, no longer attacking, but staring at him warily. At this moment, a message appeared before Li Yang's eyes. Level 2 monster, original wolf. Ability, enhancement C. Enhancement, strength plus 100, agility plus 50. Can copy this ability, consuming 1 card. Li Yang's mind fluttered, and as he was considering whether to copy it, he suddenly noticed a rustling sound behind him. He glanced back, confirming that the original wolf's companion had quietly approached. No wonder the original wolf didn't continue its attack. Its companion had clearly circled behind it. As expected, the wolves were cunning. Li Yong didn't hesitate any longer and immediately chose to copy. Copy successful. You gain the ability, strengthen C, strength plus 100, agility plus 50. With this ability, Li Yong felt a dramatic change in his body. His strength and speed greatly increased. At this moment, his speed surpassed many assassins and far exceeded the reaction speed of Yuanling. A hint of joy appeared on Li Yang's face. After confirming that his ability was complete, he did not hesitate to turn around and grasp the long red-tasseled spear and stabbed it fiercely at the wolf in front of him. With his enhanced speed, Li Yong appeared before the wolf almost before it could react and stabbed it in the chest with a red-tassel spear. 115. Kill a level 2 wolf, plus 20 experience. After 1 red-tassel spear strike, Li Yong felt like he was owed half a tube of health. After killing it, Li Yong didn't stop, but turned to face the threat behind him. At this time, the original wolf's companions were approaching. 3 level 2 monsters appeared at the same time and pounced on Li Yong. Li Yong narrowed his eyes, concentrated his energy, and slowly retreated. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Now, he suddenly reversed his grip on the long red-tasseled spear and threw it forward. A crisp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the long red-tasseled spear flew towards the 2 original wolves like an arrow. -115 kill a level 2 original wolf, experience plus 20. Kill a level 2 original wolf, experience plus 20. This red tassel spear pierced through both wolves simultaneously. Both wolves fell simultaneously, instantly killed. Li Yong didn't pause, drawing his dagger and rushing forward. Before the last wolf could react, he quickly slashed a wound across its neck. Kill a level 2 wolf, experience plus 20. Level increase, 1-2. Li Yong has reached his first level up, with all his attributes increasing significantly. Name, Li Yong. Occupation, blank level, 2 strength, 130 constitution, 25 agility, 75 spirit, 25 talent, card talent ability, enhancement C. Number of cards, 2. By this time, Li Yang's strength had risen to 130 points, surpassing the range of a level 2 monster. Even ordinary classes would need about 10 levels to reach this level. If he could replicate a few boss-level abilities, Liang began to imagine how powerful he would become. He gathered his thoughts, drew his long red tasseled spear, and continued forward. Chapter 5. Elite Monsters Block the Road. Director Han's plot: kill level 2 Giant Rabbit, experience plus 20. Kill level 3 Ghost Spider, experience plus 30. Kill level 3 Bound Snake, experience plus 30. Level increase. 2-3 Liang continued to move forward. In the trial camp, no enemy was spared wherever he went. In the past, he might have had to put in a bit of effort, but now, facing these low-level monsters was effortless. With only 130 points of strength, his attack power was more than enough to kill these monsters instantly. In the face of numbers, any skill or strategy was meaningless. His current strength was enough to completely defeat these weak monsters. After walking for a while, Liang stopped. Before him lay a rushing river, splashing water everywhere. In the middle of the river stood a rickety wooden bridge, just wide enough for 2 people to pass. Across the bridge, the scene was vastly different. The entire area was shrouded in a haze, and the air was chilling. Liang suddenly realized that this was the boundary between the first and second areas, and the yellow zone was about to begin. Monsters of levels 3 to 7 would spawn here. Just as he was about to continue, the water surface suddenly began to ripple violently. A massive shadow rose from the depths, and the water clanged, the sound gradually becoming deafening. Then, a giant brown crab suddenly leaped out of the water, its 2 large claws flashing with sharp silver light. River Crab King Elite Level, 5 HP, 1000 Introduction, a riverside monster with a shield ability. It is extremely powerful in water. Try to avoid fighting it in water. Liang raised his eyebrows slightly. Encountered an elite monster. However, he quickly regained his composure. Very well, since you like blocking the bridge, I'll have to walk over your corpse. In the center of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School Square, a huge screen was broadcasting the students' performance in the trial camp in real time. On the screen, a slender woman, holding a staff, operated smoothly and moved with extreme precision. She was Qingran, an S-class explosive mage with exceptional talent and the school's most popular beauty. At that moment, she was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 level 2 monsters. With a single swing of her staff, the monsters' health bars quickly halved. The teachers in the audience praised. Qingran is indeed worthy of being an S-class mage. Such damage is top-notch. Even the ordinary monsters in the first area are no threat to her. Her operation is also very precise. She can always predict the movement and avoid the monster's attacks. This year, although Liang failed to perform well, causing damage to her own and the country's interests, other students in the school still performed well, especially the 3 students who awakened S-level professions, Qingran, Zhang Tao, and Jiang Hao. Principal Wang sat in the audience, watching the students' performance and nodding with satisfaction. Qingran's explosive power is truly first-rate, and his long-range attack power is high. His future achievements are limitless. He was confident in this year's school trial camp and felt that the results would definitely be better than in previous years. However, the principal didn't notice that Director Han had quietly left the auditorium. Meanwhile, in the control room of the trial camp, Director Han, wearing a mask and a wig, sneaked in, locked the door, and quickly walked to the control console. From here, he could monitor all students' performance in real time. Without further ado, he pulled up the detailed data for Qingran, Zhang Tao, and Jiang Hao. Director Han stared at the screen, pondering for a moment. Qingran's S-class mage class had powerful damage output, but her footage was being broadcast externally, and any anomalies would be exposed. Therefore, he quickly turned his attention to Zhang Tao and Jiang Hao. Ultimately, he chose Jiang Hao, a warrior. He pulled out a USB drive, plugged it into the terminal, and quickly operated. A series of commands appeared on the screen, ultimately displaying "Invasion confirmed." Jiang Hao was excitedly brandishing his sword, slashing at monsters with a look of joy on his face. He knew that as an S-rank professional, he would definitely attract a lot of attention, with everyone on campus and outside watching him. Now it's my era, Jiang Hao. He swung his sword with pride, completely unaware of the danger quietly approaching. Director Han watched this scene with a sinister grin. You're the one, boy. Our Abyss Association will eventually unify the world. Without hesitation, he quickly pressed the confirm button. Almost instantly, Jiang Hao sensed something was amiss. A spatial rift suddenly opened before him, and a pitch-black, humanoid monster crawled out. This is a demon. Jiang Hao's pupil shrank, and he immediately turned and ran away, realizing that this was no monster he could handle. A level 10 demon shouldn't even appear in the trial camp. However, the level gap was too great, leaving him no chance of escape. The demon waved his hand, and a burst of purple-black energy knocked Jianghai away. It then teleported forward and dragged him into a spatial rift. Then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the rift. Director Han, witnessing this scene, smiled wryly, his heart filled with extreme excitement. The trial camp had a clear restriction, prohibiting monsters above level 10. Even an SSS level class, before reaching maturity, would have no choice but to surrender before facing such an abyssal demon. As he satisfied himself with his whereabouts and prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed Li Yang's image. He couldn't help but sneer. Stupid dragon people. Originally, his target was Li Yang, but because Li Yang was too stupid and gave up the opportunity for an SSS-level career, Director Han decided not to take action, thinking that Li Yang was nothing but a waste. However, it was this casual glance that made him notice something unusual. Director Han raised his eyebrows slightly and leaned closer to the screen, looking at Li Yang's image with a look of astonishment on his face. What's going on with this injury? Chapter 6. Easily defeated, Qingran fled in panic in the trial camp. Li Yang stared at the elite monster, the River Crab King, and tightly gripped his long red tasseled spear. This was a level 5 elite monster. With Li Yang's current strength, while he wasn't completely hopeless, he still needed to be careful. His physical fitness is relatively low, only at level 3. Once suppressed by the enemy, his situation could become very dangerous. Level 5 elite, River Crab King ability, Crab Shield B Crab Shield, generates a shield that can withstand 500 points of damage every hour to protect itself. Copyable. Li Yang's eyes lit up. It was time. Copy. His defense was weak, and now gaining the shield ability would undoubtedly increase his margin for error. Card copied successfully. You gain the ability, Crab Shield B. As this ability was activated, Li Yang felt a transparent shield forming around his body, fully protecting him. This shield was visible only to him, and if attacked, it would automatically activate and resist damage. Li Yang's gaze quickly locked onto the king crab's eyes and abdomen. As a crustacean, the king crab's body was almost entirely protected by a hard shell, making it extremely defensive. He knew that directly confronting the king crab in the water was pointless. He had to find its weak spot. So Li Yang chose a strategic retreat. Seeing Li Yang's intention to leave, the River Crab King immediately raised its large claws and scrambled forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Li Yang's eyes focused intently. He knew that the River Crab King's claws were about 1 meter long, while his long red tassel spear was 1.5 meters. As long as he managed the distance well, he could easily widen the gap. Just as the River Crab King was about to enter attack range, Li Yang thrust out his long red tasseled spear, the tip of the spear slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. 130. The River Crab King's perception was impaired, and it took a step back. Its pincers darted forward, attempting to grab Li Yang's weapon. Li Yang quickly retreated, pulling his red tassel spear back almost to the limit, avoiding the fatal blow. His grip missing, Li Yang attacked without hesitation, striking the River Crab King squarely in the abdomen with his red tassel spear. -130. The River Crab King, repelled, visibly lost his balance. Li Yang seized the opportunity, swiftly unleashing his red tassel spear, each strike a precise strike. -130. Each of Li Yang's red tassel spear strikes hit the River Crab King's weak spot, barely reducing the damage. With years of relentless training, he was practically unmatched. Even the other students in the school struggled to achieve such precision. However, Li Yang didn't continue to focus on damage, choosing instead to distance himself once more. The River Crab King's health had been halved, and it was clearly becoming increasingly furious. Its claws turned red as it charged towards Li Yang angrily. However, Li Yang could see that the River Crab King's steps were no longer as steady as they had been before. Apparently, its perception had been significantly reduced due to the previous attack. Li Yang seized the opportunity, picked up 2 rocks, and flung them at the River Crab King. The River Crab King's vision blurred, and he quickly caught the flying rocks with his pincers. Li Yang lunged forward, thrusting his long red tasseled spear once again, accurately piercing the River Crab King's other eye. The River Crab King lurched and fell to the ground, its abdomen exposed, its mouth open, spitting bubbles. Li Yang didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity to attack again. At that moment, a stream of green venom suddenly erupted from the River Crab King's abdomen, shooting towards Li Yang without warning. Li Yang was quick-witted and used his shield to successfully block the venom's damage. Shield value -200. At the same time, the River Crab King's body was also surrounded by a shield. Li Yong immediately understood that this was the River Crab King's ability. It tried to turn over, but Li Yong had already taken the initiative and quickly moved, attacking and tearing through its shield. -140. -140. With increasingly precise attacks, Li Yang's long red-tasseled spear finally shattered the shield. The River Crab King froze. Li Yong seized the opportunity and continued his fierce attack. -130. -130. Finally, with a resounding bang, the River Crab King's massive form collapsed, completely crumbling. You killed the level 5 elite monster, River Crab King. Experience plus 500. Level up. 3-5. You received a card. Current number. 2. Li Yong exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Defeating a level 5 elite monster at level 3 felt truly refreshing. His level was instantly raised to level 5, and he also received an additional card. After tidying himself up, Li Yong continued on his way. Meanwhile, inside the school's control room, Director Han stared intently at the terminal screen, his face filled with shock. He had initially been gloating, and even found it amusing to see Li Yong trapped. But when he saw Li Yang's smooth, precise attacks and clear thinking, even he couldn't help but marvel. This operation, what a shame. With such talent, if he hadn't made a mistake in choosing a career, his future would have been limitless. He was lost in his thoughts when he suddenly noticed something was amiss. With each of Li Yang's attacks, the River Crab King's health bar dropped at a noticeable rate. Director Han immediately zoomed in on the screen and continued to observe the battle. After confirming he was not mistaken, he gasped. Li Yong was only level 3, so how could he deal such high damage over 100 points of damage? Is this still a blank slate? The River Crab King was a level 5 elite monster guarding the dividing line, possessing a formidable shell. Even with Li Yang's precise control, even with the powerful suppression spanning 2 levels, it was impossible to deal such damage. Furthermore, the weapon in Li Yang's hand was also an ordinary blank weapon. Director Han was somewhat confused, then noticed that Li Yong easily broke the River Crab King's shield, and his agile movement was even more astonishing. This agility must be at least 50, right? Could it be? Li Yong really not have a profession? His eyes lingered on the screen, astonished. Li Yang's performance clearly exceeded his expectations, far surpassing Jianghao's earlier performance. Even after the River Crab King was defeated, Director Han still couldn't recover from his shock. The atmosphere in the Academy Square grew tense. Du Qingran, initially confident, gradually found herself in a difficult position in the face of the River Crab King's challenge. Her opponent was none other than the River Crab King, a level 5 elite monster. The highest monsters in the normal area were only level 3, but the appearance of such a powerful enemy at the intersection of zones caught many off guard. Despite being an S-class mage, Du Qingran still struggled against the River Crab King's defenses and attacks. She repeatedly attacked with her staff, but each time was blocked by the River Crab King's hard shell. Boom! She attacked with a fireball, but it only dealt minimal damage. Seeing this, Principal Wang frowned. He, previously full of confidence, now fell silent. Soon after, Du Qingran's operation began to show flaws, and she eventually fled back to the normal area in dismay. Something went wrong with this trial camp. Principal Wang couldn't help but ask, why is there an elite monster blocking the intersection of the areas? The appearance of a level 5 River Crab King here is enough to eliminate half of the students in the school. Chapter 7. Sweeping the intermediate area, level 8 elite monsters. Li Yong crossed the dividing bridge and entered the intermediate area. He was now protected by a shield, and he had barely been affected when he killed the River Crab King just now. However, at this moment, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. You have entered the poison barrier area and are continuously losing health. Shield value -3, shield value -3, shield value -3. Li Yong raised his eyebrows. Poison barrier area, and he is still losing health. Fortunately, he now has the protection of a shield. Although he is losing health, it is not directly deducted. Just get through this area as quickly as possible. He continued forward, entering the jungle. It was much darker here than before. Even the path was a little blurry. A constant rustling sound came from the grass, as if a monster would jump out at any moment. The environment had become extremely harsh, and the monsters had clearly increased in level. After walking for a while, Li Yong stopped. He could feel a rustling sound all around him. Logically, monsters should have appeared and attacked him long ago, but he had walked for so long and hadn't encountered any monsters. This was not right. He suddenly realized that the tree he had just seen seemed to be one he had seen at least 3 times before. This meant that he might have been going in circles. This situation was obviously not normal, and Li Yong realized that there must be a monster guiding him in secret. He remembered seeing similar situations when he was reading experience books. Those monsters had weak attack power, but were very good at hiding. Thinking of this, Liang gripped his long red tassel spear tightly and stabbed it at the dead tree next to him. The red tasseled spear tip pierced the bark, and green liquid flowed out. 140. You killed a level 7 dead tree. Experience plus 70. Liang's heart moved. Sure enough, these dead trees were guiding him. He glanced around and saw more dead trees starting to wriggle, at least 10 of them. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Liang was undaunted. While these low-level monsters were somewhat unique, their attack power was relatively weak. With his shield protecting him, he could easily handle them. He pounced forward like lightning, wielding his long red-tasseled spear. Shadows of red tassels shot forth, and the sound of piercing the air echoed incessantly. This was the culmination of 3 years of countless training. He was finally able to put these skills to use in actual combat. Like a sheep among wolves, the sap of a dead tree splashed everywhere. Minus 139. Minus 137. Minus 141. You killed a level 7 dead tree. Experience plus 70. You killed a level 7 dead tree. Experience plus 70. You killed a level 7 dead tree. Experience plus 70. After a frantic attack, Liang finally cleared out 10 dead trees. Although the shield had been broken, Liang's body was also affected by the poisonous miasma, and his health began to slowly decrease. 3. Minus 3. Gently brushing off the wood chips on his body, Liang continued to move forward. The jungle was still dim, but as Liang moved forward, the surrounding scenery began to change. He also began to encounter other monsters. He had just walked past a rock when, suddenly, the rock suddenly emerged from the ground, carrying a large rock on its back, and rushed towards Liang. Puff! Liang swung his long red-tasseled spear, directly piercing its hard shell. You killed a level 6 stone monster. Experience plus 60. Level increase. 5-6, Liang thought to himself. According to the map, I should be close to the intersection of the intermediate and advanced areas. Previously, he encountered the level 5 elite monster River Crab King at the intersection. Liang couldn't help but look forward to what kind of powerful monster he would encounter this time. He still had 2 cards. The shield ability he had copied from the River Crab King had already been of great use to him, and he might even gain new abilities in the future. Continuing down the path, Liang entered a cave. The light from within made him cautiously move forward. As the distance shortened, the light from the cave entrance grew brighter. Finally, he reached the other side of the cave and was met with a scene that stunned him. Before him stood a massive, ancient tree, its branches and leaves dense, emitting a dark green mist that blended seamlessly with the gloom surrounding the area. Liang immediately understood that this was the source of the poisonous miasma. The huge tree hole under the tree was the entrance to the advanced area. Just as Liang was about to explore further, a sharp cry suddenly came from near the tree hole. He looked closely and saw a jellyfish-shaped monster, emitting a bluish-purple light and surrounded by toxic bubbles. It was hovering near the tree hole, as if guarding the passage. Poisonous swamp monster, elite. Level 8, HP 1500. Introduction. Possesses the power of poisonous elements, extremely destructive, and its attacks have a toxic effect. Ability. Poison Sac. A poison sac. Immune to 50 poisoning effects. Restores 5 of health per minute. Copyable. Liang's mind moved. It turned out to be an A-level monster. Based on experience, the ability level of monsters is roughly the same as the job level of humans, especially high-level monsters like this one. He was being affected by the poisonous miasma released by the giant tree, and this monster's ability could help him recover his health and alleviate the damage of the poison barrier. Liang didn't hesitate and directly chose to copy. Copy. Chapter 8. Card Fusion. S-rank ability. Copy success. You gain ability. Poison Sac. A. Poison Sac. Immune to all poisons. Restore 5% health per minute. Almost the moment the copy was completed, the effect took effect. Liang felt the toxins in his body greatly reduced, and his health began to slowly rise. His health was recovering faster than it had been losing before. Then, the notification sounded again. You currently possess 2 defensive cards, Crab Shield, B, and Poison Sac, A, which can be merged. Merge. Liang was stunned. Initially, he didn't pay much attention to the notification. But soon, he realized that this fusion had such potential. After some thought, he decisively chose to fuse. He thought to himself, it's impossible for the more fusions, the weaker they become, right? Added card abilities, Crab Shield, Poison Sac, Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. You gain, Guardian Shield, S. Guardian Shield. Gain an energy shield that can withstand 1000 damage. While the shield exists, you are immune to all negative effects, burning, poisoning, etc., and the shield value increases by 50 points per second. When the shield value overflows, it is automatically converted into health recovery. Liang was slightly startled. This was too outrageous, wasn't it? With this ability, it felt like he could stand firmly on the front lines no matter what enemy he faced. 50 shield points restored per second, meaning that as long as he wasn't overpowered or killed instantly, the shield could be extended almost indefinitely. Furthermore, any excess shield energy could be directly converted into health regeneration. It seemed the nurse's job had been taken away. As the energy shield took effect, Liang looked up at the poisonous swamp monster in the distance and thought, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult after all. He pondered this as he stepped forward. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, the poisonous swamp monster sensed something and suddenly turned and pounced on him. Several slime-covered tentacles waved, and a series of poisonous bubbles erupted, attacking Liang like a machine-made red-tasseled spear. Liang's eyes focused, and he immediately gripped the red-tasseled spear tightly, running to the side at a rapid speed, avoiding the attack of bubbles. He ran quickly around the field, looking for an opportunity to get close to the poisonous swamp monster. Just as he was getting closer, the poisonous swamp monster's tentacles suddenly bent, and its body moved like a spring, rushing towards Liang at an astonishing speed. Liang reacted quickly, leaning back, almost flat on the ground, and at the same time, he jerked the tip of his red-tasseled spear upward, narrowly avoiding the violent impact. Almost at the same time, the red-tasseled spear accurately slashed the poisonous swamp monster's body. 130. This strike felt like scratching jelly. It seemed the swamp monster's defenses were quite strong. After adjusting his stance, Liang looked back at the swamp monster, finding it already floating in the air, its tentacles waving wildly and toxic bubbles raining down like raindrops. Bubble rain, or poisonous bubbles, Liang thought to himself. He realized that if he wanted to interrupt its attack, he would have to attack from below. However, as a melee fighter, he had almost no ability to fight from the air, which was a real problem. Despite this, he still had to continue fighting the monsters. Liang began to move, trying to avoid the falling poison bubbles. However, there were too many of them, and he was eventually hit several times. Shield value -30. Shield value -30. Fortunately, he now had an energy shield and was immune to toxins, meaning he didn't have to worry too much about the effects of the poison gas. He just had to wait for the swamp monster to stop attacking. After about a minute, the swamp monster finally stopped attacking, its body slowly descending, succumbing to fatigue. Its massive head drooped slightly. Seeing this opportunity, Liang gripped his long red-tasseled spear tightly and charged forward decisively. After turning sideways, he swung the red-tasseled spear fiercely. -150. -150. -150. If it were an aerial battle, he might have found it difficult, but now, the enemy had already adopted his most skilled fighting method, inflicting damage. At that moment, Liang's red-tasseled spear slashed through the dim light, a gleam of silver light. The poisonous swamp monster's health rapidly dropped, soon reduced to half. Suddenly, the poisonous swamp monster raised its head, its body gleaming with red light. Liang didn't continue his attack, but immediately distanced himself, keeping a close eye on the poisonous swamp monster's movements. The poisonous swamp monster straightened its body, trembling all over, as if a powerful attack was about to erupt. Bang! A powerful air wave suddenly spread out from its position, the air wave moving at an extremely fast speed, slashing towards Liang like a knife. Liang quickly determined the range and power of the blast. Although it was fast, its power decreased with distance. He had already reacted and distanced himself. When the blast approached, Liang quickly turned and held the red tassel spear in front of him. Shield value -300. He successfully blocked the attack. He observed again as the poisonous swamp monster raised its tentacles once more and took to the air. No way again. Liang shrugged helplessly. This was clearly a mechanical quirk, the monster periodically launching powerful aerial attacks. Ranged classes like mages and archers might be able to handle it, but melee classes can only passively endure it. 2 minutes passed as Liang dodged the continuously descending toxic bubbles while keeping an eye on the swamp monster's movements. This time, the swamp monster's attack lasted significantly longer. Finally, after a piercing scream, the monster ceased its attack, but unlike before, it didn't fatigue. Instead, it suddenly rushed towards Liang. Liang turned and quickly dodged the swamp monster's violent charge, leaving a large crater in the ground where he had been standing. The swamp monster finally began to tire. Li Yang seized the opportunity and continued his attack. -150. -150. -150. You killed a level 8 elite swamp monster. Experience +800. Level increase 6 to 7. Just as the swamp monster collapsed, Li Yang saw a bright spot of light appear at its death site. He stepped forward. Water Spirit wristband grade. Silver level requirement. 5 attack +50. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Equipment had actually dropped. Normally, monsters below level 10 rarely drop equipment. The probability of it dropping is extremely low. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Could it be that he was truly the chosen one? Li Yang glanced at the wristband in his hand, smiled, and shook his head. He equipped it without hesitation. Name: Li Yang. Occupation: blank. Level: 7 strength, 230 constitution, 75 agility, 125. Spirit: 75. Talent: card, talent ability, guardian shield, S, strengthening, C. Number of cards: 1. After the equipment took effect, Li Yang's strength increased to 230 points. Although the equipment grade is not high, it still has a considerable bonus in this case. As long as he didn't encounter those extremely outrageous monsters, he could now almost sweep away everything. After a brief rest, Li Yang crossed the corpse of the poisonous swamp monster, came to the entrance under the giant tree, and stepped in. Chapter 9. Increased rewards? Principal Wang's losses. Outside the trial camp, Principal Wang Yun's face darkened as he observed the progress of this year's trial camp. He knew that the trial camp's student pass rate directly impacted the annual support resources the school received. However, only a handful of A and S-rank students have broken through the barriers and entered the intermediate zone. In the scene, Qingran struggles to defeat the River Crab King and finally enters the intermediate zone, but her health is only halfway down. She wanders around the intermediate zone for a long time, encountering nothing, but her health is rapidly decreasing due to the continued effects of the poisonous miasma. She seemed unaware that she was spinning in place, and her panic made the teacher beside her couldn't help but complain. Student Qingran, haven't you noticed that you have been spinning in place? Wang Yun looked at the screen, the veins on his face bulging. He suppressed his anger and asked himself, has the difficulty of this year's trial camp increased? He shifted his perspective and spotted the S-rank professional Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was clearly in much better shape, nearing the intermediate zone. Zhang Tao's talent was assassin, so he chose to bypass the River Crab King and enter the intermediate zone directly. Leveraging his assassin stealth abilities, he avoided most obstacles. Seeing this scene, the old Principal Wang Yun showed a satisfied smile. Although this seemed like an attempt to avoid the battle, he didn't care at all. He was only thinking about Zhang Tao's strong family background, and he was even more delighted. Wang Yun suddenly got excited and announced on the spot, because the difficulty of the trial camp has increased this year. The first student to pass the trial camp will receive a gold-grade equipment exchange voucher in addition to the original prize. This announcement sent the entire audience into a frenzy, with envy overflowing. Gold-grade equipment, worth hundreds of thousands of dragon coins, was a rare reward. However, Wang Yun knew this was just a way to build relationships with Zhang Tao. He had always been very frugal, but today he was spending lavishly, purely to curry favor with the power behind Zhang Tao. After he sat down, Zhang Tao on the screen was already approaching the exit of the intermediate area, about to leave. Zhang Tao spotted a cave and walked in without hesitation. But when he reached the other end of the cave, he was stunned. The poisonous swamp monster was actually right in front of the cave entrance, guarding the exit. Wang Yun saw this scene and his anger surged again. Who the hell designed this year's trial camp? There are elite monsters in every area. The teacher next to him whispered to him, Principal Wang, it seems the design this time was made by the military. Let's not pursue it. Wang Yun calmed down a bit and glared at the teacher. I was just complaining casually. You don't need to interrupt. At this time, he found that Director Han was missing, and he had no place to vent his anger. Where is Director Han? He hasn't been seen for so long and has abandoned his post. This month's bonus is gone. In the control room, Director Han watched the whole process of Li Yang killing the poisonous swamp monster and was shocked. He realized something was wrong. Li Yang's damage was far beyond his level, especially his shield, which looked even more powerful than some high-level tank classes. Director Han's eyes widened, and he shook his head violently. This was too abnormal. He glanced at the USB drive in his hand and made a decision. Whatever, let's make it quick. If we miss this opportunity, we'll never get another. Kill a level 8 Stone Scorpion, plus 80 EXP. Kill a level 8 Firewolf, plus 80 EXP. Kill a level 9 Overlord B, plus 90 EXP. Inside the trial camp, Liang crossed the tree path and reached the advanced area, where he began his killing spree. After equipping the equipment dropped by the poisonous swamp monster, killing monsters became much easier. The 50-point strength bonus gave him a qualitative leap in combat power in the early stages, allowing him to advance almost unimpeded. As he followed the map's instructions and headed towards the exit, a sinister crack suddenly appeared ahead. Liang frowned, immediately alert. The aura of this crack was far more dangerous than the poisonous swamp monster he had encountered before. His intuition told him that something was amiss. Soon, Liang saw a humanoid creature, clad in pitch black and sporting 2 goat horns, emerge from the cracks, emitting a terrifying dark aura. Liang instantly tensed. He had seen this kind of creature in books before, a demon from the abyss. Such a being couldn't possibly exist in the trial camp, nor in the city-state. Abyssal demon level, 10 HP, 3000. Liang's alertness reached a peak. He knew that in the trial camp, reaching 0 HP meant elimination and immediate teleportation. But the abyssal demon before him, he felt that if he died, he might really die. This trial camp instantly turned into a life-or-death battle. The abyss demon raised its head, a red light flashing in its eyes, and locked its fierce gaze on Liang. Then, its body transformed into a ball of black mist and suddenly flashed next to Liang. Liang reacted quickly, swinging his long, red-tasseled spear. Liang's eyes widened as the red-tasseled spear before him broke. Chapter 10, Fighting the Abyssal Demon. Lu Xian's shock shield value -400. The shield blocked the abyssal demon's attack, and Liang quickly distanced himself. This monster's attack was even more powerful than the previous poisonous swamp monster's skills. The abyssal demon paused, surprise in his eyes. Clearly, it hadn't expected Liang to withstand the blow unscathed. This was far stronger than the S-rank warrior from before. Liang discarded the remaining red-tasseled spear handle and quickly replaced it with a dagger. The abyss demon was far more powerful than he had imagined, far surpassing the strength of elite monsters of the same rank. In this situation, running away would be suicidal. The only option was a head-on attack. The abyss demon reappeared, swiftly attacking Liang. This time, Liang was well prepared and nimbly dodged the attack. The abyss demon's entire body trembled, and sharp blades sprouted from its arms. It roared and slashed at Liang. Liang, with his agility, dodged several attacks in succession. He began to shift from defense to offense, prioritizing defense and avoiding further attacks. For those attacks he couldn't avoid, he used his protective shield to neutralize them. Meanwhile, Liang continuously analyzed the abyssal demon's moves in his mind. In the control room of the trial camp in the suburbs of Jianghai City, Lu Xian yawned, leaned back in a soft chair, and leisurely sipped his coffee. The difficulty of the trial camp has increased a bit this year, and as a result, so many people are so worried. These so-called S-level professions are too weak. Next time, I'd rather do physical training than be an administrator. Just as Lu Xian was feeling bored, the emergency alarm suddenly sounded. He coughed violently, choking on his water, but hurried to check the terminal. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. An abyssal demon had infiltrated the trial camp? Even more incredible, students were actually engaging in a back-and-forth battle with it. Lu Xian couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be an ordinary trial camp? He almost thought he was dazzled. Watching the battle on the screen, Lu Xian couldn't help but pause. He could have activated the protection program immediately, but seeing Liang fighting so fiercely, he couldn't bear it. He couldn't help but admire Liang's combat skills. They were truly astonishing. Although Liang was initially on the defensive, over time, he gradually adapted to the abyssal demon's attack patterns. After each evasion, Liang's reactions became faster and faster, mastering the abyssal demon's patterns. The abyssal demon was clearly getting anxious, its attacks becoming increasingly chaotic. Lu Xian watched all this with deep emotion. Liang's composure and calmness were truly rare among his peers. Facing a powerful enemy, he remained calm and gradually figured out the opponent's tactics. While admiring the battle, Lu Xian placed his hand on the red button. If Liang was defeated, he would immediately activate the defense program. In the control room of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, Director Han was anxious. Liang's growth rate was too fast. Damn it. He is obviously a useless waste. How can he be so strong? In the trial camp, after attacking for a while, the abyss demon finally began to pant, seemingly exhausted. Liang watched it retreat and chuckled. What's wrong? You're done. The abyss demon was furious, eager to tear Liang apart. But Liang was like a loach coated in oil, becoming increasingly difficult to catch. If that's the case, then it's my turn. A cold light flashed in Liang's eyes, and he quickly drew his dagger. He had already figured out the Abyss Demon's tactics, and after conserving his energy for a long time, he was finally ready to launch a counterattack. Li Yong suddenly attacked, the dagger slicing through the air, hitting the Abyss Demon with several precise blows. 198, 201, 199. Li Yang's speed was immense, his strength immense. Even with a mere dagger, every strike cut through the flesh. The Abyss Demon repeatedly swung its arms to strike back, but Li Yang seemed to have anticipated its movements, dodging them every time. It tried to retreat, but Li Yang, as if clinging to it, followed closely, unwaveringly. -198. -200. -200. The Abyssal Demon finally realized something was amiss, its health rapidly dropping. It tried to escape back into the rift, but it was too late. Li Yang's eyes lit up as he spotted the broken red tassel spear next to him. Without a second thought, he picked up the red tassel spearhead and hurled it with all his might. Swish! The red-tasseled spearhead instantly pierced the Abyss Demon's chest, sending black blood gushing out. Didn't anyone teach you never to turn your back on the enemy? Li Yang stepped forward coldly, his eyes calm. Li Yang raised his dagger and stabbed the Abyss Demon in the back of the head with one precise strike. You killed a level 10 Abyssal Demon. Experience plus 1,000. Level increase 710. You received a card. Current quantity 2. Director Han stared at this scene, his eyes wide, speechless with shock. The Abyssal Demon was dead. He hadn't expected this outcome at all. This was a level 10 Abyssal Demon. He thought Li Yang could only hold out for a little while, but he was defeated instead. His panic intensified, and he suddenly realized that Li Yang must not be allowed to stay. He quickly pulled out a combination lockbox from his pocket, plugged it into the terminal, and prepared to take action. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief after killing the Abyss Demon. Although the process was very exciting, fortunately, there were no problems. He was repairing the broken red tassel spear in his hand when suddenly, a huge red crack appeared in the sky. A black arm stretched out from the crack and slammed towards Li Yang fiercely. Shield value -1,000. Li Yang's energy shield was instantly shattered, and he was sent flying. What the hell? Chapter 11. Everyone is eliminated. No. One more person. What's going on? At the same time, Lu Xian exclaimed in the trial camp control room. Li Yang had just successfully killed the Abyss Demon and was about to report it, but at that moment, the trial camp suddenly sounded an even louder alarm. Lu Xian quickly pressed the button to activate the protective program, then hurried to check on Li Yang. After confirming that Li Yang was only slightly injured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and said angrily, "These heretics are becoming more and more arrogant. You're unlucky to have run into me today." He picked up his phone and called the technical department. Check. Also, I need to go to Jianghai No. 1 middle school myself. In the trial camp, the huge spatial crack that was filled with a terrifying aura gradually shrank as the protective program was activated. The giant hand that was about to attack Li Yang was also forced to withdraw. In less than a minute, the crack completely disappeared. Li Yang slowly walked out, still feeling terrified. Luckily, I have this energy shield. Otherwise, I really don't know how many times I would have died. Inside the control room of Jianghai No. 1 middle school, Director Han saw this scene, and his face turned pale. He didn't care about anything else and hurried out. They took too long, and were eventually discovered. In the school square, Principal Wang Yun's brow furrowed. This year's student performance was abysmal. More than half were crushed to death by river crabs before even reaching the intermediate level. The few remaining S and A-level students were also mostly lost on the second floor. Only a few managed to escape, while the rest were completely eliminated by the poisonous mist. What he regretted most was that Du Qingran, an S-class professional, had also fallen victim to the poisonous fog. Another S-class professional, Zhang Tao, had also disappeared. Of the 3 S-class professionals of that era, Zhang Tao was the only one still holding on. Watching the eliminated students being teleported out one by one, Wang Yun asked, "How many students are still in the trial camp?" The teacher next to him looked at the tablet. "There are 2 left." "Oh," Wang Yun asked in confusion. "Besides Zhang Tao, who else is there?" The teacher took a look and answered in shock. "It's Li Yang." "Li Yang," Wang Yun said in surprise. "Are you sure you are not mistaken?" The teacher shook his head. Wang Yun raised an eyebrow, thinking of Li Yang's disappointing appearance, and said casually, "Oh, then he should still be killing monsters in the normal area, or hiding somewhere and not daring to come out. Don't worry about him." After saying that, he continued to look at the screen. At this time, Zhang Tao's condition was not very good either. He had originally planned to bypass the poisonous swamp monster as he had done before, but the poisonous swamp monster was guarding the entrance, making it impossible for him to find an opportunity. Coupled with the poison and the loss of health, his condition was not ideal, so he could only bite the bullet and sneak through. This hilarious scene made some of the eliminated students laugh quietly. He looks so embarrassed, and he still has an S-rank profession. The assassin class is truly amazing. Just as Zhang Tao was about to reach the entrance, a poisonous bubble suddenly floated near him and exploded. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the poisonous swamp monster let out a sharp scream, and the poisonous bubble shot towards him like a machine gun red tassel spear. With no way to retreat, Zhang Tao was forced to fight this level 8 elite monster head-on. However, he was only level 6, far less powerful than the poisonous swamp monster. Every attack poisoned him and drained his health, gradually deteriorating. Finally, the poisonous swamp monster began to fatigue. Zhang Tao quickly rushed forward to deal damage, but it took him most of the time to do any damage. As the last S-rank class neared defeat, the other students in the square began to breathe a sigh of relief. They thought to themselves, "This trial camp is too grueling. We should just come out and watch." Someone couldn't help but complain. This monster attacks from range throughout, constantly switching positions. How can a melee class fight it? It's designed for mages and marksmen. Melee classes are completely unsuitable. As everyone was discussing this, Zhang Tao finally suffered a complete defeat. Under the bombardment of poisonous bubbles, he was unable to resist and was on the verge of elimination. At this moment, he broke down and yelled, "Stupid trial camp, aminos." This scene was broadcast to the entire audience, shocking the students in the square. This guy was truly brave. Although everyone complained in private, they didn't dare to speak out directly. Principal Wang Yun was also slightly stunned. Although he had thought about saying such a thing, it was ultimately too impulsive. However, this was a military trial camp after all. Soon after, Zhang Tao was teleported to the square. Seeing the looks from the people around him, he had been in such a state of disarray, he quickly cleared his throat, dusted himself off, and straightened his clothes. While the process wasn't entirely satisfactory, he was still an S-rank professional and currently the furthest advanced student in the trial camp. The students around him praised him one after another. "Brother Tao is awesome. You've made it this far in our school." "Yeah, Qingran and Jianghai would have been eliminated long ago. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know how powerful the poisonous swamp monster is." Zhang Tao was delighted by the praise. "So, everyone's worse than me?" He began boasting about his 300-round battle with the poisonous swamp monster. Although he narrowly lost, he remained incredibly proud. The other students, observing his misunderstanding, silently echoed his sentiments. Principal Wang Yun also smiled. Although the process was not satisfactory, Zhang Tao still took first place in the end. He was about to announce the results when the large screen in the center of the room suddenly switched automatically. With Zhang Tao eliminated, only Liang was left in the trial camp. The scene on the screen stunned the entire school. Chapter 12. Someone else is number 1. Liang committed a foul. What? There are still people in the trial camp. Fuck, I thought Zhang Tao was the one who lasted the longest. Look, that seems to be Liang. It's actually him. Oh, it's Liang. I'm used to it. Every time he does this. No, this time it's not right. He's clearly a useless piece of shit. How can he be better than 3 S-class professionals? Qingran looked at the screen in surprise. That familiar figure was undoubtedly Liang. Even she thought Zhang Tao would be first. At this moment, Zhang Tao's smile had not yet faded, but a layer of gloom covered his face. He should be the first one. It's Liang again. Why is this piece of trash so haunting? Principal Wang also paused. Looking at the screen, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The scene in the picture? It's definitely not an ordinary area. But it doesn't look like an intermediate area. Where's this? The teacher next to him looked at the data on the tablet and said in surprise. It shows that Liang is already in the second half of the advanced area and is about to reach the exit. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face turned grim. Among so many of them, not one has reached the intermediate level. Liang is about to walk out? Then wouldn't all these people be worse than trash? When they thought of this, everyone looked as if they had eaten shit, especially those who had previously mocked Liang, who wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Principal Wang exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did he defeat the poisonous swamp monster? He couldn't even get past the River Crab King." He originally thought that Liang was still hiding in a corner of the ordinary area, but it turned out that he had already reached the second half of the advanced area. The others also reacted. Zhang Tao was filled with righteous indignation and said firmly, "Liang must have cheated to avoid class. There's no way he could defeat the poisonous swamp monster. Severe punishment is recommended." He couldn't accept giving up the first place to Liang again. Moreover, he had fought against the poisonous swamp monster head-on and knew how terrifying it was. He is an S-class professional, and even he can't beat him. Even if 10 Li Yangs came, they would definitely not be his match. Right. They must have used some shady tactics. Brother Tao is right. I haven't even seen that poisonous swamp monster, so it's impossible for Li Yang, a blank-class player, to defeat it. As soon as these words were spoken, the other students nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether this statement is reasonable or not, the short answer is that we cannot admit that the unprofessional Li Yang is better than them. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Principal Wang frowned. In fact, it's a good thing that someone in the school finally made it through the trial camp. But this person is Li Yang. That won't do. You know, he had previously announced in public that he would add extra rewards and give the first-place winner a gold-level equipment exchange card. He had intended it for Zhang Tao from the beginning, or to be more precise, for his father, the chairman behind Zhang Tao. But if Li Yang took first place, that's such a waste. He wouldn't mind even if it was given to an S-level professional genius like Du Qingran. There is always feedback in the future. But giving him a blank profession? He might as well sell it for money. The problem now is that what has been said cannot be taken back. Unless. Principal Wang looked at the screen in the center. Unless we can find evidence that Li Yang cheated. On the screen. At this time, Li Yang was walking in the advanced area holding a roughly repaired spear. This is a valley and the road is very steep, which greatly affects the speed of movement. He took one step at a time, as steady as ever. When passing by a cave, an unpleasant fishy smell and muffled breathing sounds came from inside. Li Yang held the gun and leaned forward. Suddenly, there was a sound of flapping wings. 3 dark, tall bat-like monsters flapped their wings and flew out. A strong wind blew up, raising a cloud of dust and making a creepy sound. Bloodthirsty black bat. Level 9. HP, 1500. Introduction, possesses strong endurance, and attacks will cause the target to continuously lose health. Ability, Bloodthirst, B. Bloodthirst, sustained after damaging the target will enter a bleeding state, dealing 20% of the attack damage per second for 5 seconds, and the target's health will be restored based on 10% of the bleeding damage. Copyable. Li Yang hesitated for a moment. He now has the S-level ability of Guardian Shield, so he has no shortage of endurance. But this ability has a continuous blood loss effect, which is very effective for monsters that are very flexible and difficult to touch. He now has 2 chances to copy, which is just right, so he just needs to keep one as a backup. Copy. Copy successful. You gain the ability, Bloodthirst, B. You triggered a hidden critical hit, and the grade of Bloodthirst was upgraded from B to S. Bloodthirst, S. After damaging the target will fall into a bleeding state, causing 500% strength damage per second for 10 seconds, and the target's health will be restored in a 1-to-1 ratio based on the damage caused. Li Yang was dumbfounded. B-class directly becomes S-class? Outrageous. And, you are bleeding. You are not giving the other side any chance to survive. Causes 500% strength damage per second. For example, if Li Yang has 1000 points of strength, his attack can cause 1000 points of damage without any interference from other factors. However, after the bleeding is triggered, it will directly cause 5000 points of damage per second. This is equivalent to 5 attacks. At that time, you can copy yourself a ranged profession such as a mage or shooter. You only need to hit the opponent a few times from a distance to refresh the bleeding effect, and wait for the opponent to bleed to death. This thing is absolutely effective, especially when fighting boss. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several bloodthirsty black bats circled high in the sky, making loud calls. They did not attack Li Yang directly, but vigilantly observed the flaws in Li Yang. After all, Li Yang was the invader this time. The unpleasant cry also brought Li Yang back from his thoughts. Look up into the sky. These bats are undoubtedly masters of aerial combat. Perfect for trying out my new abilities. After a while, a bloodthirsty black bat was the first to lose control and swooped down with its sharp wings, its fangs bared. He bared his teeth and bit Li Yang. Li Yang looked at him indifferently and moved his hand. The silver tip of the gun instantly pierced into its mouth. Blood spilled. 261. The bloodthirsty black bat screamed and flapped its wings as it flew into the sky. 300. 300. 300. The bloodthirsty ability began to take effect, and even though the bloodthirsty black bat had distanced itself, it continued to lose blood. It probably never imagined that its own abilities would be consumed madly. Seeing their companion injured, the other 2 bloodthirsty black bats rushed towards Li Yang and bit him. Li Yang first dodged one attack and stabbed the other one with the gun tip. 260. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Li Yang's damage now is not low. With one blow, the blood volume drops visibly, and the bloodthirsty black bat screams in pain. But it was no use. The continuous blood loss made the pain last longer. He seized the opportunity, turned around, and hit another one. 260. The two bloodthirsty black bats squeaked and distanced themselves from each other. 300. 300. 300. The three bloodthirsty black bats were bleeding so much that their health had dropped below half. Coupled with the shot Liang fired at the beginning, they were all left with little health and became weak. They couldn't even fly and were suspended in the air, only able to make sure they didn't fall down with great difficulty. Can't fly anymore? Liang held the gun, jumped lightly, and chopped down one. You killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat. Experience plus 90. The other two wanted to run away, but they were seriously injured and could not escape from Liang. You killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat. Experience plus 90. You killed a level 9 bloodthirsty black bat. Experience plus 90. After killing these three bloodthirsty black bats, Liang wanted to move on. Suddenly, a burst of light burst out from the cave where the three bloodthirsty black bats were originally. Liang was stunned and slowly leaned over. If you find the hidden exit, you can directly settle your score. Chapter 13 Results. Zhang Tao's defense breaks. After witnessing Liang easily kill 3 level 9 monsters. In the school square, the scene was eerily quiet. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, like baby birds waiting to be fed, with their mouths wide open. If a bird flies by, it might poop out some white droppings. I'm not seeing things. 3 level 9 monsters were killed just like that. Is it open? What the hell is this? This damage isn't right. I saw him only fire 2 shots and the monster died. Are all monsters in high-level areas so fragile? Except for Liang, no one has ever been to the high-end area. Naturally, I have never seen a level 9 monster. I was amazed to see this scene. Liang, is he so powerful? Du Qingran said in surprise, covering his face. She hadn't even seen the poisonous swamp monster in the intermediate area and only found out about it after watching Zhang Tao's footage. But Liang had already been killing people in the advanced area. The old principal Wang Yin shook his head. At this point, he had to admit it. Liang's talent and basic skills are indeed good. But unfortunately, this is not what he should have. Such a foundation would be perfect for an S-level profession like Zhang Tao. No job is no job, waste is waste. Zhang Tao frowned and suddenly shouted. Something's wrong, didn't you notice? Liang's damage is obviously wrong. Killing a level 9 monster in 2 hits is obviously not normal. When Zhang Tao said this, many people were shocked, came to their senses, and suddenly realized something. That's right. This damage is wrong. He must have used some secret means. It's very likely a foul. Cheaters should have their grades cancelled. Listen to these public opinions. Principal Wang's eyes lit up. If Liang was proven to have cheated, he wouldn't need to be given a gold-level equipment voucher. This was not originally prepared for Liang. The old Principal Wang Yun rolled his eyes, raised his hand, and said, Quiet. Everyone, be quiet. He put on a sanctimonious look and asked, I, Wang Yun, am incorruptible and can distinguish right from wrong. Mr. Zhang Tao, I trust your character. Since you said Liang committed a foul, how did he commit the foul, in your opinion? He simply took advantage of the situation and handed the decision-making power to Zhang Tao. So, no matter what Zhang Tao says later, it will be right. Zhang Tao's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, Everyone saw the damage Liang sustained. It's abnormal. He must have used some means to increase his attack power. Hearing this, the students and teachers in the square nodded secretly. Although Zhang Tao's words were not based on facts, they did make some sense. The important thing is, they think so too. At this time, Zhang Tao looked at Liang on the screen, his eyes shaking as he looked. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's it. Look, what's that on Liang's wrist? Hearing this, everyone looked at the screen. At this time, Liang was holding a spear and moving forward at full speed. There was a green object wrapped around his wrist. This is a piece of equipment. After seeing it clearly, there was an uproar at the scene. Liang actually had a piece of equipment on his wrist. Holy crap, that makes sense. No wonder. No wonder he was able to defeat the River Crab King. No wonder he was able to reach the advanced zone. If this isn't cheating, what is? The trial camp doesn't allow students to bring their own equipment into it, right? Brother Tao is really insightful. We were almost kept in the dark. Cheating. Violation. Cancel your score. Voices of indignation rose one after another. Zhang Tao was overjoyed, because he knew that this loser Liang could not be better than him. Du Qingran's eyes showed deep contempt. So he relies on cheating. I used to think highly of him. How disgusting. Principal Wang smiled. You kid. It still has to be you. This Zhang Tao is more sensible than he thought. In this way, he can rightfully return the first place to Zhang Tao. When everyone is criticizing, a military off-road vehicle stopped at the school gate. Lu Xian, wearing a military green short-sleeved shirt, glanced at the navigation and said to the radio, "This is it, everyone move." At the same time, in the trial camp, after Li Yang found the hidden exit, he hesitated for a moment and chose to enter. After all, he didn't know what was happening to the other students, and his grades would definitely be better if he could get out quickly. As I stepped into the teleportation array, a flash of white light passed by, and my eyes blurred. "Open your eyes again." Li Yang found himself coming out of the trial camp and arriving at the school square. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the people who were looking at him and whispering to each other, Li Yang scratched his head curiously. Before I could think about it, I saw Zhang Tao coming over with high spirits and a condescending demeanor, acting like a mature young man. "Li Yang, I know you're unwilling to lose to me, but the ranking you got by breaking the rules is fake after all. You can fool everyone, but don't fool yourself." As soon as these words were spoken, the whispers around became louder. Li Yang could clearly feel some gloating gazes. Looking at Zhang Tao, he chuckled. Whether it was Zhang Tao or Du Qingran, when they approached me and tried to please me, he could see clearly whether it was sincere or not. Therefore, there is a change of attitude towards these people. He wasn't surprised at all and didn't care. Instead, he felt a little more at peace. He just wanted to know one thing. "You say I violated the rules? Do you have any evidence?" This matter involves getting rewards, and Li Yang will not give in. Zhang Tao shook his head in a serious tone. "Li Yang, did you know that the scenes in the trial camp will be broadcast outside? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you've got the tools on your wrist and you're still demanding evidence? Do you think we're all fools?" Li Yang raised his eyebrows. I looked at my wrist. This was the water spirit wristband I brought from the trial camp. "Are you talking about this?" Li Yang smiled. "Isn't this a gift for defeating the poisonous swamp monster? Why, you've never defeated it before." This seemingly casual sentence actually dealt a critical blow. Puff. I don't know who couldn't hold it in and laughed. Zhang Tao blushed and could no longer pretend. "Even if it exploded from a monster. If you wear it, you're breaking the rules. I'm the real number one." At this time, Du Qingran also stood up and said, "Li Yang, if you have any sense, just be sensible. It would be a waste for you to take the first place prize. Also, I'm planning to accept Zhang Tao's date." As she spoke, she took Zhang Tao's arm. Looking at the two dogs and bitches, Li Yang sneered. "I don't think these two idiots really think they have any weight in their hearts. If I'm the first, I have to get the reward that belongs to me." Hearing this, Zhang Tao became anxious and quickly looked at Principal Wang on the side. The old Principal Wang Yin coughed. "Okay, I declare that the first place winner of this trial camp is." Suddenly, there were bursts of dull footsteps. "Block it. Search immediately." Chapter 14. Military personnel arrive. Li Yang is the first. Principal Wang's eyelids twitched when he was halfway through his words. Looking at the heavily armed men who suddenly rushed in, he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, you guys?" Lu Xian walked up and said calmly, "The military is raiding to capture the spy." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked at each other, as if they were on guard against the people around them. Only Li Yang's expression changed slightly. "I see. There is a spy? No wonder he encountered a series of abnormal things from the Abyss Demon in the trial camp." Principal Wang widened his eyes. "Why are you catching spies here?" Lu Xian didn't answer, but uttered two words, "Confidential." Principal Wang shuddered and didn't dare to ask any more questions. The teachers and students in the square rarely saw such a scene and did not dare to move. About half an hour later, two well-equipped strong men escorted the ragged Director Han out and came in front of Lu Xian. "Minister, the man has been caught." Lu Xian nodded. Seeing this, the old Principal Wang Yun was shocked. "No, this seems to be the principal of our school. Did you catch the wrong person? Director Han is his confidant and knows a lot about both the good and the bad." Lu Xian frowned and looked at Principal Wang with displeasure. In his opinion, there are very few people who can sit in the position of principal who are so bad. The people from the Abyss Church have been able to infiltrate for so long and even reach the core position. He didn't look happy at that moment. If I hadn't been supervising this year's trial camp, who knows how many more talented talents would have been killed. Also, Principal Wang felt something was wrong. That's right. Director Han used the power of the Abyss to tamper with the trial camp. He's already killed an S-rank professional genius, and you haven't noticed yet? Even Lu Xian was a little angry. How could this person be the principal? Principal Wang was stunned. S-level professional genius. He quickly looked at the students. 1-2. Sure enough, there is one missing. Are you talking about Jianghai? Lu Xian nodded impatiently. Principal Wang fell silent, hesitating. There are so many people in the trial camp. I can't possibly see every one of them, right? Lu Xian said unhappily. The spies have already broken into the control room, and you're still trying to pass the buck? If I hadn't intervened in time, that student named Li Yang would have been killed. Upon hearing this, the students and teachers of the same class all looked towards Li Yang's position with surprise in their eyes. It's Li Yang again. Li Yang actually experienced such a thing in the trial camp, but he was still standing here as if nothing had happened. Li Yang stole the limelight again. Zhang Tao muttered quietly, "What's so great about it? I'm just lucky." Lu Xian continued. "This is not just good luck. This spy's methods are very clever. I didn't notice it at first. Before I could make a move, this Li Yang killed a level 10 abyss demon with his own strength. The whole audience was instantly ignited. Fuck, a level 10 abyss demon, killed by Li Yang. This is correct. A level 10 abyss demon is several times stronger than elite monsters of the same level. This is impossible. Everyone's profession awakened today. It's only been less than a day. How could they have made such great progress?" At this time, the images on the big screen in the center of the square began to replay. In the picture, Li Yang is holding a dagger, his body is free and his reaction is quick, and what he is facing is a level 10 abyss demon. For ordinary people, once a mistake is made, there is no recovery. But Li Yang relied on wearing down his opponent and finally achieved the kill. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It turns out that even without a job, you can achieve this. Lu Xian said with admiration. As mentioned above, it's a good thing I acted in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Principal Wang, you seem quite comfortable being the principal. Principal Wang's face turned red, and he wanted to argue, but Lu Xian just waved his hand. I've already reported it. From today onwards, you'll be suspended. There was another sigh on the field. Principal Wang was petrified. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for him. Moreover, Lu Xian did not say how long it would take. He wanted to say something else. Lu Xian said calmly, "That's the end of this matter." Then, he suddenly looked at the students in the square and said, "I came here today for another matter." This statement caused another uproar. Anything else? Many people became restless. The previous material is already exciting enough, but there is still. Are they just too unlucky this time? Lu Xian suddenly chuckled and said, "I'm here to distribute the rewards for this trial camp. Your school's top student this year is truly a special talent, the most promising I've seen in all these years." Principal Wang's eyes lit up, and seeing that things were turning around, he quickly said, "Your Excellency is too kind. I, Principal Wang, have always cultivated students without expecting anything in return. I understand that nurturing a genius like Zhang Tao is providing talent for the country. For this reason, I've even decided to give him an extra gold-level exchange voucher." Zhang Tao's face was also full of surprise. The most promising genius, the one Lu Xian was referring to, must be him. I was flattered to be suddenly mentioned. At the same time, he looked at Li Yang provocatively. Times have changed. From now on, he will be the one stepping on Li Yang. He was ready to receive the praise with a smile on his face. At this time, Lu Xian announced loudly, "This person is Li Yang." As the only student who walked out of the trial camp, the result is beyond doubt. Lu Xian's words plunged the entire square into silence. The crowd that was originally grumbling was all dumbfounded. What the hell? It wasn't Zhang Tao, the S-class professional with unlimited potential. Instead, he chose Li Yang. Principal Wang and Zhang Tao's faces froze. Principal Wang was anxious. "Sir, is this a mistake? He doesn't want to give the gold-level equipment voucher to a loser." Zhang Tao, like a madman, stood up and refuted. "Impossible, Li Yang is cheating. I'm number one. I'm an S-class professional, and he's a blank slate." "Enough," Lu Xian interrupted him and said coldly. "Are you questioning the decision we made?" As soon as these words were spoken, both of them shuddered. Principal Wang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hands. No problem." Zhang Tao took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and stopped talking. In full view of the public, Lu Xian came to Li Yang and handed him a check. "In addition to the original 100,000 first-place prize, there's also an extra 100,000 in compensation from me. I apologize for what happened at the trial camp." Li Yang took the check and said, "Don't worry about it. These are just the evil tactics of the Abyss. These people who believe in the Abyss are all slaves of the power of the Abyss. They specialize in doing anti-human things, so it is nothing surprising." Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected S-level profession, broken army archer. Chapter 15, Plundering Occupations, Principal Wang regrets. S-level profession, Broken Army Archer. Professional talent. When a bow and arrow hits a target's weak point, the damage is doubled. As the damage continues to be dealt, the attack speed and damage will gradually increase. Passive. Attacks have a 10% penetration effect. Copyable. Hearing the prompt tone, Liang looked at Lu Xian and was stunned. Feeling the gaze, Lu Xian asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Classmate, if you are not satisfied." Liang waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay." Could he say that he was going to NTR him? Things like plundering professions. Copy. Liang shouted in his heart. Card duplication successful. You obtain the S-rank class, Broken Army Archer. Awesome. Liang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He couldn't help but think. Since monsters' abilities can be integrated, can professions also be integrated with each other? But this is the only job he has now, so he cannot verify this idea. Moreover, his cards were also used up. The next level you get is level 15. It seems that I have to go back and kill monsters quickly. Lu Xian didn't know what Liang was thinking. He changed the subject and looked at Principal Wang, who remained silent. He frowned and said, "Principal Wang, didn't you say you would give the first place winner an extra gold level exchange voucher? Why haven't you done anything yet?" The old Principal Wang Yun felt a pang in his heart. In the square, teachers and students also looked at him. The words came out of my own mouth. At this moment, Principal Wang was filled with regret and wanted to slap himself in the face. Now that so many people are watching, he knows he can't hide. With a look of disgust on his face, he took out something and walked towards Liang. My heart is bleeding. He originally took this out because he wanted to build a good relationship with the guild behind Zhang Tao. Now it is actually given to this waste Liang. Zhang Tao was furious when he saw this. This should have been his. Liang also looked at Wang Yun with interest. According to his understanding, Principal Wang is a person who will only do what is beneficial to him. How could he be so kind? The old Principal Wang Yun gritted his teeth and smiled, offering. Student Liang, this is the extra reward I personally prepared for the first place in the trial. A gold-level weapon exchange voucher. Take it. Liang muttered. For some reason, he wanted to laugh when he saw Principal Wang's expression. Haha. Thank you for your training, Principal Wang. I won't be polite. Of course, I reached out to take it without hesitation. Reaching out to grab it, Liang raised an eyebrow, but he couldn't pull it out. I glanced at Wang Yun and saw that he looked painful. Puff. Liang finally laughed out loud, exerted force on his hand, and took it directly. Take it here. Principal Wang's face fell, and the word reluctance was written all over his face. Seeing this, Lu Xian left with satisfaction. Before leaving, he left a phone number for Liang. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to contact me. Keep working hard. The higher-ups are very optimistic about you. Your career isn't the only measure of everything. Once you're on the rookie list, maybe someone will come and rescue you. This scene, Zhang Tao watched with gritted teeth, until Lu Xian took his men away. He couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, Liang, don't think you can turn things around just because you cheated and got first place this time. Unprofessional is unprofessional, and trash is trash. From now on, you will only become weaker and weaker, and I will become stronger and stronger. Besides, I've already secured a place in Dragon Rider Academy. With exclusive resources and support, I'll be the first professional in Jianghai City to reach the first level. I'll be at the top of the newcomer list, so just look up to me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd booed. Indeed, Liang stood out in the early stages because of his solid foundation. Yes, you can rely on hard work in the early stages, but in the long run, you have to rely on talent. In the crowd, Qingran originally took a step forward, but after hearing this, he took it back. Zhang Tao is right. Liang is a thing of the past. Although he may be slightly ahead in level now, I will catch up soon, and the gap between us will be like the difference between yin and yang. Liang looked at the almost crazy Zhang Tao with no sadness or joy in his eyes. I want to know, have I ever offended you in all this time? Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. Yes, of course. For the past 3 years, your presence has influenced me constantly. Everything you have should have belonged to me. Now I want it all back. Oh, Liang smiled coldly. I no longer have the intention to pay attention to him. He took his reward and walked out of the crowd. After leaving school, Liang directly came to Jianghai's War Preparation Mall with the Gold Equipment Exchange Voucher. This is the largest public equipment mall in Jianghai City. When you buy things here, you can get national guarantees and don't have to worry about after-sales and other issues. Enter the mall. The area planning here is well organized. First, different areas were divided according to each profession, and then the locations of the shelves where equipment of each level was located were clearly marked according to the professional level. Liang found the corresponding area based on his current S-level shooter profession. Come to the floor where the gold-level weapons are located. When you walk in, you will see a wide variety of bows and arrows, which will dazzle you. Red Flame Bow. Grade Gold. Exclusive effect. The attack has a burning effect, causing the target to continuously lose health. Icewing Hunting Bow. Grade Gold. Exclusive effect. Attacks have a freezing effect, slowing down the target's movements. Attacks have a 10% chance of causing a frozen state. Poison Bow. Grade Gold. Exclusive effect. The attack causes poisoning to the target, reducing the target's recovery ability by 50%. Each gold-level weapon has its own special effect. As a back row profession, the shooter, like the mage, is an important output position. You must not be stingy when it comes to weapons, and you must be discerning and choose the one that suits you. Liang walked around here, his eyes sweeping across the rows of shelves, checking each item one by one. Finally, lock your eyes on a certain location. Explosive Bow. Grade Gold. Level requirement, 10. Strength plus 300. Exclusive effect. The attack has an explosion effect. The arrow explodes upon hitting the target, dealing 80% damage to other targets in the surrounding area. Noble Mass Damage. You're the one. Liang picked up the explosive bow, tried to hold it briefly, and pulled the bowstring. Well, it feels good too. After making his choice, he went to the front desk of the mall to register. Waiting here is a middle-aged man who is a little fat. Seeing Liang, he smiled and said enthusiastically while doing the formalities. Haha, little brother, you're here to buy equipment for that wild boss too, right? Oh, Liang raised his eyebrows. The middle-aged man saw it and said in surprise. Oh, you didn't know? Sorry, I thought you were here for that too, and was just about to try to dissuade you. What's wrong? Tell me in detail. Liang asked. The middle-aged man came over and lowered his voice slightly. According to the news that broke this morning, a gold-level boss will spawn outside the city soon. It is said that this boss is very special and will drop special items. But now, the middle-aged man shook his head. If we go now, I'm afraid we won't even get any soup. Oh, what do you mean? Liang took out 100 dragon coins and placed them on the table. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he said happily, now many major forces have intervened, and even elite members of the Legendary Guild have led their teams. It would be useless for ordinary people to go. Legendary Guild? Liang was stunned. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. That's right. Isn't this Zhang Tao's family guild? But no matter what, he doesn't want to miss this boss. The long-range output professions and weapons are all ready, and the S-level, Bloodthirst, ability is also ready, so it is easy to defeat a boss. At a time like this, you're telling me to avoid the enemy and give way to others? Impossible. Give me the seat. Chapter 16. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Solo in the secret realm. After leaving Jianghai Chamber of Commerce, Liang got the information of the wild boss. There will definitely be many high-level professionals coming at that time. There is still some time before the boss refreshes. I still have time to develop for a while. So, he came to the secret realm of Sea of Clouds according to his original plan. As a multi-area secret realm, the Sea of Clouds secret realm is very suitable for new professionals to level up. The monster levels in the area are clearly divided. The normal area is level 1 to 10, the difficult area is level 10 to 15, and Liang estimates that the unopened nightmare area is level 15 to 20. As a secret realm for beginners to start leveling up, the strength is still very suitable. Whether you are a newly awakened professional or a professional with a little experience, you can come to level up. It is a popular secret place. At this time, there were already huge crowds of people. Newbie, please guide me. I can help you. Expert leader, come to the front. It's best to bring team-enhancing equipment. Let's attack. Sweep the difficult area. Liang came to the entrance of the secret realm and took a quick look at the information. Secret Sea of Clouds. Level requirement, 1 to 20. Introduction. Monsters are densely populated and bosses will spawn randomly on the map. Normal zone. It is recommended that the team has at least 3 people and a nurse. Difficulty zone. Recommended team size, 5, with a front row and a nurse. Nightmare zone. Liang. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. Liang turned his head and looked. The person who came was Qingran. She was wearing a purple robe today with the logo of the Legendary Guild on her chest. Seeing Liang, she frowned, took a step forward and said, "What are you doing here? Is this the place you can come to?" Liang was calm when he saw her, but these words made his eyes turn slightly cold. Without waiting for him to speak, Qingran began to think about it, as if he had suddenly realized something. "Oh, I see. This isn't a coincidence at all. You came here because you heard about my whereabouts, right? You know Zhang Tao is busy preparing for the boss battle with the guild at home, so I'll be clearing the secret realm alone today. Don't think you can stand in front of me just because you have a higher level. I will surpass you very quickly. I will not team up with you. This series of words came out. Liang frowned when he heard this. Unlucky. It seems that you, like Zhang Tao, have made your own choices. Du Qingran snorted. Of course, we are all excellent S-class professionals, and we will all make the right choice. You don't have to sow discord here. If you're thinking about this, you might as well kill more monsters and level up. Don't let us pull you too hard, or you'll have no pride left. Liang laughed. You remind me that instead of listening to your nonsense here, I might as well get down to business. Du Qingran was lucky. There were so many people, and it was so noisy here. If he was worried about causing chaos and delaying his leveling, he would have just decided to get rid of it once and for all. After saying that, he went straight to the entrance of the secret realm and chose to enter. See Liang's actions. Du Qingran was stunned, her eyes widened, and she no longer cared about Liang's mockery of her, and said in surprise, Are you crazy? You, an unprofessional, dare to enter the secret realm alone. Aren't you courting death? There was no response, and Liang's figure disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Du Qingran looked around and quickly distanced himself from the matter. Everyone saw it. It's none of my business. You were the one who wanted to die. She thought that it was her words that provoked Liang and was afraid of taking responsibility. There were people with sharp ears around who heard all of this. Tisk, it's not worth it just for the sake of face. You know shit, that's what a man is, ha ha ha. A man? A little brat. He's not that old, and he dares to go in alone. I bet he won't come out alive. As an S-class mage, Du Qingran attracted many people to team up with her at this stop alone. A hint of pride flashed in Du Qingran's eyes. See, Liang, I will soon surpass you. You used to ignore me, but now you can't even reach me. In the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. After Liang was teleported in, he found himself on the edge of an island. The sound of waves hitting the rocks and the whistling of the sea breeze come one after another. He immediately took out the newly bought weapon. Explosive bow. By the way, I took a look at the panel. Name, Liang. Occupation, blank. Level 10. Strength, 600. Constitution, 105. Agility, 150. Spirit, 105. Talent, card. Talented abilities, Broken Army Archer, S-level occupation, Guardian Shield, S, Bloodthirst, S, Strength and C. With the bonus of the explosive bow's basic value, his strength has now reached 600 points. At this moment, a loud eagle cry suddenly came from the sky. Liang looked up. I saw a giant white eagle flying proudly in the sky. After observing for a while, he found that the giant eagle was circling around him. It was obvious that he was targeting me. Coincidentally, Liang had the same idea. Without hesitation, he raised the explosive bow with one hand, aimed at the giant eagle in the sky, and pulled the bowstring with the other hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 557, 559, 601. Weakness. You killed a level 8 Cretaceous eagle. Experience plus 80. Do you still think you are a free-range chicken? A few arrows were shot and the giant eagle was killed directly. Liang looked at the map and found that the location he was teleported to was below the ordinary area. This location is quite interesting. He discovered that there was a boss lair not far above him. Immediately follow the route on the map and rush there. You killed a level 7 gorilla monster. Experience plus 70. You killed a level 9 unicorn. Experience plus 90. You killed a level 10 flying electric snake. Experience plus 100. Level up, 1011. While walking towards the boss's location, clear the monsters on the way. I have to say that the density of monsters in this secret realm of the Sea of Clouds is indeed high. Almost as soon as you defeat one wave of monsters, another wave will appear within a minute. If you don't stop to rest during the process, the connection will be almost seamless. No wonder the dungeon prompt requires at least 3 people plus an assistant. For new professionals, it is indeed a good place to practice cooperation. Not long after, Liang came to a valley. From above, you can have a clear view of the scene below. After comparing it with the map, Liang determined that this was the boss location. There is a groove below, and you can see a brown dot inside from a distance. Boss Shinyan Bear. Level 10. Skills, Rock Shield, Claw Attack, Rock. At this moment, he discovered that there were 5 small black dots approaching on the road below, next to Shun Yanxiu. This looks like a full team of professionals, and they have already arrived first. This kind of boss is a public resource. Liang came here from far away, so naturally he doesn't want to give it up. Then walked down the mountain road. Liang stopped when he reached about halfway up the mountain. At this time, the professional team was ready to fight the boss. They also understood that this relatively weak boss was a precious resource, and if they didn't fight it now, everyone would probably come over soon. A front row player holding a shield goes up first to attract aggro, while the nurse heals the enemy from behind. Liang estimated the distance. Come to a suitable location and pick up the bow. If you shoot an arrow from here, you can directly hit the boss. Chapter 17. Low-level professionals mistakenly enter? Just charge and it's over. Liang raised the bow and shot an arrow at the boss below. Call out. The arrow pierced through the fog with a crisp sound and shot at an extremely fast speed, accurately hitting the Xingyan bear below. Boom! The flames illuminated the fog, followed by a series of explosions. At the same time, the front row of the professional team was also affected and blown away. Liang was stunned, with surprise in his eyes. Hiss! He forgot that the arrows shot from his explosive bow would explode. Now, even jumping into the Yellow River can't wash it away. However, fortunately, only the front row was hit by the explosion, and he himself was resistant to damage, so he did not fall asleep. Liang scratched his head in embarrassment. Below the valley. What the hell? My shield is blown to pieces. Did any one of you eat Wangzai Nyobi candy? Why is it so painful? The poor front row player got up covered in dust and dirt, thinking that he was accidentally injured by his teammates behind him. Did you shoot this arrow? The mage in the team looked at the archer next to him. This professional shooter looked confused. I'm not going there. No, don't look at me. If I were hurt like this, what would I need you for? The field was plunged into a strange atmosphere. At this time, the boss began to become violent because its hatred was interrupted. The team was beaten back in an instant. Oh no, the rhythm is disrupted. Everyone retreat first. The mage shouted. No, I can't walk anymore. The wounded frontline soldier said anxiously. Please, don't leave me. Looking at the terrifying Shun Yinxiong behind him, his face fell. Which old bitch shot the arrow? In the team, an assassin hesitated for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and said, Damn it. I'll save you. He is the fastest here, so if anyone is to save someone, he must be the one. The fat guy in the front row was very touched. My benefactor, why don't you go? I can't drag you down with me. Don't pretend. If you keep saying that, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it back and will really leave, the assassin said, gritting his teeth. Xiaopeng immediately shut up. How much do you eat every day? Why are you so heavy? Seeing the rock bear sinking faster and faster behind him, the assassin felt very regretful. It's over, my A-rank profession will be buried with you. The huge figure of the Xingyan bear covered the sun, and its low and muffled roar was creepy. At this moment, an arrow of light shot through the sky like lightning, carrying a powerful energy wave. The arrow pierced the back of the Xingyan bear, bursting into explosive sparks. Shin Yinxiong was shaken so much that he almost couldn't stand. This time, Liang deliberately adjusted his position so as not to affect these poor professionals. Shin Yinxiong's health is rapidly decreasing. 2400. 2400. Causes 500% strength bleeding damage per second. After subtracting the defense, the damage is still considerable. Even a boss with extremely high health will be in trouble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the assassin successfully dragged the front row back. At this moment, he turned his head and saw Shin Yinxiong losing blood at an almost weird speed. He looked surprised and said quickly, Oh my god, guys, look this boss. He's performing a health bar vanishing spell. Hearing this, the other members of the team looked over and were all shocked. Holy shit. Is it open? What's going on? It seems like this boss is about to die from losing health. The fat guy in the front row reacted immediately. What are we waiting for? Let's go and finish off the enemy. Wait. The team's core mage quickly spoke up to stop them. Didn't you notice? This arrow was shot by someone. The damage. It's obvious that they're very powerful. If you dare to snatch it, you must be tired of living. Hearing this, the others' faces changed, and then they reacted and quickly stopped their actions. At this moment, Liang, who was pointing the bow and arrow at them, curled the corner of his mouth. Quite sensible. He does not kill people indiscriminately, but he robs people he finds strange. Expelled from the society. 2400. 2400. You killed the level 10 boss, Shin Yangxing. Experience plus 2,500. Level up, 1113. You obtain silver level equipment. Rock leather armor. Rock leather armor. Grade, silver. Level requirement, 10. Constitution plus 75. Agility minus 20. Liang has the all-around defensive method, Guardian Shield, but this is useless, and the cost of agility is too high. He put it away directly to avoid damage. Brand new silver level equipment should be able to sell for tens of thousands of dragon coins. Then he turned around and left without stopping. Meanwhile, below, the professional team who had witnessed the entire process were all shocked. There is such a strong person in the secret realm. It was so terrifying that no one saw the whole process. In the blink of an eye, a powerful boss was killed. The entire team had to be very careful to avoid overturning the car. Several people were relieved that they had controlled their greed. Otherwise, they didn't know whether they could still stand here safely. About 10 minutes after Liang left, a full team also arrived here, led by a noble female fire mage. Du Qingran came to the place where the boss died and looked at the traces of explosion left on the ground with a look of surprise. Being able to create this kind of effect shows that my strength is definitely not low. As soon as she entered the secret realm, she led her men towards the boss, but she didn't expect that someone would get there first. There's still some warmth left, which means the person who came before us just left not long ago. Du Qingran's eyes lit up, and her socialite nature made her eager to make friends with him. You know, this dungeon is level 1 to 20, which is not too low, nor too high. But at this level, it is definitely not easy to cause this much damage. Let's continue along the path above. There was no intention of discussing it with the rest of the team. Du Qingran, an S-class mage, is the core of the team. Although the others are in a miserable state, they can only be in the wind. 611. 610. You killed a level 11 centaur monster. Experience plus 110. At this time, Liang had already arrived at the difficult area and started killing people. With a bow and arrow, kite flying becomes much easier, and sometimes you can kill monsters from a distance. Moreover, with the effect of the Pajuan archer profession, the damage caused by hitting the weak points is basically the same as ignoring defense. About an hour later, the entire difficult area has been swept through by Liang. The level has also been raised to level 15. You get a card. It's finally here. At level 5, you get a card. After using it so many times, Liang also deeply understood its power. Even S-level jobs can be copied. He now has an S-level profession, Pajuan archer. Logically speaking, if we copy one more profession, we should be able to have 2 professions. This is what he is most looking forward to. While thinking, Liang noticed a monster running in front of him and disappeared into the bushes after a while. He quickly chased after him. Just when I was halfway through the pursuit, a reminder sounded. The area ahead is undeveloped. Low-level professionals, please do not approach. Low-level professionals, please do not approach. Liang looked at the prompt, thoughtful. The nightmare area should be ahead, where level 15 to 20 monsters will spawn. But I am already level 15. According to this standard, I should not be considered a low-level professional, right? Never mind, just chase him first. Even if he meets someone he can't beat, he is confident that he can escape unscathed. Chapter 18, Nightmare Beast Tide. Rescue team dispatched. Secret Realm Monitoring Room. The inspector sat in a rocking chair and fished. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. He quickly opened the Secret Realm dynamic interface. Only a green light spot appeared in the nightmare area of the Cloud Sea Secret Realm. What? Someone has entered the nightmare zone. His face changed. Today is the first day for new students to change their jobs. There are many novice professionals coming to the Cloud Sea Secret Realm. Most of them are students who got lost and accidentally entered it. Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the radio and called for reinforcements. At the same time, Du Kuan, who was helping his daughter look for young talents online, received a call from his unit. He answered the call with an unhappy look on his face. Du Kuan, who was originally planning to say that he was on vacation, suddenly changed his expression after hearing what was said on the phone. He hurriedly put on protective clothing and rushed to the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. In secret dungeons like these, it's quite common for young people to commit suicide. But this time, the accident happened in the secret realm of Sea of Clouds. His daughter Du Qingran also went today. Although the probability is very small, but what if? Outside the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds, Du Kuan met the inspector here and began to anxiously inquire about the whereabouts of his daughter. After knowing that Du Qingran had also entered the secret realm, he felt even more uneasy. The inspector consoled him. Hey, Mr. Du, don't be too sad. Your daughter has such strong professional talent. Even if she really enters the nightmare zone, she has a certain ability to protect herself. As long as she doesn't encounter that thing. Du Kuan was shocked and clenched his fists. In that case, there's no time to waste. Let's go and save them. I got you. The sharp arrow pierced the air and accurately hit a wolf monster. You killed a level 16 red wolf. Experience plus 160. Liang let out a breath. Is he too cautious? This nightmare zone is just like this. Some of the monsters are pretty easy to deal with. Even the monsters here are very sparse, and you have to walk for a long time before you encounter one. In terms of the density of monsters, it is not as good as the previous difficult area. Liang was a little disappointed. But just then, suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance, accompanied by a cloud of rising dust. After a while, Leon looked carefully and his eyes widened. What the hell? Is this a beast tide? A tide of small beasts. He had only seen this thing in books. No wonder we encountered so few monsters along the way. It seems like we are in a huge beast tide. But how could a beast tide appear in a secret realm of around level 20? Generally, a beast tide is a force composed of monsters gathered in the wild, which will invade human cities. Although it is much weaker than a real beast tide. But this is still a nightmare zone after all. None of the countless monsters in this tide of beasts are lower than level 15. If they don't handle it well, even professionals at level 20 or above might fail. Leon quickly took a step back. If I let these monsters get close to me, it won't take more than a few seconds before I'll be devoured without leaving even a bone. He had read the words of experience written by a veteran warrior who had been on many battles. He knew that the only way to deal with the beast tide was to disperse it. Why did this tide of beasts gather? Li Yong hid in the dark, observing the tide of beasts that was like a swarm of locusts. After a while, finally, he discovered two special elite monsters in the center of the beast tide. They were holding a staff in their hands, directing the actions of the beast tide. This monster was so small that Li Yong didn't notice it at first. As long as these two elite monsters are eliminated, the beast tide will naturally become a mess. Li Yong took aim and drew his bow in one go. After the beast tide was resolved, he shot an arrow directly. The arrow, with a red glow, flew rapidly, aiming at the two elite monsters in the center of the beast tide. Bang! A blocked sound was heard. The arrow bounced off and stuck in the ground with a bang. Li Yong raised his eyebrows. Shield? The shield neutralized his arrow. If no damage is dealt, his bloodlust ability will not take effect. Li Yong did not hesitate. After the arrow failed, he chose to move directly. The speed is pushed to the extreme. He didn't dare to gamble when it was a matter of life and death. When the two elite monsters learned of Li Yang's existence, they became furious. They waved their staffs and sent out waves of monsters to search the surroundings. He didn't notice that Li Yong had changed his position and was staring at it. I want to see how many of my arrows you can block. With a whoosh sound, an arrow shot out. Immediately afterwards, there was a clanging sound. Another arrow. Call out. Come again. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As more arrows are fired, the attack speed bonus from the professional talent begins to stack up. Li Yong tirelessly changed positions and shot. Finally, the crisp sound of the shield being broken was heard. Crack. Li Yang's eyes lit up. He seized the opportunity and continued shooting. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bang, bang, bang. 666. 667. The sound of arrows and explosions rang out in succession. Li Yong was very excited. Bloodthirst is now effective. 3000. 3000. You killed the level 15 elite. Beast of Control, Black. EXP plus 3500. You killed the level 15 elite. Beast of Control, Dark. EXP plus 3500. Level up, 1517. These two elite monsters died. The rest of the monsters turned into headless flies and ran away. Li Yong was shocked. The culprits who caused such a large-scale beast tide turned out to be two level 15 elite monsters. The horror of this beast tide is obvious to all. It was almost like a swarm of locusts sweeping across the entire area. Anyone would be scared to pee their pants if this happened. But in fact, for Li Yong, it seems that there is no difficulty except that the shield is a bit thick. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. This is the importance of thinking, plus his ability to keep pulling and losing blood. Solving the problem from the root can be much simpler. Next, you can be assured of killing monsters. At the same time, difficult areas. Du Qingran led the team and had searched around here, but didn't find any powerful professionals. Under her dominance, the rest of the team also complained. Hey boss, how long do we have to walk? Aren't we here to kill monsters? What are you doing? Yeah, it's been a long time. Apart from some monsters that blocked our way and had to be cleared out, have we ever taken any action? Du Qingran said impatiently. Why are you in such a hurry? You can fight any time, but if you miss someone, they're gone. But what does this have to do with us? We're here to kill monsters. If you want to find someone, why don't you just wait outside? A teammate said resentfully. Unexpectedly, Du Qingran's eyes lit up after hearing this. Thanks for reminding me. Shall we hurry to the exit? Ah, the others were all confused. You came in just for a while and left without doing anything? Although I am very unwilling. But they can't survive this guy. They are centered around the wizard Du Qingran. Without Du Qingran, it will be difficult for their system to continue fighting here. It just so happened that they also wanted to get rid of this king of hell as soon as possible, so they agreed after thinking for a moment. Chapter 19. Who is the mysterious and powerful person? It's so hard to guess. The other side. Du Kuan and his men are searching the secret realm, chasing after Liang, looking at the monster corpses lying all over the road. Several people were shocked. Killed so many monsters? Inspector, are you sure you only saw one person coming? Du Kuan couldn't help but ask. The supervisor was also ashamed. Yes, only one person was detected. Such a strong new professional. There are really not many in Jianghai City. It would be better if you didn't say this. Du Kuan felt even more nervous after hearing this. The only person who can achieve this level is probably his daughter, Du Qingran. He rushed here in such a hurry because he was worried about this. There's no time left. Let's hurry up. You know, there may be terrifying manipulating beasts in the nightmare area. Once provoked, it is not something a novice professional can deal with. Just then, bursts of explosions suddenly came from the front. Several people ate at the same time. It's right in front. Hurry. Du Kuan ran over first. Not long after, when they arrived at the scene, there is nothing here anymore. All I saw was a burnt mark on the ground and two blackened corpses. Judging from their bloody bodies, neither of them was human. Du Kuan breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down a little. How about it? Can you judge the current situation? The inspector touched the marks and analyzed. The person who came here is definitely a powerful professional. Moreover, there are a lot of monster footprints here. But the monsters disappeared. These two charred bodies. A secret realm staff member's face changed after performing an autopsy. These two are beasts of manipulation. What? You mean, the beast of control was killed? No wonder there are so many monster footprints here. It seems like a beast tide just happened here. Who on earth was here just now? He actually killed the beast of control and ended the beast tide. All the staff in the secret realm were shocked. Judging from the remaining traces of battle on the ground, this person must be a powerful fire-type professional and a long-range profession, otherwise it would be impossible to accurately kill these two controlled beasts. Fire long-range. The inspector couldn't help but look at Du Kuan next to him. Brother Du, if I remember correctly, your daughter is an S-class fire mage, right? I'm afraid only your daughter could create such a powerful explosion. Yes, it must be. At this moment, Du Kuan felt helpless and relieved. But she's being too reckless. I told her to be careful and not take risks. The inspector smiled and waved his hand. That's wrong. The greater the risk, the more expensive the fish. From everything we've seen along the way, I can tell your daughter's level is probably over 15 now, right? Unlike that disappointing kid at home. Young people should be brave and daring. Congratulations, Brother Du, for having such an outstanding daughter. This is not only achieved through strength, but also requires strong judgment and courage. I wonder if my daughter is suitable for marriage? I have a nephew with an A-level talent. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became relaxed. What they were worried about before was this manipulative beast, which was very difficult for novice professionals to deal with. They didn't expect that it had been killed. Du Kuan also felt a lot more at ease. His daughter is indeed a rare talent. Fortunately, she cut off ties with Liang early on. Liang, that idiot who doesn't even want an SSS-level profession, is probably still fighting slimes now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Liang was on a killing spree. After the beast tide dissipated, these monsters became scattered. As the level increases, the nightmare area becomes less difficult. Half an hour later, Liang's level has reached 20. This is only the first day. At this speed, it probably won't take long to reach level 40. The first transformation is a huge improvement for all professionals, and may even give some ordinary professions new life. His situation is very special. What kind of scenery will he see when he stands on the awakening platform again? The answer can only be obtained through practice. Calculating the time, it was getting late, so Liang walked towards the exit. At the same time, I don't know how long it took. Du Kuan and others were trying to find Du Qingran along the way, but nothing was found. That's strange. We've searched everywhere, but found nothing except the monster's corpse. Supervisor, could you please check again to see if there's anyone else in this nightmare zone? Upon hearing this, the inspector took out the signal detector. About a minute later. No more? Now there's no one else in the nightmare zone except us. Oh. Du Kuan's expression tightened. Qingran won't have an accident, right? The inspector shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Everyone has witnessed her current strength along the way. Besides, we haven't found any signs of her being killed, right? It's very likely that she left through the exit. That's right. Let's go back first and try to get in touch with them. Outside the secret realm. As soon as Liang was teleported out, he saw Du Qingran guarding here. Originally, when Du Qingran saw someone coming out, he immediately approached with an expectant look on his face. But when he saw it was Li Yang, his face quickly turned dark. Oh, you're pretty lucky. You managed to come back alive. It seems that the marathon championships you won these 3 years were not in vain, she said sarcastically. Li Yang, who was originally in a good mood, frowned when he came out and saw this thing. Could it be that Qingran is waiting here just to wait for me to come out and mock me? That's really disgusting. At this time, Qingran said impatiently, "Get out of the way, don't block the way here. I still need to wait for the strong man who killed Shen Yinxiong in the secret realm." Hearing this, Li Yang raised his eyebrows. The strong man who killed Shen Yinxiong? Why does it sound so familiar? Detected S-class profession, explosion mage, can be copied. Li Yang's heart moved. Copy. If you dare to disgust me, I will just give you a thumbs up. Copy successful, you obtain the S-level job, explosion mage. Just then, a blue light began to rise again at the exit of the secret realm. The next moment, Du Kuan, the prosecutor, and some secret realm protection personnel appeared together. The father and daughter looked at each other and were stunned. Seeing his father, Qingran was delighted and was about to say something. Du Kuan hugged her excitedly. "My dear daughter, don't take such risks next time," Du Kuan said seriously. Qingran listened with a confused look on his face. "Father, why are you here too? And why did you enter the secret realm?" Du Kuan touched her head. "Of course I'm here to find you. Next time, don't go into the nightmare zone so carelessly. As long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood. Let's take it slow." Qingran was stunned for a moment, then said strangely, "What nightmare zone? It's too dangerous for me to go to the nightmare zone now." Du Kuan's eyes widened. "You mean, you've never been to the nightmare zone? Then who killed so many monsters?" He thought it was his own daughter who performed these feats. I couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Although Qingran didn't understand the situation, his eyes lit up when he heard this. "Could you be talking about the mysterious and powerful person who left the traces of the explosion? He's so powerful. I was waiting for him here, but unfortunately I never saw him." Du Kuan was stunned, touched his chin, and thought of the traces left in the secret realm. It was indeed as she said, and then praised. "So that's how it is. As expected of my daughter, you've thought it through well. More friends mean more paths. However, it's getting late now. That person may have left long ago." Oh, Qingran felt a little disappointed. "That's fine. Jianghai City is so small. If I see that kind of explosion effect again, I'll be able to recognize him at a glance." "Oh right, that special wild boss will spawn tomorrow. Zhang Tao has already agreed to take me there, and we'll share some of the rewards. TSK, I wonder whose life it is going to be." As he spoke, Qingran looked around. She originally wanted to mock Li Yang again, but she found that Li Yang was talking excitedly with several people in the secret realm. He didn't pay any attention to her at all, and she stomped her feet in anger. Chapter 20 Fusion Career, SS Level. When Du Kuan and his daughter reunited, Li Yang looked at the people who came out of the secret realm together and said, "I need to go through the formalities for leaving the city, and I need proof of my strength." He also remembered that the special boss was about to refresh, and he would need to go to the wild at that time. If a single person wants to leave the city, they need to prove their strength. This is also one of the reasons why he came to the secret realm. The secret realm administrator was stunned, looked at Li Yang, and then shook his head. "No, classmate. It's very dangerous out in the wild. If I just do it for you, I'll be harming you." Someone next to him said impatiently, "You haven't even finished clearing these dungeons and secret realms in the city, but you're already thinking about leaving the city. You new professionals are all so ambitious." Qingran couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. "Li Yang, you're really making a fool of yourself. You can go outside the city whenever you want, but I'm going out of the city with the Legend Guild tomorrow. Why don't you be my follower and take care of the chores?" Li Yang didn't want to talk nonsense with them here, so he took out the explosive bow and pulled the bowstring. Everyone around was shocked. The administrator reacted and said in surprise, "This is gold-level equipment." He thought that Li Yang was like most new professionals, with low strength and high ambitions, but it turned out that he was already level 10 and above. Gold-level equipment can only be worn by professionals who have reached at least level 10, which means that Li Yang is already level 10 or above. If this is really the case, then the proof of strength can be opened. Li Yang nodded calmly. "Can we open it now?" The administrator's attitude also became serious, and he nodded. If the level meets the requirements, and there are gold-level weapons in hand, a single person will have a certain degree of self-protection ability in the wild. You can open it. And seeing the equipment in Li Yang's hand, Qingran's eyes turned red. That's gold-level equipment. Not even her. She was still unable to react, as this was the reward Li Yang had received from the trial camp. She wasn't even at level 10, but she felt it was unfair. In terms of pure strength, 10 Liangs are not as good as her. If I have it too, then Liang will have no chance. Humph. Relying on equipment is not a long-term solution. One day you will realize that the gap between people cannot be widened by equipment, Du Qingran said sourly. However, Liang had no intention of paying any attention to her. At this time, Du Kuan found something wrong and said with a frown, Liang, could it be you who is fighting monsters in the nightmare area? Liang said calmly. Oh, I did go to the nightmare area, so what? To be honest, he didn't want to bother with either of them. Just you. Du Qingran looked as if he had seen a ghost. Don't brag. Even I don't dare to go. Only that mysterious and powerful person has that ability. Liang shook his head speechlessly. Some people just can't understand Mandarin. Then he stopped talking nonsense and followed the secret realm administrator to get the certificate. Seeing Liang ignoring him, Du Qingran was so angry that he kept stamping his feet behind. Don't get too cocky. When I get my share of the boss rewards tomorrow, it won't be long before I surpass you. Du Kuan next to him fell into deep thought. Well, how could he? After obtaining proof of his strength, Liang returned home. An old apartment that is small but clean and cozy. It's enough for him to live alone. Come to the living room and sit on the sofa. Glancing at the panel. Name, Liang. Occupation, blank. Level 20. Strength, 700. Constitution, 205. Agility, 250. Spirit, 205. Talent, card. Card 1. Talented abilities. Broken Army Archer, S-level occupation. Explosive Mage, S-level occupation. Guardian Shield, S. Bloodthirst, S. Strengthened C. Pujuan Archer and Explosive Mage are both S-level professions, and both belong to long-range output, with a high degree of compatibility. Is it integrated? Fusion. Liang was looking forward to it. These two professions, one for continuous output and the other for burst damage, can be said to be complementary. What kind of friction will occur when the two are combined? Fusion successful. You obtain the SS level profession, Soul Wizard. Soul Wizard SS level. Talent skill. All your attacks have a soul-stealing effect, increasing the damage taken by the target. This effect can be stacked up to 10 times. When you use a spell damage weapon, skill cooldown is reduced by 50%. When you use a physical damage weapon, it will cause severe damage to the enemy hit, reducing its defense by 50%. Passive. Sacrifice the target's soul after killing it, gaining additional experience points. Liang widened his eyes. SS level profession. Although it was expected that the fusion of two powerful S-level professions would have excellent results. But he was promoted to SS level. Isn't it said that 1 plus 1 is equal to 2? This 1 plus 1 directly becomes 11. Moreover, this profession is extremely versatile. This talent skill is very useful not only for mages, but also for shooters. It basically makes up for the fatal gaps of the two professions. More importantly, there is also an experience increasing effect. After killing monsters, you can sacrifice their souls to increase your experience. This also means that his upgrade speed will become faster. As the level increases, the experience points required will also increase, and the upgrade will be slower in the later stages. But in the early stages, the effect of this ability is absolutely fatal. Being able to upgrade faster than others means you can take the first step and take the lead with strong strength. Certainly, the specific effect still needs practice to know. The next day, Liang got up early in the morning and went to the city gate without stopping. What was frustrating was that even though he had deliberately arrived early, as expected, there were still crowds of people here, with a long line of professionals preparing to leave the city. Some of these people have even been waiting since last night. There is no way, the special boss in the wild is too tempting, and it is completely open to the public. Many people want to go out of town to gamble. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The legendary guild is here. Make way. A voice appeared to come from behind. Immediately afterwards, an extremely large team of professionals came marching in with broad strides, each step loud and clear. The team consists of about 30 people, and these professionals are all high-spirited and proud. Seeing the person coming, the guards guarding the city hurriedly went up to open the gate, and then stood aside respectfully. From the huge team of the Legend Guild, Liang also saw two familiar faces walking hand in hand in the front. Zhang Tao and Du Qingran. There was also a whisper among the crowd. It seems that the Legendary Guild is determined to win this time. They have dispatched so many elites. It seems like our chances are slim. Oh, who says it isn't true? And I also heard that the other side seems to have taken action as well. The other side? People from the Qingran Guild. It's them. This boss battle is going to be interesting. These people are no weaker than the Legendary Guild. No wonder the Legendary Guild is so serious this time and sent so many experts. Hee hee. A clash between two major guilds is rare. Even if we can't get a piece of the pie, it's still pretty good to have a piece of the pie. Liang listened to all this information. Although it may not come in handy, it is useful to know more about it. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Two major guilds? Interesting, Liang murmured. Unlike others, he only saw opportunities. Chapter 21, Intercept. The only way to enter the boss place in advance. Field. Outside the entrance to the ruins of the Wind Dragon. More and more people gathered here, and people were coming from all directions. The whistling wind blew from time to time on the field, making people feel a biting chill in their hearts. The boss is about to refresh. Generally, in this situation, everyone will wait at the entrance. Today is no exception. Liang wondered. He probably hadn't seen so many professionals in his life. When the door opens, I don't know how long it will take to squeeze in. Anyway, it's arranged like this. After careful consideration, Liang decided to take a gamble and look for the hidden entrance. Generally, places like this cannot have only one gate. Like some secret realm copies, there will be additional entrances and exits. After leaving the main force here, Liang began to try to look around. I started to investigate based on some descriptions of hidden mechanisms in the book. No surprise. Half an hour passed. Nothing was found. Just when Liang was struggling over whether he should go back and queue up honestly, he suddenly spotted a sneaky figure. This is a young man wearing a purple robe and a hood. As he walked, he looked left and right, and then stopped to whistle as if nothing had happened. Liang raised his eyebrows and found that things were not simple. He quickly squatted down and hid behind the grass. As the purple-robed man moved carefully, he always followed not far behind. Gradually, the purple-robed man's steps became faster and faster, and the rate at which people turned back became higher and higher, almost 3 times a second. Liang was as light as a swallow and kept changing cover to keep up. About 10 minutes passed. In front of a dead-end wall, the purple-robed man finally stopped, lowered his hood, revealing a young face full of excitement. But soon, he stopped and looked around quickly. Liang quickly retracted his head. Strange. The purple-robed man looked around and scratched his head. Why do I always feel like someone is following me? At this time, Liang was squatting on a tree more than 10 meters behind him, and sweat was sliding down and dripping onto the ground. Depend on. Liang was convinced after being almost discovered. Young prisoners who have just entered prison are not as cautious about their buttocks as he is, right? Turning around again, the purple-robed man couldn't help but show excitement on his face. In the ruins, besides the boss, there must be some treasures scattered all over the place. If he could get in early, everything would be his. I looked around again and confirmed that nothing was found. He carefully placed his hands in his arms. Entrance. The ruins will open in 10 minutes. Everyone, get ready and take down the boss. Zhang Tao held up the flag of the Legend Guild and shouted with high spirits. Clear. Defeat the boss. The glory belongs to the legend. A unanimous shout came from behind. On the field, another force of similar size was also unwilling to be outdone. Humph. Our Qingran Guild is determined to win. Defeat all enemies. We will win in the end. These people were all dressed in green robes with the Green Shirt Guild's logo printed on their chests, and they all looked very aggressive. Zhang Tao frowned as he saw this. Today was his first time leading a team as a guild representative, so he had to make no mistakes. But unexpectedly, this time they encountered an opponent of equal strength. Moreover, the number of elites coming from the Qingran Guild is no less than theirs, and it seems that they are well prepared. Du Qingran, who was standing next to him, asked worriedly, Zhang Tao, we've brought so many elites with us on this trip. We shouldn't fail, right? Zhang Tao laughed and tried to make himself look more relaxed. Don't worry. Aside from the Green Shirt Guild, which has some good stuff, the others are just some random people here to join in the fun. We're here with the confidence to win this time. Du Qingran nodded and smiled seductively. That's good. Zhang Tao was so distracted by what he saw that he swallowed and moved his head closer to get intimate. But Du Qingran suddenly dodged to the side and said seriously, No, I believe in platonic love. Zhang Tao smiled awkwardly and then changed the subject. Then, Liang never made any move on you, right? Du Qingran snorted and laughed. Of course, he is not worthy. I haven't even been with him before. You are the first one. Hearing this, Zhang Tao was overjoyed for a moment. He thought he had crushed Liang in all aspects and was in a very happy mood. Ha ha, I'm honored. I'm much better than that loser Liang. You can rest assured if you follow me. At the same time, while everyone is waiting anxiously, no one would have thought that someone had already entered the cave they had been coveting for so long. At this time, Liang had already arrived at the ruins and was moving around nimbly. To be honest, even he found it a little unbelievable that he got in through the back door so easily. The purple-robed man he had been following turned out to have a special tool that allowed him to directly open the back door of the Wind Dragon ruins. When the other party opened the door and was about to enter, Liang was quick-eyed and quick-handed and successfully intercepted it. He was thinking the same thing now. It's time to plunder all the treasures here as soon as possible, as the entrance to the ruins will open soon. There are ruins everywhere around. There are also some ruins that have not collapsed, and the probability of treasures hidden in such ruins is the highest. But Liang didn't have time to look at them one by one, so he went straight to the largest abandoned hall in the center. Get the best first. Just as he arrived at the door, the ground shook, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Liang had no choice but to stop and take a step back. The next moment, 3 bulges suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, 3 green, moldy, and skinny arms emerged. The arms were spread out, and one of them stiffened before pressing on the ground. Soon, 3 skinny, maggot-covered, extremely eerie-looking zombie-like creatures crawled out from the ground. Seeing this, Liang took out the explosive bow without hesitation, kept his distance, and shot an arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bang, bang, bang. 711. 710. 713. You killed a level 20 Green Frost corpse. Experience, plus 200. You killed a level 20 Qingran corpse. Experience, plus 200. You killed a level 20 Earth Cold corpse. Experience, plus 200. Automatically sacrificed the Frost corpse's soul. Experience, plus 300. Liang didn't expect that the Soul Wizard's passive skill would be so powerful. Killing 3 monsters only gives you 600 experience points, and sacrificing souls directly increases it by 300. A full half more. It's worthy of being an SS-level profession. After getting rid of the monster blocking his way, he stepped into the hall. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was slightly stunned. Although it was a mess outside, this place was well preserved and not dilapidated. On the contrary, it was very clean without a speck of dust. What comes into view is a spacious corridor with countless doors on both sides. At the same time, the entrance to the Wind Dragon ruins. Everyone waited patiently, and finally there was a reaction. The door began to rumble. A huge rock blocking the door slowly moved to the right, raising dust. After about a few seconds, a passage about 2 meters wide appeared in front of everyone. The door is open, rush. Victory belongs to the legend. The people from the Legend Guild were the first to attack, followed by the people from the Green Shirt Guild, and then some scattered teams. The people who had been waiting for a long time rushed in like leopards, wolves, tigers, and leopards seeing their prey. Chapter 22. Crazy opening of treasure chests, a bountiful harvest. Inside the ruins' main hall, Liang gripped his weapon tightly and opened the first door. Unexpectedly, there was nothing at the door, only a small closed room. He came to another door and flung it open. The same enclosed small room, but the difference is that there is a wooden treasure chest in the center. Liang walked forward and opened it in a few seconds. I saw a silver light coming from the treasure chest. Wind Spirit Dagger. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 20. Attributes, Strength plus 75, Agility plus 25. Liang's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a silver-level weapon. Among the equipment, the most valuable is the weapon. Such a silver weapon can be sold for nearly 100,000. He didn't do anything. Just opened a door and opened a treasure chest. What's the difference between this and giving it away for free? It seems there are a lot of good things here. Before the people outside arrive, Liang quickly began to check each door one by one. Of course, not every door holds good stuff. Most of the time, there is an empty room behind the door. If you're unlucky, you might even encounter something dirty. As soon as the door was opened, a terrifying zombie rushed over. Fortunately, Liang had a protective shield on his body. After blocking the attack, he quickly distanced himself and shot a few arrows back. 701. 703. Huge numbers popped up one after another, and the health bar kept dropping and soon reached the bottom. You killed a level 20 Green Frost corpse. Experience, plus 200. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. No, you just treat your buddy as a trivial matter, right? This can also spawn zombies. This room couldn't have been a prison before. Next, Liang also became cautious. In order to avoid being attacked by the zombies that suddenly appeared in the room, he held the Fengling dagger he had just obtained in his hand, opened the door, and prepared to counterattack. Through continuous trial and error. After opening a door, a treasure chest appeared again. Knight armor. Grade, Silver. Level requirement, 20. Attributes, Constitution plus 100, Agility minus 10. After an unknown amount of time, Liang had already opened dozens of doors here. I found a lot of empty loot and killed a lot of monsters, but as long as there was a treasure chest, it was a huge profit. Basically, The guaranteed minimum was silver-level equipment. Vanguard leggings. Grade, silver. Level requirement, 20. Attribute, agility plus 75. Shadow Spirit arm armor. Grade, silver. Level requirement, 20. Attribute, strength plus 50. Magic gloves. Grade, gold. Level requirement, 20. Attribute, spirit plus 80. Equipment effect, magic damage increased by 25%. Liang took a look and put them all on. Although the effect may not be useful, the basic attribute bonus is still very good. What's surprising is that this time I actually got a piece of gold equipment. No matter what happens next, he has already made money. After equipping these equipments, personal attributes will be significantly improved. At the same time, after killing so many zombies and sacrificing souls during this period, his level reached 23. Name, Liang. Occupation, blank. Level 23. Strength, 780. Constitution, 335. Agility, 325. Spirit, 295. Talent, card. Talented abilities, Soul Wizard, SS level occupation, Guardian Shield, S. Bloodthirst, S. Strengthen, C. After checking again to make sure there were no missed rooms, Liang came to the end of the corridor, where there was a staircase leading upwards. At this moment, he noticed a hole at his feet. This looks like a path leading underground, and from time to time you can hear the squeaking sounds of unknown creatures. Liang didn't dare to bet that it was a mouse. There were only monsters in this place. If I go down, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? After thinking for a moment, Liang came to an open treasure chest, cut off a thin piece of wood with a short knife, and walked back with it. The entrance to the hole is too obvious and can be seen at a glance. It is impossible to trick anyone with this alone. Then, Liang took a wooden board and covered the hole directly. One less competitor is a winner. I hope the person who stepped on it was light, amen. Judging by the time, the entrance to the ruins should be open. After finishing everything, Liang walked around the cave entrance and went straight up the stairs. Coming to the second floor, it is a spacious and enclosed space, and in front, there is a platform. On the table was a roll of cowhide, rolled up and tied with a red ribbon. Liang was just about to touch over. Suddenly, the sound of gears turning was heard on the field. The floor in front of me suddenly rose, and a platform underground slowly rose, revealing the figures of 5 fishmen. Zombie-like fangs, blue skin, a fish-like lower body, and a steel fork in his hand. Cursed Murloc. Level 25. Talent, Cursed Soundwave. Introduction, a fish-like creature that emits ultrasonic waves to curse the enemy, causing the opponent to fall into a state of confusion. Liang's eyes lit up. This talent is pretty good. State of confusion. Like burning, poisoning, and bleeding, it is an abnormal state. But even more deadly. For people who are in a state of confusion, it is inevitable that they will feel confused, just like eating poisonous mushrooms. They will lose their sense of direction and lose control of their bodies. For example, you want to use ability A, but end up using ability B. You want to hit the enemy, but end up hitting yourself or a teammate. At this time, the role of the nurse and some control-releasing equipment is reflected. Of course, it won't always be that ideal in actual combat. Also consider the enemy's mental strength and level. Some professionals with high mental power can offset it with powerful mental power. This also depends on the user's own mental strength and the effect of the hit. However, once things get chaotic, the best approach is to just stand there and do nothing to avoid making things worse. Liang was thinking. Sudden, a hole burst open in the ceiling above my head, and water kept pouring out from it. He subconsciously looked back. I saw that the stairs were closed at some point. Liang's face changed slightly, which meant that he was now in a completely enclosed space. The water level slowly rises, covering the soles of your feet. If he doesn't find a solution quickly, he will be completely submerged by the flood in less than 10 minutes. At this time, the 5 cursed fishmen in front raised their steel forks and attacked Liang together. Under the influence of water, these fishmen's movements became more flexible. Liang subconsciously raised his bow and arrow, but soon put it down again. The distance is too close, it takes time to draw the bow, and the space here is narrow. He directly took out the wind spirit dagger. In fact, melee combat is also his strong point, but his long-range attacks are too powerful. Why drive when you can ride in a car? But even though I've been in a wheelchair for a long time, my basic skills are still there. The wind spirit dagger, although it does not have as high a strength bonus as the explosive bow, is also a physical damage weapon, able to benefit from the talent bonus of the soul wizard profession. Seriously injured, Liang stepped back. It is too difficult to fight against 5 Murlocs head-on, so the only option is to break through them one by one. But unfortunately, the space here is still too small, and there is not much room for pulling. In addition, the water level under your feet is getting higher and higher, which affects your speed. Soon, Liang took a forkful. A digital damage instantly burst out from him. Shield value minus 420. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Parchment. Such high damage. This blow directly destroyed 1/3 of Liang's shield. But Liang also struck a blow. 511. Seriously injured. The advantage of a short knife is that it is quick to operate. After a successful attack, Liang directly widened the distance again. Soon, the bloodthirsty bleeding damage began to take effect. 2800. 2800. You killed a level 25 cursed Murloc, experience plus 250. Even though Liang had anticipated this damage, he was still slightly stunned. His strongest means of output now is still the bleeding effect of bloodthirst. Can cause 500 of its own strength in damage per second. But this damage cannot be fully inflicted because monsters have defense and damage reduction. But now his necromancer profession provides him with 50 defense penetration. This time the effect is maximized. A Murloc fell down directly. It made Liang's actions much easier. The space and capacity for movement have increased. But the rising water beneath your feet is also a problem. We still need to make a quick decision. After a while, Liang found another opportunity. A knife slashed on the body of a fishman monster. 510. After achieving success with the same knife, he then distanced himself from the opponent. 2800. 2800. Huge amounts of bleeding damage appeared on its body, and soon the fishman monster fell down. There are 3 Murloc monsters left on the field. Liang thought to himself, just keep going, kill these Murlocs, get the parchment on the table, and get the hell out of here. At this time, the water level had risen to his knees. But at this time, an accident happened. The hole on top of his head suddenly expanded, perhaps because it had been washed by water for too long, and a large amount of water gushed out. Liang widened his eyes. Look at the parchment scroll on the platform on the side. Is this thing waterproof? Before he could think, the water level rose rapidly, instantly submerging half of his body. In sharp contrast to him is the increasingly flexible fishman monster. The water level rose sharply, and these cunning Murlocs dived directly into the water. Liang sighed. It seems that this is the only way. Copy. Copy successfully, you get Cursed Sound Wave, A. After copying the ability, Liang immediately chose to use it. A sonic disturbance emanated from his side, and the air around him became hazy. The 3 fishmen monsters that were wagging their tails in the water and pointing their iron forks at Liang suddenly froze, and the light in their eyes disappeared. Seeing this, Liang breathed a sigh of relief. It works. Take a deep breath and dive right into the water. Facing the 3 confused and disoriented Murlocs, each with a single sword. Everyone who sees it gets a share. 513. 510. 515. 2800. 2800. You killed 3 level 25 cursed Murlocs. Experience plus 750. Sacrifice 5 cursed Murloc souls. Experience plus 600. Level up 2324. Very good. With the additional experience bonus gained from sacrificing souls, leveling up is obviously much faster. The upgrade speed, which had slowed down as the level increased, returned to its peak. After killing these fish monsters, the stairs behind him opened. The water flowed out through the opening. Liang breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the platform in front, and reached out to pick up the parchment scroll. After checking, I found that the waterproof quality was good and there was no damage. Just then, shouts and footsteps were faintly heard outside. Without waiting any longer, Liang put away the parchment scroll and ran back in the direction he came from. As the entrance to the Wind Dragon ruins opens, a large number of professionals poured into the ruins and spread to various places. Some are happy, some are jealous, some cooperate, and some fight. The fight for unowned treasures has always been like this. If you have the ability to take the treasure, you must also have the strength to keep it, otherwise it would be tantamount to suicide. The goals of the people from the Legend and Qingran guilds are very clear. As soon as you come in, head towards the largest main hall in the center of the ruins. The 2 guilds have the largest overall strength and personnel size in this trip. The other scattered teams did not dare to provoke them. Seeing that the 2 teams were heading towards the main hall, they tactfully took a detour to pick up the scraps around them. In the legendary guild team, Zhang Tao, who was walking in front, had a gloomy look on his face. These people from the Green Shirt Guild are determined to snatch it from them. When both parties arrived in front of the main hall, they stopped at the same time. Then they all faced each other. The representative of the Green Shirt Guild is a man in his 20s with long flowing hair and wearing a green guild uniform. Zhang Tao spoke loudly, trying to appear more domineering. Hey, if you're smart, let us go first. The representative of the Qingran Guild snorted coldly. Oh, you're not young, but you're not arrogant. If you have the guts, just do it. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows, but didn't really take action. You can't scare the other party by using the name of the guild. This shows that the other party is also confident. He was not afraid of the people from the Qingran Guild. Normally, with his personality, he would not be afraid of anything. The main reason is that the purpose of his trip is to find that boss. For this, he can even give up everything here and all the rewards. Therefore, he needs to retain his strength, and it is impossible for him to start a war and fight against the people from the Qingran Guild. The people from the Green Shirt Guild also anticipated this and smiled gently. Our president is right. You legendary people are nothing more than dogs raised by the One-Eyed Dragon. One-Eyed Dragon. Hearing these 3 words, Zhang Tao's face became extremely gloomy. He often heard this name from his father. According to his understanding, he came here this time at the behest of the One-Eyed Man. He must kill the boss here and then take the items back. What no one expected was that people from the Qingran Guild would come and disrupt the situation. But the Qingran Guild also has a powerful background. From the other party's words, he could tell that the other party had them in his grasp. Zhang Tao said with a pained look on his face. Brother, since you know all this, why don't we just refrain from interfering with each other? How about you search the main hall first? After 3 years of hard work in school, he has learned to be tolerant to some extent. The agent of the Qingran Guild laughed. In fact, he didn't dare to openly offend the one-eyed man behind Zhang Tao, because he was the underground boss of Jianghai. But it is still possible to take advantage of the situation. I didn't realize you're quite sensible. Let's go in first. After saying that, he rushed into the hall with his men. Watching this scene, Du Qingran was a little unhappy. Wouldn't that mean there would be nothing left? There aren't enough people to go around with so many people here, so it might as well be a fight. Hey Zhang Tao, are you so scared? Their people are not much stronger than us. Zhang Tao sighed and comforted. Baby, we're here this time to defeat the boss, so it's good to conserve your strength. As he spoke, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Besides, if they can get something, they must be able to take it away. After hearing this, Du Qingran's expression eased a little. The main reason was that Li Yang had made her angry yesterday, which led to her urgent desire to improve and unwilling to lag behind others. And at the same time, the people from the Qingran Guild who entered the hall first were dumbfounded. The excited smiling faces suddenly collapsed. There are dozens of doors on both sides of the corridor in front of me. But how come all of them have been opened? Chapter 24, Treasure Blueprints? A dog that licks the boots won't get a house. On the other side, Li Yang, who was standing in the distance looking at the main hall, breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. Luckily he got out quickly, otherwise he would have run into these people. He glanced at the parchment in his hand. Li Yang was pleasantly surprised. Through the records on the parchment, he had a brief understanding of the original story of this place. There was once a group of people who wanted to revive the wind dragon here, but the price was to sacrifice their lives. No wonder there are corpses wandering around here. As for the main hall in the middle, it seems to hide a lot of good things. In fact, it is an altar that imprisons many undead souls. Li Yang's previous guess was correct. All those small rooms on the first floor were actually prison cells. The hole leading to the underground that he saw was a dungeon. The second floor above is a water dungeon. No wonder it holds corpses and monsters. The parchment in his hand had a map drawn on it, with several locations specially marked. Li Yang estimated that there was a high probability that there were good things at these points. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was just beginning to search, he quickly walked towards the nearest location. At this time, the people from the Green Shirt Guild also came out of the main hall with gloomy faces. Zhang Tao was also stunned to see them come out so quickly. Hey, what are you guys doing? Why are you out so soon? The representative Qing Feng came out covered in dust and cursed. Damn it, someone must have gotten here first. Maybe an assassin with exceptional speed. Search everywhere. He must have taken some important items. Hearing this, Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows, understood what was going on, and was slightly surprised. There is actually someone who is faster than them. Who is he? You know, when the entrance opened just now, they were at the forefront and rushed over without stopping. Could it be that someone has been here for a long time? Du Qingran suddenly asked. Her words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Zhang Tao's eyes narrowed. Such an existence was unexpected and made him feel threatened. No matter if he's a human or a ghost, we legends are not to be trifled with. If anyone dares to try to steal our boss, I guarantee we'll beat him to a pulp. As he spoke, he raised the gold-level weapon in his hand. At the same time, Li Yang walked among the ruins, and a cold wind blew in the air from time to time. Looked at the map. Yes, it's right in front. Just then, the sound of fighting was heard from the front. Liang frowned. Has someone arrived first? When he quietly moved forward, he found that it was a team of 4 professionals. They are cooperating smoothly to fight against several zombie monsters. In the dilapidated house behind these zombies, there is an exquisite treasure chest. With the efforts of this team, they quickly killed the zombies blocking the door and cleared the obstacle. The leading soldier of the team couldn't wait to walk in and head towards the treasure chest. No, Liang stared at the roof. Just when the warrior was about to reach the treasure chest, the rope on the roof suddenly fell off, and then a tied wooden trunk suddenly fell down. The warrior's eyes were full of treasure chests, and he didn't notice it. He was hit and thrown out. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood and stretched out his hand to look at the nanny beside him. Quick, give me some blood. If the nanny didn't hear anything, she would look at the treasure chest in the house and murmur. This is an exquisite treasure chest, right? It seems like it can easily reveal gold-level equipment. The value of a piece of gold-level equipment is enough to overturn any emotion, make people lose their minds, and get lost. The soldier's face changed. He lay on the ground struggling and said anxiously, Quick, give me some blood, or else we'll all be finished if someone comes. No one paid any attention to him. After all, they are a wild team, and it is difficult to resist them, especially when driven by the temptation of interests. The other 3 were silent and walked into the house tacitly, leaving him outside. The warrior looked sad and angry, but he could only watch them go in and open the treasure chest. After entering the house, the wizard gently waved his staff, and a ball of fire spurted out, burning the hanging wooden trunk to ashes. Let me see what I have first, you wait. Then, he walked to the treasure chest with a look of joy, squatted down, and began to unlock it. Just as he excitedly opened the treasure chest, a shadow covered his body from behind. A fat man in the team quietly came up behind him at the moment he opened the treasure chest. A knife stabbed into his waist. Oh, fatty, what are you doing? The wizard yelled. Feeling his vitality drain away, a flash of panic appeared in his eyes. The mage profession has strong output, but is also fragile. The main thing is that he didn't expect that someone would attack him so blatantly, so he didn't even bother pretending. The fat man didn't stop, but continued to stab. Numbers emerged from the wizard's body one by one. Soon, he fell in a pool of blood. The fat man then turned around, his body covered in the blood of his teammates. The nanny smiled sweetly at the fat man. Thank you, brother. You were so nice to Yaya. I agree to go on a date with you. As she spoke, she walked happily to the treasure chest and opened it directly. Hey, Yaya, this is what I should do. We will be together forever. The fat man showed a simple smile behind him. A hint of disgust flashed across the eyes of the nanny named Yaya, but it was quickly replaced by the flash of light from the treasure chest. Suddenly, a sharp arrow came with a sharp sound and pierced the fat man's body. A dog that licks a dog doesn't get a house. Liang walked out step by step from behind. The fat man's smile was still frozen on his face. He covered his chest, half knelt on the ground, and stared with his eyes wide open. Seeing Liang appear, he hurriedly cried to the nanny in front of him, Yeah, run quickly. Liang's brows jumped. No, by doing this, you're making me look like a villain, who was stabbing his teammate from behind so vigorously just now. On the other hand, the woman named Ye didn't show any sadness for the fat man, but just shrank back with a look of fear on her face. Who are you? Liang didn't say anything. He passed the fat man, twirling the dagger in his hand, and walked towards him step by step. The girl quickly looked at the fat man. Hurry up and save me. The fat man tried desperately to stand up, but he had no strength and his vitality was quickly fading. The woman's face turned pale. Waste. While cursing, he looked at Li Yang with a pleading look. Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. As she spoke, she actually took off her clothes on her own initiative, revealing her snow-white skin. The fat man behind was so angry that his eyes widened. He shouted with a face full of grief and anger, Stop it. You are not allowed to insult my goddess like this. But the goddess who enraged him didn't care at all, and kept saying, Don't listen to him. Humiliate me as much as you can, as long as you can let me go. She was afraid that Li Yang would regard her as a chaste and heroic woman who would rather die than surrender. As he spoke, he showed off his impressive assets. The fat man was stunned watching from behind. Seeing his goddess like this, his heart was filled with sadness. In an instant, his entire faith seemed to collapse, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, Li Yang couldn't help but want to clap his hands. Too cool. The woman's eyes were watery as she stared at him with a look of grievance, which made people feel pity for her. But unfortunately, Li Yang does not have the habit of being a bootlicker. After witnessing the scene of him using a knife to kill someone, he felt only contempt. And at this moment, Liang suddenly felt something was wrong and turned around to look back. Chapter 25, Breaking Out. Rare Grade Potion. Without hesitation, Liang dodged and quickly pulled it out of its original position. Halfway through, he quickly took something out of the treasure chest and put it away without even looking at it. At this time, the woman was still standing there posing and had no idea that danger was approaching. Seeing Li Yang's actions, she was delighted and thought that Li Yang had softened his heart, until fireballs mixed with countless arrows were thrown in from outside the door. Her face turned pale, and before she could react, she was covered by artillery fire. Ignoring the woman who was beaten to a pulp, Li Yang stared at the door. The next moment, shadows walked out of the smoke. There seemed to be at least a dozen people, and their clothes were in the standard of the Qingran Guild. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. Although not all the guild members came, the scale was not small, equivalent to 2.5 full teams. Wow, you react pretty quickly. A strong man holding a shield walked out of the team and looked at Li Yang warily. This guy seems to have something special. Maybe he is the one the boss asked us to find. Humph, how powerful can a man who doesn't even want his girlfriend be? Damn him. Block the door, don't let him escape, and send a few more people to steal his back. A group of people were plotting loudly and didn't take Li Yang seriously at all. Soon, these people surrounded Li Yang from both sides. Li Yang shrugged. What's the point? There's no grudge between us, so why bother? The sturdy man said, Boy, hand over what you just took. Li Yang buried his head and said nothing. The burly man winked at the others. Next second, more than 10 professionals attacked at the same time. The warrior chopped with the great sword, the mage began to gather mana, the archer began to draw the bow, and the nurse began to activate the buff. At this moment, Li Yang's head suddenly raised. Ripples appeared in the bright eyes, expanding continuously and covering the entire field in an instant. All around, the professionals who had already loaded their guns suddenly froze in their tracks and fell into chaos. This is the ability of the Murloc monster that I copied earlier, Cursed Soundwave. Of course, not everyone is deeply affected. Some people of higher levels, or those equipped with equipment that enhances their mental strength, were distracted for just a moment before they reacted. But those who have fallen into chaos regard them as enemies. They had no choice but to start killing each other. Groove, are you blind? Why are you cutting me? Stop fighting, stop fighting. What the hell is going on? He was the rare person who remained sober, but he had to deal with his teammates who had lost their minds, and he had no time to look at Li Yang. Li Yang let out a breath. This effect is better than I imagined. He watched these people killing each other with interest and walked out the door nonchalantly. When he saw Li Yang, he wanted to leave immediately. Those who were still awake became anxious. Fuck, he's trying to run away. Hit him, wake up. A man slapped a teammate who was in chaos and anger. However, he received 2 slaps in response. Crazy, all crazy. What's wrong with these people? Stop. What did you do to these people? Someone shouted at Li Yang. Seeing Li Yang looking relaxed, they also realized that it was Li Yang who did it. What kind of ability is this? So rare. Who are you? Li Yang did not reply and left directly under the gaze of these people. Leave these people to fight each other. If we wait any longer, we'll be in trouble if reinforcements from the Qingran Guild arrive. He has no intention of engaging in direct conflict with any guild at the moment. After all, apart from himself, the main competition here is between the Qingran Guild and the Legend Guild. The boss is not refreshed yet. Currently, the 3 parties are checking and balancing each other. Once the balance is broken, the other party will only reap the benefits. After leaving a distance, Li Yang took out the things he had just taken out of the treasure chest and took a look at them. I was in too much of a hurry before and didn't take a closer look. After seeing the appearance of the thing, he raised his eyebrows. Because this doesn't seem to be any equipment, but a prop. This is a transparent bottle, half filled with red liquid. Rage potion, rare after drinking. It will immediately restore to full health, increase damage reduction by 80%, and can be used 3 times. Li Yang was slightly surprised. It turned out to be a rare potion. So far, the potions that humans can develop are limited to the rare level. Therefore, no matter what the effect of a rare potion is, its value will be much higher. Although it is a consumable item, its actual value is no less than any gold-level equipment. There have always been big forces making extensive acquisitions in the market, and even now the market is still priceless. Sure enough, the place marked on the parchment scroll is a good thing. Li Yang was delighted. This is a rare potion. What about the next ones? Then he hurried to other locations. It would be bad if it was taken away by someone else after a long time. Not long after, Li Yang came to an abandoned open space according to the markings on the parchment. We walked to a huge tree and stopped, looking at the pile of soil thrown aside and the empty hole dug under my feet. Are you still late? Liang sighed, just as he took out the parchment and was about to look at the next point. Suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps. He remained calm, quickly put away the parchment, and retreated behind a tree. After a while, a man covered in blood ran back from the front. From time to time, he looked behind him nervously. Behind him, several aggressive professionals followed closely. Catch him. Don't let him get away. Hey, he looks so weak, but he runs so fast. Liang raised his eyebrows. If you are not busy exploring at this time, how much hatred must you have to chase people here? Unless the treasure under the tree was dug out, and it is very likely related to these people. It seems a lot has happened. He immediately flashed and followed. On the way, Liang chased and observed curiously. These professionals who were chasing after him seemed quite strong. It seemed that they really had something good, which was why they were chasing him so relentlessly. Just as he was thinking, the man who was running away in front suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Not a breath at all. Several professionals stopped in confusion. What the hell? Where did they go? Even Liang in the dark had a slightly changed expression. In the last glance, he seemed to see that the other person was wearing something. Chapter 26. Almost killed as a monster, the team's request. Those professionals were even more furious. The person I had been chasing for a long time disappeared. Sure enough, he definitely took the treasure away. Keep searching nearby. Turn the place upside down to find it. Liang shook his head and retreated quietly. It seems to be a stealth item, but it's better to cut losses in time. It's not worthwhile to continue wasting time. Go back in the direction you came from. Not walking for a while. There was a sudden rustling sound in the grass ahead. Liang thought it was a monster or something and didn't take it seriously. He raised his bow and prepared to shoot an arrow. Suddenly, a head emerged from the grass. Liang was stunned and immediately put down his bow. My goodness, I was almost killed by a monster by squatting in a place like this. He walked forward. I found that there were actually 2 people lying in the haystack. 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 looked seriously injured. When they saw Liang, they all looked terrified and alert. The limping warrior stood up with difficulty, took a crooked stance, and picked up the silver-sharp spear. Liang said calmly, I advise you to think it over carefully. I hate it most when someone points a gun at me. Hearing this, the soldier's hands trembled and he gritted his teeth. Who are you? Where's Eru? Eru? If you're talking about the man who was just being hunted, then I can tell you that he's fine for now. After hearing this, the 3 of them first breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Liang was not in the same group with those people. But then his face turned pale. Eru, he's still being hunted. Damn it. He sacrificed himself to lure those villains away for us. From the reactions on the faces of these 3 people, Liang judged that they were indeed in the same group, and their relationship did not seem like a temporary team, but rather long-term teammates. Then he saw several people looking at each other and discussing something in low voices. But it's none of his business anymore. Liang turned around and prepared to leave. He had just walked out. There was another voice behind me. Brother, please stay, came the warrior's voice. Liang stopped and asked in confusion. Anything else? The soldier took a deep breath. As you can see, our situation is very bad. We don't want to abandon our companions. As long as you can rescue Eru, we will give you everything we have. Liang took a look at the equipment of the 3 people. To be honest, it's quite ordinary, just black iron and silver, not even a piece of gold equipment. He looked odd. It seems that these people are also desperate, and they even find a stranger to trade with. He sighed and said, You are in this state because you took the treasure buried under the tree. The 3 of them looked at him in surprise. Seeing their reaction, Liang already had the answer in his mind. When you get something precious but don't have the ability to hold on to it, you will lose it in another way sooner or later. The warrior sighed, regret in his eyes. In fact, he also regretted it in his heart. If they had known this would happen, they should not have taken the treasure. As long as you can rescue him, you can have whatever you want, and the treasure will be yours too. As he spoke, he took out a walkie-talkie. You can contact Eru with this. Looking at him, Liang narrowed his eyes. Whatever. Liang didn't say any more words, walked forward and took the walkie-talkie. It is common for professionals to help each other and get what they need. He had originally given up on the treasure, but since that was the case, he might as well take it and not let it go to waste. Turn around and go back in the direction you just came from. After a moment, he disappeared from the scene. The 3 professionals who were still there watched Li Yang's back disappear and sat down again. Hey, do you think he can bring Era back? I think he doesn't look very old. The warrior shook his head and sighed. There's no other way. We can only trust him now. This place is so remote, and we can't find anyone else. Liang returned to the place where Eru disappeared. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out the walkie-talkie and pressed it to start. After a few minutes, there was a noisy sound from the other side and a faint human voice was heard. "Hello? Are you guys okay over there?" "I'm fine for now," Liang asked. "Where are you?" There was a pause on the other end of the intercom, and there was no sound for a long time. "Hello? Who are you? How did the walkie-talkie end up in your hands?" A vigilant voice came from the other end. "Liang, I was asked by your teammates to come and rescue you. How do I know you didn't kill my teammate and impersonate me?" Liang smiled helplessly. It was really like he had a treasure on him, and he became more cautious. "Then I'll leave." There was silence on the other end of the intercom for a while, and then a wry smile came from the other end. "Hey, those people are blocking the intersection. I can't get out at all. They are determined to kill me." Liang asked directly. "What position?" The person on the other end of the intercom was stunned for a moment. They're at the intersection at coordinates, -1211, 2001. They're very strong, so be careful." Liang had already hung up the radio and rushed towards the intersection at the coordinates. Not walking for a while. Sure enough, I saw several professionals blocking the intersection. At this time, he was squatting on the side of the road and cursing. "This brat is really good at running. Let's just stay here and guard him. I don't believe he won't come out. I have to teach this guy a lesson later. He made us waste so much time. Let's just wait. It would be worth it if we could get the treasure. It's a rare item, which will be hard to come by in the future." Not far away, Liang was also moved when he heard these words. "It's rare again." Sure enough, all the things marked on the map are good things. Then he walked out without hesitation. The movement under the feet soon attracted the people in front. "Huh? How can you be so small? You scared me." The few people who heard the noise were startled, thinking that a competitor had arrived. It turned out to be just a teenager, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Go away, go away. This is not a place you can come to. Go somewhere else to play." "Wow, wait, this little bastard has pretty good equipment." In the team, a man's eyes lit up when he saw the explosive bow on Liang's waist. Greed flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his hand. "Quick, show it to me." Liang covered his face, feeling helpless. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head. His clear eyes appeared from between his fingers, and circles of green ripples appeared in his eyes. A wave of air expanded instantly, sweeping across the entire venue. Chapter 27. The Qingran Guild came knocking. Compared to a powerful force like the Qingran Guild, these wild teams are much weaker overall. Several people fell into confusion in an instant. Although it will not cause any substantial harm, the effects it brings are huge. In a real battle, even a moment of distraction could lead to total defeat. Liang walked forward nonchalantly, and with a light slash of his dagger, blood splattered everywhere. 513, 515, 517. Feeling that they were being attacked, the few people who were in chaos also panicked. They started fighting without knowing who was who. This saves Liang a lot of effort. Liang came to the side, took out the radio, and contacted them. About a minute later, the call was connected. Soon, Era's voice came from inside. "What's going on? Have you seen those people? Are they still guarding there?" "You can come out now," Liang said lightly. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the radio was stunned. "What's the meaning?" "It's been resolved. You can come out now," Liang repeated. So fast, Era was confused. He began to doubt whether Liang was trying to trick him into going out. "You'll know if you come out and take a look." "Hurry up, I'm busy." Liang was a little impatient. "All right." About 5 minutes later, Eru's figure cautiously appeared from behind. "That's like being a thief." Liang waved at him. Seeing that Liang was the only one at the intersection, Eru quickened his pace and walked over. He looked at the professionals lying on the ground with a look of surprise. This is a strong and full-strength team. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. And now, it was solved in just a short while. "Did you do this alone?" The two tigers stood in awe. Liang walked ahead without making any comment. "Hurry up, your teammates are still waiting for you." Eru nodded quickly and followed. On the way, he couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your help, sir. Someone as powerful as you actually came to rescue me personally. To be honest, I'm a little flattered." Liang nodded perfunctorily, just wanting to complete the task quickly. Walking all the way, Eru had a conflicted look on his face. When he was about to reach his destination, he took a deep breath, as if he had made some big decision. He stopped and then spoke. "Boss, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how I would have gotten out. Thank you again for saving me. I don't have much, so take this." As he spoke, he took out an exquisite cloak from his backpack. Invisibility cloak, rare. Functional props. Effect. After wearing it, you will enter the stealth effect and cannot be observed. The effect lasts for 1 minute and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Oh, when he saw the thing, Li Yong raised his eyebrows. This effect? He had a bold idea, but he didn't know whether he should tell it or not. Ahem. He looked at Eru, who was still struggling. Sure, although Eru is a bit rough, he is quite sensible and can resist temptation. He hasn't even said it yet. Eru said with some pain in his eyes. We originally planned to hand this item over to the members of the Qingran Guild. That way, we might even be eligible to join the guild. Please take it away quickly. I'm afraid I'll regret it. Li Yong chuckled and took it. Eru's idea is actually very normal. In this world, it is not easy for ordinary people to survive. Once there is something good, it is basically not their turn and they can only pick up scraps. If you can rely on a big force, it is a very comfortable shortcut. Just then, there was a sudden commotion ahead. It sounds like there are at least more than 10 people. The sound is getting closer. Eru's expression changed. That direction. His teammates are still in front. Could something have happened? But soon, the figures of several of his teammates appeared first. Moreover, it seems that he is in much better condition. But Eru frowned. What exactly happened? Because he found that there was a group of people following several of his teammates. All of them were unfamiliar faces. Watching the shadows slowly appearing, Li Yong frowned. He seemed to have seen these people somewhere before. That's right. They are from the Qingran Guild. They actually came looking for me? Eru walked forward, ready to greet his teammates, while looking at the person coming from behind with confusion. After walking closer and looking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He recognized the clothes of these people. They were from the Green Shirt Guild. This is the guild he has dreamed of for a long time and has always wanted to join. But just then, the soldiers and others were delighted to see that Eru was fine. However, at this moment, the team leader of the Qingran Guild came up, pushed him away impatiently, and walked towards Li Yong with a sinister grin. Smelly boy, I finally caught you. You run pretty fast. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers all looked stunned. Huh? What do you mean? Seeing that this was a posture of preparing to fight, they were all puzzled. Haha, you guys are useless, get lost. You don't really think we're willing to help you, do you? The people of the Qingran Guild laughed mercilessly. The soldiers and others all changed color. Eru was stunned and asked his teammates beside him. What's going on? This. The soldier stammered and told him what had happened. It turned out that not long after Li Yong left, a group of people from the Qingran Guild rushed over. Asked them about someone. Based on the characteristics provided by the people from the Qingran Guild, they quickly thought of Li Yong. At first, they all chose to keep silent. After all, they didn't know each other's attitude. Later, these people from the Qingran Guild lied that they were Li Yang's friends and took the initiative to help them heal their injuries. When they heard this, they thought about how strong Li Yong was and thought that he must be a member of the Qingran Guild, so they brought their people here. But at this moment, the people from the Qingran Guild actually showed their fangs. If they were really partners, how could they be so submissive? The soldier's face was filled with pain. He rescued you, but I betrayed him unintentionally. It's me, it's all my fault. Eru listened with a look of disbelief on his face. The perfect image of Qingran Guild in his mind was completely shattered. The place he had longed for in the past was actually filled with these evil and cunning people. These people are too cunning. No, he has done me a favor. We can't just watch him go into danger. There was a look of determination in the eyes of the four people. Then, he ran to Li Yang's side without hesitation. Seeing the reactions of Eru and others and the members of the Qingran Guild, Li Yong almost guessed what had happened. Looking at Qingran and others who were looking aggressive in front, Li Yang's eyes narrowed. It seems that this battle has to be fought. He is not someone who can be slaughtered at will. Chapter 28, Concealment Cloak, Defeat the Green Shirt Guild. Wang Mang, the captain of the Qingran Guild, stepped forward and said arrogantly, You little brat, I know you have some kind of prop that can cause chaos. I advise you to hand it over voluntarily. Also, the treasures you got before, none of them belong to you. Li Yong sneered. If your guild were all people like you, you would be blessed. Wang Mang frowned and said, You're looking for death. Li Yong didn't waste any words and used curse sound wave again. A wave of sound suddenly spread out. Wang Mang snorted coldly. Fool, you don't think we'll fall for your trick, do you? He waved his hand. Purification. A team member behind him was holding a staff and sticking it on the ground. A blue formation appeared on the ground, covering everyone. Li Yang's sonic attack was instantly offset. Oh, Li Yong narrowed his eyes. It seems he came prepared. Ha! Wang Mang laughed triumphantly. That's all. That's all you've got. Without this trick, any one of us could crush you like an ant. Get ready. Blast this idiot to death. This is what happens when you go against our Qingran Guild. Li Yong looked at him coldly and took out the explosive bow. Eru frowned. looking for an opportunity to persuade. After all, the people from the Qingran Guild are too strong, and their chances of winning are too low. Seeing that the situation was out of control, he hurried to the center, looked at Wang Mang, and said, "Boss of the Green Shirt Guild, is there some misunderstanding between us? You have so many powerful people, why bother with fighting? Peace is the most important thing." Tisk, peace is the most important thing? Ha ha ha. Wang Mang laughed and ordered, "Blast this idiot too. I gave you a chance before, but you didn't want it. Now you can't win, and you're telling me peace is the most important thing. Back off, Eru," Li Yang said solemnly. Li Yang took out the concealment cloak and put it on. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. Wang Mang and others, who were ready to shoot with their arrows on the bowstring, were stunned. What the hell? Disappeared? Where's the man? Did he run away? After realizing what was happening, Wang Mang gritted his teeth. Damn it. This kid has so many items on him. We must kill him. These are all from our Qingran Guild. Catch his accomplice first. I don't want to see if he can get out. As he spoke, the man in green shirt locked his target on Eru, who had a confused look on his face. No. When the artillery fire really locked on him, he also panicked. He is not like Li Yang, who has many skills and is not afraid of big scenes. He just ran away in a panic, holding his head. At this moment, a sharp silver arrow shot out from the void with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Wang Mang was startled because the arrow was aimed at him. But I didn't see where it came from. It was so sudden and unexpected. He quickly fell backwards, lost his balance, and sat down on the ground. Fortunately, the arrow hit him right between his legs, piercing into the soil, just a few centimeters away from his crotch. Wang Mang, sweating profusely, said with lingering fear, "Haha, a little off, that's all." But after a while, looking at the red and shaking arrow, he suddenly had a bad feeling. No, right. Bong. A loud explosion sounded. Smoke rose instantly. The field was filled with smoke. The people from the Qingran Guild were in a panic. Boss, how are you? Captain, where are you?" Wang Mang's grief-stricken voice came from the smoke. "Oh, this explosion effect is a gold-level weapon. We must catch this brat. Fuck, the boss has become a chicken-blasting kid." At this time, several more arrows were shot over. Whoosh, 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 bong, bong, bong. Each arrow is a range explosion attack. Wang Mang and others did not dare to stand together anymore and quickly dispersed. The nurse's staff was smoking and the whole team was in a panic. On the side, Eru and several of his teammates were also stunned by this scene. The Qingran Guild, an extremely powerful guild in their eyes, and these awesome bosses. Why are they all so embarrassed at this moment? Is this still the Qingran Guild they know, one of the major guilds in Jianghai? Why does it feel like it's no different from when they usually get beaten? At this moment, the filter completely collapsed. Damn it, we can't play anymore. Let's go first. Wang Mang shouted and ran back in the direction he came from. How do you fight this? No one can see the whole process. If it weren't for the purification effect and the help of a few nurses, they would probably have been finished. Even now, the losses are heavy. Eru and his companions were completely stunned when they saw this. The people from the Qingran Guild actually started to run away. This just hit. They wouldn't even dare to think about it in their dreams. Looking at the Qingran Guild and others fleeing in a panic, Li Yang chuckled. If these people don't die, they will at least give me a layer of skin. The invisibility of this cloak combined with his current explosive attack is really powerful. These people from the Green Shirt Guild are indeed very strong, and their levels are higher than his in every aspect. But it didn't work. The other party couldn't see others at all, and could only passively take the beating. If it weren't for the purification effect, Li Yang could have killed these people with just bloodthirst. Soon, the effect of the invisibility cloak ended. Li Yang appeared on the court again. At this time, all the members of the Qingran Guild disappeared in a flash. Only Eru and others were left in confusion. When Eru saw Li Yang, he walked up carefully from behind and asked in disbelief, "Brother, this is all you're doing? This is too strong. If it's the boss, who else could it be? Eru, you don't have a very good brain circuit." Several teammates were joking around and having a great time. Eru chuckled. When he first saw Li Yang disappear, he wondered if Li Yang had escaped. Until later I saw the people from the Green Shirt Guild being beaten and wailing. If it really is Li Yang, that's too scary. He single-handedly fought against the entire team of the Qingran Guild and drove them all away. In his view, it was something he couldn't even think about. Haha, Li Yang smiled. Thanks to this cloak of invisibility, I've saved myself a lot of trouble. Eru was surprised. The same prop looks like two extremes in his hands and in Li Yang's hands. He held it. It had no other use except to escape. Looking at Li Yang, A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry, my teammates led these people here, and that's why they harmed you. The three soldiers also lowered their heads, ready to be criticized. Liang waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I will have a battle with these people sooner or later. It's just that the time has not come yet. Qingran Guild, Legendary Guild, Zhang Tao? There was a sharp flash in Liang's eyes. Calculating the time, the boss is about to refresh. Chapter 29, Boss Square. Treasure Hunt. Liang was about to leave and looked at Eru and the others. What are your plans now? They smiled at each other, and Eru said, we plan to go back first. We are seriously injured, and we are no longer able to fight for the treasure here. Liang nodded. This was indeed the best choice. Eru smiled and said, brother, we'll meet again if we're lucky. I'm going to pursue my dreams again. I hope to become a strong man like you one day. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we don't know what would happen now. If we meet again in the future, I will repay you with all my heart. After saying goodbye to these people, Liang also turned around and rushed towards the last point on the parchment map. Whoosh, 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 bong, bong, bong. 750, 750, 751. You killed 3 level 24 White Frost corpses. Experience plus 720. You killed 2 level 25 Wind and Fire Wolves. Experience plus 500. Sacrifice Souls 5. Experience plus 600. On the way to the new location, Liang cleared out all the monsters on the way. His current level has reached 25. Name, Liang. Occupation, blank. Level 25. Strength, 800. Physique, 360. Agility, 350. Spirit, 320. Talent, card. Talented abilities, Soul Wizard, SS level. Occupation, Guardian Shield, S. Bloodthirst, S. Curse Soundwave, A. Strengthen, C. Card 1. Call. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he kept killing monsters and leveling up, he would achieve career freedom sooner or later. Of course, now that I'm here, I want to grab the treasure too. By the way, is it possible? Copy another SSS level profession and directly synthesize it into SSS level. Cough cough. Liang smiled and shook his head. There aren't that many geniuses in reality. For most people, having an A-level career is considered a counterattack for ordinary people, and having an S-level career is really a blessing. It's better to hurry up and upgrade to get on the newcomer list. There may be generous, mysterious rewards at that time. Liang continued to rush towards the target point. I wasted a lot of time before, so I hope no one will find out. Getting closer and closer to the last point, Liang was surprised to find that there were more and more people on the road. You can often see other professional teams after just a few steps. But in fact, here, everyone's idea is to fight monsters and find treasures. You generally don't see professionals engaging in violence and conflict. Collisions only occur when fighting for treasures. Most people are quite friendly and won't say anything bad when they see Liang alone. Some people even greeted us enthusiastically and proactively. Brother, are you alone? Why don't you join our team? We can share the rewards equally. When encountering such a situation, Liang always politely declined. Hey, young man, how's the harvest? Did you find any treasure? Liang was speechless. Bro, isn't your question a bit too direct? No normal person would say yes. If you ask this, what else could it be but fishing? I really don't even want to act anymore. Liang continued walking. When he was about to reach his destination, he was surprised to find out. Isn't this the boss square? The last point on the parchment map is actually where the boss is refreshed. Is this a hint that there will be something good for you if you kill the boss, or? After thinking about it, Liang shook his head. Wrong. If that's the case, it seems a bit redundant. There must be some treasure hidden nearby. He came to a high place outside the boss area. Take a look at it. The main members of the Qingran Guild and the Legend Guild were waiting downstairs early. Liang frowned. This is a bit difficult. If there really is a treasure, it would be best to get it now. Otherwise, you will have no time to get it when the boss refreshes and starts fighting. But with so many people here now, it would be difficult to take it away quietly. Moreover, I am not sure whether it has been taken by someone else. The people from the Qingran Guild are here now. If any of them recognizes me, they will definitely not let me go. Liang glanced at the invisibility cloak, which showed that the cooldown time was over. Well, go take a look and come back quickly. Even if we are discovered, it should not be difficult to escape unscathed. At this time, in the boss square, Zhang Tao's face was gloomy and uncertain. Looking at the representative of the Qingran Guild, he spoke. Brother Qingfeng, didn't we agree to give the boss to us legends? What are you doing here now? Qingfeng snorted and said unhappily. We just went into the main hall and wasted our time. We searched everywhere, but found nothing. One of our teammates fell into the dungeon. I don't know who put up the wooden planks blocking the hole. We ended up losing more than we gained. We can't have come here for nothing, right? Zhang Tao also became angry. So, you're going to go back on your word and try to steal our boss? Do you really think we legends are afraid of you? Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean by your boss? Public resources, everyone has a share. Do you, legend, want to make the whole world your enemy? Zhang Tao was suddenly speechless and anxious. This time he was not only trying to complete the task assigned by his family, but it was also his first debut, and there was no room for any mistakes. Moreover, Du Qingran was watching beside them. Seeing Du Qingran's obviously declining expression, Zhang Tao's heart skipped a beat. I'm not a loser like Li Yang. Thinking of this, he also became hard. This should be his home ground. So what do you want? We legends don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. We're going to take on this boss. Hearing this, the professionals on both sides quickly adjusted their stances, picked up their weapons, and became hostile. Seeing that it looked like a war was about to break out at any moment, the professionals watching from the surrounding area all stepped away, ready to watch the excitement. Qing Feng shook his head and sighed. Young man, I advise you to learn your lesson. Fighting and killing every day is not the right thing to do. This is about the relationship between the two major forces. How can it be a joke? Not all problems can be solved by fighting. Although it's not pleasant to get along with you, we can cooperate. Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows. How do we cooperate? The boss is about to appear. He didn't want to make a big fuss at this time unless it was absolutely necessary. Qing Feng said, let's fight the boss together. It will be more efficient, and we don't have to worry about any accidents. How about we share the rewards at the end? Zhang Tao frowned, not very willing. Finally, several core members of the guild came up to him and tried to persuade him. His expression slowly calmed down. Okay, we can cooperate, but you have to give us that thing. Qing Feng also waved his hand and said generously, no problem. Of course he knew what Zhang Tao was talking about. To be honest, that thing is really precious. But the hidden dangers it brings are not something that ordinary people can grasp. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. His Qingshan guild doesn't have the ability to defend it. The Legend Guild also helps others with their work, but the real people behind the scenes are the crazy gang of Jianghai's underground king. Seeing Qing Feng agree, Zhang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Du Qingran snorted gloomily and turned his head away. That's good now. Half of it will be taken away again. Her impression of Zhang Tao also dropped a level. You know, she has always only had half the share of others. At this moment, she remembered the mysterious strong man she discovered in the Yunhai secret realm yesterday. There were stars in his eyes. That's much better than Zhang Tao. He must be a very young genius. Chapter 30 Boss Refresh. At this moment, Li Yang came to the edge of the boss square and mixed in the crowd. Watch as the two guilds choose to cooperate. He frowned slightly. This is a bit troublesome. He had previously expected the two sides to fight, and then he would benefit. It seems that the difficulty will soar in a while. Forget it. The most urgent thing is to find the remaining treasure first. Li Yang was wearing a cloak and walking among the crowd. Finally, it stopped in front of a huge open-air rock. This is a piece of white marble with a smooth surface and molded patterns, which looks like it has been deliberately trimmed. At this time, there were several professionals sitting on the stone, and it seemed like they were a team. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, could it be that these people have discovered something? But on second thought, if they had already discovered the treasure, they would not act like this and would not stay here. There are so many people here that going directly to get it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. When we start fighting the boss later, these people's attention will definitely shift away from here, and then will be the best time to take it. While thinking, Li Yang walked straight forward. It soon attracted the attention of several people. He looked at Li Yang strangely at first, and then spoke after he came within a certain distance. Hey, little brother, are you here alone? Asked a strong man. As he spoke, he looked at Li Yang with caution. Judging from his figure, Li Yang is not very old. But because he wears a cloak and does not show his face, instinct gives people a sense of danger. We are all in the underworld. Who doesn't have some guard in their heart? Li Yang lowered half of his cloak and smiled slightly. I'm a little thirsty. Can I borrow a glass of water? The burly man paused and winked at a mature woman next to him. The mature woman smiled, pursed her red lips, enthusiastically took out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and threw it over. Okay, friend. Li Yang reached out to take it, and without hesitation, he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it into his mouth, looking very thirsty. Seeing this, everyone in the team breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Li Yang is so gullible that he even dares to drink things given by strangers. I also let down my guard a lot. It turns out to be just a little kid, but that's not the case. Liang didn't care whether it was poisonous or not. While his guardian shield is in effect, he is immune to all poisons. This is just the right way to dispel these people's concerns. The mature woman covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Drink slowly and come sit over here." As he said this, he moved his butt to make room for Liang. Liang nodded, walked forward and sat down. "My name is Yin Zi. This big guy is Shirley, and the two next to him are De Tian and Xiao Tian, a pair of brothers." The mature woman introduced them familiarly. There are 4 people in the team, 3 men and 1 woman. They all look like they are in their 30s. Liang nodded. "This is normal. This is the wild, and most of the people here are out of society. On the contrary, young people like him are rare." "My name is Yang Li," Liang said, while covering himself with the cloak again. Seeing Liang's behavior, Yin Zi was a little puzzled. "Why are you wearing this cloak? Won't it be stuffy?" Liang smiled and said, "Actually, I'm being hunted, so I can't show up to avoid being recognized." "Ha!" Shirley laughed heartily. "Your words are really interesting, kid. Who on the run would say that? It's just like how rich people wouldn't say they're rich." The other members of the team also laughed lively. Liang smiled slightly and said nothing. He could see that these people were not extremely vicious. "This," Yin Zi suddenly said unexpectedly. "Brother Yang, I'm afraid you came to us because you're not just thirsty, right?" Liang was stunned, then looked at her. Yin Zi continued to analyze. "You've been walking alone in this boss land for so long, and you're still able to come here. How come you're short of a bottle of water?" Hearing this, the other 3 also looked at Liang with wariness in their eyes. Liang was silent for a while and was just about to speak. At this moment, Yin Zi suddenly laughed and said proudly, "You must be looking for us to protect you. Am I right? You are scared when you see a scary monster alone, haha." Hearing this, the other teammates rolled their eyes at her. I thought she had discovered something incredible. The corners of Liang's mouth twitched. Well, you're right." Next, a few people chatted intermittently. Just then, Liang saw a familiar figure. Who else but Du Qingran has this pretentious attitude? At this time, she brought a few people and walked straight towards this side. Liang frowned. Discovered? He lowered his hood a little further. Soon, Du Qingran came over. Yin Zi and others were confused when they saw this. "What's going on today? Why do they all come to me for no apparent reason?" When he saw the legendary guild logo on the chests of Du Qingran and others, Shirley was filled with awe and quickly stood up to greet him. "So you are a lord from the Legend Guild. What can I do for you?" Yin Zi and others were also surprised. How could such a big shot take the initiative to look for them? Liang stared at the newcomer with a cold gaze. Du Qingran rolled his eyes arrogantly and muttered softly, "Oh, the good seats are all taken by dogs." Although these words were spoken quietly, everyone present heard them. Shirley's face froze, but considering the legendary guild behind him, he still smiled and said, "If you are tired, you can sit down and rest for a while. We will find another seat later." Yin Zi and others lowered their heads. This is what happens to independent people who have no power to rely on. They can only accept their fate. Du Qingran looked disgusted and nodded reluctantly. "Okay, hurry up then." Liang sneered in his heart. "After a long time, I decided to grab this place because it was suitable for rest." That's right. Given this man's character, what can she be expected to see? At this time, Du Qingran also noticed Liang, frowned, pointed at him, and said, "Hey, it's broad daylight. Why are you covering yourself up so tightly? Is there something shameful going on?" Liang looked at him with disdain and said calmly, "Why? You legendary people are even concerned about this." Du Qingran was stunned. She obviously didn't expect Liang to dare to speak to her like that. She was a little angry, but soon she felt something was wrong. "Wait, your voice and figure. Why do they sound familiar?" She frowned, thinking in her mind. Liang didn't say anything, but he already had an idea in his mind. He would first use cursed sound waves to disrupt the members of the Legend Guild, then quickly find the treasure under his feet and use the stealth cloak to leave invisibly. But at this moment, Boss Square suddenly began to shake. Holy crap, an earthquake! No, it's the boss. The boss is about to appear. The scene was in chaos, and there was a loud uproar in an instant. "Assemble! Assemble!" The people from the Qingshan Guild and the Legend Guild quickly began to gather their teammates and integrate together. After realizing what was happening, Du Qingran didn't care about this side and hurried over. He soon disappeared with his men. The boss has appeared? Seeing this, Liang let out a breath, looked towards the center of the square, his eyes flashing. Chapter 31. The Last Treasure, a powerful gold-level boss. "Yang Li, do you want to come with us?" Yin Zi said while packing her things. The battle for the boss is not something that ordinary people like them can get involved in. Before, it was because there were too many people here, and there were strong people from 2 major guilds guarding it. The individual teams used this place as a temporary resting place without having to worry about being attacked by monsters. But now the boss appears, and if you are accidentally affected, you will be doomed. Everyone tactfully packed up their things and left. Yin Zi and others are no exception. Li Yong shook his head. No need. You guys go first. Yin Zi paused, then continued to pack. Okay, just be careful. This has always been the case in the world. There will always be a time to say goodbye, and everyone has their own things to do and goals. Maybe we'll meet again someday. After watching Shirley, Yin Zi and others leave, Li Yong glanced at the square. The boss has appeared at this time. It was a tall shadow, hidden in the smoke and dust, and a dull humming sound came from it, which made people's hearts stop. Wait for the dust to settle, and you will see the behemoth. The people from the Qingran Guild and the Legend Guild have adjusted their positions and surrounded the square. Li Yong took a deep breath. It's time to get down to business. He first took out the explosive bow and shot an arrow at the marble next to him. With a bang, sparks flew and smoke rose. But Du Qingran, who was in the distance, was stunned. He suddenly looked over here with a look of great joy on his face. It's him. He's here too. This movement instantly reminded her of the traces of battle she found in the Jianghai secret realm yesterday. There's no doubt about it. This is it. That mysterious strong man is here too. Her mind was filled with surprise, and without thinking, she left the team and ran over happily. Everyone in the team, whether they were in green or legendary clothes, all looked terrified. The formation that was originally set up was completely messed up after she did this. Zhang Tao was shocked and quickly shouted at Du Qingran, who was running out. Qingran, come back soon. Du Qingran turned his head away, and after a moment of hesitation, he raised his hands and said, You guys fight first, I'll be back soon. Having said that, he left without looking back. With so many people fighting a boss, it shouldn't be a big problem even if she's not there, right? Everyone in the 2 guilds looked extremely grim. Just ran away like that? What a joke. In fact, it's not that we can't fight without Du Qingran. The main problem is the positioning. Previously, Du Qingran volunteered to take the core position. Since she had an S-level talent, it wasn't inappropriate and no one said anything, so they agreed. But now the opponent has suddenly left the team and the boss has already appeared, so it is difficult to switch back for a while. This greatly reduces their efficiency and can even have fatal effects in some extreme cases. Zhang Tao, you can't even take care of a woman, and you still want to be the heir of the Legend Guild? Qing Feng said with a sullen face. After all, he is the heir of the Legendary Guild, but he is actually a bootlicker. If he had known this would happen, he would have led the team himself. Zhang Tao also looked bitter. What else can I do after finally catching up with the goddess? I can't let all the previous efforts go to waste. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and said through gritted teeth, Let's continue fighting and wait for Qingran to come back to finish it off. The others shook their heads. It's too outrageous. But it's hard to say anything. After all, he is a child of destiny. Boom, boom, boom. Rhythmic, dull footsteps sounded. Center of the square. The boss has fully appeared. A huge and majestic figure stood before everyone. The aura all over his body was like a flying wild goose soaring into the sky, exploding extraordinarily. His body was covered with silver-white armor, and in his hand he held a giant sword that was half broken. He emitted cold light in all directions, and the temperature around him dropped. A feeling of oppression surged into everyone's heart. Zhang Tao swallowed. Although he is now extremely successful, he is also a professional who has just awakened. He knew at first sight that this boss was extraordinary, and he realized that he had completely underestimated its terrifying extent. Tiamen Elite Commander. Gold level BOSS. Level 40. HP, 500,000. Introduction. The legendary Knight Commander who guards the Heavenly Gate has made illustrious military achievements, even sacrificing himself to intercept tens of thousands of demons. His deeds will be forever remembered, and people always believe that the day the broken sword is reforged will be the day the knight returns. See this huge monster. Everyone in both guilds was dumbfounded. This is too powerful. Level 40 Golden Boss. The information is wrong. This was totally contrary to their expectations. I originally thought that a boss around level 30 would be enough. The result was not only a level 40 boss, but also a gold level 1. Although they also brought some experts from the guild, they still felt a lot of pressure. Zhang Tao and Qing Feng looked at each other. If they hadn't cooperated, they probably wouldn't have been able to defeat this boss. Soon, the boss moved. Looking at the people from the 2 major guilds around him, the eyes of the helmet glowed red. What are you standing there for? Kill! Qing Feng yelled. Pulling everyone back, both sides began to attack with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. For a moment, the field was filled with artillery fire and bullets flying everywhere. But the effect is not very ideal. 6-0, 7-0, 9-1. Miniature numbers appeared from above the boss's head. If you don't look carefully, you really can't see it. Looking at this attack that was not even 100, Qingfeng frowned. This gold-level boss is too strong. In addition, the formation was in disarray, and the pressure suddenly became huge. Damn, legendary kid, call your girlfriend back quickly. This is not a joke. Qingfeng couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out. Zhang Tao didn't have time to be angry and looked around in panic. But Du Qingran had already disappeared. Right now, Du Qingran came to the source of the explosion with a look of joy on his face. She hoped that the young and powerful man she had been thinking about for a long time would be a handsome man, preferably from a wealthy family. To be honest, she now looks down on Zhang Tao from the bottom of her heart, but she can't find him for the time being, so she has to put up with him. In her opinion, dating and getting married are two different things. Being in love is about creating short-term benefits for yourself, while getting married is about finding a long-term meal ticket. Although Zhang Tao is an S-level professional, but now, she herself is also an S-level professional. In this way, if their status is equal, she will be at a disadvantage. She would naturally choose someone better than herself. At this time, the smoke on the field gradually dissipated, and the originally smooth marble turned into a pile of rubble. Li Yang was standing in the middle and was slightly startled when he felt someone's footsteps. At this time, the two major guilds were fighting against the boss, so no one would have the time to come here. He quickly put away the things that exploded. Turning around, I saw that human-looking shadow. Du Qingran. Why is it this money-losing thing again? Li Yang frowned. It was really haunting. He now wears a cape. Du Qingran didn't recognize him. Du Qingran came forward in surprise, looked at the mess on the ground, and asked excitedly, "Did you do this? Did you also go to the Cloud Sea secret realm yesterday? I waited for you for a long time yesterday, and my legs were sore. You didn't take the initiative to talk to me when you saw me. You are so cold. Don't you know that I am also an S-level profession?" He started with 0 frames and began a torrent of declarations. Li Yang's face turned dark when he heard this. Sure enough, this weird thing is the same everywhere. If nothing else, are we familiar with each other? The fight with the boss has already started, and he doesn't want to continue wasting time with this thing. When he was a little impatient, he looked at Du Qingran. Suddenly, an idea came into his mind. Chapter 32. That's it? I couldn't do more damage than just kicking. Du Qingran talked for a long time, but seeing that he remained indifferent, he felt a little strange. Could it be that this mysterious genius is not interested in women? Moreover, she felt a little familiar with this person when she saw him before, and the feeling was even stronger now. That's right. It seemed like Li Yang had been indifferent to her before. As soon as she had this thought, she shook her head violently. How is this possible? These two people are so different that they can't even be related at all. But she was still curious. Could you put down your cloak so I can see it? He never shows up. Is he ugly? That would deduct points. Li Yang came back to his senses and looked at her. He now understood Du Qingran's virtues better than ever. He just wants to climb up the social ladder again. In that case, he won't be polite. Sure, but could you do me a small favor first? When Du Qingran heard this, he said confidently, "It's okay, just tell me. It's just a favor, and it can also help you get closer and make friends, so it's worth it." Li Yang continued, "Actually, I was looking for a guild, but there wasn't a suitable place." Du Qingran's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's easy. Just follow me. With just one word, I can have you join our legend guild. We'll all be very welcome to a strong man like you. Then I'll trouble you." Li Yang laughed secretly in his heart. "Since you agreed so easily, you are worthy of me. Come on, follow me and fight the boss together." Du Qingran was very happy. In the future, we will be in the same guild and have more opportunities to spend time together and get to know each other better. Li Yang nodded and said nothing more. Immediately afterwards, he followed Du Qingran to the boss position. Du Qingran walked in front, humming softly, in a happy mood. "This time, we really killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I have recruited a great general for the guild, so it's not too much to ask for some gold-level equipment in return, right?" After a while, the two came to the center of the boss square. The tall and terrifying figure could be seen from a distance. The man in green shirt and the legendary man joined together and continued to consume. Li Yang was also surprised when he saw it. Level 40 gold-level boss, with a HP of 500,000. This is outrageous. It was thanks to the 2 major guilds joining forces, otherwise everyone would have returned empty-handed. Return to the team. See Du Qingran come back. Zhang Tao was delighted at first, but then frowned. He saw Liang next to him. Du Qingran said proudly, "This is the strong man I recruited for the guild. He is very strong, even stronger than you. Don't worry about the others." Zhang Tao listened with a frown. Although I felt strange and a little unconvinced, and I always felt that the person he brought looked very familiar. But there is no time to say anything now. Defeating the boss is the most important thing. Qingran, hurry back to the team. This boss is a bit difficult to defeat. Du Qingran snorted. Don't call me Qingran. We are not that familiar yet. While kindly pulling Liang into the team. Zhang Tao almost vomited blood. Where did we find this mysterious cloaked man? Qing Feng, standing by, was sweating profusely. Can you please stop flirting here? The front row can't take it anymore. Zhang Tao came back to his senses and quickly gave instructions. Quick, our legendary front row, push forward. The guard commander is strong. The people brought by the two major guilds this time are also the backbone of the guild, and they are all professionals above level B. It's a huge investment. But facing the level 40 gold level boss, it was also extremely difficult to fight. The two guilds took turns switching and fighting in a round-robin manner, which allowed them to persist. Although the damage is low, there are many people. As long as the formation is not disrupted, we can continue fighting. After a few minutes, the boss's health was reduced by more than 10,000. This gave many people hope again, and they became excited, swinging their weapons until smoke came out. This is a gold-level boss. If you defeat it, you can brag about it for a long time. Kill. So what if he's a gold-level boss? He's just a defeated opponent of our legend. Zhang Tao's blood was boiling, and he was full of energy. If he succeeds this time, he will surely become famous, especially in the guild, and no one among the veteran figures will dare to look down on him anymore. He couldn't help laughing just thinking about it. In the Qingshan guild, Qing Feng also looked excited. A level 40 gold boss. How many goodies would that drop? And it is very likely to drop gold level or above equipment. This time I will definitely return with a full load. Even when he thought about the fact that he had found nothing in the main hall before, he didn't feel so upset anymore. Everyone seemed to see a bright future. But is it really like that? On Liang's side, after seeing Qing Feng just now, a voice sounded in his mind. Detected S-level profession, Berserker. Copy. Copy. Liang thought to himself. No matter what, it's an S-level profession, so don't miss it. Copy successful. You obtain the S-rank class, Berserker. Berserker S. Talent. As the number of combos increases, the damage and lifesteal gradually increase. Passive. Increased melee damage. Reduced damage by 20%. After taking a look, Liang turned his head to look at the battle situation. At this time, the two guilds joined forces and fought back and forth with the boss. How can we let these people fight so easily? It would be best if all of these people were seriously injured so that it would be easier for me to take action later. This gold-level boss must belong to him. Under Du Qingran's leadership, he easily joined the legendary team and followed her into the core position of the formation. Du Qingran stood beside him, as if he wanted to show Liang how powerful he was. He took out his staff first, and after charging for a few seconds, a fireball condensed, carrying a scorching breath, and crashed straight into the boss Tianmin commander in the center. A moment later, the fireball hit the boss with a bang. Immediately afterwards, a small, almost invisible number appeared above the head of the Tianmin commander. -101. Du Qingran put down his staff complacently. See? I'm an S-class professional. Although it is nothing compared to the 500,000 HP of this gold-level boss. But given the boss's high defense, it's pretty good to be able to deal more than 100 damage in a single attack. So she is very proud. After reading it, Liang shook his head secretly and sneered. The damage is too low. I can't even hit it that low with my feet. Then he took out the explosive bow and loaded it. Without any hesitation, he shot an arrow at the boss in the middle. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Du Qingran, who was standing next to him, was startled and trembled all over, looking at the arrow in amazement. She was standing nearby and could feel the horror of the arrow. The arrow, with great power, hit the boss's body accurately. A number emerged from it. 777. Seriously injured. This is just an ordinary thing for him. Although this gold-level boss is very tanky. However, Liang's arrows are physical attacks, and with the bonus of this soul wizard profession, they also have a 50% defense penetration effect. After seeing this arrow, Du Qingran's face was full of astonishment. You know, she is also an S-level profession, and a mage known for her burst output. In this case, a full-strength attack could only inflict over 100 damage. And Liang's casual arrow was so many times higher than hers. How strong is Liang's true strength? It is completely unimaginable. She became more determined and thought to herself that she must keep this thigh well, even if there is a pig-like face under the cloak. The impact of this arrow goes far beyond this. Many people also noticed this unique arrow. But before everyone could react, bong! Li Yang's explosive bow has a built-in explosion effect. At this time, the front rows of the two major guilds facing the boss were undoubtedly affected. This sudden injury directly disrupted the rhythm. The two front row were even knocked away. There was chaos in front of the team. Li Yang smiled slightly and said, "That's right. He is not so kind as to help these people fight monsters." To this end, he even just launched a normal attack and did not use bloodthirst. Wait for the two major guilds to slowly consume their combat power. Chapter 33. Did you do it on purpose or by accident? After being hit by this inexplicable attack, everyone was stunned, especially those in the front row. What the hell? Who shot the arrow? Why did it explode after just one look? So sinister. You shot the arrow very well, but don't do it again next time. They were all stupid. For a moment, I couldn't figure out whether it was intentional or accidental. Who can withstand 2 more arrows? The boss hasn't died yet, but they died first. Li Yang originally wanted to shoot a few more arrows, but as soon as he drew his bow, he was stopped by Du Qingran next to him. "Brother, don't come, don't come." Du Qingran looked ashamed. She didn't expect Li Yang to be so powerful, but she didn't expect that Li Yang's move would involve self-destruction. If they continue like this, they will definitely be the ones who suffer. Li Yang chuckled and put down his weapon. It's not good to be too blatant. But after what he did just now, the war situation, which had finally begun to improve, suddenly began to recover. Li Yang looked indifferent, as he was not the one suffering. Chi Feng, who was wearing a green shirt, had a dark face. "You guys at Legend are such a ripoff. Who are you looking for? I originally thought that everything would be fine now that Du Qingran was back. What's the result? After all this time, I finally gave him a big one. Kill 800 enemies and lose 1,000 of your own." Zhang Tao had no words to express his grievances and could only swallow his anger. After all, he was the helper found by the goddess. What else could he say? "I feel extremely upset. It seems like nothing has gone well since I came here." Qing Feng was also convinced by this eccentric heir of the legendary guild and said bitterly, "Keep an eye on your new guy, don't let him attack again, or we'll be in big trouble." He swore that he would never team up with the Legend Guild again, even if he was beaten to death. Next, the team fell into a tough battle again. The opponent is a level 40 gold level boss, and he cannot tolerate any negligence. All the professionals in the positioning became busy again, casting blaming glances at Li Yang from time to time. Li Yang was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. This trick worked until before liberation. Consume more of the combat power of the two major guilds, so that I can pick the peaches last. At the same time, after witnessing Li Yang's powerful strength, Du Qingran could no longer be described as a fangirl. Crazy concern. Li Yang laughed when he saw it. He knew it clearly in his heart. Wasn't Du Qingran the same to him in the past? As soon as they see a profit, they will try their best to please others, but once something goes wrong, they will immediately distance themselves from it. I don't know what kind of expression she will have when she finds out that her true identity is the waste she once called. It must be very interesting. As time went by, it was almost an hour. The boss's health was also reduced to less than half. Although Li Yang did not take action, these people's attacks seemed like scraping due to the boss's high defense. But the key is that with more people, the scraping can be done faster. Li Yang also lamented that he didn't fall asleep while watching it. At this time, it was not just Li Yang. The person who was originally tired and out of breath began to feel lively inside. Qing Feng of the Qingshan Guild and Zhang Tao of the Legend Guild, the two representatives, both had evil thoughts in their minds. Although they still share the same hatred for the enemy, they have also agreed in advance on how to divide the bonus. But when it comes to interests, there is no such thing as friends. That is, who will be the final destination of this boss? Everyone knows. Strictly speaking, the last person to kill the boss is considered the real killer. The others can only provide assists at best. Only those who actually kill the boss can gain a huge amount of experience and kill records. As a professional who has just awakened, the temptation of this to Zhang Tao is self-evident. He wanted to grow quickly, crush his peers, and even make it onto the rookie list. No matter which of these, he needed to personally kill the boss and gain a huge amount of experience. Zhang Tao, who has the S-level assassin profession, is very flexible, deals damage quickly, and has a certain amount of burst damage. While holding the boss in the front row, you can deal damage that surpasses everyone else in a short period of time at close range. Qing Feng of the Qingshan Guild is also a shrewd man who has been in the underworld for many years, so it is no wonder that he can guess what is going on in his mind. So the output speed was deliberately slowed down. Hey, President Zhang, why are you so busy with normal attacks? Why are you saving your skills? Zhang Tao's face darkened. I don't think it's a big deal even if it's exposed. But Qing Feng is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Qing Feng, as the representative of Qingshan this time, is not weak himself. He is an S-level warrior. Although he moves slowly, his damage is not low. The greatsword in his hand is a gold-level weapon. Zhang Tao knew clearly that even if the opponent's burst was not as good as his, it would be hard to say if he really wanted to compete with him because of his level advantage. He chuckled. Look at what you said. How could that be? I'm just a little tired. Qing Feng said with a smile. Oh, I see. I thought you wanted to keep it for the boss. Everyone could smell the gunpowder in the air, and both sides were smiling but hiding daggers. Judging from Qing Feng's attitude, Zhang Tao also understood that there would be a fight for this boss's head. His face was grim. Then it depends on your ability. That's exactly what I meant. Qing Feng's face darkened. Even if you consume slowly, there will be a day when you will have to scratch your head. After a while, the boss was in red blood. Judging from the health bar, there is only a small amount of health left, the size of a finger. The outcome will be decided soon. The experienced Qing Feng, seeing that the time was ripe, decisively ordered the people from his own guild in the back row to cease fire. Next, let all the front row who are resisting injuries retreat. As a result, the boss instantly locked its hatred on Zhang Tao and other members of the Legend Guild. Without half of the front line and healers, the people from the Legend Guild alone would not be able to hold on. Zhang Tao's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Qing Feng to be so ruthless. They don't care at all how many people they will lose by doing this. Fuck. Zhang Tao quickly pulled it open. Being the closest, he, as the main output, directly attracted most of the boss's hatred. He is a fragile person, and he will be half dead if he is touched. Qing Feng smiled lightly. Little heir Zhang, this is your first lesson. You must do whatever it takes to get things done. As he spoke, he looked at the disabled boss. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. This is a level 40 gold boss. After the kill, the experience gained would at least allow him to level up a few levels. At this moment, a trace of gloom flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes as he was running back. Okay, whatever it takes, huh? That's what you said. He shouted loudly. Everyone in the back row of the legendary guild, don't hold back. Kill that idiot in green shirt. I'll take the blame if anything happens. If he can't get it, no one else can get it. Chapter 34. The head was knocked out. The two major guilds become clowns. In an instant, dozens of fireballs mixed with arrows flew over. Qing Feng, who wanted to use Zhang Tao to attract hatred and quickly go up to finish him off, suddenly widened his eyes. He quickly pulled himself back. You little bastard, are you crazy? What's the difference between this and directly declaring war on their guild? The boss must be mine, Zhang Tao said with red eyes. You? Qing Feng glared at him. Because of what happened today, our guild has become enemies. At this time, the front row of the Legend Guild also adjusted their positions, pushed forward, and temporarily held the boss. Zhang Tao rushed forward again with his high agility as an assassin. Qingshan's nurse. Give all the healing to me. Seeing this, Qing Feng didn't care about anything else and rushed towards the boss's position despite the damage. Victory or defeat depends on this one move. At this critical moment, an arrow suddenly shot from the air and pierced the boss's body. The arrow began to turn red and tremble. A strong and thick smell of gunpowder wafted over. It's going to explode. Qing Feng and Zhang Tao were both stunned, and then their faces changed drastically. He was already close to the boss's feet, but he quickly turned around and ran to the back. But it was too late. Boom! Flames and thick smoke covered the entire venue. Everyone in the front row was blown away. Oh, holy crap. Who shot this arrow? Qing Feng was originally an S-class warrior with a certain level of resistance, and with his high level, he was not bad after being knocked away. Zhang Tao was in a miserable situation. He had a low level and resistance, and his body was the most fragile. He was knocked against the wall, half of his bones were broken, and he fainted immediately. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by. Before anyone could react, he reached the boss. Rays of cold light flashed across the boss. The gold-level boss could no longer stand and fell to his knees, inserting his dagger into the soil in front of him to support his body from falling. Then a milky white halo bloomed from his body and slowly turned into a puff of gas and disappeared. Right after, colorful spots of light burst out at the place where they disappeared. Liang didn't hesitate for a moment and took them all into his arms. Then, he used the invisibility cloak and disappeared from the spot. The whole process went smoothly, and by the time everyone reacted, there was nothing left at the scene. The people from the Qingshan and Legend Guilds looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. What happened? Some people didn't even understand what was happening. When the smoke cleared, the boss disappeared and no rewards were given. Fuck, where's a big boss like me? Everyone was dumbfounded. Qing Feng, the representative of the Qingshan Guild, was the first to react. It was that shadowy figure from before who had robbed them of the boss they had fought so hard for. He had also taken all the rewards, leaving behind not even the crappiest bronze equipment. His face turned ashen. Recalling what happened. Yes, that's the arrow that explodes. The timing was perfect, forcing him and Zhang Tao to retreat. This was definitely intentional. It was the mysterious man who later followed the legendary team. Qingfeng's face was gloomy, and he remembered how Li Yang looked when he came. Wearing a cloak, not showing his face. It seems that they came prepared. He was secretly distressed. I actually made such a low-level mistake. I should have noticed it earlier. Which good person would always wear a cloak and dare not show up? But at that time I was so focused on watching the boss that I didn't have time to think so much. Plus, it was Du Qingran who led the group. That's right. Qing Feng suddenly looked at Du Qingran, who was still standing there at a loss, and roared. Where has he been? Who is he? The two major guilds fought hard for a long time, but were robbed by an unknown person. If this gets out, his family will lose face and will inevitably be ridiculed by other forces, and he will also be scolded when he returns. Du Qingran was even more bewildered. She was at a loss as to what to do when Zhang Tao fainted. Qing Feng yelled at her, frightened as well. She had a sad face. I can't come. She really knew nothing. Not to mention Li Yang's identity. She didn't even know Li Yang's name. She only knew that this faceless man was very strong. Think back again. Du Qingran was suddenly stunned. The bow and arrow in the hands of this mysterious cloaked man looks a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. That's right. She seemed to have seen Li Yang get it before. This. Du Qingran widened his eyes in disbelief. The two people are completely different. How can they be the same? It must not be. Yes, it must not be. There is not only one of each weapon. The mall sells weapons in large quantities every day. In the same city, there are at least 1,000 people using the same weapon. At the same time, she felt a little scared, thinking about what happened before. If this person was really Li Yang, she would be so embarrassed. If this is true, it also indirectly shows that even now she is still being crushed by Li Yang. She would never believe it until the end. Yes, there are so many people using bows and arrows. It can't be that they are all going alone, right? She thought to herself. Next time we meet, I must talk to him and make it clear that he can't be that loser Li Yang. At the same time, Qing Feng narrowed his eyes and originally wanted to continue torturing Du Qingran, but he suddenly thought of something. He remembered that there was a shortcut that was the only way to get out of here. By then, the person who stole the reward will definitely have to go out, and will definitely pass by there. He quickly ordered the men in green shirts to prepare to set off and take back what belonged to him. In short, this matter cannot be let go like this. However, he did not tell the legendary people about this, because he planned to kill the thief and keep the reward for himself. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. At this moment, Li Yang had already carried the treasure across the square, turned a few corners, and came to a hidden ruined house. While taking a break, check the spoils. It's rich. It's rich. So far, the upgrade halo on Li Yang is still descending. After finally killing the level 40 golden boss, a huge amount of experience came to my head. The level rose rapidly, and combined with the experience gained from sacrificing souls in the soul wizard profession, the level reached level 35. This is as long as the monsters he has been killing for a long time. After 5 more levels up, reaching level 40, you can directly proceed to the first transformation ceremony. This is the most terrifying thing. It has only been a few days, and I am about to become the first new professional to reach the first level at such a speed. It is unprecedented. I don't know what abilities I'll gain when I turn around. Having said that, the harvest this time was extremely rich. Rare potion, cloak of invisibility. Li Yang took out the items that he had quietly obtained in the boss square, which he had not had time to look at before. This is an ancient token with green patterns all over it, forming a lifelike green dragon. Wind Dragon Order. Effect. After use, you can summon a Wind Dragon afterimage, inheriting 500% of the summoner's attributes. Introduction. A wisp of soul left from the ancient Wind Dragon is sealed in a token. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Awesome. This one is even better than the previous two. Well, I now have a new profession, Beast Tamer. And my pet is an ancient Wind Dragon? Any beast master would probably question his life after seeing this. But that's not all. Li Yang took out the things dropped by the level 40 gold boss just now. A golden halo instantly bloomed before the eyes, so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Chapter 35, Brilliant Equipment. Level up. 4 items in total. All of them exude a gorgeous luster. The first one was a red cloak that glowed with radiant light. Victory Cloak. Grade Gold. Level 40. Physical damage, plus 300 points. Attributes, Spirit plus 75, Strength plus 50. Bonus, when worn, gains fearlessness and immunity to 35% mental attacks. Introduction. The cloak of the Tianmen Guard has experienced countless battles and countless glories. Wear it, and you will be the next victorious general. Little top-notch. Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he gave his evaluation. Gold equipment also has its own characteristics, and the prices will vary. The price of some top-quality gold equipment can be 1 or 2 times higher than that of ordinary gold equipment. For example, this one is very good, with many comprehensive overall bonuses, and most of them are universal. The second item was a pair of knight's leggings, which looked like silver armor wrapped with gold threads and looked very gorgeous. Leader's armored legs. Grade Gold. Level 40. Agility, plus 75 points. Attribute, Constitution, plus 50. Bonus, when equipped, movement speed increases by 15%. Introduction. Leggings made of fine materials can effectively protect the legs and improve agility. This is also a very good piece of equipment, with a high bonus to agility. Li Yang is currently in need of equipment, but it must be gold-grade equipment, which is basically useful. It is not time for him to be picky. Unless it is something that is very specialized in a profession, such as a nurse's milk wand, then the only way to sell it is to take it to a place like an exchange. Fortunately, I can use these 2 gold equipments at present. Li Yang turned his attention to the third item, which was also a piece of equipment. After seeing it, he was slightly distracted. From the appearance, this is a dragon-shaped mask with fine stripes outlined on it, which is lifelike, as if a real dragon is alive, as if you can see the soul in it. Li Yang picked it up and took a look, and was immediately overjoyed. Dragon Lord Mask. Grade, Brilliant. Level 40. Attribute, Strength plus 500. Bonus, increases all damage dealt by 20%. Passive, gain a layer of rage when an attack hits, and each layer increases health by 10%, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Introduction. The legendary mask left behind by the Dragon Lord, imbued with supreme dragon energy, can stimulate the body's chi and blood. This is actually a brilliant level equipment. Although it is only 1 level higher than gold equipment, its value has increased at least 10-fold. It wasn't until he saw this effect that Li Yang felt like he had been enlightened. Passive, Rage. It can be stacked 10 times, so his health can be doubled. Originally, he said that he was troubled by the fact that his health was a bit fragile, but if his shield was broken, it would be quite dangerous. But with this, his pure health is close to that of a comparable tank. If you put on all 3 of these pieces of equipment, you will definitely get a huge improvement. Li Yang is now level 35. He was ready to leave here and go back to level up quickly. Once you reach level 40, you can equip these equipment and complete the first transformation directly. Now, there shouldn't be any other new professionals who have reached level 40, right? To be on the safe side, we should hurry up. While thinking, Li Yang glanced at the last item. To his surprise, this isn't really any equipment. It was just an ordinary-looking, old-fashioned key with mottled rust on it, and it looked quite old. Li Yang was dumbfounded. I was thinking in my heart, when did I pick up this thing? It looks so tattered, it shouldn't have been dropped by a gold-level boss. He picked up the key, rubbed it in the palm of his hand, and rubbed off the rust on it. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like a treasure, does it? That's right. Li Yang remembered. I heard before that the legendary people came here just to get a special item. Could it be the one in your hand? Li Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If that's true, it's really disappointing. I thought it was some good thing like a dazzling device. However, since this thing is so popular, I'll keep it for now and slowly understand its uses later. Li Yang resisted the urge to throw it away and put it back on his body. Then he stood up, looked at the map, and walked towards where he came in. He has now robbed the achievements of the 2 major guilds, and those people will definitely not let it go. Li Yang estimated that at this moment, everyone was probably blocking him at the entrance. But unfortunately, they are going to be disappointed. When he came in, he always went through the side door, and when he left, he naturally had to go through the hidden passage. After packing up his things, Li Yang walked out of the house. This time, Li Yang took off his cloak. He had been wearing a cloak before, but this had one advantage. After removing it, others will not know your true face and will not be able to recognize you. This is safer, so even if you meet someone you won't be recognized. Li Yang walked straight towards the hidden passage. On the way, you will also encounter some monsters, and you can kill them all. In order to avoid being exposed, he did not use the explosive bow again. At his current level, the Wind Spirit Dagger is enough to deal with these monsters. A flash of sword light appeared again from the ruins. Puff, puff, puff. 851. 897. 951. I copied Qingfeng's Berserker profession. As the combo continued, the damage became obviously higher and higher, and it also had a built-in blood-sucking effect. It is worthy of being an S-level warrior profession. When this combo is stacked up, the damage is no less than those long-range burst professions. The whole process was very easy. The disadvantage is that some monsters will run away directly after being hit twice and knowing that they are no match for your opponent. The higher the level of these monsters, the more intelligence they possess. Liang would pursue the girl if he could, and forget about it if he couldn't. When walking through an intersection, Liang heard a commotion coming from the ruins. His eyes lit up, and he thought it was a monster or something. With such a loud noise, it must be the monster guarding the treasure chest. But when he walked to the door and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. Liang's sudden appearance also startled the other party. For a time, both sides looked at each other in surprise. This can't be such a coincidence. Chapter 36. Face to face with the Qingran Guild. Strong backbone. Liang was speechless. Who else could the person in front of him be but Wang Mang and others whom he had met before? When they saw Liang appear, they were stunned, and then they were overjoyed. Wang Mang, who was in the team, quickly shouted to the back, "Found it! Found it! It's this guy!" When they fought the boss before, they were also in the team. When they saw the cloak Liang was wearing, they vaguely recognized the other party's shadow. So, not long ago, they volunteered to say that they had seen the person who had taken the boss away. Qingfeng also promised them that if they found Liang, he would give them a promotion. Unexpectedly, they met each other so soon, and everyone's faces were filled with joy. Although they were beaten to a pulp by Liang before, this time, they were following the entire Qingran army, which doubled their manpower. Soon, at Wang Mang's call, a dull sound of footsteps was heard on the road behind the house. Soon, a group of people in green clothes came from all directions and surrounded the place. After looking around, there were more than 20 professionals. Seeing this, Liang's expression changed slightly. With so many people, we had no choice but to fight our way out. If I had known earlier, I should have gotten rid of these people at all costs last time. In order to save trouble, I have now encountered even greater trouble. It's really like spring breeze brings new life. But this time, he won't give her another chance. Is this the kid who stole our boss? Several core captains of the Qingran Guild looked at Liang with contempt in their eyes. Really? He looks so skinny. Is he just pointing at someone randomly? Some people couldn't believe that their boss was snatched away by this seemingly weak person and looked at Wang Mang and said warningly, "You better not lie to us, kid. Boss Qingfeng is coming soon. If it's fake, I have to warn you first, the boss has a bad temper." After all, Liang looks like a young man and a student. Who could believe that he had the ability to snatch the boss from the two major guilds? Wang Mang said seriously, "I guarantee it. It's him. Then I'll trust you this time." A backbone member stepped forward. Seeing this, Wang Mang quickly stopped him and said, "No, this guy is a bit weird. It's best if we attack him together. You know, he was beaten to a pulp not long ago, and he knew very well how powerful Liang was, and he even felt afraid instinctively. Therefore, he understood that if they went up one by one so easily, it would be like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather." This reaction instantly drew the contempt of the other team leaders. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?" "No, Captain Wang hasn't been seen for a while. Why are you so upset?" Tisk, looking at his cowardly look, "I wonder what kind of monster is in front of him." The others all joked in a light tone. "Hey, Wang Mang is usually quite arrogant, and he looks like he won't obey the will of heaven and earth. Seeing a kid getting scared, I feel ashamed as a colleague of his." In their opinion, so many of them had already surrounded Liang. It's like catching a turtle in a jar. It's almost certain to happen. No matter how powerful Liang is, he can't turn the situation around. I totally cannot understand Wang Mang's concerns. Wang Mang's face turned redder and redder, and he was so angry that he laughed. These people are so stupid. Instead of wondering why I reacted this way, I laughed at myself. "All right, you guys are awesome. Go ahead. Go and capture him quickly." He smiled coldly and made a pleased gesture. Zhang Cheng, the backbone team leader just now, spoke first. "In that case, let me do it, so that we don't have to start a war together." As soon as these words came out, the other team leaders who originally wanted to go up themselves cursed in their hearts that they were beaten to the punch. What a 1,000-year-old fox. "Brother Cheng, why do you need to do this kind of thing yourself? Isn't that like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito?" "Yeah, If you have to deal with all these rotten fish and shrimp, wouldn't our guild seem to be empty? In my opinion, we can just send 2 members of the guild to solve the problem, but I am willing to work harder. Zhang Qing stopped and said, Okay, no need to say anything, let me do this. After I killed a level 30 gold elite monster last time, I didn't do much. As you said, I'm stronger and I can control my strength better, so I can avoid killing this pretty boy with 1 punch. Several captains have already started planning to seek credit and receive rewards. Wang Meng frowned on the side. Only he knew that the seemingly weak boy in front of him was actually very evil. Didn't he completely not believe in evil before, but later he was beaten to a pulp? It would be better to wait for Qing Feng to bring people. Qing Feng is the representative of Qingshan this time, and the strongest among them. Some elite members of the guild are also with him. As long as Qing Feng brings people back, the situation will be stable. Although he had just been mocked and angrily criticized by other colleagues, for the benefit of the guild, he still spoke out. Everyone, don't be impulsive. To be safe, let's wait for leader Qing Feng to arrive. Or we can attack together. Don't act rashly. However, he had already been labeled a coward by others just now. Hearing this, the others just sneered. Go away. You don't want the credit, but we do. Just watch us claim the credit and receive the reward, you coward. Zhang Cheng, the captain of Group 1, stepped forward, hooked his finger at Li Yang, and said contemptuously, Boy, let me meet you. After watching these people chattering for a long time, Li Yang almost fell asleep. Seeing that the other party finally sent out 1 person, he raised an eyebrow. Warrior round. This is a bit too self-deprecating. Li Yang shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Well, these idiots like to give them away one by one, so it's not me who suffers the loss. Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. He took a stick and twisted it in his hand, stirring up a whistling wind. Then he quickly knocked towards Li Yang. Hey, I take the credit for retrieving the treasure. At the same time, Qing Feng, who had originally led a group of elite troops to block the road leading to the exit, was also rushing back here quickly. At this time, Qing Feng was riding on an assassin and kept urging, hurry up, haven't you eaten yet? In order to get to the scene faster, this is the only way. The assassin being ridden under him had a red face and had already burst out with all his strength, rushing towards the destination at a very fast speed. But with such a burden on my back, it is inevitable that my movements will be affected and I will be out of breath. Boss, I feel like we don't need to rush. Several captains are already there. They should have caught the thief by now. It doesn't matter if we arrive early or late. Qing Feng shook his head. That thief was a bit cunning. He was able to snatch the boss away in the end, which shows that he is quite capable. It's not that I don't trust the strength of those team leaders, but I'm afraid they will underestimate us and let the enemy escape. Being experienced, he has a very clear vision. Chapter 37, Wind Dragon Shadow, shocked the whole audience. The boss's place, in the ruins, somewhere on the edge. More than 20 people from the Qingshan Guild gathered in a group. When people passing by see this scene, they will be frightened and take a detour. In the center of the storm, Li Yang's face was grim, and the dagger in his hand exuded a sharp aura. In front of him, Zhang Cheng stood stiffly, his face full of shock, and his hands were empty. Bang! The silver glowing stick fell from the sky to the ground, making a clanging sound. Zhang Cheng lowered his head and looked at his hands in disbelief. In that split second, he didn't even see what happened, until the sound of a stick falling to the ground was heard. He finally came to his senses, and his face changed. This speed and force. Li Yang moved and slashed him with a knife. 791. A number popped out of Zhang Cheng's body. Looking at it, Li Yang's heart moved. It seems that Zhang Cheng's level is not much higher than his own, and his damage was not offset much. Thanks to his experience of killing the boss with his own hands, his level increased dramatically, allowing him to deal with it flexibly in the frontal situation. However, he did not underestimate the enemy. The opponent was a warrior and would be relatively resistant to attacks. Zhang Cheng reacted quickly, almost instantly creating distance and shooting backwards. Li Yang was not given the chance to strike a second time. Zhang Cheng's face looked grim, and he just distanced himself from her. Immediately afterwards, I felt my vitality draining away. Was it the effect of bleeding? He quickly shouted, Nurse, give me some blood. On the court, ever since Zhang Cheng lost his weapon after being knocked away by Li Yang, the others were in a daze. What happened? Did the captain slip up? The nanny in the team came to her senses and waved her nursing stick to send down green rays of light on Zhang Cheng's head. When the effect wore off, Zhang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. This kid is really weird. Without waiting for him to speak, Li Yang yawned and said, Come on, don't waste my time. You arrogant boy, Let me teach you a lesson. A hot-tempered man couldn't stand it anymore, so he rolled up his sleeves and was about to go up. Don't be impulsive, be careful of traps. Wang Meng quickly grabbed him. That's right. No matter what, he was able to defeat Brother Cheng. He did have something. It might be because he became stronger after stealing the boss. Others also became more cautious. In that case, let's go together. Soon, they began to adjust their formation, each taking their place, looking well-trained and very professional. The two front-row soldiers held up their shields and approached step by step. The output from the back row begins to accumulate power. Liang didn't hesitate and put on the concealment cloak. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the spot. The man in green shirt suddenly stopped, looking confused. This trick again. Wang Meng's face darkened. He had been like this before, confused and being fooled. Keep fighting. Don't stop. He's still in the same place, he said quickly. Having suffered a loss once before, he was more cautious this time. His words also made everyone react. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of an arrow piercing through the void was heard. Arrow after arrow pierced their formation. Liang has already started. The two front-row soldiers holding up their shields were also blown back several meters, almost to the back row. Liang had known about the Qingran Guild's position before. It is a very stable formation that allows all professions to perform to the greatest effect. Most mainstream teams use this formation, but it eats the front row very much. It can only continue if the front row can hold on. Once the front collapses, the entire team will be defeated. As the nurse's healing spell continued, the front row of the Qingran Guild quickly pressed forward again. Fire! Wang Meng shouted from behind. The guild's back row was also ready and launched an attack towards the open space in the middle, throwing fireballs and sharp arrows recklessly. Since we can't see Liang, we'll win by quantity. If you miss with one shot, shoot 100. At this moment, Li Yang's transparent body was standing in the center of the venue, observing them. This time, all the elites of the Qingran Guild are here. At least all of the team leaders have A level or above professions. He originally wanted to use cursed sound waves to cause some disturbance and fish in troubled waters, but several nurses from the Qingran Guild were always operating purification in the back. In order to deal with these nurses, the Qingran formation must break through the front row. Even for him, it was a bit difficult. Liang dodged while looking for a breakthrough. Soon, the first round was over. The people from the Qingran Guild had almost used up their mana, so they stopped to rest. Looking at the dark ground in the center that was bombarded. Even a fly should be beaten into pieces, right? Zhang Tao wiped the sweat off his face and said, "It should be fine now." Wang Meng frowned. Although there was no movement on the field, it seemed that the problem had been resolved. But he never saw Liang from beginning to end, which made him worry for a long time. He was right to worry. Although Liang was hit a few times, he had a shield that was constantly recovering energy, so it wasn't a big problem. While these people were resting, he raised his bow again and shot arrows one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Phase 2 begins. Now it's my turn to blast you. Boom, boom, boom. The red arrows exploded instantly after being shot out. A guild's front row was caught off guard and was blown away with his shield, losing his combat capability. Oh no, this guy is still alive. Keep going. Push on. The people from the Green Shirt Guild started to get flustered again. They were clearly only facing one person this time, but this feeling was even more tiring than when they fought the boss before. When fighting the boss, you just need to stand in a formulaic position and output, but Li Yang is like a ghost, and you can't even see him. Just then, a hurried voice came from the distance. Qing Feng came riding on the back of an assassin member. Behind them, another group of elites in green robes were also coming from not far behind. No one cared about this slightly funny scene at the moment. When they saw Qing Feng, they all looked like they saw a savior. Boss, you're finally here. Haha, this is stable. Come on, we've trapped that thief, and we're still fighting. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Feng, who has an S-level profession, is their backbone. Looking at the person coming, Liang frowned slightly. Wow, now all the people from the Qingran Guild are here. He knew that he and Qingran had become enemies. Moreover, he appeared in front of these people today. If the problem is not resolved, there will be endless troubles in the future. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Yang's eyes. None of these people could be let go. Suddenly, his figure began to appear and disappear. Li Yang was stunned, and then he immediately realized that the duration of the invisibility cloak had expired. As his figure was fully revealed, the people from the Qingran Guild also noticed him and said to Qing Feng, "Look, he's there again." Qing Feng looked over and raised an eyebrow. They were obviously surprised that the person who robbed them was so young, but I soon felt relieved. No matter who it is, Anyone who dares to go against them must die. You're the one who stole our boss. Prepare to endure Qingshan's wrath. TSK, I got it by my own ability. What's wrong? Liang sighed. It seemed that he had no choice but to use that trick. Then, a token appeared in his hand, with a blue dragon carved on it with a brutal look in its eyes. Wind Dragon Order. This is the last treasure I got in the boss square. Can summon a Wind Dragon Phantom. Come out. Liang's heart moved. Immediately afterwards, a huge gale blew up on the field. A green airflow emerged from the token, appeared in front of Liang, and slowly condensed into a huge dragon shadow. The faces of everyone in the Qingshan Guild changed, and some of the weaker professionals were almost blown down by the wind. What is this? A dragon? Qingfeng's eyes widened. Liang looked at them coldly. You took the initiative to find me, so don't leave. The Phantom of the Wind Dragon can inherit several times its own attributes. Liang is already a level 35 professional, and the attributes of this Wind Dragon are several times higher than his. In terms of combat power, he is probably almost at the level of a golden boss, perhaps only half a point inferior to the Tianmin commander just now. Even Liang himself cannot guarantee that he can win. No matter how many of these people in green shirts there are, they can never be his match. Chapter 38, Do you regret it now? It's too late. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Is this a Beastmaster? Such a strong aura. Could it be that Liang is also a Beastmaster? That's not right. Isn't Liang a shooter by profession? Looking at the huge Phantom of the Wind Dragon in front of them, Qingfeng and others were all dumbfounded. Influence. Even if the Beastmaster does not have such a strong talent, it is impossible to be so exaggerated in the early stage. The people from the Green Shirt Guild were at a loss and stunned by the scene before them. It was Qingfeng who reacted first and shouted, "Don't be distracted, just push forward. Even if a god comes today, we have to defeat him." The others reacted and began to adjust their formation. Another group of elite troops brought by Qingfeng also joined in. Act as if you were fighting a boss. The team has grown stronger and has gained some confidence. Fuck. No matter if it's a dragon or a bug, today I, Qingfeng, will be the dragon slayer. The front row pushes forward. Nanny, follow closely. Qingfeng commanded the team skillfully. With him as the backbone, the team has become more flexible. Several people in the front row held shields and stepped forward to block the attack. Swish. The Phantom of the Wind Dragon flapped its huge wings, creating a huge wind field, and some of the ruins around were blown away. The next second, the wind blew quickly towards the blue shirt team in front. The front row of people felt so much pressure that they leaned forward with their whole bodies to press down on their shields, but they were still blown back. No, I can't hold on any longer. Shit, my shield is almost out of durability. Hold on, Qingfeng said hurriedly, anxiously. If this collapses right at the start, how can we fight later? The Phantom of the Wind Dragon continued to flap its wings, and the huge wind force directly hit the cows across the mountains, blowing away some of the people hiding in the back row. Qingfeng's face changed drastically. Soon, several people in the front row could no longer hold on and were blown away with their shields. The shields they relied on for survival were broken. Kill you while you are sick. Liang seized the opportunity and directly launched the cursed sound wave, when these people were thrown into disarray. His level has skyrocketed now, and the penetrating power of his sound waves has also been greatly improved. In an instant, more than half of the people in the Qingshan Guild fell into chaos. I'll go, where are you guys? Fuck, why are there so many monsters? You monsters, prepare to die. Boss Qingfeng, where are your people? I just killed a monster. I'm right in front of you. Why did you kill your teammates? What do you want to do by pointing a gun at me? Qingfeng was angry. Now not only do we have to face the terrifying wind dragon, but we also have to deal with these teammates on the pit wall who are in chaos. Still slaying the dragon? Liang looked at Qingfeng with disdain as he was in a panic. He raised his bow and shot an arrow into the center of the group. Bomb! An explosion sounded, and hot sparks burst out. You like chasing, don't you? As Liang spoke, he calmly pulled the bowstring. Another arrow. Then stay here forever. Fenglong was not idle either. When Liang shot arrows to disperse these people, he jumped directly into the crowd and killed everyone. In just a moment, the people in green shirts suffered heavy losses and were in great pain. It's okay for Liang to just finish off the enemy, but the damage is getting worse and worse. Each arrow is doing more damage than the last. Qingfeng's face was full of surprise. Why does he always feel that Li Yang's continuous output is so similar to his professional talent? But it shouldn't be. How can a shooter have the talent of a warrior? I can't figure it out. I absolutely can't figure it out. Qingfeng's face was filled with panic. This beating was too hopeless. He had no power to resist at all. He was crushed from the very beginning. The key point is that Li Yang is very good at finding opportunities, and the pressure created by cooperating with Feng Long is too great. He would even rather go back and fight the level 40 gold boss. It's such a clown. He looked for people everywhere, and after finding them, he mobilized all his forces, but still couldn't defeat them. No, I can't fight at all. Qing Feng was horrified and quickly took out his communication to call for support from the guild headquarters. Seeing this, Lu Chong was frightened. Where had he ever seen such a scene? The Qingshan Guild, which he considered extremely powerful, was fully mobilized this time, but was still unable to do anything to Li Yang. Especially the Phantom of the Wind Dragon. Just looking at it made their hearts beat faster, as if they were extremely close to death. This is a real madman. He was really convinced and vowed never to go against Li Yang again. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly prepared to escape. Not only him, some people also thought about escaping. There is no other way. Staying here is futile no matter how you look at it. It's tantamount to committing suicide. It's true that they are members of the Qingshan Guild, but that doesn't mean they are willing to stay here and be buried with him. But how could Li Yang give them another chance to leave? These people searched everywhere and besieged him. If it weren't for the Wind Dragon Order, he would probably have been killed here. His eyes watched everyone's every move. After seeing someone trying to escape, without hesitation, Li Yang took the lead in shooting a few arrows in the direction of these people. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind-like arrow tip pierced through the void, making a sharp sound. Wang Mang and others had no time to react and were directly hit by arrows. Bong, bong, bong. The explosion was deafening. Huge damage numbers jumped out from them one after another. 1050, 1150, 1125. Li Yang's damage is now also added up. For a moment, several people screamed. I began to regret that I shouldn't have set my sights on this monster Li Yang again. But it was too late now. I felt my vitality draining away and was filled with despair. I could only watch myself bleed to death. After dealing with them, Li Yang turned his attention back to the people in front of the Qingshan Guild. Anyone who knows his identity must not be spared today, lest he cause trouble in the future. At this time, everyone in the Qingshan Guild was in a very bad state. Not only did they have to resist the dragon's attack, but they also had to be careful of their confused teammates. The key is that you can't kill these chaotic teammates, and they all feel extremely frustrated. After witnessing the fate of some of the people who escaped just now, they no longer even had the thought of escaping and were caught in a dilemma. Li Yang was taking advantage of the situation at this time, which was adding insult to injury. Li Yang raised his bow, ready to fire a few more shots. Qing Feng, the representative of the Qingshan Guild, could no longer bear it and began to give in. No, stop fighting. Let's leave now, Qing Feng shouted. Although he was unwilling, he knew very well that if they continued to fight, they would definitely be the ones who suffered. The number of people they brought this time was not enough to capture Li Yang, who had the help of Feng Long. It would be better to retreat first, and then mobilize the power of the guild to slowly cause trouble for Li Yang. Anyway, he already knew what Li Yang looked like. Oh, Li Yang was slightly surprised. He is flexible and worthy of being the leader of a large guild. But, excuse me, I have something to say to you. You were the ones who insisted on hunting me down, and now that you can't defeat me, you want to just walk away? Haha, how can such a good thing happen in this world? Go to hell. Chapter 39, Qingshan is wiped out. Hearing this, Qingfeng's face changed. What do you mean by that? Are you planning to start a war with us, Qingshan? Li Yang laughed. Do you think I'm that idiot Zhang Tao? I can be fooled into a fool by you. If I let you go today, I'm afraid your guild will use all means to cause trouble later. Qingfeng's eyes were uncertain. It seems that although Li Yang looks young, he is not that easy to fool. He changed the subject and said, in that case, how about you return the items dropped by the boss to us and wipe out all grudges between us? We lost so much combat power and the boss experience that you stole, so we won't hold it against you anymore. You should also understand how powerful our Qingshan Guild is. You can't afford to provoke us. Even if you can escape safely today, you will not be able to escape death in the future. There is no good end for opposing us. He said this seriously, but Li Yang laughed. Now I understand. You Qingshan guys are just a bunch of idiots. It seems you haven't realized your current situation yet. Qingfeng's smile froze for a moment, and he became anxious. Do you really want to become an enemy of our Qingshan Guild? You're still young. Can't you quit while you're ahead? Ha ha ha. Li Yang laughed and shook his head. You guys are so arrogant. It seems that talking to you will only lower my IQ. When these people say quit while they're ahead, do they mean that they should just give away what they have worked so hard for and then let them go? These powerful people always have an inexplicable sense of superiority and arrogance towards ordinary professionals. Du Qingran's legendary professionals had treated Yan Zi and others in the same way before. But in his opinion, only the weak will depend on the strong. These people rely on the forces behind them to act arrogantly and domineeringly, but in the end they are nothing more than dogs of others. And he, Liang, will eventually become the strongest man standing at the top. Now the man in green has been defeated by the phantom of the wind dragon. Only a thought from him can decide the outcome. Liang loaded the bow, aimed directly at Qingfeng, and shot out an arrow. Qingfeng widened his eyes. He didn't expect that Liang would suddenly attack him even after he had said so much. Madman. He was already convinced that the person in front of him was a complete lunatic. He quickly raised his sword to block. Bong! When the smoke cleared, Qingfeng stood there, and he was also angry. Since joining the Qingshan Guild and coming this far, this is the first time he feels so aggrieved. He also has a temper. Since you don't agree, then go to hell. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of red potion from his backpack, popped the cork, and poured it into his mouth. Soon, a red light burst out around his body. The whole person is in a brand new state, seems very vigorous, and the aura of the whole person is much stronger. At this time, Qingfeng, who took the potion, was also full of heartache. I hadn't planned to use it originally, but this is a rare potion. The value of one sip is no less than a piece of gold-grade equipment. No matter what, this time Liang must vomit out everything he has eaten, otherwise he will lose both the wife and the army. Liang raised his eyebrows. It's interesting. When he can't win, he starts taking drugs. But does it work? If you can win by relying on external things to enhance your strength, then what is the point of being strong? Liang's face was stern. He raised his bow and shot an arrow at him. Qingfeng was holding a big sword and rushing towards Liang. He flashed with incredible speed, dodged the arrow, and slashed with the sword. So fast. Liang was slightly surprised. It is indeed a rare potion, and Qingfeng himself is very strong, and his level is not weaker than mine. It's a little tricky. He suddenly dodged backwards, out of the attack range. Although the reaction was fast enough, it was still affected by the residual power. Shield value minus 615. Although the damage was not full, the shield value was still reduced by a high level. Call. Liang exhaled and raised his head. Interesting. Qingfeng was slightly surprised that Liang actually pulled away in time. But then he raised his sword again and slashed at Liang. Then I'll play with you. Liang drew out the foaming dagger. It is not suitable to use bows and arrows in close combat now, but fortunately, he got this dagger before. Although it is a silver-level equipment, it can still be used. Qingfeng frowned and looked at the short knife in Liang's hand, which was not even as long as his forearm, and his face turned red. It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Are you looking down on me? He roared, his face fierce, and exerted force with his hands, swinging the sword towards Liang. Die! In his opinion, Liang, an archer, actually put down his proud bow and arrow and instead took out a small dagger. Planning to fight in the melee area that belongs to him is simply courting death. Liang stood in place, and when the big sword attacked, he moved his hand slowly. Bang! The big sword and the small knife collided. There was a sound of iron ringing. Qingfeng was shocked, as if waking up from a dream. He found that the sword in his hand could not move at all. Do you understand? Liang said calmly. You have no chance of winning against me, who possesses all sorts of talents and abilities. No, this is impossible. Qingfeng widened his eyes and was almost going crazy. He had just taken a rare amplification potion, but in a close combat, he was still defeated by Liang, a shooter. He felt like his faith was about to collapse, and even suspected that he had taken fake medicine. He was still doubting his life. Liang had already flashed and stabbed a knife into his chest. 910. Although the short sword is small, it is more flexible in movement. Theoretically speaking, in close combat, it is advantageous to fight against heavy weapons such as greatswords. In the blink of an eye, several scars were already appearing on Qingfeng's body. 950. 1010. Qingfeng became anxious and quickly waved his hands towards his side. Liang dodged it easily by stepping back. Qingfeng got a chance to catch his breath and quickly pulled back a position, looking at Liang in horror. He was really scared. He was not paying attention and didn't even have time to react before half of his health was consumed. What kind of job are you? Why are you so strong in close combat? Liang didn't say anything and wiped the dagger elegantly. The dead don't need to know so much. There was fear in Qingfeng's eyes, and suddenly, he felt his vitality draining away. Bloodthirst is in effect. No, save me. Qingfeng struggled to support his body and tried to run backwards. However, he discovered that the other guild members were either dead or injured, and were only breathing their last breath, not much better off than him. The powerful phantom of the wind dragon is so imposing that no one can defeat it. The team is wiped out. Qingfeng's face was filled with despair. Liang walked forward step by step. When he saw it, he said in panic, "No, you can't kill me. I'm a core member of the guild. If you kill me, Qingshan will retaliate against you and kill everyone who has any connection with you." Before he could finish, Liang had already cleared the last bit of his health bar with one blow. "In that case, I can't keep you here." After getting rid of the representative of the Qingshan guild, just as Liang was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a beep sound. He walked forward doubtfully. I saw a walkie-talkie falling out of Qingfeng's body, and voice was still coming out of it. "Amin, how's it going over there?" "Hey, the guild has sent backup. Where are you?" "No need to come. He's dead," Liang said lightly. The person on the other end of the intercom paused in disbelief. "Who are you? How did Qingfeng's things end up in your hands? What did you do to him?" "I told you, if he dies, all of you in Qingshan will be wiped out." "No, impossible. Who are you?" An angry voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. "Haha, idiot. I'm Zhang Tao from the Legendary Guild. Welcome to Chop Me Down." "You wait." Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Liang threw the walkie-talkie to the ground and crushed it with his foot. At this time, under the powerful force of the Wind Dragon Phantom, the rest of the people from the Green Shirt Guild were also wiped out. He packed up and left. Chapter 40. Zhang Tao is weak. No evidence left. The entrance to the boss land. People kept coming out. After such a long time, all the opportunities and treasures inside have been drained away. Some people had smiles on their faces and walked even louder, while others kept their heads down inside. The people from the most popular legend guild were now all covered in dust and had returned empty-handed. Zhang Tao has woken up, holding his forehead, looking weak. 2 guild members supported him on both sides, while Du Qingran followed behind without saying a word. Zhang Tao said weakly, "Baby, who is that person? Can you tell me?" He never expected that his debut operation, which was originally a sure thing, would run into obstacles at every turn and develop into this. Originally, it was said that even if you didn't get the boss's head in the end, you would at least get bonus points. But now we have not gained any benefit at all, and have lost both the wife and the army. The originally good plan was ruined by a stranger that Du Qingran found from nowhere. Du Qingran said nothing, knowing that he had indeed done something wrong this time. At this stage, Zhang Tao is still useful to her, so she has to humble herself and coax him. "Hey, Brother Tao, our legendary guild is so powerful, we don't need this little bit of equipment." Zhang Tao sighed, wishing it were just a matter of equipment. "You don't understand how important this debut is to me. I led so many people, but ended up losing so badly. What will the people in the guild think of me? The most important thing is..." Zhang Tao paused, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. That thing was taken away. The mission failed. I don't know how to explain it when I get back. Du Qingran felt curious and asked, "What on earth is that thing? It's worthy of your attention." Zhang Tao shook his head. "I only know one thing. That thing seems to be a key that can open the ancient gate to heaven. I don't know the details." Ancient heavenly gate. Du Qingran's eyes lit up when he heard it. Doesn't that mean there are good things there? That should be the case, but that's not something that small forces like us can compete for. Small force? Du Qingran was shocked. The Legend Guild is one of the most powerful forces in Jianghai, but when it comes to this matter, they actually say that they are a small force and have no qualifications to compete. Looking at the legendary guild that was so high-spirited and ready to kill anyone who stood in its way, it now looked so miserable. The crowd outside the entrance couldn't help but start talking. Why do I feel like everyone in the Legend Guild has such dark, scary faces?" "Me too. I don't know what happened." A group of people gathered together. Some people who happened to watch the whole thing started bragging. "Hey, you want to know? Pay 100 dragon coins, and I'll give you some melon." "Damn, I think you're in love with melons. You're profiting privately from the Legend Guild's melons. Aren't you afraid they'll find you? Tell me quickly, or I'll report you now." "Oh, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. We're all poor brothers. How could I bear to make money from you? Here's the thing. Holy crap. You said the 2 major guilds have become clowns. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they also let someone else snatch the boss away. Is the news reliable? This is too explosive. Absolutely reliable. I saw it with my own eyes from a distance. 626. The 2 major guilds are probably going crazy. Jianghai will never be peaceful again. By the way, where are the people from the Green Shirt Guild? Why haven't they come out yet? That's not clear. Maybe they're still looking for someone inside, but it's probably useless. They should have escaped long ago. I know. Suddenly, a young man's voice sounded. The others were suddenly interested, but also had their doubts. "Oh, You said you knew? Then tell me. Really? You're just a kid. What do you know? We don't have time to listen to your made-up stories. The boy smiled slightly. What do I know? You'll know once you listen. I can tell you, but you have to agree to one request of mine. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other, thinking that he was here to ask for money again. I'm warning you, there's no way you can get dragon coins. If you don't tell us, we'll report you. That's right, you should think about it. But the young man shrugged helplessly and shook his head. I don't need that little money. Just promise me not to spread it around. After hearing this, everyone became even more curious. What's going on that requires signing a confidentiality agreement? Sure, no problem. Just tell us. We promise not to tell anyone. Yes, little brother. Please tell me. I'm so itchy. Everyone began to urge. Of course, although they said that they would not spread it outside, they never said that they would not spread it inside. Liang smiled slightly. He certainly didn't expect these people to keep it secret. If that were the case, everything he did would be meaningless. He said this to create authenticity. Judging from the expressions of these people, they probably believed it almost completely. Okay, I'll tell you guys. Just remember to keep it a secret. The man who stole the boss was later caught. The two major guilds fought fiercely over his equipment, and in the end, what happened in the end? Several people listened attentively, not daring to blink. To be honest, it is quite common to fight over things. But this time, it is a struggle between the two powerful guilds in Jianghai. As you can see, Legend won and got out, but the people from the Green Shirt Guild stayed in there forever. Leon continued. Wow. There was an uproar on the field. They have heard many stories about two major forces fighting for things. But is it so intense this time? One side was actually wiped out? Is this really serious? I think we're going to go to war. No wonder. If what you said is true, no wonder all the people in green robes disappeared without a trace, and the legendary people came out. So that's how it is. Oh my god, this is so scary. I won't say anymore. I'm leaving now. Scary. Is the ending a fight to the death? No one is giving in. What good thing did they encounter? It should be pretty close. I remember when we entered, the two guilds were on edge, looking like they were about to fight at any moment. With Li Yang's promotion, the news spread quickly. He didn't need to say anything about what happened next. That should be fine now. Liang nodded secretly. All the members of the Qingran Guild have been eliminated by him, so it can be said that there is no evidence to prove their wrongdoing. In this way, he could temporarily prevent the people in green from tracking him down. After finishing everything, Liang left with peace of mind. Not long after he left, a number of black SUVs came speeding and stopped by the roadside. Chapter 41 Equipment Upgrade. Go to the first turn. Fuck, where are those legendary bastards? The people in the car got out one after another, looking very angry. Who's Zhang Tao? Get out here. The members of the Green Shirt Guild were all holding machetes, their faces filled with anger. The leader was Qinglan, the vice president of the Qingran Guild. He led his men to surround everyone here and then began to inquire. Although the people here were somewhat dissatisfied with such overbearing behavior, they did not dare to resist. What's more, these people look very angry and are not easy to mess with. After some inquiries, the last bit of hope Qinglan had in his heart was shattered. Qingfeng and others really died in there. The legendary man left immediately. According to the people here, the answer was that the people in their guild had a fight with the legend, and in the end they were defeated and wiped out. You know, there are many potential seeds among the people sent by their guild this time. Including S-level professions like Qingfeng, the loss of one is a huge loss. What a legendary guild, what a Zhang Tao. You may escape for a while, but you can't escape forever. Just wait to bear the wrath of our Qingshan. The other side. Zhang Tao knew nothing about all this and returned home exhausted. At this time, I was lying on the sofa and resting. I was still worried about why I was so unlucky today. Soon, Zhang's father opened the door and walked into the living room. Father. Zhang Tao couldn't help but avoid the gaze when he saw the person coming. All right, I already know everything, Zhang's father said. Don't worry about it. I'll find a way to find the person. Zhang Tao sighed and slapped his thigh. Oh, it's all because of the Qingshan gang who caused trouble in the end. Otherwise, we would have taken down the boss long ago. Father Zhang frowned. So, you guys had a fight in there? Zhang Tao was stunned. I guess so. Although he eventually passed out, he was the one who started it. Father Zhang pondered for a moment and said, It's okay. The people in the green shirt shouldn't make a big fuss over such a small matter. By the way, today's operation resulted in heavy losses. The elders in the guild are quite critical of you. You should be more careful in the future. The guild has arranged an escort for you. Please upgrade as soon as possible, complete the first transformation as soon as possible, and get on the rookie list to get a good ranking. Yes. Zhang Tao nodded, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. After completing the first transformation, new professionals can immediately be listed on the newcomer list. As long as you upgrade fast enough and surpass others, and be the first to complete a transformation, you can naturally get the first place in the newcomer list. Of course, whether you can maintain your ranking in the future depends on your own strength. If he makes it onto the newcomer list, he can see who else in the guild dares to talk about him behind his back. At this moment, Liang returned home, already formulating the next step plan. However, the most important stage for all professionals is the one in which they can acquire new professional talents, and the difference between before and after is huge. The first level needs to reach level 40, and there are extra points for completing the first level before the college entrance examination. But in order to successfully complete the first transformation, you must first go to a special copy to obtain the first transformation materials. Then go to the professional association to submit the materials, apply for the first transfer certificate, and then you can go to the first transfer ceremony. Of course, it is naturally quite difficult to get a copy that can produce first-level materials. Most people will only come to fight after reaching level 40, or directly go to the mall to buy first-level materials at a high price. Although Liang is only level 35 and has not yet completed the first transformation requirements, he wants to complete the first transformation as soon as possible. Therefore, he planned to go directly to make a copy of the material. There will also be some high-level monsters in the dungeon. He just cleared the first dungeon and killed all the monsters inside. He should be able to reach level 40, right? By then, you will have obtained the materials for the first level, so you can go directly for the first level. After Liang cleared his mind, he went straight to bed. The next day, Liang got up, packed up, and went to the stock exchange. He is going to play a dungeon today. To be on the safe side, he planned to sell some low-level equipment first, and then buy some equipment that could improve his current condition. The Jianghai Exchange, located in the city center, is the most authoritative trading office in the entire Jianghai area. It has official endorsement and cooperation, and is very secure. Here you can sell anything and buy anything at reasonable prices. Liang walked to the front desk and delivered some silver-level equipment, including the Wind Spirit Dagger. There are two ways of selling. The first is to put the equipment on the exchange's mall. After someone buys it, a certain handling fee will be deducted, and the remaining money can be transferred to Li Yang's account. The second way is to sell it directly to the exchange. You can get the money directly, but the price is relatively low. The advantage is that you don't have to wait for the sale. But in fact, the price was not cut too much, less than 10%. Liang directly chose the second option, because he planned to buy some useful equipment and needed money temporarily. In the end, these equipment were sold for a total of 210,000 dragon coins. This is a very good price, and you can buy some simple gold-level equipment. Adding the remaining dragon coins, the total is 400,000, which can buy a very good gold-level equipment. This exchange is very large. If you want to buy equipment, you can't just go to the exhibition area to see everything. The exchange is equipped with special tablets for consumers to check and place orders. The advantage of this is that it is simple and clear, can see more comprehensively and clearly, and can also avoid some unexpected accidents. Liang selected a range based on his own wealth value. His current profession allows him to fight from a distance and is also strong in close combat. In terms of long-range weapons, he already has a powerful gold-level weapon such as the explosive bow. In close combat, it's a little lacking. This time he planned to choose a melee weapon in case of emergency. He had previously copied Qingfeng's S-level warrior profession, so he dragged the mall section to the weapon interface of the warrior profession. Great sword, staff, gauntlet, long knife, spear. Liang began to choose. For him, he is better at using some light weapons. Sure enough, long-handled weapons are more suitable for me. In close combat, you can use your strengths to bully the weak. Grasp the scale well, the upper limit is very high, and it has strong lethality, a large attack range, and can attack and defend. The only drawback is that if it is too long, it may be restricted by some environments and difficult to use. Iron Cavalry Lance. Grade Gold. Type, Big Gun. Price, 333,000 dragon coins. Tiger Spear. Grade Gold. Type, Flower Spear. Price, 350,000 dragon coins. Big Wave Gun. Grade Gold. Type, Long Gun. Price, 380,000 dragon coins. Liang looked around. Finally, he fixed his sights on a halberd. Click on the interface and the detailed properties of the weapon will be displayed. Lightning Halberd. Grade Gold. Wearing requirements. Strength, 500. Attributes. Strength plus 350. Spirit plus 100. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Exclusive effect 1. The attack causes lightning damage to the target and forms a chain, transmitting 50% of the damage to surrounding targets. Weapon passive. Lightning attacks increase the opponent's paralysis value. Once the paralysis value is fully stacked, the opponent can be directly paralyzed. Price: 399,000 dragon coins. Liang nodded and decided to take this one. Although it is expensive, but among all the golden weapons, this one is considered to be very good. Compared to other weapons, the white value is also higher. After making the selection, Liang placed the order directly. The exchange is very efficient. He waited in the rest area for about 10 minutes before the staff came over with a weapons box. Liang took out the lightning halberd and inspected it. The slender gun body glowed with golden light, like a flickering lightning. Put it on. Name: Liang. Occupation: blank. Level 35. Strength: 1000. Constitution: 460. Agility: 450. Spirit: 420. Talent card. Talented abilities: Soul Wizard SS level occupation, Berserker S level occupation, Guardian Shield S, Bloodthirst S, Curse Soundwave A, Strengthen C. Card 3. The basic strength directly exceeded 1000. Liang felt more confident about the next level copy. The recommended strength for the first level copy is 800 or above. I already have 1000 plus some natural abilities, so it's not easy. After paying the money, he left and went directly to the copy. Chapter 42. Encountering Eru again. Is the face of ordinary people not important? The first level copy is not far from the exchange where Liang is located, and is located on the edge of the city center. Not long after, Liang arrived here. The scene here was even more lively than he had imagined, with a lot of people there early in the morning. But at a glance, only about half of the people actually come to brush the first level materials, and most of them are people who are there to escort and promote the studios. New professionals are undoubtedly the best users. They lack everything and have little experience. Most of them cannot distinguish the quality and value of things. As soon as Liang arrived here, many men in suits and ties carrying briefcases and documents came to talk to him on the roadside outside. Liang refused them all. Putting aside other things, he doesn't have a penny in his bag now. But even so, there were still people who tried to lure him into taking out loans or selling things. Liang couldn't help but sigh that these days, people are scarier than monsters. Enter the dungeon lobby. It is finally a lot quieter here. Although it is still noisy, it is filled with professionals who are preparing to play a dungeon and discussing countermeasures. After observation, he discovered most of the professionals here are veterans from previous years, such as some low-level professionals of level C and D. They are unwilling to give up the path of being a professional and are still working hard. But there are also newcomers this year, but they are generally from wealthy families. Calculating the progress, it's only been a few days since the awakening ceremony this year. Even if some powerful professionals progress very fast, they should be around level 30 by now, right? You know, I have robbed a level 40 gold boss and reached level 35. Now that I am a little confident, I came here to farm materials for the first level in advance. These people came in advance to collect materials, simply because they paid someone to escort them, so they dared to come at this time. No matter where you go, the reality is that having money is the shortcut. At this moment, Liang suddenly saw a familiar figure. A young man in his 20s, a little chubby, with a simple and honest face. If this isn't Eru, then who is it? Thinking about what happened yesterday at the boss place, Eru is indeed a man who values friendship and loyalty. He also took the initiative to give himself the invisibility cloak. Next to him stood a shorter girl with short hair, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a long-sleeved white shirt and a black pleated skirt. Her face was pale, and she did not look very good. At this moment, Eru had a worried look on his face and tried to persuade. Sister, the face of ordinary people like us is not important. Let's wait until we become stronger in the future. The girl nodded, but there was still disappointment in her eyes. Well, I understand all of this, but I don't know where I found this person, and I don't know if he's reliable. If they knew, they'd probably laugh at me again. Eru sighed. There's nothing we can do. This is how we ordinary people live. You'll understand when you grow up. We can only try our best to catch up with them, even if it means we get hurt. He said stubbornly. If they give you trouble again, tell me and I'll support you. The girl looked at him, sighed, and shook her head. Thank you, brother. I'll try to avoid them from now on. Of course, she also understands the difficulties at home. If I hadn't been lucky enough to awaken an A-level profession, I wouldn't have come to clear the dungeon in advance just to keep up with those geniuses. Liang looked at it, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. It seemed that he appeared at the wrong time. It's better not to disturb them. Unfortunately, Eru just shifted his gaze at this moment and made eye contact with him. Liang saw him, and he also saw Liang. Eru's originally gloomy expression changed. After a moment of silence, he was delighted as if he had met an old friend and waved in surprise. Hey, my benefactor. Here. Come on, don't do it. Li Yong held his forehead with his hand, thinking that this was a bit exaggerated in public. Then he walked forward. In that case, let's say hello. Eru stepped forward and spoke enthusiastically. That's great. I didn't expect to meet you here. I didn't thank you properly yesterday. How was your harvest yesterday? Li Yong smiled and said, It's okay. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Oh, Eru suddenly slapped his head. Look at my memory. I forgot to introduce myself to you. My last name is Lin, and this is my sister, Lin Yu. As he spoke, he introduced Lin Yu. This big brother saved me yesterday in the boss area. He looks young, but he's actually super powerful. Lin Yu nodded, turned away unhappily, and sighed. Eru scratched his head awkwardly and said to Li Yong, Sorry, my sister is not in a good state. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Just call me Li Yong. Eru nodded, then smiled bitterly and said regretfully, I'm really sorry. I probably won't be able to thank you properly today. I've hired someone and plan to take my sister to a dungeon later. How about we change our contact information? I'll definitely invite you next time. Oh, Li Yong raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. What a coincidence. At this moment, Eru suddenly reacted. Fuck, wait, you're here too. Are you here to get some materials as well? Only then did he realize that, besides coming here to get some materials, what else could he be doing here? Li Yong smiled and nodded without denying it. Eru's eyes lit up. That's perfect. The people I invited will be here soon. We'll go in together later. Li Yong thought about it and said, This is not a big deal, is it? It costs money to ask someone to bring a copy. As far as he knew, even the cheapest escort cost a lot. Even if he entered the dungeon alone, he was confident. Eru waved his hands generously. It's okay. You are my benefactor. There is no need to be polite to me. He knew in his heart that without Li Yong, he might have died in the boss place earlier. He really wanted to help Li Yong. And just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps behind me. 3 professionals wearing equipment strode over, their armor clanging with every movement, looking neither humble nor arrogant. All 3 of them are level 50 A-grade professionals, and they have at least 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. Is Boss Eru here? A soldier stepped forward. When Eru heard this, he hurried forward to greet him. Here it comes here. Are you ready? Eru nodded and asked. Okay, when do we start the dungeon? The soldier waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I have something to tell you. Eru was stunned. What's the matter? It's nothing, actually. We originally planned to bring 2 teams for this escort mission, but now the other team has canceled the mission due to some unexpected matters. Therefore, you will need to bear all the expenses later. Eru's expression changed, and he became anxious. This is different from what we agreed on. He didn't even bother to look around, and gave the only chance to his talented sister. Just to pay this half of the money, he has already spent all his money and cannot afford the whole thing. The soldier shook his head. That's none of our business. We still have half an hour until the appointment starts. If you can find another group to share the ride with you during that time, that would be fine. Eru frowned. How can I find anyone in half an hour? Suddenly, a thick female voice was heard. Lin Yu. Chapter 43 Cooperation. The person who spoke was a fat woman wearing high heels and a fashionable dress. In sharp contrast, there were 5 strong, handsome, PR-like men following her, wearing extremely gorgeous armor. Compared with the others, he seems a little funny, but he doesn't seem to realize it. Instead, he looked superior, like a chicken head. Li Yong looked over. The equipment on these escorts is very good, almost gold-level equipment, extremely dazzling. Wang Meili. Seeing the person coming, Lin Yu's face became even paler. Oh, what a coincidence, you are here to do a dungeon too. Wang Meili looked at him playfully, her tone full of sarcasm. Are these men your escorts? TSK, you know what, they're quite a good match for you. After hearing this, the 3 people invited by Eru were not angry. The chain of contempt within the escort is quite serious. High-level escort is more noble than low-level escort and has more say. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, and they have long been accustomed to it. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Eru's face. Looking at others, and then looking at my own, it is indeed a bit. His sister was embarrassed, and naturally he, as her brother, felt the same way. Eru knew it clearly. The actual situation is even worse, because they may not even be able to pay for these low-level escorts. Li Yong didn't say anything. It's none of his business. He was just going to say goodbye and leave. Who knew I would be held here for several minutes? At this time, Wang Meili made a few sarcastic remarks and had no intention of leaving. Instead, he brought people over. Looking at the 3 escorts here, he asked, How much did Lin Yu spend to find you? The soldier here frowned slightly, but still shook his head and said, "It hasn't been decided yet. There were originally 2 groups, but now the other group has been cancelled at the last minute." When Wang Meili heard this, she was immediately happy. "Ha ha, I didn't expect we'd still be carpooling." She covered her mouth and laughed, the fat on her face shaking. Lin Yu's face flushed red. "Is it funny?" Eru couldn't help but said angrily. "Of course it's funny. You poor people, don't even think about turning your life around. Just focus on developing your career in the living department." Wang Meili laughed loudly and said to the escorts that Eru had invited, "Don't even think about it. They definitely can't afford it. Come with me. I'll pay double the price." The few escorts she brought with her were actually more than enough. But the reason for doing this was simply to disgust Lin Yu and others. As soon as she said this, the 3 escorts' faces were full of excitement. They also realized that Eru probably couldn't afford to pay. If you choose the other side, you can get double the price, which is a huge profit. Finally, the leading warrior spoke to break the situation and said to Eru impatiently, "It starts in 20 minutes. Have you made up your mind? Our time is precious." Eru smiled bitterly. "Can it be cheaper?" "Cannot." Eru lowered his head. Seeing him like this, the escorts knew the answer and started cursing. "Tisk, bad luck. You don't have any money and you want someone to take you there? Bah, a poor bastard deserves a turn." Then he stood beside Wang Meili without hesitation. "Boss, we'll follow you." "Ha ha. See, Lin Yu, compared to me, you are nothing." Wang Meili laughed heartily and left with her people. The air suddenly became clear. But after she did this, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Lin Yu couldn't bear it anymore, squatted down, and sobbed with her head in her hands. "Look at her." Eru sighed, looked at Li Yang dejectedly, and gave an apologetic smile. "Huh, I'm sorry, I boasted about taking you with me. As you can see, my life is a mess. My friends have left me, and my family is angry about me. Every misfortune surrounds me, as if everything is against me." "Who said that?" Li Yang raised his eyes and looked at him. "Meeting me means you are not really that unlucky." Eru was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant, but he still smiled in agreement. "Of course, knowing a strong man like you is one of the few blessings I have accumulated in my past life." Li Yang shrugged. "I'm not a Buddha, but we can work together." Eru was puzzled. "How cooperation method?" "Wait a minute, you guys come with me into the dungeon." For a first-level dungeon, each professional has only 1 challenge opportunity per month. During the cooling-off period, if you want to enter again, you can only rely on someone else to lead you in. In this way, Leon can complete the dungeon 3 times. Are you afraid that you can't reach level 40? You should know that the difficulty and monsters in the first-level dungeon are arranged according to the level 40 first-level professional, so it should be stable. Just treat it as leveling up and take Eru and the others with you at the same time. It can be considered as repaying the favor of the concealment cloak. When Eru heard this, confusion was written all over his face. "Huh? Just us?" "That's right." Liang nodded. "The 3 of us." Eru was a little bit troubled and said awkwardly, "Brother, you know I'm very weak. I won't be able to do anything after I go in." He is not a combat-oriented profession, but more inclined to teamwork. Liang shook his head. "I will lead you to the dungeon. Please don't interfere. I will be the sole C. And let me tell you right up front, I'll take the heads of all the monsters inside." This request is a bit selfish. In this way, since you deal all the damage yourself, get all the heads yourself, and gain all the experience yourself, others see no benefit at all. Even after swiping 3 times, there was nothing. But what Liang can guarantee is that he will be able to give them a first-level prop in the end. This. Era hesitated for a while after hearing this. If you can really get the props, the cooldown is only once a month, which is definitely worth it. But you have to know that the difficulty of the dungeon is no joke. There were only 3 of them, and they just went in and fought straight away. This is too crazy. At this moment, he remembered the scene in the boss area before, when Li Yang was like a god descending from heaven and defeated the Qingran guild team alone. Eru's eyes moved. "Okay, I believe you." Li Yang nodded. "This is great. I can play it a few more times and gain more experience." Now many dungeons outside are no longer suitable for his level, and the high-level monsters in the first-level dungeon are just right. After the discussion, Eru squatted down and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Sister, let's go." Lin Yu raised his head, his eyes red. "Where are you going?" "Brush a copy." Thinking of what happened before, a hint of resistance flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. "Forget it. I'll do it myself when I'm at a higher level." "No, you're an A-level talent. How can you be held back for this reason? That Wang Meili is just jealous of your talent. She's a bitch herself, so she likes to target you. Don't take it to heart." Well, without Shao Dai can we win?" Lin Hu shook his head. "No need. We have Brother Yang to help us. I told you before, he is an extremely powerful master. When you grow up, remember to never forget this favor, understand? Yeah. Lin Yu looked at Li Yang and nodded seriously. Okay then, let's go. Chapter 44. The Arrogant Daughter of the Underground King, Limited Time Event. Li Yang and the other two came to the entrance of the dungeon. Due to the large number of people and limited resources, they need to enter in batches. In addition to Li Yang and his group, there are many people waiting for the next batch in the rest area. In the rest area, Wang Meili and others were seen again. Several escorts were beside her, serving tea and water. She looked like a queen and was extremely eye-catching, especially her fat body and smug smile, which made her look out of place wherever she went. This scene is so dramatic. It's like a group of school beauties and goddesses surrounding a short, poor, sloppy fat guy and asking him about his well-being. Li Yang has already discovered several people around who are laughing secretly. See Wang Meili again. Lin Yu subconsciously shrank back and hid himself behind, afraid of being seen. Let's not go over there. We can just wait in the lobby. Lin Yu's voice was as weak as a mosquito. Li Yang couldn't help but frown as he listened. He didn't quite understand. He had clearly awakened an A-level profession. Not to mention how great it was, but at least it was better than 90% of the people. Most people were C-level or D-level. It's already like this. Why are you still so cowardly? I heard Eru say earlier that Wang Meili looks so awesome, but in fact she is just a B-level professional. She is so confident simply because she is rich. What is this actually called? The fox borrows the tiger's power. What are you afraid of? She's not as strong as you, and her professional talent isn't as strong as yours. At this time, Eru was also hesitating and spoke. Brother Yang, you don't know that this Wang Meili has quite a background. It seems her family is related to the underground king of Jianghai. I heard that she is an only child and is very doted on. So what? Li Yang said lightly. It's a public place. Everyone can rest here. Why not go? Anyway, I don't know how long I'll have to wait, and I don't want to stand outside all the time. Please do as you please. Having said that, he walked straight forward. He never causes trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble either. And in his opinion, what needs to be faced must be faced. Blindly avoiding it will only lead to further encroachment. Lin Eru hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said to Lin Yu beside him, "Let's go, we'll follow." After saying that, he also took Lin Yu and walked into the rest area. Lin Yu looked fearful and hid behind him. But even so, when Li Yang and others walked into the rest area, they could not avoid appearing in the sight of the people inside. Most people still do their own things and don't pay much attention to anything else. But Wang Meili, a person with nothing to do, saw Li Yang and others at the first moment. Then he said sarcastically, "Hey, family, look who's here." When he spoke, the sound of fat compressing his vocal cords was almost irritating. I'm saying, we should get a private room in this lounge area. Otherwise, it would be so awkward to have people of all social status hanging out together. Several escorts beside her also echoed, "My princess, don't worry about these little people. It's a blessing for them to be able to breathe the same air with you." Wang Meili laughed out loud. She noticed Li Yang and the others again, and there was no one else except themselves. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Oh, what's going on?" Then he said, "Family members, come with me to take a look." Then she stood up and walked up with her people. At this time, Li Yang has already found a seat with his people and sat down. Apart from him, Eru and the others seemed very reserved. In order to ease the atmosphere, Li Yang spoke as if nothing had happened. "Hey, it seems we are lucky. There is an event going on recently. This event is quite interesting. Are there any activities?" Eru asked puzzledly. "I was so nervous when I came here just now that I didn't pay any attention." Li Yang nodded and took out a flyer that he found on the seat. To wish new professionals a smooth sailing and a vibrant youth, a limited time event is launching for the first level dungeon. The team with the highest clearance time will receive a mysterious souvenir reward. 2 tigers and 1 smile. Yes, it does exist. However, this reward is out of reach for ordinary people like me. I'm sure the studio's supporters will fight tooth and nail for it. It's hard to say. After all, we have 3 chances, Li Yang said with a smile. As for the time it takes to clear this kind of dungeon, it actually doesn't depend on one's strength, but on how fast one kills monsters. If his level reaches 40 during the first 2 fights, he can then wear the level 40 equipment dropped by the previous boss. By then, my strength will definitely grow explosively, and there will be opportunities. Look, isn't this a noble A-rank profession? Why is he always hanging out with those worthless people? Does he have no friends? Just then, Wang Meili and her group came over. I didn't expect that a bunch of poor bastards who can't afford the price, even the escorts despise you, would still have the audacity to come here. Eru listened, looked at the person who came, and couldn't help but said angrily, "Wang Meili, are you done yet?" Before Wang Meili could speak, several of her escorts came forward. "Shut up. Are you worthy enough to address our princess by her name? I think you're tired of living." "You?" Arrow pointed at them, his momentum weakening. Liang looked strange. This Wang Meili, apart from her expensive clothes, he really couldn't find any part that matched her with the princess, not even her name. But after all, these people took money and told lies with their eyes open, so it is understandable. Wang Meili took a step forward and looked at Eru with an imposing manner, like a shrew. "Haha, am I done yet? You should ask your sister. If she dares to seduce my man, I wish I could find someone to kill her." "Shut up. I believe my sister is not that kind of person." Eru also became tough. "She is. You and your whole family should get down." Wang Meili yelled with her mouth wide open. "That's enough." Lin Yu suddenly stood up and said loudly, "It was your boyfriend who came to talk to me on his own, and he was just asking me questions about my career. I've already explained everything to you, so why did you keep pestering me?" "Shut up. Then why did he break up with me? It's your fault. You seduced my man. Otherwise, no one would dislike me." Wang Meili screamed at the top of her voice, almost going crazy. Just then, the broadcast in the lounge suddenly sounded. "Ding dong. Please be patient and don't make any noise. Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you a successful start and a triumphant return." The field also became quiet. Wang Meili stared, noticing her own misconduct. She snorted and sneered. "Lin Yu, now that you've awakened your A-rank class, you've become too powerful to even dare to talk back to me. I'm telling you, I'll still crush you after I reach the first level. And you can't even get the materials for the first level. Going in is just courting death. Just be humble and let me trample you under my feet." "Who said that?" Suddenly, Liang said in a loud voice. "Not only do we want to go, we also want to win first place." Chapter 45. Can't you persuade the damned ghost with kind words? Enter the dungeon. Wang Meili was stunned. He glanced at Liang and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Lin Yu, don't tease me. This is the helper you invited?" Eru frowned. "What do you mean? He is my friend." "Oh, I thought you guys had fallen to the point of asking this kind of person for help. He doesn't look even older than you, Eru. Even though he's young, he's still got a lot of airs." Wang Meili sneered and said, "Just the three of you? You still want to go to the dungeon, farm for materials, and brazenly claim to be first? That's ridiculous. Let me tell you, I'm determined to take first place this time. As long as I'm here, you won't have a chance." As she spoke, the escorts around her straightened their backs, looking confident. "Really? Then we'll see," Liang said calmly. He also couldn't stand Wang Meili's arrogant and domineering attitude. If it had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't have gotten involved. He was getting annoyed by the constant coming to cause trouble. "Ha ha ha. All right, then we'll see. If a team like yours takes first place, I might as well stand on my head and eat shit." Wang Meili almost laughed to death. It was the first time she had seen such a strange request. It made the escorts behind her seem like decorations. "And you still dare to tell her that you want to be the first? Don't you even look at your own weight? You said it, so don't deny it later." Liang glanced around. At this time, many people were waiting in the rest area with nothing to do. In addition, the noise here was too loud, so naturally a bunch of onlookers came over. A lot of people were listening to this. Wang Meili spat disdainfully. "Heh, as expected, if you can play with trash, then you'll only be able to play with trash. Compared to this, I think you should reconsider it. Don't let yourself get stuck in there and alert the rescue team. That would be really embarrassing." "You don't have to worry about that." Liang smiled. He speaks so confidently that people who don't know him would think that he can beat the dungeon by relying on his own strength. Ding dong, the first level dungeon has been opened. Professionals who want to challenge it, please go to the entrance in time and enter in order. The radio sounded again. Everyone in the rest area stood up. "Hey, let's go." Wang Meili snorted coldly and left with her escorts. Liang looked at the Eru's siblings and gestured. "Let's go too." Eru said a little worriedly. "Brother, can we really do this? It's just the three of us. Should we look for someone else?" He was afraid that Liang would make a wrong decision in order to help him. Liang waved his hand. "Don't worry, now that I've said it, I'm sure of it. Let's go." Seeing that Liang said this, Eru nodded and said no more. "Come to the dungeon entrance. Multi-person teams need to record information." The ones walking in front were undoubtedly Wang Meili and her escort, and no one else dared to compete with him. Soon, information appeared. Except for Wang Meili herself, who was level 25, the other escorts were all level 50. For a team with so many high-level professionals, fighting a level 40 first-pass copy is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. The moment the information appeared, the scene was in an uproar. Many professionals showed envy. This means you can just lie down and do nothing and wait for the harvest. A hint of superiority emerged in Wang Mei's eyes. After a while, Li Yang and others arrived. Their team can be said to be the most special in the whole game, with only 3 people. Moreover, they were all young, looked very young, and had no escort. Captain, Li Yang, level 35. Team member, Lin Eru, level 39. Team member, Lin Yu, level 30. Ha! What kind of idiot team is this? There's not even a level 40 player. If they really do get in, we can call the rescue team to guard the outside of the dungeon in advance. Among the crowd, Wang Mei was the one who laughed the most happily. That's hilarious. Are you guys here on purpose to attract my attention? None of you are level 40, yet you're here to play a dungeon, and you're trying to steal my first place. Ha 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 ha. Hearing these words, Eru's face turned red. Wang Mei, how dare you criticize us? You're only level 20 or so, not even as good as us. I'm indeed level 20, but I have someone to guide me. I can complete the dungeon, get the materials, and get first place. Can you guys do it? Eru rolled up his sleeves and was about to go up and argue. But he was stopped by Li Yang. There's no need to say more to people like this. In this world, strength is everything. That's the only way to shut them up. Eru wiped his tears and nodded. Brother Yang, I want to win. Li Yang smiled and said, of course we will win. Lin Yu raised his head, his eyes showing determination. I want to become stronger and surpass those who look down on me. In her opinion, both of them had come to this point for her, and she could not be weak anymore. Looking at the two's realization, Li Yang nodded. This is the vigor that young professionals should have. Okay, let's go. The 3 of them walked into the dungeon portal with firm steps. With a flash of blue light, it disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone outside the copy was stunned. Fuck, they really went in. Oh my god, do they really want to die? They dare to go in with just 3 people. Wang Mei looked at this step in surprise, then came to her senses and sneered. What a bunch of idiots. It's hard to persuade them with kind words. Well, it's time for us to go. My knights, follow me into the dungeon. In the copy, Li Yang just teleported in. Take a look around. They found themselves in a cave, and the air was damp and cold. There was hardly any light coming through. In this situation, the action will be greatly slowed down because no one knows whether the motionless giant in front of them is a stone or a monster. First level of the dungeon, abandoned mine. At this moment, a click sound came from behind Li Yang. Then, a warm orange light came on. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the props Eru brought from his backpack. The lights gradually spread out, and the surroundings began to be illuminated. Li Yang gave him a thumbs up, saying, well done. This is much more convenient. Eru chuckled and scratched his head. But soon, the smile froze. The light spread completely, illuminating the surrounding stone walls and passages. Above their heads, gray-black bats were sleeping, hanging upside down. The lights illuminated their bodies, which were densely packed and hanging on the wall, looking extremely creepy. Ghost Face Bat. Level 40. Introduction. Bats that live in damp nests have extremely high attack power and generally live in groups. Eru quickly covered his mouth. At this time, bats stretched their heads out from their wings, bloodthirsty red light flashing in their eyes and sharp fangs bared in their mouths. Chapter 46 Fusion Ability. New SS level. Eru's face tightened, and he fumbled for his equipment. There are at least a dozen bats. Don't panic, Li Yang said calmly. He took out his lightning spear and swung it across, leaving a trail of lightning. The jumping electric lights kept flashing in the air, accompanied by a crackling sound. The attack hit a ghost-faced bat, directly knocking off a large section of its health. 1000. At the same time, an arc of electricity flashed and began to transmit from its body to the other ghost-faced bats around it. Damage numbers are flying all over the place. 500. 500. At this time, Li Yang discovered that the damage caused by conduction could also trigger the bleeding effect of bloodthirsty. 500. 2500. 500. 2500. Big numbers mixed with small numbers. Outrageous. This efficiency is too high. Some ghost-faced bats fell into a state of paralysis, their bodies stiffened, and they fell to the ground. Li Yang walked forward and finished off the enemy one by one. You killed the ghost-faced bat. Experience plus 400. You killed the ghost-faced bat. Experience plus 400. In less than 2 minutes, the ground of the mine was littered with the corpses of ghost-faced bats. Li Yang let out a breath. After checking the surroundings and making sure that no one had escaped, he turned back. Lin Eru and Lin Yu in the back were already stunned. The weapon in his hand seemed to be completely useless, and he seemed a little at a loss for a moment. There's not much space here, and there are so many bats. They were originally worried that Li Yang would be difficult to deal with, and were ready to come forward to help at any time. Result: Li Yang seems quite powerful. You know, these ghost-faced bats are all above level 40. They were all prepared for a fierce battle. Afterwards, Li Yang waved at them, and they finally reacted. Leave. Li Yang still looked calm. Eru and the other man hurried to follow. After digesting the incredible scene just now, Eru asked excitedly as he moved forward. That's amazing, bro. How did you manage to kill so many level 40 monsters in one go, and do it so effortlessly? You're just pretending to be awesome. Li Yang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Well, with this funny guy here, it won't be boring to clear the dungeon later. Lin Yu stood by and observed Li Yang with her big watery eyes. It was also the first time that I had a superficial understanding of this super strong man that my brother mentioned. Noticing that his sister had a strange look in her eyes, Eru quickly coughed twice. Ahem, Xiaoyu, something's wrong with you. How can you dream of a strong man like Brother Yang? Take it back quickly. He was also worried. This sister is in her adolescence. A handsome, strong, young and talented man like Li Yang is too tempting. If he wasn't a man, even he. Well, the main reason is that the gap between the two is too big. Once you really fall, it will be difficult to end it. Absolutely. Lin Yu pursed her lips and made a face at him. Eru's face darkened a little. Feeling the two siblings fighting behind him, Li Yang smiled helplessly. As we continued to explore forward in the mine, soon, a huge monster shadow appeared in front of them, blocking the middle of the road. Under the light, the monster's figure was fully revealed. This monster looks like a large rat, with its long tail constantly swinging and two front teeth sticking out of its mouth. It lies on the ground, making people feel physically uncomfortable. Rock Rat Elite. Level 40. HP, 20,000. Introduction: a monster that feeds on rock. It possesses the power of rock elements and is extremely destructive. When attacked, it deploys a rock shield. Talent ability: Rock Shield S. Rock Shield. When attacked, a rock shield will automatically be summoned to absorb damage, up to 5,000 points. It will be restored to health after a period of time. Copyable talent. Li Yang took a look and chose to copy directly. It just so happens that his Guardian Shield is now very useful except for immunity to negative effects, but its defense is actually a bit insufficient. Moreover, these two are defense-related abilities and should be able to be integrated. Copy successful. You gain the ability, Rock Shield S. Rock Shield. When attacked, a rock shield will automatically be summoned to absorb damage, up to 3,000 points, and will be restored to health after a period of time. You currently have two defensive cards, Guardian Shield S and Rock Shield S, which can be combined. Is it integrated? Fusion. Added card abilities, Guardian Shield, Rock Shield. Integrating. Fusion successful. You get Ethereal Shield SS. Ethereal Shield. Gain a shield capable of withstanding 10 times your own attack power. Damage received during its duration will be directly absorbed and converted into the shield, absorbing up to 10 times the initial shield value. During the shield's duration, gain a purification effect, becoming immune to all negative statuses. Li Yang looked surprised. It's worthy of being SS level. This ability is much stronger. As your attacks increase, the initial shield value will continue to increase. Moreover, in theory, if the shield is not broken immediately, the shield value can be stacked, making it stronger and stronger. In other words, if someone faces Li Yang in the future and can't break his shield with one move, it is no exaggeration to say that the shield can basically never be broken. Wipe. Now that I have this ability, I can completely take the front row by myself. You don't even need to raise a shield, just use your body to attack. This is simply outrageous. After obtaining this ability, looking at the terrifying giant rat in front of him, Li Yang immediately planned to use it. Hey, here I come, rat, let's see who's fatter. After settling Eru and Lin Yu in the distance, Li Yang couldn't wait to run over. Without concealing his movements at all, he rushed forward head-on. When Eru saw this, he broke out in a sweat and took a deep breath. Hiss, are you so blatant now? After all, this is still their territory. Just like that, it went on. This is a level 40 elite monster, and they really don't give me any face at all. A hint of nervousness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he watched. Is Brother Li Yang any good? This giant rat is much stronger than the bats before it combined. After all, the strength of elite monsters is far beyond that of ordinary monsters. What's more, it is so big and the aura it exudes is extremely terrifying. Eru exhaled and said, although it's a little hard to believe, I believe in Brother Yang. In my eyes, there's nothing he can't do. Sister, you may not know what happened in the boss area yesterday, My brother Yang single-handedly defeated an entire team from the Qingran Guild. You're saying that really? Lin Yu was stunned, his eyes full of shock. That's the Qingran Guild. It's a well-known faction among all the professionals in Jianghai. Eru said with a proud look on his face. Of course would I lie to you. I was there at the time, and since then, Qingshan's position in my heart is far inferior to that of my brother Yang. Lin Yu said nothing, but her eyes became brighter as she looked at Li Yang, full of admiration. I want to become such a strong person in the future. Chapter 47, Shield Power. Kill in the Dungeon. Come on, hit me. Li Yang walked up to the giant rock rat and opened his arms. The giant rock rats were stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a request. Feeling Li Yang's contemptuous attitude, it suddenly became angry. He twisted his body suddenly and lashed towards Li Yang with his thick and long tail raised, like a long whip sweeping up a cloud of dust with great power. Li Yang looked at it, his body fixed, and he just stood there. A bang sound was heard. After the attack hit the target, a look of pride appeared in the eyes of the giant rock rat. The smoke dissipated. A figure still stood in the center. Li Yang stood there unharmed and looked around with great interest. A transparent shield has appeared on his body, which is much thicker than the previous shield. After absorbing the attack of the giant rock rat, the shield value increased instead of decreased. Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he beckoned to the giant rat. Come on, continue. In any case, he planned to fill up the shield first. Seeing that his attack was completely different from what he expected, Li Yang was not affected at all. The giant rock rat squeaked, its eyes turned red, and it looked angry. It kicked its legs and rushed over quickly. It raised its claws towards Li Yang and slapped him with a swish. Li Yang still had no intention of moving. Eru was watching from behind with an anxious look on his face. Ever since Li Yang received the first blow, he couldn't help but want to go up and help. That's an elite monster. Normally, it's not something that one person can deal with. At least it takes a team to slowly consume it together to defeat it. But thinking of Li Yang's previous instructions to him not to interfere no matter what, he forced himself to hold back. He was relieved to see that Li Yang was fine. But when he saw this, his heart was lifted again. The giant rock rat seems to be serious. It's time to hide now. Brother, why isn't he moving? Let's go and help him. Lin Yu looked extremely anxious. As he said that, he took out his weapon and wanted to go up. Eru quickly stopped her, but his face was full of confusion. Wait a little longer. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield. He also didn't understand why Li Yang stood there motionless and didn't even try to hide. Bang! The giant rat seemed to have hit a rock. Li Yang remained motionless. Suddenly, he raised his head, looked at the giant rock rat, and smiled slightly. The next moment, he picked up the lightning halberd and stabbed it in the eye. Puff! 1150. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giant rock rat felt pain, rolled backwards, and fell to the ground. At this time, a khaki shield appears on its body, absorbing the damage. Come on, let's play slowly. Li Yang walked forward step by step with a smile and weapon in hand. After being hit a few times, the shield on his body became thicker and thicker. There was already a look of fear in the eyes of the giant rock rat. 2 consecutive attacks hit Li Yang, but Li Yang was unharmed and not affected at all, which made it a little suspicious of the rat's life. Seeing Li Yang coming, it was so scared that it quickly turned over and took 2 steps back. Li Yang walked up with the same swagger and in the same brazen manner as before. Squeak! The giant rock rat screamed. It raised its claws and scratched Li Yang madly. Li Yang stood there calmly. An ethereal shield appeared on his body, absorbing every damage. Have you had enough of the commotion? He raised his weapon and struck fiercely. Call out. 1250. As the attacks continued, the damage also decreased. Shichichi. The giant rock rat paused and was pushed back 2 steps. Li Yang took advantage of the victory and swung his long spear again. 1450. Crack. A crisp sound was heard, and the rock rat's shield was directly broken. In an instant, the effect of bloodthirst began to trigger. A terrifying number appeared from the giant rock rat. 5000. 5000. In just a moment, the rock rat's health dropped to half. The giant rock rat howled in pain. He turned around and rushed towards the cave behind. Wanna run? How could Li Yang give it a chance? He immediately took out the explosive bow. In this relatively narrow cave, the giant rock rat's huge body makes it a living beast. Arrows flew through the passage, creating dazzling sparks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The giant rock rat fell to the ground with a loud bang. You killed the elite rock rat. EXP plus 6,000. Level up 3536. You obtained the silver level equipment rock shield. You obtain the incisor of the rock rat, forging material. A silver-level equipment actually dropped? Although it is used in the front row, he doesn't use it very often. But it's not that bad. It can be sold for tens of thousands of dragon coins. Li Yong retracted his weapon, looked at Lin Eru and the other man behind him, waved his hand to indicate that the situation had been resolved, and then took the lead to move forward. Eru was completely dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. This rat, is he a little weak? It shouldn't be. He felt that he would be chilled to death if he was touched by the extremely destructive high-level elite monster like the rock rat. But he just saw with his own eyes that Li Yong was hit so many times by the giant rock rat, but he was not affected at all. Is this reasonable? This is outrageous. How strong is Li Yong? He still can't figure it out. Brother Li Yong is so tough. Lin Yu's eyes were also full of surprise. It was the first time she had seen a level 40 elite monster. It's scary just to look at it. It was actually solved so easily at this time. A sense of unreality flashed through her mind. Seeing that Li Yong had already walked far away, the two of them didn't have time to think and hurriedly chased after him. Along the way, Li Yong walked in front to clear the way, and any monster that showed up would be killed immediately. When Eru and Lin Yu caught up, they saw only monster corpses all over the ground. All the extremely powerful monsters with terrifying auras have lost their vitality. It is hard to imagine who could have such powerful abilities. As we continue walking in the mine, a ray of sunlight gradually appeared and shone in front. You killed the stone scorpion. Experience plus 450. You killed a rock lizard. Experience plus 430. After dealing with the two monsters blocking the door, Li Yong walked out of the cave and saw the scene outside clearly. There are towering stone walls on both sides, and only a waterway about 100 meters wide is visible in front. The water surface cannot be said to be calm, but it can be said to be turbulent. From time to time, you can even see water monsters popping up and jumping out, which is full of danger. At the starting point where Li Yong was, a medium-sized wooden sailboat was floating on the water, fixed to a wooden pile on the shore with a rope. Second level, the boat crossing the river. Li Yong raised his eyebrows. Are they going to use the sailboat to cross the dangerous waterway? He glanced at the waterway, which was about 1,000 meters away from the other side. The water monsters on the surface seemed to be ready to move, constantly slapping the water surface. Chapter 48. Transformed into the King of Thunder and Lightning. This water battle is awesome. Soon, Eru and Lin Yu also caught up from behind. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Good boy, this is treating us like a daily routine. Just this little boat, these rough waters. It makes people wonder if the monsters don't even need to take action, as the boat was smashed to pieces by the waves halfway through its journey. Li Yong had already jumped onto the boat and waved at him, saying, "Come on up." Eru and the other man were stunned for a moment, then quickly climbed onto the boat. Stand firm. Li Yong took the lightning halberd and swung it lightly, cutting the rope that was holding the ship. The ship suddenly seemed to have broken its string and drifted forward against the wind. "Brother Yong, go on." Eru's voice came. Li Yong reached out and took it, and found it was a hemp rope. He was stunned and looked at Eru. "This is..." Eru chuckled. "Tie this to your body. If you accidentally fall into the water, you can use this to climb back onto the boat." I saw that the other end of the hemp rope was tied to the mast of the ship. Ropes were tied around Eru and Lin Yu's waists. Li Yong was speechless. "Damn, you are truly a rare genius. If the boat accidentally leaks and sinks, can you still drag the boat up to float?" Li Yong shook his head helplessly and said nothing. Anyway, with him around, no matter how bad the situation gets, the ship won't be destroyed and no one will die. The sailboat slid forward, and after a while, the hull began to shake violently. Li Yong stood at the bow of the boat and looked down. A group of fishmen monsters kept digging at the bottom of the boat. Li Yong frowned. "This is a bit troublesome. These monsters are difficult to deal with in the water. These Murloc monsters are very smart and plan to destroy the boat and let them fall into the water. The water is the home turf of these fish monsters. If we continue like this and don't resolve the problem, they might really sink the ship. The trouble is, these Murlocs are cunning and lie under the boat, making it difficult to hit them." Li Yong originally wanted to use the explosive bow to shoot, but the problem was that it was easy to accidentally damage the ship. If you poke it with a sharp blade, it's a bit out of reach. It seems that the only way is to go into the water and clean up these monsters yourself. Once in the water, it becomes the home turf of these Murloc monsters. Just when Li Yong was hesitating, suddenly, there was a click. Immediately afterwards, Eru's anxious shout was heard. "Oh no, Brother Yong. The bottom of the boat is broken and water is coming in." Li Yang's face changed slightly, and he realized that he had to take action quickly. He shouted towards Eru. "You too, Find a way to plug the hole first, and I'll take care of the rest. Good. The two tiger brothers and sisters also quickly started to act. Eru was responsible for blocking the broken hole, while Lin Yu was responsible for throwing out the leaking water. Li Yong looked at the rope on the ground, which he had thrown aside after Eru had taken it, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wow, I didn't expect this thing would come in handy. He bent down, picked it up again, and tied it around his body. He took a deep breath, went to the bow again, and jumped off. Plop! Li Yong jumped into the water, and the noises around him became much quieter. It barely took him long to get into the water. Several murloc monsters surrounded them. Blue water dragon. Li Yong watched and quickly launched the curse sound wave. A sound wave spread out from him. As expected, these monsters were all higher level than him, and only a few of them could be affected. Most of them would be stunned for a moment before regaining consciousness and moving again. Li Yong also held his weapon tightly, his eyes focused. At this time, he did not dare to neglect it. Movement in water is greatly restricted and speed is slowed down. But these fish monsters are more flexible. Faced with so many fishman monsters, even he would be in trouble if he was not careful. Take advantage of the lightning halberd's length. Li Yong maintained his position and pulled with it. A fishman monster came around and approached silently, trying to attack him from behind. Li Yong was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and swung his hand backwards. Swish! 1000. Accurately hit the fishman monster that was stealing its back. But at the same time, an arc of electricity flashed. Immediately afterwards, Li Yong felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Looking around, I saw that the other fish monsters were all in a state of stiffness. 500. 500. Damage numbers appeared on his body. The conduction effect of the lightning halberd has taken effect. Li Yong was shocked and only realized what had just happened after that. Water is conductive. Li Yang's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. Good, good, good. Can we still play like this? Although he was also in the water, he was fine. Because the ethereal shield can be immune to negative effects such as paralysis, and it can also absorb damage and convert it into shields. Who says water is hard to play in? This water fight is awesome. Directly transform into the king of thunder and lightning. Li Yong looked at the paralyzed fishman monster next to him and excitedly slashed at it a few more times. Sizzle. Golden arcs of light continued to shine in the water. On board. After Eru blocked the entrance of the hole, he felt that there was no movement under the boat, so he stopped and wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this moment, suddenly bursts of electric arcs were seen rising from the bottom of the water. Who's electrofishing? Brother Li Yong. He seems to have gone into the water? Lin Yu said in surprise, covering her mouth. Oh. Eru's face changed drastically. This is not a joke. The monster under the waterway was so ferocious that it almost capsized the boat. He quickly tied the rope around his waist and came to the bow of the boat. Look under the water. The water is very turbid and you can only see the surface clearly. You can't see deeper than that. But underwater, the lightning that rises from time to time, although only for a brief moment, also gives people the opportunity to see the situation below clearly. He saw Li Yong surrounded by a group of fish monsters. This is a serious problem, as the water is the home turf of these water monsters. After hesitating for a moment, Eru sat on the bow of the boat and carefully touched the water surface with his toes. An electric current instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to feel extremely sour and pleasurable. Fuck you. He quickly withdrew his foot. At this far out on the water, even the slightest touch is scary. Underwater, what's going on? He quickly shouted. Brother Yang, are you okay? Brother, you're just shouting. How can I expect you to answer? I'm still in the water. Lin Yu complained from the side. That seems to be the case. Era scratched his head awkwardly. The current in this water is too strong. I was planning to go down and take a look, but with this intensity, I think I would be paralyzed and unconscious in a few seconds. Lin Yu nodded and analyzed. Brother Li Yong looks fine. Let's just stay here and don't cause any more trouble. If we see something wrong later, we can pull him up together. Chapter 49. How come you, a DPS class, are even tankier than a tank? At this time, Li Yong was diving into the water like a swimming dragon. The paralysis effect continuously transmitted through the water makes these fish monsters paralyzed almost the entire time. Li Yong couldn't help but sigh that this lightning halberd was really worth buying, otherwise it would have been a lot of trouble. And now, Li Yong held a halberd and marched in the water, continuously slashing at the paralyzed fish monsters. 1100. 1250. The electric current continued to spread and conduct with the attack, but Li Yong was not affected. After the bloodthirsty burst of blood loss is triggered, the health of the murloc drops at a terrifying rate. 5000. 5000. Soon, the terrifying fishman monsters died one after another. You killed the Murloc, experience plus 400. You killed the Murloc, experience plus 400. Countless corpses of merman monsters sank into the sea. Li Yang's level has reached 37. Only 3 more levels left. You can reach level 40. Li Yang pulled the rope and slowly swam to the surface. At the same time, Eru, who was waiting at the bow, noticed the movement under the rope and quickly pulled the rope upwards. Soon, Li Yang's figure emerged from the water and climbed back onto the boat by holding the bow. Call. Brother Yang, are you okay? Eru asked worriedly. Li Yang shook his head. It's nothing serious. The monster below has been dealt with. Let's prepare to move on. Eru nodded. He said with lingering fear. I was really scared just now. I could see lightning flashing from under the water from time to time. It seemed like the entire surface of the water was spreading electricity. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Brother Yang, you are a combat-oriented profession, right? Li Yang easily dealt with the many monsters above level 40 in front of him. You know, he had seen the records when he came in, and Li Yang was only level 35. Being able to kill enemies of higher levels like this, he must be a powerful main combat profession. Well, sort of. What's wrong? Li Yang nodded. He really hadn't thought about this. Eru stared and said, But why do I feel like you're tankier than any tank I've ever seen? That's a bit outrageous. He was amazed when he saw Li Yang withstand several attacks from a level 40 elite monster. I also thought about whether it was equipment or something, but I still couldn't imagine what level of equipment could have such a perverted effect. Li Yang smiled and said, Eru, you understand that the more you know, the more dangerous it is. After hearing this, Eru quickly covered his mouth and kept silent. The ship continued to move forward. Li Yang stood at the bow of the boat, observing the situation in the waterway. The waterway is not very long, and you can see the other side with the naked eye. But the boat was moving very slowly. Eru simply took the oar and started paddling forward, which increased his speed a bit. Li Yang stood at the bow, looking around the water, not daring to relax at all. Generally speaking, it shouldn't be so easy to pass. The intensity of the first level is higher than this. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal. Li Yang always puts stability first when doing things. Sure enough, just as the boat was sailing to the second half, the boat suddenly stopped. Eru was stunned. What's going on? After a while, a huge column of water rose in front of the boat. When the water slid down again, a red head was revealed. Li Yang looked down at the boat. I saw several slender tentacles firmly grasping the hull. Look at the water monster in front again. Earthly Evil Octopus, Elite. Level 40. HP, 30,000. Introduction, a monster that lives in water. It is extremely aggressive and will attack anything it sees. It has a strong ability to recover. Talent ability, Self-Healing, SS. Self-Healing, when HP is below 70%, 5% of HP will be automatically restored per second. When HP is below 10%, HP will be restored to 100% immediately. Fuck. Li Yang was shocked. SS level healing ability. This effect is simply amazing. When the health is below 10%, it will be restored immediately. What does that mean? As long as you are not killed instantly when your health is only 10% left. In theory, it is equivalent to a perpetual motion machine. This kind of abnormal ability can only appear in monsters. Moreover, many times, monsters may not have any particularly outstanding abilities, but when they are put on professionals, a qualitative change can occur directly. Li Yang took a look at the blood volume of the Earthly Evil Octopus. 30,000 points. In other words, you need to kill the opponent directly when he has more than 3,000 points left. Otherwise, once the opponent's health drops to 10%, it will be restored to full immediately. This is either relying on overwhelming force to kill instantly, or several C positions will use their skills at the same time to prevent the Disha octopus from recovering its health. Even Li Yang only has 1,000 strength now. Even if the damage-increasing layers of several professional talents are fully stacked, it is still difficult to deal such high damage in one hit. The only way to deal such high burst damage, it relies on the high multiplier bleeding damage of Bloodthirst. Li Yang picked up his bow and prepared for a big battle. But before that, copy. Copy successful. You gain the ability, Self-Healing, SS. Self-Healing, when HP is below 70%, 5% of HP will be automatically restored per second. When HP is below 10%, HP will be restored to 100% immediately. After successfully plundering this ability, Li Yang felt much more at ease. But we can't relax completely. This just increases the tolerance. Given the terrifying nature of the Earthly Evil Octopus, it still poses a very great threat. At this time, Li Yang found that his field of vision was constantly rising. It's the tentacles of the evil octopus that are lifting the boat. Wang Defa, why did it turn into a spaceship? Eru lost his balance and sat down on the ground. Li Yang quickly drew his bow and without hesitation shot an arrow at the evil octopus in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An astonishing scene appeared. The evil octopus opened its mouth wide and spit out black and green ink. The ink directly corroded and melted all the arrows that were shot. Li Yang glared. Can you play like this? After reacting, Li Yang did not hesitate. He aimed the bow directly at the tentacles of the earthly evil octopus that were holding onto the boat and shot a few more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The earthly evil octopus reacted quickly and retracted its tentacles almost immediately, but was still hit by 2 arrows from Li Yang. Bang! The sailboat also landed on the horizontal surface again. Fortunately, the falling position was not very high and the hull was not seriously damaged. At the same time, the damage numbers of the 2 arrows that hit the earthly evil octopus also appeared on its body. 980. 1080. Immediately afterwards, huge bleeding damage was revealed. 5000. 5000. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Bloodthirst is triggered. At least it can consume some of the blood of the earthly evil octopus. The Disha octopus screamed. Its skin turned even redder, and heat erupted from its body. The blood volume also began to recover, and the condition recovered visibly. This is because its self-healing talent is triggered. The evil octopus moved again. This time, it raised its long tentacles and kept slapping the water surface. A wave suddenly surged up, more than 2 meters high, and hit the boat where Li Yang was. Li Yang might be able to withstand this power, but the boat under his feet could not. There is still some distance to the finish line. It would be too risky to abandon the ship at this time. Chapter 50. Shock. When did killing monsters and clearing dungeons become so easy? At this time, it would be nice if there was a tank profession. You can directly raise your shield to block the bow and resist most of the damage. Suddenly, Li Yang's eyes lit up. Oh right, did he explode a shield when he was fighting the giant rock rat? Thinking of this, he quickly searched for it. Although there is no tank professional talent. But with my current tankiness, it's not a bad idea to be in the front row. It's over now. Eru widened his eyes as he watched the waves taller than a man sweeping towards him. Seeing the risk of the ship being destroyed and people dying, he spoke quickly. Brother, let's run. We still have a chance if we swim back from here. Don't panic. Just go to the cabin and stay there. I'll take care of this. Li Yang took the rock shield and rushed forward. I finally got here. How can I be willing to give up all my efforts? Boss, be careful then. Eru nodded quickly and took Lin Yu into the cabin. After going through so much, he now obeys Li Yang's words and believes them without a doubt. Although Li Yang seems to be younger than him, he is already an elder in his heart. The rolling river water made a roaring sound, and huge waves rushed towards it. Li Yang placed the shield in front of him and held it with all his strength. Others act as a team, each doing their own job, such as tanks in the front row, DPS/healers in the back row, and they are all ready. When it comes to me, I have to be the front row and deal damage, and then I have to heal myself after that. But there is no way. Lone wolf professionals should get used to this by now. Although the risk is high, the benefits are also very generous. You can keep all the rewards and experience by yourself without sharing them. Bang! The river water hit the shield, bursting out with tremendous force. The entire shield was shaking and its durability continued to decrease. The whole ship was shaking constantly. Feeling the huge force, Li Yang gritted his teeth, did not retreat at all, and pushed forward. With the heavy responsibility of becoming the #1 rookie in one turn, I must not lose. Most of the force of the huge hydraulic impact was blocked by Li Yang and the shield. The water comes quickly and goes away quickly. The entire ship was soaked by water, but the good ship was not completely scrapped. Only a few holes appeared. Li Yang let out a breath and stood up straight. There were already several small cracks on the shield in his hand. What a pity, a piece of silver equipment. Eru came out of the cabin and found that everything was fine. Looking at Li Yang, his expression lit up with joy. Just as he was about to say something, he discovered that the boat was leaking continuously. He quickly called Lin Yu to come and help deal with it. Although these 2 tiger siblings didn't directly help me fight monsters, they did contribute a lot in many ways. Maybe I can share some of my stuff with them later. Thinking in my heart, Li Yang's gaze turned back to the evil octopus in front of him. While resisting the waves, the earthly evil octopus also took advantage of the opportunity to heal itself and recover health. The blood volume has now recovered to 2/3 and is still recovering. Li Yang raised his bow and paused again. This evil octopus reacts very quickly and can use ink to corrode its own arrows, making it very difficult to hit. You must strike when the enemy is least expected. Liang thought for a while. Then I thought of a solution that might work. As long as you don't let the evil octopus know that you have shot the arrow, no matter how fast it reacts, it won't be able to dodge. Thinking of this, he took out the invisibility cloak. I didn't expect it would come in handy at this time. After putting it on, his figure instantly disappeared from the boat. The evil octopus was dumbfounded when he saw this scene, and looked around for someone. Liang had already loaded his bow and shot an arrow at it. The battle must be ended within the duration of the invisibility. When the evil octopus was confused, suddenly, several arrows shot out from the air. Bong, bong, bong. The arrow hit the body of the earthly evil octopus, causing a burst of burning sparks. Water splashed everywhere. Under the effect of bloodthirst, the health of the earthly octopus keeps jumping. 5000. 5000. In the blink of an eye, it was already bloody. Only a dozen% remain. The critical moment has arrived. This is the time when the professional's basic skills are put to the test, and he must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if you don't kill it in seconds, all your previous efforts will be wasted. At this moment, the earthly evil octopus moved and continued to sink. This is to hide in the water and slowly recover blood. Liang was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and shot several arrows quickly. We can't let it succeed, because after the arrow passes through the water, its power will be partially offset, so the damage will be deviated. Fortunately, he acted in time, and the arrow hit the body of the earthly evil octopus accurately, causing an explosion. The bleeding effect of bloodthirst is refreshed. At this time, the earthly evil octopus had already dived into the water, still losing blood. 5000. 5000. You killed the elite Disha octopus, experience plus 6,000. Level increase, 3738. You obtain the tentacles of the earthly evil octopus, blue. You obtain the ink of the Disha octopus, blue. You obtain silver level equipment, earth demon breastplate. You obtain silver level equipment, red leather book. Successfully killed the Disha octopus. In addition to some blue materials, 2 pieces of silver level equipment were also dropped. Liang also let out a breath. It's rare to encounter such tanky monsters. Most monsters will die after 2 rounds of bleeding. The self-healing ability of the earthly evil octopus is so abnormal that it is simply extraordinary. There are very high requirements for the professional's burst damage and basic skills. There is really nothing wrong with using this to test whether a professional has the strength to reach the first level. But Liang looked across the river. That's the last level. Brother Yang. Eru ran forward. Has it been resolved? Liang nodded. We can move on. Hiss. Eru's face was filled with shock. Why does it feel like? Ever since I met you, killing monsters and clearing dungeons seems so easy. Just scoop some water from the boat, patch up the leak, and it's done. So, were all the copies I ran before fake? Ahem. Liang coughed twice and said with a smile, stop bragging and row your boat. Eru chuckled, walked to the side of the boat, picked up the oar and started paddling. This is really paddling. That's what it is. Lin Yu laughed. Then he walked to Liang and used the magic book to summon a ball of fire, and a burst of hot air emanated from it. You've worked hard, let me warm you up, she said with a blushing face. After the battle just now, Liang was covered in water. Thank you. Liang wiped the water off his body and looked ahead. As we continued to move forward, we were getting closer and closer to the other side. Prepare to go ashore. Cleared Chapter 51, finally reached level 40, wearing brilliant level equipment. Soon, the ship docked at the shore. Liang jumped onto the ground. What appeared before my eyes was a cave, with a cold and gloomy atmosphere coming from the entrance. Roar. At this time, Liang heard a dull growl coming from inside from time to time. It was obvious that there was some powerful monster inside. This should be the last guardian monster of this dungeon. If you kill the opponent, you can get the first level materials and pass the level. Liang looked at Eru and Lin Yume and said, just stay here and wait. He had a premonition that a fierce battle was about to begin. The aura coming from the cave entrance is stronger than any monster encountered on the way here. It is probably at the boss level. At that time, I will have to use all my strength. He didn't want Lin Eru and his sister to know too much to avoid causing trouble for both sides. Eru and Lin Yu both nodded, as obedient as chicks pecking at rice. Brother Yang, you have to be careful too. After Liang gave some instructions, he walked into the cave. The surroundings suddenly became dark. As we went deeper, the low growls from inside became louder and louder. Slowly, the field of vision began to widen. After walking for a while, Liang found that there was an extremely wide space in front of him. Final level, guarding battle. A huge figure stood in the center. It looked like a giant hippopotamus, its body covered in blue ice spikes, but it had two huge antlers on its head. Colton Hippo. Silver level BOSS. Level 40. HP, 100,000. Introduction. A mutated hippopotamus with an aggressive personality. It controls ice elemental abilities and deals impressive damage in both close combat and range combat. Talent ability, Frost S. Although it is not as scary as the gold-level boss in the boss land last time. But when it appears in a dungeon, it is considered a very powerful guardian monster. After seeing this, Liang finally understood. No wonder so many people had to ask for escort when they were clearing the first level of dungeon. With this thing guarding behind us, how can an ordinary team of the same level beat us? It would be fine if the entire team's output was all S level. The front row could hold the aggro, and maybe even wear the enemy down to death. This is obviously a protracted battle, which will test the mentality of professionals. But is it really like that? Liang took out the Wind Dragon order. The best way to defeat magic is to defeat magic with magic. Come out, Wind Dragon. The next moment, the Wind Dragon order emitted a green light and trembled slightly. The green light turned into a gas and began to condense in front of him, transformed into a huge green dragon shadow. As Li Yang's level and attributes increase, the values inherited by the Wind Dragon Phantom are also more powerful. The aura has become much stronger. Superior, Liang commanded, aiming at the mutated hippopotamus in front. The Wind Dragon roared and flew over with its wings flapping. The mutated hippopotamus sensed movement and turned around. As it raised its front paws, ice spikes shot out from its two large horns and attacked the Wind Dragon. The Wind Dragon opened its mouth and spit out a huge whirlwind. Blow all the ice spikes back directly. The sharp ice spikes hit the mutated hippopotamus in the same way it had been hit. But it didn't have any effect. The defense of the silver-level boss, the mutated hippopotamus, is terrifying. Liang was naturally not idle either. With the Wind Dragon in front, he picked up the explosive bow in the back. No wonder everyone likes output professions like mages and shooters. It's really fun to have a frontline supporter in the front and then kill monsters in the back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, bright red arrows streaked through the air and shot away. The mutated hippopotamus, who was busy struggling with the phantom of the Wind Dragon, had no time to react and was stabbed directly. 950, 1150, 1300. If there is an opportunity to output, Liang will not be polite. The arrow was shot out as if he was risking his life. The monster's large size is not without its advantages, as it basically won't miss any arrows. As the attacks continue, the damage bonus from the professional talent is also stacked up. There is also the high bleeding effect of bloodthirst, plus the frontal damage of the Wind Dragon. The mutated hippopotamus's health bar was dropping at an incredible speed. The mutated hippopotamus's innate skills are not like the previous evil octopus, which requires controlling blood volume and damage. All he had to do was inflict the injury, and that happened to be what Liang was best at. About a minute later, the mutated hippopotamus fell into a red rage state. Its entire body, including the ice spike stuck in it, turned red. The mutated hippopotamus's health had visibly increased, and its movements had become more flexible. It's just a delay in death. Liang pointed the arrow at the boss and pulled the bow hard. A mere stepping stone, now become the soul that falls under my arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He directly launched the second round of attack. The sounds of arrows breaking through the air and exploding came one after another. A few more minutes passed. The mutated hippopotamus body stiffened, and it let out a wail before falling to the ground with a loud bang. You killed the silver-level boss Colton Hippo, EXP plus 15,000. Level up, 3840. Has met the requirements for the first level of professional advancement and can proceed to the first level. You obtain Colton's skeleton, blue. You obtain Colton's horn, blue. You obtain the first level material, Colton's crystal core, gold. You obtain silver level equipment, steel helmet. You obtain silver level equipment, ice spike armor. Colton's crystal core, gold, a first level material designated by the professional association. Submit this item to advance to the first level. The first level materials are finally obtained. In addition, it also comes with some other blue quality materials and silver level equipment. They can all be sold at a good price. Unfortunately, this is a silver level boss, and the probability of it dropping gold equipment is low. But this is normal. If gold level equipment can be spawned in any first level dungeon, the market will probably collapse. Most importantly, finally reached level 40. This means he can wear level 40 equipment. Liang couldn't wait to find out the several level 40 gold equipment he had obtained after killing the gold level boss, and the long-awaited brilliant level equipment. Victory Cloak. Grade Gold. Level 40. Bonus. When worn, gains fearlessness and immunity to 35% mental attacks. Leader's Armored Legs. Grade Gold. Level 40. Bonus. When equipped, movement speed increases by 15%. Dragon Lord Mask. Grade. Brilliant Grade. Level 40. Bonus. Increases all damage dealt by 20%. Passive. Gain a layer of rage when an attack hits, and each layer increases health by 10%, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Liang took a quick look and put them all on without hesitation. Name. Liang. Occupation. Blank. Level 40. Strength. 1,600. Constitution. 560. Agility. 585. Spirit. 545. Talent. Card. Talented abilities. Soul Wizard, SS level occupation. Ethereal Shield, SS. Self-Healing, SS. Berserker, S level occupation. Bloodthirst, S. Curse Soundwave, A. Strengthen, C. Equipment bonus. Immune to 35% mental attacks. Movement speed increased by 15%. Total damage caused increased by 20%. Card, 2. Break through level 40 and get a lot of equipment. Liang's entire attributes underwent amazing changes. If it was so terrifying before the turn, how terrifying would it be after the turn? He has already begun to look forward to what kind of abilities he will gain after the next transformation. But now, you can still run the dungeon twice more. It would be a waste if you don't do it. The copy has been passed. You will be automatically transferred to leave in 10 seconds. Chapter 52. Full report. Liang's team breaks the record. In the lobby outside the dungeon, the professionals who were waiting were talking among themselves. Hey, have you heard? It seems someone accidentally entered the dungeon. Huh? What the hell? How could someone get into this by mistake? Well, in the final analysis, they are just some idiots who overestimate their own abilities and think they are so awesome, but in fact they are just trying to attract attention. You don't know, but last round, 3 level 30 professionals broke into the dungeon. TSK, TSK, TSK. Their lives are hanging in the balance now. You dare to enter a dungeon at level 30? Isn't that courting death? 666. That's a team of gods, it seems. At this moment, the broadcast in the dungeon lobby suddenly sounded. Ding dong. The professional team, led by Liang, successfully passed the dungeon, breaking the current record. Clearance time, 7 minutes. Entering the limited time leaderboard. First place. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. The first place winner is out. Who is Liang? I've never heard of him. 7 minutes. That's almost non-stop monster killing. This can only be achieved with a very strong team. Looking at the historical record, this is a pretty good result. And just at this moment, soon, another broadcast sounded. Ding dong. The professional team, led by Wang Meili, successfully passed the dungeon. Clearance time, 7 minutes. Entering the limited time leaderboard. Second place. It took almost the same time, but Wang Meili and others ranked second. Wang Meili? Is she the famous underground rich woman? She actually came to play a dungeon and even ranked second. With her arrogant personality, I don't think she will give up. This is getting interesting. And as the broadcast fell, Liang, Eru and others were the first to emerge from the portal. Look, someone's coming out. So many professional teams entered the last round. Among the many teams, they were the first to come out. No doubt, everyone guessed it. This team is undoubtedly the number 1 team on the broadcast. Only, after looking at it for a while, they all frowned. I thought that more people would be sent out from the portal one after another. But after Liang and others came out, the portal had been silent for a long time. What the hell? There are only 3 people on this team. That's strange. Did I guess wrong? Just 3 people? How can this be the first place team? Just when everyone was confused, Liang and the other 2 came out talking and laughing. But the recorder of the copy was no longer calm. He was deeply impressed by Liang and others. Because these 3 people are all professionals in their 30s, there is not even one at level 40. Moreover, he watched these 3 people enter the copy. At this time, Eru's walking posture changed with excitement, and his arms were swinging almost parallel to his shoulders. Looking at the people outside, he felt very proud and his face was flushed. Lin Eru has also made some progress. There are so many people waiting outside to clear the level, but he has already passed it once. You know, being able to pass the first level dungeon means officially stepping into the ranks of professionals and having the qualifications to gain a foothold. Liang didn't understand his excitement. In his opinion, brushing dungeons is a very common thing. The only thing worth being happy about is that I have obtained the materials for the first level and can now start the first level. Another thing he cares about is the ranking. Just when he was about to go to the front to ask. At this moment, the bald recorder of the copy suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of them. He said with a surprised look, "You have already cleared the dungeon?" Eru also recognized the other party. Then he said with his head held high, "Well, our team keeps their word. What else do you have to say? We can still clear the dungeon at level 30. You?" The transcript recorder's face darkened, and he was speechless for a moment. Seeing him like this, Eru couldn't stop smiling. It's so satisfying. Who else still looks down on them? 3 people still managed to clear the first level dungeon, and they were 3 professionals over level 30. If he hadn't been so excited that he wanted to pee, he would have thought he was dreaming. It's unprecedented. Of course, he also knew that this was all thanks to Li Yang. Without Li Yang, they would not be able to win. The copy master frowned. "I still can't believe this is true. He has been doing this job for decades, but this is the first time he has encountered such a strange situation. Not only does he not believe it, the people above him won't believe it either. The problem is that the 3 people, including Li Yang, are still ranked first in the current limited time event. Could it be possible that they were allowed to take first place without knowing the reason?" And just as he was thinking, the portal flashed blue light again. The next moment, a short, plump woman with freckles on her face appeared first. Next came the tall and well-equipped escorts. Seeing this scene again, it is still so funny. Wang Meili was smiling and looked confident. Apparently, he has already completed the dungeon and is very satisfied with the result. "Haha, your first one is out. Next is the first transformation. I want to be the first rookie professional to complete the first transformation this year." The first rookie professional to reach the first level? With your level not even reaching level 30. Suddenly, an inopportune voice was heard. Wang Meili's smile suddenly froze. Who's talking? She is in high spirits now and does not allow herself to be complacent at all. "You said you were number 1, how come I didn't know that?" Li Yang said lightly. Although he didn't know what the other party's ranking was. But he was sure that the other party's ranking was definitely lower than his. Because Wang Meili and others came out after her. Wang Meili turned around and saw that it was Li Yang and others. She was also stunned. "Why are you 3 losers?" Then he laughed. "Oh, you guys were so quick. You've been rescued by the rescue team. You're lucky you didn't die in there." "Hey, how do you talk like that?" Eru stepped forward. Wang Meili rolled her eyes. "How did I say that? Wasn't what I said right? Oh my, you guys can't beat the dungeon yourselves, so you come here and take your anger out on me. How shameless." Eru pointed at her and couldn't help but laugh out of anger. "This is the first time I'm so speechless." Lin Yu also spoke angrily. "We cleared the dungeon a long time ago, much faster than you. We've been out for a while." "Bah, no one would believe you. You're just bragging without thinking." Wang Meili spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "There are only 3 of you, and none of you have reached level 40, yet you claim to have cleared the dungeon? Don't blame me for not reminding you. We have records here. If you keep talking nonsense like that, they'll be able to verify it once they check." "That's right. According to her, any random person can complete the dungeon, so there's nothing we can do." "That's right. If they could have fought it themselves, they wouldn't have paid us." The several escorts she had previously recruited from Eru also spoke up. Chapter 53. Wang Meili spends money like crazy. Is the first place in the game at risk? Ha ha ha. Wang Meili laughed. "Listen, what's this called? Looks like the lie has been exposed." Hearing this, a group of onlookers pointed and talked. "I see. I was almost kept in the dark. Being unable to win is a matter of strength, but lying is a matter of character." "That's right. Avoid these 3 people. Don't team up with them if you see them next time, or they'll backstab you." Seeing the spearhead pointed at Eru and others, Wang Meili looked satisfied and proud. This is what happens when you go against her. "How could you do this?" Lin Yu's eyes were red. "Oh, you're still feeling wronged." Wang Meili looked at him with disdain. "You're so anxious because your lie was exposed?" Hee. Li Yang suddenly laughed. Wang Meili frowned and looked at him. "What are you laughing at? It's just a level 1 dungeon, and you guys are so messed up. Do you really think it's that difficult?" Li Yang couldn't help but shook his head. "This is really the worst time I have been hacked. Since you say it's fake, then take a look at this." As he spoke, he took out a crystal cluster that was emitting brilliant purple light. Colton's crystal core, a first-level material designated by the Professional Association. Submit this item to advance to the first level. As soon as this thing came out, the whole place fell silent instantly. When Wang Meili saw this, her face was full of shock. This shape, this light, if this isn't a revolving material, what is it? No one here will not recognize this. Therefore, when Li Yang took the things out, everyone shut up. How could Li Yang have this? This requires you to clear the dungeon and kill the guardian monster at the last level of the dungeon to get it. At this time, it was actually taken out by Liang. Doesn't that mean they really cleared the first level of the dungeon? This must be fake, right? Wang Meili said in disbelief. He took out the materials he had just obtained. I looked at and compared it with what Liang had in his hand. It's exactly the same. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes looking at Liang and others changed. They looked at each other and talked a lot. I'm going to go. Who can tell me what's going on now? I'm dizzy. This doesn't look fake. It seems like they really made it through. That's impossible. With just the three of them, it shouldn't be this fast. Okay, maybe we are wrong. These three are actually masters who are hiding their true abilities. Are they all S-rank or higher professions? Now you believe it. Eru breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Wang Meili stared. I wanted to find fault again, but when I saw the physical evidence, I was speechless. But wouldn't it be too embarrassing to just admit it like that? She brought so many escorts to fight the dungeon, but in the end she was still no better than 3 wild boys. It's done, but it's still slower than others? She couldn't accept it. Then, Wang Meili yelled. Where are the staff? Where are the staff? I want to see the records. Did they really pass? For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the bald recorder. The recorder looked embarrassed. He had been working for decades, and this was the first time he had seen such a situation. But one thing has to be admitted. Liang and others did pass the level. He didn't want to care about it anymore and just handed the tablet over. It's right here, you can see for yourself. Humph. Wang Meili angrily took the tablet and took a look at the records on it. Limited time event ranking. First, team leader, Liang, members, Lin Eru, Lin Yu, clearance time, 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Second, captain, Wang Meili, team members, Wang Chong, Zhang Lang, clearance time, 7 minutes and 25 seconds. Just over 10 seconds. Wang Meili widened her eyes. She looked at the escorts beside her, her eyes filled with anger. It was as if she was blaming them for being useless and embarrassing her by hitting so slowly. If it had been a little faster, it wouldn't have been like this. The escorts looked helpless and miserable. To be honest, with so many escorts, they shouldn't have achieved such a small result. The main reason is that along the way, Wang Meili was too pretentious. She wanted to go here and show her everywhere, which kept wasting time and energy. Seeing that the situation was not good, the escorts also hurriedly said, Boss, this is an accident. We haven't played in a long time, so our hands are rusty. Give us another chance. I didn't even use my full strength just now. I didn't even bring any equipment. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. I promise I can break the record next time. Yes, my pig princess, have faith in your brave and fearless knight. Although Wang Meili is indeed a bit disgusting, she is also a real big shot. She is stupid and has a lot of money. It is difficult to find such a nouveau riche at the moment. Although I was very dissatisfied, I had to endure it. Making money is not shameful. With their unremitting efforts and a lot of comforting words, Wang Meili finally calmed down a little. She took a deep breath and looked at Lin Eru. Okay, I admit you're quite capable now, but I'm determined to take the top spot. You can't hold on to it. Eri looked at her, completely stunned. He felt baffled and pointed to his chest in confusion. Nobody, what does this have to do with me? Haha. Wang Meili sneered. Although you're quite impressive for being able to beat the dungeon by carrying 2 people alone, my escorts weren't serious just now. We'll still be first soon. When she said this, Eru was completely dumbfounded. My goodness, I didn't even know I was so powerful. I could even carry 2 people and defeat one in a dungeon. He would be embarrassed to use this material even in his dreams. Are you mistaken? If I really have this ability, why would I need to look for escort? Don't talk nonsense. Eru waved his hands quickly. This is all Li Yang's credit. How dare he steal it? Wang Meili raised her eyebrows when she heard this. When you saw the registration before, didn't you see that the one with the highest level was Lin Eru? Are there any experts? This is all thanks to Brother Liang. Even if my idiot brother is given another 10 years, he still can't do that. Lin Yu stood up and clarified in a righteous manner. Eru. It hurts, sister. Wang Meili was slightly surprised and looked at Liang. Oh, whatever. No matter who is stronger among you, you are not as strong as us anyway. The first place will be ours soon. As she spoke, she took a step forward and came in front of everyone. 2 more escorts. I'll pay 10 times the market price. The team size limit is 10 people. Wang Meili's team already has 8 escorts, and 2 more can come. She was serious this time and was determined to grab the first place and regain her face. Upon hearing such a high price, many people in the audience were tempted. Soon, the 2 escorts ruthlessly abandoned their original boss and walked up. The poor boss, who was originally about to enter the dungeon, could only stand there and stare blankly. No, I'm just eating some melon. Even the spectators are not spared. Is there still law? Is there still justice? However, even though he complained, he still didn't dare to go against Wang Meili, the underground princess who would never let go of a grudge. I could only sit back in my original position pitifully. Now Wang Meili's team is complete. Wang Meili looked at Eru and others proudly, and then led them to the copy. A normal team can pass the level with 3 veteran escorts. She directly found 9 people to take her, just to refresh the clearance time record and compete for first place. Such arrogance made everyone present sigh with emotion. Rich dog owner. And at this moment, looking at the other party's weird behavior, Liang felt nothing in his heart and even wanted to laugh. Will it be useful if there are more people? He had just reached level 40 and had several pieces of equipment, some even of brilliant quality. If he does it again, he will only go faster, and only he can break his own record. Then he looked at Eru and the other man. Let's go, we're ready to go in. Chapter 54, Breaking the Historical Record. The Golden Guild arrives. Brother Yang, that Wang Meili is too unreasonable. If things really don't work out, we don't need to worry about this ranking. Eru said worriedly. Wang Meili's team is too abnormal. Apart from herself, the entire team's escort makes it basically difficult to surpass them. That may not be the case. Li Yang's eyes flashed. Take the 2 of them back into the portal. Enter the copy for the second time. After experiencing it once, I became familiar with it. Li Yang ran in front and soon met the elite giant rat from the first level again. This time, he didn't play around with the other person. He killed the giant rat that was blocking the way with just a few arrows. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Eru and others who were chasing after them were completely dumbfounded. Before they could catch up, they saw the giant rat's corpse. I didn't see how he died. At this time, Liang had arrived at the second level and the waterway. This time, he did not board the ship. He directly summoned a wind dragon and let it carry him across the waterway. The whole process took only more than 10 seconds. The water monsters below could only stare blankly. Is there such a thing? When Eru and the other man arrived here, they only saw a boat tied to the shore. From time to time, there was a violent wind in the air, and Li Yang could not be seen. Where are Brother Yang and the others? Eru supported his knees, panting. I saw nothing but monster corpses along the way. Lin Yu was shocked. Could it be that Brother Liang has already crossed the river? But the boat is still here. And now, Liang has reached the cave of the 3rd level. Lead the wind dragon to attack the mutant hippopotamus guarding here crazily. After putting on some new equipment, not only him, but also the wind dragon's strength increased significantly. The mutant hippopotamus didn't even have time to reach red blood before being killed instantly. You killed the silver level boss Colton Hippo, EXP plus 15,000. Level up, 4041. You obtained Colton Skeleton, blue. You obtained the 1st level material, Colton's Crystal Core, gold. You obtained silver level equipment, black iron wristband. The instance will be closed soon, 10-9-8. Outside world. The broadcast in the dungeon lobby sounded again. Ding dong. The professional team, led by Li Yang, successfully passed the dungeon, breaking the current record. Clearance time, 3 minutes, real-time ranking, 1st place. Soon, Li Yang and the other 2 appeared at the portal again. Eru and Lin Yu both looked confused. What exactly happened? Why are you back here again? They only remember that they kept running after the enemy, and after running, they finally passed the level. At this time, the people outside were not much better than them. 3 minutes? Did the broadcast say something wrong, or did I hear it wrong? My second brother only took 3 minutes. You are good at using metaphors, but this kind of thing should only be known to you and your wife. Look, they really came out, someone pointed at Li Yang and others. It really only took 3 minutes. The transcript clerk's hands were shaking, his eyes were wide, and he couldn't speak clearly. This time, breaks the record. Not only did it break the ranking record this time, but it directly broke the historical record. Li Yang listened to these discussions and shook his head secretly. 3 minutes? It seems that it can still be concave. He expected that he would score in 2 minutes. Come again. He looked at Lin Eru and Lin Yu, who were bewildered. Clapping his hands brought the 2 back to their thoughts. Let's go. Can't we still fight once more? Lin Eru came back to his senses, his face full of shock, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then, the 3 of them walked into the portal again. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. No. Still coming? Holy crap. It's unlikely anyone will break the 3-minute record, right? They've made it in again. Are they going to break the record again? Just as everyone was shocked and amazed, the radio sounded again. Ding dong. The professional team, led by Wang Meili, successfully passed the dungeon. Clearance time, 5 minutes, real-time ranking, Second place. Soon, Wang Meili walked out of the portal with her head held high and a proud look on her face. When he saw that Li Yang and others had not come out yet, he was immediately ecstatic. It seems she won. Come on, cheer. I know I'm strong. Look up to me and submit to me. I'm the one destined to be number one. The only one. However, the enthusiastic cheers she had imagined did not appear. All the professionals here looked as if they were used to it. After seeing her, they didn't react much, but instead discussed something among themselves. Seeing this, Wang Meili suddenly froze in embarrassment. She suddenly looked at the old recorder next to her and said unhappily, "Hey, as the first in this limited time event, there's no welcoming ceremony at all." First, with a chuckle, a laugh came from somewhere. Don't make things difficult for the staff. Find out what's going on with you first. The person who spoke was a tall man with short hair, walking towards this side. Wang Meili, who was originally a little angry, raised her eyebrows when she saw the person coming. "Hey, isn't this Elder Yang Tong, the popular figure of the Golden Guild?" When she said this, everyone at the scene was surprised. "Golden Guild? Is there anyone from the Golden Guild here?" "It's Elder Yang Tong. I was wondering why he looked so familiar." Such a big shot is actually right in front of me." Wang Meili said unhappily. "Why do you have the time to come here? Don't tell me you are here to disgust me." The Golden Guild is the leader of the 4 major guilds in Jianghai, and is far ahead of other guilds in the entire Jianghai guild power. Moreover, he is the mortal enemy of their family. When Yang Tong saw it, he just smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. I'm just guiding the new members of the guild. I'm not interested in pork vermicelli." Wang Meili clenched her fists and yelled in a hoarse voice. "And you're still saying you're not here to disgust me? Don't think that just because my dad is being polite to you, I'm going to be polite to you." Yang Tong laughed. "It was just a joke. Don't be so angry." As he spoke, he came to the transcript clerk and asked, "Where are those record breakers you mentioned earlier?" "What? You said they went in again?" After some questioning, Yang Tong looked surprised. But considering that it was so fast last time, only taking 3 minutes, it should come out soon this time. Wang Meili frowned as she watched them talking incomprehensible words. "I wanted to ask what happened, but I didn't want to talk to Yang Tong." Just then, a blue light flashed from the portal, and Li Yang and others walked out of it. Wang Meili was immediately delighted and walked forward impatiently. "Ha, you're taking so long to come out? I'm getting impatient. Hey, can you show some strength?" There's no challenge at all. Chapter 55. Reject the Golden Guild. Go to the first chapter. As soon as Wang Meili said this, the air suddenly froze. No one on the field responded, and no one echoed. "Yes, but some people gave me weird looks." Wang Meili frowned and felt something was wrong. It's strange. Why did these people have no reaction from beginning to end? It made her look like a clown. Something is wrong everywhere, including that Yang Tong, who suddenly came to me and said some inexplicable words. She is now confused. What happened during her absence? Why does it feel like everything has changed? Just then, the voice of the radio finally came. Ding dong. The professional team, led by Li Yang, successfully passed the dungeon, breaking the current record. Clearance time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Real-time ranking, first place. As soon as the radio sounded, there was an extremely warm cheer and applause in the field. The sound overwhelmed everything else. 2 minutes. Awesome. 666. This is the real strong one. I'm not envious of being able to take first place. It really shows the ability. Wang Meili and her escorts were all dumbfounded and stood there, at a loss as to what to do. Wang Meili no longer cared about her image and shouted, "No, shut up. This is wrong. We entered the dungeon at almost the same time, but they came out even later than me. How could this be possible? This is impossible. There must be something fishy going on." "Is there something fishy going on?" Yang Tong laughed. "Others might be afraid of this underground princess, but he is not. On the contrary, as an opponent, he likes to see her suffer a setback. Look carefully, this is the second time he's been in there. And his last record was 3 minutes, which is much higher than yours now." Yang Tong took the tablet and handed it over. "What else do you have to say?" "Impossible." Wang Meili stared and grabbed the tablet. After seeing the above data, the whole person trembled. How could this happen? How could this happen? There was madness in her eyes, and she threw the tablet to the ground. "Impossible. It's fake. It must be fake. Or maybe they cheated. Look at them. There are only 3 of them, and each one is lower in level than the last. It's hard to say if they can even get past the first level. It's impossible for them to clear it so quickly." "Yeah." Li Yang chuckled. He guessed that Wang Meili would definitely do this. Then he took out the items dropped by the mutant hippopotamus. Colton's crystal core. First-level materials designated by the Professional Association. There were 3 of them in total, appearing in Li Yang's hand. Wang Meili stared with her eyes wide open, unable to utter a word. Okay, if you're not as skilled as others, stop being so unreasonable. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it either. Yang Tong said with a smile. You, Wang Meili, who was already feeling aggrieved, looked at him and became even more furious. Eru saw Yang Tong at this time, rubbed his eyes, looked surprised, and recognized Wang Tong. He said in surprise, hiss. You are Wang Tong, the Bishop Elder of the Golden Red Society. Yang Tong nodded to him. Eru opened his mouth wide. Lin Yu poked him from the side. Hey, your idol is here. Ahem. Eru coughed and glanced at her. What are you talking about? My idol right now is only Brother Yang. Lin Yu covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, Yang Tong suddenly took the initiative to step forward and said, You are the team currently ranked first, and Li Yang is your captain? It was just read on the radio. Eru chuckled and scratched his head. Actually, it's all thanks to Brother Yang. The two of us are just making up the numbers. Without us, he might be even faster. Oh, it's 1 for 3. Upon hearing this, Yang Tong's expression became more varied. His eyes were full of curiosity, and then he became excited. Is it a rare profession? Being able to complete a series of dungeons in such a short time without any level suppression is much stronger than the average S-level profession. He looked at Li Yang and did his job as an elder, saying enthusiastically, Brother Li Yang, are you planning on joining the guild? You'll immediately be able to take on the position of team leader, and you'll receive double the pay of people of the same rank. Also, that Wang Meili next to you is petty and will definitely cause trouble for you later. Come to our guild, and I guarantee she won't dare to bother you again. You'll feel much more relaxed. As soon as these words were spoken, the professionals around him all showed envious expressions. An invitation to join the guild personally given by Elder Yang? Holy crap, if this is for me, I can wake up laughing in my dreams. And there are special treatments. I can brag about them for the rest of my life. As the undisputed #1 guild in Jianghai City, its resources far exceed those of other forces. It is the dream place for all professionals, and many people are scrambling to join. Yang Tong, I'm still here. Are you deliberately going against me? Hearing this, Wang Meili couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily. But Yang Tong was like a worm in her stomach, guessing her thoughts perfectly. If you were to ask who in the entire Jianghai region dared to confront her openly, it would only be the top brass of the Golden Guild. Yang Tong shrugged. I'm recruiting talented people for the guild. Is that okay? You're in charge of that too. If you don't like it, you can leave or continue to grind dungeons and see if you can break this 2-minute record. Yeah, who said before that we should eat shit while standing upside down? With the support of the big boss, Eru became bolder and added fuel to the fire. Ha ha ha, is there such a thing? You all, just wait. Amidst the laughter, Wang Meili shook her hands and walked away in a rage. She also understood that if she stayed any longer, she would only look like a clown. But she really couldn't break Li Yang's record. Li Yang, right? We're not done yet. Everything was going well, and I could step on Lin Yu at will, but then an obstacle appeared. Not only did she lose the first place, but she also lost all face. She also hated Li Yang in her heart. Li Yang sneered. Wang Meili, daughter of the Underground King. But it doesn't matter. I have robbed the Underground King's things before, and they will definitely not let it go. They are searching for my whereabouts everywhere. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between me and them. Today, at best, it can only be regarded as a warm-up. Brotherly, what do you think? Yang Tong asked again. Only then did Li Yang look at him. He had also heard of the Golden Guild. However, he is in trouble now, so it is naturally inconvenient for him to join. Besides, he can live well on his own, so why should he huddle together for warmth? Then he politely declined. Thank you for the invitation, but I have no plans to join a faction for the time being. Besides, I'm busy preparing for the college entrance examination. Please forgive me. These words left not only Yang Tong, but also Eru and the professionals watching the scene dumbfounded. Yang Tong frowned, but still didn't want to give up. However, if you reconsider, we can increase the conditions. As long as it is within our ability, please feel free to ask. Joining the guild will not affect your future studies. On the contrary, it can complement each other. With experience, you can get ahead of other students. Li Yang paused and shook his head. I'm so sorry. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar on the field, and many people were anxious. Nobody, you are such a tiger. Being able to join the Golden Guild is an opportunity that many people dream of. How many college students have tried their best to get in, but still can't? Aren't you putting the cart before the horse? If you don't go, let me go? Yang Tong sighed. Well, if you change your mind, you can always come to me. What I say is always valid. As he said that, he handed Li Yang a business card. Li Yang nodded and accepted it. After a while, Yang Tong left. The professionals who were watching gradually dispersed. Some continued to play dungeons, and some left. Li Yang took out a batch of materials and gave one to Eru and Linyu. Eru was astonished. I have a share too? Li Yang smiled and said, of course, the extra ones are useless anyway, so take them. Eru was very moved, with tears in his eyes. Brother Yang, you really are my brother. If you need me in the future, I promise to go through fire and water for you. All right, this is what you deserve. I have something else to do, so let's say goodbye. After having a few brief words with Lin, Eru, and Linyu, Li Yang left the copy hall. Without further ado, he is now ready to go to the professional association for a visit. What abilities will you gain after the transformation? Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Chapter 56. Go to the next level. The first person in the same class. In a high-end hotel in the center of Jianghai City. After Wang Meili unlocked the door, she kicked it open rudely. Her face was filled with anger, and she was still mad about what happened in the previous copy. After entering the house, they started smashing things. The luxurious tableware on the table was thrown all over the floor, and the valuable ornaments on the wall were also thrown all over the place by her. She only vented her anger after making a mess in the house. Then she took out her cell phone and called her best friend. Hey, Sister Meili, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Why aren't you talking? Who's irritating you? Wang Meili could no longer control herself and started to complain nonstop. Who knows? I was so happy to go to a dungeon today, but I met a guy with a low head, and he died. I even suspected that he had a crush on me and wanted to get my attention. Cough, cough. Du Qingran on the other end of the phone couldn't hold back his laughter and coughed quickly. That's very possible. All men are like this nowadays. Besides, you are so beautiful. Anyone would be moved by you. Wang Meili snorted complacently. That's true. I've discovered that you understand me the best. Do you want to eat out today? I'll treat you. Oh, by the way, didn't you find a new male best friend? Bring him here too. Hearing this, Du Qingran on the other end of the phone was obviously depressed and complained. Oh, forget about that guy Zhang Tao. All men are the same. He even blamed me, saying that I had good intentions, but ended up doing something bad. I brought in some shady people and ruined the plan. It was all my fault that the boss got robbed. Fuck, you're looking down like this? Wang Meili was surprised. What I mean is, I feel so depressed every day. If there wasn't a suitable candidate, I would have kicked him out long ago. Du Qingran said angrily. Wang Meili said indignantly. That's perfect. Bring the man here today, and I'll give him a good beating for you. I'll make sure he never dares to say anything bad about you again. Really? Du Qingran's eyes lit up. She knew Wang Meili's abilities and background, otherwise she wouldn't have tried to please her against her will. It is true that you train your soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. What position? Dongfeng Pavilion. At this time, Li Yang was on his way to the professional association and was almost there. Along the way, he felt both anticipation and a hint of worry in his heart. He opened the panel and checked it more than once. The word blank has always been above his occupation column. He didn't know what this meant. Did it mean that he was unemployed? But according to common sense, his situation should be considered a hidden profession. I just don't understand why this is happening. He was worried about what would happen next. When a professional changes, it is only when he has a career that he changes. Can you be successful without a career? We will only know all this later. In a blink of an eye, Li Yang had arrived outside the main hall of the professional association in the city center. Judging from its appearance alone, it is a magnificent palace that seems to have been passed down from a long time ago. It is very historical, simple, and spotless. At the door stood a row of soldiers wearing armor, with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. After Li Yang presented the relevant documents, he successfully entered. The interior style is even more luxurious, with floors and walls glittering with gold. Come to the front desk. Standing at the front desk handling matters was a woman in her 30s, wearing light makeup and a fake professional smile. Li Yang came forward and explained his purpose. One turn. Which class are you from? This year's. Oh, this year isn't right. The woman suddenly lost her composure and looked at Li Yang in astonishment. What did you just say? Li Yang didn't waste any words and directly took out the first-level material, Colton's crystal core. The woman finally reacted after seeing the materials. Are you this year's professional? Yes, I need to apply for a transfer certificate. The woman smiled again and said patiently. Professional, to complete the first transformation, you need more than just materials. You also need to reach professional level 40. Well, I'm already level 40. The woman was stunned for a moment and said quickly. Are you sure you read it correctly? It's level 40, not level 4. If the level is not high enough, the transfer will fail. Think carefully. Li Yang nodded. Seeing this, The woman didn't say anything more. She is just a person who does things impartially. According to regulations, as long as there are materials, she can get a certificate. As long as you are not too stupid, no one will go for a transfer without meeting the level requirements. Then he asked for Li Yang's relevant documents. Wait a moment. The woman operated the machine. After about 2 minutes, she said, Okay, now you are qualified for a turn. She handed the relevant items to Li Yang and reminded him again. Remember to reach level 40 before going again. But Li Yang had already walked into the association. The woman stood there and scratched her head. He really went. Could it be? He really reached level 40? Hiss, are the professionals this year so strong? It's only been a few days, and there's already someone at level 40. Li Yang took the certificate and followed the association's guidance. After taking several detours, he finally arrived at his destination. This is an independent venue, at a glance. The space inside is very spacious and free of clutter. There is a huge formation in the center. An old man sat on a chair by the front entrance and glanced at Li Yang. Come for a spin. Li Yang walked forward and handed over the certificate. Oh, this year's new professional. The old man took a look and immediately became interested. He stood up from his chair and looked at Li Yang carefully. You are the first one to take the first turn this year. If you succeed, you will receive a reward from the association, and when the newcomer ranking opens, you can directly become the #1 on the ranking. Li Yang nodded. Of course he knew all this. But what he was more concerned about now was whether the first transformation would be successful and what abilities he could gain. Even he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. This feeling is even stronger than when I first awakened my profession. The old man carefully examined the proof again, then pointed to the large formation in the middle. In that case, then go in. Good. Li Yang took a deep breath and raised his head. Turn around, here I come. He resolutely walked into the formation. We have gone through the most difficult times, so what does this matter? Even if you fail once, it won't prevent you from rising to the top. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Chapter 57. Successful Transformation. Invincible New Talent. Li Yang stepped into the magic circle. Immediately afterwards, the magic circle burst out with a dazzling white light. Suddenly, Li Yang felt that the surroundings suddenly became quiet and his vision became blurred. The consciousness was brought to a closed space, exactly the same as the day of awakening. When I opened my eyes again, the venue was no longer empty. Li Yang saw countless cards in a long string, constantly rotating around him, appearing to be very active and jumping. Soon, the length of these cards gradually shortened, and they were stacked together one by one, eventually forming a huge card. There's a giant question mark on the card, and nothing else. Li Yang was slightly stunned, and then he became happy. Although I still don't understand what the current situation is, this means that I am not impossible to turn around. Looking at the huge card so close at hand, Li Yang reached out and touched it gently. The card shook instantly, turning into a ball of colorful light and crashing into his chest. Li Yang was stunned for a moment and felt a warm current coming through his body. Then, he saw an extra talent skill on his panel. 1,000 changes. Killing a monster has a chance to directly seize its innate ability. After seeing it, Li Yang was stunned at first, then ecstatic. The impact of this short line of text is like witnessing the rise of the planet of the apes all over again. With this, you no longer have to worry about not having enough cards. For example, if you want a certain monster's ability, you can kill it directly, and there is a chance that you will get it. If you don't get it by killing one, kill more. Kill more. Although it's a bit of a grind, there's always a chance you'll win. It is indeed a special and unique monster, and you can use the card to actively copy it. Invincible. At this moment, the environment in front of me began to change. When he opened his eyes again, Li Yang had returned to the original meeting place. When I looked up, I saw an old man with a smiling face and eyes full of admiration. Congratulations, kid. You made it through the first turn. I hope the result didn't disappoint you. Now, you are the first rookie in Jianghai City to complete the first round, and you will be #1 on the rookie list soon. Work hard to prepare for the talent competition and strive to maintain a good ranking. Li Yang nodded slightly. He is now the first rookie professional to complete the first transformation. After the rookie list is opened, his name will deservedly be ranked first. But this is only temporary. If you want to maintain your ranking, you need to participate in the Genius competition and compete with other professionals on the list to truly get the first place. He was somewhat confident about the talent competition. He is now so far ahead of others and has gained new abilities. If he continues to maintain this level, there won't be any major problems. The old man smiled and continued. I've recorded your information. Now, you can go to the front desk to claim your reward as the first level rookie. Li Yang nodded and walked out of the venue. Behind him, The old man looked at his back, shook his head, and seemed a little puzzled. Jianghai City is really lively this year. Li Yang came to the front desk again. This time, the woman made a 180-degree turn. Without waiting for Li Yang to speak, he came up to him with a very attentive look on his face, and it seemed that he already knew what had just happened. Congratulations, professional, for completing your first transformation. Do you need to claim your special reward now? Wait a moment, I'll help you take a look. She came to the equipment and checked it, but her face gradually became gloomy. Then she looked at Li Yang with difficulty. Sorry. Well, they suddenly said that the rewards will be distributed uniformly later. Just go back and wait for notification. Li Yang frowned slightly. This statement is so weird. However, he knew that this so-called front desk clerk was only there to take the blame and had no power at all. The specific matters were still decided by the leadership of the association. Then he stopped worrying about it and turned around and left. He knew in his heart that rules were made by the strong, and only when he became stronger would he be qualified to challenge the rules. Shortly after Li Yang left the association, he suddenly received a message. Student Li Yang, are you okay? I'm Lu Xian, and I'd like to invite you to Dongfeng Pavilion for a gathering. Dongfeng Pavilion, Lu Xian. Li Yang's heart moved slightly. He originally wanted to go directly to kill monsters to try out his new talent. Lu Xian still remembered that he seemed to be someone from the military. He had met him after the trial camp ended, and he had brought him a reward. He took the initiative to look for me this time. It seems like there is something important. As for Dongfeng Pavilion, it is also in the city center, not far from his current location, and it won't take long to get there. After thinking about it, he rushed towards Dongfeng Pavilion. Dongfeng Pavilion, a leisure place with ancient architectural style, it is the top consumption place in Jianghai. At this time, a black car stopped on the side of the road outside. Two men and women, about 18 years old, got out of the car. It was Qingran and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was wearing a mask and had been looking around since he got off the car, paying special attention to easy hiding places such as corners and treetops, like a thief. Qingran next to him rolled his eyes, feeling extremely embarrassed. Actually, it's not Zhang Tao's fault. Ever since what happened at the boss's place 2 days ago, the people from the Green Shirt Guild had been biting him like mad dogs, telling him to be careful and saying they were going to hack him to death. As a result, he now has to close the window when he goes to bed, for fear that a man in green clothes will appear from somewhere and stab him. If Qingran hadn't forcibly dragged him over, he really didn't want to risk his life going out. Fortunately, in the end, nothing happened and no one from the Qingshan Guild showed up. The two successfully reunited with Wang Meili, who was waiting inside Dongfeng Pavilion. Zhang Tao's cautious look while wearing a mask immediately drew Wang Meili's ridicule. Ha ha ha. Qingran, your vision needs to be improved. I thought you hired a thief to steal Dongfeng Pavilion. Qingran couldn't help but sigh. If he's a thief, then he's probably a master thief. After all, no matter how mediocre he is, he's still an S-rank professional. Ahem. After confirming that there were no ambushes around, Zhang Tao coughed awkwardly, took off his mask, and said to Wang Meili, Hello, my name is Zhang Tao, the future heir of the Legend Guild. The heir of the legendary guild? Upon hearing this, Wang Meili's brows twitched slightly. That's not bad. What level are you at? Have you completed the first transformation yet? A hint of embarrassment flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes. Hey, recently I've had some things to discuss with the Qingshan Guild, so I haven't had much time to level up. It might be difficult to become the first professional to reach the first level. He felt extremely aggrieved. It was all because of that cloaked man who suddenly appeared and affected him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even finished the first round of the dungeon yet. But he quickly said confidently, But don't worry, even though I'm a little behind, I'll still be able to dominate the rookie list after a while. He understood it in his heart. Although the professions may be different, the levels are on the same starting line. As long as others are accompanied in killing monsters, they will not be slower than his S-level profession. But it doesn't matter, the talent competition that comes next is the real competition. He is an S-level professional and has the support of the guild behind him. Not to mention others. Even he himself thinks that he is the chosen one. Once his level is raised, everyone else will have to give way to him. Having said that, Wang Meili also sighed and started complaining about what happened today. Damn it, I played a dungeon today and could have gotten first place, but someone cheated and took it away. The problem is, that person was fully prepared, and I can't find any evidence. Is there such a thing? Qingran asked in surprise. Yes, a super ugly guy who looks. As she was speaking, Wang Meili suddenly saw a figure outside. It was exactly the same person she had imagined, and her eyes widened immediately. Why is he here too? Chapter 58. Unprofessional Li Yang, not recognized by the professional association? Zhang Tao and Du Qingran were both stunned. Then he followed Wang Mei's gaze and looked outside. Suddenly, they saw a figure that was extremely familiar to both of them. That terrifying shadow that had weighed on them for 3 whole years. Liang. When the two saw this, they both trembled instinctively. Liang? It's actually him. Zhang Tao raised his eyebrows. Why is he here? Is this also where he came from? See the reactions of Zhang Tao and the others. Wang Mei was also stunned. Why, you know him too? Du Qingran also looked at her and asked, do you know Liang too? Wang Mei was immediately furious. It's him. He's the lowly guy I told you about. He stole the first place that should have belonged to me. He made me so embarrassed. Zhang Tao was confused after hearing this. What do you mean? You said Liang won first place in the limited-time dungeon event? When did that happen? Shouldn't it be? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He is just an unprofessional waste. Du Qingran frowned. Suddenly, she thought of what happened at the boss place 2 days ago, and that guess came to her mind again. Could it be that he really is? It's true. I said he definitely cheated to get first place from me. Wang Mei said angrily. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves and stood up. So he's just a piece of trash. I'm going to beat him to pieces today. Seeing this, Du Qingran hurriedly went up and grabbed her. Sister Mei, calm down, calm down. We can't just cause trouble in this place. This is Dongfeng Pavilion, which has the support of the military, and the people who come here are either rich or noble. Forget it, there's no point getting angry over a fake number 1. Zhang Tao also spoke, his face full of disdain. If I hadn't been so busy lately, I would have gone to do a dungeon a long time ago. A mere first place is a piece of cake for me and my guildmates. I wouldn't even bother to take it. Only an idiot would resort to cheating to grab the first place. Those with foresight are already preparing for the genius competition. If it were me, I would defeat all the geniuses at that time and prove to everyone that I am the strongest. Listen to their advice. Wang Mei calmed down a little. Humph, he's lucky this time. If I run into him again next time, I'll definitely skin him alive. Don't look at this unlucky thing. Let's continue to enjoy the service of Dongfeng Pavilion. Huh? Zhang Tao laughed and raised the wine glass in his hand. Du Qingran lowered her head and was distracted, not knowing what she was thinking. Looking at Li Yang's back as he left, she made a decision in her heart. I'll go find him and ask him later. At the same time, after Li Yang entered Dongfeng Pavilion, he walked towards the location given by Lu Xian. That's strange. Why did I feel like someone was looking at me just now? As his mental strength increased, his perception of his surroundings became more sensitive. However, he didn't think too much about it, and soon arrived outside the agreed box. I knocked on the door, and it opened automatically. Lu Xian was already sitting in front of the coffee table waiting. After seeing Li Yang, he stood up happily. Now that you're here, sit here. Li Yang smiled and walked forward. I happened to be nearby, and came here after seeing your message. He came to sit on the sofa and asked puzzledly, why did you come to me suddenly? What's the matter? Lu Xian nodded. I heard that you have completed 1 turn. Well, I just came from the Professionals Association. I really think so. Lu Xian was surprised. I just heard that this year's first-level professional has come out. After I found out your name, I contacted you immediately. As he spoke, Lu Xian sighed. But you probably didn't get the reward you deserve, did you? Right. Li Yang looked at him and was also confused about this matter. Why was it suddenly postponed for no reason? Really? Lu Xian sighed and continued. Do you remember what happened during the awakening ceremony a few days ago? It was quite a big deal. It seems the Professionals Association doesn't recognize your identity. Disapproval? When Li Yang heard this, he felt relieved and couldn't help laughing out loud. After all this time, they still don't want to give it to me, and they keep saying they'll wait for further notification. Seeing him like this, Lu Xian said, Don't worry, I've already sent someone to talk to them about this. No matter what, you're the first professional to complete the first transformation. This is an undeniable fact. Also, you can still participate in the talent competition later. Then you can use your strength to shut these people up. They are just a bunch of bullies who only care about the strong and the weak. Li Yang listened and nodded. You can ask someone to help you level up, but your strength is your own. They may not recognize me, but I can also slap them in the face with my strength. The talent contest will reveal the real results then. Let's see how many geniuses this professional who doesn't want to admit can defeat. Lu Xian did not continue the topic and said, By the way, your level has reached this point now. If you want to quickly improve your strength in a short period of time, I have a place that is very suitable, but it is also very difficult. Oh, where? Li Yang asked. Facing the talent competition that will be held soon, the stronger the better. His current strength is still too weak, which is a fatal flaw, whether he is facing the legendary guild or the more powerful underground forces. In front of a truly strong person, I am always just a new professional. Lu Xian uttered 2 words, Qingran. Hearing this name, Liang was slightly surprised. Qingran. This can be said to be one of the most unstable city-states in Dragon Country. It is also the place with the largest number of Dragon Country military bases. Because it is located close to the border, monsters are rampant inside and outside the city. Moreover, conflicts with illegal forces outside the city would break out almost every once in a while. For example, the scum of the abyss is said to have been fighting against it for a long time. Although it is dangerous, it is indeed a good place to improve your strength. However, he remembered that he needed a pass to enter or leave Qingran. Liang looked at Lu Xian and expressed his concerns. I really want to go, but some documents may not be available for the time being. Lu Xian had already considered this and said, Don't worry about that. I'll introduce you to the local army. You can directly join them and learn a lot there, not only about how to deal with various monsters, but even about how to deal with professionals. Hearing this, Liang's heart moved and his eyes gradually became firm. Okay, when do I leave? I don't have the deep background that others have, nor do I have favorable conditions. If you want to fight with those kids from wealthy families, you have to be more aware than ordinary people. Lu Xian was also moved by Liang and said, The original plan was to go tomorrow, but if you want, we can go today. However, the traffic conditions will be worse at night. Let's do it today? I don't have anything to do anyway. Liang said, No problem, just come to the city gate later and I'll arrange for someone to take you out of the city. Lu Xian agreed immediately. You can prepare some things now. The conditions there will be terrible and many things will be in short supply. Liang nodded and said goodbye to Lu Xian. He walked out of the box and came to the front yard of Dongfeng Pavilion, where he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Du Qingran has been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Liang appear, he immediately went to meet him. Chapter 59, Identity Revealed? Heading to Qingran. Du Qingran looked at Liang and asked directly, Liang, do you think it's fun to play me like a fool? Why did you pretend to be a mysterious person and approach me? Liang was stunned. He didn't expect to meet this play god here. I didn't want to pay any attention to her at first, but after hearing what she said, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Liang's eyes. Did the other party know that he was the one who stole the boss before? If that's the case, then there's no way we can keep you. But this place is obviously not a good place to take action. Let's try to find out first whether Du Qingran is the only one who knows about it, or whether the legendary guild and the underground forces behind it all know about it. Liang looked disdainful. Do you know what you're saying? I'm already disgusted by you, but I'm still trying to get close to you? You're really good at flattering yourself. Of course, he was 100% sincere in what he said. As for the other party's accusations, it is impossible to admit them, at least not now. Once he admits that he did it, he will definitely be hunted down like a flood or a beast by the legendary guild and underground forces. Du Qingran couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Hey, can't you just speak properly? Why didn't I notice before? You're just like what Wang Meili said. You're really mean. Wang Meili. When he heard the name again, Liang looked strange. These two people actually know each other. Birds of a feather flock together. But he doesn't have time to care about so many things now. If you have nothing to do, please get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road, Liang said coldly. Instead of leaving, Du Qingran stood in the middle. No, you haven't answered my question yet. Was that cloaked man you in the boss's place? Hearing her words, Liang felt a little relieved. It seems that I haven't been exposed yet. Du Qingran may have just had some suspicions and came here to act crazy. Then don't worry. You were just talking without any evidence. Who is pampering you? Am I your father? Everyone you see looks like me. Liang pushed her away and walked out. Oh. Du Qingran was caught off guard. His body swayed, and he leaned on the railing next to him and almost fell down. His face was immediately filled with anger. Rude, get down. That's right. How could a useless loser like you be so powerful? You'll just stay at the bottom of the society for the rest of your life. You're just a useless loser who relies on cheating. Liang turned a deaf ear and walked away. Since I haven't been found out yet, there's nothing to worry about. I must also seize the time to improve my strength. In this world, only by becoming stronger can you rest assured. After leaving Dongfeng Pavilion, Liang first went to the shop to buy some potions that could restore his condition. Afterwards, I returned home and had a good rest. Recharge your energy for the evening's action. He doesn't have anything. He just needs to be there when the time comes. Day and night alternate. Everything was covered in a dark shadow, welcoming the arrival of darkness. The street, illuminated by the hazy lights, revealed an incomplete corner. A black shadow flashed by and rushed towards the city gate. Liang actually likes to act at night. It is more convenient to do things at night when it is quiet and you won't easily attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. After hurrying as fast as they could, they arrived at the city gate in no time. Lu Xian has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Li Yong coming, he waved to the guards here. The city gate was immediately opened. Normally, the city gates would not be opened at night. However, since Lu Xian was a military official, the rules were flexible. Li Yong walked forward, and outside the city gate, there was an open truck parked. 2 men and women in their 20s stood on the carriage and waved at Li Yong. Lu Xian only said, "There might be danger on the road tonight. Take care of yourself. Someone will pick you up when you get there. See you in a week." Li Yong nodded. A week later, registration for the talent competition will begin. He will be back to compete then. After saying goodbye, Li Yong walked towards the car and climbed into the back compartment. A small bench has been prepared here, and the space is quite spacious for 3 people. "Hold on tight, young man." The driver started the truck in front. A humming sound of an engine began to be heard. Li Yong sat in the car, watching the city behind him getting farther and farther away. At this time, the man in the car took the initiative to speak. "Hey, little brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Feng, and this lady is Chun Mei. We are the logistics staff of the class. What about you?" "Li Yong." "Li Yong." Chun Mei stared at him curiously. "You're so young. Why would you want to go to Kuanqing? Are you really desperate?" In her opinion, only those who are completely desperate about life would take risks, commonly known as desperados. At Li Yang's age, he should be in a period of high spirits and rising. So why would he think of coming to such a place? Li Yong shook his head and said, "I won't be staying there for long. It's just a period of training. There is nothing to do in the car anyway, so it doesn't matter if we just chat." Experience. After hearing this, Wang Feng and Chun Mei looked at each other in shock. Who is the good guy who comes to Kuanqing for training? It's like adding 1 + 1 with a calculator. Come to Kuanqing for training, you are this. Wang Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Could it be that Commander Lu Xian forced you to come here? Chun Mei said jokingly. That's not the case. I came up with it on my own. Along the way, the 3 of them chatted intermittently. Both Wang Feng and Chun Mei have been in Kuanqing for a long time. Through chatting, Li Yong also learned a lot about Kuanqing. Moreover, this chaotic city was even more complicated than he had imagined. In such a chaotic situation, there are bound to be people who want to take advantage of the situation. Some underground forces are more rampant, and undercurrents are surging everywhere. Although the military is constantly trying to mediate, they are usually busy dealing with monsters and heretics and are almost exhausted, and their energy is completely insufficient. Li Yang's heart moved slightly. It seems that this journey may be more difficult than he imagined. Ordinary people simply cannot survive there, and those who are there are probably extremely vicious people. Everyone in the car was talking and laughing. The twilight grew darker. The truck drove on the winding road relying on dim lights. At this time, we were already dozens of kilometers outside the city, the second half of the journey. There are more monsters around, and the probability of high-level monsters appearing has greatly increased. The people in the car also had a solemn expression on their faces. When driving in the wild at night, you may be blocked or attacked by monsters at any time. Wang Feng and Chun Mei stood up immediately and checked the situation around the car. "It's late, Li Yong. Why don't you sit in the passenger seat of the car?" Chun Mei said. Li Yong shook his head. "No need." As soon as the words fell, the car body suddenly shook violently and came to an abrupt stop. Chapter 60, Attacked. The terrifying 2-headed hellhound. "Hey, why did it stop suddenly?" Wang Feng said anxiously. "You can't stop the car at this time no matter what. This is not a joke. Once the car stops, it will be easy to be surrounded by monsters that are eyeing you hungrily. At that time, it will be more difficult to escape with just a little effort." When the 3 of them looked towards the front seat of the car, their faces were filled with shock. The front seat was empty at this time, and the open car door was still shaking slightly. Who was there? When did it become driverless? Wang Feng widened his eyes. "Kid, this is not funny." Boom. Suddenly, the truck was hit by something, making a loud noise, and its side tilted, almost overturning. "There's an attack." Chun Mei took out a mechanical automatic rifle. He flipped over and jumped out of the car. Wang Feng also took out a double-edged knife and jumped down. Before leaving, he kindly reminded Li Yong to hide well. Soon, Li Yong was the only one left in the car. Li Yong frowned. The entire surroundings were pitch black, with only the 2 front headlights emitting a dim light. He didn't get off the car rashly. Wang Feng and Chun Mei are both much higher in level than me. If I act rashly, I might cause trouble for them. But he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Soon, the sound of gunfire and the clashing of blades could be heard on the field. Li Yong poked his head out of the car. In the darkness, there were dense shadows of monsters all around, and 2 figures were moving across the field at an extremely fast speed. so fast that it is almost invisible. These two people are Wang Feng and Chun Mei. Liang was shocked. He is indeed a professional who has lived in Kuanqing for many years and lives on the edge of a knife every day. Both of them are extremely skilled in their techniques and positioning, and their levels are both above 100. The levels of the monsters around are not low either, and there are many above level 50. But in their hands, it's as easy as cutting vegetables. This is a truly valuable professional. They had fought their way through countless life or death experiences and were vastly different from ordinary professionals. Liang increasingly felt that this trip was the right one. After a while, the surroundings became quiet. Wang Feng and Chun Mei walked back again. His body was covered in the monster's blood. Little brother Liang, I hope this outfit won't scare you. Chun Mei threw the gun into the car and then jumped up. Liang shook his head. Has the monster been dealt with? It's temporary, Wang Feng said, but he didn't relax completely. The situation is very complicated. Our driver is missing. It's very dangerous out here in the wilderness. We can't abandon him. Chun Mei will stay here to protect you. I'll go back to look for someone. If I don't come back in half an hour, Chun Mei will drive you to continue your journey. When he said this, there was no fluctuation on Wang Feng's face. Obviously, he has become accustomed to this kind of awareness of always being ready to die. Liang couldn't help but feel a slight movement in his heart. Just now, the three of them were sitting together, talking to each other intermittently. But the next second is the separation of life and death. Chun Mei didn't say anything, just nodded. At this moment, both of them looked terrifyingly calm. Soon, Wang Feng took his equipment and weapons and disappeared into the night. At this time, only Liang and Chun Mei were left in the car. Chun Mei held the white machine gun in her arms, wiping it with a handkerchief while keeping her focus on the surrounding situation. The silver moonlight hit the ground, bringing with it a hint of chill. The pointer moves with time, pointing to the end point. Chun Mei suddenly stood up. Half an hour is up, let's go. Liang was a little hesitant. How about we wait a little longer? There don't seem to be any monsters around right now. Chun Mei shook her head. Our mission this time is to escort you to Kuanqing. Come to the deputy seat and don't stay too far away from me. As she spoke, she had already come to the front and sat in the driver's seat. Liang didn't say anything else. He sat down in the passenger seat and closed the car door. Chun Mei turned the key and started the engine. Seeing this scene, Liang raised his eyebrows and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Wasn't this fire started? Soon, what happened next also verified his premonition. Just as the car was about to start, it slid forward half a meter before suddenly stopping and stalling. Fortunately, Liang was prepared, otherwise he would have hit the glass directly. He looked at Chun Mei in astonishment. Sister, can you drive? Chun Mei, I've opened it once. When? Now. Liang's face darkened, and he wiped the sweat off his face. It's over. It's okay. It's just a matter of pressing the accelerator. Hold on tight. Chun Mei turned the key again, and when the engine started, she stepped on the accelerator. The car rushed out in an instant. Liang glared and held the car door tightly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front. No, there's something ahead. Stop. Quick. Bang. I don't know what I hit. The glass in front of the car instantly turned into a spider web. Liang couldn't stand it anymore, opened the car door, and jumped out. Damn, it looks like we have to go back and find the driver. Otherwise, he'll probably die at the hands of either the monster or Chun Mei. Liang looked in front of the car and saw that the thing that collided with the car was a black monster. Hellhound. Level 50. Talent skill, strange fire A. But the monster's attention didn't seem to be on him. He looked at the monster and saw that the monster was looking into the car. Liang discovered that Chun Mei in the car had a bleeding head and had fainted. Damn it, stop it. It was originally a level 50 monster, and Chun Mei, at her level, could kill it in just 2 hits. But as the backbone of the group, she actually fell asleep first. He was really numb. Reliable, but not completely reliable. In this desolate wilderness, dangers lurk everywhere. In the end, you have to rely on yourself. Fortunately, this is just an ordinary monster, and its level is not much higher than mine. Liang took out the lightning halberd with a focused look. If you can avoid using the explosive bow at this time, then don't do it. Otherwise, the noise will be too loud and will easily attract a bunch of monsters, which will only cause more trouble. There was a red light in the eyes of the hellhound, which looked extremely strange in the darkness. Liang could hear the sound of saliva constantly secreted from the other person's tongue. The hellhound opened its bloody mouth and bit the unconscious Chun Mei. Liang was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and stabbed the hellhound in its mouth. An arc of electricity flickered continuously in the darkness. 1550. Although this damage is very considerable for a level 40 professional, he is facing a level 50 monster. This damage is just a little painful. The hellhound felt pain and noticed Li Yang's figure. The other head opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards it. Li Yang quickly pulled away. The hellhound turned around and pounced towards Li Yang. The two heads had hideous faces, and a disgusting fishy smell came from their mouths. Chapter 61. One shot hits the target. Free superpowers are awesome. Facing a monster that is 10 levels higher than him, Li Yang dare not gamble. Every action is taken with extreme caution. Looking at the hellhound rushing towards him, Li Yang continued to retreat. Avoid a head-on collision. Although he did not directly attack the hellhound again, but numbers kept appearing on the body of the hellhound. 8000. 8,000 damage per second. It was that previous attack that caused his bloodlust to take effect. Li Yang's plan was to rely on the bleeding effect caused by bloodthirst to continuously consume the opponent's blood. Wait until the duration expires, then continue with the attack. In this way, you can avoid injuries as much as possible and save energy. With the movement speed bonus of gold equipment, Li Yang's speed has also increased a lot. Predict the movements of the hellhound in advance and dodge all attacks by flexibly changing your position. The hellhound, which couldn't touch Li Yang and felt like it was being teased, paused and became a little annoyed. Then, it opened its mouth wide, and a black-purple flame spewed out, rushing towards Li Yang at an extremely fast speed. Li Yang quickly dodged to the side to avoid the trail of fire. But at this moment, the hellhound tilted its head and actually chased Li Yang and sprayed him. Li Yang's face darkened, and he quickly took out the rock shield and placed it in front of him. I got it in the first level copy before, but it's already damaged. The terrifying flames hit the shield, and Li Yang felt that the entire shield became hot. The flames parted from both sides of the shield, blowing out a stream of hot wind. The shield of the rock shield made a cracking sound. Li Yang held it up and stepped back. When the rock shield could no longer hold up, Li Yang let go and dodged to the side. The rock shield was also completely shattered. A silver-level equipment has reached its limit. Li Yang thought to himself, if I can get through this safely, I will definitely buy a sturdier shield when I get the chance. It will be quite useful. The hellhound stopped and continued to pounce on Li Yang. There is really no chance to breathe. At this time, the bleeding effect on the hellhound has disappeared. Li Yang had to continue to find ways to steal a wave of damage. Before, it was because the hellhound's attention was on Chen Mei that he was able to succeed easily. But now, if you want to touch the other person actively, you have to get closer and take risks. Looking at the hellhound rushing towards him, Li Yang did not dodge this time. Instead, he seized the opportunity and took the initiative to run forward. At this time, Li Yang launched Curse Soundwave. With such a huge level gap, the confusion effect cannot be effective, but it can also make the hellhound stunned for a moment. At this moment, Li Yang seized the opportunity, used his speed to slip behind it, turned around, and stabbed the hellhound's hind legs. Puff! The sharp tip of the lightning halberd pierced directly into it. A damage number appeared on the hellhound's body. 1700. After a successful attack, Li Yang quickly distanced himself. The effect of bloodthirst takes effect again. 8000. The hellhound let out a deep roar. This time, it couldn't hold on any longer, and its breathing became even heavier. With red eyes, he looked at Li Yang fiercely. It didn't go up, so Li Yang just stood there and watched it. Suddenly, the hellhound's eyes turned and it ran in another direction. Li Yang's expression changed slightly, thinking that the other party wanted to escape. But when he looked at the other party's trajectory, his face suddenly changed. The two-headed hellhound drooled and rushed towards Chen Mei in the car. Seeing this, Li Yang had no time to worry and directly took out the explosive bow. Just as the hellhound leaped into the air and was about to hit the car, Li Yang shot an arrow. The red arrow ignited the night, and with a swoosh sound, carrying the smell of gunpowder, the arrow pierced the waist of the hellhound, and the hellhound flew out with it. Boom! The explosion illuminated the entire field. 1850. 2000. The body of the hellhound fell heavily to the ground. Since he was already exposed, Li Yang didn't care anymore and continued to shoot red arrows, like fireworks rising in the night. Whoosh! 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 Bong! 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 2000. 8000. 2150. The damage from the explosion is combined with the bleeding effect, causing the hellhound's health to drop rapidly. Sure enough, remote output is more convenient. The hellhound couldn't hold on any longer and no longer had any intention of staying, so it ran outside. Want to run now? It's too late. Li Yang was also angry. If he had to make such a big fuss and then let the other party get away, it would be a real loss for him. He simply raised the explosive bow and shot wildly at the hellhound. The arrow pierced through the darkness, hitting the hellhound from 100 paces away, sparks flying everywhere. The moment the opponent runs away, the outcome is decided. You killed the hellhound, EXP plus 1000. Sacrifice your soul, EXP plus 200. You obtain silver level equipment, talisman book. You obtain the innate skill, Strange Fire, A. Strange Fire, fire-based ability, can use fire elemental attacks and continuously summon pillars of fire. Li Yang was stunned, then suddenly happy and understood. This is the effect of his transformation. Killing monsters gives you a chance to gain their innate skills. I didn't expect to win right away. Originally, when he discovered it was just an A-level talent, he did not actively copy it. I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise at this time. Who doesn't love free? But there was no time to be happy. We are still in a very dangerous situation. The other two teammates got separated and are nowhere to be found. Qingran is still in a coma. There was such a loud noise just now that many monsters around must have noticed it. They might be rushing towards this side in large numbers. He quickly came to the car and shook the sleeping Qingran. But there was no response. Li Yang frowned, covered her mouth and nose, and shouted in her ear. At your age and in your situation, how can you sleep? Get up now. After a while, Qingran trembled all over, suddenly opened her eyes, struggled desperately, and looked around in shock. Li Yang let go of her hand only after he saw she woke up. Qingran was coughing and gasping for breath. Only after seeing that it was Li Yang did she breathe a sigh of relief, her chest heaving. Phew, you scare me to death. Li Yang was speechless. You are still sleeping. I almost died. Qingran was stunned, then turned her gaze to the surroundings. I saw a huge corpse lying not far ahead, as if it had been burned by sparks, and its shape could not be seen clearly. She was suddenly startled. You did this? What a huge grudge. You wouldn't think so if you knew you were almost its meal. Her eyes widened. How long have I been sleeping? It won't be long, but it's enough for us to die 8 or 10 times. Li Yang said unhappily. Let's go quickly, otherwise the monsters around us will come soon. No, it's too late. Qingran said with a wry smile. Li Yang looked up and found out. At this time, countless dark shadows were surrounding them from all directions. Chapter 62 Night Devil Crisis? Crazy idea. Stay in the car. It's my turn to protect you. Qingran smiled. Holding the weapon, he pushed open the car door next to him and walked out without even having time to wipe the blood off his face. Li Yang frowned slightly and sighed. It's coming so fast. This is going to be difficult. Before, Wang Feng was cooperating on the side, and the two level 100 professionals teamed up to deal with the monster. There were quite a few monsters this time, but only Qingran went up to deal with them. Qingran's shooting skills are very accurate, and each shot can cause tens of thousands of damage. When faced with a large number of monsters, they can be killed in just a few hits. Her movements and positions were very smooth, her posture changes were meticulous, and her attack speed was very fast, as if she was dancing, with sparks flying all over the sky with her movements. But Li Yang had no time to appreciate it, and his eyes were fixed on the direction of the monsters around him. There are simply too many monsters. Although Qingran's speed is also very fast. However, as the noise made by the monsters coming here becomes louder and louder, it will only attract more monsters, like a tide of beasts, which cannot be killed at all. No matter how powerful Qingran is, there will come a time when she is exhausted to the limit. It really doesn't work. That's the only one I can use. Li Yang looked at the wind dragon order in his hand. This is much louder than using a blasting bow. But now that the situation has come to this, it doesn't seem to make much difference whether to use it or not. He looked at the field and was thinking. A figure came rushing from behind. It's Wang Feng. He took big strides with his legs, and the kinetic exoskeleton on his body pushed his whole body to run like a gust of wind. Qingran, take Li Yang and leave quickly. I'll drag these monsters away. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Qingran couldn't help but feel happy when she heard the familiar voice. But when he saw Wang Feng's condition, his face changed drastically. Wang Feng appeared to be full of energy and his blood was boiling, but that was just the effect of adrenaline and the exoskeleton. The paleness of his face and the horrific wounds on his body made him look like someone who couldn't stand up. What just happened to you? What on earth could have hurt Wang Feng so badly? Li Yang was also surprised when he saw it. Wang Feng had several wounds on his body, almost all of which penetrated his body. This is clearly a monster's bite mark. Wang Feng's expression was stiff as he said, "We encountered the night demon." Qingran's body trembled and her eyes widened. Night demon. A terrifying monster that lives in the wild. It is extremely powerful, especially at night, and is similar to a werewolf. Especially in the dark, it looks like a ghost and is very difficult to deal with. It is one of the top 3 monsters that professionals least want to encounter in the wild. It has a very strong tracking ability and can hunt based on blood and scent. It is very difficult to deal with, and once it is targeted, it is difficult to escape. It often takes several professionals of the same level to work together to deal with a night demon. Outside the city, it is common to see a night demon destroying a village. If encountered at night, the survival rate is no more than 10%. Chen Mei's face turned pale. Liang was also surprised when he heard the name. He had only seen this in books. And, according to records, night demons have the habit of looking for mates, so usually males and females act together. When you find yourself encountering a night stalker, there's a good chance there's more than one around you. If that's the case, I'm really unlucky. Chen Mei instinctively took out the signal stick and planned to call for help, but just as she raised her hand, she hesitated. Liang also shook his head secretly. It's useless. Their current position was awkward. How long would it take for reinforcements to arrive from the nearby city? It was probably almost dawn. On the contrary, the movement of the signal stick may attract the attention of monsters in the distance, making the situation worse. You still have to rely on yourself. Liang came to the driver's seat and tried to start the car. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. The previous collision caused it to malfunction directly. Chen Mei smiled bitterly. According to the route we planned in advance, we shouldn't encounter the night demon. Wang Feng held the double blades and killed the monsters around him, saying, "When I met the night demon, it was injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. But with the night demon's ability, it will probably catch up with me soon. You guys should leave quickly." Chen Mei gritted her teeth, ran to the car, and waved to Liang. At this time, Liang didn't act pretentiously and got out of the car. "What are you going to do now?" Liang asked. "If I remember correctly, there's a temporary camp nearby. Let's hide there for a while." Liang nodded. It was not realistic to run to Qingran on foot. The safest way is to get rid of the night demon first, find a place to stay for a while, and then continue on your way. However, when he heard Wang Feng say that the night demon was injured, he had other thoughts in his mind. Logically speaking, if 2 night demons attacked him together, Wang Feng would not be able to come back alive even if he was injured. The fact that he was able to come back meant that there was most likely only 1 night demon, and it was probably not very high level and was injured. Liang touched the Wind Dragon order in his pocket. If I cooperate with Wang Feng and Chen Mei, I won't necessarily lose. Finally, he shook his head. This crazy idea was not spoken out. This is not something he can decide alone, although I know it in my heart. But these are 3 lives. If he dares to go, do Wang Feng and Chen Mei dare to take the gamble? These 2 people are only responsible for escorting me to Qingran, not here to gamble my life with me, so it's a bit difficult for them. Let's go, Chen Mei said, taking the lead and moving forward. Liang stood there, somewhat hesitant. Although the situation was critical and someone had to stay behind to hold back these monsters, he didn't want to leave Wang Feng behind, especially when he had to walk away stepping on the corpses of his companions. He doesn't want to owe anyone anything. Liang paused, took out the concealment cloak from his body and threw it directly to Wang Feng. Then, after Wang Feng killed the nearest monster with a few slashes, he looked at the cloak in surprise. Liang continued, "Put this on to conceal your presence. Even the night demon won't be able to find you, but it only lasts a limited time. Once we're safe, leave here wearing the cloak and follow us." Wang Feng was startled, but before he could say anything, the monster in front of him was pressing forward, so he could only utter 2 words. "Thank you." Chen Mei, who was standing next to him, was also surprised when she saw this. "I didn't expect that Liang had such a thing. It is of great value and not something that ordinary professionals can have. But no matter what, it's a great help. Okay, let's go, otherwise we won't be able to leave later." Wang Feng stayed behind to cover their retreat. Liang and Chen Mei quickly broke out of the encirclement, rushed towards the temporary camp. Chapter 63. Fellow villagers meet and shoot each other in the back. Along the way, monsters will occasionally appear to block your way, but they were all solved by Liang and Chen Mei. There are only a few kilometers left. If we keep walking, we'll be there in about 10 minutes. Chen Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. There are fewer and fewer monsters around, and it's a little safer. Liang said, "Why don't we wait for Wang Feng for a while? No monsters should catch up with us here." There was no way, mainly because his stealth cloak was still on Wang Feng, and he would not feel at ease unless he saw him bring it back. That was a rare item, and he felt a pang of pain in his heart when he took it out. Chen Mei thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's take a break for a while and then rush to the camp in one go." She stopped and sorted out the spots around where monsters were likely to hide. Then he took out some consumables from his backpack to replenish his energy. Liang looked behind him and thought to himself, With Wang Feng's strength, it should not be difficult to get rid of those monsters by using the stealth cloak. What he was afraid of was that Wang Feng was seriously injured and would not make it. However, hard work pays off. He was not disappointed. After waiting for a few minutes, when he was about to continue, Wang Feng's figure staggered out. Although Wang Feng was still alive, he was dragging his extremely exhausted body and looked like he was about to collapse at any time. Just be alive. Liang took the initiative to go up and support him. Wang Feng returned the cloak of concealment to him and said solemnly, "If you can come back alive, my life will be yours from now on. If you need me in the future." Before he could finish, Liang interrupted him. All right, hold on tight. We might have to fight monsters later." Then Chun Mei took the lead and walked towards the camp. After a while, as they climbed a slope, the outline of the camp gradually rose before them. Chun Mei looked delighted and hurried over quickly. Soon, the group arrived in front of the camp. The camp was enclosed like a fortress, with a large gate in the middle that was tightly closed. 2 sentries stood on the platform on the second floor. When he saw Li Yang and others, he pointed the bow and arrow in his hand at them. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chun Mei said, "We are professionals passing by. We were attacked by monsters and wanted to come in to take shelter." "Monster?" The 2 sentries whispered to each other. Seeing that the 2 were indifferent, Chun Mei said anxiously, "Please hurry up, someone is injured here." A sentry slowly turned around and asked, "Where's the monster?" "We've left them behind, but that night demon won't give up easily. Let us in to heal first." "Night demon? Damn you. Get away from here right now." Hearing that it was the night demon, the sentry was startled and shouted in a bad attitude. Chun Mei was stunned and quickly said, "It hasn't caught up yet. Let's go in and rest for a while before leaving." "Go away. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude." The sentry raised his bow and aimed at them. The night demon is a hot potato, and no one wants to get involved. Once someone holds a grudge against you, you're bound to get into trouble. Chun Mei didn't expect these people to be so heartless, and her face looked a little ugly. Wang Feng looked at her and shook his head. "Let's go. After all, this is someone else's territory, and they don't have the final say." Just as they turned their heads, suddenly a voice came from the camp. "Wait a minute." A short, fat, middle-aged man with high cheekbones hurried over and appeared on the platform. Looking at the sentry, he taught indignantly, "Didn't we say we should help each other when we meet professionals? Open the door." "But," I said, "open the door." "Yes." The sentry had no choice but to nod repeatedly and operate the mechanism. Soon, the heavy doors opened from both sides, and a warm light shone out from them. Chun Mei and Wang Feng were both stunned and looked at each other. "It seems like we can go in again." "Go in first." In any case, Wang Feng's injuries made it difficult for him to continue on his journey. Liang looked at this scene and frowned, but nothing was said. Followed Chun Mei and Wang Feng into the gate. After they went in, the door closed again with a bang. The interior layout of the camp is very simple. There are several simple wooden houses and sheds for raising livestock, with bright spring fires. The middle-aged man also came down from the platform at this time and said enthusiastically, "Hello, I'm the manager here. Are you tired? Come inside and sit down first. I'll get the medical staff over and prepare something for you to eat." Chun Mei looked grateful. "Thank you for the trouble." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "It's okay. Just treat this place as your own home." After saying that, he walked down. Chun Mei said, "Let's go inside." Liang nodded, helped Wang Feng into the wooden house, and put him on a chair to lie down, while observing the surrounding environment. Inside the wooden house, the golden spring fire lit up. Everything looked very clean, as if it had been specially wiped. Liang came to a wooden cabinet. The wooden cabinet is nearly 2 meters high and contains some tools. Liang reached out and touched the surface of the cabinet. He withdrew his hand and saw that a small pile of dust had accumulated on his fingers. "What's wrong?" Noticing Li Yang's behavior, Chun Mei was puzzled. "Nothing. The room is clean." Liang found a seat and sat down. Soon, the steward came with a few people. A man who looked like a doctor came to Wang Feng, gave him a quick check, and said, "This injury is quite serious. It won't heal in a short time." "All right," the butler said, waving his hand. "Take him to the clinic. The wound will start to fill with pus later." Then, 2 people came and carried Wang Feng away. The steward did not leave, but sat down and chatted with them in a familiar manner. After a while, a man came over carrying 2 baskets. He came to the table, opened the basket, and took out the food. Pig head, roast chicken, fish head. "It looks great and makes you hungry just by looking at it." The steward said, "Are you hungry? You're welcome, try some. They're all raised by me." After walking all the way, Chun Mei and Liang were already very hungry and urgently needed to replenish calories. Chen Mei said thank you again, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating impatiently. Liang also picked up a chicken leg and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. The steward was all smiles. Eat for a while. Chen Mei's body suddenly became shaky and her eyelids were twitching. Ah, what's going on? It's so blurry. She rubbed her eyes and tried hard to cheer herself up. The next second, he fell asleep on the table. Seeing this, Liang took the last bite of the chicken wing in his hand and fell on the table like her. But he secretly opened his eyes a little and looked at his feet. At this time, the steward stood up and spat. Damn, he's just like a starving ghost. Come here, take them off. Boss, it's bad. There are a lot of monsters gathering outside the gate. What? The steward stared. Forget it. Throw these two into the woodshed and keep them under guard. I'll come back later. After saying that, he hurried to the platform. Chapter 64. Copying a new occupation. A turning point appears. After the steward left, the two servants came forward. Just as they came to Chen Mei and were about to move the person away, Liang suddenly appeared behind them, holding their heads with both hands and bumping them together. Bang! The two guys fell to the ground instantly. At this moment, Liang suddenly discovered that Wang Feng's things were actually on them. Have these people already started dividing the spoils? It seems this camp is actually a den of bandits. They might all be repeat offenders. If he wasn't immune to toxins and other effects, he might have gotten their way. After taking the things, Liang came to Chen Mei again, and she was still sleeping soundly. Although he had noticed something was wrong when he came in, he didn't have time to remind the two of them. The main thing is that he is not completely sure whether the people in this camp are good or bad. After moving a guy into the cabinet and hiding him, Liang put on another waiter's clothes, carried him and Chen Mei out, and closed the door. The camp was extremely lively at this time. People come and go in a hurry. I didn't know there were so many people when I came in. These people were all rushing towards the gate. I think he is dealing with the monsters following behind. Hey, stop. Suddenly, a rough voice called Liang. It was a man with a scar on his face. Liang paused and lowered his head. Why do you look so unfamiliar, kid? The man with the scar stepped forward and looked at Liang. Liang didn't say anything. Hey, are you from the new group that came a few days ago? The scarred man waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and take them to the woodshed, and then come to the front to help. Do you know the direction? It's in the backyard. As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of a certain edge. Liang nodded and walked over carrying two men. After a while, he came to a dilapidated wooden house. There are not so many people here, and there is no one guarding the front of the house. Liang probably went to support the gate. Then he came to the door and kicked it open. The environment inside was very dirty and messy. As soon as I opened the door, I was hit by a musty smell and cockroaches were running all over the floor. At this time, Wang Feng's hands and feet were tied, a blackened rag was stuffed in his mouth, and he was lying on the ground struggling. The wounds on his body opened again, and blood continued to flow onto the ground. Wang Feng's eyes widened when he saw the door being opened and Chen Mei and Liang being carried over. Don't panic, it's me. After Liang put the two people down, he spoke. Wang Feng's face suddenly lit up with joy. Liang came up to him, took the rag out of his mouth, and then untied him. Wang Feng was panting, breathing the air greedily. What's going on over there? These people's friendliness is all fake. A bunch of scum. Wang Feng said indignantly. It's okay. Their people are all at the gate now, fighting the monsters outside. They won't notice us for a while. As Liang spoke, he returned Wang Feng's things to him. Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and frowned as he looked at the sleeping Chen Mei. What happened to Chen Mei? She must have been poisoned, or something, and fell into a deep sleep. Liang analyzed. Wang Feng was stunned and looked at Liang. Then why? The people here are all extremely vicious. How did Liang manage to counter them and bring Chen Mei to his side? Liang waved his hand and said lightly, I'm fine. I was careful in advance and tricked them. Wang Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. No wonder Liang was valued by Lu Xian. I feel like I'm older than all of them this time. Thanks to Liang, otherwise they would have been wiped out. They might even have died in the monster's mouth earlier. Liang, I'm glad you're here. Wang Feng sighed sincerely in his heart. Let's save these for later. Our situation isn't optimistic right now. Once the people here find out something is wrong, they will definitely take corresponding measures. And now, to put it bluntly, Wang Feng's condition is just that of a human being. Chen Mei was still in a deep sleep. When he came here, he observed that the entire camp had only one exit, the main gate. In other words, if they want to escape from here, they must pass through the sight of these people. Moreover, the battle at the gate is probably still in full swing, so it would be difficult to escape with Chen Mei and Wang Feng, two people who have lost their combat effectiveness. I don't care. He had a cloak of invisibility, so it wasn't difficult for him to escape during the chaos. But in this desolate wilderness, embarrassingly, he couldn't even find the way to Kuanqing, and sooner or later he would get lost here. What should I do? Just as Li Yang was thinking about how to break the deadlock, his gaze inadvertently fell on Wang Feng. A-level occupation, speedrunner. Professional talent, sprint. Speed. Movement speed increases by 50%, an additional 25% in darkness. Passive. When attacking a target from behind, damage increases by 50%. That's it. It's an A-level profession, so I'll just have to make do with it. Mainly, what he needs is the assassin's natural skills. He already has gold-level equipment that specifically increases acceleration, and with this profession, who else can catch up with him? Looking at this, Li Yang suddenly had an idea in his mind. Copy. Copy successful. You obtain the A-rank class, speedrunner. After confirming that the relevant talents can be used. Without further ado, Li Yang prepared to take action now. Then he explained everything to Wang Feng. Wait, I'll go get reinforcements now. Reinforcements? Wang Feng was stunned, thinking that Li Yang was joking, and said with a wry smile, "Where can we get reinforcements in this remote place?" He couldn't help but think that Li Yang was still a teenager under 20 years old after all, and this situation was too difficult for him. Li Yang said with certainty, "It will happen, believe me, just wait here, I will be back." Wang Feng sighed and nodded. It doesn't matter. Although he also wanted to help Li Yang now, he knew very well. In my current state, it's good enough if I don't make things worse. Hey, come on, it all depends on you. When they came, they were high-level professionals with high spirits and were not afraid at all when facing high-level monsters. Who would have thought that things would be so messed up now, and we can only rely on Li Yang to save the situation? If it really doesn't work, you can just run on your own. I believe that with your abilities, you will definitely become a more outstanding professional than any of us in the future. Li Yang smiled and said nothing. He walked out the door and closed it again, as if nothing had happened. Then he looked in the direction of the gate. Now let's have some fun. Chapter 65 Ignite the Fire of War. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Li Yang followed the crowd towards the gate. He was wearing stolen clothes, and no one recognized him. At this time, they were all rushing to support the front line. In front of the gate, the front row held up shields to resist injuries. On the high platform, archers with bows and arrows kept shooting rockets at the monsters outside the gate. Damn, these damn monsters. The steward cursed. He still couldn't figure it out. How did those three gods inside trigger such a large-scale beast tide? They were forced to deal with this mess. The losses caused by this may not be recovered for a while. Fortunately, they had a large number of people, had established protective measures, and with their cooperation, they were able to handle the situation with ease. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the distance and rushed over. The nightmare-like figure quickly caught their attention. The black shadow quickly rushed to the front door, and several people in the front row used to holding shields and pushed forward. But the black shadow completely ignored it and just rammed into him. The front row was directly knocked away. When the steward saw it, his eyes widened instantly. This is Night Demon. Besides being shocked, it wasn't completely disorganized. Their camp has been located in the wild for a long time, and they encounter night demons from time to time. Quick, pull it back first. With the night demon interfering, the originally good situation was suddenly pulled back. Some monsters began to climb up the wall. Just then, the steward noticed. Don't panic, this night demon is injured. It's missing an arm. You know, although the night demon is difficult to beat, he is full of treasures. It's just that the risk is too high, so most people won't list it as a hunting target. There was a hint of greed in the steward's eyes. Brothers, cheer up. This job will just make up for our losses, and we can even make a small profit. The situation suddenly became heated. At this time, no one noticed. While they were busy, a figure left the camp silently. After arriving at a relatively safe place in the wild, Li Yang took off the concealment cloak and put it away carefully. Standing here, he could still see the fierce artillery fire from the camp. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. He doesn't intend to let any of these people and monsters who harmed their compatriots go. The more intense their fight, the better. To do this, I have to help them speed up. Li Yang took out a burnt yellow signal stick. They were given one before they set off. Now it's time to call for reinforcements. Of course, this reinforcement is not the same as that reinforcement. He wasn't sure if anyone could see it. But what is certain is that monsters within a radius of dozens of miles can be seen. Relying on the assassin's talent for speed, Li Yang moved very quickly in the wild. Even if some monsters discovered him, they would not be able to catch up with him. It was because of this that he was confident in his decision to go out into the wild. The The people in the camp naturally also saw the signal spark rising into the sky. But this direction is outside, so naturally it would not be associated with Liang. For a moment, I thought it was another passerby asking for help, so I didn't think much about it and continued to deal with the monster in front of the door. At this time, somewhere about 10 kilometers away, there was a group of well-equipped professionals walking steadily and in an orderly manner. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face. Suddenly, a fiery red beam of light rose in the distance. They couldn't help but stop and look up. Is this a professional asking for help? Let's go check it out. That's the direction the other night demon just escaped in. It's injured and in urgent need of energy. I guess seeing a professional is like a dog seeing a bone. A group of people rushed towards the camp. The fiery signal stick ignited the silence. Monsters from all directions also woke up and headed towards the camp. Once those monsters arrive, they will surely attack the camp like crazy. Either the monsters and the people in the camp will both be injured or one of them will die. Finally, the fishermen should appear. After finishing everything, Liang quietly returned to the camp. At this time, the monsters in the entire wild were surging. It's not safe to stay outside. At this time, the fighting was still in full swing at the gate of the camp. Liang did not disturb them and went inside the camp. There are very few people in the camp now, as most of them are fighting the enemy on the front line. He returned to the woodshed again. At this moment, Wang Feng's condition is better than before, but his injuries are still very serious. Chen Mei is still in a coma. Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Liang return safely. Great, Liang, you're okay. What were you doing just now? Don't let anyone here find out. Liang glanced at Chen Mei, who was fast asleep, as if she had drunk 2 boxes of sleep-inducing black tea. He couldn't help but sigh. Small workshops use very strong materials. Won't this take a day or two? At this time, Wang Feng propped himself up and stood up. Ahem, I'm feeling better now. Let me go with you. Liang shook his head. No, just take a good rest. He glanced at Wang Feng and found that except for the 2 things he had found for him, all the other equipment on him was gone, including his dual swords. I guess it was taken somewhere by someone else. Considering the abominable behavior of these people, Liang guessed that they had tasted the sweetness and had already made a lot of money. Then, there must be a warehouse where the treasure is kept. There is nothing to do at this time, and it is a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Then he quietly came outside. After a while, a servant from the camp came hurriedly. It seems that he wants to come back to replenish some more preparations. Liang, who had the power of sprinting, was extremely fast. He came behind him in an instant and put the sharp blade on his neck. The servant opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. Liang's voice came to my ears first. If you dare to make a sound, I can't guarantee that my hands won't shake. The servant swallowed and dared not move. One of our people fell into a coma after eating your food. What are the side effects? How can we relieve them? The servant quickly said, It's okay, he will wake up naturally when the time comes. Liang nodded and continued. Where did you put all the stolen items? Take me there. Where is your warehouse? The servant was stunned and felt like crying, but had no tears. They were still fighting the enemy at the front, but they didn't expect their homes to be robbed. I'm really impressed by these old guys. He looked embarrassed and said cautiously, No, the key to the warehouse is always with the steward, so there's nothing I can do. No matter what, if it was discovered that he was leading the way, given the steward's personality, he would definitely be in trouble. Don't be clever, there must be a spare key. Liang's voice became a little colder. For something this important, there must be a way out. Then he used the blade to cut a thin cut on his neck, and a trace of blood flowed out. The servant trembled all over, his face full of fear. Yes, of course. It's in the steward's office. I'll take you there right away. After saying that, Liang let him go. Hurry up and leave. Don't try to be clever. The servant nodded quickly and walked in front to lead the way. Chapter 66. The truth is revealed. Monster reinforcements are coming. After a while, Liang successfully arrived at the so-called general manager's office. The walls are covered with magnificent murals. Even the chandeliers and pendants on the wall are inlaid with gold, and the tables and chairs are all matching brand names. In his impression, even the luxury suites in 5-star hotels are not this luxurious, right? It can be seen how many people have been deceived by this so-called temporary camp located here. Soon, Liang started rummaging through the drawers and cabinets looking for the key. Luxurious murals? Bullshit. Precious porcelain? Smash it. No matter where a key can be hidden, no one will be left out. Anyway, it was bought with stolen money, so Liang didn't feel sorry at all. This scene made the camp servant who led the way here have his eyelids twitching. It's over, all over. No one must know that he was the one who brought this devil here. He could not afford to buy any of these luxury items, even if he worked hard for his entire life. Finally, after smashing open countless drawer locks and luxury items, Liang finally found a secret compartment. A brand new key was found inside, preserved. Then he looked at the dumbfounded servant. The servant's whole body was shaking as he looked at the messy office, which looked like a doghouse compared to before. He was pale and muttering. "It's over. Barbecue," Liang said with a look of, "Is it really that serious? Okay, take me to the warehouse." The servant seemed to have his soul drained out, with a look of despair on his face, and he was doubting his life. Under coercion and inducement, he had no choice but to continue leading the way to the warehouse. "It's over. The steward will definitely beat me to death," he muttered as he walked. Liang is tired of hearing it. "Repeat this again, and you and the steward will die together." The servant stopped talking and just sighed. Not long after, the two came to a hidden passage. The servant pointed to the security gate in front and said, "This is it." He seemed to no longer care and sighed. "Ah, it's all retribution." As he spoke, a sudden clarity flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Liang. "Young man, you are still young, and you really shouldn't come to this camp. You can't defeat the steward, and you will end up like us." Liang was confused by what he heard. For a moment, I wondered if this boy had suffered a shock and was ill. But the servant's eyes were extremely clear, as if he had a last burst of consciousness, and his face was full of anxiety. "Brother, seriously, run away quickly and don't come back." Liang raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I understand now. You are kidding me, right? Everything has arrived at the warehouse, so let me talk about this now." The servant shook his head and said seriously, "You may not know this, but I was just like you. I was attacked by monsters in the wild and came here to seek refuge. At first, the steward and the others welcomed me warmly, but what happened next, you know. We were stripped of everything and had two choices: die or join the gang. My companions were brutally murdered because they refused to join the gang. I still have family. I don't want to die in such an unclear way. There are many people like me in the camp, but most of them have lost themselves and become addicted to it." Liang listened and was shocked. He didn't expect that the steward and his men were even more brutal than he imagined. Not only did they rob people, they also killed them. If you don't want to die, you must follow them and become corrupt, and finally be tied to death on the same boat. Have you never thought about resisting together? The servant sighed. "This is what I wanted to tell you. There was once a team of professionals who suffered the same fate. They were all quite strong, all second-level professionals. They pretended to obey and managed to get weapons, but in the end..." As he said this, his expression showed a hint of fear. "The manager has a mysterious and irresistible power that can make people lose all consciousness and become puppets." Oh, Liang became interested. So, the fat steward still has a treasure. From what the servant said, he guessed that it was something that could affect the mental consciousness of professionals. But, just like the drugs before, I have the innate ability, Ethereal Shield, which allows me to be immune to negative states until the shield is broken. The drug took effect, and even a level 100 professional like Qinmei fell into a deep sleep, but she was completely unharmed. "That's right." The servant nodded repeatedly and said anxiously, "Please leave here immediately. If you can make it back alive, please inform the outside world about the situation here and save us." Liang looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Thanks for the reminder, but I won't need it. I don't like to put off today's work until tomorrow." Today's opportunity is rare, and he has almost made all the arrangements, just waiting for the surrounding monsters to gather. How can I just give up like that? After finding a place to tie the servant up, he took the key and walked towards the warehouse door. The servant looked anxious. Liang seemed to not take his words seriously at all. This was not a joke. Looking at Liang's back, he suddenly smiled bitterly. Alas, well, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. Perhaps we are all destined to sink into this shabby place forever. Different from the tranquility here. The battle outside the camp has reached a fever pitch. No one would have thought that their home was about to be robbed. Everyone was fighting against the aggressive monster. Most of the firepower was concentrated on the terrifying night demon. This also resulted in some small monsters turning the tables and shitting on people's heads. Monsters kept climbing up the city walls, making them busy and flustered. The steward looked fierce. "These damn monsters, if that's the case, just die." As he spoke, he took out an exquisite and gorgeous purple magic book, about the size of 2 palms, with unknown stripes and characters outlined on it. Rise. The magic book suddenly floated in the air, and the pages opened automatically and flipped quickly. At the same time, the entire book emits a brilliant purple light. The purple light instantly illuminated the entire field and sprinkled on the monsters. The monsters were covered with a layer of purple light, and at the same time, they all froze, as if they had lost their minds, and fell down from the wall one after another. For a moment, they had a chance to catch their breath. What are you all standing there for? Now's the time to finish off the enemy. Hearing this, the others quickly attacked these monsters that had lost their ability to move and were at the mercy of others. For a time, there was continuous artillery fire. At this moment, heavy footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Just by listening to the sound, you can guess how many there are. An archer standing on the platform shot forward with a flare arrow. A milky white light briefly illuminated the scene ahead. The crowd exploded in an instant. What the hell? This dense, dark mass, what else could it be but a monster? Damn, after fighting for so long, there are still so many monsters? Are all the monsters in the wild coming here? The steward's face turned dark. He shouted at the members who had fallen into a daze. Don't panic, hold on. No one can retreat, or I'll kill everyone I see. Facing this endless stream of monsters, everyone was panicking. But since the steward had made such a harsh statement, they had no choice but to go ahead with it. Chapter 67. Stealing the House. Crazy collection of treasures. At the same time, inside the camp, Liang came to the door of the treasure house, took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it gently. Then I heard a click sound coming from the door lock. Liang put one hand on the door handle and pulled hard. A brilliant golden light suddenly shone on his face. It's so bright that I can hardly see clearly. Afterwards, Liang saw mountains of equipment and props. It's almost piled up in a disorderly manner. It can be seen that it is not taken care of regularly. It can be seen that the steward values these spoils very much and is reluctant to let anyone enter. Liang walked forward and backward. Soon Wang Feng's equipment and weapons were seen. Since it is a new addition, it is placed directly on the top and can be seen at a glance. Seeing this, Liang couldn't help but be amazed. This makeshift camp is simply a den of bandits. How many people must have been scammed to have such a fortune? Liang didn't hesitate and jumped in to enjoy the buffet. Damn it, it would be a waste not to take it. It's a pity that I can't carry it all by myself, but it would be more convenient if I had a truck. After careful selection, in addition to taking Wang Feng's equipment, Liang also picked up several good gold-level equipment. Golden Shield. Grade Gold. Attributes. Constitution plus 350, Spirit plus 100. Exclusive effect. Each time a shield is used to block damage, the user's defense increases by 10%, stacking up to 5 times. A typical shield weapon. It's not particularly outstanding, but it's pretty decent. He had previously planned to get a sturdier shield. I didn't expect there was ready-made one here, which saved me a lot of money. The second one is a magic book. This is interesting. Ancient spiritual book. Grade Gold. Attributes. Strength plus 500, Spirit plus 100. Effect. The attack has 20% penetration. Exclusive skill, Magic Explosion. Summons rockets within the range, continuously attacks the target, and goes into cooldown after use. Lasts 5 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. This weapon is what Liang thinks is the most worthwhile. It actually has exclusive skills. The effect lasts for 5 seconds and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. This means the vacuum period is only 5 seconds. At first glance, it's actually okay. But there is more reason why Liang chose this. His SS level profession, Soul Wizard, can directly reduce the cooldown by 50% when using spell damage weapons. In this way, it is equivalent to using this skill to refill the cup infinitely and summon rockets continuously. This is the real perversion. This is also the reason why Liang chose this. And with this weapon, the talent skill, Strange Fire, that the Hellhound had previously exploded on him can now be used. Finally, there are 2 tactical items. One is a detector, which is used to detect surrounding fluctuations, and in some cases can be used to detect the location of monsters. The other is a hook that can hook the enemy in front of you. In a 1v1 situation, it can prevent the enemy from escaping. These are all very useful to him now. The rest, though numerous, are insignificant. Liang didn't have time to waste. After getting his things, he returned along the same route. Soon, he returned to the woodshed again. When he arrived here, Liang returned all of Wang Feng's equipment to him. Wang Feng looked surprised. Liang, how did you get these back? After checking, I found that everything was intact. This is too incredible. Liang, one of their protected people, actually felt like a fish in water in this bandit's den. Liang said casually. I broke into their treasure house and took it back. Wang Feng's eyes widened, and he almost choked on his saliva. Ah. Liang smiled and said, just kidding. The hermit has his own clever plan. Wang Feng stood up. After such a long rest, he had barely recovered some of his fighting strength. He looked at Liang and asked, What do we do now? Now Li Yong has been regarded as the backbone. He knew in his heart that if there was a way to break the deadlock now, the only possibility would be to rely on Li Yong, who could always create miracles. Don't worry, we just need to wait for the right time. Li Yong did not hide anything from him and explained it briefly. The night demons that were chasing us have also found their way here, along with some other monsters. They are now attacking the camp. So I ran out during the chaos and threw a signal stick. He smiled, looked at Wang Feng's puzzled expression, and continued. Of course, the reinforcements I'm calling for by throwing the signal stick are in a different sense. As Wang Feng listened, he became more and more shocked. He didn't expect that Li Yong had done so much behind the scenes. He had no idea. You can even find time to retrieve your equipment. Although Li Yong said it so lightly. But in fact, any of these steps would be extremely difficult for others. Such hands-on ability doesn't seem like that of a new professional at all. For a moment, he looked at Li Yong with a bit of awe. Li Yong spoke again. Chun Mei hasn't woken up yet, so just stay by her side and leave the outside matters to me. At this time, what he feared most was that Wang Feng would move around and cause trouble. After repeated instructions, Li Yong left. At the camp gate, the monsters that were attracted were like a tide, climbing up the wall and attacking the gate. With these monsters sharing the pressure, the night demon is even more unstoppable. The nightmare-like black shadow was chilling to the eyes, and it was hard to imagine what would happen if the other party was allowed in. At this time, Li Yong quietly came to the edge of the battlefield. I also saw what the servant mentioned earlier, the props in the steward's hand looked like. To be honest, this was far beyond his expectations. I originally thought that this place would fall in an instant under the impact of monsters coming from all directions. But perhaps thanks to the props in the steward's hands, he was able to hold on. This can't go on. Li Yong approached like a ghost, wearing a cloak of concealment, and no one noticed his whereabouts. He swaggered directly to the door, behind a few people in the front row. Take out the newly acquired ancient spirit book and directly summon dense rockets. With his extremely fast movement speed and the stealth cloak, he can easily get behind the enemy without being noticed. Combined with the assassin professional talent copied from Wang Feng before, he can deal high damage from behind. Caught off guard, the formations of several front row troops were disrupted in an instant. The attacks of the night demon and other monsters in front did not stop. They took advantage of this free time to break through all the defenses. Finally broke open the door. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Li Yong hid his achievements and fame and retreated again. Soon, the people in the camp suffered heavy losses. All of a sudden, a large number of monsters rushed in from the gate. Crazy. They're all crazy. Oh no, we've lost. These damned beasts. Once the hole was opened, the monsters attacked with unstoppable force, climbing into the camp through the gate and the wall. The camp's defenses were like a kite with its strings cut. How the hell did these damn monsters find us? The steward frowned and cursed, feeling extremely aggrieved. While you are sitting at home, strange things may come from the sky. You can eat hot pot, sing songs, and kidnap someone at will. Who did I offend? Chapter 68, Kill the Steward. Revenge. See, the gate completely collapsed. The steward abandoned the others, retreated, and hurriedly ran towards the treasure house. When he rushed to the treasure house, seeing the scene in front of me, I was completely dumbfounded. The door was wide open, and there was chaos inside. Damn, is there a thief? No, I must have taken a wrong turn. My treasure trove can't be so shabby. The butler gasped. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold breath coming from behind him. In the darkness, Li Yong stabbed him in the back with a lightning spear in his hand. 2300. The damage of the assassin's unique back attack has been greatly increased. The steward staggered and fell forward. But he reacted quickly. When he was about to hit the ground, he propped himself up with his hands and quickly distanced himself. Oh, pretty quick reaction. The steward looked at Li Yong with vigilance. After recognizing Li Yong, he was immediately shocked. It's you? Aren't you already poisoned? Well, you bandit leader, the fighting is going on outside, and you're running back to the treasure house. Are you planning to pack up and run away secretly? Li Yong sneered. Since he had followed him all the way, he knew that the steward wanted to run away, and it turned out to be true. The plan was exposed, and the steward was speechless for a moment. Okay, I'm in a hurry now, what do you want? This posture shows that he is directly preparing to bribe Li Yong. Yeah. Li Yong smiled with interest. How about this? I heard you have a precious magic book. Why don't you give it to me to play with? The steward's face changed. You're looking for death, Li Yong said lazily. Then there's no room for negotiation. The steward's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, 2 darts shot out from his sleeves without warning and flew towards Li Yong. Li Yong was well prepared and took out the golden shield to block the attack immediately. Bang! Bang! The powerful resistance of the gold-level shield directly bounced the 2 darts away. This is my equipment. The steward recognized the shield in Li Yang's hand, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Seeing this, he understood that his treasure house was in this state because Li Yang had just broken into it. Damn it! Li Yang chuckled. He charged towards him directly with the shield in hand. Although the battle shield is a defensive equipment, it can also be used for offense. It can be said that it has both offensive and defensive capabilities. It's just a bit clumsy, and the difficulty and requirements of getting started are much higher than other weapons. However, Li Yang can now make up for it with his speed. In addition, the environment of this place is relatively narrow and semi-closed, so the shield has a great advantage in such a place. Although he was holding a shield as big as a person, Li Yang's speed was not slow at all. He arrived in front of the steward in an instant. In this small space, the opponent has nowhere to hide and is caught in a dilemma. Li Yang was not polite at all and rammed him with his big shield. Bang! 1600. This time it's a frontal attack, so the damage isn't as high as it would be from behind. But the steward was knocked to the ground immediately. The steward glared and quickly got up. But at this time, Li Yang had been waiting in front of him for a long time. When he had just propped up half of his body, he took out his shield and rushed forward again. Bang! 1750. It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The effect of bloodthirst is also quietly taking effect. This was what Li Yang had thought of in advance, using the bleeding effect to slowly wear it down to death. The steward's level was much higher than his, but by taking advantage of the terrain and other advantages, he was still able to defeat the opponent without any resistance. This is like an elephant being afraid of a mouse, or a mosquito being attracted to a tiger. A high-level range profession may be defeated if it is attacked by a melee burst profession of a lower level. At this time, the steward took 2 steps back and stood up again. But I found that the space here is too narrow. If you want to escape, Li Yang will catch you no matter where you go. Damn it, he shouldn't have come in here. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into a trap the moment he came here. So cool. But Li Yang didn't give him the chance to doubt his life and rushed towards him again. Bang! The steward, who had just climbed up, was knocked to the ground again, looking extremely embarrassed. Don't come over here. He was so angry and panicked that he didn't care about anything else and waved his weapon at Li Yang. However, all these attacks were blocked by the shield in Li Yang's hand, and the damage was almost 0. Li Yang approached again with his shield raised. Don't. He was really scared. Li Yang held up his shield and blocked him in the corner. Do you have any last words? Here you go. Here you go, the steward said hurriedly. As he spoke, he took out the purple magic book that he had used before. Just as Li Yang began to look around, the steward suddenly jumped up and controlled the magic book. In an instant, the book emitted a dazzling purple light. Unexpectedly, the light also shone on Li Yang. The butler took advantage of this opportunity and hurriedly ran towards the corridor outside. However, Li Yang came to his senses not long after he ran out. Under the protection of the ethereal shield, the flash of the magic book had no effect on him. Li Yang looked at the steward who escaped and sneered. Run! Li Yang held up a shield in his left hand, and a hook prop appeared in his right hand. It was projected directly towards the butler's back. The hook claws accurately hooked the opponent's back. Li Yang used his right hand to pull it back. Then, another shield knocked him down. Bang! 2000. Oh! The steward screamed, his face full of horror. Why? Why aren't you affected? Why so many whys? Then let me ask you, why do you, with your hands and feet, rely on things like harming your compatriots to gain benefits? Li Yang looked at him sarcastically, as if he was looking at a clown. He cornered him, with a lightning halberd in hand. The steward's face froze, with fear in his eyes. After such a long period of consumption, both his physical strength and health have reached the bottom. There was no time to think about anything else. He quickly presented the magic book in his hands with both hands, and said, I give you the things. I don't want them anymore. Everything in the treasury belongs to you too. Please let me go. Don't kill me, Before he could finish, Li Yang had already pierced his throat with his halberd, draining the last bit of his health. This manager's camp has been open for who knows how many years, and who knows how many innocent professionals have been harmed by it. Even I almost fell into his trap. If I fell into their hands, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, Li Yang showed no mercy. After getting rid of him, Li Yang picked up the dropped purple magic book. After putting it away, he walked outside. Now that the situation outside was in complete chaos, he had no choice but to go out and sort it out. Chapter 69. Bringing the Wind Dragon to kill the Night Demon. Unlimited firepower. At this time, in the camp, monsters invaded the entire camp. In addition, the steward suddenly disappeared. For a moment, The whole camp was in chaos. There are brutal and terrifying monsters everywhere. Of course, this is not actually a problem. The main culprit is still the night demon. In the darkness of the night, the pitch-black shadows, like ghosts, accompanied by hoarse growls, are frightening. It is so strong that no one has the courage to fight against it. Entering the camp was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. At this moment, the night demon smelled the scent and walked towards the woodshed. Li Yang's face darkened. Good man, this night demon really holds a grudge. Even after coming here, he is still thinking about Wang Feng. At this time, Wang Feng was still in the woodshed, still injured, and Chun Mei was in a coma, so he definitely could not compete. Li Yang took out the Wind Dragon order without hesitation. He had already had ideas about this injured night demon. In addition, the steward and his men had just spent so much time with him. It remains to be seen who the prey will be. Just as the night demon approached the edge of the woodshed, a strong wind raged throughout the entire camp, and the weaker professionals were about to be blown down. In the blink of an eye, a huge dragon shadow pressed directly towards the night demon's position. Li Yang took out the ancient spiritual book and summoned a rain of rockets. The red firelight illuminated the dim environment and shone on the night demon. The phantom of the wind dragon also summoned a huge wind field. The entire body of the night demon was buried in an instant. 1700, 2000, 8000, 11200. Dense damage numbers jumped out from the night demon's body. Rocket damage, bleeding damage, wind dragon damage. All stacked together. The night demon's health was visibly decreasing. At the same time, sensing the loud noise outside the door, Wang Feng quickly leaned out of the door and saw a scene that he would never forget. Dragon. The huge green dragon shadow is extremely domineering and intimidating to look at. He had only heard of it, but this was the first time he saw a dragon. Normally, he would at most encounter some dragon monsters. But what is before him is undoubtedly a real dragon. Wang Feng widened his eyes. For a moment I thought I was dreaming. But soon, he saw the night demon that Qinglong was attacking and recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the night demon that was chasing me before? He actually broke into the camp. His expression changed involuntarily. I thought of Li Yang again. How is Li Yang now? It seems that the camp has been lost and completely occupied. Not only him, Li Yang is likely to be in danger of his life as well. Just as Wang Feng was thinking about it, his eyes moved and suddenly caught sight of Li Yang standing there. His face suddenly lit up with joy. It seemed that Li Yang was fine. But he soon noticed Li Yang's actions at this time. It seems to be attacking the night demon. Wang Feng was stunned. Li Yang was actually attacking the night demon just like the Azure Dragon. No matter how you look at it, they have nothing to do with each other. He thought he was dazzled and slapped his head hard. Awesome. After confirming that he was still conscious, he took a deep breath. Looking at Li Yang, I wanted to go up and ask, where on earth did he find this one-stop service? Why was it different from what he usually found? This person is helping to fight monsters? However, the situation in front of him was very chaotic. He wanted to help, but his injuries had not healed yet, so he could only stare blankly. Just then, there was a sudden slight movement in the room behind him. Wang Feng's face changed, thinking that a monster had broken in, and he quickly picked up his weapon and walked inside. When he saw the person in front of him, his face lit up and he put down his weapon. Chun Mei, you finally woke up. At this time, Chun Mei covered her head and sat up, her consciousness still a little hazy. She looked around blankly, then looked at Wang Feng in front of her and asked doubtfully, where are we? I can't remember anything that happened. Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you woke up. Then he said a few simple words and quickly explained the current situation to Chun Mei. While digesting the information, Chun Mei was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, so many things happened during the time she was asleep. She said angrily, these damned bandits, instead of pursuing a good career path, they chose to take crooked paths and do things that harm their own people. Thanks to Li Yang, by the way, how is he now? Chun Mei asked hurriedly. She looked here but didn't see Li Yang. Wang Feng said, Li Yang is fine now, he's outside. You can see the specific situation yourself. A hint of doubt flashed across Chun Mei's eyes. Then she stood up and walked to the door. After seeing the scene outside, he was also shocked. The camp was in a mess at this time. But the most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the huge blue dragon, followed by the terrifying night demon. The night demon is catching up. She quickly shifted her gaze and looked around, searching for Li Yang. Finally, Li Yang was seen in a distant direction. At this time, Li Yang also held the Book of the Dead and continued to attack the night demon. Countless rockets, along with his movements, continuously pierced the night demon in the center. She was suddenly shocked. It turned out that when he fell into a coma, and Wang Feng was seriously injured, it was all Liang who took on the responsibility. Thinking of this, a hint of embarrassment and guilt appeared in her eyes. This time they were supposed to come together to protect Liang as he went to Kunqing, but they didn't expect so many things to happen along the way. The key point is that in the end, they were the first two to lose their combat ability. It seemed like he was holding Liang back. If it weren't for Liang, it would be unimaginable what would have happened to them after arriving at this bandit camp. Hey! Liang also saw her and shouted at her. Why are you still standing there? Now that you're awake, come and help. Qinmei came back to her senses and nodded quickly. Holding a gun, he quickly came to Li Yang's side. At this time, a pitch-black monster crawler rushed towards Li Yang's position. She was quick-eyed and quick-handed. She picked up the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A blazing energy bullet shot out from the wound. He hit the monster accurately and sent it flying. Then, he fired a few more shots and killed it directly. That's right, just help me clean up the monsters around. Liang said. Now he not only has to command the Wind Dragon, but also has to attack the Night Demon, so he really can't take care of the monsters nearby. Having Qinmei helping out saves a lot of trouble. Qinmei nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. She believed unconditionally in Li Yang's decision. After all, I heard it from Wang Feng. If it weren't for Liang, they would have all been killed here. The Night Demon's own health is only about half. Under the fierce firepower attack of Liang and Feng Long. After a while, the Night Demon fell into a near-death state. Liang continued to attack, with almost no vacuum period, and kept summoning rockets. Qinmei was surprised when she saw this. Is Liang a mage? How could she not understand this talent? Unlimited firepower? This is too scary. Soon, the Night Demon could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a loud bang. You killed the Night Demon and automatically sacrificed your soul. Experience plus 35,000. Level increase for 145. You obtain gold level equipment, Nightfall Hat. You obtain Night Demon Arm, rare material. You obtain the Eye of Night Demon, rare material. You obtain the Night Demon's Bone, rare material. Worthy of being the Night Demon. Killing this Night Demon is equivalent to killing dozens of ordinary monsters. In a sense, it saves trouble. Chapter 70. Our own people came, a false alarm. Success. The Night Demon fell. Wang Feng and Qinmei also looked delighted. But there was no time to be happy. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in front of the camp. An elite team appeared. Most of them are professionals above level 100. Their movements were well trained, and they moved forward and killed all the invading monsters around them. In less than 5 minutes, all the monsters in the camp were cleared out. Who are these people? Liang asked with a frown. After what happened in this camp, he knew it very well. In the wild, no professional can be trusted. Sometimes, people are much scarier than monsters. Wang Feng and Qinmei were also stunned when they saw the person coming. These people are very powerful. Wang Feng looked at them vigilantly. At this time, if only monsters came, it would be fine, but if a group of powerful professionals came, it would be much more troublesome. At this moment, a young woman suddenly walked up. She was wearing a tight combat suit and holding a long spear with a red tassel in her hand. When she arrived here, she first looked at the Night Demon's body with a look of surprise. Wait, isn't this the Night Demon they're hunting? I didn't expect that I would end up here. Hey, did you kill this Night Demon? She looked at Li Yang and others, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Yes, who are you? Li Yang admitted it generously, holding a weapon in his hand. The young woman's pretty face looked gloomy. How could you do this? This was our prey. We fought for a long time and consumed a lot of its energy, and in the end you got its head. Hearing her words, Li Yang was stunned at first, then frowned. Why can't we kill it? Does it have your name written on it? Li Yang was speechless after hearing what the other party said. He even suspected that the other party was here to cause trouble. Although he had to admit that if the Night Demon had not been injured, he would not have had the chance to kill it. But by then the Night Demon had already come to their door. Could they just stand there and let the Night Demon kill them? This is really a thoughtless statement. You, the girl glared. At this time, a middle-aged man with a square face walked up. Okay, Linger, there aren't so many rules in the wild. We're all just trying to survive. Zhao Linger snorted, stuck out her tongue at Li Yang, and turned her head away proudly. The middle-aged man walked forward and looked at Li Yang with some curiosity. Li Yang is too young. It is rare for someone so young to go out into the wild and make a living. However, after looking for a while, he shifted his gaze to Wang Feng and Qinmei, and then spoke. My name is Zhou Jiangwo. Are you from the camp? Qinmei shook her head and said, No, we had an accident while on the road, so we came here to rest. Zhou Jiangwo. Wang Feng scratched his head. He felt that he had heard this name somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Zhou Jiangwo continued to ask. Were you the ones who sent the signal before? Signal? Qinmei blinked blankly. She didn't know about this because she had just woken up not long ago. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's expression changed. Could it be that these people came here because they saw my signal? It should be. Logically speaking, it had only been a short time, and it was impossible for someone to get here so quickly. Combined with what Zhao Linger said before, we can also know that the other party was nearby. However, this still cannot distinguish whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. Yes, what's wrong? Li Yang still didn't relax. There is no way, mainly because the opponent's lineup is too strong and too threatening. Imagine that there are two lions standing next to you. Even if they don't show any hostility, they may still smash your skull accidentally. At this time, Zhao Linger came out and interrupted. You are ignorant and fearless. How can you just randomly place signal sticks in the wild? There's no one here. Only monsters will respond to you. You should be thankful we're nearby. Otherwise, the monster would have drowned you. Linger, don't be rude, Zhou Jiangwo said. Then, he looked at Li Yang and others. Please don't take it to heart. Linger may have been a bit too harsh, but we still can't act rashly in this situation. The slightest mistake could lead to disaster. After saying so much, Li Yang was too lazy to make any excuses. Suddenly, Wang Feng exclaimed. I remember now. Zhou Jiangwo, captain of the first group of the guard? Oh, Zhou Jiangwo looked at Wang Feng. Do you know me? Wang Feng widened his eyes. Of course. After all, you are still our leader. Qinmei also reacted and looked surprised. You are from the first group of the guard. They didn't expect that they would meet their own people here by such a coincidence. So you are one of us. Which battalion are you from? Zhou Jiangwo laughed heartily. We are from the inner camp, the logistics department. Oh, what a coincidence. So you are going back to Kunqing? Zhou Jiangwo asked. That's right. After knowing that the other party was one of their own, both sides relaxed a lot, and Wang Feng also started chatting with the other party in a familiar and enthusiastic manner. Then, he briefly told the other party what happened here. After learning about the activities of this bandit den disguised as a shelter camp, Zhou Jiangwo and others were all shocked. A hint of anger appeared on Zhou Jiangwo's face. This kind of thing is absolutely intolerable. They use this as a pretext to harm their compatriots. He cannot tolerate it, whether from the perspective of duty or morality. In the camp at this time, after being invaded by monsters, it has become a mess. The people in the original camp also suffered heavy casualties. Only a small number are still safe. Zhou Jiangwo waved his hand with a gloomy expression and said to the rest of the team, Go, capture all the remaining criminals in the camp and gather them together. Yes. Soon, several powerful professionals dispersed with solemn expressions. I didn't expect this to happen. Zhou Jiangwo let out a breath. We are usually busy dealing with monsters most of the time, but we forget that these evil professionals are also a huge hidden threat. Then he looked at Wang Feng and Qinmei. You guys, you've done a great job putting an end to these people's crimes today. When we get back, I'll ask my superiors to reward you accordingly. Wang Feng shook his head when he heard this. Actually, the two of us being here doesn't really do much. If there's any reward, it should be given to Li Yang alone. If it weren't for Li Yang, we would have already caught these people. Yeah, the two of us are actually holding back. Qinmei also smiled embarrassedly. Ever since she came here, she fell asleep and has been sleeping ever since. She felt embarrassed to think that she had to share the reward even though she had done nothing. Oh, when Zhou Jiangwo heard this, he looked at Li Yang, who was silent. He didn't know what was going on. But listening to what Wang Feng and Qinmei said, it didn't sound fake. This made him start to face it. Who is this? Chapter 71, Is This a New Professional? This is Li Yang, recommended by Commander Liu. He's here to gain some experience, Wang Feng introduced. Lu Xian, Zhou Jiangwo suddenly realized. I see. So, he's a new professional? He looks about the same age as Ling. But it's not as exaggerated as Wang Feng said. Moreover, it is too hasty for him to come to Kunqing for training at such a young age. Here, the environment is harsh, and there are monsters of dozens of levels. A new professional has just awakened a few days ago. Can he really survive? He looked at Li Yang and asked, My friend, what level are you now? Professional level? Li Yang thought for a moment, probably around level 40. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Jiangwo was slightly stunned. Wang Feng and Qinmei were also stunned. They really don't know about this. Li Yang's behavior and strategy are so sophisticated. So much so that they subconsciously ignored the fact that Li Yang was still a new professional. But now, Li Yang's casual words made them realize it belatedly. Zhou Jiangwo couldn't help but ask, Are you this year's professional? At this level, You should have completed the first transformation. Li Yang nodded. At this time, Zhao Linger next to her covered her mouth with her hands, looking surprised. She is also a new professional. Level 40, doesn't that mean he's higher than her? What's incredible is that there are already professionals who have completed a transformation this year. She believes that she grew up in the military and is very different from other people of her age. But today, he was unexpectedly defeated by someone who suddenly appeared. I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. So fast. Didn't they ask someone to bring him up? Zhou Jiangwo was shocked. Of course he understood the value of this. No wonder Lu Xian has high hopes for this. Anyway, this should be the first professional to complete a transformation this year, right? At least, that's what he understood. The curiosity in his heart also aroused a strong curiosity. Liang, can you tell me what happened before? Sure. Liang looked indifferent. It was not a secret. It's simple. Shortly after entering here, I discovered something was amiss with this camp. Their attitude is very conflicting. The steward was unusually enthusiastic when he saw someone defecting. What does it matter? Maybe it's just their way of receiving people. You might think so, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Liang continued. Later, my suspicions were proven correct. Chun Mei fell into a coma, and I followed her lead and muddled through. At that time, I knew the true nature of this camp. Later, I found an opportunity to rescue Chun Mei and reunite with Wang Feng. Hearing this, Chun Mei took a breath. It turned out that Li Yang had been paying attention to everything since she entered here, and when she was unconscious, Li Yang did so much alone. In comparison, she flopped right from the start and only managed to survive until now thanks to Li Yang. She couldn't help but blush. Zhou Jiangwo looked incredulous. If that's the case, then how did you send out the signal without being discovered? Li Yang said frankly. While they were fighting the monsters, I sneaked out of the camp and came back after losing the signal. They never thought it was someone in the camp who did it, so naturally they didn't suspect me. After hearing this, Zhou Jiangwo became even more shocked. Although Li Yang said it easily in a few words, everyone knew how difficult it was to accomplish. It might not be possible for him to enter and leave the camp without being noticed. But will it work? I've already told you that throwing away the signal stick is a self-destructive act and will only bring trouble. If you don't understand these wilderness survival tips, you're just an amateur after all. Zhao Linger snorted in dissatisfaction. Zhou Jiangwo also nodded. This was indeed true. If they weren't nearby, such an action would do nothing but attract monsters to attack. But it is already very good that Li Yang can achieve this. Li Yang shook his head. No, I don't expect any reinforcements to come. In this place where there's no one within a 10-mile radius, it will probably be dawn before the reinforcements arrive. Zhao Linger was stunned. Then why did you do this? Aren't you contradicting yourself? Liang said calmly. My goal is to attract monsters to attack the camp, so that I can create an opportunity to escape. So that's how it is. Zhou Jiangwo suddenly understood and felt mixed emotions. I didn't expect that Liang, at such a young age, would have such a state of mind. Not only him, but Wang Feng and Chun Mei also looked at him with admiration again. If Liang hadn't said it, probably no one would have thought of this. This really is like treating this place as your own home. But at this moment, Wang Feng's expression suddenly changed. All right, where's that other guy who's in charge? He's the culprit who tricked us into coming here and caused all this. We can't let him get away. Don't worry, Liang said, because he is already dead. Wang Feng was stunned. When did it happen? He was becoming more and more dumbfounded. Suddenly, I felt like I knew nothing, even though I was deeply involved in it. At that time, the camp was completely overrun by monsters. That cowardly steward immediately planned to pack up and run away, but I discovered him. Having said this, Liang paused. As for the rest, those who understand will understand, so he naturally doesn't need to explain it. Great, you finally got caught. Suddenly, Zhao Linger patted her chest and said with a proud look on her face, You just said you were only level 40. I've never met this steward, but judging by the other camp members, he's at least a level 2 professional. How could you possibly defeat him? Liang looked at her and was speechless. She's really big-breasted and brainless. What good would it be for me to lie to you? Wang Feng and Chun Mei nodded, although Zhao Linger didn't understand. But they knew that Liang really had that ability, because, not long ago, Liang killed the night demon alone. That terrifying wind dragon was undoubtedly Li Yang's summoned creature. Therefore, even if a fight really came up with the steward, he would not be afraid at all. What Liang said is indeed true. Well, now that the matter is clear, let's not get to the bottom of it. Everyone has their own secrets. Zhou Jingwo spoke out and was also shocked. Is this really a new professional? At this time, the remaining people in the camp were brought back here. Liang knew that these people were indeed pitiful people. After all, they had followed the steward to do so many evil things, so they still had to be brought back to the city for trial. At this moment, these people suddenly made an unexpected move. I saw the servant walking in front, leading the people behind, and actually bowed deeply to Liang. Dozens of voices rang out in unison. Thank you for avenging us. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng, Chun Mei, Zhou Jiangwo, and others were all stunned. This situation caught people off guard. Liang moved and waved his hand, saying, I can't really be considered a benefactor. It would be great if you could reform yourself. It was just a piece of cake for him. These people were obviously oppressed by the steward and were finally relieved. After taking care of things here, Zhou Jiangwo took the initiative to speak. Let's go together. We're also planning to go back to Kuansheng, and we need someone to take care of us on the way. Liang and others naturally accepted it with pleasure. Their car broke down on the road, and it was not easy to travel at night, so they would be delayed for a long time. It would be much more convenient to follow the main group. Liang didn't want to stay in this damn place anymore. Who knows when something unexpected will happen again. Before even reaching Kuansheng, we had already experienced a lot of trouble. Along the way, Zhou Jiangwo chatted with Liang very friendly and introduced Zhao Linger to him, hoping that the two could learn from each other and make progress in the future. Liang didn't care. For him, he would only stay for a few days and then go back. He came here with a purpose, become stronger, and take back everything that belongs to him. Zhao Linger still looked arrogant. Even though you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, that doesn't mean I completely accept you. Let's wait and see. Chapter 72. An unexpected surprise, brilliant equipment. The first time Liang saw Kuansheng, his first feeling was chaos, because before he even had time to realize it, he had inexplicably arrived in Kuansheng. This place is called a city, but there is not even a city gate or any sign. I was walking along the mountain road, and slowly, sparse houses appeared in front of me. It was also at this time that Wang Feng told him, they're already in Kuansheng. And the reason for this is just an inconspicuous old tree on the roadside. Liang finally experienced what it meant to be completely disorganized. This whole city is illogical. The night brings a more mysterious atmosphere to Kuansheng. Until he arrived at the military camp, Liang still had a last glimmer of hope in his heart, but this glimmer of hope soon disappeared. The place Lu Xian arranged for him was the military area in the central part of Kuansheng, which was relatively safe. But this military camp is no different from the previous field camp, except that the area is a little larger, but there is not even a shadow of cement. Zhao Linger snorted and looked at Liang. How is it? You've never seen a child like you who grew up in a greenhouse before, right? If you really can't get used to it, then go back. After all, not everyone can endure hardship. You don't have to worry about that, Liang said indifferently. He had already thought about this before coming here. He certainly couldn't come to the military camp to enjoy himself. He came here to endure hardships so that he could quickly improve his strength. In this way, there will be room for maneuver when facing legendary guilds and underground forces. Besides, during his 3 years of high school, he had endured a lot of hardships. He even slept less than 5 hours a day, and the first thing he did when he opened his eyes was plan his training for the day. Liang has long been accustomed to the comparison. At this time, Chun Mei took Wang Feng downstairs to heal his injuries first. Zhou Jiangwo ordered his men to escort the people brought back from the camp to the waiting room. Zhao Linger made a face at him and left. At this time, a young man in his 20s came over. Are you Liang? Teacher Lu Xian asked you to come. That's right. Liang looked at the person who came and nodded. Before coming, Lu Xian did say that someone would come to pick him up. That's right. My name is Huang Long. Let's go. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. It's getting late. We can make other plans tomorrow. Liang naturally had no objection, as he was a little tired after the whole day. Then, he followed the other party into the camp. After a while, Liang was taken to a military-style tent. Look, after choosing the location, you have been living there for the past few days. Huang Long said, the tent is not big, just enough for one person to sleep. If there is anything, it will probably have to be placed outside. However, Liang did not despise him. He directly untied the curtain and walked in. As expected, the space inside was very narrow, and a quilt took up almost 90% of the space. But for Liang, it is enough. Get up early tomorrow and gather for the morning meeting. Everyone must be there. After Huang Long gave a few instructions, he left. After he left, Liang pulled up the tent and sat on the quilt that served as a mattress. He took out the magic book he had obtained from the steward in the bandit camp. The Book of Sages. Great, brilliant. Attributes: Strength plus 1,000, Spirit plus 100. Exclusive skill: Summon the power of Izanami, with a 100% chance of enchanting the target, causing them to fall asleep for 10 seconds. This effect can only be applied once to the same target within a short period of time. Special effect: Can be used without equipment, does not occupy a weapon slot, and weapon bonuses are effective as usual. After seeing the effect, Liang was shocked. Good job. Even he didn't expect it. This is actually a brilliant level equipment. To be honest, he just picked it up at first. What surprise. No wonder the steward protects him like a treasure. Moreover, this is obviously an extraordinary brilliant grade equipment. Just for this special effect, it is much more popular than most brilliant grade equipment. Does not take up weapon space. This is equivalent to having one more piece of equipment than others. And it's a brilliant grade one. What's even more perverted is the exclusive effect of this weapon. Can charm the enemy 100%. Everyone knows. This kind of negative state usually takes effect with a probability. The difference is just the degree. It is never said to be 100%. But this is a real 100%. This means that if the opponent does not have any additional equipment or props that can increase the resistance to the effect, even if the opponent is a professional of several hundred levels, or a third, fourth, or fifth level, or a monster, he will be treated equally in front of Liang. This thing really becomes stronger when it encounters a strong opponent and weaker when it encounters a weak opponent. This is really a pleasant surprise. After putting it on, Liang's panel underwent a qualitative change. Name: Liang. Occupation: First level card master, the only hidden occupation. Level 45. Strength: 2,700. Constitution: 610. Agility: 635. Spirit: 600. Talent card. Card 2. Talented abilities: Soul Wizard SS level job. Ethereal Shield SS. Self-Healing SS. Berserker S level job. Speedrunner A level job. Bloodthirst S. Strange Fire. Curse Sound Wave. Equipment bonus: Immune to 35% mental attacks. Movement speed increased by 15%. Total damage caused increased by 20%. At this moment, Liang suddenly discovered his career column is no longer empty. It should be that after the first transformation, he has a first-level career. There's more. Thanks to the Book of Sages, his current strength has increased by a full 1,000 compared to before. What is the concept? Just based on the bleeding effect, his current DPS has easily exceeded 10,000. This damage is almost catching up with professionals like Wang Feng and Chun Mei. Just with this 1-point improvement, his trip was not in vain. It was a huge profit, and he could even go home now. Many people don't get such an improvement even after several months. However, since we have come here through so much hardship, we might as well kill some monsters. He knew deep down that there are always people better than you, and he must not let his guard down because of his momentary arrogance. Since he embarked on this path, he's been taking a big gamble. He needs to become stronger to stabilize everything now. Liang took out the ancient key again. Special items snatched from the legendary guild at great risk. What kind of magic does this have that can drive the underground forces behind it crazy? From the outside, it looks like an ordinary key, the kind that would be thrown into a scrapyard and treated as scrap metal. But because of this, Liang had to be careful everywhere. Well, let's take it one step at a time. I hope the feedback we get in the end will be proportional to what we get. After putting it away, Liang fell asleep. Recharge your energy for tomorrow's leveling. Chapter 73. On the first day, I won the first-class merit. The next day, the sky was hazy and the moon was still hanging in the sky. Liang had already gotten up early, opened the tent, and walked out. At this time, there were already soldiers walking back and forth in the military camp. These people have to work harder, taking turns to keep watch almost nonstop. Busy logistics staff came and went carrying pots, pans, and utensils. Soldiers in the army get up early for morning exercises, so they naturally need to wake up even earlier. No wonder Lu Xian recommended me to come here. In such an environment, there are role models everywhere, and anyone who comes here will subconsciously follow their example and exercise self-discipline. Liang came to the square to gather according to the agreed location. Here I saw several familiar figures again, such as Huang Long, Zhao Linger. Most people have already arrived and are waiting for the meeting. Huang Long noticed him and waved at him. Liang walked forward. Along the way, the others also saw his unfamiliar face. Many people took the initiative to wave and say hello. Liang responded one by one. Hey, it seems that Xiao Linger is not the youngest professional in our camp. No, it's just temporary. I'm from the city, so I won't stay here forever. Is that so? Well, it seems you're here to gild yourself again. What else? He's living well in the city, but he comes here to steal your shit. Obviously, many people have heard the news that Liang came here. But many people have become accustomed to this kind of thing. It is said that what you want cannot be solved, but what you want will happen every day. Many young professionals choose to join the army for a period of time, which could be as long as a few months or as short as a few days. First, it can add a little ink to your professional career, and second, it is an opportunity to see the world. Obviously, Huang Long also thought so. He looked at Liang and said, Since Lucian asked you to come here, you should first follow the logistics team to learn equipment maintenance and monster collection research. The day before your final departure, I will take you to the wild to kill monsters. Is this arrangement okay with you? Liang frowned when he heard this. What this means is that he deliberately arranges easy work for himself. However, he appreciated the kindness. If he really came here to do this, he might as well not come. Before he could speak, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. No. Zhao Linger walked over with her head raised. Everyone in the military camp is treated equally. We cannot give special treatment to anyone just because they have connections with someone else. See this scene. The soldiers around began to gossip. TSK, it seems this newcomer has offended our little ancestor. This is going to be interesting. I smell a melon. Any heroes out there who can tell me? Is it ripe? Huang Long looked at Zhao Linger with a hint of embarrassment on his face. He didn't expect Zhao Linger to speak so directly right away. The main reason was that he didn't know what happened between Liang and the other party beforehand. I was at a loss for a moment. Although Zhao Linger is younger than him, her status in the army is higher than his. Zhao Linger is very talented and is very much loved by the battalion commander. Her family has been in the army for generations and has made many contributions. Huang Long gave Liang a helpless look. After ruining this matter, Zhao Linger looked very proud, as if she had finally gotten what she wanted from Liang. However, Liang was not as angry as she thought, but rather calm. He had not originally intended to come here to just hang out for a few days to gild his resume, so Zhao Linger's goal overlapped with his, and she helped him in the opposite direction. Besides, what Zhao Linger said was not wrong. To be honest, he never thought that he would receive special treatment one day. During this period, people from the camp also arrived one after another and stood in their positions very consciously, until a white-haired, middle-aged man in military uniform with medals on his chest came over. Everyone stood at attention, and, at the same time, they held their heads high and said, Hello, Battalion Commander. This is our military district's battalion commander, Wang Tong. Huang Long stood next to Li Yang and introduced him. When he saw the person coming, Li Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Finally, I met an S-level profession again. Zhou Jiangwo, whom I met before, and the arrogant-looking Zhao Linger were just A-level professionals. In fact, A-level talents are usually considered geniuses among ordinary people. There's a reason why S-level professions are so valuable. With a population of 1 billion in the entire Dragon Country, less than 100 of them appear every year. This probability, needless to say, the Captain Wang in front of him was an S-level professional. Almost at the same time, Li Yang's mind began to become active. S-level profession detected. Iron Warrior. S-level profession. Iron Warrior. Professional talent. When taking damage, gain counterattack, returning 50 of the attack to the opponent. Passive. Dealing damage gains a layer of fortitude, increasing defense by 5 and strength by 5, up to a maximum of 3 layers. Copyable. Copy. Copy successful. You obtain the S-rank class, Iron Warrior. Before Liang could be happy. Then, a voice continued to come from my mind. You currently have 2 S-level warrior classes. Do you want to merge them? Berserker plus Iron Warrior equals? Hearing this, Liang didn't think twice and just chose yes. Are you kidding? 2 S-level professions can be integrated into SS level. Any hesitation for even a second is disrespectful to the SS level profession. Fusion successful. You obtain the SS level class, Paladin Warrior. Paladin Warrior, SS level. Professional talent. When entering combat, gain a dominant state and a counter damage effect. Damage received will be countered at 100% of the target. Passive. When in close combat, both resistance and strength increase by 40%, and strength increases by 40%. Liang took a breath of cold air. This is a true warrior. Can resist and fight, and can also counterattack. The counter-injury ratio is even 100%. At this time, Captain Wang nodded to everyone, walked leisurely to the front of the team, and faced everyone. Besides the competition today, there's one more thing I want to tell you all. It's about a new professional here. I'm sure everyone has heard about this. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around turned their eyes to Liang. They were just discussing Liang and Zhao Linger, but now the topic has turned to him. Did he get into some trouble? Should he be criticized in public? It's possible. Zhao Linger wouldn't go against him for no reason, right? I think there must be a connection. I don't think so. It's not a bad thing either. At this time, Captain Wang continued. Yesterday, we discovered a bandit den in the wild, claiming to be sheltering passersby. Countless people were injured, and the relevant suspect have been apprehended. Here, Captain Wang's voice became a little louder. We are particularly grateful for Li Yang's contributions, including but not limited to discovering reports, assisting in suppressing bandits, and rescuing fellow soldiers. In recognition of his performance and the positive impact he has brought, he is awarded a first-class merit medal. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene exploded instantly. Chapter 74. Registration for the competition. Pretending to be a big shot in silence. First-class merit? They've been here for who knows how many years and still haven't even touched a shadow of it. At this time, it was actually taken away by a newcomer. Many people's eyes were filled with surprise, envy, and deep disbelief. This, isn't it? He's still so young. How capable can he be? It seems this new guy named Liang has a pretty impressive background. Oh, what are you talking about? Even if you have a lot of face, it can't be so great that the battalion commander would do this, right? Don't talk nonsense. The soldiers were talking about it. As for the actual situation, it is unknown. Fisk, it's just luck. I can do it too. Zhao Linger turned her head away and muttered softly. In full view of the crowd, Liang stepped forward and was awarded the medal personally by Battalion Commander Wang. Many people were drooling because of the food. Oh, what a pity. What use would it have to a temporary soldier like him? If you give it to me, I can at least be promoted 2 ranks in a row and save 10 years of detours. Fuck, this thing really depends on one's luck. Some people may never get something in their entire lives, but others can easily get it. I hate it. Why can others get first-class merit at such a young age? On what basis? Liang looked at the first-class Medal of Honor on his chest. It was the first time he had seen this thing. However, it's not time for him to use it yet, so it's better than nothing. Get back into the team. Huang Long gave him a thumbs up. Fuck, you're awesome. Just pretending to be awesome. Liang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is it that exaggerated? Another thing is our sports competition. I believe everyone has heard about it. It will be held in 2 days. Battalion Commander Wang continued. Liang just came here today and has never heard of any big competition. At this time, Huang Long explained from his side. We hold a sport competition every year to identify outstanding soldiers and provide them with rewards and support. At that time, our headquarters and the military districts of various units in Qingran will participate. Liang listened and nodded. Such activities are normal. People are not machines. Especially in this high-pressure and depressing environment, it is necessary to occasionally hold some activities to allow everyone to be active and relax. At this time, Huang Long suddenly said, by the way, you are one of us now. You can join us in a few days. Maybe you can get a good ranking. Me? Li Yang Smilet. Haha. I'm a newly promoted professional. My strength is far inferior to that of the others here. I don't have that kind of ambition. But friendship comes first, competition comes second. No matter the ranking, it's nice to just participate for fun. Yeah. Huang Long nodded. It's a good thing you have this attitude. I'll submit your name later. The morning meeting is over. Everyone dispersed and went to their respective posts. Liang took the initiative to ask Huang Long for a map of this area, intending to level up alone. Although Huang Long was a little worried, he still gave it to Liang and reminded him. There are no rules here in Qingran. Once you leave the barracks and run into trouble, you must reveal your identity. No matter how vicious those people outside are, they won't dare to openly oppose our military. Okay. Liang responded immediately. Also, don't leave the city alone unless necessary. Some places are marked on the map as inadvisable, and there are also some underground streets that are not under our military's control. Huang Long went on and on about a bunch of rules and precautions. Finally left. Li Yang yawned and almost fell asleep. I opened the map and took a look. It clearly depicts the scope and power division of the entire Qingran, as well as the situation in the area around the city. But the feeling remains chaos. Judging from the areas of influence of these intersecting segments, Li Yang estimated that this map would take at most 2 days to use. Why? Because every 2 days, the forces here may have to be reshuffled. When he chose a low-level area, 40 to 60, and was about to set off, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Hey, since you have nothing to do, come over and be my sparring partner." Zhao Linger walked forward with her hands on her hips, holding a spear in her hand, looking very heroic. On the surface, it's just a sparring partner. In fact, she wanted to use this to dampen Li Yang's enthusiasm. Li Yang's appearance made her feel a sense of crisis, because both Zhou Jiangwo and Captain Wang admired Li Yang very much. Moreover, on this first day, he won the first-class merit award and showed his brilliance at the morning meeting, attracting everyone's attention. If I stay for 2 more days, I will lose all my status. Therefore, she decided to take the initiative and sound the alarm for Li Yang, telling him who the senior is. However, Li Yang had no intention of paying any attention to her. Without stopping for a moment, he walked outside. Zhao Linger was stunned and continued to shout, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Then, she was surprised to see that Li Yang still didn't even look at her, but just turned the corner and disappeared on the spot. So arrogant. Her eyes widened. Sure enough, it's not even 2 days, it's only the first day, and it's already like this. In 2 days, won't she be treated like a foot-washing girl? Shaking her head, she quickly chased after him, shouting after him, "Hey, where are you going? Military regulations prohibit wandering around. Come back here. So, why are you following me?" Li Yang frowned and finally couldn't help but say. He walked out of the barracks and came to the South District. During this period, Zhao Linger followed behind. It's really inexplicable. As for the idea of being a sparring partner, it was even less likely that he would believe any of that nonsense. There are so many people in the army. Do we have to find him? Zhao Linger stopped and said, as a matter of course, "Captain Zhou asked me to take good care of you, fearing you'd get lost. You should be grateful that I'm taking care of you. I'm not kidding you. I'm not an official staff member, and I don't need your care," Li Yang said mercilessly. And there are some things he hasn't said too directly. Judging from Zhao Linger's strength, she is probably not that strong. Without Zhou Jiangwo and others to lead her out of the city, she would be like a fish out of water. Obviously, the other party didn't think so much. I thought she could go wherever I could go. Zhao Linger was going to die, and it had nothing to do with him. But if he follows me and something happens later, he will inevitably be affected. Li Yang lost his patience and said bluntly, "If you don't want to live, just find a place to bury yourself and don't bother me, understand?" "You?" Zhao Linger was stunned, her face full of disbelief, her face flushed with anxiety, and her chest heaving. "You? I came here with good intentions to take you. And you actually said that to me? You're just an inexperienced professional. Leaving the city on your own is just courting death. I'm willing to die. You? I don't care about you." Zhao Linger stomped her feet, turned around, and left angrily. "I feel very wronged. It makes it seem like she's being unreasonable. If she wasn't worried that Li Yang was unfamiliar with the road and might get into trouble, she wouldn't have followed him. Good intentions are not rewarded." Only after seeing the other party leave did Li Yang calm down a little. "Anyway, we finally got rid of this eyesore." Then he walked toward the South City Gate. Chapter 75. Underground Caverns. Dangers lurk around. Zhao Linger was walking back, feeling sulky all the way. The grass on the road was no longer taller than half a meter, and there was no stone on the ground larger than an egg. Even a passing dog would be slapped. Damn it, this guy Li Yang is really crazy. He ran off to the wild on his first day and didn't even want me to follow him. Without me, I wonder how he'll ever come back. In the wild, experience and familiarity with the map are very important. If a newcomer goes there directly without being guided by an experienced person a few times, it is no different from committing suicide. Just wait to regret it. As Zhao Linger was thinking, the image of Li Yang shivering in the corner appeared in her mind. The other side, Li Yang has already walked out of the city gate. The moment he took his first step into the wild, his mind was completely focused. He also knew how dangerous the wild was. If he wasn't careful, he could die without knowing it. Although this was not his first time going out into the wild, It was much more difficult than going anywhere else, so he naturally had to be more cautious. About 10 kilometers behind the wilderness boundary of Qingran South District, there is a naturally formed underground cave leading underground. There live countless kinds of monsters that cannot see the light. This is Li Yang's destination, on the way to the underground cave. From about 2 kilometers after entering the wild monsters appeared and would pop out from time to time. At this time, what appeared in front of him was a giant mane-haired wild boar with 2 long and sharp tusks, blood-red eyes, and extremely furious. Jungle Pig, level 50, HP 20,000. Innate abilities, Pig Rush, Fangs. Introduction: a mutant wild boar that lives in the dense forest. Its 2 pairs of fangs possess powerful destructive power. Level 50 monster. Li Yang's expression became serious, and he gripped his weapon tightly. The most important thing is that there is more than one in front of him. Well, I'll use you to try out my new profession. Li Yang was not afraid at all and rushed forward with the lightning spear. With the huge dual resistance brought by the Crusader Knight profession, coupled with the cooperation of the ethereal shield, Li Yang's body is now much stronger than the average tank. Rushing forward, he stabbed the spear into the body of a jungle mane pig, instantly creating a bloody hole. At the same time, an arc of electricity was emitted, rapidly spreading to the other mane pigs. The entire field was flashing with golden lightning. The screen is full of flying numbers. 4000, 2000, 2000. A mane pig suddenly attacked from behind and charged towards Li Yang. Li Yang quickly used sprint to move to the side, but bumped into another mane pig. The pig ran straight into him. However, Li Yang was not affected because the domineering effect of the new profession took effect. Damage received is also absorbed by the ethereal shield. At the same time, a holy white light bloomed from his body. Rebound. Instead, a number popped out of the jungle boar that had just bumped into him. 2000. Li Yang Chuklet. That's it. The mandible pig seemed to have been hit hard by something and took 2 steps back uncontrollably. It was stunned for a moment, with a confused look in its eyes. When he came to his senses, Li Yang had already stabbed him. Puff! The sharp thorns pierced his tough fur easily, as if they were stuck in mud. 9999, critical hit. The main-billed pig screamed miserably in pain. The other jungle boars woke up and rushed towards Li Yang in the middle. Li Yang didn't hesitate any longer and took out the Book of Sages. Open. The Sages book floated in the air, and the pages automatically opened, emitting a dazzling light. After being exposed to this ray of light, all the jungle boars around froze, stopped, stood still, and were about to collapse. Li Yang seized the opportunity and moved quickly on the court with a flash of knife. One by one, the pigs fell down. You killed the jungle boar, experience plus 1,000. You killed the jungle boar, experience plus 1,000. You gain innate ability, Furious Blow, B, Raging Blow, B rank. Using all your strength, the next attack will deal 1,000% of the original damage, but you will enter a short state of fatigue afterwards. After killing one jungle boar after another, his innate abilities were revealed. After clearing out the mandibles blocking the road, Li Yang continued to move forward. When he came to the underground cave mark on the map, there are already other professionals here. Li Yang thought he had arrived very early, but he didn't expect that there were people who were even more diligent. The most important thing is that there are still many tents here. Li Yang guessed that many people found it too troublesome to go back and forth, so they simply lived here to make it easier to kill monsters. As more and more people came, a human living area naturally extended here. Dozens of tents gathered together, and there were even some small vendors on the roadside selling various daily necessities. It really proves the saying that where there is demand, there is a market. Everyone gathered in one place. When danger comes, we can deal with it together. Li Yang crossed the road and came to a huge dark cave. From the outside, it was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. Fortunately, Li Yang was well prepared when he arrived and took out a lighting torch from his backpack. The warm light illuminated the surrounding darkness, and Li Yang stepped in. In the dim cave, the torch in his hand illuminated an area of 2 meters around him. Li Yang saw the road ahead clearly. He was slightly stunned and stopped, because there were 3 roads in front of him, or to be more precise, 3 small holes. But it was clear that only one path could be chosen. Generally speaking, in this situation, there must be one correct intersection, and the other 2 roads are detours. Therefore, now could be said to be the place where the dream begins. One wrong step will lead to all wrong steps. Liang walked forward, bent down, and placed the lighting torch close to the ground. He came to the front of 3 intersections respectively and observed the traces under the 3 roads. At this time, the information gap needs to be filled in. He is a newcomer and has no one to lead him, so naturally he doesn't know which path is correct. Finally, Liang compared the traces under the 3 intersections. Finally, I chose a road with the most traces and walked forward. From time to time, sharp squeaking sounds could be heard from the front of the cave, as if something was about to come out in the next second. Liang walked forward along this passage. Chapter 76 Kill the Blood Spider. S-level kill. In the dark cave, Liang moved around like a ghost. With the help of his assassin profession, he was fast, but he didn't cause much noise. As he continued to move forward, Liang clearly felt that he was getting closer to underground. Unexpectedly, there were no monsters along the way. Could it be that they were all killed by the people who came before? Liang was thinking in his heart, but there is no need to worry, as more monsters will appear as time goes by. A while later, finally, the first wave of monsters appeared in front of us. These are 3 brown scorpions, very large in size, with green patterns on their bodies. Venomous scorpion. Level 50. Introduction. A scorpion that lives in damp environments and contains toxins. Finally, a monster appeared. Liang couldn't wait any longer. Like a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep, he took out his explosive bow and shot at the scorpions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bong, bong, bong. The flames of the explosion made the dark cave flicker. With his current strength, killing these monsters is like a piece of cake. After a while, all 3 poisonous scorpions were killed. You killed 3 poisonous scorpions, experience plus 3,000. Sacrifice 3 poisonous scorpion souls, experience plus 1,000. Level up, 45-46. As the level increased, Liang also noticed it. Upgrading also requires more experience. Killing some small monsters, even several of them, is not as good as killing an elite monster, such as the night demon yesterday. Liang continued to walk forward and wandered around in the cave. As he guessed, the deeper they went, the more monsters appeared. This is because most professionals with weak strength dare not go deep into the area. They kill the monsters in front of them and then go back. Although this cycle is not very efficient, it is the safest. If you don't have full confidence in your own abilities, you won't go far inside. You killed a porcupine, experience plus 1,000. You killed Black Crow, experience plus 1,200. You killed a poisonous beetle, experience plus 1,200. Liang kept wandering in the cave, and wherever he went, there was no grass growing. Suddenly, there was a sound of fighting ahead. Oh! Liang raised his eyebrows and rushed in that direction. Hiss hiss. As Liang got closer, the sound became clearer. Soon, this scene appeared before his eyes. A huge red spider stood in the center, with spider webs everywhere around it. On the other side, there was a team of professionals, a total of 5 people. At this time, the 2 sides were fighting fiercely. Blood Spider Elite. Level 50. HP, 180,000. A monster that feeds on blood. Its attacks contain poison. Liang took a look. This turned out to be a rare elite monster. At this moment, it was obvious that this team of professionals was in trouble. Although they seemed to be well prepared, they were helpless when they encountered elite monsters right at the start. They were always at a disadvantage and had no ability to fight back against this elite monster. Liang estimated that if this continued, it would not be long before this team of professionals would be ready to escape. At this moment, a soldier in the team suddenly revealed a flaw. A thread of spider silk spit out from the blood spider's mouth, and the soldiers gathered together to wrap it up like a rice dumpling. The soldier instantly lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this scene, everyone else in the team was shocked. Their situation was already very bad, and they couldn't win by force, and the soldiers suddenly failed again. Several people looked extremely solemn, and they felt enormous pressure in their hearts. Now we are really in a dilemma, neither advancing nor retreating. You definitely can't win by fighting, but if you run, you will just have to leave the warriors behind. If they don't leave, it is likely that they will all die here. Several members of the team fought and retreated, and there was a trace of despair on the faces of the soldiers. At this moment, a bright red arrow pierced through the void and pierced through the red spider's legs and feet. 28000. I saw Liang standing in the distance, making a bow-drawing gesture with the bow head of the explosive bow in his hand still emitting scorching heat. Furious Strike. Although it can only take effect once, the bonus is high, a tenfold increase. With one blow, a large amount of Red Spider's health was directly knocked away. After seeing this attack, everyone in the team was stunned and terrified. This hurts. Directly over 10,000. A big guy of this level shouldn't come to this cave to clear it. Although they didn't understand, they soon showed a hint of joy on their faces. Because this means they are saved. The soldier lying on the ground was about to cry. Only after dying and coming back to life can we know the value of life. Under normal circumstances, if you encounter someone who comes to interrupt and steal monsters, you will definitely be angry. But now, the savior has arrived. Just as they turn around to see what kind of powerful man had arrived. But they were surprised to find that there was only one person coming, and he was a teenager who looked younger than any of them. At first they thought they were seeing things. There was no time to react, and the blood spider's blood volume was dropping rapidly. The target has entered a bleeding state. 15000, 15200, 15400. Bloodthirst takes effect, and the blood spider continues to lose blood. In the blink of an eye, in just a few seconds, the blood spider's health dropped to less than half. Everyone in the team looked at this scene in shock. They fought here for a long time, exhausted and almost burned out, but in the end, they couldn't even deal a fraction of the damage that this unknown big man did in just a few seconds. My goodness, this is too perverted. At this time, Liang gradually approached and glanced at them. Why don't you just step aside? After several professionals reacted, they nodded quickly, and one of them stepped forward to pick up the soldier, then walked out to a passage at the back. They dared not disobey the boss's words, for fear that if he was unhappy, he would take them as food. In a chaotic place like Qingran, knowing the current situation is the only rule to survive. After watching these people leave, Liang rushed towards the blood spider at a rapid speed with a lightning halberd. Stabbed the blood spider again and again, moving continuously. High bleeding damage with cooperation. Soon, the lawless blood spider collapsed to the ground. You killed the elite monster blood spider and sacrifice your soul. Experience plus 15,000. Level up 46 to 47. You obtain the talent skill Behead S. Kill. Attack a monster with less than 10% HP to kill the target directly. Chapter 77. Killing Talent. The beast tide is coming. Liang's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that the blood spider had such a good thing. Behead. This thing is practical. It can be used in almost all situations, from high-level boss to ordinary monsters. Moreover, he becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. The stronger the monster, the better the effect. After all, it is percentage damage. It can be hundreds or tens of thousands. After calming down and tidying up, Liang continued to explore forward. The leveling process often makes people immersed in it and forget the passage of time. He has been sweating in the dim underground cave. Naturally, you can't see the changes in the weather. While Liang was still immersed in leveling up, the sky has turned from day to dusk. In Qingran, in the military camp, as evening approached, the soldiers, who had been tired all day, finally got a rest. Everyone was talking and laughing while eating the prepared dinner. Huang Long sat at the dinner table with a sumptuous meal in front of him, but he didn't eat a single bite, his brows slightly furrowed. I didn't see Liang this morning. Why haven't I seen him all day? What on earth has he been doing? It's already dinner time. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw a figure. Zhao Linger. At this time, Zhao Linger was walking by with a plate of food in her hand, humming a light tune. Thinking of what happened this morning, Huang Long felt something in his heart. Something seemed to have happened between Zhao Linger and Liang. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked forward. Miss Zhao, please stay. Zhao Linger paused. He turned around and found that it was Huang Long. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What happened?" Huang Long exhaled. "Did you see Liang today? I mean, do you know where he went?" Zhao Linger was stunned and suddenly thought of something. Her face changed slightly. After hearing what Huang Long said, she remembered this. It seems that Liang has not returned to the camp yet. This is probably a real danger. Not good. What's wrong? Huang Long's expression also tensed up, and he asked hurriedly. When he saw Zhao Linger's expression, he knew that something bad was about to happen. Zhao Linger stammered. Liang seems to have gone out to level up alone. Huang Long's expression changed. One person? Broken. If I had known this earlier, even an experienced professional would not have left the city alone. The risk was too great. What's more, Li Yang had just arrived and was not very familiar with the map. If he left, something would probably happen. Thinking of this, Huang Long quickly asked, "Where?" "Southern Wild. South District." Huang Long widened his eyes. "Not good. Quickly notify Captain Chun and the battalion commander. I'll go gather the soldiers, quick." As he said this, he hurried out of here. Seeing Huang Long's reaction, Zhao Linger stood there in a daze, frowning. "Is that serious?" But she still went to find Zhou Jiangwo. "What? You said Li Yang went to the wilderness in the South District alone?" Zhou Jiangwo's reaction was even more intense than Huang Long's, and he suspected that he had heard it wrong. Zhao Linger confirmed it many times. Zhou Jiangwo took a deep breath. "Does the battalion commander know?" Zhao Linger was dumbfounded. "Is this really that serious? Why are both?" She finally couldn't help herself and said, "There's no need to mobilize so many troops, right? We can just solve it ourselves. After all, the place Li Yang went to was not particularly dangerous." As she spoke, she felt a little guilty. After all, it was she who forgot to tell her earlier, which caused the situation to become worse. Zhou Jiangwo sighed heavily. "Alas, you don't know. We just received news this afternoon that a large beast tide has erupted in the wilds of the South District and is rushing towards the South District city gate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger was stunned. When did this happen? How come she doesn't know? Really? Certainly, things had come to this point, and Zhao Linger couldn't laugh anymore. If that's the case, Li Yang's condition was not only bad, it was a life-or-death situation. This is too unlucky. Now is not the time to discuss this. We need to find a solution quickly. We only received news of this beast tide not long ago, and we're still formulating a plan. We weren't fully prepared yet, but now it seems we have to rush into it. Zhao Linger pursed her lips and said, "Since we're not prepared, then it would be very risky for us to go. If it's just for Li Yang, wouldn't it be too much of a loss? After all, he's not a member of our army." Zhou Jiangwo frowned. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Linger, you've forgotten the philosophy of our army. We will never abandon any of our companions or compatriots." Wang Ting walked in from the door. Zhou Jiangwo and Zhao Linger stood up and saluted. Wang Ting waved his hand. "Linger, if I were trapped in the wilderness of the South District, do you think we should bring troops to rescue me?" Zhao Linger nodded. "Of course, you are our battalion commander, and you have made great achievements in the war. Even if we all die, we will protect your safety." But Li Yang, Wang Ting interrupted her. "In that case, you just need to know this. Our army implements equality for all. If I deserve this, then Li Yang deserves this. Similarly, if it were you, we would save you in the same way." Zhao Linger stopped talking. Her heart was in turmoil, and she felt more and more guilty. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and gritted her teeth. "I'm sorry, I didn't stop Li Yang from leaving the city, and I watched him leave without telling anyone in the army, which led to the current situation." However, after hearing her words, neither Wang Ting nor Zhou Jiangwo's expressions changed much. Zhou Jiangwo smiled and said, "Don't blame yourself. No one will blame you." Wang Ting nodded. "Now, let's start discussing the plan urgently." Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. You killed 2 giant snails, experience plus 3,000. You killed 2 shadow wolves, experience plus 3,500. You killed the exploding crow, experience plus 1,500. Right now, in the wilderness of the southern area, in an underground cave, Li Yang was wandering around. Kill the monsters here. The level has reached 48. Even he didn't know how far he had come. Although I encountered some people from other professions during this period, as I went deeper, I felt that there were fewer and fewer people. At this moment, Li Yang suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He was stunned at first, then realized that this was telling him that he had stayed long enough. Li Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was probably very late outside. He could hardly see what was happening outside from inside the cave, and he also ignored the time. You can't become fat in one bite. Li Yang went back in the direction he came from. "It's so late, and I haven't returned to the barracks yet, nor have I told the people there. The return journey is faster because monsters don't spawn so frequently, and the journey is basically unobstructed." It wasn't long before he was near the cave entrance. At this moment, he heard a noisy sound outside. Li Yang frowned. This sound didn't sound like a celebration party. Then he quickened his pace and ran towards the cave entrance. The sound is getting closer. Liang seemed to hear the shouts of some professionals, but louder. It was a dense, dull sound, like stones hitting the ground, drowning out people's voices. When Liang quickly rushed to the entrance and looked out, he saw an extremely shocking scene. Chapter 78. The Beast Tide is coming. The terrifying giant stone monster. Densely packed monsters poured down from the high slopes in the distance, like a mudslide. Outside the cave entrance, the camp where a group of professionals were resting was in complete chaos. Everyone ran back and forth in panic, preparing to return to the city. This strange tide came too suddenly. We didn't receive any advance warning, and it was so large in scale. Liang's face also darkened. Although it's not far from here, it's still some distance to get back to the city. I'm afraid I won't have time to run back, and will be drowned by this tidal monster. These people were obviously too panicked and had lost the ability to think calmly. It was also the first time that Liang saw such a horrifying scene. After reacting, he walked to the cave entrance and watched the professionals coming and going in a hurry. He also saw a few familiar figures among them. They were the professionals fighting with the blood spiders that he met when he first came in. Liang raised his voice and shouted, "Don't panic, come and hide here first." At this time, what is most needed is for someone to stand up and tell everyone what to do. The gap between us and the enemy is too great now. The best option is to combine our strength. Li Yang's words were like a bright lamp illuminating the darkness. A group of people immediately ran towards the underground cave entrance without thinking twice. Panicked professionals entered the cave one after another. In less than a few minutes, except for a few lost professionals who couldn't find their way, almost everyone entered the cave. There were about 20 people. Although there were so many people that the cave entrance was almost full, no sound was made, and everyone was very nervous. Everyone witnessed the scene on the hillside just now. The number of terrifying monsters was like a nightmare, entangled in everyone's hearts, and they dared not even breathe. Everyone had only one thought in their mind. It's over. I'm dead this time. Look at these people with sad faces. Liang stood up and said, "Do you want to die or live? If you want to die, you can leave now, but if you still want to fight, put away that sad face." Li Yang's words echoed in the cave and reached everyone's ears. Some people listened, their eyes fixed, and they took a deep breath. I haven't reached my second transformation yet. I can't fall down here. I've saved up a ton of money, almost enough to buy some new gear. I've been scrimping and saving for so long, I have to spend it. I'm an A-level professional with a bright future. I can't fail here. Soon, some people had a look of determination on their faces. He held the weapon tightly in his hand, looking ready to die. A last fight is better than waiting to die. Very good, everyone. Grab your weapons and guard the cave entrance. Don't let any monsters in, and hold on until help arrives, Liang said loudly. Just then, the ground began to shake. This means the monster is getting closer. Roar, giggle, giggle, giggle. The monster's voices came from the cave entrance one after another. Not long after, a group of crawling black monsters appeared at the entrance of the cave and crawled over at a rapid speed. Liang was quick-witted and quick-handed. He took out the ancient spiritual book and released his skills. Rockets were shot towards the entire cave entrance and hit the crawling monsters one after another. Puff, puff, puff. At this time, the benefits of unlimited firepower come. The unique skills of the ancient spirit book, combined with the cooling reducing effect of the soul wizard, directly provide infinite endurance. Li Yang stood in front, and none of these crawling monsters could break through. But it is definitely unrealistic to expect him to block the cave entrance and resist millions of monsters by himself. Don't be stunned. Use your skills together. He didn't call these people here to just sit around and do nothing. At this time, the right thing to do is for everyone to unite and fight the enemy together. Seeing Li Yang's rapid progress, many people felt hopeful again and their morale increased greatly. Brothers, grab your weapons. Damn, let's fight these monsters. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. Bang, bang, bang. In a moment, countless various skills were thrown towards the cave entrance. It has to be said that there was nothing wrong with Li Yang's choice of location. Only in this place could they pass through the narrow entrance and resist the monsters that came in batches. Otherwise, outside, with thousands of monsters coming at us, who can stop them? With the efforts of everyone. For a moment, it actually blocked the monster's initial attack. Everyone became excited. If they continue to hold on, they might be able to hold on until reinforcements arrive. Come on, We can win. Morale was high, and some people even started singing morale-boosting songs. For the dream in my heart, fighting bloody battles like a gust of wind, the night will release the light. The undefeated hero, Li Yang's face darkened. No, what's with this sudden rush of passion? Damn it, never mind, beat these bastards to death. The ancient spiritual book in Li Yang's hand kept spinning, and dense rockets stretched out at a rapid speed, each arrow hitting every monster that appeared at the entrance of the cave. 2900, 3200, 3500. With long-term sustained output, Li Yang's skills are fully stacked, and his firepower is brought to the extreme. Just then, the number of monsters appearing in front of the cave entrance began to decrease slowly. Suddenly, there was a sound of heavy footsteps coming from the cave entrance. Boom, 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 boom. Heavy footsteps were heard, as if something huge was hitting the ground. The impact was deafening. Many professionals quickly covered their ears. At this moment, a green cylindrical object appeared in front of the cave entrance. It was so huge that it blocked most of the cave entrance. Most people haven't figured out what this is yet. I saw him bending down. Immediately afterwards, a huge face appeared outside the cave. His eyes moved around, observing the people inside. Everyone's eyes widened, their hair stood on end, and their backs went cold. What kind of monster is this? Leon took a breath of cold air. Apart from the guard leader he met in the boss area last time, this was the first time he saw a monster with such strong oppression and such a huge size. Giant stone monster. Silver level BOSS. Level 55. HP, 300,000. Talent skills, defense, stone crushing fist. This turned out to be a small boss. Liang's eyes narrowed, and his expression became serious. The monster was so huge that it almost filled the entire cave entrance, and its full appearance could not be seen clearly. At this time, the stone monster stretched out its arms as hard as stone. He leaned towards the cave entrance. The professionals inside the cave immediately attacked the arm frantically. But due to its powerful defense, it only caused a little damage, which was almost negligible. Is there anyone in the front row? Hurry up and get on top. Chapter 79. Fighting is exciting. Endless experience. Seeing this scene, many people were shocked and at a loss again. Many people have already started to back off and move backwards. Can't retreat. Li Yang yelled. If we retreat at this time, the cave entrance will inevitably fall and dense monsters will rush in. At that time, they will have nowhere to hide and can only walk towards the depths of the cave. However, they will only be safe for a while. Sooner or later, they will be caught up by the monsters, and then they will have no way to retreat. Therefore, this place must not be lost. Li Yang gritted his teeth. He picked up the golden shield and charged forward. The huge shield creates a fan-shaped barrier. Li Yang managed to withstand the firepower in front of him, with the effects of ethereal shield and church knight. While he was resisting the attacks of the stone monster, he was also fighting back against his opponent by counterattacking. The whole person is now standing still, not moving an inch, not taking a single step back. As the saying goes, one man can hold the pass against 10,000. I'll take it. Give me some damage, everyone. See up. Whoever dares to run, I'll kill them first. Li Yang was not joking when he said this. He couldn't believe it. They had dozens of professionals, all at level 50 or 60, and couldn't defeat a silver-level boss. He is in the front to attract hatred and resist damage. It's okay for the people behind to consume slowly. Seeing this scene, everyone was surprised. This is a boss-level monster, and Li Yang actually went up to resist it alone? Is this the professional front row? Remember, he was still a mage just a second ago. But there was no time to think too much. With Li Yang in front, they felt a lot more relaxed and quickly used their most damaging attacks. This giant stone monster must be dealt with, otherwise they will be defeated sooner or later. For a moment, various attacks came one after another. The stone monster's movements slowed down as it was constantly being attacked. Damage numbers kept popping up on his body. 1300, 1350, 1260, regardless of how much damage it does. As long as we can consume its blood volume, it's done. Under the concentrated fire of the crowd, the stone man was unable to break through and had no choice but to retract his hand. Seeing this, everyone became excited. As long as they could defend this place, it would become a natural monster spawning spot. That was a blessing in disguise. But the joy didn't last long. The stone men outside soon launched another attack. This time, it did not attack directly. Instead, he used his stone-like hands to pick up pieces of stone and soil and came to the entrance of the cave. Seeing this, Li Yang's face changed slightly, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sudden, the stone man waved his hand and made a pitching gesture. Throw all the stones in your hand into the cave entrance. Densely packed stones flew into the cave entrance at a rapid speed, and the whistling sound of breaking through the air was endless. Not good. Liang took a deep breath. These stones shot into the cave from almost every direction without any blind spots, and it was impossible for him to block them all by himself. Soon, except for the area in front of Liang, it was blocked. The rest of the stones flew into the cave from all directions around him. Soon, many professionals were caught off guard and were hit directly. Ah, my hand is broken. It hurts, Nanny. Is there a nanny? Give me some blood. No, it's too abnormal. We can't fight it all. Let's run and find a place to hide. Some people even rolled on the ground in pain. Inside the cave, there was chaos, and the formation was completely disrupted. Seeing this, Liang had no choice but to remove his shield and retreat. This giant stone monster was smarter than he thought. Since it is impossible to block everything, attack is the best defense. Everyone stand up. Everyone listen carefully. We can't fall here. Follow me and kill all these monsters. No one responded. The stone monster attacked again. Just like before, he picked up something and threw it towards the cave entrance. But this time it was not stones or soil, but a bunch of black shadows. As the shadow got closer, everyone's expression changed. Oh no, these are monsters. What the stone monster threw in this time were actually ferocious monsters. Li Yang frowned. We can't let the other party get away with it anymore. If this goes on, he might be able to hold on, but the professionals behind him have no way. We must find a way to take the initiative. Let's get rid of these monsters that have entered the cave first. Liang commanded loudly. After hearing this, the others gritted their teeth, threw out attacks with trembling hands. These monsters were so fast and rushed in at once, making it difficult to react. After a while, he rushed in front of everyone. They had to defend themselves and retreat at the same time. Seeing that the situation was not good, Liang did not hesitate and took out the Book of Sages. The Sage's book emitted a dazzling purple light, enveloping the entire dim cave. Those monsters that broke into the cave with great momentum all froze and became dazed after coming into contact with the purple light. Now, Liang took out the explosive bow and shot explosive arrows one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The fire flickered in the cave. The monsters at the center of the explosion were all swaying left and right, but they had no ability to move. The blood volume is dropping rapidly. See this scene. The professionals behind him also recovered from their shock and quickly followed suit. Although I don't know what method was used to make these monsters lose their ability to move, we finally have a chance to resist. Charge! Kill all these monsters! Bang! 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 Sizzle. For a moment, countless attacks continued to hit the monster. These monsters fell into a dormant state and could only passively take the beating, under the leadership and command of Liang. Soon, the number of monsters decreased rapidly. While killing monsters, everyone's level is also increasing. That's it. Keep going. With everyone's efforts, after a while, they finally killed the monsters that broke into the cave. Liang has been promoted twice. This is not a monster. It is clearly an endless source of experience. All the professionals became excited again. Haha, we are really awesome. Go, go, go. Let's do something big today and kill all these monsters. Liang frowned and said, Don't be careless. This is not a solution. We must first find a way to fight back. Their physical strength is limited, while the thousands of monsters are almost endless. Boss, what should we do now? A level 60 professional asked. Now everyone seems to regard Liang as the backbone, although Liang looks younger than everyone present. However, it was thanks to Li Yang's command and orderly actions that they were able to persevere until now. It could be said that it was all thanks to Liang. Otherwise, they might have become food for the monster long ago. The others also looked at Liang, their eyes full of respect. Liang thought for a moment, raised his head, and said lightly, Kill that stone monster first. Chapter 80. What abilities can a young professional like him possess? Kunqing. At this time, the entire city has entered a state of full defense. In front of the South District City Gate, military soldiers have gathered here and are lined up in an orderly manner. Wang Tong was wearing a neat military uniform, with a serious look in his eyes, standing at the front of the team meticulously. The entire military camp is on standby. Those rampant monsters in the wild have once again set their sights on us. This time, we'll take the initiative and kill them without a single mortal left. Are you all ready? Yes, sir. Then let's go. Linger, this operation is full of dangers. We cannot guarantee your safety completely. You are still young, so you really don't need to come with us. Zhou Jiangwo said worriedly. The city is just ahead. After all, Zhao Linger is a new professional and has not yet completed the first transformation. If it were any other time, I would just take Zhao Linger with me to gain some experience and learn something. But this time, they were actually facing a terrifying tide of wild beasts. He couldn't guarantee that he could take care of Zhao Linger at any time. Zhao Linger shook her head, a determined look in her eyes. Captain Zhou, the situation has developed to this point because of my anger. Even if I die, I will find him back. Zhou Jiangwo sighed and said nothing more. A group of well-trained soldiers marched out of the city, and the dull footsteps lit up the entire night of Qingran. At the same time, in an underground cave in the wild, the war between humans and monsters continues. There was a pile of corpses at the edge of the cave. Li Yong stood in the front to provide output, while commanding many professionals to resist the monsters that were trying desperately to squeeze in. You killed the Blade Mantis, experience plus 500. You killed the Angry Bear, experience plus 550. You killed a Violent Water Elephant, experience plus 1050. I have to say this is really an excellent monster spawning point. The cave entrance can accommodate at most 6 monsters at a time. All the dozens of professionals there need to do is stand farther away and keep throwing skills. Moreover, Li Yong has the talent of killing. Basically, all the heads of these monsters fell into his hands, and he also got the most experience. It's cool. But Li Yong knew very well that the reason they could persist was because there were no particularly strong monsters. If some elite monsters over level 100 came, they would be far from being able to deal with them head-on. Moreover, the giant stone monster outside is still watching eagerly. Although the stone monster has not appeared since then, but some small monsters are still thrown in from time to time. Obviously didn't give up. The intention is to trap them inside, constantly deplete their energy, and then reap the rewards. This is equivalent to chronic death. No, Leon took a deep breath. Now that things have come to this, he must prepare for the worst. It is nighttime now, and this tide of beasts came too suddenly. It would probably take at least a day or two to wait for reinforcements. I have no problem with it, but if the stone monster keeps doing this from time to time, I'm afraid the other professionals won't be able to hold on until tonight. It seems that I can only take a gamble. Li Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the other professionals here, and then he said, "Everyone, I'm going to be gone for a while, maybe several minutes. You guys guard the cave entrance while I'm gone." Huh? No. Boss, don't go, don't abandon us. Yeah, how can we hold on without you? You know, it was because Li Yang was always there to protect them that they felt safe and had the courage to fight these monsters. When they heard that Li Yang was leaving, everyone suddenly became nervous. Without Li Yang, what are they going to do? It has to be done even if it doesn't work. Li Yang said mercilessly. He was informing these people, not asking for their opinions. Guard it well, don't retreat, it shouldn't be a big problem. Where are you going? Are you trying to escape alone? At this time, a man wearing a shaman uniform suddenly came up and asked in a questioning tone. He was dressed in strange black clothes, which made him look very strange and gave off a cold aura. Liang looked at the other person with a slightly cold gaze. I didn't expect there are such stupid people. He hasn't said anything yet. The other professionals couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for him. You idiot, do you know how to speak? You look like a human, and you can't even speak human language. If you don't want to live, don't drag us down with you. As expected, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. I have seen a lot today. Boss, don't listen to his barking. We all believe in you. If anyone can lead us to the dawn, then that person can only be you. After hearing so many people come out to refute him, he became more convinced of Liang. The shaman man glared. You idiots, you're being sold and still helping people count the money. He clearly wants us to stay here and then run away alone. The fact that we're here safely now is the result of everyone's efforts. Why should we give all the credit to him? Wake up. How capable can a newcomer like him be? Can't you tell his age? How dare you entrust everything to a little brat? I'm warning you, don't slander me. Otherwise, I won't blame you. I'll beat you up first, someone shouted angrily. Am I slandering you? We've all been around Qingran, so you should know there aren't any good people here. Ask yourselves, whose hands are clean? If you want to defend it, then go ahead and do it. I don't want to be taken advantage of and get sold out. As he said that, he walked to the back alone, but he didn't come, just looked at this side from a distance. Seeing him like this, many people became angry. If they were not facing the pressure of the monster at the entrance of the cave, they would have wanted to beat him up. What the hell, it's already this time, and you're still engaging in conspiracy theories. To put another way, even if Li Yong really abandoned them and left, there would be no problem. Because Li Yong has no obligation to lead the team. They all voluntarily followed Li Yang's command. Several professionals said to Li Yong, "Brother, don't listen to that idiot's nonsense. Just go ahead. We will do our best to defend this place. That's right, we all believe in you. Without you, we would have been killed by the monster long ago." Li Yong nodded and said nothing more. Whatever he wanted to say, someone else helped him say it, which saved him a lot of trouble. What others think has nothing to do with him. As long as it doesn't affect him, it doesn't matter. Everyone got to know each other because they happened to be in trouble at the same time. After today, even if you bump into each other on the street, you may not be able to recognize each other. Li Yong turned his head and looked towards the cave entrance. At this time, there were hordes of monsters outside, lining up to rush in as if they wanted to tear them into pieces. There are so many that you can't see the end at a glance. Without hesitation, he took out the cloak of invisibility, put it on, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 81. Kill the giant stone monster. 40,000 damage per second. Relying on stealth and swift speed, Li Yong passed through the cave, silently, and came out without being noticed by the monster. Here, he saw an extremely shocking scene. Densely packed monsters occupied the entire mountain, leaving no grass behind. The original flowers, plants, and trees were all devoured. They stared at the cave entrance with red eyes, drooling. Li Yong was stunned when he saw it for the first time. Suppressing the nausea in his heart, he quickly walked through and found a place to sit down. Only then did he realize that his previous thoughts were too simple. This situation was much worse than he had imagined. Li Yong fell into deep thought. To be honest, at this time, all the monsters focused their attention on the professional in the cave entrance. If he relies on invisibility and the burst speed of the speedster profession and runs back to the city at full speed, there's a chance that he can escape, and then he can ask the military to come and rescue him. But in this case, in a sense, he really was using those professionals who believed in him to allow himself to escape, which confirmed what the shaman man said just now. After some thought, Li Yong gave up this option, because this is not without risks. As soon as he left, the cave entrance would fall in no time, and all these professionals would die at the hands of the monster. At that time, the monster will naturally shift its target towards Qingran and may catch up with him. In that case, not only will you not please both sides, but you will not achieve any goal and will mess up everything. In the end, we decided to proceed according to the original plan, which is safer. Let's deal with this giant stone monster first. Li Yong looked at the huge stone monster not far from the cave entrance. Take in the other person's entire appearance. This body is so huge. He is 20 meters tall, and his entire body is made of solid stone. But fortunately, the other party was huge in size, so it couldn't get into the cave. Li Yong quietly came behind him. In order to win the battle quickly and maximize the damage, he needs to rely on the assassin profession's damage increase from behind, attack from behind, and cause higher damage. When he arrived here, Li Yong first took out the Wind Dragon order, preparing to summon the Wind Dragon directly. Once I launch an attack, I will definitely be noticed by other monsters and besieged. Although he was strong, he could not withstand the attacks of so many monsters. With the Wind Dragon helping out, the battle will be much safer. A green gas floated out from the token and condensed into a green dragon shadow in the sky. As Li Yang's attributes increased, the power of the Wind Dragon became stronger. Now it looked completely different from the Phantom at the beginning. It looked like a real dragon, lifelike. The moment the Wind Dragon condensed, all the monsters were stunned. While they were thinking about whether this powerful creature that suddenly appeared was edible, Li Yong took advantage of the monster's diversion of attention and quickly went behind the stone monster, stabbing it fiercely with the lightning halberd in his hand. 42000. Huge damage numbers jumped out from the stone monster. The amount of blood is visibly reduced. The stone monster stumbled forward. This is the highest damage Li Yong can currently deal. The 1000% damage bonus of Furious Strike, the 50% damage increase of the assassin profession's backstealing, and the bonus effects of some equipment. 40,000 per second. Unfortunately, Furious Strike can only be effective once. Soon, the stone monster reacted, turned around, and smashed down with its thick stone arms. Liang was well prepared. Since he dared to act alone, he must have already formulated a battle plan. After the successful attack, just now, his plan was half successful. Then, he quickly took out the Book of Sages and activated his exclusive skills. The pages of the Sage's book opened and floated in the air, emitting a brilliant purple halo that enveloped the stone monster and the surrounding monsters. In a moment, on the court, it seemed as if time had stopped. All the monsters lost consciousness and froze in place, maintaining their original movements without moving. It's worthy of being a brilliant class weapon. Liang thought to himself, but he was also busy. Get behind the giant stone monster and start attacking. Bang, bang, bang. Electric arcs and sparks kept jumping on the halberd in Li Yang's hand, and the golden flashes illuminated the night. Each blow hit the stone monster's back hard. 4000. 4100. While the sage's book was in effect, Li Yang attacked quickly, continuously consuming the stone monster's health. The wind dragon in the air roared and attacked the stone monster. Soon, the stone monster's health dropped rapidly. Li Yang has a talent for killing. As long as the health of the stone monster is as low as 10%, he can kill it directly. With the continuous efforts of the human dragon, the stone monster's health bar finally reached the bottom. You killed the giant stone monster. Experience plus 20,000. You obtain gold-level equipment, stone armor. Level up, current level, 52. After killing the giant stone monster, Li Yang did not stay for long. The time for the sage's book was almost up, and after taking back the wind dragon, he quickly returned to the underground cave. At the same time, in the wilds of the South District, a huge army was rushing towards the underground cave entrance. Along the way, Wang Tong felt strange, because logically, the monsters should have invaded here by now. But so far, they have walked halfway and have not seen even the shadow of a monster. Not to mention any signs of a beast tide. What's going on? Could it be that the intelligence is wrong? Or maybe what happened in front? Regarding this, he prefers the latter. Everyone get ready and keep moving forward. This situation is very strange. I don't know how Li Yang is doing now. Zhou Jiangwo also noticed something was wrong and frowned. At times like this, the more abnormal it is, the more troublesome it may be. First of all, the information cannot be wrong. That means something happened before. A group of people were walking. Suddenly, a dark shadow gradually appeared before my eyes. As it got closer, the shadow grew larger and larger, revealing its true form. These are densely packed ferocious beasts and monsters. The beast tide has indeed arrived. Everyone was shocked. Up to now, Li Yang has not been seen, but a tide of beasts has been seen instead. Huang Long's heart sank. From this point of view, Li Yang may be in great danger. Battalion commander, what should we do now? Zhou Jiangwo asked. It's very strange. Why are these monsters staying here? Wang Tong frowned. If this is the case, their best option is to return to the city and use the city gates to fight the monsters. It was originally not cost-effective for them to leave the city on their own initiative. They took certain risks just to pick up Li Yang. But now, well, let's go back. We should consider this matter in the long run. Wang Tong sighed and said regretfully, after all, as a battalion commander, you also have to consider others. The others also lowered their heads, knowing that there was nothing that could be done. But just as Wang Tong turned around and looked around, he suddenly found something wrong. These monsters were all squatting in one place, as if they were attacking collectively. What's going on? Chapter 82, There is a Traitor. Right now, Li Yang has returned to the cave. As soon as his figure appeared, the professionals who were originally worried turned their sorrow into joy and showed happy expressions. Brother, you're back. Finally, I've waited for you. I knew you weren't the type to run away. Some people with bad intentions like to make wild guesses. A group of people welcomed Li Yang back with great fanfare. In the back, the shaman man watching this scene spat with a look of disdain on his face. A bunch of stupid professionals. At this time, the cave entrance was very quiet, and no monsters appeared for a while. Li Yang understood that this person was probably looking for him outside, but he didn't react yet. He said, "Everyone, take a good rest now and recover your strength. The next wave of attacks will come soon." After hearing Li Yang's words, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. Almost everyone sat down on the ground, not caring whether it was clean or not. At this time, a professional came to Li Yang. Lu Hai sat down and asked in confusion, "Dude, what on earth were you doing just now? Why did it seem like you came in through the cave?" "Nothing. I just went out and killed that giant stone monster. It was in the way," Liang said lightly. "Ah." The professional named Lu Hai was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. But Liang didn't look like he was joking. "Oh, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to run away. You're quite courageous, but it's wrong of you to brag." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The shaman man came forward. "Hey, didn't you just go away and be a coward? Why are you here again?" Looking at him, Lu Hai said unhappily. Shamat was not annoyed after hearing this, and said to Liang, "You said you killed that giant stone monster? That's ridiculous. It was a boss over level 50. You can fool these stupid professionals, but you can't fool me." As he spoke, he looked at everyone with a smile on his face. "Look, now you should believe me, right? You're willing to let such a liar be your leader, and you still dare to listen to him? Be careful, or you'll be cheated out of everything." As soon as these words were spoken, a discussion broke out on the field. In fact, the impression of this shaman among the people present was not very good. But the main thing is that what the other party said this time makes sense. This is indeed an outrageous thing. Li Yang went out quietly, and when he came back, he said that he had killed the giant stone monster. Whether it is true or not remains in doubt. If it was fake, why would Li Yang lie? What is he hiding from them? They are now risking their lives and cannot afford to be careless. Seeing that not many people came to refute him this time, the shaman man smiled. It seems that his words worked. The more dangerous the situation is, the more likely people are to have wild thoughts. Lu Hai secretly glanced at Liang, but there was not much expression on Liang's face. Things started with oneself. He pursed his lips and then said, "I still believe in this brother. At least he didn't run away just now, right? He said he would come back, and he came back now." As soon as Lu Hai said this, some hesitant people also came out to express their opinions. "Indeed, we have come this far thanks to this little brother. If we don't even trust him, who else can we trust? That's right. If we don't listen to him, who else can we listen to?" There's a lot of discussion on the field. The situation is not as critical as before, and everyone has a chance to stop and think. Some people, out of caution, thought about it and then spoke. "We are all in the same boat now. We all rise and fall together. We shouldn't have conflicts at this time. But I also hope that everyone can be sincere to each other and express their ideas first so that we can consider them together." Many people nodded. Everyone has this idea. The most terrifying thing is that in such a dangerous moment, someone stabs you in the back. Liang also shrugged helplessly. This is what annoys him the most. That's why he doesn't like teamwork. How much easier is it to work alone? He doesn't need so many excuses. At this time, the shaman man spoke, and he continued. "In that case, until we can confirm that what this person said is true, I suggest we change the leader. I am not talented enough, but I can reluctantly accept the position." "Liu Hai Faoen, Oha? You mean you want us to all listen to you?" Shamat said nonchalantly. "If you guys want to, I have no objection." Liang narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person. In the past, he would not bother to fight with the idiot, but now, the other party wanted to disrupt his plans, and he would be affected by it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that only he could lead the team to safety and survival. This shaman has been coming out to disrupt the situation again and again. Although it has not caused any substantial impact, it can be said that he has ulterior motives. He no longer had the energy or patience to think about what was right or wrong, and had already decided to settle the matter once and for all. This person is either stupid or evil. Keeping it will definitely be a disaster. Lenovo's understanding of Qingran before its arrival. There are all kinds of forces here, both good and evil, and it is extremely rare that they can coexist at the same time. Even some anti-human forces have mixed in. This shaman behavior is too obvious. Others may not know, but from his perspective, everything is weird. Although Liang has not yet understood the real situation. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Without any warning, Liang, holding a lightning halberd, suddenly flashed and slashed towards the shaman man. The incident happened suddenly, and the shaman man widened his eyes. He quickly stepped back, but he still didn't have time to completely avoid it, and was cut by Liang. "Ah, are you crazy?" He covered his wound and said angrily. Unexpectedly, his demonic wound did not directly bleed red blood like that of ordinary people, but instead a wisp of black gas emerged, which he quickly covered with his clothes. "There's a problem." Liang didn't waste time talking to him and continued to chase him. He swung his hand and chopped him again. "Fuck, are you looking for death?" The shaman quickly dodged backwards, shouting and cursing. Liang turned a blind eye and shot him in the chest. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. What happened? Why did a fight suddenly break out? If we fight now, it will not benefit anyone, right? It was Liang who took the initiative. Many people frowned. Could it be that they really saw it wrong? Liang's behavior is not calm. Can he really lead them? But just then, every time Liang attacked, he pushed the shaman into a corner, leaving him nowhere to hide. Damn it, you forced me to do this. The shaman man cursed angrily, pulled out a black broadsword, and then swung his arms, and a black aura emanated from him. This black energy quickly wrapped around his limbs and then turned into black armor. When he looked up again, his skin was also covered with black lines. Like the evil demon in the abyss. Boy, you are looking for death. His voice became hoarse and heavy, making it uncomfortable to listen to. What? Seeing him like this, all the professionals were stunned. Oh my god, what the hell is this? This outfit. Is he from the abyss? There are people from the abyss who have sneaked in here. Chapter 83. Working together to fight the abyss. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. They had no idea what was going on. As a notorious anti-human organization, both the decent and evil factions regard the people of the abyss as scum. Wherever these people are, nothing good will happen. Everyone present was frightened. They were almost led by the other party. How did Liang discover it? Fuck, are you kidding me? I knew he wasn't a good guy. It's horrible, we didn't even notice it. This bastard definitely has bad intentions. He's just about to stab us. Even in Qingran, people from the Abyss cult were hated by everyone. Liang also fell into thought. The last time I met people from the Abyss was in the school's trial camp. These people seemed to have a grudge against the professionals. As soon as they saw a stronger professional, they would try every possible way to cause trouble. If this shaman is from the Abyss, then everything makes sense. Logically speaking, in the current situation, no one, unless they have a mental problem, would come out to rebel against me and keep saying words to sow discord. Either stupid or bad. It seems that he is not thinking straight. A bunch of lowly and humble professionals. The hoarse and angry voice of Shamat sounded. In that case, then let you all die under my power of the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful black aura burst out from his body, covering the entire cave like a fog. A strong breath of the power of the abyss lingered. Some professionals were directly knocked away by this aura. This power, is it 2-star? Some people were shocked. The power of the abyss is also divided into different star levels. 2 stars is equivalent to a second-level human professional. In other words, it would take a human warrior of at least level 100 to deal with it. Among the professionals here, the highest level is only around level 60, otherwise they would not come to this underground cave to farm. Liang narrowed his eyes. Although his burst damage was high now, he was still far from a second-level professional who was over level 100 and was not easy to deal with. This is bad. Not only do we have to face such a terrifying abyss creature in the cave, but we also have to be vigilant against the invasion of monsters outside. Everyone was in great pain. Are they really that unlucky? Soon, the shaman turned his gaze to Liang. Boy, I have to say you're quite perceptive, but unfortunately, you didn't expect it, did you? Setting your sights on me was a real mistake. Now, I'm going to sacrifice your blood to the abyss. Then he raised his hand. A terrifying force from the abyss emerged out of nowhere and flew towards Liang. Liang's figure flashed, and he quickly moved backwards. But this breath seemed to have tracking ability, and it followed Liang wherever he went. Brother, let me help you. Lu Hai shouted and waved his hands. A khaki barrier appeared in front of Liang. When it came into contact with the energy of the abyss, it shattered instantly. It was actually blocked. Liang was slightly surprised. This was equivalent to the attack of a second-level professional. When he looked at Lu Hai, he saw Lu Hai spitting out a mouthful of blood and covering his chest in pain. Transfer shield. Add a shield to the friendly unit. When the shield is broken, the damage taken will be transferred to the friendly unit at a 1-to-1 ratio, up to a maximum of 90% of the health. After taking a look at Lu Hai's condition, Liang understood that after the other party helped him bear this attack, his health had reached the bottom. Seeing that his attack was offset, Shamat became angry. He moved his hand, and a black ball of light carrying the power of the abyss crashed towards Liang. Come on, let's see how long you can hide. As expected, this attack still has tracking capabilities, and it will follow wherever Liang flashes. There is no way to avoid it. You can only face it head-on. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. The black ball was getting closer and closer. He took out the explosive bow and was ready to withstand the attack and exchange blood with the killer. And just at this moment, footsteps were heard. A short and fat man rushed forward with a shield in hand. Li Yang was shocked and tried to stop it, but it was too late. The man raised a shield and hit the black ball. He was immediately knocked away, hit the wall, and fell to the ground with a bleeding head. Are you crazy? This is equivalent to more than level 100 damage. Low-level professionals, even tanks, cannot withstand it. Not only him, even the shaman were stunned. Although after getting rid of Li Yang, he will also kill everyone else. But are these human professionals really not afraid of death? At this moment, several professionals began to attack him again. Hold him back. Don't let him succeed. Protect Big Brother. If you want to hurt my brother, you have to step over my dead body first. You almost die. Shamat roared, releasing the power of the abyss indiscriminately. Seeing this scene, Li Yang's face darkened and he no longer hesitated. The next moment, an exquisite Buddhist book appeared in his hand. The Book of Sages is also effective against monsters and humans, but I don't know if it works against the abyss. There's no time to think so much now. I can only use it. Soon, a purple halo shone directly on the shaman. The shaman's original movements paused, and he was still a little affected. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but it seemed that the impact was not very strong. The opponent did not fall into silence like other monsters, and its body was still moving. Li Yang flashed and quickly went behind the other person. This time, only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. He knew very well that this opportunity was hard-earned and was earned by other professionals at the cost of their lives. Li Yang roared, gripped the lightning halberd tightly, and stabbed it fiercely into the back of the evil demon. Puff! 39000. Black blood spurted out of the shaman's back. He vomited blood, and his eyes widened. No, what kind of damage is this? How could you possibly? Li Yang didn't waste any words and kept waving his weapon. In actual combat, even a few seconds can affect the situation. Puff, puff, puff. 4000. The target enters bleeding state. 14000. The bloodthirsty effect takes effect, combined with Li Yang's continuous attacks. The target's health is rapidly decreasing. Shamat was filled with shock that this young-looking professional could actually injure him so badly. It seems that I can't let you go. It roared angrily. He suddenly broke free from control and slapped Li Yang. Li Yang quickly put the halberd in front of him to block the attack, but the huge force still threw him out. After a flip in the air, he raised his weapon and stuck the tip of the gun into the ground, leaving a trail. He slowly dissipated the force and stopped. A transparent light shield appeared and disappeared on his body. The ethereal shield is in effect. That's not all. And there is also the 100% damage counterattack of the Holy War Knight. At this moment, Shamat's face suddenly froze. A number jumped out of it. 25000. What the hell? He was the one who hit Li Yang, so why is he losing blood? Chapter 84. Kill the Abyss. Reinforcements arrived. The shaman was angry and looked at Li Yang, ready to continue chasing him. But at this moment, attacks came at him one after another. Fireballs and arrows mixed together and hit its body, preventing it from moving forward. The other professionals attacked continuously. Although the damage caused to it was not high, it did hold it back. At this time, Li Yang had adjusted himself and continued to rush towards him. Its movements are extremely flexible, and each attack is directed directly behind it to maximize its output. Combined with the effect of bloodthirst, every attack by Li Yang is accompanied by high bleeding damage. Soon, even the shaman couldn't take it anymore. Ah, you bunch of damn ants. I'm the 49th executive officer. You're courting death. I don't care what rank you are. Even if you're 90, first you have to kneel down. Grass. With everyone's firepower concentrated, the fighting in the cave was in full swing. But at this moment, there was a sudden noise at the edge of the cave. All the professionals' expressions changed. At this time, the monsters started attacking again. Sure enough, along with unpleasant cries and dense footsteps, monsters came one after another, appeared at the entrance of the cave, and rushed in madly. Damn it, if I had continued, there would have been a high probability of defeating this abyss creature, but I didn't expect that at this time, the monster would start to cause trouble again. Seeing this, Shamat laughed. Ha ha, you stupid professionals, just prepare to die. The veins on his bangs popped out. What are you so proud of, you scum? This place has fallen, and you're not much better off. Me? Shamat sneered, his eyes revealing an intoxicated look. I am from the Abyss. I can leave any time I want. This is the power of us, the Abyss. You. Lu Hai was furious. Shamat sneered. I didn't want to waste my energy, but you guys insisted on struggling. Wouldn't it be better to just wait for death? Lu Hai, you take your men to guard the cave entrance, and I will take care of this Abyss man. Liang said. For these people of the Abyss, it is a waste of time to talk about reason. Yes. Lu Hai not that ze lu den. Now Li Yang's words are more effective here than imperial edicts. Although helpless, the others had to shift their target and focus on the monsters that tried to break into the cave. The Shamat twisted his neck, making a cracking sound, and looked at Li Yang. Now that no one is here to bother us, have you thought about how you're going to die? Li Yang narrowed his eyes and said, You are the one who deserves to die. After the siege, just now, Shamat's condition is not very healthy, and he is about to fall to the kill line. When the time comes, I can activate my talent, Kill, to kill him instantly. Are you worthy? The Shamat snorted coldly, holding a large black knife in his hand and exuding a terrifying aura. Liang didn't waste any time and took out the explosive bow, and arrows kept shooting out from his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. That's it. The Shamat raised the black knife in his hand and swung it continuously, chopping down the arrows in the air. Boom, boom, boom. What he didn't expect was that this arrow could also have an explosive effect. In an instant, explosions and flames were heard around him. Soon after, the smoke cleared and the entire body of the Shamat was blown black. I will cut you into pieces, he said angrily, and with a flash of his body, he rushed towards Li Yang with a knife in his hand. Seeing this, Li Yang calmly took out the Wind Dragon order. A green dragon shadow suddenly squeezed out and appeared on the field. The space inside the cave is not as big as outside, so the dragon shadow is a little smaller, about as tall as two people. This is already the limit, and it cannot fit any bigger. Dragon. After seeing the dragon shadow, Shamat was stunned and then burst into laughter. Ha ha, such a small dragon. Is it for me to be a pet? As he said this, he used his hands to measure the height, which was humiliating. Come on, hit here. The Shamat pointed at his face with a smug look on his face. Li Yang sneered in his heart. Although the dragon shadow's appearance had to be reduced, its power was not reduced at all. The other party will also have to pay the price for their actions. The wind dragon roared, and a violent wind blew up. The Shamat's eyes widened immediately, and he quickly straightened his body, leaning forward with difficulty to prevent himself from being blown away. Wow, what? Before he could react, the wind dragon opened its mouth and spit out a powerful whirlwind, hitting him at an extremely fast speed. Puff! The Shamat spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Bang! 13000. The target's health has reached the killing range. This is impossible. What is this taming beast? Shamat's eyes widened, unable to believe it. No. At this moment, he finally believed that Li Yang was not lying and that Li Yang was fully capable of going out and killing the stone monster. He quickly activated the power of the Abyss and tried to escape. Li Yang would never give him a chance. He raised his bow and shot quickly. Sharp arrows shot straight forward, piercing through the void and piercing him. No. Puff. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was standing in front of the cave entrance to resist the monster. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound outside the cave, and the noise became louder and louder. At the entrance of the cave, the monsters that had invaded like crazy suddenly became sparse. It immediately relieved a lot of their pressure. At this time, Li Yang, who had dealt with the Shamat, also turned around and paid attention to the cave entrance. After noticing the movement, his eyes lit up and he took out the detector. This was obtained from the steward's treasury before and was used immediately. Then he faced the cave entrance, and the detector began to show fluctuations at the cave entrance. Lu Hai was slightly startled when he saw Li Yang coming. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. Brother, did you defeat that damned Abyss man? As soon as he said this, the others reacted and also showed joy. Brother, you're awesome. That's a 2-star Abyss disciple. With you here, we are safe. Keep holding on, we'll all get out alive. Leon smiled faintly and said, You did a great job, guarding the cave entrance immediately. This is your order, so of course we can't make any mistakes. Lu Hai chuckled and scratched his head embarrassedly. For some reason, being praised by Li Yang gave him the same feeling as being praised by his leader. Others feel this way to some extent. Li Yang looked down at the detector. Looks like we don't have to stay here tonight. Chapter 85, A Great Harvest. Return to the barracks. Displayed on the detector. Right outside their cave entrance was a bunch of red dots, which undoubtedly represented monsters. And in the circle outside, there is a group of green dots, which have completely surrounded the entire cave entrance, and the red that representing the monster. Liang immediately understood that reinforcement had arrived from the city. Sure enough, after a while, the dark monsters at the cave entrance quickly decreased and the haze dissipated. Coming from the cave entrance were the shouts of soldiers and the sound of metal colliding. After hearing the sound, the professionals present cheered. It was like the sound of nature, which made people cry with joy. Great, we're saved. We're still alive. The effort paid off. Only when you are on the verge of death can you understand the value of life. It's time to attack. Brother, take us to charge again. Now, there are people outside clearing out the monsters to rescue them. They should cooperate with each other. Everyone looked at Liang, their eyes full of expectation. Certainly, Liang smiled, took a step forward, and swung the spear in his hand. A ray of silver light flowed from the spear body to the spear tip. Gentlemen, follow me into battle. It's true. There's still a group of professionals alive here. They are very smart. They hid in the underground caves to resist the monsters. That's why they held out until we arrived. It's incredible that they held off the beast tide for so long. Outside the underground cave, the human army is encircling and attacking the monsters. Wang Tung said with emotion. The person who came up with this strategy must be extraordinary. They deserve to be saved. Maybe Liang is among them. I hope so. Zhou Jiangwo also nodded. As long as they save people, their trip would not be in vain. Immediately, he also joined the battlefield, holding a black iron battle axe. Wherever he went, monsters wailed, and the strength of a third-level professional was fully displayed. The human professionals were so aggressive that they caught the monsters off guard. At the same time, dozens of professionals, led by Liang, were also fighting monsters at the cave entrance. Liang rushed to the front, and the others followed closely behind. Break through numerous obstacles and gradually break through the miasma. Hope is right in front of us. Everyone tried their best, without reservation, with smiles on their faces. With the joint efforts of the two groups. Finally, a passage was found. These people are from the military and are here to rescue us. The professionals who rushed out of the cave saw the people who helped them escape. Freedom is just around the corner. Salvation is just one step away. But at this moment, no one rushed forward and everyone gave up their place without any prior agreement. Brother, you first. Lu Hai looked at Liang and said. The others looked at Liang. Although everyone is extremely eager to escape from this place. But at this moment, he still gave the first position to Liang. They have already regarded Liang as their leader from the bottom of their hearts. Liang took a step forward. At this time, the beast tide had been completely dispersed. The monsters were beaten into pieces and fled in all directions, unable to form a group again. Is this the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's army? At this moment, a familiar figure was standing opposite him, waving at him. Yellow Dragon. Next to him were Battalion Commander Wang Tung and Zhao Linger. Liang took a step forward. Behind him was a whole team of professionals, led by him, following in an orderly manner. After the reunion, Huang Long heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Liang and said, Hey, Brother Liang, you're really out of control. You actually dared to come out into the wilderness alone. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain this to Commander Lu Xian? Liang smiled and said, You were the one who gave me the map. Did you forget? I thought you knew it. I know nothing. I gave you the map because I was afraid you would get lost, not to let you. Oh, forget it. I'm glad you're okay. Huang Long said helplessly. Wang Tung looked at Liang with admiration. Well, your courage is rare. You are worthy of praise for your courage to challenge. I believe you've gained a lot this time, but you should try to be more careful in the future. By the way, who are these people? Liang glanced at the people behind him and said, Oh, there are also professionals near the underground cave. They also encountered the beast tide. Just now, they were with me in the cave to resist the monsters. Damn, boss, you're from the military. How disrespectful. Lu Hai said carefully. Originally, many people were wondering about Li Yang's background, but they didn't expect that he was related to the military. The military sent so many people, almost all of them. They didn't know about such a person before. Logically, they should have heard of such a powerful person. Boss, Huang Long asked in confusion. What has Liang done since we last met? He had just noticed that these people seemed to regard Li Yang as their backbone, even though many of them were over level 60, much higher than Li Yang. Li Yang Sruget, don't call me boss now. It's safe now. In our hearts, you will always be our boss. Liu Hai Laoget, the others echoed. Yes, I will never forget your life-saving grace. If anything happens, I will return when called. It was Li Yang who organized them to resist the monsters, and it was Li Yang who led them to deal with the Abyss disciples. Without Li Yang, they would have probably died several times. Thinking about the impending separation, I feel a little reluctant. Seeing this scene, Zhao Linger was so surprised that she was speechless. It had only been half a day what had happened. These people are from all walks of life in Qingran, and they are not likely to be good people under normal circumstances. But at this moment, they are so respectful to Li Yang, which is simply incredible. It seems that Li Yang doesn't need her and can indeed live well in the wild. Well, the clown is me. Thinking of what she said in the morning, Zhao Linger blushed. It hurts, my friend. Zhou Jiangwo appeared at this time and patted her shoulder. It seems that you'll have a role model of your own age. You can learn more from them and have something to talk about among young people. Zhao Linger smiled bitterly and said nothing. Go back. The group won the battle and returned to the city in a mighty procession. Here, a group of professionals bowed deeply to Li Yang. Brother, after we say goodbye today, you can always come to the Black Dragon Gang to find me if you have any problems in the future. Lu Hai said seriously. We in the Qing Gang also welcome brothers to visit us at any time. Several professionals also came out and said, when you have time in the future, please come to the North District and we will treat you warmly. See this scene. Wang Tung and Zhou Jiangwo nodded and sighed. This Li Yang is truly a talented young man. He has already turned this place upside down in just 2 days. It's a pity that he is not a member of our army. It would be great if he could be recruited into our camp. After saying goodbye to these people, Li Yang followed the team back towards the military camp. On the way, Li Yang couldn't help but feel emotional. Although the city is relatively chaotic, it has pure emotions and not too many twists and turns. If you just want to survive here, you have to make changes. Having said that, today's experience was very rewarding and well worth the trip. Li Yang took a look and found that the level had reached 55 directly. It was much higher than he expected. It could be said that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Originally, he planned to reach level 50 at most. In the end, I had no choice but to kill so many monsters, mainly because I got all the kills and most of the experience points myself. Not only that, there are also a lot more equipment in his backpack, including those of various levels, from bronze and silver to gold. After returning to the barracks, Li Yang was already exhausted and didn't want to think about anything else. After eating a quick meal, he lay back on the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 86, The Wealth-Giving Boy, The Weird Zhao Linger. Qingran. That night, a piece of news spread throughout Qingran. In just one night, the whole Qingran knew that a mysterious young man had come to the military and made great contributions in resisting the beast tide in the wild. Rumors about young people are very general. Some say he is a mage, some say he is a tank, some say he is a warrior, and some say he is a beastmaster. But everyone can come to a common conclusion. That is, this young man is very strong. Not only strong in strength, but also strong in tactical ability. The next day, the entire military camp began to move early in the morning. The camp was covered with banners everywhere. Preparations for the sport competition have already begun. As an annual sports competition, everyone seemed very active. Not only can you relax and have fun during the 2 days of the competition, you may also get rewards. For most people in the army, it is more popular than the Chinese New Year. Because it is the Chinese New Year, they also have to stay on guard here. Of course, the impact of the sport competition goes beyond this. The forces of the entire Qingran are also paying close attention. The sport competition is about to begin. At that time, someone in Qingran will set up a gambling game for this competition, and all the forces in Qingran will participate in it, including the military. This shows how complex the interests behind the competition are. Of course, these are just negotiations between the higher-ups and have nothing to do with us ordinary soldiers. We're just happy to finally have a good rest during these 2 days of preparation for the competition. Huang Long said comfortably while eating. Li Yang was listening nearby, lost in thought. At first, he thought it was just an activity for the military to entertain itself. But there is no way. The name has been registered. Huang Long saw Li Yang's concerns and said with a smile while chewing the meat, "Don't worry. Even if you participate, It won't affect you in any way. We can just treat it as a formality. Liang took a deep breath. But you didn't even tell me in advance what kind of investment I would have to make to participate in this competition. Huang Long smiled awkwardly. This I just mentioned it casually at the time and forgot to tell you. How about this? I will invest 1,000 dragon coins from my own pocket for you. That's it? I might as well invest in myself. Liang looked at him with disdain. There is another requirement for participants in the competition, which is that they must have an investment, which can be 100 billion or 1, but it cannot be 0. Liang only found out about the so-called investment today, so he came to ask Huang Long. After some questioning, he understood most of the information. Investing, as the name suggests, means betting. Investors choose to invest in a player because of his or her strength, and then receive rebates from the player's performance in the competition. How big can this investment be? It is understood that some players who have made their mark in previous years have already received millions of dragon coin investments within 1 minute of the opening. What are the benefits of high investment? The more you invest in a player, the more you win. Of course, such a huge number is generally related to the game between certain forces in Qingran, and the interests involved behind it are probably far more than that. Liang felt that he had entered the game, but for unknown reasons. Huang Long patted his shoulder. Brother Liang, don't feel too stressed. Generally, no one will invest in unknown players who are just filling in the numbers. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As he spoke, he took out 1,000 dragon coins from his bag, placed them on the table, then stood up and disappeared in a flash. You have so little confidence in me. Liang looked at the 1,000 dragon coins in his hand and shook his head helplessly. At least you can earn some money. It can't be a wasted trip. Check the balance. Unfortunately, he has a lot of equipment on him now, but as for the money, it was almost used up when he came. Liang, you are here. Suddenly a voice sounded. Liang took a quick look. Zhao Linger was walking towards him. Finally found you. I heard you're also participating in the sport competition. What's wrong? Liang said lightly. Didn't the other party have a fight with me last time? Why is he looking for me again? At this time, Zhao Linger blinked and said, How about I invest in you? Liang was stunned and had a strange expression on his face. It's strange. Why would this person suddenly want to support me? He thought the other party would mock him after knowing it. But Zhao Linger only had a smile on her face, and a humming sound came from her nose. I don't know what she was thinking. It's unscientific. Liang looked up at the sky. The sun was normal, and there was no sign of it rising from the west. I'll give you 660,000 dragon coins. After thinking about it all night yesterday, Zhao Linger had figured it out. Since we can't beat them, we might as well become one of them. After knowing that Liang participated in the sports competition, she came up with this plan. She guessed that Liang must be worried that no one invested in him. So she came out to help him and give him some encouragement as the only beautiful girl who was with him. Why doesn't Liang submit to her obediently? When the time comes, he will do whatever you ask him to do. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. Zhao Linger felt more and more that she was really smart. She thought that Liang would definitely be grateful. At that time, not only will he get rid of a strong rival, but he will also gain a loyal follower. It's worth the money. When she looked at Li Yang's reaction with a smug look on her face, she found that Li Yang's expression did not fluctuate at all. Okay, then transfer it to me quickly. Liang said, don't miss it. It's just a little less. Huh? That's not enough. Yeah, at least another 5 million. Liang thought for a moment and gave an estimate. Zhao Linger was shocked. It turns out that supporting a man is so expensive. She had a conflicted look on her face. She hadn't expected Liang to give her any feedback. She simply wanted to spend money as encouragement and to appease him. This increased the cost by nearly 10 times. Fortunately, she is a wealthy woman, so if she squeezes in, she can still get some. Okay, you have to remember that I'm the only one who believes in you and supports you during your low period. You can't let me down. Liang was slightly surprised. He was just speaking casually. Zhao Linger actually agreed. More than 5 million can be taken just like that? He couldn't help but look at Zhao Linger and start to think about it. What is the other party doing? Listening to what she said, it didn't sound like she was joking. Although he had heard that Zhao Linger's family had some background, he didn't expect her to be so arrogant. Did I say too little? Zhao Linger looked at him with sharp eyes. Liang raised his eyebrows slightly. Well, what's there to be afraid of? If she dares to give it to me, I dare to accept it. Okay, then transfer 5 million to the card number 6215. Liang reported the bank card number skillfully. Okay, wait. I'll transfer it to you right away. Zhao Linger said with her hands on her hips. Chapter 87. Underground black market, the secret of the key. 5 million yuan has arrived at Jianghai Bank. Liang was stunned when he saw the payment information appearing on his mobile phone. No, sister, are you serious? At this moment, all previous opinions and contradictions turned into a string of cold numbers. Liang grinned and said enthusiastically, Okay, come on. Have you eaten yet? There's still half a plate of unfinished steak here. Take it and eat it. Zhao Linger smiled happily and said, Okay, even though she had already eaten. But Liang is in high spirits now. If she follows the other party's ideas, the effect will definitely be good. She can't waste her money in vain. Then he happily sat down next to her. Both parties looked happy and felt that they had made a big profit. After saying goodbye to Zhao Linger, Liang left the cafeteria happily with a huge sum of money. Until now, he still felt that everything that had just happened was too magical. He wouldn't even dream of doing that. Although no one knows what's wrong with Zhao Linger's mind, he has made a fortune overnight. Of course, Liang had no intention of investing all of this money. He is not stupid. If he loses, he will lose everything. At most, he will invest a small half of it to try his luck. Even if I lose, I won't feel sad. I will just consider it as supporting the organizers of the competition. Take Zhao Linger's money. Turning around, Liang went straight to a place called Yanhua Lane in Kunqing. This is a famous red light district in Kunming. There's a street in the red light district where I envy neither the Mandarin ducks nor the immortals. Of course, Liang came here to do serious business. Ahem, it seems that this is not right. Those who come here to do serious business are not here to do serious business. In short, he doesn't have the time to enjoy himself now. Liang followed the instructions on the map, walked into the fireworks alley, and came to a relatively remote and inconspicuous shop. When he reached the door, Liang knocked 3 times on the left, once on the right, and then 3 times on the left again. After a few seconds, there was movement at the shop door. There was a click sound from the door handle. I looked down and saw that the door was already open. What came into view was a dark passage with noisy sounds coming from it. Go through here, and at the end is the famous Kunqing underground black market. Here, you can buy anything with money. Equipment, props, intelligence, etc. of unknown origin. After entering the entrance, Liang walked forward along the passage, and he was already wearing a cloak. As a noisy sound grew louder, Li Yang's eyes gradually brightened. An old street appeared in front of me, full of vendors and pedestrians. The underground black market in Kunqing has long been famous for its hustle and bustle, with all kinds of things available. I plan to find an opportunity to visit it. Now that he has a lot of money, he is also caught up with the market. The time is neither early nor late, just right. Some interesting items have just been put on the shelves and have not been picked up yet. Along the way, Liang saw a lot of strange and weird things which broadened his horizons. This short street reflects almost the entire amount of information in Kunqing. These commodities are enough to abstract the entire Kunqing. All sorts of unheard of contraband, mysterious drugs whose effects alone could be imagined with how many years of imprisonment they would receive, and even ruthless people who sold themselves into slavery. Looking at these, Liang became even more excited. Now it seems that I might be able to find something interesting. He walked and looked. When he came to a shop, he suddenly stopped. This is a very small shop with 3 words written on it in chalk, Treasure House. The font is distorted and ugly. If you don't know, you would think it was written by an elementary school student. The front door is just a small door, blocked by curtains. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of violent noise and shouting from inside the door. The next moment, a man was thrown out from the door. Bah, you damned bastard. Are you worthy enough to come to my treasure house? The man who was thrown out widened his eyes. Arrogant, too arrogant. This is the first time I've seen someone selling things so cheaply. What's the matter? Are you not convinced? A little old man dressed in white walked out of the room with a strange look on his face. You damned bastard, you dare to covet my treasure. The man's face flushed red from being blocked, and he said with his neck stiff, How can you open a store without doing business? Look carefully, this is a treasure house. It means to hide treasures, not sell them. The old man pointed to the top. If you were hiding, then why did you come out to open a shop? The man was shaking with anger. What's wrong with me being happy? I just like seeing you wanting something but not being able to get it, and then you can only envy me. 626. Liang Loket Surpreset. I can't help but sigh that there are still so many weird people in Kunqing. He didn't plan to stay here any longer and prepare to go around. At this moment, the old man set his eyes on him. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he smiled kindly and said, "Hey, young man, do you want to come to my store and take a look? I have some great treasures." "I don't trust you." Li Yang cursed in his heart. "I really don't even want to act anymore." If he hadn't just seen the other party beat the customer out, he would have almost believed it. Next time for sure. After saying that, Li Yang prepared to leave. But at this moment, the little old man suddenly ran up. "Young man, please stay." Li Yang frowned. "What's going on? You have to mess with him, right?" At this time, the man who had just been kicked out said indignantly, "Little brother, don't be fooled by him. This old guy does have some treasures, but he is obviously trying to disgust you on purpose." The old man glared at the man and said, "Why don't you get out of here? Don't bother me doing business." As he said this, he rolled up his sleeves as if he was about to hit someone. The man's eyes widened when he saw this, and he quickly got up and ran outside. "There's no way. This old dang is quite capable, and I can't beat him." Soon, only the old man and Li Yang were left on the field. Li Yang frowned sleekly. "What's wrong with this old man? Why won't he let me leave?" He just didn't believe that if he wanted to leave, he could be forced to stay. But at this moment, the old man suddenly said something that shocked Li Yang. "The key is with you, right?" Li Yang widened his eyes. "Key?" This must be referring to the special items that he had snatched from the two major guilds in the boss area. This thing is indeed still on him. But how did this old man know? Li Yang felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. I'm ready for a tough battle. He had been hiding for so long, yet this old man saw through him at a glance. What is the identity of this old man? The other party can talk about this thing, so he must know how precious it is. Li Yang didn't dare to relax for a moment until he knew the other party's purpose. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. "What key?" Li Yang looked at Buzlet. The old man chuckled and said, "How about we go inside and talk? There are so many people here, and you don't want anyone else to know this secret, do you?" Li Yang's eyes rolled, not knowing what the other party was up to. He naturally didn't want more people know about the key, otherwise getting himself into trouble would be a small matter. Now that the other party has made it so clear, he knows it and cannot escape it. Then he walked into the shop. Chapter 88, If you don't tell me, I'll chop you down. Zhang. The moment he entered the house, Li Yang took out the lightning halberd, and the golden arc of electricity on the halberd head kept flashing. When the old man saw this, he just chuckled. Young people shouldn't be too impulsive. Can you be called a young man if you are not angry? Li Yang pointed at him with the tip of his halberd. The old man was stunned, then laughed. Good boy. Old man, what is your purpose? Li Yang asked vigilantly. The old man said slowly and methodically, Don't worry, I won't hurt you, otherwise I would have done it long ago. Also, I don't need to be called the old man. You can call me Su Changfeng. Okay, old man. Li Yang still stared at him and did not let down his guard. He knew in his heart how tempting it would be for others to have something that the two major guilds and underground forces were fighting for, and even his closest relatives could not believe it. Su Jianfen, Su Haobe. You're such a brave kid. You dare to carry such a thing on you, and you're not afraid of being targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Fortunately, the person you met was me. That's not necessarily true. Leon curled his lips. He still couldn't figure out how the old man knew the key was on him. I took a look at the environment inside the house. He was also slightly surprised. It is really filled with all kinds of natural treasures. These are extremely valuable and very rare. None of them should be here. Don't look at it, it's all fake. Su Changfeng waved his hand gently. The next moment, all these golden treasures turned into ugly stones. A trick? Liang was shocked. Su Changfeng continued. It seems you don't know the use of the key yet. The key in your hand is the key to open the gate of heaven. Tianmen. Liang frowned sleekly. He hadn't done any additional research since getting the key, so he really had no idea what it was for. Hearing what the old man said, it seemed that the other party was very familiar. That's right. Legend has it that behind the heavenly gate, there are ancient divine artifacts buried. Each one carries the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, attracting countless forces to obtain it. Li Yang's body shook violently. He gripped his weapon tightly and looked at the old man with even more fear in his eyes. According to the other party, the value of this key is even higher than he imagined. Anyone who knew about the key would be in great danger to him. This old man actually knew it so clearly. What is the purpose of looking for yourself? As if seeing through Li Yang's thoughts, Su Changfeng smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Although everyone wants to get the ancient artifact, it is of no use to me. Besides, I know the location of Tianmen. Li Yang was shocked and looked at the old man, wondering whether his words were reliable. Through the use of this key, He knew how precious the treasures behind the heavenly gate were. And at this moment, the old man actually said that he knew the location of Tianmen. Plus, I have the key. At this moment, I believe that no matter who comes, they will be extremely excited. Li Yang couldn't help but blurt out, "Where?" Su Changfeng snorted and chuckled. "Boy, don't you believe me? Why should I tell you?" At this time, Li Yang's curiosity had been aroused to the extreme. Suddenly, a splash of cold water fell, and I felt an unbearable itching in my heart. "Damn it, if you don't tell me, I'll chop you down." Li Yang raised his weapon directly. "It's so infuriating." Li Yang suspected that the other party was deliberately disgusting him. "Anyway, I don't know the old man's background, so I might as well kill him to silence him." "Oh kid, why are you so irritable? Put that thing down, put that thing down." Su Changfeng widened his eyes. He had been holding something back on purpose, hoping that Li Yang would beg him for the answer. Who knows? This little kid is really super masculine. "You call me here just to tell me this?" Li Yang asked suspiciously. He would not completely trust the old man unless he figured these things out. And there is no complete guarantee that what the other party says is true. Su Changfeng sighed. "The heavenly gate has not yet opened. It's useless even if you know it now. What is your purpose in approaching me?" Li Yang asked. "The world is in turmoil, all for the sake of profit. There is no free lunch in the world." Su Changfeng paused and said, "I also want to enter Tianmen and make up for my regrets." Great, the fox's tail is finally revealed. Li Yang's eyes narrowed, and he looked like he was ready to fight. He knew who would be so idle as to go looking for the heavenly gate without a key. Seeing this, Su Changfeng quickly waved his hand. "My purpose in entering the heavenly gate does not conflict with yours. I don't want the so-called ancient artifact. All I want is an answer." "Answer?" "That's right." Su Changfeng's eyes became blurry. Legend has it that entering the heavenly gate is equivalent to entering the cycle of reincarnation, allowing one to glimpse past and present lives. After a few years of life, it's nothing more than a pile of bones. In the end, it's all for an answer. Li Yang looked at strange. "Okay, last question. How did you find a key on me?" "It's fate, or maybe it's God's will. I've been searching for the key with my sky eye for years, but I couldn't believe I'd run into you here." Su Changfeng took out a blue, transparent, round and smooth bead in his hand. As soon as this thing appeared, Li Yang instantly felt a familiar feeling, as if it resonated with the Tianmen key on his body. This object is called the Heavenly Eye. It was brought out from the Heavenly Gate by our predecessors. It belongs to the Heavenly Gate. After hearing what he said, Li Yang also understood. He narrowed his eyes and considered it in his mind. If he didn't agree, the other party would definitely not tell him the location of Tianmen. This was the bargaining chip in his hand to negotiate with him. But if I were to find the gate of heaven by myself, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Everyone works together and gets what they need, which seems to be a win-win situation. But the problem is, it is hard to say whether the old man will stab himself in the back. After all, it is an ancient artifact. Just hearing the name, you can tell how tempting it is. Even if the old man doesn't want it now, he may regret it when he actually sees it. You also have to make preparations in advance. "When will the heavenly gate open?" Li Yang said lightly. He has thought it through too. If the other party knows the location of Tianmen, he is destined to be unable to get rid of it. Because sooner or later he will have to open the heavenly gate, and as long as the other party keeps guarding the heavenly gate when it is opened, they will have an intersection sooner or later, which is inevitable. It will be soon. I will contact you when the time comes. You must live well and don't die and let someone else take the key. Su Changfeng picked his nose and flicked it lightly. Li Yang felt sick when he saw it. The names of these old guys have nothing to do with their moral integrity. "Okay, I'm leaving now if nothing else." As he said this, he prepared to leave. "Wait!" Su Changfeng shouted and threw something at Li Yang. "Take this and protect yourself." Chapter 89, Sky Eye. Investment Gala. Li Yang was stunned and took it to have a look. It was the Heavenly Eye. The old man said earlier that this was something from Tianmen. Eye of Heaven. Time-related props. Exclusive effect. Locks onto a target, causing them to suffer a slowing effect, reducing the passage of time by 1000%. This is actually the rarest time-related item. Li Yang was slightly surprised. Moreover, this effect can change the target's time speed. Su Changfeng said with a pained look. "Listen, if you die, I'll never let you go. I'll piss on your grave every day. Do you hear me?" Li Yang was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the old man with some surprise. Seeing all the clacking going on, how could he be so kind? He really spent a lot of money. Then he became a little suspicious. Hey, old man with this sharp weapon in hand, didn't you ever think of killing someone and stealing the treasure? Su Changfeng groped his crotch and snorted in disdain. I don't want to invite trouble. I'll wait until you get to that point, and then I can just sit back and reap the benefits. Isn't that nice? The corners of Li Yang's mouth twitched. Damn it, this old guy is really not a good person. So this is what he had planned. The Tianmen key is like a hot potato. If it is accidentally leaked, it will bring endless fatal disasters. Let yourself bear this trouble first, and when the sky gate opens, you can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor without taking any risk at all. Damn, he's really an old hand. Li Yang cursed in his heart. He didn't hesitate to say anything, put away his heavenly eye, and walked out of the shop. Leave the underground black market. As soon as I returned to the military camp, Zhao Linger came to me. Hey, Li Yang, where have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time. Li Yang turned his head and looked at the person who came. It turned out that the rich lady had come. He just had some gold coins this morning, so he wouldn't turn his back on me so quickly. He should still have some moral integrity. He smiled faintly. Nothing, just went out for a walk. Well, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Come with me, and I'll change your clothes. Zhao Linger hurried forward and took his arm. Li Yang was stunned and felt the warmth on his arm. Only then did he realize that Zhao Linger had changed into a gorgeous haute couture dress. The gauze was as hazy as the morning mist, and the skirt was covered with delicate patterns, like a dream bubble in the morning delight. What's going on here? Wait, what the hell? What clothes are you changing into? Oh, Zhao Linger slapped her head and laughed. Look at me. I forgot to tell you to go to a party with me later. Party? Li Yang was confused. What's going on here? Zhao Linger shook her hand. Didn't you sign up for the sports competition? As the top investor, of course I have to take you out and show you around. She thought to herself that this was also a good opportunity to increase Li Yang's loyalty. And of course she couldn't miss it. Oh, Li Yang suddenly understood. So that's what it is. He was new here and didn't know anything. Then follow your arrangement. No need to change clothes. I'm in good shape now. Li Yang brushed off the dust on his body. Smoke rose up. Zhao Linger was stunned. In the end, Li Yang changed into cleaner clothes. Soon it was evening. The rosy glow in the sky was like a piece of orange brocade, dyeing half the sky red. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the dilapidated streets, giving the gray Kuanqing a layer of golden glow. The old sycamore tree on the corner of the street leaned sideways, and a few dead leaves swayed in the breeze, making a rustling sound. The city was brightly lit, and large lamps and small fires began to light up. Li Yang and Zhao Linger took a car to the center of Kuanqing City, stopped at a hotel called Afterlife. Zhao Linger was in high spirits and was skipping and jumping as she walked after getting out of the car. The roadside was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Li Yang Yanet looked around. This should be the most prosperous place in Kuanqing. Poor places are really poor, and prosperous places are really prosperous. Bright lights, wine and women, tall buildings. All the big and small forces in Kuanqing are located here, forcibly driving the economic development here. Entering the hotel, Zhao Linger showed a membership card to the staff. Soon, a special guide came over and led the way respectfully. Then, he took the elevator to the top floor of the hotel. There is a different world here. The extremely spacious hall is brightly lit and surrounded by special glass walls, which allow you to have a panoramic view of the scenery from above. When you look up, you can see the stars in the sky. Several long tables were filled with various delicious dishes for people to enjoy. In the hall, there were already many elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies, all gathered together chatting and laughing, regardless of whether they knew each other or not. Some are high-ranking officials of powerful forces, some are tycoons in the business world, and some are powerful professionals. Li Yang saw a banner on the magnificent wall, which read, "The 13th Sports Competition Investment Gala." Zhao Linger pointed to the table in the middle with joy. "Come on, let's sit over there." Li Yang nodded, walked forward, found an empty seat, and sat down. Then he grabbed a giant Australian lobster and started chewing it without hesitation. Salt and pepper flavor, crunchy. Is it delicious? Zhao Linger poured water beside her attentively. It's just SOSO, chicken flavor. Li Yang picked up the water cup and poured it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, everyone around was stunned. Is this reasonable? Especially some self-righteous young men. Their eyes were wide open. Damn it, is there still law? Is there still justice? Such a stunning beauty was actually being so attentive and flattering to a man who was dressed inappropriately and unkempt. Is this still China? Where did I get to? Many people got goosebumps after watching it. What kind of weird hobby is this? Can't understand. Zhao Linger looked at Li Yong with a smile on her face. This is her purpose. With her here to help him look good, Li Yong must have felt very proud and became more aware of her importance. But Li Yong doesn't care about so many things now. He is just being a qualified and competent worker. Holding a big lobster in one hand and Buddha jumps over the wall in the other, he was enjoying the food. Zhao Linger. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind, and a tall figure walked over. It's really you. I thought I made a mistake. The woman in the blue dress covered her mouth in surprise. Zhao Linger noticed the person coming. Her eyes moved, and she waved her hand. Fish! Before she could finish, the woman hurried forward, pulled her aside, and whispered. Who is this man? Well, let's not talk about that for now. What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed? Don't you notice that so many people around here are looking at you strangely? Zhao Linger blinked and said as a matter of course, I know. You know, and you still do this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? No matter what, you should find someone who is more attractive. The woman wanted to cry, but had no tears. Zhao Linger hummed mysteriously, Don't worry about that. Just know that I do this for a reason. What kind of profound meaning is this? The woman in the blue dress wanted to say something else. Zhao Linger's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, By the way, Xiaoyu, come and help me invest. Chapter 90 Military Hound, Sang Biao. Invest? Invest in whom? Of course he's my friend. Zhao Linger pointed at Li Yong, who was immersed in eating. I was making some calculations in my mind. I worked hard to help Li Yong get investment. When Li Yong finds out, he will definitely be very touched. Now, she is one step closer to her goal. No, the woman in the blue dress crossed her arms over her chest. I won't do it. Zhao Linger was startled. Why? Yuanwen, aren't you my good sister? Yeah, so I can't go crazy with you. I have to pull you back. Yuanwen said, as a matter of course. Although I don't know where you found this person from, it's obvious at first glance that he's unreliable. He actually dressed like this for an occasion like this. Didn't you realize that he has abandoned all your people? When Zhao Linger heard this, she couldn't help but feel a headache. She originally prepared a brand new suit for Li Yong, but Li Yong didn't wear it in the end. Of course, she couldn't go against her will and force Li Yong to wear it. As for whether it's embarrassing or not, that doesn't really matter. As a little princess of a military family, her image is different from that of an ordinary lady. Yuanwen sighed slightly. If you still consider me your good sister, then listen to my advice and call your comrade out. He's like someone from another world staying here, and it's not good for either you or him. At this time, Zhao Linger also heard some whispers around. Redneck. What kind of person is this? Such a funny image. Look at what he's wearing. My servants are dressed better than him. Zhao Linger suddenly woke up. I made the decision on a whim and didn't think much about it when I came here. She quickly pushed the crowd away and ran back. Slow down. Yuanwen's voice sounded from behind. At this time, more and more people gathered in the center of the hall, with Li Yong as the center, pointing and talking. What? Do you guys like to watch others eat because you don't have mouths? Or do I eat too much and make you envious? Li Yong was eating hot pot and singing, and inexplicably attracted a wave of hatred. He was puzzled. Why was he being watched and pointed at while eating? Boy, you're really ruining the atmosphere here. You should go out and guard the goal. That's right, what kind of class is this? He's staying in the same room with me. Look at what he's wearing. He looks like a rag picker. Didn't the security stop him? How'd he sneak in? Today's party is very important and can't be ruined by a bad apple. Where's the security guard? Get him out now. Who dares to chase people away? Zhao Linger walked over angrily. It's so infuriating. I had worked so hard to build up some goodwill, but it was almost wiped out by this. It's really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. Zhao Linger, this is the person you brought with you. He's so slovenly. Have you been in a military camp for too long and been infected by it? You're hanging out with people like this. A young man who recognized her said disdainfully. Zhao Linger slammed the table and her eyes widened. What do you mean by this kind of person? Besides, I can play with whoever I want, and you have no right to control me. You. The young man was suddenly speechless. Zhao Linger has taken what it means to do what she wants to the extreme. He immediately sat down next to Li Yong and, imitating him, held a big lobster in each hand and began to devour the food. She was wearing a gorgeous dress, but soon her hands and mouth were covered in oil. That's so vulgar. They are beyond help. Tisk, it's only a matter of time before a girl becomes like this if she keeps learning to fight and kill all day long. A group of people shook their heads arrogantly, their eyes full of sarcasm, and then gradually dispersed. Soon after the crowd dispersed, Liang looked at Zhao Linger with a strange expression. He was sure that the other party must have taken the wrong medicine. He was going to leave here soon and might never come back. Naturally, I don't care about these things. But Zhao Linger is different. By doing this, she directly offended all the people of the same class. How could she survive? Liang shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's none of his business anyway." Then continue eating. As time goes by, more and more people come here. For a moment, the sound of laughter and greetings filled the entire hall. Everyone was chatting, waiting for the party to begin. "Hey, have you heard? There seems to be a young genius coming to the military recently. He's said to be a young man. I heard about it too. Speaking of which, I'm pretty much a party to it." A fellow from our gang was there, and according to him, he had a very high opinion of that young man. "Yeah, I heard he's still a strong front rower. I heard he's a wizard. And let me tell you, according to insider information, this young man came out of the inner city to gain experience. He's probably the son of a wealthy family. On his first day in the barracks, Captain Wang, you all know him, right? Personally awarded him a first-class merit. Is this true? Fuck, I have to meet this young man if I get a chance. He's obviously something special." Liang listened with great interest while eating abalone. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. "Ha ha ha, Zhao Linger, it turns out it's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person. How come you're so upset after not seeing you for a few days?" A heavily made-up woman approached, her figure bloated and wearing a skirt. Beside her stood a tall, imposing man with explosive muscles. Behind him, 2 bodyguards in suits, ties, and sunglasses followed. "Xiongting, I'm in a bad mood now. Don't mess with me." Zhao Linger didn't look, but she guessed who it was by the voice. "Why would I mess with you? Hee hee, I can't wait to see you degenerate. I'm only here to show off my players to you." The fat woman tilted her head slightly towards the burly man next to her and shouted, "Sang Biao." The strong man stepped forward and jumped. For a moment, he felt the floor shaking and his muscles undulating. He looked like an ancient primitive man, full of strength, and there was a slave mark on his head. Zhao Linger was startled by the noise and said unhappily, "Jiangting, are you sick?" Jiangting's face was full of pride. "Zhao Linger, don't you always like to outdo me? Sang Biao is known as the North District's military hound. He will represent me in this sports competition, and you, on the other hand, just hang out with those losers every day for warmth. Haha." After saying that, he smiled and led his men away. The more Zhao Ling thought about it, the angrier she became, and she slapped her thigh in frustration. "Damn it, now someone is bullying me." Just then, the radio in the living room suddenly sounded. The party begins. Chapter 91. Top-level conspiracy, just stop acting. The broadcast voice fell. The whole living room suddenly went dark. After a while, the lights came back on. All the lights are focused on a high platform. There's a projection on the wall of the platform and a red curtain. At this time, a man in a black suit walked out from behind the red curtain. He walked forward and bowed to everyone. "We welcome all the heroes to take time out of their busy schedules to attend this investment gala. I believe everyone has been looking forward to this for a long time. Without further ado, let's get started now." Some people in the audience could no longer sit still and stood up excitedly, while some were relaxed and at ease, looking like calm and composed investors. Next, please welcome the first veteran from the Eastern Military Region, Black Tiger. Of course, there's also his agent, the Qing gang's deputy leader, Zhang Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, dark-skinned man walked out, and next to him was a polite, middle-aged man. Wow. As soon as they appeared on stage, the audience burst into applause. You know, the person who is in charge of a certain force, such as a gang leader, will not show up easily. Therefore, the behavior of the second in command, like the deputy gang leader, almost represents the meaning of the entire force. So it's Deputy Gang Leader Wang. No more words, I have to support him. I'll invest 1 million dragon coins. It's actually Black Tiger. No wonder he's favored by the Green Gang. I remember he made it into the top 10 last time. The man in a black suit on the stage took the microphone and said, "If anyone is willing, feel free to invest in this player. We can all achieve success together." As soon as he finished speaking, data began to appear on the projection on the platform, showing the players' investment amounts. And at this moment, this number is rising. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. The number continued to stop at 51 million. Everyone present invested some money. one to take a gamble, and the other to give face to the Green Gang. An investment of tens of millions is so generous. Liang was stunned when he saw it. This is enough to buy several pieces of brilliant-level equipment. This is just the first one to appear. Zhao Linger next to her curled her lips and said, "The real big forces haven't appeared yet. The forces in Qingran are reshuffled every year at this time, and resources are allocated according to the final ranking of the competition." His words showed that the Qingran was at best just a small group of people. Liang was shocked when he heard this. Is this change so exaggerated? After these people have finished their formalities, shall we also go up and make some money? Liang was stunned. Why would they join in the fun of something like this? Zhao Linger said as a matter of course. Yeah, we're military personnel after all, so we're here to attend this party. Besides, my family is pretty well known, so those old guys who care about their reputation will definitely give us something. We shouldn't refuse it. Good guy. Liang couldn't help but look at Zhao Linger. I didn't expect that you have such a dark heart. How is this any different from robbing money? It's pure conspiracy. Well, I'll believe you this time. As each player comes on the stage, the invested money is renewed again and again. There is no highest, only higher. Liang understood that the game between these major forces had already begun from this moment. The only ones who truly have the final say are those few major forces, and the rest are subordinate forces. For example, the Qingran, which initially raised tens of millions of dollars in funding, ended up investing tens of millions in a force called the Black Dragon Society. The general situation can also be clearly seen through tonight's party. After the game between these major forces is over, it will be the time for ordinary people to come into play, while the big shots are here. Some people who were eager to stand out and become famous in the competition began to take the stage on their own, showing off their strengths one by one. But the scene was not as lively as before. The amount of investment that each of them can get is pitifully small, and some of it is supported by friendly forces out of favor. Only a few players with great potential will be supported by people with the idea of making friends. At this time, Jiang Ting, who had been seen before, walked onto the stage leisurely with the strong man. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Ting. My fellow contestants and I are all from the Northern Military Region. You may not have seen the contestant next to me, but you've definitely heard of his nickname, Hound. Northern Hound? I've heard of it. I remember them. I heard they were new recruits from the land of exile. Their strength is unquestionable. I'll take 500,000. I'll give you 100,000 too. It sounds like it has great potential. Soon, it went up all the way. In the blink of an eye, it rose to millions. This does not involve taking sides or gambling. It is a pure investment, and the numbers are already very scary. Jiang Ting's eyes were full of brilliance. She thanked everyone with a smile, and there was also some yin and yang in her voice, intentionally or unintentionally. So-called investment is not only about the player's abilities, but also about the investor's vision. Some people are short-sighted and naturally only see trash as treasure. Haha, well said. It's very sharp. There was applause from the audience. Although they don't know who Jiang Ting is referring to, it doesn't matter. As long as it can create benefits for them, they will support it. Hateful. Seeing this scene, Zhao Linger gritted her teeth. It was clear that his words were cueing her. Since you can have millions, then I want tens of millions. Let's go up too. Zhao Linger put her hands on her hips, her eyes determined. Liang Mutret. Millions of investment. Apart from the previous game between forces, it should be impossible to have another one. Then, this is what happened next. Hello everyone. I'm Zhao Tianqing's granddaughter. Invest in my players, or I'll go back and complain. 666, just stop acting. Liang stood at the back and felt like the soles of his feet were about to be broken. That's your style indeed. Fuck, is robbing money so blatant now? What a sin. Forget it. After all, she is Mr. Zhao's granddaughter. I'll invest 660,000. Hey, Mr. Zhao has done me a favor. On behalf of the Jianli Club, I will support 2.88 million. For a moment, although all the heroes cursed in their hearts, they still handed over their chips obediently. Liang was slightly surprised. Everyone present here is more or less a high-level figure. Who is this Mr. Zhao? His name is so useful. However, having a filial daughter like Zhao Linger is quite a hassle. What a waste. Liang then realized that this had nothing to do with him. But he was also happy and relaxed. Before long, the investment quickly exceeded 10 million. Zhao Linger showed a satisfied smile on her face. Jiang Ting, who was originally very proud, stood in the audience and stared blankly. This is really a competition of fathers. But she can't win. During this time, a group of people were also discussing. Damn, this player is really getting a bargain. He didn't do anything, but he invested tens of millions. What's the point of investing heavily in a gigolo? When the competition comes, it will all depend on your own strength. If you can't hold on, the money will flow back into the market and into our hands. Well, now that you mention it, it seems so. Anyway, I don't know this guy. I haven't heard of any great deeds. He's dressed so shabby. I see. If that's the case, then I won't hesitate any longer. Qinghan Association, invest 5 million in Mr. Zhao. Return the favor. Originally, everyone supported it just to save Mr. Zhao's face. No one cared who the contestants were. But at this time, someone found that Li Yang's voice looked familiar. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Chapter 92, 10 million investment, gamble. Him? Isn't he the country bumpkin from before? Damn, I didn't expect that I would end up spending my money on him. Some people recognized it and laughed out loud. Then I'm relieved. He's just a piece of crap anyway. The money I just invested will come back during the game. I see. Somewhere in the crowd, Jiang Ting stood with the hound, muttering. She was originally very distressed because her investment was outweighed by Zhao Linger. But after listening to the discussions around her, her depressed mood gradually improved. What's the point of high investment the right way is to ensure that the contestants are strong. When the competition comes, we will personally defeat you, writes Sang Biao. Roar! The northern hound let out a dull growl, like a savage who had escaped from modern society. On the court. Wrong. At this time, the young man shook his head and scratched his head, recalling something. The next moment, he looked up suddenly. That's it. I remember now. It's Big Brother. We fought side by side yesterday. Hey, Big Brother. The man jumped up and shouted excitedly and happily. Li Yang, who was doing nothing on the stage, looked over when he heard the sound. I also saw that familiar shadow. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, Liang Hai? What a coincidence, we met here. Liu Hai jumped up excitedly, not caring about his image at all. It was a middle-aged man next to him who patted his shoulder and reminded him. He finally calmed down, still smiling, and said excitedly, Uncle, it's him. He is the Big Brother who led us out of the beast tide. The middle-aged man was stunned. You didn't admit your mistake? I'm sure this face really saved my life. I'll never forget it, let alone admit my mistake. Is that so? So he's the new genius in the army? Absolutely true. Liu Hai's previous inappropriate behavior had already attracted the attention of everyone present, and now his words were heard by everyone word for word. For a moment, the crowd was talking. Fuck, it's actually him. Many people were discussing this mysterious newcomer just now. I didn't expect that I was so young and met him here. Is he the young man that Captain Wang values so highly and who recently won a first-class merit? For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Li Yang above. Li Yang loquet ordinary. If there was anything eye-catching about him, it would be his incompatible clothes. Good boy, it turns out he's been here all along, but we didn't notice him. No more words. On behalf of the members of the Qing gang who have received this young friend's kindness, I thank you for your kindness and will invest another 1 million on top of the original amount. I'm Xia Ming, the vice president of the Tengxin Guild. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to you for your help. The 3 members of our guild were able to return safely from the beast tide. It's all thanks to your kindness. Our guild will add another 3 million dragon coins. My tiger helm will always repay a favor. We've also heard about the beast tide incident. One of our men has also received a favor from you, and we're here to add 1.5 million to your fund. People from all major forces came out to express their opinions. Some people who didn't know what was going on were stunned and completely dumbfounded when they saw this. Jiang Ting's face was full of confusion. What the hell is going on? Wasn't he supposed to be a useless country bumpkin? Zhao Linger also widened her eyes. This momentum is even stronger than her previous campaigning. She had originally thought that she could make a fortune by bringing Li Yang up with her family background, but she didn't expect that Li Yang's connections were even more overwhelming than hers. After all, no matter how prestigious Mr. Zhao is, she is still just a younger generation in the family who borrows the name. Li Yang was present in person, and all these people came to repay him. Little brother, let me toast you. Zhang Tao, the deputy leader of the Qing gang, stood up, picked up the glass, and drank it all. I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you earlier. Forehead. Li Yang wiped the sweat off his face. watching my investment grow rapidly, more and more. Logically, I should be happy. But Li Yong felt tremendous pressure, because if we lose, wouldn't it be a complete dream? If you don't understand, can you withdraw this investment? Walk out of the hotel. Zhao Linger was still very excited, and even though it was already night, she didn't look tired at all, still feeling proud of what happened at the party just now. That's awesome. 39.99 million investment. We're rich. Zhao Linger exclaimed excitedly for who knows how many times. Even for her, this number is very impressive. Even Li Yong didn't expect that there would be so much investment in the end. This is only slightly lower than the top forces in Qingran, and it can also be ranked in the top 5 among all the forces in Qingran. The key point is that this number was not manipulated or prepared in advance, nor was it mixed with any interests. This is the most outrageous thing. How about we just run away with the money? Zhao Linger started to come up with new ideas. Do you think it's possible? Li Yong gave her a displeased look. Zhao Linger giggled, and then her expression gradually became serious. All right, in that case, you better work harder in the competition tomorrow, or else everything will turn out to be a dream. I'll encourage you. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. TSK, TSK, TSK. I guess there's no point in cheering up. What if you have a mountain of gold in your hands? It's useless if you can't protect it. You're just a walking ATM. Jiang Ting twisted her thick legs and appeared with Sang Biao. Jiang Ting, why are you here again? Zhao Linger frowned. Jiang Ting looked arrogant. It's me. What? Are you scared? Ha! Don't worry, I won't attack you now. Wait until tomorrow's competition, and you'll understand the real gap. Who would be afraid of you? I don't mind eating 2 more bowls of pork for Maselli. Zhao Linger said disdainfully. You! Jiang Ting's eyes widened, and the fat on her face trembled with anger. Humph! You have no right to criticize me, do you? It's rare for someone to hang out with such a slovenly guy. Your taste is worse than my dog's. At least it knows how delicious spare ribs and steamed buns are. You're not much better, walking around with an ugly, primitive man. Zhao Linger hit back mercilessly. It seems like everyone knows how to talk big. Okay. Jiang Ting's face flushed. Do you dare make a bet with me? What's the bet? How about tomorrow's sports competition to see which of our men ranks highest? The loser will be discharged from the army. Zhao Linger paused. Why should I bet with you? Although she was angry, she had not completely lost her mind. Although Li Yong is very powerful, he is much more powerful than her. But she had also heard of the military hounds in the North District. That is better than countless veterans. In her opinion, Li Yong could hardly be his opponent. Seeing that she lacked confidence, Jiang Ting became more and more proud and high-spirited. Haha, trash is trash. After all, the gap is there. Even if you're just a coward, I can understand. How about you just apologize to me and pretend nothing happened? Why not? We agreed. Li Yong stepped forward and said, but I have one condition. If we win, you have to kneel down and apologize to us. How about that? Jiang Ting came over again and again to cause trouble, and every time she stepped on him as well, as if she really thought he had no temper. If he hadn't planned to keep a low profile and go back the same way after a while, he wouldn't have bothered to cause any trouble. Unless someone is asking for trouble, he will certainly accept it with pleasure. By the way, this is just a favor for Zhao Linger, who introduced herself and helped me get investment. Chapter 93. The competition begins. When Jiang Ting heard this, she was instantly overjoyed. You said it. You can't go back on your word. Zhao Linger was slightly startled and moved closer to Li Yong, whispering, Hey, what are you doing? This is not a joke. Are you sure? Don't panic. I always do things cautiously. Li Yong gave her a reassuring look. Zhao Linger was helpless. Her face frowned. She made up her mind and looked at Jiang Ting. Okay, we agree. Don't cry and beg for our forgiveness when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ting laughed loudly. Her hoarse voice was extremely unpleasant. Zhao Linger, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Just wait and apologize to me, huh? She laughed loudly and left with her people with a smug look on her face. Wait until her fat figure is fully revealed. Zhao Linger became worried again. Are we playing too big? The original purpose of coming here was just to show off in front of Li Yong and make some money. But now it feels like things are completely out of control. He inexplicably attracted a huge amount of investment and made a bet with someone whose chances of winning were slim. She didn't care about the follower training plan anymore. The upcoming sports competition was no joke, and she didn't want to lose to that fat woman. A little. Li Yong also shrugged helplessly. To be honest, He didn't expect it to turn out like this. But since it has already happened, what can we do? Is it too late for us to go out of the city and kill monsters now? Zhao Linger smiled bitterly. Don't think about it. It's getting late. Captain Zhou and the others will be worried if we don't return to the barracks. Now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep first. Compared to her, Liang was more open-minded. The next day, before dawn, the whole Qingran was already bustling with activity. Early in the morning, the sound of firecrackers was everywhere. There were salutes everywhere to celebrate the opening of the sports competition. Of course, there may also be some gang fights mixed in, but we don't know. Liang was awakened by the sound of artillery early in the morning. There was no choice but to sleep in the barracks. As an activity carried out by the military, if they don't set off fireworks themselves, should they allow others to do so? As soon as I walked out of the tent and came to the cafeteria, I ran into Zhao Linger, who was wearing a high ponytail, a tight-fitting outfit, and full of righteousness. She raised her hand. Let's eat first, and then we'll go out of town together. The sports competition is held outdoors. It was a military-controlled territory where the annual competition was held. At that time, people from all forces in Qingran will go there. Liang nodded and found a place to sit down. Zhao Linger took out an exquisite lunchbox and placed it on the table. This is made by me. How about it? You are in for a treat today. Liang curled his lips and began to doubt whether he could eat it. Miss, you are a soldier, and your buffs are fully stacked. However, I am resistant to poison, so I shouldn't be poisoned to the point of being unable to participate in the competition. Zhao Linger opened the lid. It looked surprisingly good. Liang looked suspicious. What the hell is wrong with Zhao Linger? She's been showing me her affection for no apparent reason since yesterday, investing in me and even taking me to parties. It's so weird. You know, he was so at odds with me not long ago. If it were someone else, they would never dare to eat it even if they were beaten to death. But Liang grabbed a piece of sandwich and put it in his mouth. Immune to negative effects, so you won't be afraid even if it's really poisonous. Well, it tastes pretty good and is edible. Seeing Liang eating with big mouthfuls, Zhao Linger was delighted. Now she has grabbed Liang's money and stomach. If she works harder, it won't be long before she will have a free follower with huge growth potential. Liang ate the delicious breakfast and thought to himself, I don't know if Zhao Linger is crazy or what, but her service is quite thoughtful. If she can keep it up, I might consider training her as a younger brother. After breakfast, go out, breathe in the fresh morning air, and feel refreshed. Set off. On this day, there were fewer people in the whole Qingran, and most of the shops were closed for rest, whether on the streets or elsewhere. Because of the sports competition, all forces are paying close attention, and almost all of them will go to the scene, and there will be a large number of onlookers. Because this concerns the interests of everyone in Qingran. On a field outside the city, fully armed soldiers surrounded the area and maintained order. Senior officials from various military regions gathered together, including pillars such as Wang Teng and Zhou Jiangwo. Every time this day comes, they will discuss the changes in the situation in Qingran together. They cannot completely control many underground forces, but there is competition among various forces, which reduces the pressure and forms a delicate balance. Basically, it means keeping out of each other's way, not making things difficult for each other, and just going through the motions if something happens. It's not good for anyone to tear each other apart. At this time, the commanders of various military regions were gathered together and talking. Our South District is indeed the most chaotic area. Recently, a group of desperate criminals have appeared. They don't rely on any power and don't abide by the unspoken rules. They're like crazy people. Alas, I don't know how long this semblance of calm can last. I hope the changes this year won't be too big. By the way, Lao Wang, I heard there's a new guy over there. Suddenly, an officer looked at Wang Teng. The others also looked at Wang Teng. I heard that you even gave him a medal. It's rare to see you like a young man so much. Yes, but I heard that he hasn't officially joined the army yet. He's here to gain experience. Wang Teng laughed. Yes, but you don't have the plan to attack him. He wants to go back to the inland. Do you think he is a desperate person? Their thoughts were seen through, and the officers could only laugh. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Now that we're here, let's talk about this competition. Are they still the same veterans this year? Are there any rookies? Rookie? What's that word? It sounds so unfamiliar. You're asking even though you already know the answer. The higher-ups don't want to send anyone here, and no one wants to come here either, except for that barbarian who came from the North District. The North District officer sighed. He's quite capable, but he seems to lack self-awareness, like a cold machine. That's it. This year's top scorers are likely to be the same few. That barbarian from the North District might make it into the top 10. As the drums sounded on the field, the competition is about to begin. This competition was indeed grand, and the whole city was paying attention. The contestants participating in the competition have already lined up and are ready at any time. In the square, a middle-aged man in military uniform stood on the stage and shouted, "It is commendable that everyone here is actively participating in this event. The competition is an opportunity to test one's own strength and also a bridge to promote harmony among comrades from various military regions." Okay, enough talking. Let's get on with the process. Next, let's talk about the sports competition. Do you see this area in the back? The middle-aged commander pointed to a forest in the distance. This is the arena. Veterans should all know it. It's the same every year. Let me explain the rules to you all. The competition uses a point system. Within the competition area, you will encounter various monsters. As you kill monsters, your performance will be automatically recorded and corresponding points will be awarded. Finally, the final ranking will be determined based on everyone's points. At this moment, the middle-aged man reminded again. While competition is certainly important, remember that it's also incredibly dangerous. Don't lose your life for points or arrogance. Staying alive is the most important thing. Don't let your family and friends pay for your stupidity. Everyone get ready. The competition will officially begin in 5 minutes. In the crowd, as Liang listened, something in his mind moved. The rules are very simple. Just keep killing monsters. The higher the final score, the higher the ranking. In other words, it's not just about the player's strength, but more importantly, the speed at which monsters are spawned. As long as you brush quickly and win by quantity, it is not impossible. Liang glanced at the venue. This is a very vast forest, with no end in sight and beyond visual range. Liang also saw giant birds flying high in the sky from time to time. It is indeed extremely dangerous. It is very difficult for a person to get out of such a place. He also needs to earn points and fight monsters. It really tests the professional's hard power and ability to survive in the wild. Liang looked at the players around him again. Without exception, they're all veterans who have been through many battles, and their eyes are full of vigor. These are all competitors. All of them are above level 100 and are second-level professionals. Liang, come on. A sweet voice came. Liang took a look. Zhao Linger ran to the edge at some point, waving her hands and shouting. Liang's face darkened, and he didn't want to pay attention to her. Soon, the middle-aged officer's voice sounded again. Okay, time's up. Everyone stop what you're doing and enter the arena in order. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened. In order to prevent conflicts between players from the beginning, players will be randomly assigned to the competition venue after entering the portal. As one player after another walked into the portal, the number of people in the waiting area continued to decrease. When it was Li Yang's turn, he stepped in directly. Then, with a flash of blue light, it quickly disappeared from spot. At the same time, in the square outside. With so many people coming, it's impossible to just stand there and watch. Each contestant wears a wristband that projects the contestant's current situation. The annual competition is highly valued and has a professional production team. In the square, a huge screen stands in the center. The front and back rows of the audience were filled with people. The scene was extremely cheerful, and everyone was cheering for the players they supported. Jiang Ting was also among them, with anticipation in her eyes. Sang Biao, you are the hound of the North District. Amir Liang is not even as good as your toes. Zhao Linger, just watch carefully. Competition area. When I came to my senses again, I was already in the forest. Liang looked at the environment around the circle. There are towering trees everywhere, making me look so small. You may not feel it from the outside, but it is another feeling when you're actually there. Is there a rustling sound of leaves in the wind around you, making you wonder if there's a monster lurking? The entire area looks like a huge forest, but there are actually other terrains inside, but the forest is still the main one. Because it is difficult to see the road ahead and you don't know which direction you are going, this environment gives people a special sense of mystery. Liang took a deep breath, glancing at his wrist. There's a wristband issued before the start of the game, which is used to record the player's real-time points and also displays the player's basic information. Name, Li Yang. Military region, Central. Points, 0. Retracting his gaze, Li Yang took out the lightning halberd and began to explore in one direction. Chapter 94. That's it. How can he win? Not long after, a rustling sound came from the woods around him. Soon, A huge lion's head emerged from it. Li Yong turned to look. It was a lion covered in red hair, with a tail tipped with a ball of burning flame. Flame Lion. Level 60. Innate abilities, Flame, Hegemony. As soon as it came up, there was a level 60 monster. Li Yong is also strong, but he is not careless. Sky Eye opened. He had never used a third eye he got from the old man, so it was a good opportunity to try it out. The third eye opened, and a fan-shaped beam of light burst out from an eye that seemed to have divinity. The terrifying flaming lion is rushing towards here. The beam of light shone on the flaming lion in front of him, and for a moment, it seemed as if the air had solidified. The body of the flaming lion froze in midair, its entire body still in a forward-leaning posture, as if time had stopped. This is the effect of the Sky Eye, which greatly reduces the time it takes for the flame lion. If you look closely, you can see that the flame lion's body is actually moving slowly, almost as fast as a snail. Good opportunity. Li Yong secretly sighed that this thing was really useful. He was not idle at the same time. He quickly ran behind the lion with a halberd and chopped a hard. 41000. The assassin's back damage bonus, combined with the effect of Furious Strike, directly maximizes the output and deals high burst damage. The flame lion's health dropped significantly in an instant. Li Yong did not let him go. While the opponent was still in the slow effect, he kept swinging the forehand break weapon and hitting his back heavily with one blow after another. Numbers appeared on his body one by one, and his blood volume dropped rapidly, visibly. 4500. 4750. You killed the Flame Warrior. Points plus 60. A level 60 monster corresponds to 60 points. At this time, it has been recorded in Li Yang's bracelet in real time. Poor Fiery Lion Yen. He died without even knowing how he died. After dealing with the monster in a few moves, Li Yong did not stop, turned around, and continued to move forward. Swish, swish, swish. Puff, puff, puff. You killed the Deer Centaur. Points plus 60. You killed the Black Rhino. Points plus 70. Relying on the ability of the third eye, Li Yong continued to wander in the forest, searching for prey by running at the speed of the wind, and his points increased rapidly. The monsters you encounter are very strong. It doesn't matter. With the slowing ability of the Sky Eye, none of them can touch Li Yang's hair. From Li Yang's perspective, it's like the monsters are moving at 10 times slower speed. He may not be the strongest, but with his divine eyes, it is almost easy for him to kill monsters. Almost all the monsters he encounters have no time to fight back and can only passively take the beating. Li Yong only needs to keep injecting the wound, and there is no need to spend time and energy on pulling or anything like that. The whole process is extremely easy. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Unlike him, other players did not have it so easy. In the square outside, on the large screen in the center, images appeared as the players began to move. A female host wearing a black business suit sat in the studio and appeared on the screen at the same time. Hello everyone. Welcome to this year's sports competition. This is Qingran radio station, and I'm the host, Lin Lin. I'm sure everyone is eager to see the contestants' performance. Without further ado, let's get started. The host spoke very fast and clearly and looked very professional. As soon as she finished speaking, images of the stadium began to appear on the screen. Her portrait was neither too big nor too small and fell in a corner. In the picture, there's a man wearing silver armor, holding a sharp sword, fighting hard in close combat with a terrifying monster. The player's investment amount is also displayed next to the screen. 8.5 million dragon coins. There are about 200 contestants participating in the entire competition. This is already a very impressive number, almost exceeding 80% of the contestants. It also indirectly shows the strength of this player. And the monster he faced was obviously very powerful. Although the men were well equipped, they could only avoid head-on collisions with their weapons and were mostly looking for opportunities to inflict damage. He looked like an experienced veteran. Every movement he made was just right. He avoided a lot of damage from monsters and consumed them again and again from the gaps. With the man sweating profusely and working continuously, he finally killed the monster. Seeing this, the host said admiringly, "This player is truly an experienced veteran. Just looking at his fundamentals, you can tell it takes years of practice to develop. I'm sure he'll achieve excellent results in the end." As he spoke, the host switched the perspective again. This time, a man with disheveled hair appeared, wearing only a pair of straw shorts to cover his lower body. He looked extremely wild, but his strong physique exuded strength. Contestant number 105, Northern Theater Command, investment amount, 9.6 million. As soon as he appeared, many people in the audience recognized him. This person is none other than the recently famous North District Hound, Sang Biao. He is famous for his cold-blooded eyes and beast-like animality. In his eyes, there is only fighting and killing. The name of Hound suits him very well. At this time, two monsters appeared in front of Sang Biao. Two level 60 monsters. But he was not afraid at all. There seemed to be a red light in his eyes, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. His weapon was a simple one, a giant mace covered in the teeth of a murderer, with traces of blood between the teeth and the spaces between them. He excitedly rushed towards the two monsters with his weapon in hand. Moreover, his fighting style is extremely primitive and brutal. It gives people the feeling that he is a madman who doesn't care about his life. There was only attack in his eyes. The monster's teeth were biting him, but his expression didn't change at all. He just kept swinging the mace in his hand, hitting the monster hard again and again, with a smile on his face and long fangs in his mouth. It feels like you're not looking at a human being, but a monster. Soon, many spectators felt nauseous, and some younger professionals even vomited. Only Jiang Ting looked excited and proud. Liang, Liang, let's see how you win. This player is also a very strong player. Even the host looked embarrassed. She couldn't stand watching this crazy fighting style anymore. It would be better to show less of this kind of scene, so she switched channels again. This time, a contestant named Wang Biao appeared, which was even more exaggerated. Investment amount, 76 million. This can be said to be the highest number ever seen so far. His way of fighting monsters was even simpler. He was a high-level summoner. He just stood there the whole time and hardly moved, while his summons were hunting monsters everywhere around him. Seeing this scene, the special seats in the audience. Officers from several military regions also started chatting. Wang Biao, remember that he is the representative selected by the Night Tour Palace? An officer said. The forces in Kunqing today are in a three-way balance of power, with the three strongest forces being Yao Palace, Black Dragon Gang, and Cape Gate. Among them, Yao Palace is an old force with the longest history and almost lasting strength. Compared with the other two forces, its Real foundation is much higher. Yes, Wang Biao is a veteran of our Western military region. He was the champion of last year's competition. It wasn't just last year. Remember, he was the champion for several years before that? It seems like he's won the championship for 5 consecutive years. Indeed, the investment forces behind him may change, but he has always held the top spot, and this year should be no exception. While everyone was talking about it, the host begins to prepare to switch the screen. A figure of Wang Biao's level should of course be highlighted, but not now, but should be saved until the end as the finale. Otherwise, after seeing a god-level professional like Wang Biao, who would be interested in watching other players? In the early stages, just let the audience see the performance of the contestants at each stage. Just then, she suddenly noticed an interesting shot. Liang, Central Military Region, investment amount, 39.99 million. Chapter 95, 666. This person is Gue. The host was stunned. What the hell? I've never seen this player before. He seems to be a newcomer. How can he have such a high investment? Then, she clicked it out of curiosity. As the host's operation came down, Liang's image was enlarged and projected onto the central screen above the square. In an instant, the commotion at the scene was even louder than before. The first reason is the investment amount, 39.99 million. The whole audience was shocked. Fuck, what's up with this investment number? Why are there so many young people? This is impossible. Is it a brush? He doesn't look like any famous contestant from previous years. Everyone on the field was confused and looked bewildered. Not only them, but even the officers from various departments sitting in the special seats were all stunned. What the hell? This is 49.99 million. Am I reading this correctly? Is there a bug in the data? People from a Central Theater Command. Captain Wang, what's going on? Several people looked at Wang Tung. But at this moment, let alone them, even Wang Tung himself found it incredible. He had no idea this would happen beforehand. There are many people participating in the competition every year, and he didn't even know that Li Yang participated. Not to mention where these investments came from. He had no idea. He could only smile bitterly and say, he's a newcomer from the inland region who came to our military district for training. He's a new professional this year and just passed his first turn. As for why there's so much investment, I don't know. Newcomer? Could this be the one you particularly value? That's right. No wonder. This is this year's professional. It's only been a few days since awakening. Less than half a month, right? And he's already achieved a transformation. He is indeed a genius, but it shouldn't be so exaggerated. 49 million. The previous Wang Biao, who was the champion for 5 consecutive years, only made more than 70 million. Everyone was talking about it. Accidents are accidents. But many people are not optimistic about this. With so much investment, if you don't have the ability, aren't you just giving away money? The key point is that Li Yang still looks so young, and his strength must not be as good as those of the old professionals. In the crowd, Jiang Ting snorted coldly. What's the point of investing more? If we can't improve our rankings, we won't be able to protect our capital. It will soon become ours. Zhao Linger looked at the screen with a nervous look on her face, praying silently in her heart. Li Yang, you have to work harder. The image on the screen is still playing. Everyone look, something is approaching. The host was the first to notice something was wrong, and the camera zoomed out. At this time, Li Yang is the center. All around him, 3 monsters attacked him from all directions. Li Yang didn't react at all, as if he didn't notice anything. What's going on? Hasn't he discovered it yet? Isn't this a good-for-nothing? That's it. He really is a walking ATM. I thought there was something special about all the investments he had. Well, it's okay, actually. After all, it's quite good for a young man to have the courage to participate in the competition. In the arena, at this time, 3 monsters over level 60 rushed towards Li Yang at the same time with ferocious looks. He was not panicked at all. Through continuous use of the sky eye, the proficiency in its application has increased. Li Yang also developed more ways to play. He leisurely activated his third eye. In an instant, all 3 monsters froze in midair, their movements slowing down 10 times. Li Yang walked forward calmly, simply adjusted their position and direction, then turned around and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the delay was gone. Due to the change of position, the 3 monsters actually crashed into each other and could not be retracted at all. Bang! Li Yang smiled lightly. He really managed to have a lot of fun. Then he walked forward and finished off the monsters that were knocked to the ground one by one. Puff, puff, puff. You killed the giant forest ape, points plus 60. You killed the bloodthirsty fox, points plus 70. You killed the red fireball, points plus 70. You gained talent skills, great strength. Thanks to the effect of the second transformation, while killing monsters, you can occasionally get a talent skill, which is really fun. At the same time, the points and experience brought by these monsters are constantly flowing into Li Yang. Li Yang now feels that his decision to sign up for the competition was the best one he made. As he was immersed in it, he didn't know that the footage on his side was being played, and his previous actions were also recorded. Seeing this miraculous operation, everyone was dumbfounded. When several powerful monsters fell to the ground, they suddenly reacted and understood what had just happened. 666, this is Gue. This. Are these 3 monsters dealt with just like that? Fuck, who taught you to play like this? Isn't this too easy? How'd you do it? So far, the famous strong men mentioned above have been able to deal with monsters with ease. But not as outrageous as Li Yang, who had no skills at all. It was too much like a wheelchair. This is outrageous. Is there anyone who understands this who can tell me what's going on? I'm running out of ideas. Is this some kind of professional talent? The monsters seem to be hypnotized. What's the difference between this and cheating? This guy, Wang Tung, smiled bitterly, and his cognition was once again refreshed by Li Yang. Captain Wang, you have a really good fighter in the Central Division. He's really well hidden. This speed of gaining points is enough to rival those top players. It looks like he has a good chance of breaking into the top 10 this year. Wang Tung was also helpless. I didn't expect that either. He became so strong out of nowhere, refreshing my understanding again and again. However, Li Yang's actions also made him look good in front of other military departments. He looked at Li Yang with even more appreciation. Who wouldn't like someone who is young, talented, and can bring honor to you? How is this possible? Jiang Ting widened her eyes as she watched the scene on the screen. How could he be so strong? Li Yang looks about the same age as her, but if it were her, she would probably be hiding here and there in a panic. She would not be able to deal with any monster on her own. She really couldn't believe that the difference between them, at the same age, could be so huge. The strength displayed by Li Yang is at least at the level of a veteran who has been in the business for a long time. A sense of crisis also arose in her heart. Could Li Yang really beat Zhang Biao? As soon as this thought came to her mind, she shook her head violently. No, Impossible. Sang Biao is the pride of their northern military region. How could a young boy compare to him? Yes, Sang Biao is not so easy to be surpassed. She recalled her time in exile in that miserable place. Sang Biao fought his way up from the bottom step by step. To his opponents, he was a humanoid demon, and to monsters, he was an even more terrifying demon. How could such a monster lose to Li Yang? Chapter 96, Encontering Sang Biao, easily Yang finished. Just when everyone was discussing, a dramatic scene happened. In the picture, Li Yang is looking for prey with a weapon. Suddenly, the host's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Everyone look! Contestant 105 is coming this way." They're about to collide. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure who ate raw meat and drank blood appeared on the screen. At first glance, who else could this be but the much-discussed North District Hounds? Everyone was also stunned. No one would have thought that these two people would meet unexpectedly. This is such a coincidence. Goodness, they are not going to fight. It's very likely. Didn't you see how crazy Sang Biao was before? I feel like every dog passing by would get hit by him. This is going to be interesting. I didn't expect to see the contestants competing right away. It's really exciting. This guy named Li Yang is in trouble. He's not just called the Northern Hound. He's a real beast. Yes, he's a new recruit after all, and a rookie professional at that. He doesn't have much experience. You know, even the top 10 players in previous years don't dare to be careless when facing Sang Biao. Someone else said with interest, although this Li Yang is new, he looks stronger than most people. Maybe he can still compete. The audience naturally likes to watch the fun, and when they see the tit-for-tat scene, they become even more interested. Jiang Ting was also slightly surprised. The entire stadium is so large that the probability of the two meeting is extremely low. But after she realized it, her face suddenly showed joy. Yes, that's it. She had considered this situation beforehand and had specifically instructed that if Sang Biao met Li Yang inside, he should feel free to take action. You know, in that game, all the contestants are in competition, so it is normal for them to fight each other. After all, having one less competitor is good for you. Moreover, if Li Yang was eliminated directly, then she would naturally win the bet. She quickly walked around the field, found Zhao Linger, and then walked toward her with a big laugh. Ha! I didn't expect that. It seems like God is on my side. At this time, Zhao Linger was also focused on the scene on the screen and was quite worried. But she didn't expect Jiang Ting to be so impatient to come up and show her attitude, and she was immediately furious. Looking at the newcomer, Zhao Linger frowned and said, "The outcome is still uncertain. Why are you acting like a winner? Besides, even if the other party won, it was because Sang Biao was so powerful. What qualifications did she have to show off here?" Jiang Ting smiled triumphantly. "Alas, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Then you'll see how our Sang Biao beats this pretty boy you found to a pulp. Don't be so heartbroken when the time comes." Zhao Linger frowned, looked at the central screen, and took a deep breath. I believe him. At the same time, in the picture, Li Yang and Sang Biao bumped into each other as expected. As expected, the moment Sang Biao saw Li Yang, he showed an unprecedented ferocity, like a wild beast, crouching down like a tiger hunting. Li Yang naturally saw him and raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he recognized the other person. When he saw Sang Biao's ferocious look, he was not very scared. With the sky in my hand, how can I avoid your edge? The next moment, Sang Biao moved. He kicked his legs and shot out at an extremely fast speed, like a hound holding a bloody mace in his hand, and smashed towards Li Yang. Li Yang shook his head and spoke calmly. "Do you know why animals can never defeat humans?" Sky eye open. Sang Biao's mace was only one step away from Li Yang, about to hit him on the forehead. Everyone who saw this took a deep breath. But at this moment, Sang Biao seemed to be petrified. He was almost there, but he stopped. Originally, the audience saw Li Yang standing there motionless and thought that Li Yang had given up treatment. Only after seeing this scene did they react. Why did Sang Biao stop? Some people who originally couldn't bear to see the bloody scene opened their eyes. When he found that Li Yang was not beaten to a bloody pulp as he had imagined, his eyes suddenly lit up. After all, if he died right after arriving, it would be pointless. Seeing this, Jiang Ting became anxious. Victory was just around the corner. Why did Sang Biao stop? Seeing this scene, she wished she could jump in and take command. What's going on? Didn't I tell him clearly? When you see Li Yang, there's no need to hesitate. Just take action. Zhao Linger blinked, although she didn't know what happened. But seeing that Li Yang was fine, she felt relieved. And at this time, Li Yang Molfet, Sang Biao, who has been affected by the sky eye, has lost the ability to confront him head-on. This heavenly eye is not only useful against monsters, but also against human professionals. Although the duration of the sky eye does not last forever, it is limited, and there is a chance that it will fail when facing some extremely powerful psychic professionals. But so far, he has not encountered any existence that can resist the sky eye. Li Yang, holding a lightning halberd, swiftly moved behind the opponent and shot him through the body without mercy. Puff. 29000. Even though Jiang Ting had equipped Sang Biao with several pieces of gold-level equipment before the game started, the only effect at this time was that it allowed him to take a few more hits. Li Yang continued to attack, all of which hit Sang Biao's body accurately, and his blood volume was visibly decreasing. Soon, Sang Biao's health was about to run out. As the final blow hit, Sang Biao's body shook, and then turned into a white light and dissipated. A mechanical sound came from Li Yang's bracelet. You eliminated contestant number 105, and your points are plus 460. In the competition, defeating and eliminating other players could directly gain points from them. After defeating Sang Biao, Li Yang did not react much. Instead, it seemed like it was something that was expected and went smoothly. It's the same as fighting other monsters, very simple and rough. I looked at the information on the bracelet. Name, Li Yang. Military region, Central. Points, 1400. After a simple tidying up, Li Yang continued to move forward. What he didn't know was that the outside world was in complete chaos at this moment. Chapter 97. Where's the fierce battle? The Black Dragon's favor. Everyone stand up. A Do Zong expert is so terrifying. Witness the whole process. In the audience, everyone had their eyes wide open. Their expressions were extremely exaggerated. They were drooling, and they were speechless for a moment. There are very few situations that can make the entire audience show this kind of reaction. Someone rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Wang Defa, my eyes, what did I see? What's going on? Why was Sang Biao carried away like that? Where's the fierce battle we were promised? Why did it stop when it was almost hitting the target? Is there some unknown deal going on? Is this fucking open? Everyone thought that there would be a fierce battle when the two met, or at least a back-and-forth fight. But I didn't expect this to be the result. This is fucking hilarious. Even a butcher slaughtering a pig is more entertaining than this. Looking at the huge investment in Li Yang, one can't help but wonder whether some money power was secretly used. Not to mention them, even the big guys in the special seats were confused after seeing this. But the difference is that they're knowledgeable and good at analyzing the reasons. This kid. Wang Tong was more and more surprised the more he looked at him. Li Yang always comes up with new ideas. Isn't this a bit outrageous? What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? It would be fine if it could control some monsters, but could it even be effective against powerful professionals like Sang Biao? If I go on my own, will I also be... Wang Tong suddenly felt a chill on his back. Even though the leaders of other military regions were knowledgeable and experienced, they could not figure out what Sang Biao was doing for a moment. This Li Yang should have some kind of ability to influence the mind. Yes, it could be a professional talent, or it could be equipment or something. This kind of extremely powerful ability should have some limitations, but we haven't discovered them yet. Several officers gathered together to discuss. This was also not the case before. With their vision, they can analyze the meaning of anything they see at a glance. Li Yang's performance was also extremely strange. Although there is no operation at all, it is still easy to win. At the same time, Jiang Ting was so furious that her whole body was shaking with anger. How is that possible? She was not convinced at all, because in her opinion, it would be fine if she lost the fight fairly. Li Yang obviously used some shady tricks. Sang Biao was defeated without even touching him. This is the most infuriating thing. In her eyes, several Li Yangs combined could not defeat one Sang Biao. In stark contrast, Zhao Linger's face was full of surprise. She was secretly sweating at first. After all, the victory or failure depended on this one move, and everyone knew how strong Sang Biao was. While secretly sighing that the gap between herself and Li Yang was getting bigger and bigger, Li Yang's victory also meant that they had won the bet, and she felt that all the hard work had paid off. Looking at the incredulous Jiang Ting beside him, he said proudly, "We won. You should keep your promise, apologize to us, and get out of the military." Jiang Ting's eyes widened, and her fat face was distorted. Although she was very unwilling, judging from the outcome, she did lose. But, no, I don't admit it. You must have cheated. It doesn't count. She would never believe that if the two of them fought based on their own strength, Sang Biao would lose. It was all because Li Yang used unconventional methods, so that doesn't count. She turned her head away and said, "Besides, the competition isn't over yet. Your lover might not make it to the end. He might even be eliminated by a monster. The competition is still going on, and she hasn't lost yet. The competition lasts for a total of 4 hours. The competition will not end before the time is up. During this period, as long as Li Yang is also eliminated, it will be a draw." Humph, you don't really think you are invincible, do you? Even if there was no Sang Biao, with so many experts, there would always be someone who could deal with him. She just didn't believe that Li Yang could always avoid failure. You! Zhao Linger was so angry that she laughed. All right, then just watch. Your Northern Hound has already been defeated by us. As long as we hold out until the end, you lose. At the same time, in a vast space, there's also a group of people sitting. There are many powerful professionals among these people, and they're all high-level figures from various forces in Kuanqing. At this time, they were divided into various camps. In the chaotic city of Kuanqing, nothing can be seen according to common sense, and a relationship between these major forces is also complicated, although each force has interest involved in cooperation. But in most cases, they're in an antagonistic relationship. They get together at this time every year. The result of the competition is also very important to them. The performance of the players affects their interest disputes. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Biao will still take first place this year. The central part of Kuanqing will still be managed by our Night Tour Palace. A middle-aged man in a black coat, with a cigar in his mouth, spoke slowly. The rest of the land, you guys divided up. This person is the helmsman of the Night Tour Palace, Night Owl. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for the most developed and profitable land in Kuanqing. But there was no response from the audience for a while. As the oldest force in Kuanqing, Yao Palace is far stronger than other forces in terms of foundation and overall strength. The same is true in terms of rules. The force that wins first place in the competition can have priority in allocating land, and the rest will be allocated in order of ranking. Those at the end will basically only get scraps, as long as there are no unexpected incidents. And at this time, the leader of the Black Dragon gang, Black Dragon, wore sunglasses and had a gleam in his eyes. He was the only one on the entire field, watching the live broadcast on the middle screen intently. Liang, is he the new guy? He's quite capable. He's the one who saved my nephew Lu Hai. In the past 2 days, his nephew Lu Hai told him every day how great this young man was. Moreover, he had also heard about Li Yang's deeds, which had caused a lot of controversy in the past 2 days. Seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. The strength is good, but that's all. At most, it can squeeze into the top 10. You don't have to think about this, right? The boss of Hejiamen said nonchalantly. The contestants selected by the 3 major forces, Yao Palace, Black Dragon Gang, and Haijiao Gate, are all extremely powerful and can almost be guaranteed to be in the top 3, which has always been the case. What we should really worry about are those second-rate forces. They have to worry that a dark horse will suddenly appear in the military and rush to the forefront, disrupting their layout and affecting their interests. This is how Li Yang rose to prominence. Originally, they were worried about Sang Biao, but now he has been defeated by Li Yang. Judging from Li Yang's current performance, he is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse in the competition. Hey, what if this kid can make it into the top 3? Black Dragon said with a smile. He was looking forward to this result, because he had long been fed up with it. Although they were all first-rate forces, the lion's share of the profits was taken by Yudian every year. Naturally, he expected sudden changes to occur. Enter the top 3? Black Dragon, you really are kidding me. It's been more than 10 years, and nothing has happened. Just think about it in your dreams. Zhang Yi from Hejiamen sneered. The people in the Night Tour Palace also laughed. Which 3 do you really expect this kid to beat? Forget Wang Biao. He can't even challenge any of the remaining 2. Black Dragon paused and said, Of course I know. I mean, don't you find this guy weird? If he keeps up this monster spawning speed, it's really possible. He was interrupted before he could finish his words. The helmsman of the Night Tour Palace, Yi Xiao, laughed strangely and said in a contemptuous tone, All right, that's all you can say about your vision. How about you transfer your bet to this guy, called Liang? I believe the people from other factions would be happy to do that. Ha ha. Ha ha. We at Hejiamen have no objection. What do you think, Black Dragon? Since you trust this young man so much, why not take a gamble? The people from Hejiamen also instigated. The black dragon frowned, as if he was really thinking about something. The people from other forces looked at him expectantly. Let's bet. Black dragon's face darkened. At worst, Black dragon, will wait until next year to get it back. He also took the risk. He knew in his heart that if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to get it again in the future. The worst that could happen was to take a gamble. As soon as he said this, everyone present was delighted. Although the black dragon gave up for some unknown reason, they were very happy as they could benefit from it. Everyone in the black dragon gang widened their eyes and reminded their boss not to be impulsive. No, boss. Boss, what's wrong with you? Think twice. Good. You have guts. Night Owl also laughed. Who would complain about having too many things at home? Everyone has to pay for their own stupidity. Well, it seems that this year I can not only get the land in the central part, but also the land in the north. After calming down, Black Dragon took a deep breath. Now that he has made the decision, he will not regret it. Looking at the big screen in the middle, now, the future of his Black Dragon gang depends entirely on this young man. I hope you won't let me down, Li Yang. The future of our Black Dragon gang depends entirely on you. From now on, I will definitely come to your house to thank you. Chapter 98. The first SSS level ability. Heading straight to the advanced zone. In the square, everyone stared at the screen intently. Everyone felt a strong curiosity. At this point, if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to concentrate at all. I just want to know how Li Yang did it. Is there anyone who can deal with this lawless lunatic? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Puff, puff, puff. And at this moment, Li Yang was also not idle, constantly hunting monsters. Wherever he went, no grass grew. You killed the poisonous chicken, points plus 80. You killed the Isof horse, points plus 100. You killed the flame bull, points plus 90. You gained the flame bull's innate ability, burning A. Another talent? Li Yang was slightly surprised. Took a look. Burn. Your attack will cause the target to burn, continuously burning health, causing 200% strength damage per second. An effect similar to bleeding. But unfortunately, Li Yang already has the stronger, bloodthirsty, which makes it rather useless. But at this moment, a voice sounded in my mind. You already have 2 bleeding-related talents. Do you want to merge them? Bloodthirst S plus Scorch A equals? Li Yang was slightly stunned, but without hesitation, something moved his mind. Fusion. Soon, the sound rang out again. Fusion successful. During the fusion process, you triggered a critical hit, and the reward was upgraded to SSS level ability. Death Suppression. Death Suppression. SSS, after the attack hits the target, plunder 20% of the opponent's current health and replenish your own health. When your own health is below 50%, the plundering effect is doubled. Li Yang widened his eyes. This is his first SSS level ability. Originally, as Bloodthirst was a good output method for him, he was a little reluctant to fuse it. But now, he realized that he was short-sighted. With this, who would wait patiently for the opponent to bleed? Just take the opponent's life directly. Although the plundering effect is calculated based on the opponent's current health, as the target's health decreases, the plundered health will also decrease. You cannot expect this world to kill the monster directly, but when used for consumption, it is simply invincible. After all, one touch will take away 20% of your health. At this moment, Li Yang suddenly stopped and thought. He also discovered that continuing to kill monsters here also has its limitations, and the upper limit is here. If he wants to get points faster, he needs to go somewhere else. As luck would have it, he now also possessed such a powerful ability as Death Suppression, which greatly boosted his confidence. After making up his mind, he immediately rushed in a certain direction. At this time, some people outside who were paying close attention to the developments noticed something was wrong. Look, the direction he's heading is... It's a high-end area. What is he thinking? That place is beyond the reach of a low-level professional like him. Yeah, once we get there, it won't just be 1 or 2 monsters playing house. He's doing well here, and he's already pretty stable. He has a good chance of making it into the top 10. Why would he take that risk? Many people couldn't figure out what Li Yang was doing. Zhao Linger also frowned and blinked nervously, not knowing what Li Yang was trying to do. But if there was anyone who was happy after seeing this scene, it would definitely be Jiang Ting. She could no longer suppress the joy on her face. If Li Yang had maintained steady growth and not been reckless, she would have most likely lost. But Li Yang actually went looking for death himself. It was really an effortless win. Ha ha! Idiots are idiots. That's it, go and die. When he said this, he didn't care at all that Zhao Linger was standing next to him. Zhao Linger was already in a low mood, and seeing her like this, she couldn't help but get angry. How dare you say that? You were eliminated a long time ago, yet you're still gloating over this? You should think carefully about the punishment you'll receive if you lose. Oh, this lady has a really hot temper. At this moment, a feminine male voice suddenly sounded. Seeing the person coming, Jiang Ting immediately showed a look of joy and jumped to greet him. Brother Liu, you're finally here. She revealed an aggrieved look and wiped the corners of her dry eyes. When you're not around, some bastards will take the opportunity to bully me. I'm sorry, baby. You know, there's something going on in the organization. But I just got some good news. The man comforted her with an excited smile on his face. Jiang Ting was stunned and asked in confusion, what news? After this year, our hegemon will be able to reach a higher level. Liu said proudly. By then, his status will naturally rise. Jiang Ting was suddenly shocked. Real. The status of hegemon in Qingran is self-evident. It is already at the top of the group. Even a small step represents more than just a little bit. Liu smiled and said, of course it's true. I don't know if the people from the Black Dragon Gang are senile or what, but they actually expect a newcomer to overturn the situation in the competition. They think they're being clever and want to take a gamble, but in reality, they're just giving us resources. Hearing this, Jiang Ting also completely believed it and said happily, that's great, Brother Liu. When you become rich, don't forget me. Of course. By then you won't have to stay in that boring military camp anymore. You can enjoy life with me. Jiang Ting's eyes lit up. Originally, she was worried that Li Yang would be unlucky and end up in failure, and she would be embarrassed if she lost. Ha ha ha, fine, I don't want to stay in this military camp. Zhao Linger, what else do you have to say? She looked very proud. Zhao Linger smiled coldly. I hope you can keep your promise when the time comes. Liu raised his eyebrows and asked Jiang Ting what happened. Jiang Ting did not hide anything and told him about the bet. After hearing this, Liu was stunned. It's this Li Yang again, what a coincidence. You know, just now over there, Black Dragon suddenly believed in Li Yang so much that he was even willing to bet the future of the entire gang on him. And here, it turns out to be related to Li Yang. He's just a newcomer with some talent. Is that a big deal? But after reacting, he vowed, Tingar, don't worry. I'll personally come out and help you deal with this so-called Li Yang. Zhao Linger has a considerable background, so he may not be able to touch her, but he can still teach Li Yang a lesson and make him understand the rules of Qingran. Jiang Ting nodded shyly, looking superior. Zhao Linger curled her lips. Knowing the other party's intentions, she naturally would not sit idly by. As for now, she looked at the screen. I hope Li Yang can go smoothly. The monsters in the advanced area are much more powerful. Chapter 99. Hundreds of thousands of casualties per second, scaring the audience to tears. Right now, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yang moved around quickly, and before he knew it, he had reached the advanced area. Coming here, the probability of high-level monsters appearing increases greatly. Although there are powerful monsters in the place before you come, their levels are around 60 to 100. When you reach the advanced area, monsters above level 100 will really appear. After reaching level 100, the monster's strength will also undergo a qualitative change. Generally speaking, professionals who haven't reached the second level can only flee in embarrassment when facing monsters of this level. But since Li Yang dared to come to him on his own initiative, he naturally had certain considerations in his mind and was naturally not afraid. The ranking is something you fight for yourself, and the upper limit of staying in the outer circle is there. Among those who participated in this competition, the majority were professionals above level 100. As expected, in order to get higher points, everyone will go to the advanced area to kill monsters. If I don't come, I will definitely fall behind and will never be able to catch up with them. When he arrived at the high-end area, Li Yang clearly felt that the surrounding environment had changed. The terrain has become more complex, and there are many blind spots. In this advanced area, not only are the monsters more powerful, but the environment has also become harsh. Li Yang did not dare to relax either. He held the lightning halberd in his hand, with golden arcs of light jumping and flashing on it. As expected, soon they encountered the first monster here. This is a long and thick green python. It blends in with the green grass and leaves here, and has been crouching on the ground, motionless, making it difficult to detect. Li Yang was suddenly attacked when he was passing by. Fortunately, he remained vigilant. Under the giant python's mouth, he withstood the blow and quickly retreated, almost being entangled by the snake's body. Green Forest Tongue Snake Elite. Level 100. HP, 480,000. Innate abilities, Venom, Petrification. When I saw what this sudden attacking shadow was, the people watching also gasped. Here we go. This is the advanced area. Level 100 monsters. No, this seems to be an elite monster. It showed up so soon. Horrible. Can he handle it? If not, just run back. It's a level 100 elite monster. It's no joke. Even the top 10 players from previous years would have to avoid it. No. You still underestimate the terror of a level 100 elite monster. I'm afraid only Wang Biao, who has always held the top spot, can possibly deal with it. If I had so much money to invest, I would never dare to take such a risk. Even if I was just killing some small monsters outside, I wouldn't lose much when I returned after the battle. But now, I ran into a big one right away. Don't let your ranking not improve, but instead get eliminated directly and your points reset to 0. Everyone sighed. After all, Liang was too young. No matter how powerful he had shown before, at this moment, facing a truly powerful level 100 monster, the gap between the two was immediately apparent. And at the same time, Liang knew that his opponent was powerful, but he was not afraid. After quickly using Sprint to create distance, Liang took a deep breath. Good job. We are not afraid of the enemy's strength, but we are afraid of the enemy's cunning. The biggest difference between these monsters and human professionals is that they will not slack off because of the strength of their opponents. As the saying goes, even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Liang also became more serious. This was the first time he faced a monster of such a high level. The green forest tongue snake opened its mouth wide and spewed out a stream of green liquid with a corrosive smell, flying towards Liang. Liang was well prepared. He dodged the attack with a flash of his body, then stabbed at it with his lightning halberd. Bang! The scales on the tongue snake are as hard as copper and iron. Even though Liang had the penetration effect of his profession, most of the damage was still offset. But, just hit it. Liang's eyes narrowed. Plunder. Swish. The next moment, the tongue snake, which had been extremely ferocious just now, suddenly shook all over and its health bar dropped sharply. 120000. A huge white figure jumped out of him. He lost 20% of his blood. Directly ignore all effects such as defense and damage reduction. Over 100,000 damage per second. Of course, this is all because of his death suppression, which makes him stronger when facing a strong opponent and weaker when facing a weak opponent. No matter how strong the opponent is, his health is 20%. No matter whether it is a monster of dozens of levels or a boss of hundreds of levels. In front of Liang, all beings are equal. This is the special feature of SSS level talent ability. Wow, what kind of damage is this? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. If they were to deal with a level 100 monster, they would usually have to slowly consume it. Because the number of human professionals at level 100, plus equipment and some auxiliary enhancements, exceeds 10,000. The damage at each stage is a threshold. For example, 1,000 and 10,000 correspond to the first level and second level professionals respectively. The damage exceeded 100,000, which is beyond words. Doesn't this mean that a level 100 monster can be killed in just a few hits? You know, the monster Liang encountered this time was an elite monster, and many people didn't even have the courage to look at it, let alone fight it. The key point is that Liang actually went ahead with it, and ended up with such an outrageous effect. Many people thought they were dreaming and that their eyes were blurry, which was why they saw such an unreasonable scene. What the hell is this damage? I said he opened it. He definitely opened it. Am I seeing right? How many zeros are there? 1, 2, 3, 120,000. Oh my god, even if 10 of me came, I wouldn't be able to withstand him. I cried when I watched this episode as a kid. Shit, he can't really beat this level 100 elite monster, right? He is so strong. Zhao Linger also widened her eyes. He had actually rarely seen Liang take action before, whether it was when he came to Kunqing or in the later battle against the Beast Tide. It was not until today that she saw Liang take real action. I thought the gap between the two would not be that big. After all, they are both new professionals. But only at this moment did she realize that the gap between people was even greater than that between people and dogs. It seems that everything she did was worth it. In the audience seats in the square, everyone's face was filled with mixed emotions, less joking and more seriousness. They all expressed their opinions. Not necessarily. A level 100 elite monster cannot be dealt with just this much skill. Many people nodded. Elite monsters that reach level 100 are no longer just monsters, they are leaders, can easily command other monsters and guide the birth of beast tides. It's so difficult to commit suicide. Sure enough, in the picture, after Li Yang succeeded in his attack, he was preparing to look for other opportunities to attack. The tongue snake suddenly let out a sharp hissing sound. In an instant, the entire venue was swept by a hurricane. There was a rustling sound in the grass on all sides. It seemed as if something was rushing towards this side. About a moment later, the terrifying roars of monsters were heard. Chapter 100, Being Besieged? This is clearly a bonus level. Oh, is this a call for help? Realizing the other party's intention, Li Yang raised his eyebrows. Then he took out the detector and investigated. Sure enough, on the detector, red dots were approaching his position. The monsters on all sides were rushing towards this side, rapidly under the summons of Tongue Snake. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. It seems that we need to decide quickly. This is almost comparable to a normal tide of small beasts. No joke, and they're all monsters around level 100. If you delay it any further, your situation will not be optimistic. Li Yang flipped his hand and took out the explosive bow. Quickly draw the bow and shoot in the direction of Tongue Snake. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows with powerful force shot out one after another, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Bang! Unfortunately, the arrow hit Tongue Snake, but it didn't seem to hurt at all, and it just paused slightly. Li Yang was not surprised. After all, Tungsha's level was too high. It was also an elite monster with strong defense. Li Yang couldn't achieve any significant effect with ordinary attacks. Moreover, his gold-level weapon was obviously not enough to deal with these level 100 monsters. I'll have to replace my equipment later, but that will cost money. As for money, he has invested tens of millions. But if you want to use this money to gain benefits, you must get a good ranking in this competition. You have to fight for it on your own. Li Yang was already very satisfied. At least he had a chance. Looking at the huge tongue snake, determination appeared in his eyes. Plunder. Hiss. The tongue snake spit out its tongue, and its whole body shook again. A huge number jumped out of him. 75000. Similarly, this time, Tungsha's health was reduced by 20% again. And Li Yang had 75,000 more fake blood on his body. Because it was taken from Tongue Snake, this extra blood will not have any defense benefit, and when it receives damage, it will be directly filled up. But Li Yang didn't care whether it was real blood or fake blood, as long as it was fleshy enough. Just as he was about to press on with his victory, the ground suddenly began to shake like an earthquake. Boom! Dense and dull footsteps followed one after another. Here they come. The audience who saw this scene were all sweating. The monsters around responded to Tongue Snake's call and came. On the big screen in the square, the host zooms out. It can be clearly seen that with Li Yang as the center, monsters are surrounding him from all directions. With this situation, there is no way to escape. It seems that this is the end. I have to admit, this young man named Li Yang is indeed very strong. Through his methods, he can even threaten a level 100 elite monster. This has surpassed most people in the army. It's a pity. At this level, it's not enough to deal with a level 100 elite monster in the wild. A smart person wouldn't provoke a monster of this level. Run if you can. If you dare to confront it head-on, be prepared to bear the consequences. The audience who witnessed this discussed a lot. And at this moment, Li Yang was originally planning to continue attacking Tongue Snake, but he also became aware of the movements around him. Suddenly, a fire wolf appeared behind him and pounced on him. Tungsha's reinforcements have arrived. Li Yang had to stop his original plan, turn around, and deal with the trouble in front of him first. This is also a level 100 monster. If I can't deal with Tingsha, can I deal with you? Li Yang was a little angry at being suddenly interrupted. One hand held the lightning halberd and stabbed it directly. Plunder. 25000. The effect of death suppression combined with the original damage directly knocked away nearly half of the firewolf's health. The firewolf howled and fell to the ground, twitching. Li Yang prepared to finish off the opponent. Suddenly, he looked up. There were dense dark shadows all around. Only then did he realize that he was surrounded by a group of monsters. The firewolf under him had a sly smile on its face. Laugh. Li Yang didn't hesitate and poked hard. Puff. You killed the firewolf. Points plus 150. This firewolf is equivalent to the points he earned from killing 2 monsters before. At this time, The monsters around were baring their fangs and claws and attacked Li Yong at the same time. At the critical moment, Li Yong took out the Book of Sages. The brilliant purple light shines in all directions. The ferocious monsters all paused after being illuminated. Li Yong did not hesitate and took the opportunity to quickly leave the place and walk out of the encirclement. To be honest, he really didn't expect that so many monsters would come so quickly. This also indirectly shows that there are indeed a lot of monsters here. After pulling it open, he stabbed a monster fiercely with the lightning halberd in his hand. Plunder. 27000. These monsters fell into silence and had no power to resist. At the same time, the effect of his lightning halberd was also maximized. A golden chain links all monsters together, and the damage percentage is transmitted to each monster. Soon, the numbers in the sky kept jumping. Sizzle. 6000, 6200, 6350. Plunder. While these monsters lost consciousness, Li Yong attacked frantically, using the effect of death suppression to continuously cause damage while plundering the opponent's blood. The fake blood on Li Yang's body also began to accumulate and grow. Just then, he suddenly had a new idea. If I absorb all the blood of these monsters, my health will be hundreds of thousands by then. Wouldn't I be even stronger than the tongue snake? Then we'll just fight each other and hurt each other. See who does more damage. Li Yong is still somewhat confident in his ability to inoculate against injuries. After all, he has so many incredible talents and professional bonuses that it's hard to count them all. Li Yong was sweating profusely as he waved the halberd in his hand, his face full of excitement. He could clearly feel his health bar growing continuously. This is a full sense of security. Puff, puff, puff. Li Yong made full use of his assassin talent, constantly moving around and attacking from behind to maximize every damage. Before long, monsters began to fall one after another. Li Yang's bracelet kept ringing with reminder sounds indicating that points had arrived. You killed the angry goose. Points plus 150. You killed the black yak. Points plus 150. You killed the white fang snake. Points plus 200. Li Yang's points also rose wildly. This isn't a beast hide, it's a bonus level. I really have to thank this tongue snake elite monster for gathering all the monsters together, saving him from having to recruit monsters everywhere. Efficiency is greatly improved. Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 101. The strongest dark horse. He is the monster. Damn, he really managed to turn the tables? These monsters look like they're here to get killed. It feels like this tongue snake has trapped all the monsters nearby. Compared to this, why do I feel like he's more of a monster? My goodness, this is even possible? This is outrageous. Outside, all the spectators looked at Li Yong in amazement as he killed monsters like harvesting vegetables. It was absolutely no difficulty at all. If that's the case, I think I can do it. He's holding a brilliant grade piece of equipment. No wonder these monsters have lost their ability to move. Equipment of this quality is extremely rare. Brilliant level, a wealthy family. Even my gold level equipment has to be meticulously maintained every day. If it breaks, I'm heartbroken for a long time. I hate rich people. Brilliant level equipment? Then how are you going to deal with it next? The tongue snake hasn't entered the second stage yet. Wang Ting muttered to himself in the special seat. To be honest, he really didn't expect that such a dark horse would appear in his military region this year. Being able to injure the tongue snake in the first state is rare in the world. He guessed that Li Yang's profession must be at the SS level. The commanders of several other military regions were all filled with envy and jealousy. Old Wang, this young man hasn't officially joined your military yet, right? I think you might as well introduce him to us later. Yes, a newcomer with such potential is hard to come by. I think he could come to our northern desert to gain some experience. Lulan gets the moon first when it enters the water, so you old guys should forget about targeting him. Wang tongue snorted. These people's calculations have all jumped out at his face, and he hasn't even made a move yet. And at this moment, somewhere underground, a dramatic scene is unfolding. Oh my god, is this guy so fierce? Oops, is it too late for me to vote again? The big bosses of the underground forces were still gathered together, but everyone's expressions had subtly changed. Only the boss of the Black Dragon gang, Black Dragon, had a rosy face. Black Dragon, are you challenging my bottom line? Yi Xiao, the helmsman of Yeo Palace, spoke with a gloomy expression. Originally, he didn't take it seriously at all. In his opinion, Liang was just a newcomer with some ability who wouldn't cause any trouble. He was full of disdain for Black Dragon's sneaky behavior and naturally didn't take it to heart. But now, the situation is different now, so naturally he can't sit still anymore. But now, Liang has shown potential beyond expectations. I have to say, Black Dragon made the right bet. This is a big problem. Although the official results have not yet been released, it has already posed a threat to him. Not to mention, if he really killed this elite monster, Liang's points would definitely be far ahead. If Liang really took the first place from Wang Biao, from then on, his Yao Palace will be suppressed by the Black Dragon Gang. His decades of experience and accomplishments were just surpassed without any explanation. This is something he can't accept no matter what. For a moment, the air in the entire field seemed to freeze. Seeing this, Black Dragon just smiled slightly, supported MOG, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Palace Master Yi, you are really flattering me. As you said before, all of this was just a momentary, foolish act on my part. I just happened to be a bit lucky. If it were before, he might have been a little afraid of Night Owl. But now, the balance between the two has obviously been equalized, and he naturally will no longer have an inferior attitude." Night Owl was shaking with anger. But for a moment, there was really nothing I could do to the other party. The rules had been established long ago, and it was impossible for him to break them in front of everyone. The only thing we can hope for is that Wang Biao will be able to take first place, as usual in the end. Suddenly, Night Owl seemed to have thought of something. He took a deep breath, and the next moment, he had regained his composure and sat down again. If you really think Wang Biao will lose to a young boy, then just wait and see. Seeing him like this, Black Dragon frowned, but said nothing more. Keep your eyes fixed on the screen in the middle. At the same time, Liang has already dealt with most of the monsters around him. The effect of the Sage's book is almost over. The green forest tongue snake has already resumed its movement. After coming to his senses, he roared and attacked Liang quickly. At this time, Liang was cleaning up the remaining monsters. The figure of the green forest tongue snake rushed over quickly and violently. It's too late to dodge. Liang gritted his teeth and prepared to endure it. He took out the golden battle shield, and the ethereal shield on his body was also ready. Push forward suddenly. Bang! A crack appeared on the entire golden shield. With a click, it broke into pieces. Liang was slightly surprised. The golden battle shield had indeed suffered some damage before, and after enduring this powerful attack, it was directly destroyed. He still underestimated the level 100 elite monster, and he couldn't handle it alone. The huge impact force made Liang retreat a few steps. Fortunately, he just plundered a lot of monsters and his health was very high, so he was not affected too much. The amount of fake blood on the body has been reduced by about 50,000. After stabilizing his body, Liang held the lightning halberd in his hand, and his eyes moved. "It's my turn." He flashed to the tongue snake and swung it fiercely. Swish! Puff! The halberd head pierced into its body fiercely. Plunder! In an instant, the fake blood that had just been knocked away by the tongue snake was sucked back in. This time, the entire body of the tongue snake was shaking violently, and its blood volume had dropped to less than half. Liang's eyes lit up. "Continue. If you keep going like this, it won't take long before you can use kill to kill the opponent directly." Just then, the tongue snake suddenly roared. Its entire body began to swell, its eyes turned red, and the scales on its body became thicker, and it actually grew a whole circle larger. Seeing this, Liang was slightly stunned. Then he reacted. This is the second stage. The blood is red. Most monsters, especially those above the elite level, will enter a self-protection state when their health is low, activating all their potential and giving it a try. Obviously, this is the case with the tongue snake in front of us. Liang couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The original tongue snake was so powerful. How terrifying would it be if it was strengthened again? Soon, Tongue Shi proved it with practical actions. The next moment, the dying tongue snake emanated a foul aura and soared into the air, flying like a dragon. The whole field was in turmoil. Liang almost couldn't stand still. This wind, the tongue snake was circling high in the sky, dancing like a dragon and a phoenix. The scorching sun shone on its scales, making them sparkle, which was extremely shocking to look at. These are fucking not even the same species. Liang's moed tweet. Before he could think, the tongue snake had already sprayed a huge amount of venom at him like a faucet. Liang quickly used sprint to dodge. But the tongue snake was in a high position, and wherever Liang went to the mountain, its big mouth would spray in that direction. This isn't a solution, Liang thought to himself. We have to find an opportunity to take down this tongue snake. While running and dodging, Liang took out the explosive bow and aimed at tongue snake's position. This is the time when basic skills are really tested. But for him, it is the time to reap the fruits of his hard work. After some aiming and prediction, he found an opportunity and quickly drew his bow and shot. Call out. The sharp arrow pierced the air, emitting a silver cold light, and flew into the sky, aiming at Tungsha's forehead. Bang! Chapter 102. Kill the tongue snake, point skyrocket. Boom! The tongue snake's head shook after being hit by the arrow. Brilliant sparks burst out, and it stopped breathing. Liang was delighted and took advantage of the opportunity to keep finishing off the enemy. Whoosh whoosh. Plunder. Under Liang's continuous fierce attack, Tungsha's body began to shake. There is no way. Liang's vampire move is too cruel. Each hit directly sucks away a large section of health, and tongue snake cannot withstand it no matter how much health it has. Boom, boom, boom. Infuse the wound cool. With a loud bang, Tungsha finally crashed. Bang. The huge snake's body brushed heavily against the ground in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. The loser eats dust. Tungsha's body began to tremble and swell. Liang turned away sternly. A real man never looks back at the explosion. Boom! You killed the green forest tongue snake, elite level. Points plus 1,000. You obtained gold level equipment. Tengkai shield. You obtained the heart of the tongue snake, rare level. You obtained Tingsha toxin, rare. After killing tongue snake, Liang directly got a piece of gold equipment. At the same time, you will also get a series of exclusive rare materials, all of which are worth a lot of money. Not only that, this level 100 elite monster also provided a huge amount of experience points. Taking into account the many monsters he had killed before, Liang's level has reached level 70. A smile flashed in Liang's eyes. Sure enough, as Lucian said, this is indeed a good place to upgrade. Glancing at the bracelet. Name, Liang. Military region, Central. Points, 4,500. Estimated ranking, 1 to 5. Liang was surprised to find that there was an extra ranking in the last row. After learning about it, he understood. This is determined based on the player's real-time points and performance, not the final ranking. But it also indirectly told Liang a message that if he continued to brush at this speed, he might even become the first in the end. Liang couldn't help but get excited. To be honest, he came here this time with the intention of breaking even, and he wanted to bet as high as possible. But here, the SSS level talent, Death Suppression, was unexpectedly integrated. In this way, I will have the opportunity to compete with other players for rankings. By then, he will make a fortune, not just the tens of millions of dollars he invested. Thinking of this, Liang suddenly felt itchy and full of energy, and then continued to walk deeper. Where's the monster? Come out and get slashed. And when Liang killed the green forest tongue snake, the outside world was also in an uproar. The host's body was shaking, his face was full of excitement, and his hands holding the microphone were shaking slightly. He really did it. He single-handedly defeated a level 100 elite monster. The host's voice ignites the atmosphere. In an instant, the whole audience exploded. Awesome. Wow, it's got my blood boiling. I was planning to go to the foot massage parlor to reward myself after the game, but now I have to go kill monsters. Women only drain me. Liang is a truly amazing archer. Whether it's accuracy, positioning, or awareness, everything is almost perfect. This test isn't about the strength of the profession, but the fundamental skills of the professionals themselves. Since awakening my profession, I've been an archer for nearly 30 years. Speaking from my own experience, I personally feel that this newcomer's basic skills have reached perfection. He is indeed a very talented professional. No wonder he caused such a stir in Kuanqing as soon as he arrived. Meanwhile, somewhere in the square. Fuck, Tinger, is this guy really new? How could this newcomer be so powerful? After witnessing Liang personally kill a level 100 elite monster, Li was already sweating profusely. If it were him, dying 8 or 10 times would be too few. The most important thing is Liang is in this condition now. Can he really turn things around? You know, the reason why he was so excited before was because the Black Dragon gang chose Liang, an unknown young man, which he thought was a stupid concession. But unexpectedly, Li Yang seemed to have lived up to expectations and was truly qualified to compete with several top performers. Now it seems that the reason why the Black Dragon Gang believed in Li Yang might not be groundless. There might be some basis for it, but they just didn't take it seriously. Looking back now, the more I think about it, the more something seems wrong. Not only him, but Jiang Ting, who was originally feeling proud, was completely confused. Li Yang actually did it, killing such a powerful elite monster and so many small monsters. So fierce? Where did Zhao Linger find this person? Why is he so perverted? In comparison, the so-called northern hound she found, Sang Biao, was simply a piece of shit. At this moment, Zhao Linger was deeply attracted. She even forgot why she chose Li Yang and why Li Yang participated in the competition. She only knew that Li Yang really made them proud. He even forgot about the two people next to him and didn't even think of looking at their frustrated expressions. Captain Zhou, if it were you, would you be confident enough to kill this 100-level elite monster? At a seat somewhere, Huang Long asked Zhou Jiangwo, who was sitting next to him. After hearing this question, Zhou Jiangwo was slightly stunned, thought about it seriously, and then smiled bitterly. It depends on the situation, but if there's another group of monsters attacking at the same time, I won't be able to handle it alone. What he said was very pertinent and very sincere, because in the situation just now, Li Yang could be said to have completely relied on the sage's book in his hand to control the attacking monsters and fight back. If not, who knows how it will turn out in the end, but it will most likely be disastrous. In that situation, even if it were him, it would be difficult to deal with it. Of course, we can't say it's so absolutely. After all, things that haven't happened are unknown. After he said this, Huang Long nodded slightly. To be honest, at the beginning he just wanted to join the fun and pulled Li Yang to participate in this competition. He didn't expect Li Yang to achieve any results. It was completely a blind cat catching a dead mouse. But he was naturally very happy to see Li Yang achieve good results. After all, this is a face-saving thing for their central military region. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and sighed slightly. By the way, if this continues and Li Yang really achieves some incredible results, then our entire Qingran might be in chaos. You know, as the party organizing the competition, the military is naturally aware of some of the hidden things going on. You know, this competition is related to the underground structure of countless forces. Li Yang suddenly came out to disrupt things, and who knows what further consequences might result. As the military, they're responsible for control and will naturally be affected to some extent. Zhou Jiangwo nodded. Of course he had considered this, and had even prepared for the worst. I am afraid that by then, after a joint discussion between Qingran and the military, Li Yang's performance will be reset to 0 for the sake of Qingran's stability. This is what he is most worried about. Of course, everyone has witnessed Li Yang's achievements. Even if he is really reset to 0, it will leave a heavy mark in the record. I can only sigh that I was unlucky and born at the wrong time. If this is really the case, he actually has no choice but to go to Wang Tung and fight for it. Now, we can only take one step at a time and see what happens. Chapter 103. Hiding deeply, confident Wang Biao. Different from the outside world. At the power conference in Qingran, the expressions of all parties involved were extremely strange. All the forces headed by Yao Palace had ashen faces. Who would have thought that such an obstacle would suddenly appear this year? Night Owl sat in the chair without saying a word, and the scene was extremely depressing. People from other forces, on the other hand, were just watching the fun. Qingran is really lively this year. Ever since the newcomer named Li Yang came, the scene has become unstoppable. Besides, Yudian has been the only one in power for so many years, and everyone present is happy to see it. In comparison, the Black Dragon Gang was overjoyed and the scene was extremely cheerful. Many people couldn't help but hum. Previously, they were still racking their brains as to why their boss, Black Dragon, suddenly made such a confusing decision. And now, the members of the Black Dragon Gang all began to praise and flatter him. As expected of the Black Dragon, as expected of our guild master, he has a unique vision. That's too cruel. I apologize for my previous thoughts. I was an idiot for questioning our great Black Dragon guild master. Ha! The boss is right. Not just them. Hei Lung excitedly called his nephew. Uncle. Lu Hai's voice came from inside. Black Dragon said excitedly, My dear nephew, do you remember Li Yang you mentioned to me? I remember. What's wrong? Nothing. I just want you to help us connect so we can get to know each other. Let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to continue watching the game. We'll talk later. By the way, Uncle will transfer some pocket money to you. Remember to check it. Without waiting for the other party to ask any more questions, Heilung hung up the phone. He then transferred 2 million pocket money to his dear nephew. Apart from anything else, Li Yang's performance just now was completely comparable to Wang Biao's. If we were to change to the situation just now, even if Wang Biao were to handle it, he might not be able to handle it as well as Li Yang. That's why he was so excited, to the extent that he also loved his nephew, who introduced Li Yang to him and spoke well of him. If it succeeds in the end and overthrows the shadow of Yeo Palace, the benefits will not only be 2 million, but at least more than 100 times. Sometimes life is just so fucked up. Even if you work hard for decades, it's still not as good as seizing an opportunity. He was betting on the interests of the entire gang, and he knew best how much pressure he was under. But fortunately, he made the right bet and keenly saw Li Yang's extraordinary qualities one step ahead. The matter has been settled, and there is no reason for others to go back on their word now. At this time, the location of the night tour hall. Night Owl snorted coldly. What a bunch of stupid guys. They don't know that Wang Biao is no longer the Wang Biao of last year. Just last month, Wang Biao has already completed the third transformation. He is a powerful third transformation professional. If he were still the same Wang Biao, he might really be panicking and at a loss at this moment. But you have to know that every time a professional changes his job, the power he can gain is unquestionable, and almost every time it is a qualitative transformation. These people have no idea how powerful Wang Biao is now. At the same time, in the special seats in the square. Congratulations, Lao Wang. Your central division has produced such a genius. His strength is comparable to the most senior and powerful people in the army. Indeed, he has such strength at such a young age. His potential is enormous. Haha, this is all Li Yang's own achievement. We didn't do anything. He came all the way here on his own. I am just benefiting from it. Wang Teng waved his hand with a flushed face. Although he refused, he was actually very happy in his heart. They haven't had such talent in their central region for a long time. Moreover, in every competition over the years, the first place was always won by Wang Biao from the West. No matter what Li Yang's final result is, he has already gained enough face. Come to think of it, this strength is pretty good. Maybe he can compete with Wang Biao for the first place. A general said with emotion. No. Although I have to admit that this newcomer is indeed very strong. Wang Biao is no longer the same person he used to be. At this moment, the commander of the Western Theater Command suddenly spoke. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the military personnel looked at him. Oh, what do you mean, brother Sun? Did you mean? Sun Hao smiled faintly and nodded slowly. That's right. Not long ago, Wang Biao completed the third transformation, and it was very successful. His strength increased greatly. Wang Biao has already completed 3 transformations. When these words were spoken, the commanders of other military departments all widened their eyes in shock. This Wang Biao truly deserves to be the number 1 for several consecutive years. Third level? I remember he was only level 120 last year. He's improved so quickly and has already completed the third level. And we had no idea. Good fellow, brother Sun. You have hidden this trick really well. If that's the case, then there really is no comparison. Li Yang is only at the second level at best, right? Although he's very strong, there's no comparison after all. Yes, it's a bit too much to expect him to surpass other outstanding soldiers right from the start. Wang Ting also sighed secretly. As a champion who has been able to maintain his position for many years, Wang Biao is still capable. What the world lacks the least is genius. How far Li Yang can go depends entirely on himself. He raised his head and looked at the screen, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. If the future is yours, prove it to me. If Li Yang can really do it, then no matter what happens later, he will do his best to help protect his interests. The development of Dragon Country and the pioneers of mankind both require potential and powerful professionals. At this time, a man in a purple robe, holding a magic wand in his finger, walked leisurely in the mountains and forests. There are always several ferocious summoned creatures standing around him. Once a monster appears, these summons will instantly surround and beat it to death. The whole process was incredibly relaxing. Wang Biao yawned. It's still as boring as ever. Every year, there's no decent opponent. I'll go talk to the person in charge and tell them to just give me the first place from now on. At this moment, a bell suddenly rang on his body. Oh, Wang Biao raised his eyebrows. At this time, someone will call. He pulled out his radio and connected it. Soon, the low voice of Night Owl was heard. Wang Biao. There's a new professional who uses a bow. As he spoke, he roughly described Li Yang's characteristics. If you meet this man, just attack him. He's a big threat. Do you understand? Is it a big threat? Wang Biao raised his eyebrows. He hadn't heard this word for many years. However, Yi Xiao contacted them personally, so it seems that they do have some strength. However, having just completed the third transformation not long ago, he was extremely confident. Okay, got it. Having said that, he hung up impatiently. Li Yang, who? Don't let me find you. I'm bored right now. Chapter 104. Fusion of SSS-level professions. The final battle. Time passes by every second. The sport competition is coming to an end. There's about an hour left until the end of the game. Li Yang kept wandering in the jungle, looking for monsters to fight all the time. Points are credited to your account like flowing water. At this time, he was holding an explosive bow, standing on a high place, and skillfully patrolling his prey. The information on the bracelet is updated again. Name, Li Yang. Military region, Central. Points, 7,500. Estimated ranking, 1. Li Yang let out a breath. The effort was not in vain. Now you have 7,500 points. The estimated ranking given by the bracelet soared directly to 1. There is less than an hour left until the end of the competition. Keep it up. First place will be his. At this moment, a monster figure passed by from the front. Li Yang immediately picked up the bow, chased after him, and shot a sharp arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. What? I've dropped to second place. At the same time, Wang Biao originally glanced at the bracelet casually, but saw an unbelievable scene. Name, Wang Biao. Military region, Western region. Points, 6,500. Estimated ranking, 2. His estimated ranking is only second. You know, he has always been number 1 and has never been surpassed. Moreover, his strength has greatly increased this time, and he is scoring points much faster than last year. But even so, he was still surpassed by someone. Who on earth is it? Wang Biao widened his eyes, his heart filled with shock. I am an SS-level professional necromancer, and I have already reached the 3rd level. There are few people in the entire military of Qingran who can compare with him. But there is someone who has a higher score than me. One international joke. He couldn't help but recall that Night Owl had come to remind him earlier. He didn't take it seriously at first. But now, damn it, he really has some skills. Wang Biao frowned. There is less than an hour left before the end of the competition, and it will be difficult for me to overtake. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with it, suddenly there was an explosion in the distance. He was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. That's right. He remembered there was one more rule. That is, you can also get points by defeating other players. And it has much more than that on the monster, and is directly inherited from the other party. So, if you want to increase your points quickly, it is obviously more cost-effective to eliminate other players than monsters. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed towards the direction of the explosion. You killed the unicorn. Points plus 120. You killed the wind scorpion snake. Points plus 150. At the same time, after getting rid of the fleeing monster in front, Li Yang was about to walk towards a nearby road with a bow in his hand. At this moment, 3 puppet summons suddenly walked out from the side. The armor on their bodies emitted a chilling aura. Each of them was about 2 meters tall, holding a sharp, blunt weapon in their hands. Li Yang turned around and raised his eyebrows. Oh my god, what the hell is this? It doesn't look like a monster. Just as he was thinking, a strong man in a robe slowly walked out from the front. Wang Biao walked forward and said with a chuckle, I'm sorry, brother. I'm in urgent need of points now. As he spoke, he waved to several summons. The 3 undead puppets moved, surrounded Li Yang, and began to approach. Li Yang's eyes turned cold. It's obvious that this person has bad intentions. Good guy. He actually set his sights on himself. What? It's Wang Biao. He actually showed up. This is interesting. The moment Wang Biao appeared in the field of vision. In the square, all the spectators sat up straight, their eyes focused, afraid of missing every second. Everyone knows that this will be the final battle to determine the 1st and 2nd place in this competition. Whoever wins is first. Li Yang, you must not lose. Zhao Linger looked at the screen nervously. The people from the Black Dragon Society were also nervous. The Black Dragon had a gloomy face. I didn't expect that the 2 of them would actually meet each other. In his eyes, the most stable method is for Li Yang to get first place by killing monsters quickly. Well, Since that's the case, victory or defeat will depend on this one move. Hee hee. The Night Owl's reaction was to change from sadness to joy, and he let out a shrill laugh. On the contrary, what he feared most was that Wang Biao would not be able to find Li Yang and solve this problem. Now it seems that the balance of victory is more tilted towards him. He believed that as long as they met, Wang Biao would easily defeat a newcomer. Wang Biao is not some half-baked player. Where does his confidence come from? It comes from countless championship medals. At this time, Li Yang didn't know that what was happening here was being watched by so many people. Faced with Wang Biao's sudden attack, he was not too panicked. I am not someone who can be easily messed with. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. SS level class detected, undead mage. Do you want a copy? Oh, Li Yang's heart moved. It's still an SS level profession. This value. Copy. Copy successful. You obtain the SS level class, Necromancer. You already have 2 SS level undead classes. Do you want to super evolve and fuse them? Soul Wizard plus Necromancer equals? Li Yang was confused. Super evolution fusion? There's also this unexpected surprise. This person, it seems, is here to deliver benefits. Li Yang looked at Wang Biao with a strange look and couldn't help but want to say thank you for the SS level career given by his elder brother. Li Yang couldn't help but look forward to what would happen if the 2 SS level professions were fused together. Fusion. Fusion successful. You obtain SSS level profession, Necromancer. SSS level profession? Li Yang widened his eyes. I counted carefully and made sure I didn't look at it too much. He couldn't help but feel excited. Ever since we rejected the SSS level professions during the awakening ceremony, there have been new SSS level professions, and they're only getting stronger. Sure enough, his original decision was right. It's been less than a month, and I've already made my money back. Thanks to Wang Biao, it was really worth the trip to Qingran. As a result, the look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Biao became more friendly. Although I don't know who this person is, his contribution is indelible. Seeing that Li Yang didn't move for a long time, Wang Biao looked down on him. Are you scared, silly? Well, just surrender and save me the trouble. Facing several skeletons that have come to the front, Li Yang reacted. Then he calmly opened his third eye. The movements of several summoned creatures froze instantly. Don't make trouble. I'm busy. As he spoke, he relaxedly looked at the effects of the new SSS level profession. SSS level Necromancer. Professional talent. Every time you level up, the number of summoned creatures increases by 1. Skill. Summon skeleton knights to assist in combat. When a summoned creature exists, the damage taken by the player will be transferred to the summoned creature. Chapter 105. Watch carefully. This is called the Undead Scourge. Awesome. After seeing the effect, Li Yang was shocked. As expected of SSS grade, each level up will give you 1 more summon. I can summon 70 now. Not only that, you will not be harmed until these summons die. Does this mean that as long as these summons exist, I will be invincible? Want to hurt me? Take out my 70-plus skeleton soldiers first. Just when Li Yang was feeling emotional, Wang Biao was stunned. What's going on? Why can't his summons move? His face darkened. I thought he was just a street kid, but I didn't expect he had some skills. Come again. Wang Biao waved the magic wand in his hand. The secret art of the dead. A ball of dark green air spurted out from the magic wand, landed on the field, and turned into several shadows, and then all condensed into undead puppets. What about now? I have so many helpers, and you are all alone. I wonder how long you can hold on. Come on. Li Yang was still in high spirits when he was suddenly interrupted and felt a little unhappy. While considering that you have made some contribution, you are qualified to be my stepping stone. I have to say that this person is an SS level professional and can be considered a genius picked out of a million. But does the SS level profession look good in front of me? Looking at the undead puppets holding weapons and charging towards us aggressively. Li Yang Lao get the secret art of the undead? Then have you ever heard of the Undead Scourge? He moved his hand and took out the Book of Sages. Putting aside the weapon effects, the Book of Sage itself is a brilliant level weapon, and it is perfect for summoning an army of undead. In an instant, the sky was dark and the earth was gloomy. A strong wind blew across the field. Eerie and terrifying growls came from all directions, making people shudder. Dozens of skeleton soldiers appeared densely on the field, emitting a faint light and looking eerie with their white bones. Undead. So many skeletons, all undead. In the audience, There were sounds of gasps one after another. Fuck you, I thought he was joking. No, buddy, are you serious? This number is too scary. How'd he do it? In the special seats. Is he really Liang? Wang Ting stood up excitedly. This is a big deal. A good competition, but now they have an army of the undead. Old Wang, who is he? Is there anything else you haven't told us? What a great undead scourge. This kid will become a great man. The commanders of the other military departments were undoubtedly shocked. Is this an ordinary person? Damn it, if Wang Tung still said he didn't know, they would definitely not believe him. Wang Tung smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart. Times have changed. The new generation is replacing the old generation, and it's time for these old guys to retire. And at this moment, the skeleton army surrounded Wang Biao and his summoned creatures. This is... Wang Biao forgot to move and stared with his eyes wide open. So many undead? Why can so many be summoned? Who is this person in front of me? I've never heard of him before. He has already mastered the same summoning skill for the third time, but can only summon 10 undead puppets at most. Li Yang's skeleton is obviously one level higher than his puppet. Wang Biao was completely frightened. This was the first time for him, an SS-level professional, to feel like he was being crushed by someone. Who are you? He couldn't help but look at Li Yang. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He was startled and then reacted. This characteristic seems to be the newcomer that Night Owl mentioned. He looked at it again and found that it was indeed the same as Night Owl's description. He took a deep breath. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity before. But that's not right. He remembered. Wasn't he an archer? This is totally unrelated. Archers can summon undead? Then what else can he, a necromancer, do? Is the intelligence wrong? Just when he was at a loss, Li Yang waved his hand. The skeleton warrior rushed forward with a big sword in hand. In comparison, the undead puppets seemed extremely small and were submerged in an instant. Wang Biao was sweating profusely as he watched from behind. Broken. That's so bad. What the hell is this? Who the hell is going to hold this up? He also understood. Why is my bracelet ranked second? The first one is here. It seems that he came here to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. If you can survive, at least you can get second place. Otherwise, there will be no second place. He no longer intends to compete for the first place. The summoner is nothing without the summoned creature. Realizing the other party's intention, Li Yang moved and chased after him. You want to run away now that you're naughty? When Wang Biao was halfway through the run, he found that Li Yang was following him and his eyes narrowed. You still dare to catch up? You're looking for death. He waved his wand and summoned 2 undead puppets. Quick, kill him now while he's away from the team. Upon hearing this, the 2 undead swung their weapons at Li Yang. However, Li Yang turned a blind eye. I had no intention of hiding at all. He knew in his heart that it would be very troublesome for him to deal with the 2 undead. It's a thankless task. It is better to capture the leader first. He rushed towards Wang Biao despite the damage. Bang! The undead puppet blocked the way and hit him with weapons. However, Li Yang was not hurt at all. Are these undead puppets weak? No. The necromancer's damage transfer has taken effect. All the damage he took was transferred to his skeleton soldiers. Among his vast army, a skeleton soldier fell down. However, it is just one of the thousands of animals, and there are more than 60 like it. Are you crazy? Wang Biao took a deep breath, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He never expected it. Li Yang actually took the damage head-on. What surprised him even more was that Li Yang was not hurt at all. His undead puppet has been upgraded 3 times. So weird. The 2 undead puppets chased Li Yang and attacked him, but did not slow him down at all and had no effect at all. Wang Biao was dumbfounded. Is this fucking open? This has no effect? In the blink of an eye, Li Yang appeared in front of him. He was in a trance for a moment. Bang! Li Yang knocked the wand out of his hand and hit him with the lightning halberd in his hand. Sizzle. Then, he experienced a tingling sensation. This is also the shortcoming of summoning mages. The strength is added to the summoned creatures, and the strength of the professional itself is not as good as that of a pure mage. I don't know how long it took. You defeated player 001. Points plus 6,500. As the sound of the bracelet rang, Li Yang was slightly stunned. So much was added? 6,500 points, only 1,000 points away from me, which is already close. This ranking is probably very high. Well, in the end it was a good deal for me. Name, Li Yang. Military region, Central. Points, 14,000. Estimated ranking, 1. Now it has reached 14,000 points. It should be stable now. Liang was secretly happy. He didn't realize that the player he just casually eliminated was the famous Wang Biao, who had won the championship for several years in a row. Chapter 106. Lie down and reap the harvest. Abnormal invasion. When Liang defeated Wang Biao in a crushing manner, the outside world is in an uproar. Although this way of winning is a bit magical, but no matter what, winning is winning. Wang Biao actually lost. This year's championship has changed hands. After so many years, someone finally broke through. This is really amazing, the most valuable episode. Over 10,000 points. That's a record, right? The highest in history. That's great. I'm tired of watching it anyway. Honestly, the champion is the same person every year. There's nothing new. I almost don't want to watch it anymore. Wouldn't it be great if there were more flowers blooming? The soldiers in the Central Theater Command, in particular, cheered and became excited. Liang, Liang, Liang. Ha. We in the Central area are first this year. Woohoo. Let's go back and indulge ourselves today to celebrate. Let's have some pig's trotter rice and 2 servings of Chinese sausage. I've been irritated with those guys in the West for a while now, and today I finally got some relief. In contrast, the soldiers in the West had bitter expressions on their faces and could not believe what they saw. Brother Biao actually lost, and lost to a newcomer. The world has changed. I must be still asleep. Someone come and punch me. In fact, the impact of this battle is far more than what it seems on the surface. What? Wang Biao lost. In the hall, Night Owl stood up with a look of shock on his face. At this point, he couldn't remain calm. Wang Biao's defeat meant that their camp suffered heavy losses this time, and everyone will be affected in ways big and small. The others also discussed it. What's going on? Did Wang Biao let it go? I don't see it as that situation. It really doesn't feel like we can win. This year's situation is going to be messed up. Quenching has been stable for too long, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Get rich first and then die. The power here is almost completely saturated, and latecomers have no chance at all. Once this happened, it became an opportunity for some small forces to fish in troubled waters. In stark contrast, in a corner of the field, all the members of the Black Dragon Society were trying to suppress their laughter. We won. We really won. Ha ha. Black Dragon's face was almost broken from laughing. He was not wrong about the person. On the contrary, Li Yang's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. The originally powerful Wang Biao fled in front of him like a drowned dog and was chased and beaten. Palace Master Xiao, I accept the loss of the bet. Black Dragon looked at Night Owl and the others and said with a smile. Yi Xiao, Yi Yujian, and others all had gloomy faces. But it cannot happen at this time. At this time, the Black Dragon also ran over and jumped in their faces, making everyone feel extremely aggrieved. Good trick. Night Owl clenched his fists. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. In that case, don't blame me for turning the table over. He stood up and turned around and walked out with his men. Walk slowly. The Black Dragon laughed. I feel so refreshed. Before, they were laughing at their own stupidity, but what about now? Who else dares to speak for themselves? Moreover, it can be clearly seen that the attitudes of some small and medium-sized forces on the field towards the Black Dragon Society have changed, and they have become more flattering. This should be their usual attitude towards Yayo Palace. The Black Dragon's face was flushed. He knew in his heart that he was able to have what he had today, thanks to Liang, and he would definitely find an opportunity to repay him in the future, a favor that can never be repaid. At the same time, after defeating Wang Biao, Liang looked at the time and saw that there was still about half an hour left before the end. He then ordered the skeleton warriors to split up and continue hunting monsters. In this way, you don't need to do it yourself, and the efficiency is much higher. Liang, on the other hand, became idle. He jumped lightly onto the branch of a big tree, lay down, and fell asleep. And under the tree, there were 3 skeletons guarding. Now he is not even afraid of monster sneak attacks. As long as the skeleton warriors are still there, he has nothing to worry about. But just for the sake of courtesy, I put a few skeleton warriors underneath. Not long after, the notification sound started to ring on his bracelet. You killed the eel snake, points plus 100. You killed the flower deer, points plus 100. These are all monsters that the skeleton warrior is killing everywhere. Now he can harvest them even if he just lies down. You don't need to do it yourself at all. Good job. This feeling is so great. now just waiting for time to end. And at this moment, the momentum of external discussions has reached its peak. Everyone was paying attention to Li Yang's movements and taking everything in. Seeing Li Yang suddenly lying down like this, everyone was stunned. Fuck, it's already started? 6. Everyone else is working hard in the final moments. And you're just going to sleep? Fuck, that's too lively. Oh, who can blame him for having so many points? If I had as many as him, I would do the same. In the special seats. Wow, he really beat Wang Biao. Wang Tong was filled with emotion. It's powerful, but if this happens, I'm afraid those forces in Kunqing will start to make trouble. Yeah, those people are anxious, and they might do something crazy. For a moment, several senior executives didn't know whether to be happy or worried. The original purpose of holding this competition was to give the soldiers some relaxation. But if they do so, it may actually cause their subsequent workload to increase dramatically. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Wang Tong sighed. At the same time, there are only a few minutes left until the end of the competition. Li Yang opened his eyes and looked at the bracelet. Name, Li Yang. Military region, Central. Points 24,000. Estimated ranking, 1. Not bad, just as he imagined. During his rest period, his skeleton warriors continued to fight and their points continued to rise. It's really good. And it's so cool to collect the fruits of the summoning process. Although there are certain professional shortcomings, for me, they could be said to be negligible. Right at this moment, suddenly, there was an earth-shaking noise on the field, and in the distance in a certain direction, countless birds flew towards this side. It felt like something scary was approaching. What's going on? Li Yang stood up and looked over. Which direction seems to be the dividing point connecting to the wild? He frowned, having a bad feeling. At this time, people outside also noticed the situation here. Not good. There are a number of abnormal waves at the connection point, attacking this way. What? Wang Tong widened his eyes. He said in surprise as he looked at the soldier who delivered the intelligence. Is the news true? It shouldn't be like this. Their stadium is built in the wild, so there is no control at the end. Although that is true, they have also set up a barrier, so it is impossible for it to cause any huge fluctuations. Moreover, there are usually special personnel cleaning out some monsters there, and they even conducted a special repeated search before the competition, so there should be no problem. You know, there have never been any problems in previous years. This is the first time. Without time to think, he quickly gave the order. Quickly notify all personnel and prepare to go in for support. Use the wristbands to tell the contestants inside to step back. Something's coming. You know, there are still many contestants who have not come out yet. Those who have been able to hold on until now are basically the elite among the elites, and they are unaware that a crisis has occurred. If any accident happens, it will be a huge loss. Chapter 107, Abyss Invasion. A last-ditch battle. Alert! Dangerous waves are approaching. Please retreat to the rear square immediately and wait for support. Repeat, please retreat immediately. All the players in the competition received this message. Such a sound also came from Li Yang's bracelet. He was slightly stunned, and then after considering the movement on the field, he reacted and rushed to the back. You sprint to move through the woods. On the way, he felt more and more that the abnormal fluctuation in the distance was getting closer. If there is something really dangerous, judging from the situation, it will probably attack here soon. At this time, in a vast open space, contestants arrived from all directions. This is the last position of the stadium. When Li Yang arrived here, several contestants were already standing there. It seems that he was not the only one who received the notice. Others also rushed here immediately after receiving the news. At this time, the people here had almost no physical strength left because they had been fighting for so long. Most of them were injured to some extent and looked dusty and dirty. Li Yang walked forward and blended into the crowd. He couldn't help but frown as he watched a large black shadow approaching from the hillside in the distance. If the support comes slower, we will definitely have to rely on these people to hold on. But looking at the state of these people now, to be honest, Li Yang felt that he might not be able to last more than one round. At the same time, in the square outside, various military headquarters were quickly organizing their forces. The incident happened suddenly, catching everyone off guard. But there was no time to think about why. We must defend this place. Everyone was walking back and forth, their faces full of solemnity. Soon, Wang Tong and several other senior military officials arrived at the portal with their men. At this moment, they suddenly discovered that the light of the portal dimmed. Wang Tong's heart sank, and he hurried forward to check. A moment later, oh no, the portal is broken. This power is the abyss. Wang Tung's face was gloomy. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. Abyss? Why are there traces of the abyss here? Could it be that the abyss was also responsible for that anomaly? When the abyss was mentioned, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts. You know, they're all crazy people. No one likes dealing with crazy people. People in the abyss are also the most difficult to deal with. Their methods are extremely cruel and have no bottom line. When exactly do they do all this? They didn't even notice it. The portal doesn't work. All faces looked heavy. This means that they cannot rush to provide support in the first time. The players inside are in danger. Wang Tung gritted his teeth. You know, Li Yang is still in there. Such a genius must not be allowed to get into trouble. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss to the country. After realizing what was happening, Zhao Linger was surprised at first, and then became anxious. What should we do now? How can we provide support? If we don't go now, they won't be able to hold on. A staff member stepped forward, studied the portal for a while, and said with difficulty, the portal is completely infected by the power of the abyss. It will take at least an hour to clean it out. An hour? The daylilies are already cold. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned pale. Can they hold on for an hour? Damn it, it was almost over, and this happened again. They're almost exhausted now. How can they withstand such a fierce attack? Damn scum of the abyss. Now, they can only rely on themselves. Wang Tung sighed, his eyes full of worry. Boom! As the dark shadow in the distance got closer, the ground shook more violently. Li Yang frowned. What's going on? Why hasn't the support arrived yet? Soon, these unidentified creatures will be right up to our faces. He's still okay. Seeing this black shadow coming like a mudslide, the others were already filled with panic and fear. Holy crap! Where's the support we promised you? Why hasn't it arrived yet? How terrifying! If backup doesn't arrive, can we hold on? It's over. You're not giving up on us, are you? When people are extremely panicked, they're most likely to have wild thoughts and do irrational things. Seeing that the speculation was becoming more and more outrageous, Liang frowned. Although he didn't understand why the military support was delayed, but he believed that some unexpected situation had caused the delay. All they have to do now is to persevere. Call. As the shadow got closer, a sharp wind blew over. The dark shadow gradually emerged. Huge monster shadows emanated a black aura from the abyss. At this moment, a creepy voice came from the sky. Weak and lowly human professionals, it's not too late to submit to the abyss now. Otherwise, you will all become food for monsters. The devilish voice echoed throughout the entire field, constantly provoking the last line of defense in people's hearts. The monster in the distance was approaching, and the people here began to tremble. Their legs became weak, and they subconsciously retreated. Who's talking? Don't play tricks. So many monsters. What the hell is going on? Li Yang's eyes narrowed as he stared at the densely packed monsters in front of him. These monsters have been strengthened by the power of the abyss, and the aura of each one is several times stronger than before. Roar! The roars of monsters were heard one after another. Before anyone could react, the monsters with the power of the abyss had all arrived nearby. No more standing there. Everyone, take up your weapons. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. It seems I have to rely on myself. At this time, everyone was confused, and someone had to take the lead. Undead, Li Yang's heart moved. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. Dark clouds gathered and a strong wind blew. The low groans of the dead in hell lingered. Eerie white skeletons appeared in front of everyone, emitting a cold and chilling aura. The momentum alone was enough to crush a group of abyss monsters. Such a terrifying undead, with its back turned and standing in front of you, gives you an indescribable sense of security. As soon as it appeared, everyone present was shocked. Fuck. Chapter 108. The Powerful Skeleton Army. The 3-star demon takes action. Bang, bang, bang. The skeleton warriors moved. Heavy footsteps were heard. He rushed forward without hesitation towards the monster that was like a swarm of locusts. Liang followed behind. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. Who is this man? What is he going to do? Are all these skeletons his summons? What should we do? What should we do? Do we have any way out? Let's fight these monsters. Everyone, follow along. Some people held weapons and gritted their teeth to keep up with Li Yang's pace. Some people just stood there in a daze, not reacting. Crazy. You're all crazy. How can we stop this? Fuck, you're all crazy. Let's fight. Despite the curses, everyone gripped their weapons tightly and followed with shouts. At the very front, the skeleton warrior moved extremely fast, rushing towards the attacking monster like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides began to collide. The skeleton warrior was extremely powerful, and the big knife in his hand chopped down the monster that was several meters long. Facing monsters infected and strengthened by the abyss, he was not at all weak. Instead, they fought back with a crushing force. Dozens of skeleton warriors are standing in the front. One man can hold off 10,000. Start the counterattack. Liang stopped not far away, took out the explosive bow, and started shooting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between humans and monsters has begun. To defend, defeat them. At this moment, the contestants return to their original identities, a soldier, a warrior. Defend your land and survive. Bravely face the hordes of monsters. The soldiers' faces were all flushed, and they exuded sharpness and fearlessness. The most important thing is that the skeleton knight is too powerful. With a flick of his hand and a slash of his sword, he killed a monster with 2 strikes and carved out a bloody path. For a moment, they were able to withstand the monster's attack. You killed the scorpion leopard, points plus 120. You killed a mantis, points plus 100. You killed a red snake, points plus 150. You killed the arm bear, points plus 150. You gained talent skills, speed up. You obtained the innate skill, blazing fire. The news of killing monsters kept ringing in Li Yang's mind. The skeleton warriors are more powerful than anyone can imagine. Extremely fast killing speed and strong body. Everyone was stunned. Fortunately, this kind of thing is not the opposite. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand it for even a second. Hey, what's going on with these skeletons? Why are they so outrageous? This is too powerful. I remember Wang Biao was also a summoner. I thought he was already extremely strong, but I didn't expect there was another master. Wang Biao's undead puppets are nothing compared to these skeleton warriors. With the counterattack of Li Yang's skeleton warriors, resisting this tide of beasts became easier than anyone imagined. In just a moment, instead of being overwhelmed by the monsters, they fought their way out. We are saved. This brother is so strong. His skeleton is so supermodel. What kind of profession is it to be so awesome? I'm so ashamed of myself. This scene was so shocking that it was unbelievable. It seems that we don't need them at all. We can rely on these skeleton armies to resist the beast tide. As time goes by, Li Yang and the skeleton warriors became braver as the battle went on. There are fewer and fewer monsters on the field. Finally, the person behind the scenes could no longer sit still. The voice of the abyss demon sounded again. No, this is impossible. What the hell is going on? What kind of monsters are these skeletons? Soon, a dark figure appeared in the sky. Demonic horns, silver armor, and extremely sharp claws on his hands. The evil demon of the abyss. This form is the same as before, and it is almost the same as before, but the difference is that this evil demon is wearing silver armor, and the aura is much stronger. After seeing this shadow, everyone was shocked. No wonder. That makes sense. They are the ones causing trouble. This is a 3-star demon. Only a 3-star demon could use the power of the abyss to invade so many monsters and create such a beast tide. After discovering this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. 3-star evil demon that could threaten the existence of an entire city. And at this moment, he actually appeared in front of them. Many people felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. How can we compete? 3-star demon. Not only is he strong in his ability to control and strengthen monsters, its own strength is also very strong. Even if everyone here attacks together, we may not be able to defeat him. And at this time, as soon as the silver evil demon appeared, his face was full of ferocity. These skeleton warriors killed so many monsters for him. This is all because of the hard work and energy it consumes to get infected. It was extremely angry, and he has already regarded Li Yang as a thorn in his side. Very good. You are very strong, so I will not let you stay here. The strong ones among humans are not worthy of living in this world. I cannot let you grow up. A breath of the abyss rose from its hand and finally condensed into a big knife emitting black energy. Being targeted by a 3-star evil demon, anyone would feel a tightness in their heart. Those who have poor mental endurance may even be frightened to the point of urinating. Looking at the evil demon in the sky, Liang showed no fear at all. I have more than 70 skeleton warriors, which means I have more than 70 lives in disguise. I can make countless mistakes, but no matter how good you are, you can only make one mistake. The silver, evil demon roared, descended rapidly like a meteor, and crashed into Li Yang's position. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. As a 3-star evil demon, he naturally could not afford to be careless, and he quickly dodged backwards. In an instant, the evil demon fell heavily to the ground, and the ground cracked, forming spiderweb-like cracks. A cloud of black smoke rose on the field. Sudden, the evil demon rushed out from the black smoke and slashed at Liang. Liang swung his weapon forward to block. Bang! The black swords collided and the lightning halberds collided. A crisp clicking sound came from the weapon in Li Yang's hand. His expression changed slightly. No, it was obvious that the quality of his weapon was far superior to that of his opponent's. If this happens, it won't be long before his weapon breaks down. There was no other way, so he had to give up his defense and then jump back. The silver demon saw this opportunity, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Holding a black knife, he chopped it down fiercely. Hee, now is the time, go die. The black knife, formed by the power of the abyss, carried a terrifying aura that disturbed the surrounding air. Bang! Chapter 109. We are human beings, but he can already be called a monster. Block. However, this attack on Liang did not cause any trouble. Not even a little bit of impact. All these injuries were transferred to Liang and his skeleton warriors. The silver demon was startled, his face full of disbelief. Liang has already moved. Before he could react, he came behind him and swung his spear violently. Puff. 30000. Death suppression. Plunder. 150000. The silver demon's eyes widened. What? What kind of damage is this? Before it even had time to react, it discovered that its health had dropped significantly. It suddenly shook all over and a black gas burst out from it. Then it turned into a ball of black gas and flashed away. After a moment, it appeared on the ground in the distance. He looked at Liang with shock. That's impossible. Why? I clearly hit you, but you didn't feel any effect at all. It looked at its hands with disbelief on its face and even began to doubt itself. Liang did not answer and looked at him coldly. How about you try again? The silver demon's face darkened. What an arrogant human boy. Don't think I'm afraid of you. It moved, then rose into the air and raised its hands. A ball of black gas condensed into a huge energy ball, which grew bigger and bigger. The next moment, the black ball burst out with powerful power of the abyss. Umph, human boy. This move is enough to kill you 10 times. The silver evil demon moved his hand, and a black energy ball suddenly fell down with destructive power. The range was extremely large, almost covering the entire plane. This terrifying movement also attracted the attention of others. What is this? Such a terrifying aura. Get out of the way, or you'll die. The enormous power is chilling. Liang froze. Although the skeleton warriors will help him resist damage, it does not mean that he has to take it all. At the front of the team, he relies entirely on his skeleton warriors. If too many people are lost at once, the overall situation will not be optimistic. Think of this. Liang took out the Wind Dragon order. Wind Dragon. The next second, a ball of green gas emerged from the Wind Dragon order. A green dragon shadow gradually condensed in front of him. It has been a long time since I summoned the Wind Dragon. Liang just discovered that the Wind Dragon has grown at a very high rate. It's completely different from before. The dragon scales on his body were lifelike, and he was glowing with a green light. But now is not the time to focus on that. Liang didn't hesitate. He jumped directly onto the back of Qingran. The next moment, the azure dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying energy ball smashed into the ground, causing a devastating explosion. The entire earth was flattened. Not a single flower or plant survived, and black marks were everywhere. But the man and the dragon were no longer there. What? Not only the silver demon, but everyone was stunned. The figures of a man and a dragon proudly float in the sky, extremely elegant. It's a dragon. He raised a dragon? Oh my God. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of this dreamy scene. Who the hell is he? These skeletons are also his summons. Why is he so powerful? So terrifying? Such a strong man has appeared in our army. Too strong. Newcomers are formidable. If it were me, facing this 3-star evil demon, I wouldn't be able to hold out for a moment. At this moment, the blue dragon in the sky changed direction and flew towards the evil demon. Liang also shot arrows with the explosive bow. The silver demon was already panicking and felt the terror for the first time. He didn't care about anything else and flew out immediately. At the same time, everyone gathered in front of the external entrance, creating a depressing atmosphere. They knew that the players inside were in danger, but they were powerless to do anything. Several maintenance workers squatted beside the portal, repairing it in a hurry. Wang Tung and others were fully armed and had been waiting in front, just to be able to enter as soon as the portal was repaired. Can you go faster? Zhao Linger urged anxiously. Several maintenance workers looked troubled. Zhou Jiangwo, who was standing next to her, patted her shoulder and said, "All right, calm down. You'll only slow down their work." Zhao Linger sighed and said nothing more. What's the situation inside now? So much time has passed. I'm afraid the damage is severe. By the time we get there, it might be too late. Sighs and groans were heard one after another. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. No, our people are fine. There are dragons, and there's an army of skeletons. A man ran over from the direction of the square. What? Dragon? When it comes to the skeleton army, many people were stunned for a moment before they reacted. It must be Li Yang. They have all seen the other side's powerful skeleton army. But is it possible for Li Yang alone to defend against this monster? What the hell is a dragon? The man didn't waste any time and just threw out a projection ball. The projection ball fell to the ground, shook slightly, and emitted a zigzag line of light. A picture appeared in the air. In the picture, monsters with the power of the abyss appeared densely on the scene, making people feel creepy. These monsters attacked like crazy. In front of them, a group of eerie skeleton warriors stood in front, chopping monsters with swords like cutting vegetables. Behind them was a group of human professionals who were fighting monsters with the skeleton warriors leading the way. They're fine. Everyone was shocked and relieved. What a powerful skeleton warrior. This is exactly what I imagined the undead to look like. Great. Looks like they're still holding on. They're truly our warriors. Where's Li Yang? Why can't I see him? Could he have already? Just then, two shadows suddenly passed through the air. The first thing to be hit was a ball of black gas, and the figure wrapped in the black gas was undoubtedly the evil demon from the abyss. But at this moment, this evil demon, known for its evil, actually looked extremely embarrassed, running in front as if running away. Is this a 3-star evil demon? What on earth happened? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. What is even more eye-catching is another green dragon shadow that follows closely behind. It's a dragon. Is it really a dragon? When the people who saw it reacted, their faces were filled with shock. It turned out to be a real green dragon. At this moment, someone noticed something. Look, there's a shadow on the dragon. Everyone looked over. On the back of the huge dragon, there was a standing human figure. It looked very small in comparison, but it had an unyielding temperament. He held a bow and arrow and kept shooting at the silver, evil demon in front of him. Oh my God! Someone rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Someone is riding a dragon to hunt down evil demons? Who is this? I feel like I've seen this figure somewhere before. At this time, the projection began to enlarge. Slowly, the shadow became clearer. A familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Li Yang, it's him. Someone gasped. You know, not long ago, they were still looking at each other. Many people recognized the person the moment they saw him. It really is him. Is this dragon is too? Awesome. So reckless? He chases and beats the evil demons that others try to avoid. Oh my God, no one here can hold him down? This is insane. Looking at the projection, Wang Tung felt relieved. I'm glad you're okay. Li Yang's current strength has exceeded his imagination. He couldn't help but sigh. In this critical moment, our people actually have to rely on a new intern to save the day. The senior executive next to him also laughed bitterly. Old Wang, don't worry about it. We are human, but he can already be called a monster. It seems they can handle it without us even having to do anything. Chapter 110. One dares to run, the other dares to chase. At the same time, the aerial chase continues. The evil demon, who possesses the powerful power of the abyss and has always been arrogant and domineering, felt for the first time that he had met a madman. You can't kill it, and the damage is so high. Is this really a human professional? So scary. Whoosh whoosh. Sharp arrows pierced through the silver demon. Liang was chasing after him relentlessly. The silver evil demon kept dodging in front, like a bull being beaten, and dodged every arrow in fear. In desperation, it had to run back to the rear of the beast tide. I feel extremely depressed. That's fucked up. He had intended to come out and end the battle, but ended up running away in disgrace. Is there any law for this man and dragon? It's obvious that it has always been the one chasing others. It's Tiangang on the contrary. When the contestants fighting the monsters below noticed this scene, they were all stunned. Good job. This is the 3-star evil demon. He was so scared that he ran away. The key is, one dares to run, and the other dares to chase. The world is still too magical. Want to run? Realizing the silver demon's intention, how could Liang let him go? Speed up. Full speed ahead. He commanded the wind dragon under him. Roar. The wind dragon roared in response, flapping its wings violently. A layer of green halo covered the wings. In an instant, the speed more than doubled. Awesome. That's it. Liang stood on the wind dragon's back and was almost thrown off. A man and a dragon moved forward rapidly. The figure of the silver evil demon in front is getting closer and closer. Swoosh. Liang seized the opportunity, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. Puff. The arrow hit the opponent directly in the back. Plunder. 72000. What? The evil demon widened his eyes and looked back, his face full of disbelief. Liang is caught up. It covered its chest, and the power of the abyss continued to overflow from the wound. His body shook violently, and he fell down. Qinglan also fell downwards immediately. Bang! Bang! 2 huge collision sounds were heard, and dust was already flying on the ground. After the smoke cleared, 2 shadows collided. Liang took the lightning halberd and fought with him again. However, this time, the wind dragon next to him was not idle and also attacked the silver demon. The powerful wind field attack hit the evil demon, leaving wounds on it. Damnomans. Haha, you'd better go to hell and say that. Liang showed a smile. Sky eye open. What? The silver demon widened his eyes. No, this is... Puff. The next moment, the lightning spear in Liang's hand pierced directly into his heart. Plunder. No. The silver demon roared. In that case, then you'll go to hell with me. Ha 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 ha. A genius like you is worth it. After saying that, its hand suddenly grabbed Liang, and its whole body began to tremble. Is this going to self-destruct? Bang! Black smoke rose up, and thick black air covered the entire field. At this moment, everyone stopped. Looked toward the center of the smoke. Is he still alive? Someone shook his head. It seems that the evil demon exploded on its own. The higher the demon's star rating, the greater the power of its self-destruction. The power of a 3-star demon can directly destroy a village. Liang, who was at the center of the explosion, narrowly escaped death. Well, no matter what, he sacrificed himself in exchange for our chance. He is a hero. He's truly powerful enough to kill an abyssal demon. What a shame. If I can return alive, I will do my best to take care of his funeral. Fuck, can't you think of something better? The smoke containing the power of the abyss gradually dissipated and flew towards the horizon. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the smoke. Liang stood there unharmed, with a dark look on his face. Those who were originally feeling regretful were suddenly stunned. What? He's still alive. Fuck you, you're a monster. 666, I imagine the strongest tank I've ever seen in my life, but I never thought someone could remain intact in this situation. At this time, Liang also exhaled. This beast's self-destruction directly consumed 10 of my skeleton warriors. Liang let out a breath. It must be said that this power is indeed great. Otherwise, how can it be called self-destruction? If it were someone else, they would probably die dozens of times. At the same time, after getting rid of the evil demon, the power of the abyss that was entangled with the monsters also dissipated, and the monsters all froze and turned into ordinary monsters. Even their eyes became clear. For a moment, human professionals officially sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Ha ha, you're the only one biting my pants? Little monster, you are much weaker now than before. Take my punch. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river. In 30 years, you will be old, and it will be my turn to ride you. The situation changed in an instant. In addition, the culprit, the silver demon, has been eliminated, and everyone's morale is high, and they begin to counterattack. The skeleton army is growing stronger. The monsters that were previously infected by the power of the abyss were no match for the skeleton warriors, and now they are even more like mud. Wherever they went, monsters screamed. Soon, they were beaten and started to flee. In an instant, the soldiers cheered, celebrating the hard-earned victory. Everyone's face was flushed with excitement and joy. We won. We won. I'm still alive. Woohoo, we're all still alive. Only after experiencing life and death can we understand the value of life and enjoy the present moment. As soon as Li Yang came to his senses, he was surrounded by the people present. Brother, you are so strong. Thanks to you, we wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Boss, your skeleton warrior is so handsome. Can I touch it? Brother, your archery skills are amazing. Would you like to be my disciple? Li Yang coughed lightly and said, I don't accept any disciples. He didn't expect these people to be so enthusiastic. But enjoy the moment. Everyone deserves credit for this hard-won victory. This scene, the people outside in the square saw this and were also happy. As expected of our Qingran army soldiers, mere monsters and demons all kneel down, haha. So strong. They are all heroes. Li Yang from the Central Theater Command. This is a newcomer, but thanks to him, our people were able to resolve the attack. That's right. He directly killed the 3-star evil demon. That was a 3-star evil demon. That damn demon actually tried to pull him to self-destruct in the end. It made me nervous, but luckily he escaped unharmed in the end. When they come out, we'll throw a celebration party. Even Wang Tang's eyes became slightly moist as he watched. This is the edge of human professionals. It's a pity that Li Yang probably won't stay in the end. He is a little reluctant now. Chapter 111, it's time to take everything back. Li Yang then began to sort out the results of the battle. He discovered that these monsters that suddenly broke into the arena also received bonus points. Although his current ranking has not changed and is still first, his points have reached a terrifying number. Name, Li Yang. Military region, Central. Points, 110,000. Estimated ranking, 1. Not only that, these monsters provide a huge amount of experience, and Li Yang's level has now reached 80. After coming to Qingran for just a few days, I have seen huge improvements. If you level up another 20 times, you can reach the second level. Moreover, several talented skills were revealed. It's time for a fusion. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Li Yang started to check. Acceleration, giant force, fire. You already have too many talents and abilities. You can merge them with one click. Oh, that's quite convenient. Qingran. Integrating. Fusion successful. You gain the following talents and skills. Shadow clone. SS creates a clone that inherits 80% of the original's attributes. Its behavior can be controlled. It can self-destruct, and it disappears after receiving fatal damage. Metamorphosis. SS strengthens yourself and your summons, significantly increasing attack power. 2 more SS level talents. My current strength can be said to be completely able to crush my peers. It's time to go to the rivers and seas and take back everything that belongs to me. Li Yang Murmuret. At this moment, a voice sounded from the bracelets of everyone present. Dear contestants, the power of the abyss has dissipated, and a portal has appeared. Once you enter, you will be teleported out. The results of the competition will be settled as usual. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue portal appeared in the square where everyone was. Seeing this, everyone became excited. Woohoo! I can finally go back. Ha! I just killed so many monsters. I now have over 7,000 points. My ranking will definitely go up a lot. Stupid guy, do you think you're the only one whose stock price is going up? Everyone's getting up. Yes, I already have 10,000 points. Before, I only had 8,000. I only have 6,000. Li Yang smiled and said nothing. Next, the contestants entered the portal one after another and disappeared on the spot. The scene changed. All the contestants have come out of the portal. Not one is missing. This is truly an extremely grand victory. As soon as Li Yang appeared, Huang Long and Zhao Linger came forward excitedly. So cool. We all saw it. Huang Long said excitedly. Li Yang, thanks to you, we didn't suffer such a heavy loss of talent. Otherwise, I don't know if we can still stand here intact. You are our hero. Wang Tang secretly wiped away his tears, walked forward and announced. Since everyone is safe, let's proceed according to the original plan. By the way, let's have a celebration party tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience cheered. Woohoo! This is good. Celebration party. Celebration party. Sometimes, victory doesn't require too many words, just a look, and everyone can understand. At this moment, the sound of settlement came from everyone's bracelet. Points have been settled. Points have been settled. Points have been settled. Current points are 110,000. Listening to the sound of the bracelet, Li Yang nodded secretly. There shouldn't be anyone who can score higher than me. Rankings are being sorted out. At this time, a ranking list appears on the screen of the bracelet. Sport competition rankings settled. First, Liang, Battle Zone, Central, points, 110,000. Second, Wang Tsongming, Battle Zone, North, points, 10,000. Third, Lu Shixiang, Battle Zone, South, points, 9,800. Fourth, well, what a shame. The difference between first and second place is only 1,000 points. What do you mean by just? 1,000 points isn't a lot. Generally, the gap between the top rankings isn't that big. This is already a huge lead. Are you two feudal gods? Count the zeros carefully. The whole audience burst into laughter and talked a lot. It's 110,000, more than 10 times higher than the second place. Haha. Damn, really 110,000 points? That's a record. It's more than just a record-breaking achievement. It's not certain that this achievement will ever be surpassed. Wow, 110,000 points. How many monsters do you have to kill? A level 100 elite monster is only worth 1,000 points. It's terrifying. It's really amazing. Several senior military officials, including Wang Tong, gathered together and sighed. They know it in their hearts. In fact, Li Yang's points are far more than that. You know, those monsters all carry the power of the abyss. In terms of strength, they are definitely much higher than before. Li Yang should actually be able to get more points. But no matter what, he is the unsurpassed number one. I never thought that our Qingran military's competition record would be broken by an outsider. In this regard, we are indeed inferior to others. So what should we do now? After today, the whole Qingran will start to be in turmoil. Let's do it this way. At most, I'll be a little tired, but I can still maintain Li Yang's results. Wang Tong said. The others were in deep thought, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. You know, it was thanks to Li Yang and his men that they were able to return safely. They would never do such an ungrateful thing. It's okay to be tired. We have lived in Qingran for decades, and we are busy every day. Yeah, we're just the unlucky ones thrown here to deal with all kinds of troubles. The sports competition ended perfectly. Finally, Zhou Jiangwo took Li Yang to collect his own fruits of victory. First of all, there is the ranking award for the first place in the competition. A qualification to choose a brilliant weapon. You can choose any brilliant level weapon from the arsenal. Li Yang was thinking in his heart. The ideal situation is that each profession can match a weapon. His SSS class Necromancer class has already been activated with a brilliant class weapon like the Sage's Book. There's no need for one more. Then there was the thought he had before. His lightning halberd was badly worn out after the battle with the Silver Demon. Gold level weapons are not enough for him now, and he was planning to change weapons. Now I have the opportunity. Soul-stealing gun. Quality, brilliant grade. Type, cold weapon. Attributes, strength plus 1,500, penetration plus 20%. Weapon effect. Attacks have a chance to penetrate defenses, causing true damage. The first attack hit will definitely cause true damage. It's decided to be you. Leon took a look and made his choice. This type of penetrating weapon is the most valuable and can be used in any stage, which is equivalent to maintaining a very high lower limit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leon simply waved the soul-sucking gun. The feel is also good. After putting it away, the main event is next. Before the sports competition, he already had tens of millions of dollars invested in him. Then he won the first place in the competition. For him, the feedback is maximized, and the investment of all the players who were eliminated midway will be sucked away by him. Not only that, those who rank lower than you will also get a share according to a certain ratio. Finally, deduct the commission and feedback from other people from this high figure. Ding, Jianghai bank account received. 666,000,000. Fuck. Chapter 112. Return to Jianghai. Talent competition warm-up. Time flies like an arrow. After the celebration banquet and the closing ceremony that night, Dabi took a day off. Although Liang only spent a few days in Qingran, his experience was extremely rich and he gained a lot. In the blink of an eye, the day of return has arrived. Liang received a message from Lu Xian. The talent competition had already started warming up, and he needed to rush back to Jianghai as soon as possible. Yes, his purpose of coming to Qingran was achieved and exceeded his expectations. I wonder if there are any changes in Jianghai, but no matter how it changes, this time when he goes back, he will take back everything that belongs to him. Before leaving, Liang said goodbye to Wang Tong, Zhou Jiangwo, Huang Long, and others one by one, thanking them for their care during this period. Everyone felt very sorry, but all good things must come to an end. Wang Tong knew that Liang had his own things to do, so he simply tried to persuade him to stay and then said nothing more. He just said that after Liang finished his work, he could return to Qingran at any time. Liang tidied up briefly and set off on his journey back to Jianghai. To avoid the situation when you came, Wang Tong insisted on having military personnel escort him no matter what. Liang tried to refuse, but couldn't resist him and finally accepted it. After all, he's pressed for time this time. If we were delayed for half a day like when we came here, it might be too late when we get back to Jianghai. Then, that afternoon, a group of military vehicles escorted Li Yang on the journey back to Jianghai. The scene was extremely magnificent. With this kind of situation, the sense of security is maximized. There are almost no blind monsters on the road. Li Yang sigit inwardly. If he were a monster, he would stay away from this scene. Compared to the way here, the journey was extremely smooth and no one dared to stop us. After a few hours, they arrive at the outskirts of Jianghai City. At this time, the convoy stopped for the first time. There is a wide road ahead, heavily guarded. This is equivalent to a level. After passing here, you will reach the area of Jianghai City. Therefore, you need to register your information here before you can move forward. In recent years, the members of the Abyss cult have become more and more rampant. They disguise themselves as ordinary people to enter the city, and the inspections have become more and more strict. It is said that it is easy to leave the city, but difficult to enter it. But all the people on the Yang side are regular soldiers with certificates, and even the staff guarding here dare not neglect them. They just had everyone go through the contraband inspection channel once, and were released after no problems were found. At this moment, Liang suddenly saw a familiar shadow, but it soon disappeared. He frowned and didn't think about it anymore. Back in the car, the convoy continued on its journey. Not long after, a convoy of vehicles drove into the Jianghai city gate in a mighty manner. When we got here, it was already evening and the city was brightly lit. After Liang got off the car, he took a deep breath. Looking at the bustling and prosperous scenery around me, I felt that my experience this time was like a dream. Looking at the familiar streets, it feels more like returning home. The rest of the people also got off the bus. Brother, since we are here, we should leave as we have things to do in the army. Haha, Brother Liang, when you have time in the future, you are welcome to come back to Qingran to play. The Qingran military headquarters always welcomes you. No more talking. We're going back to the countryside. We can't talk to you city people anymore. The field was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Perhaps this was Qingran's unique way of saying goodbye. Liang also smiled. He said goodbye to the people who escorted him here and watched the convoy leave. He turned around and prepared to go home. If I don't go back, the landlord will probably think I've run away. Liang walked through the streets and alleys with ease and returned to the old apartment where he had lived for several years. The buildings around here are relatively old, but much better than many places in Qingran. Moreover, there are very few people here, and you can hardly see anyone here. It cannot be compared with the bustling city of Qingran. Liang was a little uncomfortable for a moment. Walking into the corridor, the dilapidated walls and doors are covered with various small advertisements. Arrive at the door of my house. Li Yang S. Moit Tweetchet. As expected. What the hell? Is it human? I haven't been back for just a week. The entire wall was covered with advertisements and mystery numbers. Liang tore them all off in one go. There are usually few people around, and flyers are everywhere. Just then, a poster about the talent competition appeared in front of him. He took a look and saw a familiar word appear. Legendary Guild. The talent competition is about to begin. The Legend Guild is recruiting talents. All professionals who are qualified to participate in the talent competition are welcome to sign up. Liang was slightly stunned, then reacted. Those who can enter this annual talent competition are all top professionals. It is also the time when various forces compete for people. According to his previous understanding, when the genius competition starts, the entire Jianghai forces and people from some universities will probably go there to stake out. This is the same as the original awakening ceremony. The difference is that the awakening ceremony depends on the profession. The newcomer list looks at the potential for professional development. Those who can enter the genius competition are already the top new professionals in the entire Jianghai area, and they are popular wherever they go. Li Yong shook his head, threw it aside, then opened the door and walked in. Looking at the familiar furniture and layout, I felt calm. I should move to a better place later. I'm not short of money now. The main reason is that this place is too remote and it is inconvenient to go out and do anything. Just make do for one night today. Beep, beep. Li Yong had just laid down on the sofa when he received a call from Lu Xian. Hello, Li Yong. I heard that you have returned to Qingran safely. Yeah, just got home. Okay. I was worried that you were already asleep and I might have disturbed you. What's the matter? Li Yong asked with an idea in his mind. Lu Xian's voice continued. Well, it's about the talent competition. I thought about it and decided to tell you about it. This talent competition is more important than you think. Remember, the higher your ranking on the final rookie list, the better. Newcomer list. Li Yong narrowed his eyes. This is listed based on the results of the talent competition. Does this mean that the results of the talent competition are very important? In the past, he only knew that the final rookie list would have generous rewards, and he didn't know what other connections there were. But after Lu Xian said this, he also took it seriously. Is there some hidden story behind this? The talent competition and the newcomer list are both organized by the country. Lu Xian must know something to tell him this. He asked tentatively, is there any special activity for being on the newcomer list? No, the situation this year is somewhat special. I can only tell you that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm telling you this because I hope you can do your best to get a good ranking. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Li Yong said seriously. Lu Xian first recommended me to go to Qingran to level up, and now he came to remind me specifically. For someone who has only met a few times, it could be said that he cares a lot about her. Li Yong was also slightly moved. It's okay, Lu Xian said with a smile. Just keep it to yourself. Oh, and don't spread it around, or it might cause any consequences. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Li Yong nodded. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. You should have a good rest and recharge your energy. After hanging up the phone, Li Yong sat on the sofa and thought. What Lu Xian said is still credible. The genius competition is about to begin, and he will not be complacent and underestimate his opponents just because he has made some progress. Thanks to the people sent from Qingran to pick him up, he arrived in Jianghai that day. There are still 2 days until the talent competition begins. To be on the safe side, he decided to go and take a look tomorrow to find out the situation. Chapter 113. Number 1 on the ranking list. Someone else? The next day it was dawn. Li Yong got up early and went out. After eating something quick, I headed towards the professional association. During the day, he discovered that the entire Jianghai had already been warming up for the talent competition. There were advertisements and banners everywhere, and the festive scene was known to everyone. This scene is no worse than the original awakening ceremony. This shows how much importance the authorities attach to it. Not long after, Li Yong arrived at the professional association, ready to report in and check on the matters concerning the genius competition. This was not his first time here, and he passed the identity verification quickly. There is also publicity about the talent competition everywhere within the association. As soon as I came in, a player ranking list came into view. Players 1-turn time ranking. Xiao Yang, Okchupation, Magi, SSS-rank, Affiliate Faction, Liuyun Pavilion. Yuxiao, Occupation, Schwartzmann, SSS-rank, Affiliated Faction, Liuyun Pavilion. Wang Meili, Occupation, Priest Class B, Affiliated Faction, Dark Palace. Zhang Tao, Occupation, Assassin, S-rank, Faction, Legend. Lu Wei, Occupation, Warrior, S-rank, Faction, None. Although this is just a ranking for a short period of time, it does not have much value. As long as there is a strong person to lead, a B-level profession like Wang Meili can be among the best. But when Li Yong saw it, he frowned. Why am I not on this list? There was no doubt that he was the first professional to reach the first level. I checked carefully and made sure my name was not there. Who is this Xiao Yang? I've never heard of him. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he still walked to the front calmly. This time, it was a man in work clothes with a smirk on his face. Sir, how may I help you? Li Yong said calmly. I heard that the first professional to achieve the first level this year is named Xiao Yang. That's right. You asked this. The man nodded and looked at him puzzledly. Li Yong's face darkened. Who made this list? This was arranged by the association's middle management based on records. Sir, if you disagree with this result, you can submit feedback. Li Yangfruonet. It seems that this is still an internal decision. This is a bit too much. I was obviously the first professional to reach the first level, but in the end I didn't get the reward that belonged to me. Even now, he has directly removed himself from a list. Some termites are really taking advantage of the situation. He just wanted to know where these people got the power to decide these things. As expected, blindly giving in will only lead to intensified oppression. Fortunately, he came to take a look today, otherwise he would still be kept in the dark. Liang didn't plan to waste words and prepared to explain the situation to Lu Xian. They don't care about this matter. He wants to see if the military will care. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Oh, isn't this Li Shuaba? I haven't seen him for a few days. Why are you here? The next moment, Zhang Tao came up from behind. Du Qingran quickly followed and said in surprise when he saw Li Yang. Li Yang? It's you again. I thought you had gotten out of Jianghai. Li Yangfruonet. These two weirdos are really everywhere. Looking at the two of them, Li Yang gave a sarcastic smile. Haha, I remember someone was being hunted by the Qingran Guild. How dare they walk around out there? Zhang Tao's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense. What are you doing here? Are you planning to participate in the talent competition as well? Are you qualified? How is that possible? This unprofessional loser is worthy of it? Not to mention the first level. His level would have long been unable to catch up with us. Du Qingran said disdainfully. Haha, that's right. I almost forgot. Zhang Tao laughed. Li Yang's eyes turned cold. I don't have time to argue with you now. You'd better not mess with me. What's wrong? Are you so anxious? Li Yang, I really overestimated you. Your name is not even on the contestant ranking list. I am fourth. You don't even have the qualifications to compete with us. Zhang Tao said proudly. He was very happy. After 3 years of being suppressed, he finally felt proud. Is fourth place so high? Even Wang Meili, who has a B-level profession, can get third place. Li Yang said disdainfully. Li Yang, stop being sour here. You are the one who is the most stubborn. Du Qingran smiled coldly. Yeah, I haven't seen you on the list. You haven't made a single turn yet, have you? Zhang Tao sneered. Who said that? Li Yang said calmly. When I first turned, you guys didn't even know where to spawn monsters. Haha, awesome. Why don't you brag about being number 1 on the leaderboard? You were so arrogant. Are you questioning the statistics of our association? At this time, a strong man walked over. Seeing the newcomer, the front desk staff, who looked troubled, bowed as if they had seen a savior and said, Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang? Zhang. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up when he saw the newcomer. He said happily, Cousin, how come? Zhang Hong waved at him, walked up to Li Yang, and spoke without question. I didn't want to get involved, but what you said is wrong. Our Jianghai Professionals Association is the most fair and just, and there won't be any mistakes. You said you transferred a long time ago, so it's impossible for us to not have data. We must have evidence when speaking. We will not allow irrelevant people to slander the reputation of our association. Haha. Zhang Tao laughed. Li Yang, you narrowed your path yourself. Let's see how this ends. Du Qingran stood by, his face full of gloating. Humph, I thought you were the mysterious genius before, but now it seems that you are a complete waste. Only Xiao Yang, who is ranked first, could be the one. Zhang Hong shook his head and said, Kid, I understand that young people care about their reputation. If you leave now, I won't pursue the matter with you. I'll give you a chance. Cousin, you are still too kind. Why give a way out to such a liar? Just give him a note of it, and he will behave himself. Zhang Tao was fanning the flames crazily. Liang gave him a cold look. I have to say, it's true that only people of the same kind will play together. Birds of a feather flock together. Well, I'm so sorry. If this ranking is based on the time it takes for new professionals to complete their first transformation, I would indeed be number 1. Chapter 114. A visitor from Luyan Pavilion, a free SS level job. First, are you talking about yourself? Ha ha. Are you still asleep? Zhang Tao laughed so hard that he fell over. I can't tell. I haven't seen you for a few days. Your strength hasn't improved much, but your bragging skills have improved a lot. Zhang Hong also frowned. I didn't expect that there would be such an ungrateful person who would not take the opportunity even after being given a way out. Listen up, kid. I don't care what you want to do, but you'd better not cause trouble here. An important person is coming soon. If you affect their mood here, don't blame us for blocking you. Pa pa pa. Liang couldn't help but applaud and laughed. What a blacklisting. They act recklessly without any discrimination. This is our Jianghai Professional Association. I am ashamed of this. He was very unhappy because he did not get the reward he deserved after his previous transfer and was sent away casually. This also gave him a reason to question. As he did this, the people around him couldn't help but be attracted by the movement here. Some passers-by stopped and looked over here, and some people nearby also came over. Everyone was pointing and talking over here. What happened? What melon? What kind of melon is it? Let me taste it. Isn't this Director Zhang? That's quite interesting. Looking at the increasing number of people gathering around, Zhang Hong's face darkened and he snorted coldly. Humph. If you insist on saying that you should be the first professional to reach the first level this year, then when the people from Luyan Pavilion come, you can tell them in person. They won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Luyan Pavilion? When they heard that people from Luyan Pavilion were coming, Zhang Tao and Du Qingran's expressions changed. Luyan Pavilion is now in its heyday. This always mysterious force finally showed up this year. And as soon as it came out, it took the top 2 spots on the list. Zhang Tao felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. In his opinion, Liang no longer has any influence on him, like an ant. The real threat to him are these 2 people from Luyan Pavilion. Du Qingran, on the other hand, was thinking that he would finally have the chance to meet the mysterious Xiao Yang. I even imagine the scene of the princess and the prince charming. If the other party comes by then, she must leave a good impression. Luyan Pavilion? Liang didn't care. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he cannot change the facts. Besides, I just did a visit here, so the data is definitely still preserved. I can find out by checking. Seeing that they had already moved out of Luyan Pavilion, Liang remained unmoved. Zhang Hong's forehead was wrinkled into a shape of a Chan character. This kid is really stubborn. Is he a fool? Seeing this scene, the professionals around started talking about it. Fuck, is it so exciting? I don't quite understand what this kid means. Does he mean he's number 1? 666, this is a big news. If this is true, the consequences will be huge. Yes, it also concerns Luyan Pavilion. The top 2 are from Luyan Pavilion now. That's true, but I don't think it's possible. Xiao Yang, the current number 1 on the list, is a true SS-level professional expert. I really can't imagine anyone leveling up faster than him. That makes sense. It's better not to take sides yet. Maybe this guy is trying to scam me. Zhang Hong was also completely angry. Does he really think he has no way to deal with this ungrateful young man? Okay, then I'll check it out for you. If I find nothing wrong, you'll be prepared to be sued. What are you still checking, cousin? There's no need to waste your time. He's just an unemployed loser. What do you have to show him? Zhang Tao spoke at this time. No job. Zhang Hong was stunned. Yeah, I forgot to tell you before. He's just an unemployed loser. What? Zhang Hong widened his eyes, and a feeling of being tricked surged in his heart. Good man. If Zhang Tao hadn't reminded him, he would have really gone to check it out. By then, he would become a clown and would probably be laughed to death by his colleagues. Someone come. Kick this brat out. Zhang shute de ludli. Ha, so that's how it is. No job? That's awesome. Fortunately, I was skeptical from the beginning. I was just dreaming. I'm dying of laughter. This talent competition hasn't even started yet, and it's already fun to watch. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Luyan Pavilion has arrived. The field suddenly became quiet. Not long after, a group of imposing people came over. The crowd tactfully made way for them. The leader was a mature woman in her 30s, plump and fair-skinned, still graceful and exuding nobility. Next to her was a young girl with pretty face and lively temperament. Oh, so many people gathered here. Is there something exciting going on? As soon as the leader appeared, everyone present widened their eyes. Because she is the head of Luyan Pavilion, Yuyin. Next to her is the second on the list, Yu Xiaoa. It is said that the 2 are sisters, but they are about 10 years apart in age. If you look closely, you can find that they have many similarities and their facial features are extremely delicate. My lord, you are here. When he saw the person coming, Zhang Hong immediately behaved like a pug and went to greet him with a flattering look on his face, almost wagging his tail. After Du Qingran carefully looked at the people who came, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. It seems that the genius Xiao Yang did not come. Manager Zhang, what are you doing? Yu Yin said leisurely, the slightly elongated ending of her words captivating. Zhang smiled apologetically. Nothing, just a tactless little brat, not worthy of disturbing the pavilion master's interest. Please come in. The elders are waiting for you in the reception room. At this time, Yu Yin glanced at Liang, and her watery eyes wavered slightly. At this moment, Liang suddenly felt like he was being spied on. SS level occupation detected. Holographic eye can be copied. Li Yang's heart moved, and he didn't hesitate at all. Copy. Copy successful. You have obtained the SS level professional holographic eye. Holographic eye, SS level. Professional talent. See through. Can see through all components and weaknesses of the target. Passive. When using the holographic eye, you can see through all illusions. Yu'in would never have thought that her career would be stolen just because she was looked at once more in the crowd. Hey, why are you staring at my sister? Yu Xiao said unhappily. Liang came to his senses and realized that these words were directed at him. I was so focused on looking at the new profession that I didn't notice that my eyes were always on Yu'in. He then withdrew his gaze and looked at Yu Xiao. SS level profession detected, sword master, can be copied. No, you're coming too? Chapter 115. A stubborn, unprofessional waste. Swordsman, SS level. Professional talent. Can summon your natal sword. The stronger you are, the stronger the sword will be. When using the natal sword, critical strike rate increases to 100%. Liang was slightly stunned. He hasn't copied it yet, but the relevant career information has already appeared in front of him. He suddenly realized something as he thought of it. This is the newly acquired holographic eye ability taking effect. Even occupations can be seen. Took a look. The profession of swordsman is a typical one of raising goo. It is not particularly strong in itself, and in the early stages it is at most S level in strength, but its upper limit is very high. The strength depends entirely on how you maintain your sword. The stronger the professional, the stronger the natal sword, and they complement each other. A perfect late-game burst profession. Or just copy it. Copy successful. You have obtained the SS level professional swordsman. Hey, are you listening to me? What are you looking at? Yu Xiao felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. This person came up and stared at his sister for a long time, and now he is staring at himself. She was about to say something. Xiao He. Yu'in spoke to stop him. She looked at Li Yang with a hint of surprise in her eyes. When she came here just now, she glanced at Li Yang. She was surprised to find that her holographic eyes could not see through Li Yang's composition. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. It's so weird. Is there something extraordinary about the other person? At this time, Zhang Hong also came to his senses and hurried forward to comfort her. Miss you? There's no need to bother with this brat. He's just an unemployed loser causing trouble here. I'll have him kicked out right away. Upon hearing this, Yu'in and Yu Xiaohe were both stunned, and the people from Luyan Pavilion behind them also started whispering. It turns out he's a poor, unemployed person. A trace of pity flashed in Yu Xiaohe's eyes. I felt guilty. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have cared if he looked at me a few more times. It wouldn't hurt anyway. Yui nodded secretly. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't see through the other person's character just now. Because I have no job. He immediately shook his head in disappointment and didn't want to care about it anymore. Just as Zhang Hong was calling security personnel to drive the people away, a voice suddenly came from inside. What's going on? Why are there so many people blocking the door today? A middle-aged man came out. Seeing the person coming, Zhang Hong quickly bowed and said, Elder Ma. The middle-aged man nodded, and when he saw Yu'in and the others, he smiled and said, So, it's someone from Luyan Pavilion. Welcome. I'm from Shama Baowa, one of the elders here. Yeah, I just arrived. Yu'in nodded calmly. Ma Baowa looked at Zhang Hong again and said reproachfully, Xiao Zhang, what's wrong with you? Why don't you invite the experts from Luyan Pavilion to come in and have a seat? Zhang Hong was startled and sweaty. He quickly threw the blame and said, No, there was a guy who came over here pretending to be number one and was interfering with my work. I was just about to have him kicked out. Impersonation? This is no small matter. Have you checked? Ma Baowa raised his eyebrows. Hey, there's no need to check this. Do you think he is someone who can compare with Xiao Tiankai? The people from Luyan Pavilion are right here, making a joke. Zhang Hong pointed at Li Yang and waved his hand. When Yu'in heard this, she was surprised that this matter was actually related to her family, and she looked sideways slightly. What does this mean? Our Xiao Yang went out to play a dungeon today. Does this have anything to do with him? Ma Baowa frowned. Please rest assured, Pavilion Master, we will definitely give your Luyan Pavilion an explanation. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Hongdao. No matter what, our association is upright and honest, and we can't just make a false accusation. You should check it out and go through the proper procedures so that we can impose a fine on him. Yes. Zhang Hong nodded and walked down. Ma Baowa looked at Yu'in and the others and said, Please wait a moment. It will be ready soon. He. Liang, Ali Yang, this time you are asking for trouble. You are in big trouble. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tao laughed with glee. If Li Yang offends Luyan Pavilion, he will definitely be in big trouble. Seeing the result that satisfied him, he looked towards Ma Bagwadeo. Elder Ma, if that's the case, then we won't stand here and get in the way. We must severely punish those who break the law. Ha ha ha. Having said that, he and Du Qingran walked away triumphantly. See this? Yu Xiao also roughly understood. She looked at Yu Yin and said hesitantly, or let's just forget it. There's no need to bother with him. He's quite pitiful. Poor. Yu Yin looked at her with a smile. Xiao He, he's pitiful, but your senior brother, Xiao Yang, isn't pitiful? Hearing this, Yu Xiao shut his mouth. Yu Yin sighed. You're just too kind and can't tell the difference between good people and bad people. Go and tell him to apologize to Xiao Yang, and we won't make things difficult for him from now on. Yu Xiaohe looked up, his eyes lit up, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Really? Sister Yin, you're so nice. As she spoke, she quickly took 2 steps forward, came in front of Li Yang, and said, You could go now. If you admit your mistake and come back to apologize to Henry Zhang, we won't bother with you. Since it's the pavilion master's intention, then our association won't bother with it. Zhang Hong also nodded, waved at Li Yang, and sent him away. You can go, you're lucky. After a while, Li Yang still didn't move. Seeing this, Yu Xiaohe frowned slightly and reached out to pull him. Aren't you leaving? Why should I leave? Didn't you say you wanted to check the data? Li Yang asked back. This is what he was waiting for. The truth will become clear by then. Yu Xiaohe was stunned and didn't react for a moment. The others also widened their eyes. I didn't expect Li Yang to be so stubborn. My goodness, is he not normal in his mind? Could it be? My dad is the director of Jianghai Psychiatric Department. I heard that several patients have recently escaped. Jokes aside, what is he trying to do? Really confusing, right? Is he planning to confront the association and Luyan Pavilion head-on? That's wonderful. Please continue. Ma Bao was stared. This kid, he didn't understand where the other party got his confidence from. The look of confidence on his face made it seem as if it were real. If this were to become a pyramid scheme, he would definitely become the top seller. Good boy, you are tough enough. Just wait and see. The result will come out soon. Let's see if you can still be tough later. I gave you the chance, but you didn't use it, he said angrily. Yu Xiaohe frowned and finally sighed. She had done all she could. In the end, Li Yang suffered for his own stubbornness and saving face. There's nothing we can do about that. She walked back feeling a little depressed. This makes her seem too sentimental. Yu Yin looked at her patiently. Xiao He, see? Some people won't understand your kindness. In their eyes, anything that comes easily is cheap. We just need to be ourselves. Yu Xiaohe lowered his head and said nothing. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Zhang Hong has already come back. Chapter 116. Lies exposed, Ma Bao shifts the blame. What's the matter, Xiao Zhang? Ma Bao was said calmly. Compared with before, Zhang Hong seemed much more reserved. He walked over very quietly and looked less ostentatious. Ma Bao narrowed his eyes and moved forward. The results are out. Zhang Hong nodded gently, with some complexity in his eyes, and said in a low voice, Elder Ma, can we talk for a moment? Ma Bao's eyes moved, and then he turned to face everyone and said apologetically, Everyone, I'm so sorry. There might be a system problem. I'll go check it out and be back soon. I agree, but don't make me wait too long, Elder. Yu Yin said lazily. Yes, yes. Ma Bao smiled apologetically and then quickly followed Zhang Hong down. See their actions. Everyone was confused. Liang also frowned. Zhang Hong came back just now and seemed to know something, so why did he leave again? At the same time, walked quickly from the lobby to the backstage. Seeing that there was no one around, Ma Bao called Zhang Hong. That's it. Tell me what happened. Why did you call me out so suddenly? Zhang Hong stopped and exhaled. Elder, take a look at this. He took out a tablet. Ma Bao took it and glanced at it casually. Suddenly, his body shook, his eyes widened, and he almost slipped. Where does this data come from? Is it true? Zhang nodded seriously. Ma Bao took a deep breath. If what is said above is true, then Xiao Yang is definitely not the first one. Someone else had already taken the first place 2 days before him. They were all unaware of this before. I originally thought that Li Yang was here to cause trouble, but I didn't expect it to be true. I actually found an earlier record. Zhang Hong also had a headache. That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Tao shouldn't have lied to him. Elder, what do you think we should do, he asked. Ma Bao rolled his eyes and said, Avoid it. Now that the rankings have already been determined, let's just pretend we didn't notice anything. I remember Elder Lu was in charge of this matter. I'll ask him later. Yes, Zhang Tao did. He thought so too. After the discussion, the two walked back towards the hall. In the hall, people in Luyan Pavilion have already complained about it. What are these two doing? They're so mysterious, coming and going. You're not just going to let us wait here, are you? That's not very efficient. Do you remember why we're here? We haven't done anything yet, and it's taking us so long. At this time, Ma Baohua and Zhang Hong came back. I'm coming. I'm sorry for waiting. Zhang Hong said breathlessly. Let's get down to business. Yuan said softly. Yes, yes. Zhang Hong said. We just checked and found out that the first professional to reach the first level this year is Xiao Yang from your Luyan Pavilion. You can rest assured about this. Ma Baohua also laughed and said, yes, congratulations. This year, the first and second place are both from your Luyan Pavilion. I hope you will perform well in the genius competition. As soon as these words were spoken, discussions broke out in the hall. Phew, now the truth is out. Oh really? I was expecting some kind of twist. As expected of Luyan Pavilion, if it were them, I wouldn't be jealous at all. So, everything the young man said was a lie. What else? Anyone with a bit of common sense can figure out that not just any random person can compare to the geniuses of Luyan Pavilion. No, Li Yang Frowonet. I came here in person to take a look, so it's impossible that I couldn't find it. The only possibility is that they tampered with it and concealed it. Brother, what else do you have to say now? A person from Luyan Pavilion said impatiently. After wasting so much time, this is the result? They were already very unhappy and sneered. This farce should end. It's wasting everyone's precious time. It's a pity that senior brother Xiao Yang didn't come. Otherwise, with his temper, he would probably make him kneel down and admit his mistake. All the criticisms were directed at Li Yang. Zhang Hong walked forward with his head held high. Boy, do you want to leave on your own? Or do you want me to have you kicked out? At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came. Haha, what a great professional association. A mere supervisor is actually going to kick out this year's first-level professional. Zhang Hong's face darkened. Who's talking? I. A tall, middle-aged man in military uniform walked out. It was Lu Xian. At the same time, someone on the field quickly recognized Lu Xian. It's the military. What are you doing here? Lu Xian? I was wondering why he looked so familiar. I saw him at the opening ceremony of the talent competition before. Why would such a person come here? Also, what did he mean by what he just said? Ma Baohua also responded immediately and bowed. It turns out to be Lord Lu. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Lu Xian waved his hand with a hint of anger on his face. We don't follow this kind of thing in the army. Where's your elder Lu? I remember I talked to someone about this before. Why is it different now? What are you referring to? Ma Baohua asked carefully. What do you think? Of course, it's Li Yang who was the first professional to complete the first transformation, but he didn't get his reward. I heard that you even expelled him from the list. Hearing this, Ma Baohua's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that there was a person like Lu Xian behind Li Yang. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. Now that people have come to my door, I can't hide it anymore. But the people from Luyan Pavilion are still here. If he admitted it, wouldn't he offend people? This was the first time he felt that being an elder was so difficult. After careful consideration, he decided to pass the blame. Well, this list was compiled by Elder Lu. I have no idea about it. How about I ask for you later? No need to ask. Your association should have archives, right? All professionals who have completed their first transformation will have archives. Ma Baohua's face froze, and he didn't know what to say for a moment, standing there awkwardly. See this reaction. Yun also noticed something was wrong. She narrowed her eyes and spoke. What you two are talking about is not the same thing as mine. Right, Elder Ma? Can you answer me? Isn't our Xiao Yang the first person to be promoted this year? She glanced at Li Yang again and continued. The Li Yang you're talking about, could it be this little brother? Lu Xian turned around, looked at her, and said, That's right, Pavilion Master Yu. I'm really sorry, but the first place in this year's first round has already been taken by someone else. UX Science's face darkened slightly. Yu Xiao also covered her mouth in surprise. Is it really him? Isn't he unemployed? The people around him also looked confused. That's what I said, but when I think about it, it seems like there's no basis for it. By the way, where's the person who said this? Where did he go? Damn, that person ran away a long time ago. Chapter 117. The Twilight Zone, the terrifying Luyan Pavilion. Ma Baohua smiled bitterly, thinking that he shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter in the first place. What bad luck. Why is he the one on duty today? Now that things have come to this, he can only tell the truth. Alas, there is indeed an extra one-turn data in our database. As for the time, it is 2 days earlier than Xiao Yang of Luyan Pavilion. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place went into an uproar. Fuck, is this true? Really? This? 2 days earlier than Xiao Yang. How strong must he be? I can't even imagine. A group of people looked at Li Yang with disbelief in their eyes. So he wasn't bragging? He's really number one? Oh my god, it's broken. I just laughed at him. I'm an idiot. Please let me go. The people from Luyan Pavilion were undoubtedly the most surprised to hear the news. When did it happen? Why didn't you tell me about it at the beginning? When you published the rankings, you even listed Xiao Yang as number one. Isn't this funny? How does this association work? If this is true, wouldn't our senior brother, Xiao, become a laughingstock? In fact, Luyan Pavilion was completely unaware of this matter and was simply caught in the crossfire. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. If this happens and it gets out, it will definitely ruin your reputation. Especially Xiao Yang. You know, it's okay if you're not number one. But if you become number one and are praised by thousands of people and later find out that you were wrong, you will inevitably face a huge backlash. The situation seemed to be getting out of control. Ma Baowu looked helpless. He had already started cursing Elder Lu in his heart. It was his own fault that he had made such an embarrassing mistake. Then what? What are you going to do? Lu Xian continued. Ma Baowu took a deep breath, facing the aggressiveness of people on both sides. He couldn't bear it anymore. Forget it. It's not him who is in trouble anyway, and this matter has nothing to do with him. In this situation, if he didn't act impartially, he had no doubt that Lu Xian would use this as a pretext to remove him from his position. We will continue to update the rankings, and the rankings may change. This little brother, named Li Yang, can also participate in the talent competition. After he said this with all his might, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. Is this a compromise? Is this an admission? Oh my god, it's exploding. The entire river and sea are going to explode. The talent competition is about to start, and it exploded at this time. There will be changes. As soon as these words were spoken, the sky collapsed for everyone in Luyan Pavilion. The results have obviously come out a long time ago. This statement clearly indicates that their first place is no longer secure. Oh, so is it confirmed this time? Will it have to be changed later? A rare trace of anger appeared on Yu Yin's face. This list was compiled by the Professional Association, and now it needs to be revised. The people from Luyan Pavilion seem to be being made fun of from beginning to end, being kicked here and there. No one will be happy about this. Okay, there's no need to talk about our cooperation anymore. Let's do it next time. Let's go. After saying that, Yu Yin left angrily with his men. Ma Baowu was mild bitterly. He knew that he had made a big mistake this time and had offended Luyan Pavilion badly. Elder Wang, remember what you said. I will look at it again tomorrow. Lu Xian glanced at him. Yes. Ma Baowu said with a wry smile. He looked at Zhang Hong next to him and suddenly became furious. Why are you still standing there? Send the guests away. Oh. Zhang Hong reacted and nodded quickly. Looking at the people gathered around, he waved his hand impatiently. What are you gathering here for? Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Looking at the security guards who had rushed over to kick Li Yang out, he sighed. What are you standing there for? Escort the guests. Several security guards who were standing there in a daze nodded quickly and came forward to evacuate the crowd. For a moment, they forgot what they were here for in the first place. Under careful escort, Li Yang and Lu Xian walked out of the association. Sorry, this time is my fault. After coming out, Lu Xian spoke first. I said before that I would send someone to communicate, but it's not going well. Today I see it's still the same. Li Yang shook his head and said, It's okay. As long as I can participate in the talent competition as usual, that's fine. Lu Xian said seriously. Don't worry. I will definitely help you investigate this matter. Li Yang nodded and asked, What's the origin of this Luyan Pavilion? I haven't heard much about it before. This force has produced 2 SS-level professionals this year. Seeing today, even their leader is SS level. Such a force is definitely one of the best. Besides, I might have offended them this time, so I should know something in advance, just in case. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, Well, how should I put it? You can think of them as an extended force. Their base isn't in Jianghai, but in Yinjing. Luyan Pavilion here is just a branch. Branch? Li Yang was shocked. One branch is so powerful, with 3 SS-level professionals. So how strong is their overall strength? Lu Xian nodded and said, Well, these forces in Yinjing are like this. They have absorbed talents from all over the country. Any one of them is incomparable to other places. Hearing this, Liang also reacted. So what you're saying is that the two people from Luyan Pavilion on the list aren't from Jianghai, but are here specifically to participate in the genius competition. That's right. Just like the college entrance examination, there will be some people who win the top spot in a small place. They can't compete in their original place, so they run to a small place to become the king. Lu Xian said shockingly. Although it was a bit blunt, Liang completely understood the situation. He took a deep breath. In fact, it is very easy to understand. The competition is too fierce where they are, so they go to other places where it is easier and they can still get the rewards. Why not? Although this behavior is cunning, it must be said that people are also relying on their own strength to fight for it. By the way, I heard about what happened to you in Kuanqing. Lu Xian suddenly said. What's wrong? I was right about you. Wang Ting even called me and said you have great potential and have helped him a lot. He also said you were first in this year's sports competition. Lu Xian said excitedly. To be honest, he was a little bit incredulous when he heard the news. He used to help some newcomers who he thought had great potential from time to time. But only Liang achieved this level, which made people praise him endlessly and made him feel very proud. He couldn't help asking, Liang, how strong are you now? Liang thought for a moment and said, it's okay. He was quite confident before, but now Jianghai suddenly broke into Luyan Pavilion. He didn't know the other party's specific strength, and it was difficult to estimate it. Anyway, do your best in the genius competition, Lu Xian said. Since Liang didn't want to say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 118 Reunion, Eru's Changes. In a dense forest, a young man of about 18 years old was holding a long sword. The sword was flying, and no grass grew wherever it went. No monster that passed by could escape from his sword. At this moment, the boy suddenly stopped and wiped the sweat off his face. He put away his weapons and took out a communicator. Hello. A voice soon came from the other end of the communicator. Oh no. Xiaoyang, your first place has been taken away. Xiaoyang was stunned. What? Hasn't the ranking been finalized? What's going on? Look, we were planning to go to the association today to discuss cooperation, but someone suddenly showed up and claimed to be number one. Turns out, we actually found the records, and they were 2 days ahead of you. 2 days earlier than me. Are you sure you're kidding? Who is he? Xiaoyang's eyes widened. Is there someone who is more powerful than me? He completed the first stage 2 days earlier than me. His strength is comparable to those monsters in Yanjing. You know, he came to Jianghai City just to get first place in the talent competition. He came all the way from Yanjing, and it would be really shameful if he couldn't get first place. It seems to be someone called Liang. Liang, is he from somewhere else too? No, he's a local. Hearing this, Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. If they were native to Jianghai, it wouldn't be that serious. Mostly it contains water. You should know that this is only the speed of achieving one turn, that is, the speed of upgrading, and it does not represent everything. He remembered that when he looked at it before, the third place was a B-level professional. He must have used some means to get promoted. He didn't even need to point it out. Everyone knew it. This is normal in small places. There are also differences between regions. In Yanjing, even if you find someone to lead you, you may not be able to kill as fast as some monsters. After all, experience is shared when forming a team. I get it. There's no need to make such a fuss. The final ranking of the talent competition is the most important. These are just random rankings at best. Xiaoyang said lightly. Anyway, he didn't believe that such a monster would appear in this small Jianghai city. Someone must have brought it up, and he had fought monsters day and night, relying on his brute force to get to the top. This was the most valuable thing. Some people bear the title of number one. It would be fun to get kicked to death during the talent competition. After hanging up the communicator, he continued to devote himself to killing monsters. The other side, Liang Yang said goodbye to Lu Xian. After this incident, he realized more and more that in this world, only those with strong strength can survive. After learning about the things related to Luyan Pavilion, he also felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Including today, there are still about 2 days before the talent competition starts. Then try to reach level 100 before the genius competition. He understands that only by continuous improvement can one avoid being eliminated. He found a street vendor and bought a copy of Jianghai's upgrade route overview for 100 dragon coins. When these people made them, they put some thought into making money. The above almost plans out the leveling paths that professionals of all levels can choose, covering all leveling areas in Jianghai. Li Yang's current condition is in the range of 7100. He glanced at the distribution map and found that there were quite a few that were suitable for him. Green grassland. Recommended level, 7100. The grassland is located in the western suburbs of the city. Try not to go too deep to Beifeng Village. Recommended level, 7100. An abandoned village, occupied by monsters. Valley Lake. Recommended level, 7100. A lake in the northern district is fraught with danger. After looking around, Liang chose the one closest to his current location. Hongyang. Recommended level, 7100. The terrain is rugged and the environment is harsh. That's it. Liang made a decision. Immediately go to Hongyang's location. He planned to soak in it for the next 2 days. He is now a professional with some ability, so he can be fine even if he doesn't sleep for a few days. Moreover, the talent competition will start soon in order to get a higher ranking. I won't be able to sleep if I don't get a few more SS level talents. To be honest, if his opponent was still a villain of Zhang Tao's level, it would be boring. Now that Luyan Pavilion has suddenly appeared, it is a bit more challenging. Not long after, Liang came to the outside of the Hongyang copy. There are not so many people here. After all, the minimum level requirement for the Hongyang dungeon is level 70. At this time, there are only a handful of new professionals who can reach this level. In a small place like Jianghai, there are too few resources to retain strong people. Most local professionals will move to other places after their levels are improved. People go to high places and water flows to low places. Without interests involved, who would be backward compatible? Therefore, it is rare to see high-level and powerful professionals in Jianghai. Liang came here, and soon, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. Although he had only met this person once, Liang recognized him at a glance. This person is Yang Tong. I remember he was the elder of the Golden Guild. He even invited me to join the guild. That's why it left an impression on Liang. Liang was slightly surprised and wanted to look away. There was no actual connection between the two of them, so there was no need to go up and identify them. But at this moment, he saw a familiar shadow again. A hint of surprise flashed in Liang's eyes. Isn't this Lin Eru? He's actually here. After not seeing him for a few days, Eru seems like a different person, with a more resolute temperament. He remembered that Eru hadn't reached level 40 a few days ago. Now he's here, so it's impossible that he's here to kill monsters, right? Just when he was confused, Eru walked up and met up with Yang Tong. With a confused attitude, Liang thought about it and walked up. I haven't seen you for a few days. Since we meet, I might as well go over and say hello. As he walked forward, soon the two of them noticed him too. Lin Eru's eyes lit up, and after a slight pause, his face was full of excitement. Brother Yang, you're here. I haven't seen you in a few days. Li Yang smiled. What a coincidence. I've been out of town hunting monsters these days. What about you? Why are you here? Lin Eru smiled and scratched his head. Brother Yang, I'm telling you right away, don't be surprised. I've already completed the first transformation, and my strength has improved slightly. I've already joined the Gold Guild. Hearing this, Li Yang suddenly understood. No wonder the other party and Yang Tong appeared here. Of course, you are a person of status now. Li Yang teased with a smile. You know, as a top-ranked force, the Golden Guild is certainly not easy to join. After Eru's transformation, his strength will definitely increase greatly. However, he was still happy for the other party. No. Eru chuckled. I am nothing compared to you. It's all thanks to you, Brother Yang, for giving me the first-level materials. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. Hello, Liang. Nice to meet you again. At this time, Yang Tong next to him also recognized him and raised his hand happily. Chapter 119, Wormhole Area, Rich as Hell. Will you participate in the talent competition? Yang Tong asked. Li Yang nodded. Awesome, Brother Yang. I knew you were not an ordinary person. Eru was stunned and then exclaimed. Those who are qualified to participate in the talent competition are already considered the top newcomers. What a shame. Lin, you almost qualified, but fell 2 places behind. Eru sighed and said, if he could stand out in the talent competition, he would definitely attract the attention of outstanding universities. It's okay. Not participating won't affect her college entrance examination later. Liang comforted her. Oh, by the way, Brother Yang, do you have any school you want to go to? With your ability, I feel it will be no problem for you to become the top student in the province. Ha ha. Eru said with a smile. Me? Liang pondered for a while. He really hadn't thought about this. According to him, the college entrance examination will be held just a few days after the genius competition, which is very close. The talent competition is to select the most talented professionals. Anyone who can participate in the talent competition will receive extra points in the college entrance examination, and those who make it onto the newcomer list will be sought after by all universities. Liang shook his head. We'll see when the time comes. Ahem. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you take the exam or not. As long as you are strong enough, there will be a way out anywhere. Well, for example, our Golden Guild is pretty good. Yang Dong Chuklet. Eru rolled his eyes and said, Elder Yang, Brother Yang has given me a new life. I have no choice but to oppose you on this matter. Then, he said to Liang, Brother Yang, don't believe me. With your qualifications, why don't you go to the capital and become the #1 in the country? It's a waste of your talent here. The corners of Liang's mouth twitched. Damn it, you are really a dog-headed military strategist. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm going to go kill some monsters. Fight monsters? Do you mean you want to go into Hongyang to fight monsters? Yang Tong was stunned. Eru suddenly reacted and looked at Liang. Oh, are you here to level up? What's wrong? Seeing the two people's unusual reactions, Liang was a little puzzled. You're alone? This is a difficult secret realm, requiring at least level 70 to 100. Is your level high enough? Yang Tong asked in surprise. About the same. As soon as these words were spoken, Eru and Yang Tong looked at each other and gasped. After Eru's previous transformation, his strength increased greatly, and he thought he could catch up with Liang. Now it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. All right, Yang Tong said after realizing what was happening. In that case, you can go in with our people later. Yes. Seeing Yang Tong's statement, Eru also said excitedly, a wormhole area has appeared in Hongyang. We came here specially this time, and Elder Yang Tong is leading the team personally. Wormhole area? Liang was shocked. He learned this word when he was studying theory in his 3 years of high school. This is the area that appears due to the energy collision between the secret realm and other uncontrollable factors. This type of area usually does not appear for too long and will automatically close after a short time. According to past experience, it is simply a paradise for professionals. There may even be secret treasures from another world. One can make a lot of money just by going in. This kind of place rarely appears, and even if it does, it is rarely discovered and is very hidden. As expected of a gold guild, they actually found the wormhole area. You can imagine how much manpower and resources were invested in this. It would be a lie to say that I don't want a piece of the pie. However, Liang still kept a watchful eye. Can I really go? I don't mind, but first of all, I have no plans to join the guild. He still understands the principle that one should be grateful when receiving favors and be soft-hearted when receiving favors. Yang Dong Lao Get. It's okay, don't worry. Although I really want to recruit you, I can't force you to do this. Besides, having a powerful ally with great potential in the future isn't a bad thing. That's right, Brother Yang, don't be polite. We're just friends. Era followed. Okay then, when are we leaving? Liang said without pretense. Now that things have come to this, what is he still worried about? The talent competition is coming up soon, and he urgently needs to improve his strength. Soon, the wormhole area will be full of dangers. Let's wait for a few more people. Yang Tong said. Ugh. While waiting, Eru stood by and excitedly talked about his experiences and changes in the past few days. Brother Yang, since I met you, my entire life has changed. Before, I never dared to imagine that I could become a member of the Golden Guild one day. This is your own ability, I just helped out. Liang waved his hand, thinking that his words were not as exaggerated as Eru said. Just then, footsteps were heard. 3 fully armed professionals came over. 2 men and 1 woman. Based on the equipment they carry, we can tell that they are front row, mage, and nurse. After the people arrived, Yang Tong gathered them together and introduced them to Liang. These 3 are also from our Golden Guild. They are Warrior Song Gang, Mage Yuan San, and Wet Nurse Ji Yingying. Then, he introduced them to the others. This is Liang. He will be our teammate from now on. Let's go to the wormhole area together. The 3 of them also seemed very enthusiastic. Hello, Liang. Finally a handsome guy is here. Facing a few unkempt uncles every day is too torturous for a person who loves looks. Ji Yingying jumped up excitedly. Brother, what is your profession? You look quite young, asked the Mage Yuan San. Mon combat profession. Liang answered. Okay, let's not delay any further and get ready to go in. If we're any later, it will be bad if the black hole closes. Yang Tong said. All right, wormhole, here I come. Woohoo, get rich overnight. Go, go, go. Hearing about the wormhole, Several people cheered excitedly. That's great. Lin Yu's tuition is settled. Lin Eru also laughed. Let's go. Yang Tong was also infected and smiled. So, saying, the group headed towards the portal. I want to go with Li Yang. Ji Yingying smiled and hugged Li Yang's arm. Ah, Xiao Ying, can my explosive muscles give you a sense of security? Song Gang raised his hand to show his bulging muscles and said sourly. No, you look very insecure. Song Gang said weakly. Then, if Li Yang and I are injured at the same time, who will you heal first? Why ask? You're thick-skinned and tough, so just take care of yourself. 6. At this moment, a strong heart was quietly broken. It hurts, old friend. Ha ha, what nonsense are you talking about? What are you laughing at, Yuan-san? You're the same, even worse than Song Gang. You don't even have muscles. Yuan-san. Jokes are just jokes. In a cheerful atmosphere, the group walked into the portal together. Chapter 120, The Terrifying Twin Scorpions. The scene changed. After entering the portal, when the group opened their eyes again, they had arrived at the entrance of Hongyang. There is a road junction ahead. At first glance, the mountain road is winding, narrow, and steep. Yang Tong took out a map and walked in front with a serious expression. Everyone follow me, don't fall behind. The others also put their thoughts aside and followed closely, not daring to slack off. After all, the environment here is harsh, and if you're not careful, you will face the risk of rollover. A group of people were walking on the mountain road. Everyone, be careful. The inner area is ahead. It's easy to encounter monsters. If you can avoid it, please do so to avoid attracting more monsters. According to Yang Tong's plan, he wanted to retain his strength before finding the black hole area, while trying not to waste time. Monsters can appear at any time, but black holes don't appear all the time. By then, the noise caused by killing monsters will attract more monsters, which will not be worth the effort. Li Yang expressed his understanding. Except for Eru and him, everyone present was an experienced professional. In particular, Elder Yang Tong led the way in front, avoiding almost all possible dangers. After a while, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave. Yang Tong paused and spoke. Everyone, brace yourself. To reach the wormhole area, we must pass through this hole. There should be many monsters in the hole, and it will be very dark. Eru, come next to me. Li Yang, you and Ji Yingying follow next to Yuan-san. Song Gang, you come to the front and hold the line. Yang Tong arranged the positions in an orderly manner. Soon, after the formation was arranged, he said, go into the cave. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone quickly put their weapons in front of them. As the front row, Song Gang walked in front and explored in the direction directed by Yang Tong. A group of people slowly entered the cave. Chi-chi-chi-chi. As soon as I entered, a group of black bats came towards me. Get down, Yang Tong said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately did as they were told. Li Yang quickly squatted against the stone wall next to him. A group of black bats rushed out continuously, which lasted for several seconds before slowly decreasing. This is a monster called the exploding bat. It's not aggressive, but once you attack it, it will explode immediately. With so many of them, once they explode, we will definitely be buried in the cave. Yang Tong said slowly. When Eru heard his words, he was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. He knew nothing about these things, and this was his first time in such a dangerous place. By the way, how did Yang Tong manage to say it so calmly? Elder Yang, you are so awesome. If you hadn't spoken, I would have run back directly. It's too scary. There's so many bats, even mosquitoes, one bite can suck me dry. Eru said, with lingering fear. You can't run. Once this kind of bat comes into contact with sunlight, it will explode directly. Li Yang said at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, as expected, an explosion was heard outside. Boom, boom, boom. Eru was stunned. Damn it. Why do I feel like walking with you guys makes me look like someone without common sense? You all know this? I'm the only one who doesn't know. Yingying nodded. Yuan-san also nodded. Song Gang scratched his head and said, so that's how it is. I almost chopped him off with my sword just now. I was wondering why Elder Yang pulled me back. Eru's eyes lit up, tears almost fell, and he wiped his nose. Finally found the organization. At this moment, Song Gang continued. Right, what are we here for? Ji Yingying rolled her eyes. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten it. Your amnesia hasn't healed yet. Song Gang frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he slapped his head. Oh, by the way, we're here to look for the wormhole area. Just now, a group of exploding bats flew out and scared me. Amnesia. Eru's mouth twitched, and he was petrified on the spot. I thought I had found the organization, but what a clown. At this time, Zhang Tao spoke. All right, let's keep going inside. The explosion outside just now, and the bats made such a big noise. Many monsters must have noticed it and will probably rush over here. Liang nodded. As an experienced professional, he is still very sharp. Just as he thought. The group regrouped and continued on their way. As we went deeper, it became darker and darker, to the point where we could hardly see our hands in front of us. The dim cave was filled with damp air, which made people feel a chill on their backs. Yang Tong acted more cautiously, holding a map in one hand and a detector in the other. Soon, it stopped at a corner. There are 2 monsters guarding ahead. We have to get rid of them before we can pass. Yang Tong's low voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone cheered up. Just 2? Then kill them instantly. Yuan San whispered. Don't be careless. Use all your strength and fight quickly. The monsters behind will catch up soon. After saying that, Yang Tong threw a flare arrow forward. The dazzling flames instantly illuminated the entire cave entrance. Almost immediately, Song Gang charged forward with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. He had just been out for 2 seconds before the people behind him had time to catch up. The next moment, Song Gang's figure flew back directly. Everyone was stunned. After realizing what was happening, Ji Yingying quickly took the magic wand and gently pointed it at Song Gang. A green energy was infused into Song Gang. Then he took the staff and smashed it hard into the ground. Immediately afterwards, a golden light covered everyone. Liang took a look and found that he had an extra buff. Angel's Light increases all damage by 15% and gains 2% HP recovery per second, lasting for 180 seconds. This is Ji Yingying's professional skill. In addition to adding blood, it also increases damage, which is already stronger than most nurse professions. At this time, Song Gang crawled up covered in dust and dirt, with a green glow on his body and his blood recovering rapidly. Damn, they're 2 level 100 elite monsters. I can't resist them. Retreat. Retreat first. Yang Dongshu dead hurriedly. Without the front row, no one here could face 2 elite monsters head-on. Not even him. At this time, there is no qualification to discuss output. If Song Gang can't hold on, these output and auxiliary players will have to take the blame with their heads. For a moment, there was a bit of chaos on the field. When we came here, we had to carefully explore step by step. The passage is very winding, and we would get lost if we were not careful. How could we exit so quickly? At this time, 2 elite monsters have already appeared. These are 2 huge scorpions, their shells emitting a dark luster. Liang quickly used the holographic eye to detect the target. Twin scorpions, elite. Level, 120. HP, 700,000. A twin monster that usually walks with another of its kind and prefers to live in damp environments. Weakness. The twin scorpions' tails are relatively fragile, and breaking their tails will cause them to fall into a state of confusion. Chapter 121. Top front row. Take a gamble. How could a level 120 monster appear here? Could it be because of the wormhole area? I can't figure out why. Yang Tong and others retreated quickly, but due to her profession, Ji Yingying, who had the lowest quality, was left behind. A pair of twin poisonous scorpions came behind her and clamped their pincers towards her fiercely. Under the huge shadow, Ji Yingying looked back and stared at the huge scorpion claws with wide eyes. Yuan San and the others, who had already run a few steps, turned around and saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise. Yingying is in danger. Get out of the way. The danger is getting closer. Ji Yingying was completely frightened and closed her eyes in fear. Bang! Ji Yingying trembled slightly. The imagined attack did not occur, but there was a loud sound of metal collision. She opened her eyes carefully. I saw a scene that I will never forget. Liang came in front of her at some point, holding a large shield in his hand, and his whole body was emitting a fiery glow. Imagine that when you are on the verge of despair and have given up on yourself, a figure suddenly appears in front of you and blocks everything for you like a superhero. Ji Yingying's cheeks turned red involuntarily. I'll pull the monsters, you guys deal damage. At this time, Li Yang's voice brought everyone back. Fuck, he actually blocked the attack that even I couldn't block. Song Gang widened his eyes. That's a level 100 elite monster. At this moment, an idea came into the minds of several people. Top front row. Isn't Liang a combat-focused profession? How come he has this skill? Although surprised, now is not the time to think about these things. The battlefield is changing rapidly. Hurry! Follow Liang! Yang Tong reacted and shouted at the top of his voice. Ji Yingying, with stars still in her eyes, shook her head, came to her senses, and quickly cast a skill on Liang. Angel's Blessing establishes a symbiotic relationship with the target, allowing both parties to share health. As a fragile nurse, this skill should not be used easily. But Liang was also making sacrifices for the team. She didn't have time to consider it. As long as you can hold on, everything will be fine. At the same time, Yang Tong and others also returned. Now the hatred of the two twin poisonous scorpions is directed at Liang. Yang Tong seized the opportunity, holding two daggers, and quickly attacked on the field, leaving a trail of shadows and cutting wounds on the giant scorpion. 32500, 34000, 30,000 damage per second. Liang was slightly surprised. This damage is really not to be underestimated, as expected of an elder of the Grand Guild. At this time, the Mage Yuan, Sam, was also in the back, using burst skills. For a moment, the blood volume of the twin scorpions dropped rapidly. But don't forget, there are two twin poisonous scorpions at this time. If we just defend blindly, Liang alone cannot do both at the same time. If you're just fighting ordinary monsters, it is enough for the front row to be able to withstand the damage. But if you're fighting a monster with extremely high attack power, or is a protracted battle, just being able to withstand it is far from enough. Generally speaking, monsters will target the person who caused them the most damage. Monsters are not fools, and they know who poses the greatest threat. If you just hold up a shield in front of you and expect the monsters to attack you, then anyone could be the front row. What's more, in front of Liang now are two elite monsters over level 100. Sure enough, after a while, the targets of the two twin scorpions began to shift. He no longer had much hatred towards Liang, but instead wanted to attack Yang Tong, who was also stealing from him from behind. After all, Liang seems to be a big threat and cannot be defeated, but he will not cause any harm to them. For a moment, Yang Tong's output slowed down, and he had to dodge attacks while attacking. The main output now is Yang Tong, and the speed of killing monsters by the entire team has slowed down. Hold on, I'm here to help. At this time, Song Gang's injuries had almost recovered. Seeing that the momentum was not right, he raised his round shield and charged forward. With Song Gang's joining, the situation eased a little. With Liang in the front bearing most of the damage, Song Gang relieved the pressure on the side. But after the previous incident, we know that Song Gang is not a top-level frontline player. He may be able to handle one monster, but he cannot handle two elite monsters at the same time. The main reason is that the appearance of these two level 100 elite monsters was too unexpected. You know, they haven't entered the black hole area yet. In the entire Hongyang gang, the highest level monsters are level 100, and right at the beginning, we encountered two elite monsters that were over level 100. This is the situation now. Liang still couldn't free his hands. Once he let go, the whole team would collapse. Yang Tong is very flexible and fast. He would dodge forward and steal two slashes, then immediately hide behind Liang. This can also relieve the hatred pressure in the front row. Through this operation, we can see that Yang Tong has extremely rich combat experience. But it is difficult to hold the monster in the front row without hatred. Liang is looking for an opportunity, as the team continues to deplete. The health of one of the twin scorpions has dropped to less than half. Not yet. It has to be reduced to below 30% at least. Liang was thinking in his heart, I've already started planning how to kill this twin poisonous scorpion. His death suppression can take away up to 20% of the target's current health. And he also has Behead, which can directly kill the target when the target's health is less than 10%. Ideally, as long as the HP of the twin scorpions drops below 20%, you can take a gamble, lower your defense, and kill one of them instantly. After that, there is no need to be as nervous as now. In the current situation, if either myself or Yang Tong makes a mistake, it will be a devastating blow to the entire team. To avoid further complications, it is better to resolve the issue as soon as possible. Just keep consuming it like this. It should only take a few minutes. Suddenly, at this moment, the two twin poisonous scorpions became furious, and their attack speed became countless times faster. For a moment, the pressure in the front row doubled. Ji Yingying quickly gave Liang and Song Gang a buff. Liang was not greatly affected, but Song Gang, who was right next to him, couldn't hold on any longer. This sudden and violent attack disrupted his position. He staggered back with his shield raised, and at that moment, two double-bodied poisonous scorpions attacked him at the same time. Not good. Although Song Gang was in the front row, he had no shield to block the attacks of the two level 100 elite monsters, and it was difficult for him to withstand them. A look of anxiety appeared on the faces of the others. Yang Gang gritted his teeth, roared, and rushed towards Song Gang's position. Liang instantly realized his intention. Yang Tong wanted to use the explosive speed of his assassin profession to rescue Song Gang. The risk is very high. As an assassin, his resistance is even lower than Song Gang's. If it was just a monster, it would be fine. Liang's eyes narrowed. I can only take a gamble. He sheathed his shield. The next moment, take out the soul-stealing gun. Use, sprint, and rush towards the twin poisonous scorpions that still have 40% health left. He came to the back of the scorpion and stabbed its tail fiercely. Chapter 122, able to fight and resist, the ceiling in the front row. Puff. The soul-sucking gun in Li Yang's hand hit the scorpion's tail. 62000. He had used the holographic eye to detect it before. The tail is the weakness of the twin scorpions. Sure enough, the damage this time can only be doubled. Without hesitation, Liang immediately activated the death suppression. Plunder. 80000. In an instant, the health of the twin scorpions dropped directly to red. Just. Liang's heart moved. Behead. He fired another shot at the twin scorpions' tails. 70000. In an instant, the twin poisonous scorpions let out a sharp cry. The sound echoed in the cave, extremely harsh. The huge figure fell down with a loud bang. It also bought time for Yang Tong. Yang Tong noticed this, and his eyelids twitched, almost spraining his ankle. What harm is this? After reacting, he grabbed Song Gang and pulled him back. There's another twin giant scorpion left on the field. Seeing this, Liang raised his shield again, rushed forward and stood in front of the two men. Save, Song Gang said, with lingering fear. Ji, Ying and others in the back were extremely shocked after watching the whole process. What the hell? Liang stabbed the twin poisonous scorpions a few times with his gun, and they died instantly? There's still more than 40% of blood left. By the way, is Liang really not a frontline professional? After holding up a shield for so long, everyone psychologically assumes that the other party is the front row. Now I remember that Liang said he was a combat-oriented profession. Both of them doubted their own eyes. Yuan San's face was filled with shock. This damage is much higher than his, and is even not worse than Elder Yang Tong. This guy is really good at fighting. It perfectly matches the front row ceiling in his mind. Eru's scalp was tingling even more. After not seeing him for a few days, Liang has grown so fast. It can even hurt elite monsters over level 100. If it were him, he wouldn't even be able to break the scorpion's shell. He suddenly felt that his growth these days was as slow as a snail's. Kill. There is only one monster left. Let's show him how powerful we professionals are. Victory belongs to us. Yang Dong showed that. After taking care of a poisonous scorpion, morale was greatly boosted. Fireball, thunder, and lightning. Yuan San and Air, who were both using their skills from behind. Ji Ying was not to be outdone and waved her staff. Glory. Now only one twin scorpion remains. The pressure on the front row was reduced a lot. I'll take it. Can't I handle it with just one? Song Gang roared. Brother Liang, a noble main combat profession, like you should just focus on your output and stop stealing our frontline jobs. Leave the dirty work to us roughnecks. That's right, leave it to Song Gang. Liang, you come and cooperate with me. It's a waste of your talent to be in the front row. Yang Tong also said. Ugh. Liang was originally there to temporarily take over and pull the monsters. Before, he had to go up himself because Song Gang couldn't handle it, but now there's only one poisonous scorpion, so Song Gang should not be any big problem. Liang held up a shield in front of him and stepped back to make room for Song Gang. Song Gang rushed forward with a roar, holding up a large shield. Ola, 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 ola. He looked so aggressive, as if he wanted to avenge his earlier embarrassment. Let's go too. Liang and Yang Tong looked at each other and then took out the soul-sucking gun. The twin scorpion shells are very hard and can withstand most damage, giving them extremely high defense. But Li Yang's soul-stealing gun can deal real damage. He came behind the twin scorpions and shot them in the tail. 64000. Hit its tail. That's its weak point. How did you know? Yang Tong was surprised, but he reacted quickly. He slashed at it with a dagger. 56000. Sure enough, Yang Tong's eyes lit up. This damage is much higher. The twin scorpion screamed. The two of them worked together to quickly deplete the scorpion's health. Yang Tong is an assassin and is very fast. Even if the giant scorpion wanted to hit him, it would be difficult to touch him. Liang also has the blessing of speed, and his movement speed is also very fast. Besides, Song Gang is blocking the way in front. With the cooperation of the team, the health of the twin scorpion was soon reduced to about half. Victory is just around the corner. But at this moment, a rumbling noise came from the entrance of the passage where everyone came from. Everyone's expression changed. What's going on? Oh no, maybe those monsters are catching up. Yang Tong's expression changed slightly. Such movement, such a huge number. Besides, it is not easy to perform in this cave. It will be very disadvantageous to them then. Damn, if there's no other way, you guys go first. I'll block this scorpion from behind. You guys go forward first. Song Gang said, gritting his teeth. But, what are you going to do? Eru asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. If we don't leave now, the monsters behind us will catch up, and none of us will be able to escape. Hearing this, everyone looked at him with emotion. Song Gang paused and spoke with a tragic look on his face. If I can return alive, then you... Stop. I'm getting goosebumps. Ying quickly waved her hands. If you keep talking, I'd rather die here. When Song Gang heard this, a hint of tenderness appeared on his face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. I see. You'd rather die with me? Oh, with your words, even if I perish here, it's worth it. Yuan Sen held his forehead and was speechless. Damn it, big guy, have you forgotten that you are a family man? You amnesiac, creepy uncle. Ah, is that so? Song Gang was stunned, scratched his head, and smiled embarrassedly. I remember at this time, didn't everyone like to say that? Hey, stop flirting, there's still a twin scorpion that we haven't dealt with yet. Yang Dongshu angrily. Let's advance and retreat together. We won't abandon any of our teammates. Kill this giant scorpion first, and then deal with the monsters chasing us. That's right, let the storm come even harder. Liang Bachama excited. His original purpose of this trip was to kill monsters. Now that so many monsters were attracted here, it was exactly what he wanted. It would be a waste not to kill them. So, the group started to attack the twin poisonous scorpions again. Damn, are you devils? Your minds are full of fighting and killing. Era was shocked. As the weakest member of the team, he has a younger sister at home who needs to go to college, and he doesn't want to become food for monsters here. Seeing that everyone really intended to stay and fight, he could only smile bitterly. Eru, your awareness is not enough. It will be difficult for you to become a professional who can stand on your own. Yuan San beside him shook his head. Eru, you are a man, but you are more timid than me. Ying also said. Eru was in tears. You all said you were going to fight. What choice do I have? The worst that can happen is that I die and the birds fly to the sky. Damn this heaven. Chapter 123. Self-destruction and killing. The undead appears. Fuck this god. Ha ha ha. Who's he? Who did you learn this from? We should hire a master at home. But the words are true, and they are quite right. On the road to becoming a god, following the will of others is ordinary, while going against the will of others is heavenly. Several people started fighting again. Liang also felt the passion of this team. Even the twin scorpions that are taller than humans are not that scary. Liang, can you still use that trick? Yang Tong said. But the poisonous scorpion still had a lot of blood left and was killed instantly by Liang. He guessed it was some kind of killing equipment. Liang thought about it and nodded. Okay, if there's about 20%, I can kill it instantly. Okay, then I'll assist you. I'll go first, and you aim for his health and kill him. Hear this. Yang Tong exhaled, rushed towards the twin poisonous scorpions, and used his most powerful killing move. While Song Gang was restraining the poisonous scorpion, he found the right opportunity, went around the back of the poisonous scorpion, and stabbed it hard in the tail. Precision strike. Click. Soon, a huge damage number appeared on the twin scorpions. 91000. Such high damage. Is this Elder Yang Tong's full-strength attack? Yuan San and the others who saw this scene had their pupils shrink. As expected of an elder. With this attack, the twin scorpion's health dropped directly to more than 30%. Yang Dong frowned. No, it was almost there. He He originally planned to use all his strength to attack the scorpion to reduce its health to below 30%, and then hand it over to Liang. But now, he overestimated the damage he could do. How could it be killed with such high HP? And, when fighting monsters, if you use burst damage directly, the damage caused will be too high, and the monster's hatred will be forcibly drawn to yourself. The general front row can't pull it all. As expected, after suffering this attack, the twin poisonous scorpions immediately tucked their tails between their legs and shot towards him angrily. Bang! The huge scorpion tail is like a spring, accumulating energy and bursting out with powerful force. Elder! Song Gang exclaimed. Yang Tong quickly stepped back. 32%. Liang thought quickly in his mind and said through gritted teeth, "That's enough." Originally, there was only 20% health left, and he estimated that he could kill it easily. But if there are more than 30% left, it will be very difficult and require some skill. But now Yang Tong is in danger, and he has to go too. He can't do things like selling out his teammates. Shadow clone. Liang's heart moved. The next moment, a black shadow clone appeared in front of him. Liang quickly controlled his clone to crash into the twin poisonous scorpions. He shouted, "Song Gang, get out of the way." Song Gang, who was originally planning to go up and help Yang Tong, decided to trust Liang after hearing this and quickly retreated. Immediately afterwards, the clone quickly rushed to a position about 1 or 2 meters in front of the twin poisonous scorpions. Explode. Liang showed that, in order to deal damage faster, self-destruction is the only option. The next moment, the clone exploded. Boom! The twin poisonous scorpions' entire bodies shook violently, and their shells were smashed into pieces, flying all over the sky. A huge number popped up on his body. 100000. This is not over yet, while the scorpion is in a stiff state. Liang activated speed and rushed forward quickly, stabbing the soul-sucking gun in his hand towards its tail. 70,000 kill. In an instant, the twin poisonous scorpions fell to the ground with a loud bang. One. Song Gang gasped, looking at him in disbelief. Yang Tong's eyes lit up, and he went up to confirm it again. Killed. Success. The two twin poisonous scorpions all fell down. Cheers broke out in the stadium. This result was incredible to them. Thanks to Liang. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to win. Yuan-san nodded and analyzed. He's handsome, young, and strong. Is there really such a perfect man? There was a gleam in Ji Yingying's eyes, and she was in a trance. Eru jumped up excitedly. Huh, I said it was right to bring my brother Yang with me, right? It's not over yet, they're coming. At this time, Liang did not relax his vigilance. His eyes were fixed on the small path they came from. The noise was getting louder and louder. A cloud of smoke and dust floated out from inside, and the whole cave was shaking. The dust above my head was also falling down, as if it was about to collapse. Yang Tong threw a flare arrow in the direction of the starting point, and in an instant, it illuminated the cave entrance. One after another, terrifying monster heads appeared in front of him, scrambling to squeeze over here. Some of them even got stuck because they moved too quickly. The scene was like hell and will be unforgettable for a lifetime. When Liang saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of the zombie siege. They're coming. So fast. Eru's face tightened. He jumped up suddenly and ran to Liang and Yang Tong. What should we do? Or should we run? No, we must fight. There's still a long way to go. We have to fight and retreat at the same time. We can't just run away. Yang Tong's face was heavy. They didn't expect to encounter so much trouble right from the start. They were already exhausted before they even reached the wormhole area. That's right. The passage ahead is too winding. We won't be able to run fast if we run, and we will be in a passive position if we are caught up. The best way is to fight and retreat at the same time. Liang also spoke. Everyone, get ready, retreat first, and prepare to meet the enemy. As soon as Yang Tong spoke, Eru and others followed his instructions. Boom! In front, monsters rushed in like mad. Liang, what are you still doing? Come back soon. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, at this moment, Yang Tong suddenly noticed that Liang was still standing in front and did not show any intention of retreating. Brother Yang, come back quickly. The monster is here. Eru shouted hurriedly. What's wrong with him? Did he discover something? Yuan-san frowned. What on earth does he want to do? The monster is coming. When the first group of monsters broke into the near point, Liang moved his hand, and the Book of Sages slowly rose from his palm. The pages turned rapidly, emitting a brilliant light. The undead appear. The next moment, this ball of light dispersed into countless light spots, which fell to the ground one after another. Then human-shaped halos formed. Gradually, a shadow emerged. One after another, eerie white bones appeared, emitting a terrifying aura of the undead. Skeleton. Densely packed skeletons instantly filled the entire cave. They held weapons in their hands and made faint humming sounds. A cold wind rose from the cave entrance. Liang's heart moved. Seal the hole. Don't let any of these monsters in. At this time, a large group of monsters had arrived. The skeleton warriors heard the sound and began to move. The ground was covered with dust. Block the entrance of the cave and rush towards the monsters. Just now, 2 level 120 elites were killed. Liang was the one who killed them, so he got most of the experience. His level has reached level 90. This time, 90 skeleton warriors were summoned directly, blocking the entrance of the cave. Liang took a satisfied look, then stepped back, looked at the people who were still standing there in a daze, and spoke. Let's go leave this place to them. The wormhole is important. Chapter 124 Breaking Out of the Siege. The Terrifying Skeleton Warrior. As soon as Liang finished speaking, the others came back to their senses from their surprise. Full of confusion, he followed Liang and walked out. We must seize this hard-earned time. You killed the Thunder Eagle Lion. Experience plus 2,000. You killed the Red Soul Horse. Experience plus 2,100. As he walked along, Liang came to his mind with information about killing monsters. Although he did nothing, his skeleton warriors were helping him kill the enemies. Therefore, all the experience points were earned. Alas, this is the trouble of summoning mages. Killing monsters is too easy. Even though I didn't do anything, I was able to upgrade much faster than others. Ahem. Everyone speed up. This is the last section of the road ahead. We will be out soon. Yang Dong showed that. Go, go, go. Eru jumped up happily. Full speed ahead. Soon, a dazzling light shone in from the front of the cave. Soon after, everyone rushed out of the cave. Huff. I glanced behind me and saw that the cave was still pitch black. There was no movement coming closer. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I can't walk anymore. I'm so tired. Eru supported himself on his knees, breathing heavily. Oh my God, it's so scary. There are so many monsters. I thought the cave is my grave. Ah, you're a grown man, but you're so tired after running for a while. You're not even as good as a little girl like me. Ji Yinging teased, holding up her staff. I'm different. You're all seniors in the guild, veteran professionals at level 100, not to mention Brother Yang. He's a monster among monsters, and you can't measure him by his level. Yang Tong shook his head and said helplessly, Okay, you're only allowed to rest for half a minute. Otherwise, I won't wait for you. Anyway, if the monsters behind us catch up, it won't be us who will be eaten. Thank you, Elder. After getting permission, Eru sat down on the ground and wiped the sweat from his head with his clothes. After running for so long, it would be a lie for others to say they're not tired. You know, they had just fought a fierce battle with 2 elite monsters not long ago, and their physical strength was extremely depleted. So, I started to repair it on the spot. Ji Yinging took out bottles of recovery potions and handed them to everyone. Gug. Eru took it and drank it all in one gulp. Ah, cough, cough, it feels better. At this time, Yang Tong said unexpectedly, Liang, are you a necromancer? Previously, he thought Liang was an assassin or something like that. Because its melee burst is very high, it is even not weaker than mine. But just now, they all saw Liang summoning the undead. Thinking about it now, I still feel extremely surprised. The terrifying aura emanating from those undead spirits was extremely powerful. Coupled with the dense number of them, it is even more frightening. Thanks to these undead who went back to fill the gap, all the monsters were blocked. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for them to withdraw. Liang smiled and said casually, I guess so. Yang Dong nodded sleekly, but the shock still lingered in my heart. He had come across necromancers before, but none of them was as special as Liang. He actually summoned so many undead in one breath that they could be called a whole army. At this time, Yuan San and others also expressed gratitude. You're awesome, brother. We were able to get out thanks in large part to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know what to do with those 2 elite monsters. Yes. Can you summon the skeleton again? I want to touch it. Ji Yinging said. There were some things that we hadn't had time to say before, but now everyone was full of curiosity. Who exactly is Liang? They didn't know much about Liang, even less than Eru. Sure, Liang said with a smile. He thought about it and lightly tapped his hand, and a skeleton warrior instantly appeared in front of him. Now, summoning is not so troublesome. He just took it back from the cave. The eerie white bones exude a strong, murderous aura, especially at this moment. Because he had been fighting monsters not long ago, his body was covered with a monster's blood, which added a bit of horror. Fuck! Eru was frightened and screamed. The others were also shocked. Although I knew that this was Li Yang's summoned creature, I still couldn't help but feel fear the moment I saw it. This look, this aura, so terrifying. It makes you feel like he's going to rush up and chop people down in the next second. But with Li Yang next to him, the skeleton warrior just stood there quietly, not moving. Without his orders, the skeleton would not act on its own. Fine. Li Yang gave them a reassuring look. He didn't understand. What was there to be afraid of? Aren't those monsters much uglier? Their features and limbs are all blurry. In comparison, his skeleton warriors can be considered handsome. I dare not move. I feel like it can kill me with one slap. Eru's legs still trembled involuntarily. Although I know that the other party will not actively attack, this is an instinctive physiological reaction when facing terrible things. Or, Brother Yang, you should put away. It was quite hot, and as soon as it appeared, I felt a chill down my spine. Eru said carefully, "Nothing." Ying curled her lips. She was also quite scared at first, but when she saw Eru like this, she suddenly felt like better. Ha. Yuan Sanda laughed loudly. Damn, I don't understand, Eru. How do you, with your ugly appearance, get to know such a person? Song Gang was puzzled and couldn't help but say. After hearing this, Eru scratched his head and began to think seriously. Maybe I'm just lucky. If he were to ask himself honestly, since he met Liang, he has gone from being an unknown and ordinary professional to a member of the Golden Guild. If he told others about this change, they would laugh at him and say he was dreaming. In the past, he would not even dare to think about it. Liang waved his hand and took back the skeleton warrior. I can finally breathe. All of a sudden, Eru felt as if he had been released from prison. Is it that exaggerated? Liang smiled helplessly. Liang, if I were strong enough, I really want to tie you back to the guild, but now, I don't seem to be sure. Yang Tong said with a smile. Don't laugh at Elder Yang. I'm not stupid. Ying teased. Although it was her first time meeting Liang, she could tell that Liang did not belong to them. For them, the Golden Guild is indeed a rare and good place, the kind where they can stay until they die. But it was obviously different for Liang. Okay, let's get down to business. How's your rest? Let's get moving. It won't be good if the wormhole closes later. Okay, let's go. 111. Chapter 125. The True Dragon Appears. The Power of Wind Element. The group crossed several downhill roads and walked towards the foot of a mountain. Walk for a while. Yang Tong stopet. Arrive. There's a tall giant tree in front of me, but is a little blurry and looming, giving people a false feeling. That's it, Yang Tong said. As he spoke, he took the lead and rushed forward, charging towards the giant tree as if it were nothing. Immediately following, the imagined scene of Yang Tong covering his head and grimacing did not appear. As he crashed into it, his entire body slowly sank into it. Yang Tong took another step forward and then disappeared from spot. Eru glared. The elder. He disappeared. Is this the entrance to the wormhole? They looked at each other and reacted. Liang held the soul-sucking gun, walked forward, and kicked it in as well. Liang only felt a moment of trance before his eyes. Then, changes began to appear before my eyes. It is a black space-time tunnel. He continued to move forward. Suddenly, a white light flashed before my eyes. Liang narrowed his eyes, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear. The next moment, a spectacular scene appeared before our eyes. This is an island. In the center of the island, there's a raised platform with an extremely gorgeous treasure chest placed on it. The platform is surrounded by a river. The diameter is about 500 meters. Liang was located at the edge of the island. Liang came back to his senses, looked around, and saw Yang Tong's shadow. Not far from him. At this time, Song Gang, Eru, and others also appeared on the scene one after another. Eru looked at the scene around him in surprise. Holy crap! Is this the interior of the wormhole? It feels different from what I imagined. In his opinion, such a place could not be so beautiful. It would usually look like a garbage dump or an abandoned desert. This was also his first time visiting such a mysterious place, and he was full of curiosity. Everyone, stay focused and don't let your guard down. There are also crises in the wormhole area, Yang Tong said. Elder, where do we go now? Ji Yingying asked. See that platform in the middle? Go there. Okay, I'll lead the way. Song Gang walked forward with his shield raised. Roar! After walking for a while, a dull roar came from the sky. Several people looked up. It was a huge blue flying dragon circling in the sky. It was about 20 meters long, covered with a layer of cold armor that shone brightly under the scorching sun. It flapped its wings constantly, making a whistling sound. After seeing this, Eru and others were all shocked. Holy shit, it's a dragon. I'm not seeing things, this is a real dragon. I actually saw a dragon. Dragon? Didn't it become extinct thousands of years ago? The little bit of blood left was not even enough to make a test subject. Don't panic, everyone. The wormhole is an area that connects to another small world. It's not surprising that anything can appear there. Can I take a picture first before fighting? Ji Yingying said reluctantly. You're still taking pictures? Why don't you post it on your moments? Yuan-san said speechlessly. To be honest, this is too relaxed. The dragon is a symbol of mystery. Shouldn't the first thing to consider be how to survive from the other party? Hee, it's not impossible. Yingying smiled embarrassedly. But jokes aside, she really wasn't that suicidal. I guess only people like Du Qingran and Wang Meili would actually take action. She immediately swung her staff, applying a buff to the entire team. Dragon, is it rare? Liang didn't care. You know, with the Wind Dragon order, he can summon a dragon at any time. It was indeed a surprise when I first saw the dragon, but as time went by, I was not as excited when I saw it again. That's right, what's a dragon? After I finish this job, I will go back and find a dragon to serve me. Song Gang said proudly. 666, I think you want to go home and kneel on the keyboard. Yang Tong was speechless. What kind of geniuses are in this team? It seems like none of them are normal. They made such a serious matter as defeating a strong enemy as if they were daydreaming in class. I don't care whether you want to kill a dragon or kneel down on the keyboard. If you don't give it your all now, we might die here. At this moment, the flying dragon in the sky opened its mouth and spewed out a terrifying breath towards their location. Here I come. Song Gang shouted and stepped forward with his shield raised. Sucking milk? As soon as these words came out, Yuan-san, who was behind him, staggered. Fuck you, I just finished charging my energy, and your shouting almost made me lose it. Milk? I'll give it to you right here. Ji Yingying quickly waved her staff and threw a healing spell to Yuan-san. No, Yingying, are you coming too? All done. Era was also infected by the fighting atmosphere and went crazy. Today, a battle between a dragon and a tiger will take place here. Tiger wants to eat dragon meat today. Focus on protecting Yuan-san and Eru. They're the only two with range professions. Eru, you two should give them some strength. The success or failure of our entire team depends on you. Eru was startled by the sudden, heavy responsibility. No, I was just kidding. He is ready to slack off. There's so many big guys in the team, and he is the weakest. But now, they say they have to rely on him? No. I'm just a husky that got caught up in a wolf pack. Come on, brother Yuan-san. I think you have the potential to become a dragon tamer. Yuan-san, come on. The situation is now clear, and everyone has placed their hopes on Yuan-san, the only ranged mage with decent strength on the field. Yang Dong frowned worriedly. What he was most worried about was encountering the situation. He is an assassin and focuses on melee output. When faced with something like this that kept flying around in the sky and wasting his energy, he had no way to deal with it and could only watch helplessly. Originally speaking, with him and Liang working together, they might not be afraid of Zhao Feilong. But in this situation, Liang also focuses on close combat. Although the opponent's skeleton warriors are strong, they also fight on the ground. Liang probably has no way to deal with this. The role that these two people can play is minimal. At this time, Liang was using the holographic eye to analyze the flying dragon that suddenly appeared. Red Sky Wind Dragon. Rank, Gold level boss. Level 90. HP, 1 million. Innate ability, Wind Walk. Windwalker, SS gain the power of Windwalker and can manipulate the power of wind element. Introduction, a wind dragon living in an alien world, exuding a terrifying aura of tyranny. It is adept at hunting. If you are considered prey, be careful. Weakness, attacking the Scarlet Sky Wind Dragon's abdomen can cause additional armor-piercing damage. Seeing this, Liang was thinking, should he take the initiative to copy it? This talent looks pretty good. I have to say, it has to be a creature from another world. This kind of talent is basically impossible to appear in Li Yang's original dimension. How powerful would it be if one could control the power of a single element like this? Fortunately, he didn't usually copy any talented profession he saw, so he still had quite a few cards on him and didn't worry about not having enough. I kept it just to wait for this moment. Reprint. Chapter 126, The Power of Wind Element, Flying Dragon in the Sky. Reproduction successful. You have obtained the SS level talent ability, Windwalker. Liang raised his hand, looked at his palm, and then his heart moved. Suddenly, a force of wind element appeared in his hand, and a green halo covered his entire wrist. This is the power of the wind element. Liang moved slightly. Immediately afterwards, his other hand and legs were all covered with a layer of wind elemental power. At this time, the fierce and aggressive Qi Xiaolong was in the sky. In their team, Yuan-san and Eru were desperately throwing their skills upwards. Yuan-san doesn't have as much explosive damage as Yang Tong, and the Wind Dragon keeps moving around. To hit the target from below requires strong basic skills and a certain amount of luck. Even if it hits, the damage will just be over 10,000. Not to mention Eru. It took several attacks to hit once, and the maximum damage was only about 2,000, which was not enough to break the Wind Dragon's defense. If they continue fighting at this rate, they will have to stay here for at least a few hours. There can be no mistakes during this period, otherwise there will be a great risk of rollover. At this moment, the Qishao dragon in the sky suddenly turned its head, flapped its wings, and threw out countless wind attacks towards their position below. This area attack bad? Get out of the way. With such a large range attack, a frontline person simply cannot withstand it. Yang Tong reacted immediately and shouted. Liang also reacted quickly and prepared to retreat. He stepped back slightly, and the power of the wind element covering his body immediately took effect. It was almost as fast as lightning, like teleportation, and he was several feet away in an instant. Liang was slightly shocked. Wow, is this the power of wind element? Then can we? Liang took out the explosive bow, found the right moment, and shot an arrow towards the Qi Xiaolong's abdomen. Swish! The arrow shot out quickly, with a ball of green wind elemental power on the arrowhead, so fast that only a shadow was left in its trajectory. Bang! 39000. The arrow accurately hit the weak point of the Qi Xiaolong's abdomen. From shooting to hitting the target, the whole process took less than 1 second. That's hundreds of meters high. Liang couldn't help but sigh. This feels so good. It's a pity that the level of this explosive bow is too low. The gold level weapon cannot fully exert its power now. But it doesn't matter. Death suppression on. Plunder. 180000. The Qi Xiaolong's whole body shook, and he immediately sank several meters. Noticing the change in the Red Sky Dragon's blood bar, several people were stunned. Yuan-san? Did you hit him? That's the damage. Fuck, are you sneaking up on us again? Huh? It's not me. Yuan-san stared blankly and said, this damage must be at least hundreds of thousands, right? He would have a hard time even hitting 10,000. He looked at Lin Aaron next to him. Eru, could it be you? You're hiding so deeply. Eru recognized the arrow the first time he saw it. Bullshit. Do I have the strength to do that? This is my brother Yang, taking action. Several people turned their eyes to Liang behind them. At this time, Liang was holding a blasting bow in his hand. Their thoughts were confirmed, and they all showed surprise on their faces. It's you again. After all that had happened before, they didn't feel so shocked anymore, and instead felt that it was natural. At this time, Liang, who was at the back, looked at Yuan-san and the others and spoke. Hit the dragon's belly. It's its weak spot. Oh, okay. Upon hearing this, Yuan-san and Air, whose eyes were filled with bitterness. For them, at such a high distance, it was considered a matter of luck that their attacks could hit, not to mention that they had to specifically hit the abdomen. Qi Xiaolong had just suffered a serious injury and had already reacted. It flapped its huge wings and soared into the sky, flying higher and higher. Damn it, no, it's too high. It's out of my attack range, and I can't hit it. Yuan-san couldn't hold it anymore and exclaimed. Not to mention Eru. Liang's expression also changed slightly. The quality of the weapon also determines the upper limit of the range. It's still the same problem. The quality of the explosive bow can't keep up. How about we go back and take shelter first? Eru suggested. No, we can only enter the wormhole area once, and it will disappear after we exit. If that happens, our trip will be in vain. Song Gang also frowned. Yang Tong's face tightened, and he finally looked at Liang. Liang, do you have any solution? This is their last hope. If Liang can't be defeated, then they will have no choice but to go back. Although it is a pity, there is no other way. If we continue to stay, the risk will be very high. It's better to work in vain than to die. At the same time, the others also turned their eyes to Liang. If you can't do it, just run back. Ji Yingying said reluctantly. They were the ones who led the team, but in the end they have to rely on others to break the deadlock. That's too irresponsible. Liang thought for a moment and said, "Let me try." Then he flipped his hand, took out the Wind Dragon Order, and squeezed it gently. Green gas emerged from the Wind Dragon Order and condensed into a huge shadow in front. The Wind Dragon is growing very well. As Li Yang's level increases, the Wind Dragon's body becomes bigger and bigger, and its appearance becomes more lifelike. It was about the same size as the Scarlet Sky Dragon above their heads. What the hell? Another dragon? When did it appear? I'll take the lead. You guys get behind me. As soon as the Wind Dragon appeared, Song Gang and his companions felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, etc. At this time, Ji Yingying also discovered something was wrong. This dragon doesn't seem to be hostile towards us. Upon hearing this, the few people realized that the dragon, whom they regarded as a disaster, didn't even look at them. Don't be nervous, this is my dragon. Liang walked forward and said, "You're." Eru's eyes widened. Looking at the huge wind dragon, he couldn't help swallowing. The others were also shocked. So we actually have living dragons. A living dragon? Liang murmured. Actually, strictly speaking, it can't be considered as such. It can only be said to be a remnant soul-sealed in the Wind Dragon Order. But as Li Yang's level increased, the Wind Dragon gradually transformed from its original phantom into a solid entity. Take the real dragon on your head for comparison. There is no discernible difference in essence. Liang jumped lightly and jumped directly onto the back of the Wind Dragon. Never mind all that, just come up. The Wind Dragon's body is so huge now that it can easily carry more than a dozen people standing on its back. Song Gang and others were stunned. Yingying swallowed. Can we really go up there? It was true that she liked dragons very much, but when it really came to this, she felt a little timid. Of course. Don't be dazed, the dragon overhead is about to attack. I won't be able to take care of you then. Hearing this, several people gritted their teeth and climbed up one after another, led by Yang Tong. Liang, I'm grateful for your kindness. If you need any help in the future, I'll do everything the Golden Guild can to repay you. Yang Tong said gratefully. Is this a dragon? So handsome. Ji Yingying touched the dragon's scales, her face flushed with excitement. Hold on, ready to take off. Chapter 127, Phase 2, Abyssal Pollution. Liang finished speaking. The wind dragon under him flapped its wings and began to rise, flying straight towards the red sky dragon. As their sights rose higher, several people stood on the dragon's back, looking at a view they had never seen before. Brother Yang, you're the real dragon training master. Eru opened his mouth and spoke absent-mindedly. Being able to tame a dragon is an incredible thing in itself. You know, except for beastmasters, most humans don't even know how to tame monsters. Not to mention a wild creature like a real dragon. Not long ago, they even thought that dragons were extinct. What is happening now is like a dream, unbelievable. The others had the same idea. I never thought that one day I would be able to ride on the back of a dragon. Liang, tell me the truth. Are you the son of some hidden power who came out to experience life? Ji Yingying stared at the ground below, which was gradually moving away, and blurted out. Okay, stop talking about this and get ready to engage the enemy. Liang was speechless. Why was he getting more and more outrageous? At this time, Liang looked at the wind dragon under him. The next moment, he slowly squatted down, put his hands on the dragon's back, and transmitted the power of the wind element to the wind dragon. Try it and see if it works. Soon, a green light burst out from the wind dragon's body. The power of the wind element spread everywhere. Liang noticed it only then. The elements of the two happened to match. Both are the power of wind. Efficient. Seeing this, Liang had an idea. Then, speed up the transmission of the power of the wind element. Soon, the power of the wind element covered the entire body of the wind dragon, and a strong wind was blown around it. As if assisted by a god, or as if something was retreating behind it, the wind dragon's speed reached an extreme speed, several times faster than before. At this time, the Qi Xiaolong in the sky also noticed the movement here. It proudly flew around in the sky, then turned its head and looked here, seeing that people of my own kind were being treated like slaves. A flash of anger flashed in the scarlet sky dragon's eyes. It spread its wings and swooped down suddenly. The green power of the wind element bloomed from its body, and it moved at an extremely fast speed. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Wait until there is enough distance. Liang did not hesitate. He took the explosive bow and aimed at Qi Xiaolong, shooting several arrows. Whoosh whoosh. While Liang was launching the attack, the wind dragon under him also adjusted its position to avoid the attack of the red sky dragon. The man and the dragon cooperated with each other in perfect harmony. At the same time, Yuan San and Erhu also used their skills crazily towards the attacking wind dragon. Attacks came one after another like raindrops. Damage numbers kept popping up on the red sky dragon. 12100, 12500, 41000. Weakness. Fuck, Erhu, did you do that on purpose? How come you didn't hit me right away? Ji Ying suddenly realized something was wrong. It's true. He fought so hard, but it didn't work at all. Song Gang also curled his lips. You can still paddle like this. Low damage can be said to be a level problem, but missing the target is a problem of basic skills. And this time, the Qixialong was almost sticking to his face, but he still couldn't hit him. He looked too much like a human. One even wonders if it was intentional. Era chuckled and scratched his head embarrassedly. Hey, I'm just nervous. This is my first time in an aerial battle. It's okay. I didn't expect you to hurt me anyway. Ji Ying said helplessly. At this time, Yang Tong suddenly spoke. Liang, can you get a little closer so I can jump on it and hit it? Hearing his words, Li Yang's heart moved. It doesn't seem to be impossible. When the time comes, jump onto the back of the Scarlet Sky, Flying Dragon, and you won't be easily hit. It's true that he wants to control the Flying Dragon, but he can also send a few skeleton warriors to fight. This way, the progress will be much faster. Okay, let's try. After saying that, Liang had an idea and ordered the wind dragon to slow down. Soon, Qi Xiaolong caught up. At this moment, the wind dragon suddenly rose and the level instantly increased. Now, Yang Tong didn't hesitate and jumped directly. Opportunities are fleeting. At times like this, you can't let your left and right brains fight against each other. Bang! Yang Tong successfully jumped onto the dragon's back. Liang also had an idea and summoned several skeleton warriors to jump up. Then, Yang Tong took out a dagger and started rubbing his back. Several skeleton warriors were also on the back of the red sky, Flying Dragon, constantly stabbing it with their weapons. 23000, 13000, 12300. In an instant, dense damage numbers jumped out from the red sky dragon, accumulating little by little. Qi Xiaolong was shaken by the blow and also discovered the thing on his back. Then, it roared, flew up into the sky, and kept shaking and swaying from side to side, trying to throw the things on its back off. Liang took advantage of this opportunity, rode the dragon, and chased it madly. Swish, swish, swish. Death suppression on. 150000. Attacks rained down on Qi Xiaolong. The Qixialong was severely injured, and the speed of flapping its wings slowed down, and its entire body became lower and lower. The skeleton warriors also continued to attack from behind. And Yang Tong, as an assassin, he also has damage bonus when attacking from behind. Not long after, the red sky dragon's health dropped to less than half. The scarlet sky dragon sank suddenly. Erhu and others showed joy on their faces. Could it be? Come on, it's about to fail, ha 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 ha. Today I want to be a dragon slayer too. At this time, Liang discovered something wrong. At this time, the Qixialong suddenly began to tremble, spikes grew on its body, and the scales and skin began to turn dark. There's a second phase? Li Yang's face changed, and he quickly commanded the wind dragon under him to fly towards the bottom of the red sky dragon. As expected, after the Qi Xiaolong completed its transformation, its aura became much stronger, and at the same time, it burst out with a powerful aura. The skeleton warrior behind it and Yang Tong were both blown away. Yang Tong was startled and fell to the ground. Seeing that he was about to fall and be smashed to pieces, he had already decided to accept his fate. But at this moment, he saw several familiar shadows flying towards him on dragons. Liang had already noticed something was wrong, and at the critical moment, he rode on the wind dragon and rushed over to approach Yang Tong. Yang Tong fell from above, and Song Gang quickly rushed over and gave him a princess hug, successfully catching him. Caught up. Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, riding directly on the back is too risky. But I'm glad you're okay. He once again looked at the Scarlet Sky Wind Dragon not far away. Then he opened the holographic eye and checked the information again. Red Sky Wine Dragon, abyssal pollution. Infected by the power of the abyss, it falls into a frenzy, burning its life force and significantly increasing its attack power. Chapter 128. Kill the Qi Xiaolong and leave the area. It's actually the power of the abyss. Is there an abyss here too? Liang was slightly surprised. What happened to this dragon? It seems to have entered the red blood stage, which is usually the stage that high-level monsters will enter. Yes, this also means it's no longer viable. No, Yang Tong frowned. This breath seems to be the power of the abyss. The power of the abyss. Eru and others were stunned. How could the power of the abyss appear in this place? Ahem. I say, how long are you two grown men going to hug each other? At this time, Ji Yingyin coughed. Hearing this, Song Gang lowered his head and looked at Yang Tong in his arms. He subconsciously withdrew his hand. Yang Tong glared, then quickly supported himself with his arms and did a backflip, landing steadily on the ground. What are you doing? He glanced at Song Gang unhappily. Song Gang scratched his head and chuckled. Sorry, my hand slipped. Roar. At this moment, the Scarlet Sky Dragon let out a dragon roar, opened its mouth wide, and a terrifying breath shot out. Liang patted the Wind Dragon, and the Wind Dragon quickly increased its speed to avoid the attack. Is the second stage very strong? Liang doesn't think so. Relatively speaking, he was more concerned about why there were traces of the abyss in such a place. Could it be that this wormhole was created by the abyss from the beginning? Is it a trap, or is there something else going on? He felt that things were becoming complicated and it was no longer a simple treasure hunt. After the previous few encounters with the abyss, it was definitely not a good intention. At this time, Yang Tong also said seriously, Liang, find a chance to escape. With the intervention of the power of the abyss, things have become complicated and uncontrollable. Let's go back and report the situation here first. Liang nodded secretly. In the wormhole area, there are either crises or treasures, and risks and rewards coexist. Now it seems that the risk is huge, but it's not so easy to get out now. The Scarlet Sky Dragon has gone mad with rage, and the only way is to defeat it. Liang's eyes narrowed, and he became serious. Gazing at the majestic Scarlet Sky Dragon in front, Liang commanded the Wind Dragon under him to attack head-on. In an instant, both sides collided at an extremely fast speed. Just when the two sides were extremely close, Liang, Sky Eye open. A broken line of light shot out and shone on the Red Sky Dragon. The Qi Xiaolong, who originally had red eyes and was extremely terrifying, suddenly froze and stood still. At this moment, Liang picked up the soul-sucking gun and jumped onto its back. At the same time, a shadow clone is summoned. The two Liangs attacked Qi Xiaolong's back at the same time. Puff. 35000. 32000. Death suppression. Plunder. 100000. 100000. The clones can also use death suppression. Liang was delighted when he heard this information. In an instant, the body of the Red Sky Dragon sank suddenly. Liang quickly adjusted his posture and stood firm. Then he blew a whistle. The Wind Dragon suddenly flew down, and Liang jumped up and returned to the Wind Dragon's back. His shadow clone is still on Qi Xiaolong's body. Liang raised his sword finger and slowly uttered a word. Burst! Bang! The shadow clone exploded. A huge injury jumped out of Qi Xiaolong's body, and he was hit hard again. 98,000. Behead. Kill took effect, and Qi Xiaolong's eyes turned black and lost their luster. You killed the Scarlet Sky Wind Dragon. Experience points plus 80,000. You get Dragon Scales 5, precious materials. You get Dragon Bones 3, precious materials. You get Dragon Crystal 1, extraordinary material. You get Dragon Scales 5, precious materials. You obtain Gold level equipment, Dragon Shield. You obtain Brilliant level equipment, Dragon Claw. At this moment, Qi Xiaolong's body suddenly began to shake. Wah! Seeing this, Liang hurriedly commanded the Wind Dragon to fly away. Call! The Wind Dragon, carrying the power of the wind element, flapped its wings at an extremely fast speed and flew away from the center. A few seconds later, a huge explosion sounded from behind. Bong! When they looked back, they saw that the entire body of the red sky dragon had exploded, shattered into pieces, leaving no residue. Only a ball of black, evil abyss power in its place. Oh, what a pity. I want to take a dragon bone back to collect, Ji Yingying said regretfully. Instead of collecting it, it would be better to use it as weapon materials. It will definitely be valuable, Eru said with envy. Yang Tong shook his head and said, let's go back. The authorities will send people to seal off and investigate what's happening here. This is not something we can get involved in. Ah, then we've come all this way for nothing. There's nothing we can do. Just think of it as a way to kill monsters and level up. Yang Tong comforted. He is quite open-minded. In this situation, it is impossible to continue going forward. Maybe this whole thing is a conspiracy by the Church of the Abyss, and they're walking into a trap. Go back. Li Yang's idea moved, and he controlled the wind dragon to slowly descend. Several people jumped onto the ground and landed successfully. Call! Then, several people came to the place where they came in. A space crack still exists here. Just then, suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, like an earthquake. Then, the water in the center of the island began to overflow, as if something was about to rush out from below. Yang Tong's expression changed, and he shouted, "Oh no! Everyone leave!" The others did not hesitate and ran towards a crack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The figures of Eru, Song Gang, and Ji Yingying all disappeared into the crack. Liang came to the crack and prepared to step in. At this moment, I suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked back. Behind him, Yang Tong looked pale and moved very slowly. Are you hurt? Liang was slightly surprised. Logically speaking, Yang Tong is an assassin, so his speed cannot be so slow. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that when he was fighting with Qi Xiaolong before, Qi Xiaolong had knocked him away in the second stage. It seems that he was injured at that time. Liang looked behind him and saw that the tide was gushing in extremely fast and was about to flood the place. Don't worry about me. Go first, Yang Tong said, gritting his teeth. Liang frowned. Don't talk nonsense. We can all leave. That's right, Elder. We are here to help you. The voices of Song Gang and others came from behind Liang. The three of them returned again. You, Yang Tong smiled bitterly. Song Gang ran forward and prepared to carry Yang Tong back. The tide behind me is getting closer and closer. Too slow. Liang's eyes focused, and he mobilized the power of the wind element and rushed forward. Then he grabbed Yang Tong's clothes and pulled them back. Looking at the three stunned people, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Eru and others reacted quickly and followed, crashing into the space crack together. Chapter 129, The Cult's Conspiracy, Professional Auction. In Jianghai City, somewhere in a dark space, several people in black and purple cloaks gathered together and squatted. In the center of them was a ball of extremely strong dark green flame, which rose several meters high. These people in cloaks were chanting some mysterious spells and making some strange gestures with their hands. Suddenly, one of the men in black robes opened his eyes. Looking up, you can see mysterious tattoos painted on his face. He spoke unexpectedly in his eyes. Oh, a group of lowly professionals broke into the Hongyang Gang area. As soon as he spoke, the others opened their eyes almost at the same time. It was discovered so quickly. So what do we do now? Why don't I rush over now and kill them all? A man in black robe made a gesture of wiping his neck. No need. It would only alert the enemy. Besides, this won't affect our next plan. That's right. There are still 2 days before the talent competition begins. They won't have enough time to find out anything. Third brother, how are your arrangements going? It went very smoothly. Everything has been arranged properly. Our people have completely penetrated the inner city and secretly set up the Blood Moon Formation. This year, we must capture all the geniuses in Jianghai City. We will use the high-quality blood from these geniuses to revive our demon god of sloth. Ha ha, that's it. Several men in black robes became excited. Start directly from the inside and massacre the entire Jianghai City. At the same time, Liang and others left the wormhole area. Back under the big tree, several people looked at each other with lingering fear. The sound of waves crashing seems to still linger in my mind. Wow, it's so thrilling. Eru wiped his sweat. Why does the power of the Abyss appear in it? This is most likely a conspiracy of the Church of the Abyss. We are lucky to be able to get out. Yingying analyzed. Let's go back first. I'll report the situation here to the authorities. It's getting late now. If we don't leave now, we'll have to spend the night here. It was noon when they arrived. After such a long journey and fight, the sky had already darkened. No matter where you are, as long as there are monsters, the danger factor will increase significantly at night, and the later it is, the more dangerous it will be. Liang also understood this principle. They were now deep in Hongyang and had to rush back at full speed. It would be at least late at night. Let's go. Liang spoke. Eru, carry your elder Yang on your back. Yang Tong is injured now and has difficulty moving. Oh, Eru nodded. As the weakest person in the team, it was naturally his turn to do this kind of chores. Then, Liang turned his gaze to Yang Tong and said, "Give me the map. I will lead the way." Yang Tong was injured, and someone was needed to come out and organize the situation. Yang Tong paused and sighed. "Okay, let me recover first." After saying that, he took out a piece of brown paper from his sleeve and handed it to Liang. Liang took it and took a look. The entire structural route inside Hongyang is drawn above. This kind of thing cannot be bought on the market, and much of the information marked on it is exclusively held by the Gold Guild. Having such a map is very convenient and practical. After a simple walk, Liang memorized the route in his mind and walked in a certain direction. "Let's go." The others followed. There is more than one exit from the rock hill. Following the route on the map, the journey is very smooth and you rarely encounter monsters. Even if they encounter one, Liang can easily deal with it. About an hour passed. The group arrived at the exit of Hongyang. A blue portal appeared before my eyes. Liang stepped in first, followed closely by the others. The next moment, everyone returned to the entrance to the outside world. Looking at the familiar scenes around, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This moment is really full of dangers, and I am exhausted. Yang Tong got off Eru. Eru sat down on the ground without even thinking about the dirt and said with a wry smile, "Oh, what bad luck. I feel like I came here for nothing." "Not really. At least we've discovered traces of the Abyss cult. They might be planning something. If we report it, we might just be able to make them our vassals." Hearing this, Eru's eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you serious? Will there be any bonus or something?" "Of course there is," Song Gang chuckled. "Maybe we can even get a first-class merit medal." Eru stood up excitedly. "That's great. I've never even seen what a medal looks like." Ji Ying covered her mouth and smiled. "You two are really fools. A big fool is still teasing a little fool. There's everything in dreams," Yuan San laughed. Li Yang Smilet suddenly remembered. "First-class merit medal? It seems that I actually have one. Speaking of this time, I didn't gain nothing. Killing the Scarlet Sky Dragon gave me a lot of materials. I haven't figured out how to use them yet, but they're all very valuable. I also got a brilliant level equipment. Moreover, his level has reached 100. The second transfer requirement has been met." After saying goodbye to everyone, Liang found a 5-star hotel nearby to stay in. "It's getting late now, so we have to find a place temporarily. As soon as you enter the hotel, you will be overwhelmed by the luxurious atmosphere." Liang went to the front desk to get a room card and then took the elevator upstairs. After swiping the card to open the door, I entered the room. The room was bright and stylish, which made me feel comfortable. Liang lay down on the soft sofa. He had been fighting monsters all day and was physically and mentally exhausted. Now, he could finally take a break. The harvest this time was quite great. Liang took out the brilliant level equipment, Dragon Claw, and looked at it. Dragon Claw. Quality, brilliant grade. Type, cold weapon. Attributes, strength plus 2,000, damage plus 20%. Weapon effect. Attacks inflict severe damage to the enemy, increasing the enemy's physical damage by 25% for 10 seconds. Repeated hits refresh the duration. Pure damage-increasing weapon. Liang took a look and had an idea in his mind. Even among brilliant level weapons, it can be considered very good. After putting it away, Liang found that there were newspapers and other things placed in the basket next to the sofa. With the mentality of killing time, he picked it up and took a look. The Jianghai professional auction will begin tomorrow. The following items will be auctioned. After reading the title, Liang casually shifted his gaze. Most of them are rare items and equipment above gold level. That's interesting. Liang had an idea and thought it would be nice to go for a walk if he had the chance. At this moment, Li Yang's vision suddenly froze. Stay on an object. Bali Bear's Paw, rare material secondary rank material, could be used for professional second rank. It turned out to be second level material. Li Yang's heart moved slightly. You should know that it is more difficult to obtain second level materials. It's not like one turn. As long as you can brush it, it's enough. The second level materials can only be dropped by the wild monster, Bally Bear. This will test the professional's field skills and hard power. The key is that this thing depends on luck. First of all, you won't necessarily find T-Bear in the wild. Furthermore, even if you kill 100 heads, you may not necessarily get the materials. Therefore, the material became extremely precious and was directly auctioned. Liang originally planned to go out and try his luck when he had time to see if he could get it. But now it seems that having money can save a lot of trouble, right? The genius competition will be held the day after tomorrow. Lu Xian reminded me that this year is very important. Improving your strength will help you get a better ranking, which is totally worth it. I looked at the address, and it wasn't far away. After thinking it through, Liang decided to go there directly tomorrow. Then he lay down on the Simmons bed and fell asleep. Chapter 130. Going to the auction, meeting Wang Meili again. The next day, the rooster crowed. Liang woke up naturally. To be honest, he doesn't quite understand. This wasn't the outskirts of the backward Koenqing. This was the bustling city center of Jianghai, and the sound of roosters crowing could be heard at dawn. Maybe it's the fresh ingredients in the kitchen here. Walk down and come to the hotel lobby cafeteria for self-service. Liang picked up a big lobster and put it into his mouth while walking out the door. Holding the auction flyer in his hand, he rushed towards the address listed on it. On the street, several professionals gathered together to chat. Damn, did you hear? The professional rankings were updated at 5 in the morning today. Huh? What list? It's the ranking of this year's newcomers. This is explosive news. In just a few hours, the entire Jianghai discussion has reached tens of millions. Fuck, so exciting. What on earth happened? I know that the original first place was Xiao Yang, the genius from Luyin Pavilion. The list had already been finalized, but early today, the news was suddenly released and the information was updated. Xiao Yang, who was originally ranked first, changed one character. He became Liang. How did he change his name? A professional asked in confusion. With your train of thought, did you invite an expert to your home? This is obviously just a replacement of that person. The professional next to him laughed. It's hard to believe, right? You're even willing to believe it was a name change, but you don't have that idea. Holy crap, the number one position has really changed. Is there some shady deal going on? It seems that we only found out later that someone had completed a rotation earlier, even faster than Xiao Yang from Luyin Pavilion. Also, the reason this matter caused such a big stir is because the name of this new number one is Li Yang. Li Yang? I remember him being the idiot who made a fool of himself during the awakening ceremony and refused to even take an SSS-level job. Could this be the same person? It's hard to say. Maybe it's a duplicate name. It's most likely not the same person. If he hadn't given up his SSS-level career, it would be possible. Their current strength is simply not on the same level. There are discussions everywhere. Especially in the days leading up to the talent competition, the attention has reached its peak. At this time, Liang was wearing a cloak and heading toward the auction house. He still understands the principle of not showing off one's wealth. In the past, there have been many cases where people were assassinated after coming out of auctions because their treasures were coveted. It is also important to conceal your identity. Walking on the road, Liang heard the conversations around him and nodded secretly in his heart. It seems that the professional association has taken action. Some people are just rats in the gutter after all. They only dare to do things secretly behind the scenes, and they immediately become scared when someone points at their head. After a while, a huge, ancient building appeared before our eyes. This is the largest auction house in Jianghai. In addition to auctions, it also provides many services, including leisure, entertainment, business, etc. Because of today's auction, it's already very lively here, and you can see at a glance that there are crowds of people inside. Liang came to the door. There are 2 security guards dressed, meticulously standing on both sides. Here, Liang was stopped for the rare occasion. However, the attitude of these 2 people is not bad. No outsiders are allowed to enter today's auction. Proof of assets is required. It can be considered as doing things impartially. It seems that his identity as a multi-millionaire can no longer be concealed. Liang Sigid secretly. I compared the money with the 2 of them. A moment. The 2 security guards' eyes lit up. Sir, please come in. The auction will start in 2 hours. You can take a seat inside. Someone will guide you once you enter. Liang nodded and stepped into the door. Soon a waiter came to greet us. Sir, please follow me. Immediately following, Liang followed the waiter into a hall. At the front is a high platform, opposite which are rows of gradually rising chairs. Looking at the magnificent scenes around and the people dressed in luxurious clothes, Liang was in trance. This is the upper-class crowd in Jianghai. Today, there's a threshold to enter, and those who can stand here are upper-class people. Here, even people who don't know each other can stand together and talk like acquaintances. But everyone's voices were so low that there was not even a trace of echo in the spacious hall. Leon came here just to buy some second-level materials and didn't want to get involved with anyone. Then I found a place to sit down and waited for the auction to begin. After a while, a burst of rapid footsteps was heard. The next moment, several professionals walked in from the door they came from. The leader was a short and fat woman, surrounded by several tall men. This flamboyant style of behavior. Liang raised his eyebrows and took a look. Who else could it be but Wang Meili? At this time, Wang Meili walked in with her head held high and her chest puffed out like a proud and ugly white swan. She brought her people to the front seat in a grand manner and sat down. Compared to last time, the people surrounding her this time were a different group. Whoever comes to such an occasion with several subordinates will take up several seats as soon as they arrive. Therefore, many people cast strange glances and whisper to each other, but due to etiquette, they did not express it directly. When it comes to shamelessness, Wang Meili is gifted. If it were someone else, they would probably have felt ashamed long ago. Not only did she not do that, she looked superior. You are worthy of it. Liang shook his head secretly. I silently gave her a thumbs up in my heart. Please speed up. If you keep going on like this, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later. Liang didn't expect to meet Wang Meili here, and he felt a little unlucky. But anyway, I would just buy the things and leave, so it didn't matter. If I were wearing a cloak, Wang Meili wouldn't be so crazy as to come here and act crazy. Time passes slowly. There are more and more people in the hall. After a while, a woman wearing a golden butterfly mask and an exotic dress walked out from behind the curtain onto the stage. Hello everyone, I'm today's host. I'm sure you've all been looking forward to this. Without further ado, this professional auction is officially underway. The woman clapped her hands. Immediately afterwards, several servants came onto the stage, carrying something covered with a red cloth. This is the first treasure of the day. The woman walked forward and opened it. In an instant, a finely crafted piece of equipment appeared in front of everyone. This is a brilliant grade weapon, the Crescent Staff. It possesses a valuable cooldown reduction effect, allowing mages to deliver burst damage faster. Starting price, 100,000 dragon coins. Chapter 131. Second rank materials obtained, kill and grab treasures. There's a big cargo coming up. A brilliant grade piece of equipment used by mages. It was soon looted by people from all walks of life. Liang didn't react much. He had so many brilliant level weapons that he could barely carry them all. This is just an appetizer. Those who like it very much and add money to it. Those who don't need it hold back and remain indifferent. People who come to the auction are all well prepared. They have already made inquiries and decided what they want before coming. As precious items were released one after another. Finally, it's Bally Bear Paw's turn to be released. The host spoke loudly. Next is a very practical item. Even if I can't use it now, it will come in handy in the future. It's the second level material, Bally Bear's Paw. Starting price, 100,000. As she spoke, she untied the red cloth, revealing a huge bear paw. It's really Polly Bear's Paw. Although I haven't reached the second level yet, I'm preparing for it. It will come in handy sooner or later. Even though I don't need it anymore, it's nice to keep it for my little brat. It will save me from having to wash it later. Seeing this scene, many people were moved. After all, this thing is just like gold. It is very valuable. No matter when, you will never lose money by hoarding. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. I'll give you 5 million. At this time, Wang Meili's voice rang out loudly. This was one of the goals of her trip. Although she hasn't reached the second level yet, I'll keep some materials for now. Someone was helping her level up, so she wasn't worried about the level issue and was determined to get it. As soon as she made a bid, the others opened their mouths but did not continue to bid. This time it was pulled too high. Before this, Wang Meili had also made several attempts, almost just using money to buy things. She never failed to get anything she set her eyes on. When the others saw her take action, they realized that it would be difficult to defeat her, so they had to give up. 5 million dragon coins per time. 5 million dragon coins twice. Just when the host was about to make the final decision. Liang knew it was time to take action and tapped the button next to the chair. 10 million dragon coins. Don't ask. The answer is that you are rich and willful. In an instant, the host and other buyers looked in his direction in surprise. Wang Meili's smile froze, and she looked at him in surprise. Liang was now wearing a cloak. She did not recognize him, but felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Her face darkened, and she almost burst into a curse. Someone actually dared to openly steal her things. She was just about to raise the price again. At this moment, a man next to her grabbed her. "Miss, we are not in a hurry. If he wants it, just give it to him." Wang Meili frowned and looked at the man, not understanding what he meant. The man leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Look, he's the only one bidding the price, and he's wearing a cloak. Even if he disappears, no one will notice." Wang Meili's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world. "What do you mean?" "Ha ha! Number 1, I was right about you. This way, we can save a lot of money." Wang Meili became excited. As the eldest princess of the Jianghai underground forces, she has done this kind of thing many times and has no psychological burden. "Okay, you like to steal my things, right? Then go ahead and take them. It doesn't matter if I let you keep them for a while. They will all be back to me in the end." So she smiled and didn't raise the price any further. After about a minute, there was no sound from the seats. The host's voice sounded again. 10 million dragon coins per time. 10 million dragon coins twice. Congratulations to the buyer in position 66 who won this rank 2 material, Bally Bear Paw. Liang raised his eyebrows. Is it so easy to take it down? He thought Wang Meili would continue jumping around for a while. Given the other person's personality, this shouldn't happen. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. He kept a watchful eye on it. The auction is over. People dispersed one after another. Liang also came to the backstage of the auction house and got the Bally Bear Paw. Bally Bear Paw, second job material. Introduction. Bally Bear Paw. You have a chance to obtain it by killing wild bally bears. It can be used to submit materials for the second job. After confirming the information, Liang left happily. I'm going to go directly for the second transfer, so I'll be more confident in tomorrow's genius competition. It's about 1 or 2 kilometers away from the auction house. Liang suddenly noticed something unusual. Behind him, there were several auras following closely. It has existed since it left the auction house. At first he thought it was just a side trip, but after so long, he realized something was wrong. Liang raised his eyebrows. Is someone following you? Although he is now mobilizing the power of the wind element and the speedster effect, he is confident that he can easily leave the people behind him behind. But he wanted to know what these people's intentions were. After walking for a while, the person behind him was still following closely. So, when he arrived at the intersection, Liang took the initiative to turn into a remote road and slow down. As we went deeper, the number of pedestrians around us decreased significantly, and there were almost no people to be seen. The people following behind finally couldn't hold back any longer. At this time, Liang turned around and spoke lightly. "Come out. Now that you're here, there's no need to hide. What's there to be ashamed of?" As soon as the words fell, a few seconds passed. Several people came out from the bunker at the rear. Liang looked at the person who came and narrowed his eyes. "My goodness, isn't this Wang Meili and others?" "I see." He asked why Wang Meili stopped being so arrogant at the auction house and gave the things to him. "So I was waiting here." But he wasn't too surprised. He knew that Wang Meili would not give up. "Hey, you guys have been following me for so long. Don't you have any home to return to?" Liang said expressionlessly. "This kid, you fucking. Such strong aggressiveness." Several people stared at each other. "Damn boy. Return our things quickly. They don't belong to you. Hand it over honestly, so you can suffer less later. Otherwise." Wang Meili frowned. Liang just spoke The familiar feeling she had was growing stronger. She always felt that this figure and this voice were somewhat familiar. "Who are you?" She walked forward and asked. "Liang Chuklet." "Why, you forgot about me already. Didn't you say a few days ago that you would just let me wait and see?" Wang Meili widened her eyes. Liang took off his cloak and revealed his face. "Today, none of you can leave." Wang Meili was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. "Liang, it's you. Ha ha ha, it's really effortless." As soon as these words were spoken, several subordinates nearby were immediately puzzled. "Miss, do you know each other? So, should we continue?" "Go on. Of course go on. Teach this ungrateful guy a lesson." Wang Meili smiled. "I was wondering who it was, Liang. Turns out it's you, a loser. Okay, let's settle all the old and new scores today." Liang smiled coldly. "Very good, that's exactly what I meant." "Liang? Could it be the Liang on the list?" One of the subordinates said strangely. "Today, this name could be said to have spread throughout the rivers and seas. Whatever, no matter who he is, with so many of us, how can we lose?" Let's all attack together. As they spoke, several people took out their weapons and attacked aggressively. Chapter 132, Wang Meili regrets. Leaving no one behind. Beat him into a cripple. Make him live a life worse than death for the rest of his life. Wang Meili showed a ferocious smile. This is what you got for cheating and taking first place from me. Upon hearing the sound, the strong men under her command rushed forward. These are all professionals above level 100, and they are very powerful. Looking at these people who were looking for death, Li Yang didn't waste any words. With a slight wave of his hand, the next moment, 3 skeleton warriors appeared in front of him, accompanied by a gust of cold wind. Then, he nodded lightly in the direction of Wang Meili and others. In an instant, the skeleton warrior moved at an extremely fast speed. Several strong men were stunned. Fuck, this guy's a necromancer? Humph. So what? Just 3 undead. After we take care of them, he'll be a pig to be slaughtered. That's right. There are more than 10 of us. Let's all come together. Kill. Soon, the 2 sides collided with each other. Just a glance. More than a dozen professionals were shocked. Damn, this dead bone is kind of tough. It looks like it has no flesh, but it's actually so fleshy. This damage and speed are no less than any level 100 professional. Everyone, take it seriously and don't be careless. We can win with more people. Let's consume them first. The strength of this skeleton warrior far exceeded their expectations. For a moment, I found that I couldn't take it off. The 2 sides wrestled fiercely. Oh, Li Yang raised his eyebrows. These people are quite capable. Originally, he thought 3 skeleton warriors were enough. In that case, Li Yang tapped his hand lightly. The next moment, 10 identical skeleton warriors appeared in front of him and joined the battlefield again. In an instant, several men were horrified. Fuck, there's more. There's so many. Damn it, retreat quickly. Several people were shocked. This amount. It was already difficult for them to deal with the 3 of them. There are more than 10 of them at once, and what's the point of fighting? For a while, they were beaten back step by step. At this moment, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Meili's eyes as she watched this scene. What's going on? All of her subordinates are professionals above level 100. It is obvious that anyone can crush Li Yang to death as easily as stepping on an ant. But now, more than a dozen people are unable to deal with a few skeletons. She immediately cursed. Damn it, I still have to do it myself. As he said that, he took out his weapon and rushed towards Li Yang. Go to hell. In her opinion, although Li Yang's summons were powerful, Li Yang himself was a weak and useless person. Isn't that what all summoners do? Looking at Wang Meili rushing over. Li Yang loket surpriset. Good man, there are still people who are eager to die. It would be unreasonable for you not to fulfill this wish. Then, he activated the power of wind element. The whole body is covered with a blue halo. Immediately afterwards, the whole person shot out. When Wang Meili had no idea how to react. The next second, he kicked Wang Meili in the chest. Bang! Wang Meili widened her eyes, screamed, and flew backwards. The obese body fell heavily to the ground. His chest completely collapsed, and blood flowed from his mouth. Miss! Seeing this, several of his men were shocked. One of his men quickly stepped forward and helped the man up. Wang Meili stood up weakly. For a moment, I was confused and didn't know what was going on. She didn't even see Li Yang's movements clearly before she was knocked away. After reacting, she no longer cared about her face. Her eyes were full of shock. What the hell? Where does Li Yang get this ability from? Miss, run. Let's run. These skeletons are too scary. There are more of them than us. We can't fight them at all. At this time, several of her men were also forced to the rear. What? Wang Meili's face darkened. With so many powerful professionals, they couldn't beat Li Yang alone. So what were they doing here? They were asking for trouble. You are a bunch of trash. I have raised you in vain. Wang Meili said angrily. But it's okay to curse. These people can't solve it, let alone her. Li Yang, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will bring my men to deal with you. Is it too early? Do I agree that you can leave? Li Yang said coldly. Come when you want. Leave if you can't win. How could such a good thing happen? Go. Leave no one behind. He commanded the skeleton warriors to charge forward. Wang Meili and others' faces changed, and they ran back quickly. The others were fine, but Wang Meili was too weak. Not only was her level low, but she also had to be carried up by someone, so she couldn't run at all. There was no way out. The other men had to slow down and run with her. Li Yang mobilized the power of the wind element and transmitted it to all the skeleton knights. The skeleton knight instantly became much faster and emanated the power of green wind element. At the same time, Liang used the power of the wind element and combined it with the effect of running fast. His speed reached an extreme, and he did not fall behind at all. In less than a moment, they caught up with Wang Meili and others who were fleeing. Wang Meili was anxious. She looked at the two men who were dragging her and cursed with her eyes wide open. Run faster. They're catching up. You're a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Are you just going to watch me die? It would be better if she didn't say anything. As soon as she said this, a hint of cruelty flashed across the faces of the two men below. At this moment, they were already in a difficult situation, and they were thinking of abandoning Wang Meili and running away. If they weren't worried about not being able to complete their mission when they return, they would have run away long ago. In this tangled situation, Wang Meili is still acting arrogantly. They were not happy either. You fat pig, shut up. One of the men finally couldn't help but yell. I'm already annoyed now. I've had enough of Wang Meili's affectation on a daily basis, and now I simply can't stand it anymore. What did you say? Wang Meili widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The two men were fed up and said angrily, What's the matter with you? If you're in a hurry to run, then run by yourself. After saying that, the two of them let go at the same time, leaving Wang Meili behind. Wang Meili's fat body fell to the ground like jelly, bouncing back and forth. You lowly slaves. When I get back, I'll have you dragged off to be fed to the dogs. Just then, she suddenly felt a cool breath. She turned her head sharply. A tall, cold skeleton stood above her. No. She swallowed, and her eyes widened. The skeleton warrior moved, raised his hand bones, and swung the cold blade towards her mercilessly. Puff! Help me! Wang Meili screamed like a pig being slaughtered. I feel so much regret. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have messed with Liang. But now, the skeleton warriors have surrounded her, each one swinging a sword continuously. Watching her health bar rapidly disappear, she was filled with despair. At the same time, Liang didn't pay any more attention to her. Instead, she continued to chase after her fleeing men. No one here today could be left alive. In this situation, if they were asked to go back to keep the promise, they would definitely run into a lot of trouble. He has been busy with the talent competition recently and has no time to deal with these things. Chapter 133. The One-Eyed Dragon is furious and heads to the second transformation. At this time, the few people who were fleeing also discovered Liang, who was chasing them relentlessly. Oh no, he's catching up. Shit, wait, just him. What's there to be afraid of? Let's kill him together. After saying that, several people stopped and turned to look at Liang. Not running anymore. Liang Chuklet. He wished these people would stop and die. A man rushed over with a big knife. Teach this idiot a lesson. He dared to chase us alone. Behind him, the others also began to gather their strength. Liang smiled faintly. With a flip of his hand, the sage's book appeared. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out, shining on everyone. Smash Varudo. As his level increases, the effects of these control skills become stronger. In an instant, those who were attacking him fell silent. Liang seized the opportunity, holding the soul-sucking gun, and quickly moved around the field. With the power of the wind element, his body movements and attack speed have made a qualitative leap. Even far surpasses many powerful assassin professions. For a moment, gun shadows were flying on the field, and the damage numbers jumped up and down. This is a one-sided crushing. One by one, professionals who were regarded as strong outside fell. This situation, if someone saw it, I would probably be unable to sleep at night. It's simply a nightmare for the strong. Soon, there was only one person left standing spotlessly on the field. A bunch of ants, delaying my second transformation. Liang turned away calmly, as if he had done something more ordinary. Jianghai suburbs. In a huge single-family villa. In the bright and spacious living room, a middle-aged man with a fat face sat on the sofa with a cigar in his mouth. He took a puff. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he threw the cigar in his hand at the butler next to him. Fuck, I'm asking you. Why hasn't Meili come back yet? The lit cigarette but fell on the butler, but the butler did not dare to move at all. It seems that she has become accustomed to the man's moody behavior. He lowered his head and said respectfully, Master One-Eyed Dragon, a daughter brought people to the auction today. Then why the hell didn't you tell me? Do you even need me to ask? The man known as One-Eyed Dragon slammed the expensive coffee table in front of him to pieces. The butler said nothing. The man panted angrily, and after about a minute, he slowly calmed down. Then, he said calmly, "Who did you take with you?" The young lady said that she wanted to show her face in high society and brought many elites with her, all of whom were professionals above level 100. The butler said truthfully. The one-eyed man nodded, lit a new cigar, took a puff, and said, "That shouldn't be a problem. If something like this happens again, notify me immediately. I am the only daughter of One-Eye Dragon. If anything happens, you will all die." The butler nodded hurriedly and fearfully. "Okay, go tell Meili to come back quickly. There's a talent competition tomorrow, and I got her a new set of equipment to help her get a good result." "Yes." The butler nodded and quickly retreated. About 10 minutes later, the butler came back with a pale face. Seeing his appearance, the one-eyed man frowned and had a bad feeling. "What's wrong? Tell me." "Sir, miss, can't be contacted." Bang! The one-eyed man punched the wall next to him. "What did you say?" The housekeeper was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. "Sir, maybe the young lady was having too much fun and didn't pay attention. There have been similar situations before. It will be better to contact her later." "Find her now." "Didn't she bring a group of elites with her?" "Contact them one by one. Find her whereabouts." Yes. The butler spoke with a trembling voice. He could see that the one-eyed man was really angry. The other party treasures his only daughter the most and will not let her suffer any harm. This is how such a devil was born. As a result, the servants were worried and anxious every day. Half an hour later, "Sir, the people the young lady took away, we can't contact any of them either," the butler said terrifiedly. At this point, he had no choice but to believe it. Things have really gotten out of hand. If so many people couldn't be contacted at the same time, something must have happened. "You've been with me for a few years, right? Do you remember what I just said?" The one-eyed man turned to look at him, his face ashen. "If you can't even keep an eye on one person, what's the point of having you?" The butler immediately knelt down and cowed out. "Please give me another chance, sir. I will definitely bring people to find the young lady." "Where did Meili go today?" "Jianghai auction house." "Then go find him. I'll give you one last chance, otherwise come to me with your head," said the one-eyed dragon angrily. He has been the king of the underground for so many years and has already achieved success and fame. No one can shake his position in the gray area of rivers and seas. The only thing now is his daughter, and no mistakes can be made. Yes. The butler nodded quickly and walked away quickly. At the same time, after getting rid of these unknown strong men and confirming that there were no survivors, after Liang completely eliminated all traces here, he left. He covered his face from beginning to end, so no one would find him later. After a while, he finally arrived outside the professional association again. Due to the sudden change in the rankings this morning, there's already a huge crowd of people here. There were cars and reporters everywhere. The door of the association was directly blocked. Several staff members were blocking the door. Through the glass, you can see that the people in the association are in a state of panic. This time, it was really an unexpected disaster. The genius competition was about to start, but suddenly this trouble arose, adding so much workload for no reason. Everyone in the association was very depressed. In the association's conference hall, several senior executives and elders were sitting together for an emergency meeting. "Elder Liu, you are in charge of the list of names on the list. What's going on?" Association President Chun Fan said seriously. "President Chun, I was not on duty at the time. The one who modified the rankings and issued the notice was Elder Ma." Elder Liu quickly shifted the blame. "Elder Ma, what's going on?" All of a sudden, all the senior executives turned their eyes to Ma Baogua. This not only pushed them to the forefront, but also made them offend Luyan Pavilion. Seeing this, Ma Baogua's face darkened. This Elder Liu enriched himself and then wanted to shift the blame to himself. "So don't blame me for speaking frankly. As the saying goes, I would rather die than let my friend die." Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, the military came to my door, and I had no choice but to act impartially. We should ask Elder Liu why he concealed the truth and hid the information that was originally the first. I didn't know it if I hadn't checked." As soon as these words came out, several senior executives immediately understood what was going on. Seeing that the situation was not good, Elder Liu quickly came out to admit his mistake. "Oh, I'm not doing this for the benefit of our entire Jianghai. Li Yang is a waste and does not deserve this qualification at all." President Chun Fan's face turned pale. "Is it even worth talking about this now? You're suspended and need to reflect on your actions. Your performance review will be reset to 0. Elder Lu stopped talking. Chen Fan sighed, feeling helpless. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Then, an assistant came up and spoke. There's a professional out there who says he has something to do. Get him out. Chen Fan spoke impatiently before the assistant finished speaking. Now, they are too busy to take care of these things. By the way, what's his name? Li Yang. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Fan stood up suddenly. Please invite someone in. Chapter 134. Elder Lu apologizes, a veteran actor. At this time, Li Yang arrived at the door of the association, feeling somewhat helpless. Why are there suddenly so many people gathered here? He didn't come for a day, and even the door was closed. Just then, the door of the association opened. An assistant came forward and said, Sir, please follow me. Li Yang nodded and followed him in. Behind him, someone else wanted to follow in, but was immediately stopped by the security guard. Fuck, how could he get in? That's right. Why are you only stopping us? Otherwise, when we go in for the interview, are you feeling guilty? Get away from the crazy crowds outside. Li Yang followed his assistant into a living room. Here, the elders of the association have taken their seats again. Li Yang was a little confused. He was here for the second shift, so why were they bringing him here? As soon as he arrived, a middle-aged man quickly came forward. Are you Li Yang? Chen Fan asked to confirm. Li Yang, it's me, what's wrong? Chen Fan exhaled and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Fan, and I'm the president of this association. Don't worry, you're number one, so you're number one. Our association won't tolerate those kinds of embezzlement. Some people have already received the punishment they deserve. Li Yang was stunned for a moment, then said, It turns out to be President Shun. My apologies. Such a high-ranking person would actually come out to greet me. To be honest, he was a little confused. Since you brought me here, there must be something going on. Chen Fan said with some distress. Hey, I'm sorry, Li Yang. Due to the negligence of our association's management, you have been pushed to the forefront. People outside the association, you should have noticed it when you came here. Because of this, what on earth happened? Li Yang frowned. Chen Fan sighed. Because the rankings were changed temporarily the day before the talent competition, it caused a lot of dissatisfaction among many people. As you know, many people are eager to cause chaos in the world. Don't take what I say to heart. Many people don't recognize your ability and think there's something shady going on in our association, forcing you to rise. Therefore, some people, including some of Xiaoyang's supporters, are unhappy and think that we are a den of snakes and rats. Li Yang's eyes widened. Is this possible? To be honest, this is a bit outrageous. Besides, the first place originally belonged to him. He just took it back. Chen Fan saw his thoughts and said helplessly, Well, that's the truth. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Those unscrupulous media outlets only care about traffic, creating stories, and stirring up trouble without any bottom line, and then just walk away in the end. They're completely irresponsible. Hearing this, Li Yang was helpless. Who made it so that there were bad people among the masses in the first place? These are just chain reactions. If we had been realistic from the beginning, there wouldn't be so many problems. Li Yang got straight to the point and asked, So what do you want me to do? I've said so much to myself. It can't just be a simple complaint. Well, to be honest, there's something going on. Chen Fan nodded. Of course, before that, I want to confirm whether you are relying on your own strength, or are you hiring someone to lead you? Li Yang, of course it depends on persistence and hard work. Okay. Chen Fan smiled and said, In that case, I'd like to ask you to help dispel the rumor. How about we all show up together later to clear your name? Li Yang raised his eyebrows. Chen Fan's words are ambiguous and never get to the point. Having said that, the association is the one that is most affected by this incident. With the association taking the lead in activating it, it doesn't matter to me. Chen Fan's idea is probably to restore the association's reputation. But what reason do I have to cooperate? Don't blame him for holding a grudge. Let's not talk about this time. Let's go back to the earliest time. I had just completed a rotation at the association, but I hadn't received the reward yet. At that time, he just said a few boring words like, wait for notification to get rid of myself, and didn't take me seriously at all. This time, their people even want to erase their own records directly. If Lu Xian hadn't come out to put pressure on him, he probably wouldn't know where to seek justice now. At this time, there wouldn't be so many senior executives gathering together to talk to me. Li Yang knew exactly how they treated him, and now they're just paying the price for their actions. I have no obligation and no reason to help. You didn't take me seriously at first, so now I'm trying to help you with a shameless attitude? He doesn't have that SM attribute. Seeing that Li Yong didn't respond, Chun Fan paused and said, "On behalf of the association, I apologize to you for what happened before and will return everything you deserve. Are you satisfied?" Li Yong reminded un Molfet. Chun Fan's heart sank, and he looked behind him and said, "Elder Lu, step out." Elder Lu, who was called, was shocked and walked forward slowly. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, a little overweight, with a pair of small dark eyes and high cheekbones. He trembled and said, "President Chun, what happened?" Chun Fan said coldly, "You were responsible for all the misfortunes Li Yong encountered these days, right?" Elder Lu reacted extremely violently, crying out, "Yes, it's me, but I just want the association to have a good relationship with Luyan Pavilion. It's useless for you to tell me this. You already know what's going on outside. Your actions have seriously affected the reputation of the association. What you need to do now is to seek Li Yang's forgiveness. Only then can you make up for your stupid behavior." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu hurried to Li Yong, his face full of regret. "It's me. It's all my fault. I apologize to you." As he spoke, he leaned over and pretended to kneel down, but it just hung in midair. In his opinion, after he had done this, Li Yong would definitely soften his heart and come up to help him. However, Li Yong remained indifferent. To be honest, Elder Lu's reaction was a bit too extreme and seemed a bit deliberate, commonly known as too fake. This is really no apology at all. Instead, they wanted to morally blackmail him. To behave like this in public is to put oneself in a good position. If he still cares about it, it will seem that he is unreasonable. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. This doesn't mean giving yourself the choice. Unfortunately, Li Yong didn't buy it. He just wanted an explanation. But this so-called Elder Lu didn't even have an attitude, which made Li Yong even more disgusted. The professional association is endorsed by the state and can be considered a semi-official organization. Each city-state has one that specializes in handling the needs of various professionals, including job changes. Such a person staying in the association and holding a high position is simply a giant termite. It will cause trouble sooner or later if he keeps it around. Chapter 135, Give Li Yong an explanation. Li Yong didn't say anything. For a moment, Elder Lu froze in place, feeling extremely embarrassed. The body was bent in midair, unable to go up or down. If he was asked to kneel down and apologize, it would be impossible for him to do such a thing, and he would not be able to bring himself to do it. The reason why he dared to do that before was because he felt that Li Yong would not let him continue. But now, Li Yong didn't say anything. Elder Lu couldn't help but look at Li Yong and cried again. "I apologize to you." As he spoke, he pushed his hands down as if he was really going to kneel down. Li Yong looked at him with interest. Be reasonable. Although he is not superstitious, he is not afraid of shortening his life. But having people kneel down to him doesn't make him feel superior. Especially people like Elder Lu who talk a lot but act dishonestly. So funny. Chun Fan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He slapped his head and his face was full of black lines. Ahem. Elder Lu, that's enough. Elder Lu is also a talent. Do you really treat others as fools and make fun of them? Even he couldn't hold it in anymore. It would be fine if you said your acting was better. It takes a genius to hold back from seeing this fake thing. Not only him, but several other elders also looked at him with admiration. My opinion of Elder Lu has completely changed. I originally thought he was just an elder who liked to take advantage of small opportunities, but now it seems that he is also a veteran actor. But in the final analysis, although Elder Lu did something stupid, his starting point was good. It was basically for the benefit of the association. Therefore, some people couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Hey, Elder Lu is already quite old, so don't bother him anymore. Yes, it's better to kill than to torture. Let him have a quick death." Okay, you're the living devil. You can't wait, right? Li Yong was fed up with this poor acting. This kind of thing is fine for a while, but if you watch it too much, you will just feel sick. He shook his head and said, "Stop pretending and get up." When Elder Lu heard this, his originally mournful expression instantly changed, like a Sichuan opera face changing. He quickly stood up and asked, "So you agree? Promise what? Help the association clarify things." Li Yong, I didn't say I wouldn't do it. Elder Lu glared. What just happened is, that's your own decision. It's none of my business. Besides, I won't accept it. After hearing this, Elder Lu almost vomited blood. Damn, it seems like all the time he spent acting was in vain. Although he knew that Liang was deliberately making fun of him, he had no way to stop it. I feel extremely depressed. Chen Fan glared at him. Why don't you go back quickly? This is really embarrassing. Elder Lu quickly retreated. Chen Fan knew it in his heart. A half-hearted apology is certainly not enough. Liang, don't worry. Elder Lu has been suspended from his post. Even if he comes back, he can only start from the grassroots level. Our association will also prepare compensation for you. Hearing this, Elder Lu was shocked, his face full of disbelief. The other senior officials and elders were also stunned, and then looked at Elder Lu with pity. Start from the grassroots? Wouldn't that be the most ordinary member? It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frug. Elder Lu has been in a high position for so long that he has developed habits, so how could he handle ordinary grassroots work? This is almost like killing him. Besides, he is already very old and is about to retire. Even if there is room for advancement, he does not have the time to do so. He was almost dismissed from his post. It seems that Chen Fan is determined to clean up the mess. After all, no matter what, wrong is wrong. Under the guise of benefiting the association, it has brought huge negative effects. They can't afford to gamble next time. A group of reporters and busybodies outside directly paralyzed their association. The losses caused by this are huge, and it will also be criticized from above. Everyone take this as a warning. Chen Fan said coldly. The previous part is to give Liang an explanation. The latter part was said to the other senior executives. Seeing what happened to Elder Lu, the others swallowed their saliva. Young friend Liang, what do you think of this arrangement? Chen Fan turned around and asked. Liang no dead. Okay. In fact, he was not the kind of person who would not give an even if he was right. I didn't come here just to ask for an explanation. Okay. Chen Fan said happily. I'd like to ask you to come out and clarify the facts later. How to do it specifically? Liangji said. He's in a hurry. It will be quick, don't worry. It won't affect your rest and tomorrow's talent competition. We'll open a magic circle in the square of the association in a moment. It's something similar to the awakening magic circle, which can verify the time you've completed one turn. When the time comes, you just need to go in. We'll invite those who have objections outside to come in and witness it together. That way, they won't have anything to say. Okay, you arrange it. Liang had no objection. Okay, let's do it this way. Having said that, Chen Fan ordered his assistant to go and get it. The Rubbish Association is profiting from the misfortune of others. Give my brother, Xiao Yang, back his first place. Bah, let's all report this and have the authorities shut this place down. That's really enlightening. He kicked out the original first place. Does he really think everyone is so fooled? At the same time, there was chaos outside the association. There are all kinds of people. There are real cancer fans, crazy people fanning the flames, messengers of justice, and those who just want to watch the fun and make trouble. They all came out to criticize the association's evil deeds and internal corruption, showing that they were all from the same nest. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with these in themselves. The important thing is the target is wrong. Liang has become a person who is in cahoots with the association. Xiaoyang became the poor and helpless victim. Just then, the door of the association finally opened. The crowd rushed in instantly. The reporter rushed forward with his equipment in hand, risking his life. Security personnel from dozens of associations were constantly adjusting. Soon, the influx of people was guided into the spacious square of the association. After a while, the square was full of people. On the high platform at the front of the square. At this time, Chen Fan's figure slowly appeared and stepped onto the stage. Someone soon recognized him. Several reporters hurried closer to the stage, holding up their microphones. President Chen, may I ask if you are aware of this incident? Excuse me, aren't you afraid of creating enmity with Luyan Pavilion by doing this? Why did you deprive Xiao Yang of his first place? In your eyes, Xiao Yang, the genius of Luyan Pavilion, is not as good as an unknown waste. Faced with these aggressive questions, Chen Fan exhaled and raised his voice. Everyone, please be rational and stay calm. First of all, we have to admit that this incident was indeed caused by our association's mistakes, but we can guarantee that it did not infringe on the rights of Xiao Yang of Luyan Pavilion. We're just doing our job impartially. I know you have a lot of confusion in your hearts. Next, I will also come to clear up all the confusion and clarify everything for you. Get ready. Start the awakening formation. As soon as he finished speaking, on the high platform, a strong blue light suddenly burst out, extremely dazzling. A pattern appeared on the ground, and the formation was activated. Chapter 136. Second transformation completed. Devouring power. Is this the awakening formation? What's going on? Does anyone want to take a turn? What are you doing, buddy? Are you here to see this? Seeing this, everyone started talking, wondering what Chen Fan was going to do. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone and slowly walked onto the stage. Li Yang appeared. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to greet him, guided him to the front of the magic circle, and spoke. Just like when you first awakened, just wait for the formation to activate. Li Yang nodded, and without hesitation, walked directly into the center of the magic circle. In an instant, the magic circle burst into a strong light, illuminating the entire field. What the hell? What kind of special show is this? The awakening formation has been activated. Does this seem like a ceremony is about to begin? Who is this young man? Everyone in the audience was talking about it. I was brought here inexplicably and was holding some ceremony. What is this to show them? At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. I remember now. I felt that this person looked familiar. He is Li Yang. What? You're saying he's Li Yang? The one who suddenly appeared at number 1 on the list today. So he was the one who snatched Xiao Yang's first place. I want to know what his ability is. Everyone realized that the young man on the stage was Li Yang. What is the purpose of the association making such arrangements? When everyone was puzzled, a beam of light rose from the awakening platform and shot straight into the sky. At the same time, the moment Li Yang stepped into the center of the magic circle, I felt that my consciousness was suddenly pulled into a mysterious space. This feeling is extremely familiar, just like the scene when I first awakened and transformed. Strange. Did he trigger something weird? No time to think. At this moment, a huge card suddenly appeared in front of him, with a big question mark on it. Seeing this, Li Yang was certain. Although I don't know what's going on, but he has definitely entered the awakening space. You know, the purpose of his coming to the professional association this time is to get a second transfer. And now, he guessed that it was because of this magic circle that he was able to enter the second level directly. Thinking of this, he looked at the mysterious card in front of him, walked forward and touched it. At the same time, outside world, saw a sudden vision. The people of the audience couldn't help but feel confused. Chen Fan and the elders of the association were also shocked. Chen Fan's face was filled with astonishment. What's going on? Why is it different from what he imagined? Why did this happen when Li Yang walked in? The reaction of this formation is exactly the same as when a profession is reincarnated. In fact, the underlying logic of his formation is similar to that of the awakening formation. He couldn't help but think of a possibility. Li Yang, isn't he undergoing the second transformation? As soon as he had this thought, his whole body trembled. This formation does have the potential to trigger reincarnation. You know, Li Yang had already completed the first level a few days ago, so now it must be the second level. But that was a few days ago. It's only been a few days, and in such a short time, I've already achieved the second level. He couldn't accept this result in his heart. This is too incredible. Then he looked at several elders and said with a complicated expression, have you ever encountered this situation before? Several elders also stared blankly at the same time. Be reasonable. Even if you ask them about any profession, they can pick out a few paragraphs from their past experiences and brag to you endlessly. But I really don't understand this. In this situation, could he be in the second stage? An elder stammered. I've never seen such a young, second-level professional. Is he a new professional? If that's the case, it's too scary. But now, I really can't think of any other possibility. Let's keep watching. After a while, we should know the result. If he is really in the second transformation, it will be a good thing for us. Yeah, with so many people watching here, the rumors will naturally be dispelled. Swish, swish, swish. Just when everyone was confused, the scene on the stage changed again. Suddenly, 5 beams of light of different colors shot out from above and finally merged together to form a giant colorful beam of light. The entire square was covered with a layer of colorful light, shining on everyone's faces, reflecting everyone's stunned faces. Fuck, what the hell is going on? I'm getting more and more confused. Damn, this can't be an awakening ceremony, right? This pillar of light, this is the first time I've ever seen it in my life. I've never heard of such a sign before. This can't be wrong. It's only the second level, but this scene is something I've never seen before. It's so shocking. Many people even forgot the purpose of their visit. They all stopped and looked at the dreamlike scene in shock. Some media reporters rushed forward like crazy, wanting to record this crazy scene. Li Yang, did he really trigger the second transformation? Chen Fan looked at the stage, his heart full of surprise, his neck leaning forward, his whole body looking like a goose, which seemed a little funny. But no one noticed or discovered it because other people were the same. Wow, this is a true second transformation. He can trigger it, which means his level must have reached 100. This is terrifying. Level 100? Most professionals would need more than a year to reach that level. Those are only very good professionals. The situation suddenly became out of control and chaotic. Right now, in the space of consciousness, the moment Li Yang's hand touched the mysterious card, the card transformed into a ball of colorful light, instantly enveloping him completely. You gain the power of devouring, and you can absorb the target's attribute power by killing the enemy. Li Yang was slightly stunned. Devouring power? What is this? He glanced at the details. I was suddenly surprised. The devouring power, as its name suggests, can absorb all power. Even evil forces like the power of the abyss can be absorbed and transformed into one's own power. It's too exaggerated. Li Yang knew in his heart what this ability meant. After a while, my vision gradually blurred. The second turn is over. Then, Li Yang came to his senses. The scene before him returned to the association's square stage. At this point, the audience was in complete uproar. Oh my god, is it finally over? Awesome. It seems the second transformation was successful. Damn, is he really this year's professional? A lot of people from the same class haven't even made the first turn yet. He's already reached the second level, and his level is so much higher than everyone else. He can't even reach those two SS-level geniuses from Luyun Pavilion. The second transformation requires at least level 100, and it's only been a few days. This leveling speed is terrifying. Li Yang, no wonder he's number one after the rankings were updated. No one can surpass him, right? This is definitely the fastest leveling professional in Jianghai City this year. Chapter 137. Returning the property to its original owner. Association's preparatory elder. After witnessing Li Yang complete the second transformation, there's been a big change in everyone's attitude. Those who had previously come to denounce the association angrily are now silent, and those questioning voices also disappeared. Chen Fan stood up and said with a flushed face, "Thank you all for your support. I've said that the truth will eventually come out. Our association will not do anything that is detrimental to the people. Any violations will be punished. Please continue to trust us." This moment, there was cheering from the audience. Okay. After all this time, it turns out we were too sensitive. Yes, the association is right. Li Yang is indeed the one who deserves first place. I have no objection. He deserves first place. I'm already looking forward to his performance in the talent competition tomorrow. Haha, I'm already looking forward to it. He's a second-level professional, and the other players are only first level, right? That means they'll be crushed. 666, indeed. Anyone who goes up against him will be in big trouble. The association's reputation was restored, and the staff began to slowly evacuate the crowd. There are too many people gathered here, and accidents are likely to happen. The scene changed. In the association's reception room, Li Yang and Chen Fan and other senior executives met again. Li Yang, thank you so much for this time. Chen Fan thanked him solemnly. The things I prepared for you will be here soon. Please wait a moment. It's okay, no rush. Li Yang Lao Get. Although he didn't say that he came here for this little thing, it's better not to refuse it. If everyone helps each other, what a wonderful world it would be. Li Yang, you're on the awakening platform just now. Are you really in the second level? Although they had seen what happened just now, some people still couldn't help but ask. That's right, Li Yang said calmly. So many people saw what happened just now, he has nothing to hide. So, you've reached level 100? About the same, not too high, just touching the threshold of the second level. Hearing this, several elders took a deep breath. If someone told them, they would never believe it. But now it is clearly in front of them, and they have no choice but to believe it. Li Yang, do you plan to study further in the association? Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, directly extended an olive branch. Li Yang is almost used to this kind of thing. As long as you are strong enough, you can go anywhere. Before, places like the Gold Guild and the military had invited me to join. But he really wasn't interested in this. At this time, Chen Fan continued to speak. The previous elder Lu has already stepped down from his position as elder. If you're interested, you can take over directly. When the time is right, you can take over directly. Hearing this, the other elders stared. Oh my god, Are we going to become colleagues directly? President Chen has also invested a lot of money. Not everyone can become an elder. Not only does one need to be strong enough, but also has to have certain qualifications. As for Liang, he is considered to be among the top students in the same class. But if he wants to be promoted directly to elder, he is still a little short of it. There is still a gap between his strength and that of an elder, and his qualifications are not enough. What Chen Fan saw was undoubtedly Liang's potential. They all know it in their hearts. Judging from the potential shown by Liang, if nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to take office in a year or two. Now, it is equivalent to directly recommending him. Liang, not really. This is really a bit of an exaggeration. Forget it. I'm not suitable for this kind of work. Liang Rifu said. Well, okay. Chen Fan sighed. Of course. He didn't expect Liang to agree. He just asked. It would be better if Liang is willing. Even if Liang refused, it wouldn't matter. This does not affect him from making friends with a professional who has potential and a promising future. After a while, an assistant arrived carrying an exquisite box. Chen Fan walked up to take it and then handed it to Liang personally. This is the reward that originally belonged to you, and now it is returned to you. Liang took it. He opened the lid and took a casual look. Kinetic gun. Quality, brilliant grade. Type, thermal weapon. Attributes, strength plus 2,000, damage plus 20%. Weapon effect, attacks and releases energy bullets, causing large-scale magic damage. Liang was slightly surprised. Wow, this gun is not that gun. This is a real gun. My lord, times have changed. This is obviously a man-made technological weapon. He hasn't used this thing much yet, but I think it's similar to a bow and arrow, just aim and shoot. The weapon has changed, but the accuracy remains. Liang put away. At this time, Chen Fan took out another small box and said, and this is a token of our association's appreciation. This size doesn't look like any equipment. Liang opened it and took a look. This is a tactical prop, also a man-made object. Electromagnetic wristband. After use, it launches an electromagnetic cannon attack, suitable for close-range use without backswing. This shows that Chen Fan also put his heart into it. The kinetic energy gun that Liang just got is suitable for long-range attacks. Its efficiency is very low when it is close to something. It is very convenient to have this. Regardless of whether this is useful or not, the other party's intentions are good. Thank you very much. Liang didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. Oh, it's okay. Why are we still talking about this? Instead, we should thank you. Thanks to you, we have resolved a catastrophic public opinion crisis. Chen Fan waved his hand. Yes, it's just a small token of my appreciation. If you're free someday, you're welcome to come to the association again. I'll take you on a tour of the inside of our association then. That's right, come on in the talent competition tomorrow. We'll support you. Several elders were also very enthusiastic. By the way, Chen Fan suddenly said, the team list for tomorrow's talent competition has been released. Have you seen it? Hearing this, Liang, who was originally planning to say goodbye and leave, had an idea. Yes, the talent competition starts tomorrow, and things related to the schedule will be released today. He still doesn't understand much. Seeing Liang like this, Chen Fan realized that he still didn't understand anything, so he explained patiently. Tomorrow is the first day of the group stage. Each group will have 10 players. They will be randomly assigned opponents and play 5 matches. Winning a match earns 1 point, and losing a match deducts 1 point. At the end, the player with the highest group score will advance. As for the list, just wait, I'll check it for you on the spot. As he spoke, Chen Fan waved his hand to signal the assistant next to him. Soon, the assistant operated on the tablet and finally took out a list and gave it to Liang. Chapter 138, Duel Arena, Group Stage. Liang glanced at the list. I actually saw 2 familiar names. Zhang Tao, Wang Meili. We were actually assigned to the same group. Interesting. Although he was sure that with Zhang Tao's character, he could easily beat 10 of them. But the format of this group stage is also worth noting. This is ranked according to a point system. Each win adds 1 point. For example, 2 people are of similar strength, but one wins 4 games and the other wins 5 games. It's a matter of luck. The safest outcome is a complete victory. In the face of absolute strength, all the bells and whistles are useless. At this time, Chen Fan spoke. I believe that with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to stand out from the group stage. In the group you're assigned to, apart from a talented professional named Zhang Tao and another named Xiao Guang, the other professionals are only mid to low level in strength. Liang nodded slightly, already having a plan in mind. At this moment, Chun Fan gave special instructions. Liang, you have to pay special attention to this Chao Guang. Although he is not ranked high on the list, he seems to have hidden strength. He said seriously, you have to understand that this list doesn't represent everyone. There are many professionals like Chao Guang who deliberately slowed down to be less conspicuous and save some ground for the talent competition. I understand. Thank you. Liang said. The association is not supposed to disclose too much information about these players. Although he didn't tell himself directly, Chun Fan really tried his best to remind himself indirectly. However, he still understood the principle that even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Well, I'm glad you understand. Although it's a shame that we can't recruit you, you've done our association a favor, and we all hope you could get a good ranking. Chun Fan said seriously. Although I don't know the strength of your class, your level is there. Aside from those two perverted geniuses from Luyan Pavilion, the other players shouldn't be a problem for you. I hope so. After exchanging a few words with Chun Fan and others, Liang said goodbye to everyone and left the association. It's getting late now. Tomorrow is the talent show. You plan to go back to the hotel and rest early. The next day, Liang was still sleeping when he was awakened by a loud music. Logically speaking, the hotel he is staying in now in Jianghai City is one of the most upscale hotels. The sound insulation should be as good as possible, so that even if someone is shooting a shot put at the door, it should not reach his ears. Liang got up and searched around before he found the source of this powerful little tune. It actually came from the passenger plane on the coffee table in the living room. Dear professionals, today marks the start of the Jianghai City Talent Competition group stage. I wish you a successful start. Tap the tablet to turn off the voice dock. A mechanical sound came from it. Liang was slightly stunned. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. It is worthy of being the top hotel in Jianghai City. Knowing that I was a contestant in the talent competition, I even had a special wake-up service. Invincible. I also took a look at the world. 6:30. Almost there. Have a meal and then rush to the stadium. The time is just right. Liang immediately tidied himself up, then opened the door and took the elevator downstairs. Walked downstairs to the hotel. Breakfast has already been prepared in the cafeteria hall. Liang took 2 buns and a bowl of porridge and made do with it. Normally, a professional of his level who is a little richer would not eat the food of ordinary people. People usually choose to take energy potions, which will give professionals a greater boost. But Liang is still not used to it. It takes time to transition slowly. Walk out of the hotel. At present, the entire Jianghai City is in a grand scene. It's even more lively than any other festival. Today, all major forces have taken action. For example, a powerful force like Luyan Pavilion. This day, all shopping malls and vendors are closed. With Jianghai City as the center, citizens from all urban areas gathered here. In the city center, the huge fighting arena that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people was finally reopened. The streets were packed with people, all trying to squeeze in through the entrance. The fighting arena is divided into 10 sections. The group matches of the 10 groups will be held simultaneously. The facilities in the audience seats are complete, and you can see the battle situation of each group at a glance by wearing the equipment. After all, this can be said to be the biggest event every year, besides the college entrance examination. Media outlets were waiting all night long to check out the scene. Their target is naturally the top 10 players on the current list, especially the top few. Everyone wants to see high-quality matches. Unfortunately, there were quite a lot of groups in the first day of the group stage, and it was not easy for the top players to meet each other. In comparison, Li Yang's group actually has the most strong people. Zhang Tao and Wang Meili, 2 of the top 5 contestants, were actually assigned to the same group. This immediately attracted a lot of attention, and many media outlets targeted this group for reporting. They all came to the vicinity of this group's plate and waited for the contestants to enter. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the venue, and then the whole space darkened and white smoke rose. The next moment, all the strong lights installed at the highest point of the venue shone brightly. For a moment, the entire venue was brightly lit. From the speakers placed everywhere, a burst of warm and powerful music sounded. Good morning, everyone. I'm sure you've all been looking forward to this day for countless days and nights. Which contestants are you supporting? Shout out your support loudly, cheering for your favorite contestant. There's a QR code on the armrest of your seat. Scan it, and you can post comments on the live streaming platform. Please pay attention to the comment etiquette. Next, I'll give you a real-time commentary of this match. Who will emerge victorious, and who will be eliminated? Everyone, please enjoy this battle feast. In an instant, deafening cheers erupted from the audience seats and resounded throughout the entire venue. And in the official live broadcast room, the barrage of comments instantly filled the screen. When will the contestants appear? I can't wait. Looking at the group stage roster, it's a shame that the players I'm most optimistic about are not in the same group. Who will be this year's dark horse? I'm so excited. Support Xiao Yang. Luyan Pavilion is here to help. Come on, senior brother Xiao Yang. Come on, senior sister Xiao He. The Tiger Guild is here to cheer us on. Zhao Hu, come on. Under everyone's expectant eyes and excited mood. Finally, the channels for players in each section are opened. Chapter 139. Fusion of SSS-level professions. Holy Sword User. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the contestant entrance. At this time, the contestants came out one by one. All of them looked dignified, with faces full of confidence and pride. Although the fight hasn't started yet, just being able to stand here is enough to show their achievement. In an instant, cheers rose one after another from all over the audience, and people shouted for the players they supported. Xiao Yang is out. Look at Xiao Yang, As soon as Xiao Yang appeared, he attracted cheers. Top-ranked contestants like Xiao Yang and Yu Xiaohe immediately caused a sensation as soon as they appeared on the stage. In an instant, both sides of the passage were surrounded by reporters interviewing. In comparison, those players after the top 10 seem a little lonely. These media reporters are also selective when interviewing people, and the stronger the contestants are, the higher the traffic they will have. Only when absolutely necessary will the target be shifted to other contestants who are ranked lower. The focus these days has all been on the two SS-level geniuses of Luyan Pavilion, and the others have received little attention. Like most unknown contestants, Li Yang's appearance did not cause much sensation. Ultimately, whether or not one has many supporters depends on popularity. Li Yang does not have as strong a background as Xiao Yang, Yu Xiaohe, and Zhang Tao. They all have powerful forces behind them, and their own performance is also related to a series of reactions from the forces behind them, so the popularity will naturally be much higher. Not only does he have the support of his family, but he also has his own influence, becoming the main focus of many media outlets. For Li Yang, not having so much attention is not a bad thing. He is happy to have peace and quiet without being disturbed. In his spare time, he began to observe the players around him. To be honest, not all the people who can come here are rookies like Wang Meili who rely on others to bring them here. Although there are some, there are not many. And those who are truly talented and strong professionals will naturally stand out. As long as you are strong, you will not be buried. Li Yang turned on the holographic eye and checked them one by one. In front of him, beneath the glamorous appearance, it was clear at a glance who was the real professional and who was the fake import brought in by someone else. He quickly took a quick look at all the contestants. Those who find someone to bring them up are still a minority. More than 80% of the people are professionals above level A. Among them, there are about 10% S-level professionals. Li Yang focused his attention on those professionals who, in his opinion, were barely qualified to be his opponents. First up, it was Xiao Yang, the much-anticipated favorite of Luyan Pavilion. SS-level profession, magic swordsman. Professional talent. Possessing a natal magic sword, you can accumulate magic energy, and after blessing it, you will gain powerful attribute bonuses and damage bonuses. Just you copy. To be honest, Li Yang looks down upon some other S-level and A-level professions. Since there is an SS-level profession, just copy it. Copy successful. You have obtained the SS-level class, Magic Swordsman. You have two extremely high-level professions that can be combined, Sword Master plus Magic Swordsman. Swordsman plus Magic Swordsman equals... Li Yang's heart moved. This swordsman was copied from Yu Xiaohe, who was also from Luyan Pavilion. It was also an SS-level profession. Originally, this profession was not very effective in the early stages, so he rarely used it. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise now. Fusion. Without hesitation, Li Yang immediately chose Fusion. Integrating. Fusion successful. You obtain SSS level class, Holy Sword User. SSS level profession, Holy Sword User. Professional talent. Can summon your natal Holy Sword. When using the Holy Sword, critical strikes are increased to 100%, and the damage after a critical strike is increased by 50%. Professional skills. 10,000 swords tracking, sword spirit blessing. 10,000 Swords Chaser summons a sword box and continuously launches flying sword attacks. Each flying sword deals 500% of the strength's true damage. Sword Spirit Blessing. When receiving fatal damage, gain 1 damage immunity and immediately restore health to 100. After triggering, the natal Holy Sword will become unsummonable. Cooldown, 24 hours. Awesome. Is this even possible? I got an SSS level job for free. For a moment, Liang lost interest in watching the other players on the field, standing there waiting for the game to start. At this time, most of the contestants who were supposed to arrive had arrived. Normally, admission should be organized at this time, but not at this time. This is because one person is missing. Wang Meili didn't arrive. It was obvious that the organizer was waiting for the other party to come. Liang leaned against the wall and waited bored. Hey, look who this is. Isn't this the former genius boy from Jianghai No. 1 middle school? You actually managed to sneak in. At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly walked over and said in an unexpected tone, after they parted the day before yesterday, he thought Liang had been severely punished by the professional association. He didn't expect to see him again now and here. Haha, are you surprised? Liang looked at him indifferently, his eyes full of disdain. They're no longer on the same level. Liang was too lazy to pay attention to him. Haha, you said you were living a good life. Why did you come here to humiliate yourself? Zhang Tao became excited. Seeing Liang here means that they are assigned to the same group. This is fun. Liang, you can pray that you don't bump into me soon, otherwise I won't be able to control the strength of my fists. Haha, I remember I said that I would personally step on you at the talent competition. Zhang Tao's face was full of pride. Little did he know that in Liang's eyes, he was just a complete clown. I can say the same thing to you. Back then in the trial camp, I was able to crush you. Now, I still don't take you seriously. Liang said coldly. You're looking for death. Zhang Tao showed an angry look when his sore spot was touched. But then, he remembered that there were countless cameras pointed at them, so he took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. Oh, I'm so scared. Look how anxious you are. Your mouth and bones are the toughest in your body. Let's wait and see. We'll see who gets beaten. Zhang Tao snorted contemptuously. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a drumbeat sounded, echoing throughout the venue. Immediately afterwards, the host's voice began to be heard from the speakers distributed throughout the venue. Time's up. The group stage officially begins. Contestants, please proceed to your respective duel stages or wait in the waiting area. As soon as the words fell, the players around him all took action. Liang also walked towards the duel stage assigned to him. The dueling arena is a huge circular venue with a radius of about 100 meters. Welcome to duel stage number 6. Next to the dueling stage stood an examiner presiding over the competition. When they arrived here, the examiner gave each contestant a wristband. This bracelet will take effect when the player receives a fatal blow, blocking fatal damage and thus avoiding casualties. With this, players don't have to worry about hitting too hard during the game, which will affect their performance. Soon, the first game began. The examiner's voice sounded. Dueling stage number 6, first match, contestant, Zhang Tao versus Chao Guang. Please confirm that the defensive bracelet is worn properly. Chapter 140 Interview, Shocking Statement. The group stage begins. The first to take the stage were Zhang Tao and Chao Guang. The two men faced off. I want to talk about Zhang Tao. Liang had heard the name Chao Guang from Chunfan before, and he should have hidden strength. But as one of the top 10 players off the field, Zhang Tao naturally received more support. Zhang Tao is also extremely confident. Soon, the two stood opposite each other on the field. The examiner raised his arm and swung it down. The game begins. In an instant, Zhang Tao activated the assassin's stealth skill. Chao Guang was a warrior, holding a huge axe in his hand and chopped it down. Liang used the holographic eye to detect Chao Guang and, at the same time, compared himself with Zhang Tao. Soon, he had the answer in his mind. At this time, the two people on the duel stage were already wrestling with each other. On the surface, Chao Guang was in a passive position. Because of the clumsy nature of his warrior profession, he encountered the assassin profession, which was the most capable of pulling. Zhang Tao is extremely agile. After one turn, his speed and skill strength increased significantly. I felt so proud for a moment. At this time, the media and the audience were giving endless commentary to the live broadcast room. Did you see that? As expected of the future heir to the legendary guild, Zhang Tao, an S-rank assassin, He completely neutralized the opponent. He's so strong. Everyone assigned to this group must be regretting it. No need to look any further. The one who will qualify from this group is definitely Zhang Tao. I think he should be able to win all 5 games. Apart from the 2 geniuses from Lian Pavilion, the others shouldn't have much influence on him. The audience in the live broadcast room also actively expressed their opinions. Liang stood outside the field and watched quietly without saying a word. But at this moment, a reporter suddenly ran over. This was a young woman in a business suit, about 20 years old, panting, her chest heaving. He looks like a recent college graduate. She took the microphone, handed it forward with somewhat awkward movements, and spoke. "Contestant, can I interview you?" "Me?" Liang was slightly stunned. "There's so many people here. Who could be the right person to interview? It would be great if someone could find me." "Go ahead," Liang said. "Anyway, I have nothing to do, so it's okay to just talk about something that no one knows about for fun." "Thank you." The woman nodded gratefully. May I ask, in today's group stage, which one do you think will be the finalist?" As soon as he finished speaking, the woman covered her mouth and thought something was wrong. "Her name is Mi Wei. She just graduated from college and has very little experience. I haven't trained in such a big scene yet. Normally, although I have received training in the company, it is another matter when I actually do it. I was a little nervous for a moment and blurted out whatever came to my mind. After saying this, he finally realized what was happening. It seems like what I said was too straightforward. This can easily put the other party in a dilemma. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be done step by step. Asking too many questions at the beginning will be detrimental to the subsequent interview and will leave you with nothing to ask. However, Li Yang's reaction was beyond her expectations. Even more straightforward than what she asked. "Yes." Liang uttered 2 words lightly. There were no long prefaces or elaborate repetitions, just a direct, simple, and clear answer. Of course, he can say such things with such confidence in front of the camera. Of course, it's not that he is thick-skinned. He also has his own judgment. Long before, he had used the holographic eye to carefully examine all the players in his group. Therefore, his confidence is not groundless, and his tone is more like stating a fact. It was his attitude that not only the female reporter in front of him, but also everyone in the live broadcast room were shocked. "Wow, the show is amazing. 666, we've interviewed a true god. I met a heavyweight right from the start, Remember what he said. When he gets beaten up, save the photos and ask him how he feels afterwards. Different from what was originally expected. Li Yang's answer immediately ignited the live broadcast room. Save the situation immediately. Mi Wei was stunned at first, but after she reacted, she quickly maintained her posture, handed the microphone closer, organized her words, and spoke quickly. Then I'd like to ask this contestant, who do you think you support more among the 2 people dueling on the stage? Support? I don't support any of them. Liang said lightly. Mi Wei was stunned, then looked at the camera awkwardly. Player, I want to ask, who do you think has a better chance of winning among the first players taking the stage in the group stage? You want to know who will win? Liang asked back, but he never looked at the stage from beginning to end. The question of who has a higher chance of winning is a discussion only because people themselves cannot tell who is stronger. But for me, there's only the concept of who wins and who loses. Yeah, it's about the same. Mi Wei's mind ingratiatingly. Bitterness in my heart. Is interviewing so difficult in real life? I feel like I'm not being interviewed. I'm being tortured QAQ. Well, Chao Guwang won. Liang spoke, making a shocking statement. Gao Guwang. Mi Wei was stunned. Are you talking about the warrior contestant on the stage? In the current situation, any discerning person can see that Chao Guwang is being beaten unilaterally. Besides, Zhang Tao is a top-ranked player. How could he just lose? In the live broadcast room, there were also barrages of comments. It's me, Shabi. I just thought he was really capable. Good fellow, he was just talking nonsense in front of the camera, and now he turns around and starts talking nonsense. How dare he answer a question like that? How dare he just say who won and who lost? Chao Guwang's victory was truly a stroke of luck. This was the worst time Zhang Tao has ever been attacked. Are you envious of others' family background and talents, and are saying bad things about them here? Ha ha ha. After glancing at the public opinion in the live broadcast room, Mi Wei pursed her lips. She also began to feel uneasy. When Liang boasted that he could qualify, she felt something was wrong. Now, I have begun to suspect that this player is a little abnormal. Thinking in her heart, she silently took a step back. Then he continued with a stiff upper lip. Are you saying this because you understand the strength of both sides? Or do you have any basis for believing Chao Guowang can win? Chapter 141. Outrageous. Was he really right? There's nothing much to say, except that Zhang Tao is rubbish. Li Yang replied, this is what he really thinks. In his eyes, whether it was Zhang Tao or the other Chao Guowang, their strength was not up to his standards. And Zhang Tao is a little weaker than Chao Guowang. Is this principle difficult to understand? Rubbish. Brother, can we say something that can be broadcast? Miwei was sweating profusely. This is too straightforward. And what is Zhang Tao garbage? That's an S-level profession, one of the top 10 strongest people on the list. He is also the heir of the legendary guild. No matter in terms of talent, strength, or status, each of them has surpassed 90% of people. Many people in a live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch it anymore. 666. What's the name of this contestant? He's so crazy. You're throwing your life away. You're calling people trash by name. Aren't you afraid of retaliation off the court? If he wasn't a contestant, I would have thought he was a shill hire by Chao Guowang. He's slandering Zhang Tao so much. Don't tell me. What if what he said is true? If he's right, I'll just wash my hair upside down. Didn't you see Zhang Tao was suppressing the opponent? How could he just lose like that? At the same time, on the duel stage, the battle between Zhang Tao and Chao Guowang continues. And some powerful people, such as experienced professionals like examiners, have already seen the clues. The scene looked like Zhang Tao was constantly suppressing Chao Guowang. But in fact, the player named Chao Guowang was always defending and dodging, without even launching a single attack. As time went by, Zhang Tao's speed was gradually slowing down, and he began to breathe heavily. This is the shortcoming of the assassin profession. The burst damage is high, but the endurance is not strong. Chao Guowang himself has a certain degree of tankiness, and he doesn't waste much energy just defending and dodging. On the contrary, Zhang Tao has consumed a lot. Moreover, he crushed Zhang Tao in terms of fighting skills. At this time, after launching countless attacks without success, Zhang Tao gradually became a little irritable from his initial confident attitude. Soon, his physical strength was almost exhausted, but Chao Guowang was like a turtle and couldn't get open. Zhang Tao fell into a state of anger, and his movements began to reveal flaws. Even when he revealed so many flaws, Chao Guowang remained calm, with a sharp look in his eyes. It seems that the winner is obvious. Liang also nodded in his heart. This Chao Guowang is indeed capable. His foundation is very strong. Not only is his career strong, but this is also better than many people who rely on their careers to change their fate. Now, it depends on when Chao Guowang plans to take action. Once he makes a move, Zhang Tao will definitely be killed instantly within a few moves. A few more minutes passed. This scene is still continuing on the court. It's almost over. Time is almost up. It looks like Zhang Tao has won. From beginning to end, Chao Guowang didn't hurt Zhang Tao at all. He just ran away, but Zhang Tao hit him many times. The audience was talking about it. There's a time limit. If the time is up and the two sides have not yet decided the winner will be determined according to the side with more health. Contestant, do you still think Zhang Tao will lose this game? Miwei asked with clear eyes. I wanted to give Li Yang a way out. Of course, Li Yang still didn't change. He never intended to explain it to these people. Even if he did, they probably wouldn't understand because those who could understand would have already seen it. Sure enough, he had just finished speaking. Chao Guowang took action and prepared to fight back. At this time, Zhang Tao had been completely drawn into his rhythm and was completely unable to react. King Chao suddenly took a step forward with a huge axe and took the damage from Zhang Tao head on. Zhang Tao was startled by this sudden, unconventional behavior, but he couldn't stop himself. The huge axe hit his body and a huge figure appeared. Zhang Tao was knocked flying and fell to the ground. Before he could react, Chao Guowang raised the axe and rushed toward him again at an incredible speed. Crows take planes. Zhang Tao was terrified and wanted to run, but Chao Guowang had pinned him down and he couldn't move. They could only watch as King Chao swung his giant axe down. Click! When the giant axe touched Zhang Tao's body, a crisp sound was rang out. The defensive bracelet on Zhang Tao's wrist shattered into pieces. A white passport spread out beside him, blocking the damage of the attack. This means that Chao Guowang's attack, just now, has reached the killing line. Zhang Tao has been defeated. Chao Guowang stood up. The examiner hurried forward, grabbed his hand, raised it high, and announced his victory. The first match, Chao Guang wins. In an instant, cheers broke out in the audience, and a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was directly flooded. It seems that Chao Guang is being suppressed, but in fact he is waiting for an opportunity, and if he seizes the opportunity, he can almost kill the opponent instantly. It's so scary. I didn't expect it to turn around so quickly. Nobody. Can Chao Guang really win? This is also possible, damn. Isn't this luck? He's hiding his strength. Zhang Tao was careless. Otherwise, if they fought head-on, he might not have won so easily. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion on the field, but no matter what, the final winner was indeed Chao Guang. Zhang Tao lost. Mi Wei was shocked. Then he looked at Liang again, his eyes full of disbelief. He actually was right. Not only her, but also those people in her live broadcast room who had previously vowed that Zhang Tao would win, all fell silent. In particular, they didn't know whether Liang was just guessing or could really see through it. Oh my God, he was right. Could he really be some kind of expert? Not yet. It was hard to say before, and now it's a bit hard to understand. Let's wait until he takes the stage and see his strength. +1. Maybe he really is some hidden master. What a bullshit. He's probably just guessing. Just wait and see. Even if he guesses correctly, it doesn't mean he's as strong as a genius like Zhang Tao. Looking at the constantly scrolling barrage of comments, Mi Wei felt something in her heart. There is discussion. This is what she wants to see most. Inside the venue, in several special box seats. Everyone who can sit here is of status, including some senior leaders of guild forces and some school leaders. At this time, everyone was also watching the scene in the duel arena and discussing it with great interest. The results for Field 6 are also out. Interesting. This Chao Guang hid his strength, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, and won his first victory. I think he will advance from this group. Not necessarily. It's hard to say right now. After all, this is a points race. Winning one game doesn't guarantee final victory. It still depends on who wins more games in the end. At the same time, the competition on the duel stage continued, and the contestants whose names were called walked up one by one. During this period, Mi Wei tried to ask Liang about the result of the competition. But Liang didn't have the patience and was too lazy to keep answering. Some barges began to decline again. Sure enough, he was completely clueless in the first round. You see, he didn't dare to answer later because he was afraid of making a mistake. It's true. No matter what you say, there's a 50% chance of it being right. At this moment, the winner of the duel on the duel stage was announced. The examiner's voice sounded again on the radio station. Next contestants, Liang and Zhang Tao. Please be prepared. Chapter 142 Duel. Grandstanding. Liang. Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. Having lost the first game, he was already in self-doubt. At this time, the examiner's voice was like the sound of nature. Liang, I can't beat others, but can I beat you? Zhang Tao became excited. In his opinion, this game is a sure win. In the blink of an eye, both of them had already put on their bracelets and stepped onto the duel stage, standing opposite each other. Wait for the examiner to announce the start. Mi Wei quickly adjusted the camera to the duel stage. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room also started to interact. Oh my God, the show is amazing. This is so interesting. Just now that person was saying bad things about Zhang Tao, but now he's confronting him directly. I want to see if he's really as arrogant as he says he is and looks down on other S-rank professions. Hey, I haven't seen this little guy from Channel 6 on the list before. In the VIP box high up, someone spotted Liang and asked, "Wow, President Qin, you don't know this. This person was only added to the list in the past 2 days." A person next to him said happily, "Oh, no wonder you look unfamiliar. Is Liang? I just remembered that my assistant came to me and told me about this yesterday." A middle-aged man thought of something and spoke. "I heard that he is the first rookie professional in Jianghai City to complete the first transformation this year." What? As soon as these words were spoken, some other people who had not paid much attention were stunned and turned their eyes to the duel field number 6. Is this true? Isn't this year's number 1, Xiao Yang, from Luyan Pavilion? He's currently in court number 1 and has won 3 games in a row. It's so true. When did he appear? He even upgraded faster than Xiao Yang. What's his specific strength? For a moment, many people looked at Li Yang in the duel field number 6 below. Among them, several middle-aged people looked particularly surprised. They are the admissions representatives of Longqi Academy and Tianfu Academy. After seeing Li Yang, they all widened their eyes. Because this is not the first time they have met. The last time I saw him was at the awakening ceremony. At that time, they thought they would be able to witness Li Yang's stunning success, but Li Yang ended up being stupid enough not to even take an SSS-level career. Therefore, they were deeply impressed by this passage. Seeing Li Yang again, they recalled that memory that was like a red stone. They said angrily, "Damn it, it turned out to be him. It's this loser. I was wondering if the name sounded familiar." Don't worry, he's definitely going to lose. Seeing the reactions of several people, some people who didn't understand the situation looked confused. Teachers, what do you know? What you don't know is that Li Yang is an absolute idiot. Calling him stupid is an exaggeration. The teacher of Dragon Rider Academy said indignantly, "I never thought that someone like him could participate in the talent competition. Yeah, if there weren't other contestants, seeing him now would make me want to just leave like I did before." A teacher from Tianfu College also echoed, "Well, calm down, everyone. If it's really as you said, then there's no point getting angry." Seeing their reactions, the others also understood something and came out to smooth things over. That's right. No matter what, there will inevitably be some that slip through the net. Just keep calm. At the same time, Li Yang on the duel stage had no idea that so many people were watching him. At this time, the examiner walked between the two of them and waved his hand. "Start." After saying that, he quickly left the field. "Come on, Li Yang, let me humiliate you. Save my face." Zhang Tao laughed. "I'm no longer the same person I was in high school, and you're no longer the genius Li Yang. Just become my stepping stone." After saying that, he rushed over quickly with double blades in hand. What a clown. Li Yang shook his head. It seemed that this man was beyond saving. Looking at Zhang Tao, who was charging towards him with great momentum, he stood up calmly and stretched out a flat hand. "Do you remember? Just like in high school." But this time, he didn't even think about dodging. Seeing this, Zhang Tao's face changed drastically. A series of unbearable memories resurfaced, and anger instantly surged in his heart. "You're looking for death." After being suppressed by Li Yang for 3 whole years in high school, how could he not recognize this move? At that time, Li Yang was at his peak and extremely talented. The teachers and students in the school were very optimistic about him. At that time, Zhang Tao often went to Li Yang for advice and to please him. So, at that time, Li Yang would occasionally teach him practical skills. At that time, Li Yang would let the opponent attack with all his strength, while he would put one hand behind his back to fight with him. Although Li Yang didn't have any other thoughts, in order to save the other party's face, he would not do this when there were other people around. But Zhang Tao regards every such experience as a humiliation, although Li Yang did teach him a lot. Things have come to this. Different time, different place, the same 2 people, the same action, but the meaning is completely different. At this moment, Mi Wei, who was reporting this scene from the audience, widened her eyes and moved the equipment closer to show Li Yang's every move. For a while, the live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. "Awesome. That's too disrespectful. Good fellow. I respect you as a man. I thought you were just good at talking, but I didn't expect you to dare to do this. Okay, just because he's so brave, I won't criticize him for a while. Could it be that he's given up on treatment? Knowing he can't win, he wants to leave in a cool way. I don't understand it all. If he does that, won't the opposing player be furious?" As expected, Zhang Tao's heart was completely filled with anger at this time. In this occasion, thousands of people were watching, and the meaning of Li Yang's action was obviously completely different from before. I just looked down on him, and from an angle that only he could understand, he perfectly executed a super destructive attack. "Go to hell," Zhang Tao shouted, tightly gripping the blade in his hand, and instantly flashed behind Li Yang and stabbed him hard. However, at this time, Li Yang remained standing in the same place, without even showing any sign of drawing his weapon. It's over. Seeing this scene, many people thought that Li Yang had given up resistance. At such close range, Zhang Tao's S-rank assassin class's mobility has been maximized, making it virtually impossible to dodge. He will pay the price for his arrogance and face the assassin's high burst damage. Grandstanding. This is what happens when you act tough without real ability. Chapter 143, One Hit Kill. Shocking everyone. Zhang Tao increased his speed to the extreme. In an instant, it was already in front of Li Yang, with the cold and sharp blade heading straight for Li Yang's throat. I remember teaching you that you shouldn't get too close to an opponent with a lot of weaknesses, right? Li Yang's voice rose faintly. Zhang Tao widened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt his whole body stiff, as if he was bound by something and could not move. It's like being sleep paralyzed, losing control while awake. Li Yang's emotionless voice continued to sound, because that could also be a disguise that you can't see through. Ever since he got the sky eye in Kuanqing, Li Yang has never been afraid of being attacked at close range in a 1v1 situation. Li Yang's nonchalant attitude was in sharp contrast to Zhang Tao's face full of fear. He was shocked. How is this possible? At this moment, Li Yang moved. He slowly raised his right hand and stretched it toward Zhang Tao. In Zhang Tao's eyes, it was like walking on thin ice, as if every second was torture. If eyes could speak, there must be a constant stream of responses at this moment. Bang! Zhang Tao seemed to have endured a huge force. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he flew backwards. He actually flew out of the duel arena directly. Click! A crisp voice rang out. When Zhang Tao was about to fall heavily to the ground, a thick white protective shield appeared around him, protecting him. No, impossible. Zhang Tao covered his chest with his hands, his eyes wide open. How could Li Yang be so strong? Isn't he just a useless person? I am a strong S-level professional. This is impossible. He participated in 2 duels, and in the second duel, he was beaten to the point of death. This also means that he has no chance of qualifying. Especially losing to Li Yang was what he could not accept the most. The fear of being dominated by Li Yang's shadow rose in his heart again. What, is this the end? Thousands of people in the audience suddenly stood up at the same time. There is no other reason. This ended so quickly. It's just the beginning. Li Yang knocked his opponent to pieces with just one punch. With just one encounter, he knocked out the opponent's protective bracelet. In a real fight, this means a one-hit kill. We are all new front-end professionals in Jianghai City. Is there really such a big gap? What? Zhang Tao lost. You must be kidding. Is Zhang Tao really that weak? I just saw him attack so fiercely in the first match against Xiao Guang, but he didn't look so weak. You can't handle it anymore after just one moment. Could this be a match fixing? There was a heated discussion in the venue. Crushing victories are not uncommon in the duel arena, but this one is really rare. It is obvious that the strength is not in the same league. This time it attracted a lot of people's attention. The examiner on the duel field was also stunned and stood there in a daze. He had just announced the star of the duel had just stepped off the field, and when he turned back, it was already over. Is this a match fixing? Even a match fixing shouldn't be performed like this. With deep confusion, he walked forward to observe Zhang Tao's condition. Even if it was a fixed match, it was incredible that he could defeat his opponent with one blow. After checking Zhang Tao's condition, after confirming that the defense bracelet had been used up, the examiner took a deep breath. The duel is over. Fighting time, 5 seconds. Li Yang wins. Once the results are announced, there was an uproar both online and offline. This is field number 6, 5 seconds. Holy crap, this is either a match-fixing or a record-breaking one, right? It takes me more than 5 seconds to get a glass of water. So fast. If you don't know, you'd think they're killing a chicken. I suggest a thorough investigation. Did he use pesticides? You didn't say you couldn't take drugs, did you? It seems so. And in the VIP compartment high up, many senior executives were slightly surprised to see this result, which was unexpected. Teachers, this is what you call trash, someone couldn't help but say. Are all the requirements of your school so high? You call impossible to knock out a top-ranked player with one punch. Some high-ranking officials from various forces who were unaware of the truth were completely confused. The teachers from several universities were all dumbfounded when they saw this. What's going on? Is this still the same Li Yang from that time? If they hadn't confirmed the appearance, they would have doubted whether it was the same person. That idiot who gave up his SSS-level career actually grew to where he is now? So what? The teacher from Tianfu College snorted coldly. A person without a job is always a waste. Humans have their limits. At a later stage, they can't even defeat higher-level monsters. You're right. How can a person who can't tell the difference between good and bad professions have any future? Who would dare to use him in the future? The teacher of Dragon Rider Academy also agreed. As early as the previous awakening ceremony, they had unilaterally announced their academic cooperation with Li Yang, so they still had to show disdain here. Otherwise, you'd be slapping yourself in the face. That's right. Zhang Tao had already fought a match and suffered some internal injuries from Xiao Guang. That's why Li Yang won so easily, even more easily than Xiao Guang. That must be it. Otherwise, it would be cheating. And among this group of people, after witnessing this duel, A middle-aged man's face went from being full of anticipation at the beginning to being gloomy and almost dripping with water. He is the president of the legendary guild, Zhang Quang. That's right, it's Zhang Tao's father. This time he came specifically to see Zhang Tao's performance and to show off in front of people from other forces. But unexpectedly, Zhang Tao, who was originally full of confidence, suffered 2 consecutive defeats right from start. Let's forget about the first one. In this match, he didn't even beat Li Yang. He was defeated instantly. It's so embarrassing. An S-level profession is not even as good as an unemployed waste. He was silent, afraid that someone would remember that he was here. At the same time, there is another corner that attracts attention. Today's talent competition has begun, and people from Luyan Pavilion are also here. Yuyin, wearing a white veil, sat in a specially designated private room, looking mysterious and ethereal. Beside her, 2 maids stood respectfully, one on the left and one on the right. Interesting. Yuyin supported her head with her slender arms, her expression slightly moved. Although the last incident was over, she also wanted to know how Li Yang could surpass Xiao Yang and improve his level so quickly. At the beginning, he also paid attention to the duel arena on Li Yang's side from time to time. And when Li Yang took action just now, she finally discovered some clues. So you have a treasure in your hand. No wonder you level up so quickly. After knowing this, she wasn't too surprised. What their Luyan Pavilion lacks the least is rare treasures. If it's just this level, he can't possibly be a match for Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang is a genius who is being trained with emphasis by the headquarters. She was not worried about being defeated, especially by someone who used tricks. At this moment, duel arena number 6. After winning the duel, Li Yang did not look very excited. It's just like doing a trivial thing. From his perspective, that is, what sense of accomplishment can you get from crushing an ant? He walked down the duel stage calmly and waited for the next round. Chapter 144. Winning directly without any effort, making others envious. Impossible. I've already successfully advanced my skills, so why can't I beat him? Zhang Tao was helped up in a panic. Noticing the reporters around him and the media that were broadcasting the scene, he instantly felt ashamed. He suddenly pushed away the 2 staff members who were helping him up and stared at Li Yang, who was walking off the stage, his eyes full of anger. The next moment, he walked forward quickly and pointed at Li Yang angrily in front of many media. He must have been cheating. I had the knife pointed at his throat, but suddenly I couldn't move. Cheating. The media reporters were all stunned, and then quickly brought their equipment forward. What happened? Please tell me in detail. 111. Tell me something that everyone doesn't know. I smell melon. Looking at Zhang Tao, who was full of dissatisfaction, Li Yang shook his head in his heart and ignored him directly, not intending to pay any attention to him at all. Are you calling it cheating now? He wanted to laugh for some reason. Sure enough, talking to such people will only lower your IQ. The duel is over and the winner is decided. It's not like you can just throw a tantrum after losing and say you cheated to make it count. If you have the guts, will you fight me again? At this time, Zhang Tao came up, blocked the way ahead, and said unwillingly. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Another fight? Are you worthy? You can't even take one of my moves." If it weren't for the defensive player who saved the opponent's life, Zhang Tao would have died in actual combat. Even now, Li Yang still has dozens of ways to kill Zhang Tao instantly. But that doesn't mean he would waste dozens of times doing such meaningless things. Then what's the difference between him and a fool like Zhang Tao? Are you scared? Zhang Tao shouted. Everyone look carefully. He's scared and doesn't dare to fight me. Li Yang looked at him with disdain. I am confused. If you think I cheated, why did you say you wanted to fight me again? Don't you think that's contradictory? Is it a fight between your left and right brains? Zhang Tao glared at him. Are you admitting that you cheated? I didn't say that. With so many people watching and the organizers didn't say anything, are you trying to show that you know more than everyone else? Li Yang smiled. He understood it completely. Zhang Tao is the type who won't cry until he sees the coffin. Even though he knows he really can't win, he still pretends to have suffered injustice. A typical case of being too concerned about face and suffering in the end. Okay, just wait. Zhang Tao was furious. I can't deal with you, but there are plenty of people who can deal with you. Li Yang's growth completely exceeded his expectations and was completely different from what he had imagined. Instead of falling into despair, he became more and more courageous. If this continues, won't we be back to the same situation as in high school? This is something he absolutely cannot allow. If he doesn't take action now, he might not have another chance in the future. Li Yang understood his threat and narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me later and we can slowly settle the matter. It's a deal. When the time comes, I will make you kneel down and beg me. Zhang Tao snorted coldly. To put it another way, even if Li Yang had some strange tricks, he couldn't beat the opponent. But he has an entire legendary guild behind him. Li Yang is a piece of shit. By then, if Li Yang really has any treasures, they will all be his. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao smiled, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. The players who had finished the game were resting and sweating profusely. The contestants who went on stage were also sweating profusely with passion. Not long after, on the radio, the examiner's voice mentioned Li Yang's name again. Li Yang stood up and went onto the duel stage. However, this time, only Li Yang stepped onto the duel stage. But his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Time passes slowly. Wang Zhong, the examiner at duel stage number 6, frowned and spoke again. Group 6, hasn't contestant Wang Meili arrived yet? Not only him, but others were also waiting for Wang Meili to appear. Only Li Yang was not surprised at all. Wang Meili was also assigned to the same group with him. He knows this, but I didn't expect to be ranked opposite me. It's like giving yourself a point. Because if the player does not appear on the stage within the specified time, it is equivalent to forfeiting and will be directly judged as losing. This kind of cowardly lizard behavior is the most despicable no matter where it happens. Time goes on. Except for Li Yang, everyone else was getting a little impatient waiting. The examiner looked as embarrassed as if he had eaten shit. I've been in this business for so many years, but this is the first time I've been stood up. Soon, the maximum time limit was reached. The examiner exhaled and made an announcement. Because Wang Meili did not arrive at the competition venue within the stipulated time, she is deemed to have forfeited. She is now a loser, and Li Yang has won. When the result came out, Li Yang smiled faintly and walked off the stage. This match was not won unfairly for him. On the contrary, this duel had already taken place before, but no one saw it. At the same time, the field was in chaos. This is the first time a contestant is absent from the talent competition after such a long time. As for the opponent, Li Yang's victory without any effort was even more surprising. It's him again. Li Yang, who defeated his opponent in seconds in the last game, won so easily again this time. No, is this even possible? It's the capital that set up the game after all. They won without even meeting the person. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. Did he just scare his opponent away? It's not impossible. I remember Wang Meili was ranked in the top 5, right? But she seems to be a B-level professional, and I don't know how strong she is. Maybe she's really scared. That's not all. Many contestants also looked at Li Yang with envy. Fuck, why don't I have such good luck? Fuck, I worked so hard to win a game. And in the end, they just walked back and forth with their hands in their pockets the whole time. No, can you win by luck? Luck is part of strength, but this doesn't count. This is pure dumb luck. 666. The luck fruit is taking effect. Many people are envious and jealous. Li Yang won so easily. This was in stark contrast to the other players who fought with all their might and passionately. 2 consecutive wins. And in the audience, Zhang Tao, who had been expecting Li Yang to make a fool of himself, just stared blankly. Damn, why? Why did Li Yang win 2 games in a row? But he was just the opposite, losing 2 games at the beginning. This is not fair. If Li Yang wins another game, he will definitely not be able to catch up. While he was angry, he was also quite puzzled. He still remembered the name Wang Meili. Although they had only met once or twice, based on his understanding, the other party should not be absent. He remembered that Wang Meili also had great ambitions for the genius competition, and her family had prepared countless magical props. At this time, Wang Meili was absent. This is the most puzzling point. Chapter 145, Show Effect or True Feelings. At the same time, Li Yang, who had just walked off the stage, was sitting on a chair beside the stage to rest, waiting for the next show to begin. Some contestants on the same stage cast envious glances at him. Winning without fighting. This is the hopeless dream of many people. Just then, footsteps were heard nearby. Li Yang glunged over inad fertendli. Mi Wei came jogging up with a bottle of sparkling water in her hand. She stopped beside him and handed it to him enthusiastically. Contestant Li Yang, drink some water. Li Yang did not take it directly, but glanced at her indifferently. What are you doing? You're disturbing my rest, don't you know? Rest. Mi Wei was stunned. In the live broadcast room, The audience who heard this couldn't help but make comments and complaints. Rest? Is that even human language? You didn't even do anything just now. To Versailles, if you didn't know him, you'd really think he'd just experienced some exhilarating battle. Is it possible that he was tired of standing? I'm here to bring you some water, Miwei said awkwardly. Oh, Liang took the water from her. So it was delivered. Thank you, mysterious water delivery man. Liang unscrewed the bottle cap and started drinking. My name is Miwei. Miwei took a deep breath, relaxed herself a little, then cleared her throat and said, Can I continue interviewing you? As a new reporter, I have to say that I still hold on to the professional ethics I learned in school, which have not been completely destroyed by the ravages of society. Otherwise, it would not be like this at this time, but a direct question would be asked. Of course, because the water tastes good, Liang said. It just so happened that he was afraid that if he sat any longer, he would fall asleep. Okay, thank you. Miwei nodded and said, First of all, everyone in the live stream, and I want to know, you previously confidently said Chao Guowang would win, and he actually did. Was that a guess, or do you have some unique understanding of the situation? Could you share it? Oh, that's it. Liang man didn't care. Didn't I tell you that Zhang Tao is rubbish? Miwei blinked inadaze. The people in the live broadcast room also live in Bengbu. Forgive me for not being able to help but laugh. Why is it that every time this is brought up, he calls Zhang Tao rubbish? Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao said, Please don't cue. It seems like I said something, but it also seems like I didn't say anything. The same words, again shocking. Jokes are just jokes. If it were before, they would have thought it was just for show effect. But now, the situation is completely different. Because Liang really defeated Zhang Tao just now. There's no fault to be found. All I can say is it's crazy. Miwei held her forehead, endured the headache, and continued. That's what you said last time, I think. Besides that, do you have any other insights you can share? Yes, because I already knew that Zhang Tao was trash and couldn't beat Chao Guowang. Naturally, Liang would not tell anyone about the holographic eye. Otherwise, Yuan would probably come to my house the next day and play the interrogation game with me. In addition, he also had reasons to say that Zhang Tao was rubbish. In addition to their group, count the people in other groups. He gave a brief analysis. Among all the contestants participating in the talent competition, at least 8 are better than Zhang Tao. Apart from the 2 geniuses of Luyan Pavilion, Chao Guowang is not the only one who hides his strength and takes advantage of the information gap. Zhang Tao couldn't even make it to the quarterfinals. To be fair, his strength is really average among so many talented people. Miwei was completely numb, and her hand holding the microphone was a little stiff. Is this something that can be said? After all, he is a member of a big guild, let alone Liang. If she continued talking, she was afraid that Zhang Tao would target her for revenge. Zhang Tao said, I don't care about face. This is definitely a personal vendetta. Didn't Zhang Tao just stop him and say something? Maybe they've started a feud. No matter what, he does have the ability. I feel like he and Chao Guowang are both qualified to advance, and there may be a group final in the end. So who do you think has the highest chance of qualifying in your group? Miwei changed the subject and continued asking. Myself, Liang said without thinking. Miwei, you're worthy of it. I really like you. Even she was a little confused. Was it a show effect or a true expression of her feelings? At this moment, the radio sounded again. Group 6, contestants Liang and Jiang Yun, please enter. Hearing this, Liang stood up and prepared to go on stage. Wow, your next opponent is Jiang Yun. Miwei was shocked. What's wrong? Liang asked Buzledli. I asked him for an interview before, but he refused, said Miwei. Don't you know him? He's one of the top-ranked players. In the match just now, he crushed his opponent and won easily. Oh, that's not quite normal, Liang said as a matter of course. The matching mechanism of this duel is to match opponents of equal strength. He has won 2 games in a row, so of course he won't be matched with a player like Zhang Tao, who has a losing record. I hope this can make people enjoy it. Then he turned around and walked towards the dueling stage. Behind him, Miwei waved her hand and shouted, Come on, I support you. After all, Liang was the only one who accepted her interview. Take advantage of the fact that Li Yang's uniqueness has not yet been noticed by a large number of other media. She also wanted to gain more favorability. Soon, Liang and Jiang Yun both stepped onto the duel stage. Wait for the examiner to announce the start of the duel. As soon as Liang came on stage, he attracted the attention of many people in the venue. From his instant victory over Zhang Tao in the first game to his victory in the second game without a fight, Liang has frequently appeared in the public eye and has been widely discussed. Wow, isn't this the guy who won by doing nothing? It's him again. Haha, but it seems like I won't be so lucky this time. His opponent is Jianghai. Jianghai is a hardcore player. He's incredibly good at leveling monsters and lives in the leveling area every day. He's better than many people with the same profession. But because he seems to level up by himself and never has anyone to help him, he ranks lower. He's been sanctioned now. I want to see this Liang get beaten up. I hate European emperors the most. On dueling stage number 6. At this time, Liang and Jianghai looked at each other. Jianghai first nodded in agreement. This time, your luck isn't as good as the last time. This statement obviously alludes to Li Yang's victory without a fight in the last battle. There's nothing I can do. God has been kind to me. There's no point in saying anything. Liang shrugged helplessly. Who knows? It might be your turn next. Huh? Jianghai shook his head, a hint of firm pride emanating from his body. I don't need it. This kind of shortcut is an insult to me. I still like to speak with strength and prove everything with my own strength. Only the victory I get is meaningful. Really? The process is important, but what this world values is the result. Liang looked at Lazi. It seems that the opponent this time is an honest man. Just then, the examiner's voice sounded. The duel begins. Chapter 146, Excellent Matching Mechanism. The duel was declared to begin. But Jianghai did not go up directly. He knew very well that he couldn't rush things. The safest way is to do as Chao Guang did. Bring your opponent into your own rhythm first, and win the easiest way. Unlike fighting monsters, fighting between professionals relies on brains, not brute force. He had also seen the match where Liang defeated Zhang Tao from the audience. In his opinion, Zhang Tao was just too stupid. He was provoked by the opponent and fell into the enemy's rhythm. Therefore, from the beginning, he put on a defensive posture and refused to move unless the enemy moved. Oh, you're quite clever. Liang smiled. When he fights against these people now, he always feels like he is punching a kindergartner. It's fun to entertain children. You were so heroic just now. Why are you so quiet like a little girl now? Liang said with a smile. Jianghai stood still like a mountain, with a look of disdain on his face. Stop talking. Your trick is useless to me. Use whatever strength you have quickly. The duel was in a stalemate. One has a wonderful expression, the other has a firm look. As expected of Jianghai, he plays so steadily. Someone sighed. After all, the opponent is not weak. To be able to defeat Zhang Tao, he must be stronger than the average genius. He's like this. Not only is he talented, but he also works so damn hard that he leaves no room for maneuver. A hard-working genius is the most terrifying. I'm already looking forward to who will win. People who were paying attention were talking about it. At the same time, in a closed room behind the duel arena, Lucien looked at the duel arena. I thought to myself, no matter how hard a genius works, he can never compare to the genius among geniuses. Lucien, is he the person you were talking about? A gentle voice spoke. In the room, there was also a woman wearing silver square-framed glasses, a white short shirt, and a black leather skirt, outlining her beautiful figure. Lucien looked at the scene on duel stage number 6 on the screen in front of him and spoke. Yes, Tyrannosaurus. His name is Liang. Is his surname really not Liu? You praise him so much. I thought he was your illegitimate son. Zisuyi said with a smile. Stop joking, it's too cold. Lucien was helpless. If it were someone else, he would have kicked him away. But this perilla leaf is of higher quality than his, and it looks better too. It's a pity that its code name is Tyrannosaurus. When others heard this, they thought it was some ferocious and evil person. But speaking of which, he was indeed lucky enough to see Shiso Yi get mad. So scary. Okay, I'll trust you for once. Let's see how he performs. He'll have to at least make it to the finals. Entering the finals, Lucien's eyelids jumped. This, isn't it a bit embarrassing? You know, there are many hidden talents in the talent competition. Just the first 2 SS-level players from Lian Pavilion put a lot of pressure on the other players. In a worst-case scenario, Liang would have to defeat one of them to enter the finals. No way. Do you think I'm joking? This operation is dangerous and difficult, and it's easy to lose your life. It's demanding, and it's for his own good. Zisuyi said in a flat tone. Don't tell me. Do you think that a supernatural lock that the country spent billions of resources to build is so easy to get? Hearing this, Lucian silently closed his mouth and stopped talking. A sigh to my heart. Although he had reminded Li Yang to give it his all before, he didn't expect the requirements to be so high. You need to have your own recommendation and a record of reaching the finals to make it count. Can Li Yang really do it? You know, if you lose one game, you will most likely not make it to the finals. We can only leave it to fate. At the same time, on the duel field number 6, Jiang Yun stood still like a mountain, saying, "Come on, are you scared?" Li Yang stood there, his eyes full of satisfaction, like a lion patrolling his territory. "Are you sure?" Li Yang looked at him with a smile. He was embarrassed to kill the person in seconds. As he thought about it, he took a step forward. Jiang Yun's eyes suddenly fixed. Is it coming? His body was tense, ready for defense. However, Li Yang did not rush forward and attack as he had imagined. After taking one step, take another. Walk forward slowly. There are flaws all over his body. Anyone with a little obsessive-compulsive disorder has already started taking action to kill him while he is sick. But Jiang Yun can endure it. He thought to himself, the other party must be plotting something by doing this. I can't move, or I'll fall into his trap. Thinking of this, he took half a step back. You're not even going to charge at this? Li Yang was surprised. This is really more patient than a turtle. Jiang Yun did this because he actually came up with a strategy to deal with Li Yang. Considering Zhang Tao's previous instant death, he concluded that Li Yang might be a hidden professional and could not be confronted head-on. But little did he know that Li Yang had already seen through everything about him, not to mention his tricks. From beginning to end, all his weaknesses were exposed. Seeing that Jiang Yun did not move, Li Yang continued to walk forward, getting closer step by step. Jiang Yun also retreated step by step. This funny scene is so unbearable to watch that one can't help but laugh. Awesome! What kind of novel duel is this? Is there anyone who can understand this? I don't have enough brains. Is this how a decisive battle between masters should be fought? No, they're just playing. What's the difference between this and the Emperor's new clothes? Excellent matchmaking system. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. No one thought that such a show-stopping scene could be seen in the talent show. Especially Jiang Yun, who, like Hakimi, was also retreating while breathing heavily. Some of his supporters looked as if they were constipated. In the audience, someone silently took back the sign with Jiang Yun's name on it. This dude is a character. Seeing such a funny scene, reporters also rushed to the stage with their equipment. All of a sudden, it attracted many eyes. Jiang Yun just kept backing away, but he couldn't help but speak. Can you be more normal? If you're going to fight, fight properly. Li Yang spread his hands. This is not normal. Forget it. I won't make trouble with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of green halo covered his body. The next moment, the whole person shot out like a beam of light, leaving only a series of shadows in the middle. This is enough to deal with you. Li Yang held the soul-sucking gun and swung it violently. Jiang Yun's eyes widened instantly. Before he could react, Li Yang had already shot him in the chest. Bang! A dull sound was heard, as if it hit something hard. Chapter 147 is not of the same level. The feel is wrong. There was surprise in Li Yang's eyes. Jiang Yun actually has a backup plan. If it were someone else, such as Zhang Tao, they might really fall into his trap. At this moment, Jiang Yun suddenly jumped back with an evil smile. You've fallen into a trap. He lifted his hand, revealing something on his chest. It turned out to be a brilliant grade armor. This is how you realize the importance of equipment. The fastest and easiest way for a professional to improve his or her strength is to use equipment. Seeing this scene, some audience members became excited. So that's how it is. Sleeping on straw and tasting gall, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. I get it all. Who said my brother Jiang can only hide? Awesome. Counterattack. Counterattack. Li Yang was also slightly surprised. It was the first time he knew there were people who were so afraid of death. He had put up all his defenses. In theory, under certain conditions, main combat professionals should prioritize output, and adding defense is icing on the cake. People like Jiang Yun are really weird. He accidentally took the blow from me. Li Yang was still quite shocked, although he didn't use his full strength. But isn't this much better than Zhang Tao, who is only good at talking? At least Jiang Yun came prepared. At this moment, countless bullet holes appeared on Jiang Yun's body. Go to hell. At such a close distance, there is no escape, and with such a huge firepower, you can imagine how terrifying it is. If Li Yang ran, he would be left with his back. If he didn't run, so many bullet holes would be enough to turn him into a lice. From the beginning, He wanted Li Yang to fall into the trap and prepare for this moment. Jiang Yun's occupation is a mechanic. Li Yang knew this a long time ago. But unexpectedly, the other party had another trick up his sleeve. He felt something in his heart. Quite interesting. Although he was protected by brilliant level equipment, Jiang Yun had just taken a blow from him, so it was impossible for him to be unharmed. It was obvious that Jiang Yun looked proud, but in fact he had already suffered internal injuries. He was just holding on. At this time, the bullet holes on Jiang Yun's body began to rotate, and bullets burst out one after another. With a firepower of 1,000 rounds per second, let's see whether your body is stronger or my bullets are harder. Jiang Yun roared with blood oozing from his mouth. Li Yang's faint voice sounded. It's really good, but unfortunately, your bullets are too slow. At 7 paces away, the gun is faster. At 7 paces away, my gun is faster. He understood. Jiang Yun just wanted to self-destruct. Wearing tanky gear, you can lure the enemy close to you, then take the damage from the enemy and use close-range firepower to deal burst damage. Crush with firepower. If it was someone else, it might be difficult to beat him, but unfortunately, the opponent he met was himself. It's a good idea, but do you have the qualifications to fight me head-on? Li Yang held the spear and walked straight forward under the firepower. Bullets rained down on Li Yang, but they seemed to have no effect. When it came into contact with Li Yang's body, a shield gradually formed on his body, and it became thicker and thicker as he continued to be hit. The huge level suppression, combined with the shield on Li Yang's body, meant that even if he stood still, Jiang Yun could not hit him. Looking at such a thick shield, Jiang Yun was stunned. What the hell? In coordination with this, Li Yang walked up leisurely. Those with weaker mental endurance might be frightened to faint. Jiang Yun was stunned. This is a fucking human. This is a monster. In the blink of an eye, when he came to his senses, Li Yang was already standing in front of him. This is the most painful thing in the world. He used all his strength and watched helplessly as his enemy took it as if it were an itch. Go down, Li Yang said softly. Click. The next moment, he shot his defensive bracelet to pieces. Jiang Yun flew out of the duel arena. How is this possible? He lay on the ground, his face filled with shock, and stammered. How can you be so strong? He realized something terrifying. Li Yang's strength is unfathomable. With his vision, he couldn't judge how strong the other party was. Only now did he realize that Li Yang had really been playing with him the whole time. Maybe he was really doing it for show effect, as he could obviously defeat him at any time. Is Li Yang really a professional of the same period as them? How could he be so strong? Perhaps he was the only one who knew how high the burst damage he had just inflicted was. Almost no one at the same stage could withstand it. But Li Yang took them all. The other party is not on the same level as them at all. At this moment, he was completely convinced. I give up. I wasn't competitive enough. He lowered his head and began to reflect. The winner has been decided. The scene was a complete disappointment. Boring. I thought he had regained the initiative, but he still can't do it. This Li Yang is really strong. Who can defeat him? Jiang Yun really miscalculated this time. Li Yang's shield is too thick. At this time, on the duel stage, the examiner walked up and announced Li Yang's victory. 3 consecutive wins. Directly caught up with Chao Guang. If they win one more game, the two will be matched together. For a moment, discussions broke out in the audience. This group stage match is coming to an end. It won't be long before the finals begin. This Li Yang has defeated 2 very strong geniuses in a row. Is he really a genius among geniuses? We definitely have the quality and have a good chance of making it out of the group stage. Not necessarily. In his group, there's also Chao Guang. Don't forget, he also defeated Zhang Tao. He's now on a 4-game winning streak. Phew. Fortunately, there was no danger. In the backstage room, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Yang win. Seeing that Li Yang made a mistake, he thought Li Yang was going to fail. Unexpectedly, we were able to fight back in this way. Exaggeration. Face the risks head-on. A method that even he hadn't thought of. Simple and crude. At this time, the expression of Su Yi next to him also became serious. She also noticed a lot from the previous battle and from Li Yang. First of all, there was Li Yang's injury. Just like when we fought Zhang Tao before. It's really a bit high. You know, Jiang Yun was wearing brilliant level defensive equipment this time, but it only helped him resist for a little longer. The second thing is Li Yang's unpredictable defense. Logically speaking, Jiang Yun should be strong since he can reach this position and even has many supporters. But it hit Li Yang like drizzle. I can't figure it out. I absolutely can't figure it out. Now some equipment and props have too many and too complicated effects. Just looking at it doesn't make any sense. However, Liang always gave her the feeling that he was not using his full strength. At the same time, he's so powerful. The leaders of several forces present at the scene were all surprised after watching the fight between Liang and Jiang Yun. Another purpose for their coming here was to recruit professionals with potential, so they found out the details of every professional who was previously on the list. Except for Liang, who came later. Jiang Yun's strength is definitely at the upper middle level. He was defeated so easily. Liang is really capable. This first place may not be groundless. Many people became serious. I was mentally preparing to turn around and try to recruit Liang. At this moment, the teachers from several colleges looked extremely embarrassed. As teachers, they also have a certain vision. Liang is indeed very strong now. But what can I do? I've already offended him. They can only pray that Liang will fail sooner rather than later, so that they can save some face. Look, don't rush to praise him. The group stage is still going on. He might lose the next game. That's right. I think Chao Guoang has more potential. They should be facing each other soon. We'll see. I bet Chao Guoang will advance in the end. Chapter 148. He is actually a genius from the international class. The two men came down from the dueling stage. Jiang Yun was completely convinced. It seemed that the two were fighting back and forth, but in fact, he was completely crushed unilaterally. I thought I could withstand it with my brilliant great armor, but I didn't expect that I couldn't do anything to the opponent. One shot breaks the defense. 2 shots are fatal. Is there anyone else in this talent competition who can do this? If there is one, it's probably only the highly anticipated Xiao Yang. At the same time, Zhang Tao, who was watching from the audience, suddenly hit his thigh. Damn it, how can he be so strong now? Having witnessed the entire duel, he was horrified. Even the previously young wouldn't be so outrageous. Originally, he thought it was his own problem. In his opinion, he was an assassin-level professional, and his body was inherently more fragile than other professionals. In addition, he was careless for a moment and got close to Liang, so it was not unreasonable that he was killed instantly. Now it seems that Liang is far more than he imagined. You should know that Jiang Yun is wearing a brilliant level equipment, and it is also a piece of armor, a sturdy piece of armor. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to break the defense without more than 10 hits. But Liang only used 2 attacks throughout the whole process. 1 hit breaks the defense, 2 hits are fatal. So scary. It was similar to the way I beat him before. Even he felt a sense of fear rising in his heart. The conflict between him and Liang could no longer be stopped, and Zhang Tao was very clear about this. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. To use the words his father taught him, this boy must not be allowed to stay. At this time, after Liang came down from the stage, just found a place to sit down, Mi Wei quickly trotted over with a fan in her hand. With a flattering look on her face, she fanned Liang and rubbed his shoulders. Liang glanced at her, but said nothing. Boss, are you tired? Do you want some water? Mi Wei smiled. Thanks to Liang, the popularity of her live broadcast room has skyrocketed. No. Liang withdrew his gaze and looked at the new game on the stage. The games connected very quickly. As soon as the previous round was over, the next round started soon. Liang didn't say anything, and Mi Wei stood beside him like a pendant, not interrupting. As the battles passed, soon, it was Li Yang's turn again. The 4th game, Liang stepped onto the duel stage. This time, his opponent was a mage holding a staff. The strength is mid-range. He is also the one who won 2 games in a row. At this time, the mage's shortcomings also appeared. When it comes to dealing damage or team combat, the mage is indeed a definite T0 level profession. But once on the duel stage in a 1v1 fight, he would be at a disadvantage, as his body is very fragile. It is difficult to exert one's full strength without someone to help cooperate. It especially tests the professional's basic skills, positioning, tactics, etc. This is the shortcoming of the profession. Not many professions are perfect. Just like before, with almost no effort. 3 seconds after the start of the game, the poor mage was knocked out. 4th win. The whole process took less than a minute, and Liang walked back calmly. The examiner was stunned by the look. So outrageous? You're one-punch man. He can kill anyone he sees in seconds. Even he began to look forward to the battle to come. Liang has won 4 games in a row, and another Chao Guoang has also won 4 games in a row. There is a high probability that they will match up in this last game. Then we'll see who's stronger. Not only that, A discussion also broke out in the venue. Speculation about the players' abilities has always been a particularly hot topic in talent shows. Who do you think will win? These two are both strong players who have won 4 games in a row. They both have the ability to advance. It's interesting that these two strong men were matched into the same group at the same time. It is generally difficult to meet top players in the group stage. After all, it is only the first day of the competition. There are many members, and they have not been screened. Oh shit, I found out. Chao Guang. He's the rising star in the international class. What? National class? Is the news true? This is no joke. After it was confirmed, the news soon began to spread. The international class is a program established by the government to train professionals with potential. Those who can enter the international class are all extremely talented people who have been selected through multiple rounds of selection. After graduating from the international class, you can directly work in relevant national departments with extremely good remuneration. You can also bring glory to your country and go on business trips on behalf of the country. With such a glamorous identity, naturally many people are scrambling to get in. Therefore, the requirements are very high. Many people were surprised that Chao Guang was from the international class. This identity alone is enough to move everyone. After the top leaders of some forces learned about the blind date, they all slapped their thighs and looked disappointed. It turns out that he is a genius in the international class. There are many hidden talents in the talent competition, so it is normal for such a genius to appear. Originally, these forces had their eyes on Chao Guang's potential and were planning to find an opportunity to bring him into their group. However, when they heard that he was from the international class, they had no choice but to give up the idea. There's no way. We still have to give the official face. They couldn't possibly compete with the authorities for players, could they? Besides, the international team salaries were so high, they couldn't afford to poach players. No one would throw away a watermelon for a sesame seed. Chao Guang, who was a mediocre contestant at the beginning, later showed his strength and became a dark horse. Now he has revealed such a superior identity. It turns out that he is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. It instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Have you heard? Someone revealed that one of the contestants on duel stage number 6 is a strong player from the international class. What? Holy shit, I always thought that place was just for show, but no one can actually get in. Is this true? Who is it? Gao Guang? I've never heard of him before. Nonsense. I never heard of that. The identities of those who can enter the international class are kept confidential. The official live broadcast room was constantly refreshing the screen. Sure enough, this Chao Guang is undoubtedly the strongest dark horse this year. It was worth the trip to witness the genius of the international class. While some reporters and media were recording the live broadcast of the duel arena number 6, a large number of passersby once again poured into the live broadcast room. Even Mi Wei's live broadcast room saw a surge of more than 100,000 people. Originally, some people came just to see Liang, and with the addition of these people, the number of people in her live broadcast room reached an unprecedented 300,000. Such immense wealth actually fell upon me? Mi Wei was completely stunned and felt a little at a loss for a moment. She was a newcomer herself, and it was her first time seeing so many people, so she couldn't help but feel nervous. She didn't respond when they called her, and the people in the live broadcast room also started to chatter. Beautiful anchor, why are you still standing here? Go interview Chao Guang. He hasn't even started yet. That's right, if you don't go now, you won't be able to squeeze in. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and go. Can't you see all the reporters around you have already gone? It's okay. Seeing how young she is, she's probably a newcomer. That's normal. Let's disperse. Let's go to other live broadcast rooms to watch the geniuses from the international class. After the number of viewers surged to over 100,000 in an instant, Mi Wei did not follow the crowd to chase Chao Guang's shadow, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room began to drop sharply again. Chapter 149, The Battle to Qualify. Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room decreasing rapidly, Mi Wei felt a tightness in her heart. My heart began to feel conflicted. He also thought about following the trend and interviewing the genius of the international class, Chao Guang. Because she's already in field number 6, which is very close, if she goes there at the beginning, she will definitely get a lot of traffic. But at this time, she hesitated. If it were any other veteran media reporter, they would have rushed forward without even thinking. But she hesitated. If she went at this time, wouldn't she feel a little sorry for Liang? In the middle of an interview, he suddenly ran off to interview another contestant. It felt like a betrayal, like he was being used and discarded. Worried that Li Yang would feel uncomfortable. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided not to follow the crowd. Then she told Li Yang what had just happened. Li Yang doesn't care about the other contestants. But after knowing that Chao Guoang was actually a player from the international class, he was slightly surprised. In the entire talent competition field, there are strong players and weak ones. It can be said that the strong are very strong and the weak are very weak. There are SS-level professional players like Xiao Yang, Yu Xiaoa, and Chao Guoang who have huge backgrounds and extremely high talents. At the same time, there are people like Wang Meili who are not very strong and rely entirely on off-site help to improve their level and come to the stage of the talent competition. In such a mixed environment, it also brought a high level of drama to the talent show. Especially some players who have already made it to the talent competition, they should be a group of top professionals and very strong. But when the real fight started, some viewers found that some people might not even be much stronger than themselves. Therefore, once some truly talented people are discovered, people will always flock to them. No wonder so many reporters rushed over to interview Chao Guoang. With his international class background, no matter how strong he is, he will attract a lot of attention. Many contestants also cast envious glances. Except Li Yang. In his opinion, with so many reporters surrounding him, Chao Guoang must be in big trouble. If it were me, I would probably have a huge headache. Moreover, in his opinion, the professionals of this generation are just small-time fighters. As the only professional who has completed the second transformation at the scene, if he still can't win a championship, he might as well give up the path of a professional. As for Mi Wei's attitude, he doesn't care. Mi Wei can interview whoever she wants. Isn't the reason she does this job just for traffic? Is there anything you feel embarrassed about? In his opinion, Mi Wei was indeed too young to be a reporter. Right now, seeing this scene, Zhang Tao quickly ran out to follow suit and add fuel to the fire. He originally didn't know that Chao Guoang was a genius in the international class, and he felt a little embarrassed, but now it seems that his loss was not unfair. Then, an idea struck him. Compared with Chao Guoang, he hates Li Yang more now. So he went to these media and madly praised Chao Guoang while criticizing Li Yang. Dear audience, Li Yang is a complete loser. He can't beat Chao Guoang at all. He's nothing in front of Chao Guoang. Don't worry, once they fight each other later, Li Yang will be beaten to a pulp in just 2 moves. Zhang Tao was fanning the flames like crazy. Anyway, if these two fight, he won't lose no matter who wins or loses. Chao Guoang is a genius in the international class, and everyone knows him now. But who is Li Yang? I've never heard of him. Someone asked. Zhang Tao seized the opportunity and spoke quickly in a low voice. Oh, you don't know. Li Yang is just a piece of shit who relies on luck to get points. He has no real ability, but he still speaks nonsense, saying in a live broadcast room that he is the winner in the end. Chao Guoang is nothing in front of him. Zhang Tao keeps talking nonsense. It soon attracted a lot of attention. What? There's such a thing. I've learned a lot. There are actually people like this. The world is really big and full of surprises. Haha, everyone knows how to talk big. But when we face off later, whoever loses will be embarrassed and will behave themselves then. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion on the field. It all revolves around the battle between Chao Guoang and Li Yang. Li Yang? Isn't he the one who got points thanks to luck? His opponent wasn't there before, so he was awarded the victory. He only won 4 games. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to make it to the group finals. Oh, I've seen Li Yang fight twice. To be honest, although he has some strength, he's too pretentious. It seems he's not as strong as Chao Guoang. What kind of person is trying to scam me? No matter how good he is, can he compare with the talented players in the international class? Chao Guoang is at least on the same level as Xiao Yang. Seeing the good results, Zhang Tao's face was full of schadenfreude, and he felt satisfied. My goal has been achieved. He thought he was incredibly clever. When dogs bite dogs, he will always benefit. What? Did that guy named Li Yang really say that? Zhang Tao's words naturally reached Chao Guoang's ears. As a genius who was able to enter the international class, he naturally couldn't stand hearing such blatant words that stepped on him. He was even a little bit unbelievable that when his identity had been exposed, someone still dared to say such things about him. It's just so weird. Isn't it just to go against yourself? Or maybe that person really has some strength that makes him dare to say that about himself. Chao Guoang laughed in anger. Okay. It seems I have to show some real skills. Otherwise, people will look down on me, and I'll bring shame to the international class. As time passed, players kept coming on and off the duel stage, and the game continued. The group stage is almost over, and the final battle for qualification is coming soon. Not to mention other groups. Anyway, the players in Group 6 that Liang was in after that all lost to varying degrees. Just one loss, and they won't make it to the next round. As expected, in his group, only he and Chao Guoang had 4 consecutive wins. Most of the people here are not that different from each other, and it would be difficult to make it without some hard skills. After all, there are restraints between professions. You may be able to defeat a very strong opponent, but lose to someone who is weaker than you, but restrains you in terms of profession. After a while, the final battle arrived. Team 6, please invite Liang and Chao Guoang to the duel stage for the final battle. Chapter 150. Are you scared? The natal holy sword appears. Here it comes. Finally, everyone perked up and focused their attention. Soon, Liang and Chao Guoang stood on the duel stage. Boy, you are so arrogant, right? I want to see what you are capable of. Liang raised his eyebrows, as if Chao Guoang was talking to him. He didn't quite understand what the other party meant. Just then, the examiner came forward and waved his hand. The game begins. It's the last game, and Liang doesn't want to waste any more time. It has been almost 10 hours since early morning. In that case, let's end this quickly and decisively. No one should be afraid. Although I don't know why Chao Guoang got so angry right away, he is not someone to be trifled with. That's exactly what I meant. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. Chao Guoang snorted, picked up his weapon, and smashed it towards Liang with a domineering momentum. That's it. Zhang Tao, who was witnessing this scene in the audience, felt something in his heart. At the beginning, he was defeated by Chao Guoang's move and was finally carried away one after another. He knew very well the power of this attack. As a genius in the international class, Chao Guoang didn't believe that he couldn't cure Liang. At this moment, the examiner stepped down from the stage and was thinking to himself, this time Liang won't be able to kill in seconds, right? He was quite looking forward to the fight between the two. Who doesn't like to watch an exciting fight? Look at the bloody fight between the two sides. The game is so exciting. The high-quality game viewing is the reason why the Genius competition is so popular. Geniuses from all sides showcase their special abilities. It's always amazing. It seems that Liang really angered Chao Guoang, and he actually made him put down his pride and take the initiative to attack. Support Chao Guoang and beat up the brat who talks big. Didn't he say he was in a hurry? Why isn't he moving? Is he scared silly? It's possible. If I saw someone this strong coming to attack me, I would be scared too. Seeing that Chao Guoang was rapidly closing the distance, Liang remained where he was without moving an inch. It wasn't that he was really frightened, because at this time, Liang suddenly had a new idea. It is obviously very strange that King Chao repeatedly brings up things that are related to him, but he is completely unaware of them. And it seems that he has a very high hatred towards me, which is so strange. Looking at Chao Guoang rushing towards him, he controlled the power of the wind element and stepped back. Chao Guoang's terrifying attack missed. He was shocked. Liang was really fast, but soon he heard Li Yang's words again. I'm curious, do you know me? Chao Guoang for thou win. Combined with what Liang had said before, these words sounded like a mockery of him. Although he was very dissatisfied with Liang, he also understood that one must not let emotions show during a battle. Otherwise, the operation will be distorted, making it impossible to exert your overall strength, and may even lead to falling into a disadvantage. I have to admit, you do have some strength, but that's no reason for you to humiliate me for no reason. As Chao Guoang spoke, he continued to attack him. Hearing this, Liang was really dumbfounded. Good man, when did I insult him again? Isn't this a history book? He no longer had the heart to fight. He just wanted to figure out what was going on. It looks like someone is secretly setting up a trap for him. First, exclude capital. I probably don't have that much face yet. Secondly, in his imagination, he doesn't know many people on a daily basis, let alone enemies. To be honest, the only ones I have a grudge against are Zhang Tao and a few others. I think we can talk first, so that we won't both be taken advantage of. It won't be too late to fight later, Liang said after thinking for a moment. As for Chao Guoang's claim that he had spoken rudely or insulted him, he would not admit it. He has always been brave enough to take responsibility for his actions. If he really said something, he would not have any excuses, but if he didn't do it, then he didn't do it. He just wanted to identify who was behind this. When some people saw this scene, they thought it was a sign of cowardice. Ah, look, he's getting scared now. The lip service guy meets the real guy. That's perfectly normal. I knew it would happen. How could someone with real ability go around spouting nonsense and belittling others? I still like the way you were so unruly just now. It's such a great show. Keep dancing. Keep dancing. Come on, Chao Wang, keep going. Don't let him go. He'll dare to do it again next time. Ha ha ha. Liang, Liang, you have come to this day. Under stage 6, Zhang Tao was watching the scene on stage with his face broken with laughter. Okay, that's it. Let's teach this ignorant Li Yang a lesson. This is what happens when you go against me. I don't even need to do anything myself to make you submit. Everyone who saw this thought that Li Yang was a coward. The examiner at the side of the stage actually breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Finally, it wasn't killed in seconds. If it still was killed in seconds, it would be really hard to accept. Humph, you guys are all like that. With a mean mentality and mean behavior. You only know how to slander others behind their backs. But when you're really confronted, you don't dare to speak out. Chao Guang looked disdainful. Like everyone else, he also thought that Li Yang was a mean and pretentious person. He had seen many people like him. Seeing this, Li Yang felt helpless. It seems that Chao Guang is not willing to listen to anything now. To be honest, he felt a little unhappy because he was inexplicably targeted and labeled as such as soon as he arrived. If he didn't want to be used and led by the nose, he wouldn't be thinking about communicating with the other party at this time. It seems like you won't listen to anything now. I need you to calm down. Liang narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand. The next moment, a lightsaber appeared in his hand. This is the natal holy sword of his SSS-level holy sword user profession. A holy light instantly burst out from the sword, brilliantly covering the entire field. For a moment, the person being photographed couldn't open his eyes. Isn't it just a fight? Everyone can do it. Originally, he felt that brute force could not solve all problems. But sometimes, we have to admit that fists are more powerful than truth. At this time, you have to defeat the opponent first before you can have a good conversation. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a fat cat. Chapter 151. The Holy Sword of Destiny shocks the whole audience. Fuck, that's blinding. What the hell is that? Golden Legend? What did he pull out? Is this a big sword? Is this a special weapon? I can't tell its quality. Damn, is this how he gets his confidence? This is getting more and more interesting. As soon as Liang took out his holy sword, it caused a sensation. Many people speculated what kind of magical weapon this was. This is too high-end. No, this doesn't seem to be a physical object. It has no substance. It's more like a burst of energy. This isn't the kind of weapon that can be freely traded. Someone started analyzing it. No, it's a physical item. Does that mean that only he can use it? At the same moment, Liang took out his weapon. Soon, Yu Yin recognized him in the private room of Luyan Pavilion. Because this sword looks very familiar. In their Luyan Pavilion, there are two geniuses this year, Xiao Yang and Yu Xiaoa. Both have professions that require them to possess a natal sword. Therefore, she confirmed it the first time she saw Liang take out the sword. This sword is exactly the same as the swords cultivated by Xiao Yang and Yu Xiao's professions. It belongs to an underlying logic. But what surprised her was that the sword in Li Yang's hand was simply not on the same level as the swords of the two geniuses in their Luyan Pavilion. The sword in Li Yang's hand obviously had a stronger and more powerful aura. At this point, he had no choice but to change his opinion of Li Yang. Such people do have great potential, and this alone is enough to make us ignore almost everything else. New ideas began to emerge in her mind. It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. They had previously had some minor conflicts over rankings. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Li Yang's current strength is fully qualified to impress her. If they could invite Li Yang to join their guild, that would be a perfect solution, killing two birds with one stone. This kid Li Yang, when did he come up with this new thing? I didn't even know anything about it. At the same time, Lu Xian in the backstage room was also shocked when he saw this scene. Witnessing Li Yang winning several games in a row and defeating his opponents instantly had not surprised him so much. This kid always comes up with new tricks for him, and every time he does it exceeds his imagination. This was also the reason why he initially thought that the other party was a person with potential who deserved to be trained. What a powerful sword. The perilla leaves next to it are also eye-catching. That's quite interesting, Lu Xian. You really got a good blind box this time. Tell me quickly, how did you find such a good seedling? Lu Xian was speechless and glanced at her. My face has changed. Look at how nonchalant you were before. And now look at you. He wanted to laugh. But Liang was a talent he discovered after all, so he was naturally happy to see that he was recognized by others. Of course I have good taste, Lu Xian said proudly. To be honest, he didn't think of Chao Guowang's other identity at first, and he really didn't expect Li Yang to be so strong. Originally, he was quite worried about whether Li Yang could deal with Chao Guowang, but now it seems that he should be able to fight. At the same time, Zhang Tao's smug smile didn't last long, and it instantly collapsed when Li Yang's weapon appeared. He was not feeling well at all. What the hell? Li Yang actually has a backup plan? Having seen Li Yang fight a few times before, he thought he'd seen through everything. Unexpectedly, Li Yang actually has this method. He was shocked, accompanied by deep jealousy. Why? Li Yang has no family background and no talent, but he is an S-level professional. Whether it's talent or background, he should have crushed Li Yang from every angle. How so? Seeing this, his heart sank. Li Yang has won 4 games in a row. If this continues, if Li Yang wins this game, he will really qualify. He felt terrible when he thought about Li Yang emerging from the group stage and advancing to the post-match. This was something he had never expected and could never accept. He would accept anyone else, but not Li Yang. That would make him lose face even more. All his growth in the past 3 years was wasted, and in the end he still couldn't compare to others. Wouldn't that prove that he is standing still? What will Qingran think of him then? The thought of this made him shudder all over. Right now, after Li Yang took out the holy sword, Chao Guowang, who was standing opposite him, also widened his eyes. Although he didn't know it and had never seen it, he could understand its extraordinariness from the power of the sword. At least one thing is certain. It is much stronger than the axe in his hand. All of a sudden, he stepped back with a look of vigilance in his eyes, directly turned on the defensive state. He did the right thing when faced with the danger and the unknown. What? You don't want to charge anymore? Li Yang glanced at him indifferently. Can you talk properly now? Really? He has to show his authority before I can calm down. Chao Guowang did not move. After keeping a distance, he adjusted his stance so that he could take the attack at any time. Through his 2 brief fights before, he also discovered that Li Yang was indeed powerful, although Li Yang did not change hands at that time. I admit that you are indeed very strong, but I'm not the type to actively cause trouble. You know what you have done. What did I do again? Li Yang really lao get. Why this sentence again? You mean, I said something slanderous about you? What else? It's already come to this point. There's no point in pretending to be stupid, right? Chao Guowang asked back. Li Yang said as he walked over, holding his sword. I'm curious, where did you get this information? It's like I'm missing a memory. Did someone named Zhang Tao tell you? Oh, I don't know about that. People outside are making a fuss. Anyway, we are all here, so let's speak with strength. Only the winner is worthy of speaking the truth. Chao Guowang's eyes were focused, staring at Li Yang's steps and every move. His expression was more serious than ever before. It seems someone is doing this on purpose, spreading the news everywhere just to create a grudge between me and this rising star from the international class, Li Yang thought. And obviously, Chao Guowang has been completely confused. At this point, he was almost sure who the culprit was. Then he raised his head and looked at Chao Guowang. That's right. Only the winner has the right to speak. The next moment, Li Yang's whole body was covered with a layer of green halo. Whoosh! He held the holy sword in his hand and slashed fiercely at Chao Guowang in front of him. A golden sword energy, carrying tremendous power, stirred up a strong wind, cut through the air, and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. There was still some green-wind elemental power remaining on the holy sword. With the help of the power of the wind element, the sword energy reached its extreme speed. Chao Guowang widened his eyes. The sword energy has not arrived yet, but the wind has arrived first. In an instant, he was almost blown off his feet by the wind and fell backwards. At this moment, the terrifying sword energy was approaching him. Too fast. There was no time to react. There's no way to avoid it. Chapter 152, Defeat Chao Guowang and Advance. Bang! Without any warning, Chao Guowang was knocked flying the moment he was hit. The most desperate thing in the world is when you find yourself being targeted and unable to escape no matter how hard you try. He could only watch himself being hit. At this moment, Chao Guowang was in such a situation that his brain was almost shutting down. What's going on? What kind of attack is this? When he reacted, he had already been knocked away, flying off the ring. He never expected that he would lose, and lose so miserably. He was knocked out in one encounter and flew out of the ring in such a miserable state. Even his eyes became clear. Bang! For a moment, all the people who were paying attention to the duel arena opened their eyes wide, their mouths open, stunned. What the hell is this? How come he was fine 1 second and was knocked away the next? It flew out of the ring directly like a cannonball. The defensive bracelet on Chao Guang was naturally shattered the moment he was attacked. The winner has been decided. Li Yong won again. Became the final winner, 5 consecutive wins. And the value of this 5-game winning streak is very high. Li Yong defeated 5 very strong players, including Chao Guang, who was also a genius who defeated 4 players. When combined, the value of the final winner is undoubtedly extremely high. This time, the examiner standing next to him stood there in a daze, completely confused, and took a long time to react. It was almost a minute before he moved his trembling hands. He came to Li Yang's side and announced loudly, "Duel Arena number 6, the final group match. The winner is Li Yang." Wow. For a moment, the field was in complete chaos. The live broadcast room also exploded. Fuck. Isn't Chao Guang a talented player from the international class? How could he lose? The key point is that this loss is too outrageous. They were kicked to death like a dog on the side of the road. Li Yang actually won? Is he that strong? Does anyone know where he came from? The final winner turned out to be Li Yang. Who could have thought of this at the beginning? You have to know that there are quite a few geniuses in this group, including rising stars like Chao Guang, talented and strong people like Zhang Tao, and very famous players like Jianghai No. Awesome. No wonder he was so arrogant before. He was able to defeat Chao Guang so easily. I feel his strength has probably reached Xiao Yang's level. Someone analyzed. Who says it's not? Damn, he's already won the group stage and will advance next. No one can predict what will happen then. That's right. As long as he has the ability, he will definitely meet the top players at the moment. Based on the strength he's shown now, I feel like he might actually have a chance to fight the 2 geniuses from Luyan Pavilion. Everyone was talking about it. It was too crazy that Li Yang kicked his opponent out as if he were a piece of trash on the road. Some people were unhappy when they saw this. Zhang Tao's face turned red, and he was shaking with anger. The jealousy and madness in his eyes could not be concealed. Fisk, what's so great about that? Isn't it just relying on the divine weapon in my hand? If I had it, I could still kill people in 1 blow. Zhang Tao said, unconvinced. He ran in front of a media reporter's camera regardless of anything and shouted loudly to the audience in the camera. Li Yang's victory was unfair. I think the outcome should be determined based on the circumstances. Relying on external forces to achieve victory is clearly despicable and not something we should advocate. Although the talent competition contestants are allowed to bring their own items and there are no restrictions, everyone is generally using gold-level weapons, or at most brilliant level. Someone like him wouldn't even bother pretending. Everyone can see that this weapon is definitely far superior to brilliant-level equipment. In this situation, he doesn't need much strength at all. He relies entirely on the blessing of the weapon to defeat the opponent directly. What the hell are we going to do? Not to mention us. Even if you send in any powerful professional, it won't work. He spoke at length to the camera, his face full of seriousness and his mouth shouting with passion, which infected people and made them inexplicably feel that what he said made some sense. But in fact, his words were full of loopholes, and it was unrealistic. Soon, his emotional words received a lot of responses. Unlike before, this time everyone was refuting him. Everyone could talk big. Are you asking all the contestants to come here empty-handed? Everyone is using the default stock weapons. Is that fair? This is hilarious. They're just brats. You have to know that from the day people have the awakening ceremony at the age of 18, everyone's career has been assigned. Some are strong and some are weak. From that moment on, the gap between people has been divided. Then let me ask you, do you think it is possible for a low-level profession to defeat an SSS-level profession? This is obviously impossible. If that's the case, then low-level professionals will not be allowed to participate in any talent competitions. That's what real discrimination means. That's what real unfairness means. Many people began to mock Zhang Tao for his obvious loss and his stubborn words. At this point, everyone could see that he was just making trouble and distorting the facts. Even the exam officials couldn't stand it anymore. They were stirring up trouble. They were trying to ruin their jobs. Is this even human? If he were to continue talking here, he would have succeeded in stirring up trouble. Wouldn't that mean that in the end, they would have to wipe out the records of all the players who had previously participated in the talent competition and then have a new fight, letting them all use the same weapons? Isn't this pure nonsense? You are here to cause trouble on purpose, right? Soon someone took action. Quickly pull this troublemaker out and let him calm down. If he causes trouble again, he will be disqualified from participating in subsequent events. As the order was given, several strong bodyguards came up and pulled Zhang Tao back. At this moment, Leon also walked down from the duel stage. In an instant, he was surrounded by reporters who swarmed over. One by one, they rushed forward with crazy looks, throwing out the devices in their hands and asking sharp questions nonstop. This contestant, do you really think so? Chao Guoang has never caught your eye from the beginning, right? Can you comment on the other contestants' abilities? Do you think you can make it to the finals? Who do you think is stronger, you or Xiaoyang? Chapter 153, The Truth is Revealed. In an instant, countless questions were thrown at him. Liang frowned, as he heard a lot of confusing words. Again, he never said anything that clearly showed disdain for other players. These people have the same understanding as Chao Guoang, and they all feel that they said something behind his back. At this time, we have to ask the culprit, and Liang is already locked on one person. He raised his head and looked around, looking at people in all directions, looking for Zhang Tao's shadow. Not long after, Zhang Tao was seen being carried out by the staff, cursing. Liang took a deep breath and spoke. I'm here to clarify. You may have heard some gossip about me before, saying I insulted other contestants or looked down on others. I want to clarify that I didn't say anything. I don't know who said these provocative words, so just take them for granted. Don't believe them. Although he doesn't want to prove anything to others, nor does he want to defend himself, it doesn't matter to him and he doesn't care. But naturally, one would not do nothing when knowing that someone is deliberately trying to trick him. Fake. As soon as Liang said this, the crowd started talking. In fact, when the news first came out, many people didn't know there was a mistake, but as it spread more and more, everyone had this impression. Now thinking about it, it was indeed a very bad thing for Liang, who would say something insulting to other players and praising themselves for no reason. If you think about it carefully, you will know that this is not just intentional to attract negative attention, right? Soon, some people began to react slowly. Shit, could it be that there's something else going on? Thinking about it carefully, it actually makes sense. What he said at the time was really outrageous now that I think about it. It doesn't sound like something a normal player would say at all. Indeed, where did this news come from? Who released it? Does anyone know? Wait a minute. I remember it was another contestant from the same group who said that. Who? I think his name was Zhang Tao. Oh right, he's the one who was carried away for causing trouble, just now. In an instant, everyone suddenly understood. Holy crap. I see. Fuck you. After all this time, we've been used as pawns. We've been set up. Damn it. That's too cruel. Try this. Gao really overestimated it. He just didn't like Liang, so he deliberately made some slanderous remarks. We and all the audience were used as pawns and really believed his lies. The truth came out, and everyone was horrified. After all this time, they were taken advantage of and good people were wronged. Damn it, I'm guilty. I really believed what that person said, and even thought Liang was strong, but not a good person. Me too. I was wondering why a strong person would say such things everywhere. Usually only the weak like to act all the time. Strong people are usually silent. I've always felt something was wrong. This one-sided account is too far-fetched. I haven't seen anyone say anything about it myself. You shouldn't believe what others say. This is despicable. This kind of person must be punished. This is extremely evil. He almost ruined the reputation of another player because of his rumors. I almost got taken advantage of by him. I support the execution of justice. This time, everyone and Liang confirmed the truth of the matter. Sure enough, it was Zhang Tao who was causing trouble again. Liang's eyes were cold, testing his bottom line again and again. Well, now that he's back this time, some things should have been settled. At this time, Lu Xian in the backstage also had a panoramic view of the entire process and understood the cause and result of the incident. This Zhang Tao is truly lawless and evil. He exploits everyone just to satisfy his own jealousy. He's useless. He didn't expect to stumble upon such a disgusting thing. Even he couldn't help but feel unlucky. If it were someone else, he might not even bother to care about it. If he did, it would be a disgrace to his status. But Zhang Tao dragged Li Yang into this just to set a trap for Li Yang and deliberately destroy Li Yang's reputation, which he couldn't stand anymore. You know, he also spent a lot of effort for Li Yang. How could he just watch others destroy his efforts? Soon, he started operating on the tablet. The background shown in Zhang Tao's profile is quite interesting. The legendary guild and Jianghai are both well-known forces. Is this his confidence? Originally, the higher-ups said they were going to conduct a strict investigation into the illegal cooperation and operation of professionals. I was worried about who to call for action. At the same time, as the influence of the incident and the condemnation grew louder and louder, the event organizers had to face the pressure and discuss how to deal with it. Zhang Tao was wrong in the first place. The situation was extremely bad and had a huge impact. Everyone was asking for an explanation, so they naturally had no choice but to sacrifice their own strategy to save their own. This contestant named Zhang Tao is really unruly. We must boycott him. We cannot tolerate anyone who uses dirty tricks to destroy the reputation of other contestants when they can't compare with others in terms of real talent. From now on, Zhang Tao is officially blacklisted and disqualified from participating in all competitions. All subsequent competitions will reject his applications. Please take this as a warning. Soon, the organizer issued such an announcement and responded very quickly. You know, the talent competition has just begun, and such a misunderstanding has happened all of a sudden. If they don't respond quickly, it may affect their entire competition. The comments below the official account were also positive. Well done. This should have been done a long time ago. Too arrogant. I really don't know how someone like that made it into the talent competition. I suggest adding a new rule to the talent competition in the future. Pre-screen the contestant's moral character. I've learned a lot. There really are all kinds of people out there. What's more, some people directly made emoticons out of Zhang Tao's green tea-like behavior in front of the camera and his outrageous denunciations. This matter is over. It has to be admitted that Li Yang also underestimated Zhang Tao's ability to stir up trouble. He was so angry that he laughed. I really didn't know whether to say that the other person was stupid or what. At this moment, Li Yang was sitting on a chair and resting. As a contestant, the staff naturally would not watch him being harassed by these reporters and media, and they all stood around him to help him block the crowd. And just at this moment, Chao Guang suddenly walked over. After what happened just now, he also understood that what Li Yang said about looking down on him and saying bad things about him were all lies by people with ulterior motives. What the purpose is already obvious. He then took the initiative to say, "I'm sorry. I blamed you for not finding out the truth. I'm sorry, but you're really strong, not on the same level as me. I accept defeat wholeheartedly." He said sincerely. Li Yang waved his hand. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it's good to understand. It's already very respectful for the other party to apologize. He is not the kind of person who cares about trivial matters, so he just let the matter go. At this time, the host walked onto the central stage again. Everyone, welcome to the talent competition. The group stage has concluded. Below is the list of those who have advanced. Chapter 154. Group stage ends advance. Xiao Yang, Li Yang, Yu Xiaohe, Zhang Liang, Qin Dian. The winners of the 10 groups have been decided. These are the ones who have emerged from among countless geniuses through layers of screening. Next up is the real highlight, the real talent competition. These 10 qualified players will continue to participate in the next elimination round. The first day of the talent competition, despite numerous twists and turns, finally ended perfectly. But tomorrow is the highlight. Many people stayed outside the venue without sleeping, waiting for tomorrow. The contestants dispersed and went back to rest. Li Yang returned to the outside of the hotel. To his surprise, there was a large group of reporters waiting outside his hotel. These people are so scary that they even found out where he lives. Having said that, I have now advanced to the top 10 of the talent competition. This is understandable. I believe that it should be the same for other players as well. Li Yang knew that this was a helpless thing. People really shouldn't be too famous. Li Yang felt emotional and returned to his hotel room. Not long after, I received another call. I took a look and saw that it was Lu Xian calling. Congratulations. Congratulations, Li Yang. I was right about you. You've made the cut. Lu Xian's enthusiastic voice came. It's okay, I'm just lucky. People say I win without fighting. Li Yang laughed at himself. Hearing this, Lu Xian paused and continued. You mean the one about Wang Meili? It's a little strange. I don't know if you've heard of Wang Meili's identity. The forces behind her have made some big moves recently. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Of course Li Yang knew. Isn't the underground king of Jianghai behind Wang Meili? As for any big moves, it is nothing more than investigating Wang Meili's affairs. Really? Li Yang said without surprise. Forget it. I won't tell you about this. You don't understand it. Lu Xian said. Do you have time to come out? I'll take you somewhere. Now. Liang was stunned. Yes, I'll pick you up later. Okowo. Liang agreed. As long as it doesn't affect tomorrow's game. After hanging up the phone, Liang sat on the sofa and waited. Only about 10 minutes later, Lu Xian called again. Arrive. Liang responded and went downstairs. Lu Xian drove a military off-road vehicle with full fanfare. There's still many reporters here, squatting here, waiting for me to come out. When he saw Liang, his attitude was crazy. Liang finally squeezed into the car with a dark face. Lu Xian drove away and looked at the crazy reporters chasing the car behind him. Liang was sweating profusely. Lu Xian laughed and teased. You're so famous now, you become a well-known figure. I almost don't see you anymore. Liang shrugged helplessly. It's not that exaggerated. It's just a bunch of rabble trying to create a buzz. He knew in his heart that there were many powerful people in this world, and the reason so many people surrounded him at this time was just to take advantage of the popularity of the genius competition. After this is over, who will remember you and who will care about you? He still has self-awareness and will not get cocky because of what happened this time. Well, being able to think of these points shows that your character is very good. At least among the people I know, you have surpassed most people. I've seen too many people who, because of a momentary success, became complacent and ended up making things worse, ruining a good hand. Lu Xian sighed. By the way, where are we going? Liang asked in confusion. Lu Xian should know that he still has to participate in the competition tomorrow, so he shouldn't take himself to a far place. But he still had to ask. Lu Xian understood what he was worried about and waved his hand. Don't worry, it's very close, near Jianghai City. It will take less than half an hour to get there. I promise it won't delay you for too long. Yeah, Liang nodded. At this time, Lu Xian glanced at him and couldn't help but said, Liang, I watched your performance in the talent competition today. To be honest, I was very surprised, and I'm a little impressed by you. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Liang joked. Ha, that's true, but when I was young, I was also one of the most talented people. Lu Xian laughed heartily. But your upgrade speed is indeed very fast. I heard you went to the Professionals Association again yesterday and performed the second transformation ceremony there. Is that true? Did you succeed? Yes, it's true. Liang nodded and said frankly, this is all thanks to you. It was you who introduced me to Qingran. I have to say, that place is indeed a great place for leveling up. That's why I was able to level up so quickly. Lu Xian nodded with a complicated expression, both relieved and surprised. You don't have to thank me. You've reached this point through your own hard work. I just helped out. Someone like you can achieve great success no matter where you go. I believe this will also be true in the talent competition. No wonder you won those matches today so beautifully. You're truly a second-level professional. Few professionals your age can withstand your damage. Their levels are usually around level 60 or 70, barely past the first level, while you've already reached the second level. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. The other players probably never dreamed that one of their opponents would be a second-level professional. This kind of thing rarely happens in history. Although the strength of a professional is not only determined by level, it is also closely related to the strength of the profession. But quantitative changes can also lead to qualitative changes. When a level reaches a certain level, level suppression will become more and more effective. As a level 1 professional, even if you're SSS level, you cannot directly deal with a level 100A level professional. Not to mention professionals like Liang who are already very powerful. You know, back then in the trial camp of Jianghai No. 1 middle school, he witnessed Liang, who was not even at level 10 at that time, kill an evil demon. It can be said that he is extremely powerful. Liang's basic skills have surpassed most people. Combined with level suppression, it is even more powerful. Thinking of this, he felt more and more confident. Liang might really make it to the finals. By then, he will be able to help Liang get that opportunity. Thinking of this, he began to give instructions. Liang, tomorrow, with your strength, as expected, there's a high probability that you'll end up facing Xiao Yang and the others. You must be careful. SS-level geniuses are not that simple. Although you've completed the second transformation and can be said to be one in a million, you can't be too careless. Liang nodded. Of course I understand this. No matter what he does, he always thinks it through in advance and knows what to do. Well, that's fine. Do your best. After the talent competition is over, I'll take you to meet an important person. Chapter 155, Secret Space, A Different World. Not long after, the car stopped in a huge underground parking lot. Li Yong followed Lu Xian to a house that was very simple both in appearance and interior. Lu Xian swiped his card to open the door, and after walking in, he found a small compartment inside. This is a small elevator. It can probably accommodate about 5 people at a time. Li Yong was originally confused, wondering what he could do in this place. It looked quite remote, with nothing to see. When Li Yong saw the elevator, he felt something was wrong. From the outside, their building only had 2 floors at most. Why did they need an elevator for a 2-story building? Li Yong followed Lu Xian in. Lu Xian pressed the button on the elevator. The elevator started moving, and Li Yong felt himself sinking down. Sure enough, this is a different world. He didn't know that this place actually had an underground floor. After a while, the elevator door opened. The scene inside is eye-opening and bright. The lights are bright, and the atmosphere is filled with decadence and extravagance. The space here is so large that it can be used as an airport. If you don't come here in person and see these with your own eyes, it is hard to imagine that there is such a scene here. And here, it is also bustling and passionate, with people everywhere. Among them, there are not only dragon people, but also some foreigners. For example, the waiters here don't look like East Asians. Incredible. The moment Li Yong saw this, he was stunned for a moment. Are you surprised? Lu Xian said. I had a similar reaction when I first learned about this place. Even people who were born and raised in Jianghai City and have lived there for decades might not know it exists. Indeed, Li Yong said. That's true. He has lived here for a long time and has never heard of this place. What on earth is this place for? Lu Xian said. You can understand it as a large entertainment venue, open only to all VIP guests. Entertainment venue? Yes, it is during normal times, but during the talent competition, it is also a large-scale public betting conference. During the talent competition, there will be a 24-hour betting session here. As for the content of the betting, it is naturally related to the talent competition. Here, there will be people who specialize in collecting information on the contestants of the talent competition. That is, the top 10 who came out today, including you. They will compile the collected information into a folk odds list. The folk odds list. Liam Wutteret. Hearing this term, he seemed to understand something more or less. This so-called odds list. It should refer to the win-loss rate of the talent competition based on the player's strength. The higher the winning rate, the lower the odds, and vice versa. This kind of list is not the first time Li Yong has come across it. The last time I learned about something of this nature was not long ago in Qingran. That's so-called investment. What does it mean that Lu Xian brought me here? Lu Xian patted his shoulder. Let's go in first. Li Yong nodded and followed Lu Xian in. Along the way, he looked at the surrounding scenes curiously. There are gambling tables everywhere. Not only that, he also saw a huge screen on one of the walls. And what is displayed on the screen? These are the people who will be participating in the follow-up competition of the competitive talent competition today. There was even a headshot on it. And not only that, the contestant's name, age, related occupation, affiliated faction, and even some case analysis of the contestant were all clearly written. Finally, each player is marked with an odds prediction, from high to low, for the gamblers here to choose in turn. Li Yong was also surprised when he saw it. It had only been a short time, but the information was collected so clearly. It turned out that in this era, personal information was really transparent. But if you think about it carefully, it is understandable. People who are on this list are basically well-known. As long as you collect them deliberately, you can find them. What Li Yong finds interesting is his own module. As someone who advanced from the group stage today, he was naturally included in the list. I glanced at my own information. Contestant, Li Yong. Age, 18 plus. He graduated from Jianghai No. 1 middle school. Rumor has it that he once awakened an SSS level talent, but it ultimately came to nothing. Seeing this, Li Yong paused slightly. He even knew this, which seemed to indicate that he had indeed collected information. He continued to look down. In the group stage, he easily defeated 5 opponents, including Zhang Tao, an S-class player, and Chao Guang, a player from the international class. His duels were incredibly effortless, with each one essentially being an instant kill. He shows great potential. Weaknesses. It is understood that this player's class is very average, relying on level advantages and artifacts to defeat opponents. He might be able to win against some ordinary geniuses, but he would likely be much worse against other geniuses who can also stand out. Odds, 70%. Odds is hunking, 70. After seeing this, Li Yong couldn't help laughing. First of all, I have to admit that the person who collected this information did put a lot of effort into it. The above description is quite similar to my own situation, but if I can really collect all the information completely just by relying on information from the outside world, then it would be weird. The final ranking actually gave me 7th place. Odds 70%. He continued to look up. The first place with the lowest odds is undoubtedly the genius, Xiao Yang from Luyan Pavilion. A name, Xiao Yang. Occupation, SS level swordsman. Odds 10%. The genius of Luyan Pavilion is undoubtedly a true talent, having won 5 consecutive group matches. Legend has it that he is not only powerful and talented, but also incredibly hardworking, spending nearly every spare moment in the leveling area. He is the first professional in Jianghai City to achieve a first transformation, and theoretically, the fastest leveling professional. However, this title of first transformation has recently been disputed. However, his strength is unquestionable. As a rare SS level professional, he deserves everyone's trust. 10% odds. TSK. Liang couldn't help but shake his head. There were only 10 contestants in total, and his odds were only 10%. It seems that everyone is optimistic about this phenomenal talent from Luyan Pavilion. At this time, Lu Xian beside him stopped and said, "You've seen it, right? That's the odds leaderboard, and your ranking is on it, but 7th is a bit low." Li Yang smiled helplessly. You know, this kind of thing is always a prediction. The situation in actual combat is ever-changing, and no one can fully predict it. Well said. Lu Xian agreed. I brought you here not only to show you this list, but also to tell you that we hope you can represent us in the battle. Chapter 156, Lu Xian's Choice. What? Liang didn't quite understand. What does this mean? In his impression, Lu Xian was someone from the military, nothing else. The military will not participate in such activities. As expected, Lu Xian explained. When I say we, I'm not referring to the military side, but the other level I personally belong to. Other levels. Liang's heart moved, and he almost understood what Lu Xian meant. Since it has nothing to do with the military, it is something outside of Lu Xian's work. He doesn't understand this, and it's not appropriate for him to ask. Having said that, he still didn't know Lu Xian's identity. He only knew that his position in the army might be quite high. As for other personal aspects, he knew nothing about it. Well, I'm not in a position to say more, but you just need to know that by representing us in the competition tomorrow, every win you make will be beneficial to us, and we will give you a fair reward, Lu Xian said. Can. Li Yang no dead. Many things cannot be explained in a short time. He can understand. Lu Xian has helped me so much, so it's okay for me to lend a hand. Okay. Lu Xian smiled. Then come with me. I'll take you somewhere. Immediately afterwards, under the guidance of Lu Xian, Liang followed him to an exquisitely decorated box. Lu Xian knocked on the door. Not long after, there was a click from the crack of the door, the sound of unlocking. Then, the door opened slowly and automatically. Come. As Lu Xian spoke, he took the lead and stepped into the door. His movements were very familiar, and it seemed that this was not his first time here. Liang followed in, and instantly a lively sound reached his ears. The room was soundproofed so well that even standing outside the door one could not hear a sound, but once the door was opened, the sound of conversation came rushing in. The room was bright and spacious, with luxurious decorations. Under the bright lights, a group of people in elegant attire sat. They were having a pleasant conversation at the moment, laughing from time to time. "Oh, isn't this our brother Lu here?" Seeing Lu Xian coming in, a man greeted him with a smile. Lu Xian chuckled and sat down in an empty seat nearby. Liang also sat in the seat next to him. "Hey, who is this?" Looking at Liang, the man pointed with the cigar in his hand. "This is Liang," Lu Xian introduced. As soon as he said this, the man frowned, covered his head, and thought, as if he was trying hard to remember something. Suddenly, he looked up, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, I remember now. He's the contestant in the talent competition, right? I saw him advance from the group stage today. There really is such a person." "Well, hello, contestant Liang," the man said with a smile. "Hello, Li Yang no dead." Lu Xian introduced him to him. "This is Chun Hong, the helmsman of Human. You can call him Mr. Chun." At this moment, another middle-aged man spoke. As he spoke, he made a look of regret. "Hey, Lu Xian, so he's the player you're optimistic about." Lu Xian admitted generously. "Why, Master Zhou, do you have any advice?" No. The middle-aged man called Master Zhou smiled and waved his hand. "I don't have any opinions. Of course I respect Brother Lu's choice. After all, I have no right to tell you what to do. If you make your own choice, you have to bear the consequences yourself. Of course I know this, so you don't have to worry about it. Lu Xian said lightly. I remember the odds rankings were just released today. Li Young? Oh, isn't that the player with 70% odds? That's pretty cool. I don't know if he was mocking or joking when Master Zhou suddenly said this. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around immediately began to whisper to each other. Li Young? Indeed, the list shows the odds are as high as 70%. That's amazing. With odds as high as 70%, he's just a marginal player. Lu Xian, did he choose the wrong person? There are so many potential players, but he didn't choose Xiao Yang. Even if he couldn't get someone like Xiao Yang, at least the top 3 shouldn't be a problem for him. Why did he choose this person? The people on the field were talking quietly. Lu Xian's expression did not change, as if he had expected this scene a long time ago. He spoke lightly. After all, rankings are manually compiled data and are not completely accurate. Who can guarantee that the online rankings are the final ones? If that were the case, there would be no need for the competition. Seeing this, Chen Hong came out and spoke. Brother Lu is right. I think it depends on the player's condition and whether they have any hidden tricks up their sleeves. The final rankings vary from year to year, so we can't jump to conclusions. That's right. Master Zhou nodded and said with a hint of pride on his face. But the lower the odds, the safer it is. We've specifically found a player with relatively low odds, Zhang Liang. Do you all know him? As soon as these words were spoken, people quickly came out to speak. Zhang Liang. I know he's one of the 3 with the lowest odds. Third, second only to the 2 geniuses from Yuyan Pavilion. Yes, he is the one with the greatest chance of reaching the finals. Master Zhou is great. He even invited Zhang Liang to support him. That's really good. Master Zhou soon became elated. Brother Lu, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's still not too late to find someone else before a decision is made. Although you don't have many options left, haha. Since I have brought people here, it means I have made the decision. Lu Xian continued. Also, don't misjudge Li Yang. He is much stronger than you think. Really? Brother Lu, I believe in your vision, so I'll wait and see. Master Zhou said with a smile. In his opinion, Lu Xian was originally a very reliable person, but in this matter, he was also a little bit stupid. Could it be that they really had no other choice, so they found a marginal player to fill in the numbers? It's totally off the mark. Although the odds do not represent everything, anyone with a discerning eye knows that the lower the odds, the more reliable they are. Chen Hong chuckled and said, speaking of which, Luoyuan Pavilion's attitude is still arrogant. The 2 contestants with the highest chances of winning are not even joining the team. Of course, they have the right to be arrogant. 2 SS-level professional players took 1st and 2nd place respectively. No matter which player they went over, they can basically rest easy. That's true. This is actually fairer. Chapter 157. The Attention of All. The Powerful Genius of Luoyuan Pavilion. The next day, the 2nd day of the talent competition, was even more lively than the 1st day. Before daybreak, the duel arena was already packed with people. Compared to yesterday, the number of people today has increased instead of decreased. Many people are waiting for today's final. Everyone wants to know which contestant will be the final winner. The discussion was endless. Everyone's face was full of excitement, and there was madness in their eyes. Hey, I've finally made it this day. I didn't sleep all night last night and have dark circles under my eyes. But even so, the excitement in my heart hasn't subsided at all. Is it about to start? Finally, today's competition is going to be much faster. These 10 players are all geniuses who have emerged from the group stage. I have to say, this talent competition is truly brutal. They sift through the weaker players layer by layer. Those who manage to make it through are incredibly talented, beyond dispute. Is there any need to see this? It's obvious that the 2 geniuses from Luoyuan Pavilion will win the finals. Aren't we here to see them outsmart their opponents? Really? This year's contestants are just unlucky to have encountered such a monster. Before the talent competition even started, everyone in the stadium couldn't contain their excitement and started talking about it. Just then, a powerful music sounded. Everyone immediately became excited. Here it comes, it's starting. It's about to begin. In an instant, everyone focused their attention and reacted in unison, all turning their eyes to the large stage in the center of the venue. Suddenly, the lights converged and shone onto the ring. Welcome to the talent competition. Our group stage concluded yesterday, and 10 exceptionally gifted individuals have emerged. What sparks will these talented individuals create today as they clash and collide? Stay tuned. A host in a black dress walked to the front and spoke passionately with the microphone. Woohoo! Serve it up quickly. I can't wait. I want to see rivers of blood. Jianghai is the #1 genius, and the first on the newcomer list must be our Xiao Yangge. The audience responded enthusiastically, and the atmosphere on the stage was very lively. The host's voice continued to ring out. I've heard your enthusiasm, and I'm sure you're all just as eager as I am. Without further ado, let's welcome our contestants to the stage. The host had just finished speaking. Under the ring, a door suddenly opened. The figures of several contestants also appeared in front of everyone. The contestants walked out slowly. This was accompanied by the crazy screams of the audience. Here it comes. It's finally here. They have such a strong aura. They deserve to be the team that made it out of the group stage. Their mental outlook is just different. I'm already looking forward to it. The contestants walked out one by one and came to the edge of the ring. At this time, the players were also looking at each other and sizing up the other players who were about to compete against them. At this time, Liang also noticed Xiao Yang and Yu Xiaohe. Similarly, they also noticed Liang. Yu Xiaohe recognized Liang the moment she saw him and said with some surprise, "Is it you?" Liang glanced at her and nodded. I did have some minor conflicts with the people from Luyan Pavilion a few days ago. But since he was recognized, he didn't plan to hide. At this time, Xiao Yang also came forward. What's wrong, Xiaohe? Yu Xiaohe hesitated for a moment and then spoke. He is Liang. You also know what happened a few days ago. Hearing this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but react, and then looked at Liang. Then he said it nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? It doesn't matter. There's no real reason for this thing. You don't have to fight over who gets the turret first. Only those who aren't very strong and are vain would try to grab it. Well, after today, everything will be explained. It won't affect my ranking first in the talent competition. Soon, today's talent competition began. There are fewer people this time, only 10 in total. Everyone is mixed together, and the competition is decided by drawing lots. If you lose, you will be eliminated directly. If you win, you can continue to the next game. The host's voice sounded again. Time's up. Now all contestants, please come up to the stage and draw your numbers. Upon hearing this, the contestants stepped forward and took out a note from a cabinet one by one. When it was Li Yang's turn, he drew a number 6. His opponent is contestant number 6 named Zhang Liang. The first game to take place was between Yu Xiaohe and another contestant. Liang and other contestants were waiting in their seats near the stage. Today's game will be much more exciting. There's only one arena from beginning to end. The attention of hundreds of thousands of people in the entire venue was focused together. For the players, it is also a scene that tests their mentality. After all, this time, tens of thousands of people were watching their every move. Naturally, the pressure will surge and you will inevitably feel nervous. Even small mistakes will become topics of conversation. Yu Xiaohe didn't seem to be very restrained and seemed quite calm. As a genius who is the center of attention, she has long been accustomed to other people's eyes. But her opponent is different. Her opponent was also a woman, but he seemed even more nervous. His movements were a little stiff, and he kept blinking, looking a little unnatural. After all, in such a situation, this was her first match, and the one she met was Yu Xiaohe, an SS-level professional genius from Luyan Pavilion. Anyone who comes here will probably feel a lot of pressure, which is understandable. After a while, the contestant was defeated as expected. Yu Xiaohe's attack was extremely fierce. He wielded the sword in his hand in many different ways. Combined with his flexible movements, it was like he was dancing, which was amazing. Her opponent only lasted a few moves before being knocked off the ring. In this game, Yu Xiaohe lived up to everyone's expectations and won a complete victory. Soon, cheers broke out from the audience. So cool. Well deserved. Is this a true genius? They're truly on a different level. So amazing. Apart from their internal fighting, I'm afraid no one can do anything about these two contestants from Luyan Pavilion. As the referee announced the result of the first game, Yu Xiaohe smiled gently. Before leaving, she looked at her defeated opponent and spoke calmly. Your mind is in turmoil, otherwise you could have taken a few more of my strikes. The contestant gave a wry smile. Yes, but just hold on a little longer. I really envy a genius like you who has been the center of attention since birth. Ordinary people like me have always lacked your pride. The first round of the talent competition is over. Right from the start, Yu Xiaohe demonstrated his powerful sword skills. This made many waiting contestants secretly gasp in amazement. From another perspective, even if they were to face Yu Xiaohe, they probably wouldn't be much better than the current one. What followed was the start of the second game. The referee's voice sounded over the radio. Race 2, contestant number 5 and contestant number 6. Liang heard the voice and stood up. Contestant number 5 is him. This battle is a duel between him and Zhang Liang. Chapter 158. Isn't this a coincidence? Master Zhou's expression is so gloomy. In this match, the battle between Li Yang and Zhang Liang also attracted a lot of people's attention. As a player with the lowest odds on the odds list, Zhang Liang is considered the player most likely to reach the finals besides the two geniuses from Lian Pavilion. Not surprisingly, it has received a lot of positive attention. Liang also attracted a lot of attention because he defeated Chao Guowang from the international class in a duel and became the final winner, so he naturally received a lot of attention. However, in comparison, there are many controversies here. Many people think that he is not pragmatic and won the game by relying on external forces. It's finally Li Yang's turn. I've been waiting for him. He was showing off in the group stage before, and now there's finally someone to take care of him. That's right. Strictly speaking, the other players have won 5 games, but he only won 4 to enter this promotion match. It's not very fair to the other players. Indeed, but it doesn't matter. If you don't have real strength, you will naturally be exposed when you meet other real masters. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Liang should win this match. There's a lot of discussion on the field. At the same time, backstage at the venue, Lu Xian looked at the situation in the duel and curled his lips helplessly. To be honest, even they didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the two of them were drawn together. However, although Zhang Liang is indeed very strong, he is still more optimistic about Liang, who should not be eliminated in the first round. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Xian frowned. Who would call him at this time? There are only a few people who know him. He picked up the phone and answered the call. Soon, Master Zhou's smiling voice sounded from the other end. Haha, Master Zhou, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Your little guy was a bit unlucky. He drew our Zhang Liang right away. But don't worry, I already told him in advance to show mercy and not to bring shame upon you. When Lu Xian heard the voice from the other end of the phone, his face darkened and he almost hung up in anger. Master Zhou, why are you showing off here instead of doing anything? You're just bored, aren't you? Hey, old Lu, what you said is a little wrong. I'm just concerned about you and want to take care of you. You're really making me sad by saying this. Go away, get out of here. The game hasn't even started yet, and you're already popping champagne here, right? Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's too early to be happy now, and it will only be more embarrassing later. Lu Xian said unhappily. Oh, it's my fault. I should have waited until the game was over before coming to see you. Haha, I won't bother you for now. Beep. Lu Xian exhaled and his face darkened slightly. It's getting more and more outrageous. They're hitting me right in the face. In the past, I would never do this. Isn't it just that you think your own players have a better chance of winning? He thought that he could win over me this way and came to show off in front of me. He was too lazy to say anything. Let's wait for the result of the game. Soon, Li Yang and Zhang Liang were standing on the ring at the same time. Are you Liang? Zhang Liang had an uncontrollable smile on his face, almost laughing out loud. He was worried that he would be eliminated in the first round, but he was matched with a very bad player at the bottom of the table right from the start. It would be a lie to say that he was unhappy, but in such a public place, he still had to control himself and not laugh out loud, as it would be too obvious. The duel had not yet begun, and both sides were in the preparation stage. Zhang Liang spoke with a smile. Hello, Liang. Don't worry. I'll let you go for a couple of moves later. Master Zhou specifically told me not to let you lose too badly if I meet you again. Oh. Hearing this, Liang finally couldn't help laughing. Then I really have to thank you for your care, right? Zhang Liang acted generous and waved his hand. Hey, friendship comes first, competition comes second. That's the way it should be. Okay, then I promise you that I will try my best to prevent you from losing too badly, Liang said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Liang's face instantly fell. His face changes faster than Flying Thunder God. His face was full of disbelief, and he suspected that he had heard it wrongly. What did you say? I don't understand. I said, I'll be gentler later. Liang repeated it calmly. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Liang's eyes widened. This is not right. At this point, he understood clearly that Liang was fighting back against him. In an instant, a feeling of humiliation and anger appeared on his face, and his face turned slightly red. In his opinion, what he had just said was already giving enough face, and Li Yang's reaction was simply shameless. In his opinion, their status was not equal from the beginning. I am a contestant who can enter the top 3. Even if I say a word to Li Yang, I'll be giving him face. And Li Yang, a lowly and worthless scumbag, actually dared to fight back against him. He was so ungrateful. He laughed out of anger. Okay, in that case, let's wait and see. I'm waiting for you to give me a couple of moves. Let's see if you really have the strength to say such things. Soon, the preparation time was over. The referee stepped forward, stood between the two men, and swung the flag in his hand downwards. 3, 2, 1, the duel begins. Liang raised his head and looked at Zhang Liang. Come on, I'll let you have a move first. To be honest, in his eyes, Zhang Liang is not much different from the players he met in the previous group stage. At most, they changed from cats and dogs to cats and dogs holding weapons. He came well prepared this time, and the experience he gained from going to Qingran had brought him a lot. This is also the time to show the results of his hard work. You're shameless. Prepare to pay the price for your actions. Zhang Liang roared angrily. Originally, he followed Master Zhou's instructions and didn't want the other party to lose too badly. I didn't expect the other party to be such a stupid person, so don't blame him for being ruthless. He moved his hand. An exquisitely crafted stick appeared in his hand, its smooth surface emitting a cold chill. In order to get a good ranking in the talent competition, he also made some preparations. This weapon is obviously a brilliant level weapon, and it's an offensive weapon. Haute explosion. Chapter 159. Both are hiding their weaknesses. Who is the better one? Whoosh! Zhang Liang's figure was like a gust of wind, extremely fast and unpredictable, and he brought a strong wind with him as he rushed towards Li Yang. Oh my goodness, this is serious. After seeing this scene, some viewers discovered the key point. His speed is at least twice as fast as it was in the group stage. Sure enough, many players started hiding their abilities during the group stage. That's right. The more information you reveal, the more likely others will come up with corresponding methods. Therefore, the less you reveal, the greater your chances of winning, and you can catch your opponent off guard. Looking at Zhang Liang, who was coming like a bullet, there was not much fluctuation in Li Yang's eyes, as if everything was under his control. Speed is your advantage? I'm sorry, but you've got the wrong person. Li Yang smiled faintly, and a force of wind element covered his body. When Zhang Liang swung his stick towards him, the next moment, Li Yang moved. He flashed and disappeared from the spot. Zhang Liang was stunned when he saw this. Suddenly, Li Yang disappeared. He subconsciously thought that Li Yang was using some sleight of hand or some means of invisibility. At this moment, the encounter just now was not so simple in the eyes of the audience outside. No, this speed. He's not invisible or using some kind of sleight of hand. He's clearly moving incredibly fast, so fast he's practically invisible to the naked eye. It's terrifying. If we weren't standing up here, we could have a clear view of the scene on the ring below. We wouldn't understand at all if we were there ourselves. What a fast speed, even faster than Zhang Liang. Many people were shocked. Someone quickly reacted and retrieved the replay from the live broadcast room. There will be a lot of live broadcasts recording the entire talent competition process. Capture the previous part from the recording and then slow it down 10 times, 100 times. Finally, I could clearly see Li Yang's movements. In an instant, another wave arose. Because someone discovered that with Li Yang's speed, when he dodged Zhang Liang's attack just now, he could easily hit Zhang Liang from behind. But Li Yang did not do so, which left many people confused for a while. You have the opportunity to sneak a back-to-back attack, but you don't do it. What are you doing? Is it too stable? Or what? In the audience seats below the ring, several other contestants were also watching the situation on the ring intently. After all, they may encounter every opponent, so when other players are fighting, it is very valuable to study the opponent's moves. It is more convenient to come up with countermeasures in advance in the next game to avoid panicking and being hit by information asymmetry. When they first met just now, Yu Xiaohe was slightly shocked by this scene. Even though she was respected as a genius by many, she was shocked by Li Yang's speed just now. If it were her, she would definitely not be able to move at such a fast speed. You know, in actual combat, not only strength but speed is also an extremely important factor. As long as the speed is fast enough, you can ensure that you have more room to operate, and even use this to defeat the strong with the weak. Seeing this, her eyes became more serious. It seemed that there was a reason why Li Yang's upgrade speed was so fast. Although she also didn't understand why Li Yong didn't seize the good opportunity just now and strike before Zhang Liang could react. At this time, Zhang Liang was obviously at a loss. But she thought that even with this, Zhang Liang wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily. Xiao Yang next to him just took a look and then looked away. That's all, just some inferior techniques. Pavilion Master Yuan even specifically told us to be careful of him. Now it seems that we were just worrying too much. As he spoke, the calmness in his eyes seemed to have seen through everything. As the saying goes, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. At this time, Liang stopped. He had just blocked his vision and used the power of the wind element to move quickly, making it difficult for Zhang Liang's eyes to follow him. Therefore, he gave the other party the illusion that he had disappeared. However, this approach actually has loopholes, because no matter how fast he runs, there will be the sound of footsteps. After a long time, other people will naturally find something wrong. After adapting, the capable ones will be able to know his position by listening. But during this period, he had countless opportunities to attack his opponent. But he did not take the opportunity to attack. He did this just to show it to the other party. Tell the other party that you will keep your word and give in if asked. At this time, Zhang Liang also reacted from his initial confusion. The moment Liang stopped, Zhang Liang turned his head and saw his figure. His expression also became a little more serious. Even though he realized that he had missed an opportunity to attack with his back to the basket, giving the opponent an opportunity to take advantage, Liang did not take advantage of the opportunity. This is enough to prove Li Yang's strength. Judging from this first encounter, he indeed lost. Damn it, I was careless. He secretly sighed, stepped back, and put some distance between them. Then he raised his weapon and stared at Li Yang carefully. Hey, if you have any tricks, just use them. This posture has turned from offense to defense. Really? You better think about it. I've already let you go once, and I won't show mercy this time. Li Yang said with a smile. It's not too late to surrender now. Li Yang placed his hand in front of him and clenched it gently. Then a lightsaber automatically appeared in his palm. A powerful aura instantly covered the entire ring. This is... Below, Yu Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. He was very familiar with the aura emanating from this sword. It is of the same type as his professional sword. She made this judgment based on the similarity of the original aura. However, what surprised her was that the original power of this sword was inherently much stronger than hers, which could not be compensated by strength. This was an essential difference. Liang actually also has a natal sword. Seeing this, Xiao Yang next to him couldn't help but look sideways. This sword, it's basically the same reaction as Yu Xiao. Unexpectedly, Liang could also possess such a sword. You know, both of them are SS level swordsmen. Liang actually has one too. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but put away some of his joking intentions. Perhaps the reason why Yuan reminded them was that he seemed to know something and it was not groundless. The moment Liang took out his sword, the one who could feel the most obvious pressure was naturally Zhang Liang, who was standing not far away from him. He was stunned for a second when Liang appeared. What the hell? Isn't this something only available to two geniuses from Luyan Pavilion? At this time, Liang raised his head slightly, looked at him, and smiled slightly. For a moment, Zhang Liang had a bad feeling. Not good. The next moment, Liang raised the holy sword towards him and slashed it down lightly. Wow! Chapter 160. Easy Victory. Invitation from Luyan Pavilion. Wow! The powerful sword energy appeared instantly and slashed towards Zhang Liang in front. The speed is very fast. Zhang Liang's whole body tensed up. Only when you face the attack yourself can you know how powerful the blow is. It's totally beyond the capability of professionals of their level. He moved and suddenly dodged to the side. But even so, he was still affected by this powerful sword energy. He suddenly flew backwards. With a crisp click sound, the defensive bracelet on his body broke directly. Kill instantly with one hit. After he realized what was happening, he widened his eyes full of unwillingness. Why? He actually lost to Li Yang. In his opinion, this was the game that he should not lose. Why is Li Yang so strong? He still has many cards to play. He also has many plans for other players. A lot of information was originally investigated in advance. At this moment, everything was in vain and none of it was used. Li Yang won this game. Still so fast. One strike decides the outcome. The referee was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and announced the result. Li Yangshen. In an instant, a heated discussion broke out on the field. The early bird catches the worm. This kind of thing, which obviously only exists in toxic chicken soup, actually happened at this moment. Fuck, instant kill. I must be dreaming. Zhang Liang actually lost. The key is that they lost so quickly. This talent competition is really full of hidden talents. Understand. So that's why, from the very beginning, Liang didn't take his opponent seriously. Someone reacted suddenly. Some people had previously wondered why Liang did not pursue the victory at the beginning and chose to let Zhang Liang go. At this moment, everyone understood that Liang was completely confident. It's just like a game. Liang wins. Backstage at the venue, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. This kid, is he so strong now? Although he trusted Liang from the beginning, this victory was too quick. If you're really restless, then it's fine. If you make a big splash, you will die if you touch it. Such an opponent is so scary. He couldn't help but bring in the other players. If he faced such a formidable opponent, he would also be under tremendous pressure. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and picked up the mobile phone next to him. I called back the number that had come to show off earlier. However, after calling twice in a row, no one answered the phone. Lu Xian laughed out loud and then started leaving a message. Hey, Master Zhou, why don't you dare answer the phone? Why don't you answer it? Aren't you very proud of yourself? How come Zhang Liang, whom you're so optimistic about, suddenly collapsed? You should ask him what happened. He can't even withstand a single blow. How can he be considered a genius in our Jianghai city? He looks so weak. Could he have had a stomachache? Ha ha ha. After saying this, he looked relieved. It feels so good. Since yesterday, he has been unhappy with Master Zhou. When I found out that I had chosen a very far behind contestant, I was so proud that I didn't even dare to answer the phone. It's so much fun. He has decided that when they meet again, he will mock the other party and return the favor. At the same time, the power of this sword energy is so strong. Watching Liang walk down nonchalantly, Zhang Liang only felt a strong sense of powerlessness rising in his heart. What can he do no matter how unwilling he is? He can only consider it his bad luck. He originally had great hopes of reaching the finals, but even he himself never expected that he would be eliminated in the first round. He knew in his heart that even if Liang attacked him 10 more times, he would not be able to withstand that sword strike. As for the monster, he could only blame his bad luck for meeting Liang. He had previously thought that he was extremely lucky, but now he immediately became frowning. With this loss, we will enter the loser group and have no hope of making it to the top 3. Thinking of what he had said before and looking at Liang, he couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. I originally thought I had it almost certain, but then I saw Liang threatening to give way to the other side. As a result, it turned out that Liang gave him the advantage. The key point was that he gave him a hand, but he had never fought before. This was the most embarrassing thing. He subconsciously looked away, not daring to meet Liang's gaze. Liang walked down from the duel stage. I found a seat and sat down. The duel on the duel stage is still going on. The next round will only begin after the 5 matches corresponding to the 10 people in the first round are all completed, so that the qualified players can draw lots again. The next 2 players to take the stage were of average ability. This time the fight was not as fast as the duel between Liang and Yu Xiaoa. The difference in strength between the two was very small. In this situation where both sides had similar strength, neither gave in to the other, and the fight went back and forth, which actually provided some entertainment and allowed both sides to demonstrate their basics and professional advantages. Liang took a quick glance and then looked away. At this time, a shadow walked towards him. The genius of Luyan Pavilion, Yu Xiaoha. This was not the first time they met. When they first met at the professional association, the situation was indeed not very harmonious. But Liang is not such a petty person. So, when Yu Xiaoha came up, he didn't show any displeasure, but just glanced at her lightly. Then, Yu Xiaoha said, "Can I sit next to you?" Liang laughed and said, "Why? Do you want to find out about your opponent's strength in advance?" "Okay, you guessed it right." Yu Xiaoha made a helpless expression and sat down next to him. What happened before has nothing to do with our Luyan Pavilion. We were not aware of it. I hope you don't misunderstand it and have a bad feeling about it. Hearing this, Liang also understood what she meant. What he was saying was that when he was in the professional association, his first place was inexplicably replaced by Xiaoyang. He later understood that this matter had nothing to do with Luyan Pavilion, but was a problem with the internal staff of the association. If he held a grudge against Luyan Pavilion for this, he would be looking for trouble. Therefore, he didn't care what had passed was past. Liang waved his hand, It's okay. I still understand the truth. It's come to this point. There's no need to argue about this. Uh-huh. Yu Xiao nodded. Unexpectedly, Liang was easier to talk to than she had imagined, which immediately made a much better impression of him in her mind. By the way, sister, you asked me to ask you if you'd ever wanted to join Lian Pavilion? As long as you come, all the standards and treatment here will be the highest. We will also give you priority in any future profit activities. How about that? Liang didn't say anything. This was something he had not thought of beforehand. The leader of Lian Pavilion actually came to dig himself up. He originally thought that the other party would be unhappy about Xiaoyang's matter. Now it seems that others are indeed people with vision. But he still shook his head. Rather than huddling together for warmth, he prefers to make a fortune quietly. Seeing this, a hint of regret flashed in Yu Xiao's eyes. I see. I thought we could be partners and go on missions together in the future. Liang didn't say anything. At this time, the winner on the stage has been decided. Next, the next group came on stage. The one who appeared this time was none other than the much-anticipated genius, Xiaoyang. Chapter 161, Drawing Lots, Troubled College Teacher. Xiaoyang's opponent is also a strong professional. But just by watching, you can understand how much pressure he is under. From the moment you step onto the ring, he didn't move much, but his forehead was covered in sweat. My legs were still shaking, slightly uncontrollably. The player's ugly behavior was completely reflected in the live broadcast room, allowing countless people to see it clearly. Oh my God, is the pressure so great? Amazing. Is this the genius Xiaoyang? He's already scared his opponent like this before the game even starts. He's shaking like an electric motor. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang also showed a contemptuous smile. That's right, be afraid of me. That's how you people should act when you meet me. He was used to being superior. Soon, the game began. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate at all. He took out his own sword and rushed directly towards his opponent the next moment. He was as straight and upright as a sword, extremely sharp, imposing, and carrying a strong air of pride. The opponent was defeated in every minute. The whole process was over in less than a minute. As expected, Xiaoyang won in the end. And in the audience, the contestants who witnessed Xiaoyang's battle were also secretly shocked. He's too strong. If I meet him, I feel like I can just surrender. I hope I don't run into him in the next game. Let me survive one more round. This Xiaoyang is obviously much stronger than yesterday. As the stage gets bigger and the opponents get stronger, the contestants have more room to show their strengths, which is amazing. Liang watched the whole process, and his mentality remained unchanged. The current situation is that both sides look down on each other. In the backstage control room, Lucian couldn't help but sigh after watching the game. This Xiaoyang is indeed a genius that only appears once in a century. He is indeed very strong. He couldn't help but worry. After this round is over, Liang will most likely face him in the next round. After all, there is no way to avoid this hurdle. If they meet, can Liang still win? Xiaoyang's sword has become sharper. In the VIP room of the venue, after seeing Xiaoyang's performance just now, Yu Yin's eyes lit up. Every time we haven't seen each other for a while, Xiaoyang's rapid growth can be seen very clearly. Is this the potential of true genius? Although her sister Yu Xiaohe is also an SS-level professional, she is still far behind Xiaoyang, because there will be gaps even between people who start from the same starting line. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. Xiaoyang himself has enough strength and confidence. Not long after, the list of players who advanced to the next round of eliminations was announced. Xiao Yang, Yu Xiaohe, Li Yang, Wang Tao, Lin Tian. After a short break, the 5 players will continue to start a new round of qualifying matches. The losing players have left and are waiting for the subsequent loser group matches. At this time, reporters and media were still as crazy as ever. At this point, it's even more positive, standing by the railing with a fierce look in his eyes. If the situation had not been stricter now and there were no staff to stop them, they would have rushed up like a swarm of locusts. During this time, players can rest and adjust their mentality. After all, the more tense the time is, the more likely it is to have mental problems. Some people seem to be doing nothing wrong on the surface and appear very calm. But in fact, I was also a little nervous. Apart from Liang, the other 2 players were also excited when they knew they would be competing against SS-level players. After all, those who can still sit here now are those who have had a smooth journey and have basically never lost. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of people are now waiting to watch their duel. Even if he is a true genius, he is just a young man under the age of 20. The break is over. The host returned to the podium. Break time is up. A new round of competition is about to begin. Please come on stage to draw lots. As soon as the words fell, 5 contestants stepped forward one after another to draw lots. There was a burst of warm cheers in the venue. Luyan Pavilion is awesome. Come on, Xiaoyang. I made a bet with my friend. You will definitely be the final champion. Let's get started. I can't wait to watch the finals. Everyone couldn't wait any longer. What follows will undoubtedly be high-quality games, which will have a strong learning effect for new professionals and will also provide high viewing value. The big one is coming. Everyone gathered their spirits. Hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously fixed their eyes in the same direction. There was also a lot of discussion in the boxes where the top leaders of many forces were. These 5 players are the top professionals in Jianghai City this year. Apart from the 2 from Luyan Pavilion, the 2 geniuses Lin Tian and Wang Chao also have important backgrounds. One is from the Jianghai Chamber of Commerce, and the other is from the Youth Training Army. The only exception is Liang. I can't find out where he came from, but his strength is actually okay. I didn't expect that he would get this far. Yes, and I heard that Luyan Pavilion is ready to poach him. Yeah, hasn't he behaved quite well all the way here? That's right. Why bother fussing over what happened back then? It's all in the past. Who hasn't had a moment of confusion? At this time, several college teachers couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. Yes, isn't the strength and condition that Liang is showing now a typical top student in their eyes? In the past, they would have fought over such a person, but this person happened to be Liang. To be honest, they didn't expect the situation to be like this when they met again, and Liang actually made a comeback. But what they had said before came to mind vividly, making them feel conflicted for a moment. And at this time, Xiaoyang walked quickly in front and was the first to go on stage. His face was as bright as spring breeze and flushed. He walked to the box, reached in, fiddled with it for a while, and took out a white piece of paper with a huge number written on it, 1. The number Xiaoyang drew was 1. There are 5 slips of paper in the box. They are 12,345 respectively. The note corresponding to number 1 is number 2. The one who draws number 2 is Xiaoyang's opponent. Immediately afterwards, the next contestant stepped onto the duel stage. He is Wang Chao. When he came to the box, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and prayed in his heart that he would not draw number 2. Then he reached into the box, and the next moment he took out a note. Number 2. A huge and conspicuous number appeared on the note, and his eyes went dark. Damn, why does everything I don't want come true? If only he had such good luck when he drew the lottery. Seeing him pull out note number 2, Lin Tian in the audience breathed a sigh of relief and gave him a sympathetic look. Next, the pressure on him was much relieved. The worst that could happen was that he would face Yu Xiaohe. Chapter 162. The Cult's Conspiracy, Li Yang's Appearance. Just when Lin Tian was feeling complacent and calculating in his mind. After Wang Chao drew the lot, he walked off the stage. Immediately afterwards, Liang came on stage next. The movements were smooth and there was no drag at all. He walked forward and went straight to the box, reached down and took out a piece of paper. The number on the note was a big 5. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Lin Tian was even more dumbfounded. The number 1 corresponds to the number 2, and the number 3 corresponds to the number 4. The number 5 is pulled out alone, an extra 1. This was actually drawn by Liang, which means that Liang will have a bye in the next round. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Lin Tian widened his eyes and stared at Liang on the stage. I wanted to rush up and snatch the note back from his hand. Damn, this is simply a golden medal of immunity from death. Getting it is equivalent to winning the game directly. Once Liang runs away, he will definitely have to compete with Yu Xiaohe, who is also an SS-level genius, and there will be no need to draw lots. He stood in the audience and slapped his thighs suddenly, feeling annoyed. Not only him, Wang Chao's expression was even more embarrassed. Good man, if he had known this, he wouldn't have rushed over to fight so quickly. Why? Why did he have to fight Xiaoyang? And Liang won the game directly without any effort. That's fucked up. No wonder everyone wants to kill the European Emperor's seals. He finally understood why luck is also a part strength. Because he thinks he is not weaker than Liang, but in the end he will most likely lose to Xiaoyang, while Liang can go further than him. It's really just luck that makes up for strength. It wasn't just the contestants who had complicated expressions. Some viewers also had twitching mouth corners. Damn, Anyone who has watched it for a long time knows how this works. This is not the first time Li Yong has done this. In yesterday's group match, he was directly assigned to an absent player, which allowed him to win a game. It was alright at the time. We can only say that he was just unlucky. Finally, I came again today. Many people began to suspect whether there was a shady deal or that Capital was plotting. This guy is really lucky. Nothing to say. He won another game without doing anything. Damn it. You can still score points like this. This is so unfair. It's okay. I just don't believe he can make it to the finals without any effort. That's right. Anyway, he has to win at least one game in the end. Everyone was speechless after being shocked. There was nothing they could do since it was someone else's turn to have this thing happen to them. They could only curse inwardly. Oh my God. Li Yong looked at the number on the note. Number 5. Does this mean he gets a bye? Looking at the reactions of the others, he began to understand a little. But for him, it makes no difference whether he has a bye or not. It's just a matter of playing one more game. Holding the note, he walked off the stage calmly. The host at the side of the stage took the microphone and spoke with a smile. It seems like this player Li Yong is quite lucky, having directly drawn our by number. No need to draw lots for the next match. The second match will be between Lin Tian and Yu Xiaohe. Let's look forward to the match between these two talented teams and see who will have the last laugh. The atmosphere in the venue was high, the audience was enthusiastic, and the live broadcast room was very popular. Such a prosperous scene can be described as a prosperous era. It would be such a blessing if such a beautiful scene could be maintained forever. But at this moment of great vigor, darkness is also quietly approaching, indifferently infecting everything. In a dark room, several men in black robes gathered together. In front of them was a light screen, which showed the real-time scene of the talent competition. It's finally here, I can't wait. A gloomy and excited voice sounded. The layout is going very smoothly. Everything is going perfectly as planned so far. When do we start? Wait a little longer. During the competition, there are many powerful professionals in the venue who are always on guard. When they let their guard down, we can take the opportunity to strike with lightning speed and catch them off guard. By the time they react, it will be too late. When the time comes, we will notify those on standby outside the city to begin attacking from both inside and outside. We must ensure that Jianghai City falls completely. Let's do it. A man in a black robe licked his tongue excitedly. There are so many talented people this year, so of course we can't keep any of them. Right now, the first duel has already begun on the big stage of the duel arena. Xiao Yang and Wang Chao. When the two stood on the ring at the same time, Wang Chao swallowed his saliva, his face full of vigilance. As the signal to start the game came, the two men attacked at the same time and fought each other. Xiao Yang's sword power is extremely powerful. Wang Chao suffered a loss at the first encounter. I was suppressed and beaten the whole time and had no way to fight back. As expected, after holding on for a while, he was quickly defeated. In this first game, Xiao Yang won without any surprise. What follows is the start of the second game. Yu Xiaohe and her opponent Lin Tian appear on stage. Her sword skills are equally powerful, and she has her own strengths compared to Xiao Yang. One is arrogant and domineering, the other is fierce and aggressive. Although the fight went back and forth, Yu Xiaohe won in the end. After 2 games, these two geniuses from Luyan Pavilion won both games. Oh my God, I can only say, there are no surprises. It was within expectations. These two geniuses, there really is no one who can control them. This result was within everyone's expectations. And what comes next is the real highlight. The finals are coming. At this time, there were 3 contestants. In addition to Xiao Yang and Yu Xiaohe, there was Li Yong. It's finally his turn. I want to see a river of blood. He's been allowed to get this far. He can't escape now, right? He can't be a bye, right? That's it. Just now, Li Yong drew a by number and skipped a game. Now, it is his turn to draw first. There are 2 numbers in the box. One represents Xiao Yang, and the other represents Yu Xiaohe. No matter how Li Yong draws, he will eventually face a strong man with SS level talent. If you lose, that's it. But if you win, you can advance to the finals. It's so hopeless, huh? This feeling of being doomed is like I'm going to die anyway. My mind is completely blown. It's true. No matter who he picks, he won't be able to deal with them. This is heartbreaking. People who like to gossip find it exciting. After a short rest, the host's voice came from the radio. The break is over, and we're ready to begin a new round. Please step forward, Li Yang, and draw lots to choose your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang's figure soon appeared in everyone's sight, and he walked calmly onto the podium. Chapter 163 Yu Xiao's Shock. Under everyone's gaze, Liang came to the box for drawing lots. Reach your hand into the hole. After a moment, he took out a note. Looking closely, the number on it is 2. Number 1 represents Xiao Yang, and number 2 represents Yu Xiao. The next game is between Liang and Yu Xiao. Whoever wins will advance to the finals. For a moment, everyone present was talking about it. It's Yu Xiao not bad. Although he's not Xiao Yang, Yu Xiao is also very strong. Come on, Yu Xiao. How about we guess how many moves can he last in the end? Hey, don't say that. What if they explode and really make it to the finals? That's quite miraculous. You're overthinking it. I estimate his strength level is about the same as Lin Tian and Wang Chao. He might not even be able to defeat them. In the backstage control room, Lu Xian was also concentrating on watching the real-time images on the screen. Liang, you have to work harder. If we win this one game, we can enter the finals. To be honest, his opponent was a real SS-level professional, and he was not sure about it. Although he knew that Liang had already completed the second transformation early. But at this time, the level is not that important because the opponent's level is not low either. Similarly, in the VIP box, Yuan took a sip of tea and seemed very interested in the upcoming game. In fact, he was also very curious about how far Liang could go. When they met for the first time, he noticed the difference in Liang. Her holographic eye was unable to see through Liang. At that time, she thought it was Liang's problem. But after so many games, anyone who is not a fool can see that Liang's strength is definitely among the best. That's probably her problem. It is surprising that her professional ability cannot see through Liang. Either Liang's level is much higher than her holographic eye, or Liang has some unknown secret. In any case, these may all represent Liang's extraordinary qualities. Therefore, she instinctively felt that this battle would not be that easy. Soon, the duel began. Liang and Yu Xiaohe went up to the duel stage together. Yu Xiaohe said with a complicated expression, "When we first met, I never imagined that we would one day step into the ring as opponents. But excuse me, I have to enter the finals." Liang paused and smiled. "Really? If you can beat me." Soon, the referee gave the order. The duel begins. Yu Xiaohe looked focused and waved his hand. A thin sword appeared in his hand, emitting a faint golden halo. Liang spread out his palm, and similarly, a long sword appeared in his hand. He gripped the long sword, and a powerful sword force emanated from his whole body. Feeling this momentum, Yu Xiaohe was shocked. Sure enough, one can feel Liang's power even more when one is there in person. Also playing with swords. The sword in Liang's hand gave him an indescribable feeling, a feeling of suppression from his origin. It's really amazing. Yu Xiaohe let out a breath and sighed sincerely in his heart. Although the two have not fought yet, she has already lost just based on the momentum. She held the sword, her eyes fixed. Then, he stroked the sword with his hand. The next moment, a burst of energy covered the sword. Then, he attacked Liang fiercely. Although she knew that Liang was very strong, she could not retreat. This was her style of fighting. She was very fast, and the sword in her hand was extremely light and carried a sharp aura. Looking at Yu Xiaohe's attacking figure, he was approaching an extremely fast speed. Liang raised his sword calmly. Chop forward. Bang! The two swords collided with each other, making a loud clashing sound. In an instant, a majestic aura spread out in all directions centered on the two of them. A strong wind blew up. The corners of their clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. This state lasted for a few seconds, and soon Yu Xiaohe realized something was wrong. She felt a pressure coming over her. This is level suppression. She was suddenly startled. Generally speaking, this situation will not occur as long as the level gap is not very high. She can feel the level suppression. So how high is Liang's level? For a moment, she suddenly felt a little weak. At this time, the pressure coming from Liang's sword was still increasing on her sword. Even her natal sword began to tremble and made a sword-ringing sound. Looking at him, a hint of surprise flashed in Liang's eyes. He was already very strong to be able to support himself for such a while. It's a pity that I haven't used my full strength yet. At this time, Liang moved his hand and continued to exert force. Yu Xiaohe's eyes suddenly widened. The figure holding the sword took 2 steps back. She quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back quickly, trying to keep some distance. Liang also saw through her intention. So how could he let her get what she wanted? He took advantage of the victory and attacked the opponent fiercely, releasing a powerful momentum. Yu Xiaohe was shocked, and a deathly aura instantly enveloped him. This was the first time she felt this kind of feeling, something that even the giant monsters in the dungeon outside had never brought her, and it made her feel a chill down her spine. After she realized what was happening, she moved quickly. At the critical moment, she raised the sword in her hand and placed it in front of her. Li Yang's slash hit her sword. The powerful sword force caused her to fly backwards. Yu Xiaohe stood there in a rather awkward manner, holding the sword and supporting his body. He looked up at Li Yang, his eyes full of disbelief. The feeling just now, she was almost killed in an instant. She had no doubt that if she had not reacted in time and put her sword in front of her to block it, she will definitely be killed instantly. So scary. Even now, he still feels scared. Seeing this scene, some people who originally supported Yu Xiaohe were stunned. What's going on? After this round, Yu Xiaohe was actually knocked away. It seems like he's at a disadvantage. Oh my God, what's going on? Many people looked confused. A sense of unreality came over me, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yu Xiaohe was actually suppressed? This was the first time they had seen this after watching the entire talent competition. These two geniuses from Luoyuan Pavilion have always been suppressing their opponents from the very beginning and have almost never fallen into this kind of situation. Good boy. Is he really a master? Awesome. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Could it be? Everyone looked at the scene on the ring with excitement, especially the other contestants, who were able to see the genius of Luoyuan Pavilion being humiliated would naturally be happy to see someone avenge them. Come on, Liang, win for us. A voice rang out, but some people are not optimistic, thinking it is just a narrow victory and the game is still long. Chapter 164. The Strongest Dark Horse. So terrifying. Two geniuses from Luoyuan Pavilion dominated Jianghai City. Some people have been feeling unhappy about this for a long time, but there is nothing they can do as they are not as skilled as others. Now we finally see signs that these two arrogant geniuses may lose. Many people became excited, especially some professionals who are also newcomers. At this moment, they suddenly stood up from their seats, stiffened their necks, stared at the arena with their eyes fixed, and their gazes towards Li Yang also changed. Will you win? Can a genius from the SS profession also be defeated? Li Yang's move just now gave them a glimmer of hope. I originally thought that Li Yang would be the same as Lin Tian, Wang Chao, and others. But now it seems that after this encounter, one is evenly matched or even has the upper hand. Some people knew that if Li Yang won this battle, it would be a historic moment. Looking at Yu Xiaohe in front of him, Li Yang raised his sword. He smiled and said, as expected of an SS-level profession, it's a pity. You met me. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at Yu Xiaohe fiercely. In that strike, he used about 80% of his strength. Powerful sword energy burst out from the holy sword in his hand and slashed through with unstoppable force. Feeling the terrifying aura, Yu Xiaohe quickly dodged to the side, not daring to confront it head-on. The powerful sword energy passed by her. Yu Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could calm down, he saw Li Yangfeng's figure rushing towards him. In just a moment, it was already close to him. She held the sword tightly in her hand in front of her, reciting the incantation quickly. The next moment, a golden shield enveloped her. Shield? Have you ever heard of it? Dimensionality reduction attack. Li Yang smiled slightly and swung his sword with great pressure. Click! A crisp shattering sound was heard. The shield on Yu Xiaohe's body instantly turned into crystal dust shining with golden light the moment it was touched by Li Yang's sword. The shield that she was so proud of couldn't even last for a second. Li Yang's sword hit her directly. Click! This time, it was the sound of the defense bracelet breaking. One sword breaks, two shields. If it was a real life-and-death battle, Yu Xiaohe would have died twice by now. She stood there blankly, her eyes dazed, her hair blowing in the wind. It was a long time before I finally realized what was happening. I actually lost? The venue was already silent at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of people were present, but they all made no sound at all. The outcome is decided. Yu Xiaohe suddenly felt weak in his hand, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Block! The sound of the sword hitting the ground also announced Li Yang's victory. It instantly ignited the silent scene. Wow, ready to go, just waiting for this moment. We won. We actually won. Holy crap, he really made it to the finals? I must be dreaming. This is unrealistic. A genius in the SS profession would actually lose. This shouldn't be the case. Especially losing to a fellow rookie professional is the worst possible thing. After the excitement, everyone was also filled with shock. If Li Yang can defeat Yu Xiaohe, does that also mean that Li Yang has the strength to duel with Xiaoyang? Awesome. Does this mean this year's champion? Don't tell me. He actually has the potential to win the championship now. Thinking of this possibility, everyone gasped in shock as they reacted. It's so terrifying. He must be the dark horse this year. Oh my god, how strong is he? He's so powerful that he can't even beat an SS-level genius. It's so terrifying. That's right, SS-level professions are already the pinnacle of most geniuses, but just how strong is he? Everyone was talking about it. Discussions were also taking place in all the live broadcast rooms. Backstage at the venue, Lu Xian slammed the table and burst into laughter. Win. Li Yang really won. Get ready for the finals. There's nothing more joyful than seeing the talent you believe in achieve success with your own eyes. At this moment, a strange atmosphere was taking place in each box. In the private room, where Luyan Pavilion is located, Yu Yin covered her mouth with her hands, a look of surprise on her face. She really didn't expect that someone could defeat Yu Xiaohe in the genius competition. As a genius that their Luyan Pavilion had poured resources into cultivating, Yu Xiaohe, who had both talent and hard work, actually lost. But it was something that no one could imagine, but at this moment, it actually happened. At the same time, in the box where high-ranking officials sat, the atmosphere was also very gloomy. Exaggerate. Originally, as a contestant in the talent competition, Li Yang could be said to be as ordinary as could be. He doesn't have the strength and focus training like other players, nor does he have very strong talent. At first glance, he is just an ordinary person. But no one is optimistic about you. But you are the most promising one. It's so strong, just like eating Wang Zine Yobi candy. Fuck, who's telling me Li Yang is trash? I just want to ask, if anyone who can defeat a genius of SS-level profession is trash, then who else in this world is good talent? No matter what, this Li Yang is a rare talent. Our guild has decided on him. There's no point in saying anything. Damn it, I saw the clues yesterday. If I had known he was so powerful, I would have sent someone to poach him yesterday. Luyan Pavilion is indeed a first-rate force. They're very good at judging people. They sent people to poach people early on. Such a powerful talent must come to our sky-exploding gang. Who dares to snatch it from us? The top leaders of various forces were in a heated discussion, while the admissions teachers from the previous colleges did not dare to speak at all. They sat there silently, fearing that they would be liquidated. At this moment, no one took their words seriously and just let them out as bullshit. Wow, who would have thought that Li Yang would be so ridiculously strong? In such a short period of time, he grew so fast that even the SS-level genius of Luyan Pavilion was no match for him. Several college teachers couldn't help but wonder if they had really made a mistake. What a waste. How could it be like this? We've already made it to the finals. If we can win another championship. I can't imagine it. Right now, as the referee came forward to announce Li Yang's victory, the final of the talent competition was about to begin. Li Yang walked down from the ring through the exit. Yu Xiaohe followed silently behind, and it seemed that he was deeply shocked. There was no way out. He had always been the center of attention and had been successful all along, but now he was beaten back by Li Yang with just a few moves and had no ability to fight back at all. Such a quick defeat made her feel a strong sense of disappointment. Not long after stepping down from the ring. At this moment, she suddenly spoke and called Li Yang in front of her. Li Yang, just wait. I will definitely surpass you. The next time we meet, I will definitely be even better than you. Li Yang laughed and made a gesture. Okowo. Then continue walking away. Chapter 165, Finals. Zhang Tao's Reluctance. At the same time, Xiaoyang witnessed the entire duel from the audience. At this moment, his expression became serious, no longer as joking as before. He never expected that Yu Xiaohe would lose to Li Yang. He originally thought that this year's finals would be a showdown between him and his fellow student Yu Xiaohe, with the two taking first and second place respectively. At this moment, Li Yang suddenly appeared. He had just witnessed the duel between Li Yang and Yu Xiaohe. This is also the reason why he put away his nonchalant attitude. The strength displayed by Li Yang was far beyond his expectations. In the battle just now, the opponent defeated Yu Xiaohe almost crushingly. Of course he saw it too. It can be clearly seen that Li Yang's strength is far superior to Yu Xiaohe's. He believed that even if he met this fellow junior sister, he might not be able to win so easily. Such a person is indeed qualified to be his opponent. Sister Xiaohe, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. Looking at Yu Xiaohe walking down, he spoke to comfort her. Yu Xiaohe shook his head, raised his head, his eyes full of fighting spirit. No, just focus on your own fight. I will seek revenge on it myself. I will work hard to become stronger, and one day I will regain the victory. She exudes a strong aura of tenacity. The more setbacks you face, the more courageous you become. This is the true genius of our generation. Jianghai No. Yes, victory may not always belong to you, but it won't always belong to others either. So I'll go and help you check it out first. As the battle ended, the final of the talent competition is about to begin. In this final match, the winner will become the champion of the talent competition and the first place on the rookie ranking. Everyone stood up just to get a better and more comprehensive view of the scene on the duel stage. At the same time, all major media networks were going crazy. The final battle of the talent competition. Xiao Yang versus Li Yang, who will be the final winner and become the strongest newcomer in Jianghai City. The finals are about to begin, and hundreds of thousands of people are waiting to see it. At this moment, whether they were busy students or hardworking office workers, they all stopped and watched the live broadcast. Everyone who came to the scene was energized and didn't dare to miss even a second. Just then, Li Yang received a call. I took a look and saw that it was Lu Xian calling. As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Xian's voice, which could not be suppressed, quickly rang out. Congratulations, Li Yang. You made it to the finals. I was right about you, haha. The finals are coming up soon. Don't be nervous. Just give full play to your abilities. Remember, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You've done really well. Just being able to make it to the finals puts you ahead of 99% of the geniuses. Lu Xian gave 1,000 words of advice. Although he seemed to be indifferent on the surface, his excited tone revealed that he was very much looking forward to the final. Li Yang Chuklet understood, Commander Lu. You kid. Lu Xian smiled knowingly. Of course, he was very much looking forward to Li Yang winning first place in the talent competition. Then he can go out and brag about it. Okay, that's it. I won't bother you anymore. Just keep doing your best. After the talent competition is over, I'll take you to meet someone. Then he didn't say anything else, not wanting to disturb Li Yang's rest. He just reminded Li Yang to adjust his mindset. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang sat on the bench, looking normal and without any sign of discomfort. To be honest, this was the first time he had experienced being stared at by so many eyes. But maybe it was because of the confidence brought by his strength, but he was not as nervous as he imagined. After a short break, the finals will soon begin. This time, special staff members reinforced the venue and took measures to ensure that the final could proceed smoothly. Inside the venue, the sky was filled with filming drones flying everywhere, broadcasting the finals live from all angles. The host stood on the podium and began his passionate speech facing the camera. Welcome everyone to the finals of this Jianghai City Talent Competition. This finals is sponsored by XXX and XXX. Thank you for your support. The contestants of this finals are Luyun Pavilion's top new talent Xiao Yang and the strongest dark horse of the year, Li Yang. This finals will be the most exciting competition of the year. Who will be crowned the top newcomer? Stay tuned. Cheer for your favorite contestant. Regardless of whether they were visiting the venue or in the live broadcast room, everyone was already extremely hungry and thirsty. In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments kept scrolling. Xiao Yang from Luyun Pavilion is the strongest. No objection will be accepted. Li Yang is awakens. He's already defeated a SS class prodigy. Is this the next one he needs? Go, go, go. This is the highest quality match of the year. I can't wait to watch it. I've already started recording the screen. I'm going to savor it every day. This kind of game doesn't come around often. Li Yang actually stood on the stage of the finals. At this moment, Zhang Tao, who was eliminated early but saw this scene, had already a distorted face. It has to be said that the position where Li Yang was standing at that time and the scenery that attracted everyone's attention. This is exactly how he imagined himself. That's why he was so angry. Why? It's been 3 years. Do you know how he spent these 3 years? Whenever he looked at Li Yang's confident face, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. For the past 3 years, he has been thinking about stepping on Li Yang all the time. Finally, from the moment he awakened his profession, he finally found his true self. But why? Why isn't he the one standing on top? It should obviously be him. But now, Zhang Tao, it's time to go. Zhang's father's voice sounded from the side, anxious and nervous. At this time, his huge, single-family villa had been completely emptied, and a feeling of desolation filled the entire house. Since yesterday, for some unknown reason, some officials suddenly came to investigate them. They were caught off guard and had no idea how to respond. Over the years, their guild has cooperated with gray areas many times. It was soon investigated. Everything they had was gone, and now they had to leave here quickly and leave Jianghai City to go somewhere else. Otherwise, they will face endless imprisonment, and they will spend the rest of their lives in fear and exile. Look at Liang again. Now is the time to gain momentum. For a moment, he felt extremely unbalanced. Why? Why does God do this to me? Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard. The father and son were suddenly shocked. They all looked towards the door. They all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the person coming. Zhang Tao's sad expression also eased a little. The person who came was Qingran. Chapter 166. Complete break, Tianmin map. Du Qingran. Looking at the person who came, a hint of emotion flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes. At least I still have you. Seeing Qingran, he hurried forward. Qingran, thank you. You can still accompany me at this time. Have you packed your things? Let's get ready to go. His face was full of emotion, and he spoke excitedly. Qingran didn't say anything. His body didn't move. He looked at Zhang Tao and just smiled apologetically. Zhang Tao held her hand tightly, staring at her, expecting to see her and wait for her to speak. Qingran shook her head and put her hand on the back of his hand. When are you leaving? Me? Zhang Tao was stunned, a hint of nervousness on his face. Qingran, what are you talking about? It's us. Oh, by the way, look at my memory. Qingran smiled and said, you still have to go with your father. Would you like me to help you pack? Qingran, what are you talking about? Zhang Tao stood there, his eyes tightening. It's us, not only me and my father, but you too. Let's go together. Qingran paused and began to act dumb and confused, as if he didn't understand. Zhang Tao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. If you leave, what does it have to do with me? No. Zhang Tao was completely panicked and held her hand tightly. Qingran, it's already this late. Stop being willful and stop joking around. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, those people will find us here soon. Leave. Qingran's tone turned cold. What are you talking about? Don't be ridiculous. Do you know what you're talking about? Zhang Tao's eyes widened. So what you mean is... Qingran turned his head away and said impatiently, if you want to leave, don't take me with you. I can't go with you. Why? Zhang Tao's breathing became heavy and his face looked ferocious. Qingran spoke to himself with a sarcastic tone. Wake up, just indulge in your fantasies and your dreams. We're all adults now, so don't blame me for being too realistic. We're over it. Why? I've been so good to you. Why did you betray me? Zhang Tao's face was full of disbelief, and he couldn't believe what he heard. Then let me ask you, do you love me? Qingran stopped pretending and said sarcastically. Of course. Zhang Tao replied immediately. That's good. Since you said so, then let go. If you love me, let go, understand? You can't say you love me and then let me suffer with you. Qingran rolled his eyes. It's really depressing. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly, his face full of pain. No, don't worry. Come with me. I will definitely not treat you unfairly, and I won't let you suffer. I'm an S-rank professional. I can get by no matter where I go. He also tried to keep the other party. Qingran said coldly. You're an S-class professional, but I'm not. Compared to that, I have a brighter future waiting for me. How could I possibly be on the run with a prisoner like you? Face the reality. You are no longer worthy of me. The one who is truly worthy of me is a genius like Xiaoyang. Originally, I was wondering when to tell you the truth. Now it seems convenient. I'll just tell you right here. Do you understand? It's impossible between us. Zhang Tao was breathing heavily, his face full of anger. Originally, this incident happened suddenly at home, causing his status to plummet, and he lost everything he once had. And now Liang is so proud. Layer upon layer of misfortunes weighed on him. And at this moment, Qingran came to finish him off. He could no longer suppress his anger. Okay, then you have to return all the money and resources I've spent on you. Not just this month, but also all the gifts I've given you over the past 3 years of high school, all of which you gladly accepted. Now, return it all to me. Du Qingran est fasteur de grime. Zhang Tao, don't be so shameless. I came here out of kindness to give you a ride. Why don't you stop talking nonsense to me? Let's part ways amicably. leaving both sides with dignity. It'll be good for both sides. Otherwise, if you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for reporting you. Zhang Tao pointed at her with trembling fingers. His face was full of disbelief that these words actually came out of Du Qingran's mouth. But when he heard Du Qing'er's next words, his original anger subsided like a fire extinguished by water, and then cold sweat broke out on his head. What do you mean? Seeing that he stopped talking, Du Qingran showed a smug look. You should thank me for not sending anyone to track you down. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have a chance to escape. By the way, I came here this time to ask you for that thing. Give it to me, and you can leave. Hearing her words, Zhang Tao's face suddenly changed. What? I don't understand. Stop playing dumb. You won't be able to use it anyway. Do you want me to explain it more clearly? Hand me over the Tianmen map. Zhang Tao clenched his fists, and a sense of sadness rose in his heart again. So, you came here just to ask me for this thing, without even saying goodbye to me? Du Qingran was silent for a while and didn't say anything. Everything is implied. Seeing such a reaction, Zhang Tao laughed out of anger. He had long regarded Du Qingran as his own and told her everything. He even told Du Qingran about the task that One-Eyed Dragon had assigned to them a few days ago, which was to take a map and investigate the location of Tianmen. But he didn't expect that at this moment it would turn into a sharp blade and stab him. It was only today that he discovered that the woman he had loved for 3 years had such a nature. For a moment, he was angry and amused, with a hint of self-mockery on the corner of his mouth. He flipped his hand, took out a roll of yellow paper, and threw it directly to Du Qingran. He suppressed his anger and roared with red eyes. Take your things and get out of here. Du Qingran took in his hand, took a look at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, this is it. Tianmen map. She was excited. Although the one in her hand is a replica, it is absolutely priceless if it is placed outside. It is definitely valued by all parties. Then she will give it directly to Xiaoyang. Wouldn't that mean falling at her feet in a split second? Treat her as an object of gratitude and pamper her to the heavens. She knew very well that with her own strength, even if she knew the location of Tianmen, it would be useless and she could do nothing. It's better to use it directly to build relationships. After getting the things, she turned around and pushed the door open without any hesitation or nostalgia. Zhang Tao, who stayed where he was, started smashing things like crazy after seeing her leave. Chapter 167. Scared silly? He is a monster. At this moment, under the attention of everyone on the duel arena, Li Yang and Xiaoyang walked onto the stage one after another. The audience cheered enthusiastically and shouted nonstop. It is rare to see such a lively scene in Jianghai City. Everyone put aside the daily trivialities and stresses and vented their emotions to their heart's content. At this moment, the referee walked up holding a flag. Here we go, get ready. Everyone hold your breath. The big one is coming. At this moment, everyone knew that the final of this talent competition was finally about to begin. 3, 2, 1, duel begin. Following the referee's order, the finals officially begin. In an instant, everyone focused their attention on the ring. At this moment, even if someone slapped them, they would not be willing to look away. The most talented player of the year, or the dark horse of the year, who will be the winner? At the same time, on the ring, the moment the duel was announced, Xiaoyang then took action. Because before, when the referee announced the countdown, he had already started to accumulate strength. The purpose is to be able to strike first and take the initiative the moment the duel is announced. The fact that even such an arrogant genius like him could use such a method was enough to show that he was really serious. Xiaoyang drew out his sword extremely quickly. The next moment, he swung it violently in the direction of Li Yang. In an instant, a sword formation as big as a person appeared in front of him. The sword formation burst into a golden sacred light. In the next moment, a number of lightsabers shot out from it, stabbing towards Li Yang densely. The entire process from drawing his sword to using the formation took less than 2 seconds. Most people don't have time to react. The dense swarm of lightsabers moved at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of Li Yang almost instantly. Li Yang stood where he was. Looking at these lightsabers, several ways to deal with it instantly appeared in his mind. If he wanted to dodge at this distance, he should be able to do so by using the power of the wind element at full power. Or you could just not dodge and take out your shield to withstand these lightsabers. Or you can also get a big one. Looking at the lightsaber approaching him, Li Yang did not make any move. Even the audience reacted, but they saw Li Yang still standing there like an idiot. I was a little confused for a moment. Some people even looked anxious. Fuck, what is he doing? Is he stupid? Why isn't he moving? Hide quickly. What is he doing? Is he too nervous about making it to the finals? It's over. Did he get scared silly when he saw Xiao Yang coming? What a shame. We finally made it this far. It turns out that mentality is sometimes more important than strength. Seeing that Li Yang, who was originally highly regarded by everyone, was now like a primary school student who had made a mistake and didn't know what to do, many people felt disappointed in him. Li Yang, what are you doing? Lu Xian frowned, also not understanding this operation. Do you want to try your best? But that shouldn't be the case. Based on his understanding of Li Yang, he shouldn't do such a thankless task. At this moment, most of the people on the field focused their attention on Li Yang. And at this time, nothing unexpected happened. Until these lightsabers hit Li Yang did not move at all. He directly took on one lightsaber after another with his body. Seeing this, many people slapped their thighs, with looks of astonishment and confusion on their faces. No way. The game I've been looking forward to for so long is going to end now? Bad movie. Give me your money back. Fuck, a match fixing, huh? Li Yang, how much money did Luoyuan Pavilion give you? I have to say, this fight is too fake. He really didn't move at all and didn't even try to hide. It's hard not to think that there is some shady deal going on behind the scenes. All of a sudden, someone pointed the finger at Luoyuan Pavilion. But only Luoyuan Pavilion and his people know how innocent they are. I really don't know what's wrong with Li Yang. He didn't even try to dodge. It's already the finals. Should we say that he's dragging his feet, or is he really out of his mind? But considering the other party's excellent performance before, many people were confused. You know, he defeated Yu Xiaoa. It's impossible to do this. Not only these people, but even Xiao Yang in the duel arena was stunned. He was ready to strike first and had already thought of his next moves. But Li Yang's action was beyond all his expectations. He had never imagined it would be like this. Li Yang didn't dodge at all and took all his damage. He was slightly startled and subconsciously thought that Li Yang was playing some tricks, and his face became alert. This may be the case with the so-called Tang people's ability to defeat masters. Since he really couldn't figure out Li Yang's thoughts, he simply gave up his original plan and decided to wait and see what would happen. He didn't rush to attack so as not to fall into the opponent's trap. Now that we have reached the finals, we still need to be vigilant to avoid excessive joy leading to tragedy. At this moment, these lightsabers stabbed Li Yang's body one by one. Li Yang still stood there, motionless like a stone man. Still no intention of avoiding it. If he didn't react at first, but noticed his health bar changed after being attacked, then he should have reacted, right? But Li Yang was still like he was hypnotized. Many people also felt that something was wrong. It's so unreasonable. What is Li Yang doing? No, he really just wants to take all the damage, right? Even if he's fixing a match, he should at least put on a show. Isn't that a bit unprofessional? Could it be that Xiao Yang used some method to immobilize him? Everyone started to speculate. Even the most powerful faucet will eventually stop supplying water. At this time, the light of Xiao Yang's sword formation gradually dimmed. His attacks began to slow down, and the number of lightsabers fired began to decrease. His attacks gradually weakened. Li Yang was still standing there, just like at the beginning. He took it all with his body, whether at the height of the attack or when it became weaker. A sense of awe rose in the hearts of many people. No matter what, he is really stubborn to be able to hold back. People are afraid of madmen, but Li Yang's behavior is even crazier than a madman. Time passes by every second. Wait until all lightsabers have evaporated. Xiao Yang's sword formation closed automatically. Everyone's expression tightened as they nervously looked at Li Yang on the stage. And at this moment, Li Yang actually stood there as if nothing had happened. Everyone was shocked. Is he still alive? He's taken so much damage, and he hasn't fallen yet? Holy crap, is he a monster? Chapter 168. Catching a blade with bare hands, shocking the audience. Seeing Li Yang still standing there unharmed, everyone widened their eyes and was stunned. What? Seeing that Li Yang was still able to stand after eating up his sword formation. Xiao Yang was shocked. He himself knew best how much damage his sword attack could cause after it was fully unleashed. At this time, Li Yang actually ate it all without blinking. His mentality completely changed, as if he had seen a ghost. Just then, Li Yang moved his body slowly. It doesn't hurt. No matter what others think, he enjoyed the meal in the true sense. All of Xiao Yang's attacks were absorbed by his own abilities. At the same time, a huge shield appeared on his body. Not bad, the damage is quite high. watching Liang moving around nonchalantly. Everyone was shocked. Oh my god. Mom, look at him. He's a monster. Oh my god, this is too insulting. Xiaoyang looks like a clown. He's been shaving for a long time, and it looks like he didn't cause any damage at all. Is Liang so muscular? Look at Li Yang's current reaction. Many people also reacted. Look at him. He doesn't look nervous at all. They had actually guessed that Li Yang was too nervous. What a joke. Looking at Li Yang like this, he seemed to wish he could treat this place as his own home and sleep right here. He started flexing his muscles in front of his opponent. He really didn't take his opponent seriously at all. At this moment, Xiaoyang not only did not feel angry, but his face was full of shock. There is no time to think too much about self-esteem and vanity. Liang took all of his attacks and didn't react at all. He quickly checked himself. At one point, I made sure that I had brought all my equipment. Finally, his face was filled with shock. If he did it himself, he believed that even after taking the full damage from this sword formation, it was impossible for him to stand there intact. It was the first time he felt such a strong sense of oppression. This is even more terrifying than the bosses in those dungeons outside. Realizing what was in his mind, he quickly shook his head and adjusted his mindset. He took a deep breath. I took it, so what? This only means that Li Yang is fatter than me. As he thought about it, he gripped his weapon tightly, his expression extremely focused. The look in his eyes when he looked at Li Yang became heavier again. He is worthy of the strength to defeat Yu Xiaoa. However, he could not expect to defeat Li Yang from the beginning, and now the most he had done was not gain the advantage. Then he shouted loudly. Holding a sword, he rushed towards Li Yang. Li Yang is now doing warm-up exercises, revealing all his flaws, and he is almost riding come and hit me on his face. Although it looks very deliberate, it would be a bit inconsiderate to rush indirectly. But opportunities are something that must be seized. Once you lose it, it's hard to get it back. For a swordsman, the most deadly and life-threatening behavior is to expose his flaws in front of his opponent. Xiaoyang took the sword and swung it fiercely. Liang raised his head and chuckled. The next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. Catch the knife with bare hands. Fuck. Ruthless iron hand. Gang Difa. What did I see? Am I dreaming? Fuck. Is this still a human being? No. You really caught it with your hands? Outrageous. Doesn't he have a sword? He actually caught it with his hands. Everyone was confused and had mixed feelings. They had originally expected the final to be exciting, but unexpectedly, the result was more than exciting. This is simply terrifying. It's completely out of the scope of human beings. Before, it would have been fine if Li Yang had just taken all the damage head on. At this point, he actually acted out a scene of catching a knife with his bare hands. It was so exaggerated that many people even suspected that they were deliberately acting in a double act. Catching a sword with your hands? This isn't acrobatics. I really don't even want to act anymore. Can humans really be this strong? At the same time, Xiaoyang, who was immersed in the situation, felt pressure and shock that no one could imagine. He opened his eyes wide and felt as if his blow had hit a mountain, which did not move at all. This is not acting. He really used all his strength. But when he wanted to retract it, he found that he still couldn't move it at all, as if he was clamped by a giant pair of pliers. His face was filled with shock, and he exerted force on his hands suddenly. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and his face became distorted as he exerted too much force. What's this? Even though he tried his best, he was unable to retract the sword. His forehead, neck, and palms were covered in sweat, and he looked like he was constipated. Oh my god, the holy sword! As the profession that relies most on weapons, the profession that relies most on swords. As a swordsman, the sword is like life. His natal holy sword is everything to him. No matter how calm he was at this moment, he couldn't help but start to panic. Liang just grabbed his sword with his hand. He had no idea what to do next. His mind was blank. Scared to death is a very appropriate description. The sword he was proud of. At this moment, Liang looked at him indifferently. The strength is pretty good, but it still needs practice. Xiaoyang raised his head, and when he met Li Yang's gaze, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. This is Li Yang's hand holding the sword, slowly exerting force. He suddenly lifted it up and then kicked him. Xiaoyang held the sword tightly in his hand and didn't react for a moment. He was only focused on holding the sword and was finally kicked out, and he couldn't help but loosen his grip on the sword. The whole person flew out and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was in an uproar. Kick away. Fuck, is this so outrageous? It turns out geniuses are the same. All beings are equal. It's so explosive. The genius Xiao Yang's attack had no effect on Li Yang at all. On the contrary, Li Yang kicked him in the aorta and disarmed him. Everyone watching was extremely excited. Good job. It seems that Xiao Yang has also encountered a strong enemy. At this time, Li Yang, however, calmly began to examine the sword he had just seized. After just 2 glances, he shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. That's all. It's not even a little bit inferior to his sword. Although it is a holy sword of an SS-level profession, there is still a clear gap compared to his. Then he lost interest and threw it aside. At this time, Xiao Yang covered his stomach in pain and stood up from the place where he was kicked by Li Yang just now. He felt a sharp pain in his body and was shocked. He looked at Li Yang in disbelief. After Li Yang kicked him with such an ordinary kick just now, his blood volume was reduced by nearly half. This injury is terrible. But when he saw his beloved holy sword being thrown away by Li Yang, as if it were trash, he was angry but dared not say anything. But that wasn't enough to knock him down. He moved his hand, and an exquisite sword appeared in his hand. As a swordsman, it is naturally impossible for him to have only one sword. What he held in his hand was also a brilliant level sword. Chapter 169. One-sided crushing accident occurs. Xiao Yang held the sword with a vigilant look in his eyes. This time, he didn't dare to move forward rashly. Otherwise, if the same thing happened again, he would really be powerless to save the situation. Li Yang looked at him with a satisfied expression. He wasn't panicking at all. Xiao Yang lost his natal holy sword. Although he had a brilliant level weapon as a substitute, for him, an SS-level swordsman, his strength would definitely be reduced by half. The look of pain on Xiao Yang's face wasn't acting. The attack I just made really dealt a critical blow to the opponent. No matter how talented Xiao Yang is, his level is still there. For Li Yang, it is actually no different from other contestants. Maybe the most it does is a little more damage. Other than that, there's no difference. Kill, but do not abuse. Li Yang didn't plan to drag it on any longer. The sooner it ends, the better. Leave work early. There are so many people here and online waiting for them to finish. Then Li Yang drew his sword, walked towards Xiao Yang's position step by step. As he moved forward, Xiao Yang held the sword vigilantly and retreated step by step. Soon, after Li Yang walked into a certain distance, Xiao Yang knew that he couldn't retreat blindly. So he gritted his teeth, grasped the sword in his hand, and swung it fiercely at Li Yang. In an instant, a powerful sword energy burst out and slashed straight towards Li Yang. Faced with such an attack, Li Yang is too lazy to even dodge. If he has such a thick shield on his body, but has to avoid even such a trivial attack, then wouldn't the shield be wasted? Even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to his shield. The sword energy came towards him fiercely, but Li Yang had no intention of avoiding it. Soon, the sword energy hit him directly. However, after receiving this sword energy, Li Yang's entire body did not move at all, without even stopping for a moment, as if he was just blown by the wind, like a god of war. This sword energy seemed to hit an iron wall. Xiao Yang's eyes widened. I still have no impression at all. This is really not open? The previous sword formation attack was also very effective. With the added damage of this sword energy, anyone who came here would have died 8 or 10 times over. Li Yang was not affected at all. It was really outrageous. On the contrary, Li Yang's casual kick just now almost kicked him half to death. For a moment, he began to doubt his life. Who is the genius? Although I had thought before that Li Yang might not be so easy to deal with, there's really no way to deal with him. For the first time, he felt like giving up. What the hell is this? God, he would rather go back and solo the nightmare dungeon than suffer here. Or just vote? No. When this thought came to his mind, even he was shocked. Absolutely not. If that happens, not only will the game be lost, but also the face that has been accumulated for so long. We must fight no matter how difficult it is. He raised his head, a look of determination in his eyes. Li Yang looked at this scene with some surprise. Why did his eyes suddenly become firm again? It inexplicably gave him the feeling of sit-up. Whatever, it doesn't matter. This farce should end. Li Yang held the sword, quickened his pace, and rushed forward. Xiao Yang swallowed and held the sword with difficulty. At the same time, everyone's heart was in their throat. All along, Xiao Yang was the one taking action in these rounds. Li Yang pasifli bakhanded. At this point, it is not difficult to see that Li Yang had obviously let the other party attack first on purpose. At this time, Liang really took the initiative. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits. He watched Li Yang's movements intently, not wanting to miss a single frame. Many people have a premonition that the winner will be decided after this blow. Soon, we will witness a historical moment. The champion of the talent competition is about to be born. Today is the day when the champion of the talent competition will be decided. Today, the popularity in the venue reached its peak. Not only the top leaders of each faction, but also those players who were eliminated in the group stage before the talent competition, as well as many professionals who were not qualified to participate in the talent competition, were all present, watching the finals with bright eyes. Right now, Li Yang has already approached Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang also made preparations in advance, holding the sword in front of him, ready to take the blow. Seeing the scene, everyone breathed hard. No, I can't believe that Xiao Yang will lose. What on earth is the origin of this reason? Is it over? In the backstage room of the duel arena, as Lucien watched this scene, his calm heart began to beat again after a long time. His face flushed slightly, his breathing became slightly faster, and he stared intently at the real-time scene of the ring on the screen. From the very beginning, he never expected that Li Yang could go this far. If he really wins the first place in the talent competition, it will definitely be a highlight in Li Yang's professional career. At the same time, the private room in Luyan Pavilion was extremely quiet. There was no expression on Yu Yin's face as she looked coldly at the ring below. The maid next to her saw this scene, lowered her head, and dared not say a word. The head of Luyan Pavilion has always been so calm. Even if Yu Xiaohe lost, she would just feel a little sorry. Such an expression showed that she was truly moved in her heart. At the same time, the leaders of various major forces also looked at the arena with sharp eyes, ready to witness the birth of the final genius. Everyone's thoughts became active. But just then, in the huge duel arena, there was a sudden shaking sound. Suddenly, there was a shaking sound. Boom! The noise was so huge that even though everyone was paying so much attention to the game, they were forced to come back at this moment. Everyone was stunned, and then they were shocked when they realized what was happening. Fuck, there's an earthquake? What happened? What's going on? Feeling the huge shaking coming from the ground, everyone's face changed. The staff in the venue quickly organized themselves to comfort the audience in the venue. Next, activate emergency mode and find out the source of the noise. At the same time, such a commotion naturally affected the entire arena, including the arena where the final was taking place. On the center of the arena, a black and purple light array suddenly appeared under the feet of Li Yang and his companions. A dark light instantly spread out, covering the entire field. Chapter 1, 70 Monster Invasion, absorbing the power of the abyss. Li Yang, who was standing in the center of the ring, quickly realized the situation. Without hesitation, he stopped immediately to avoid serious consequences. This situation clearly indicates an accident, and the best approach is to pause and cooperate with the investigation. Just when Li Yang thought that everyone agreed that a ceasefire could be reached at this time, Li Yang just withdrew his offensive. Xiao Yang raised his head suddenly, turned the sword head, and stabbed towards Li Yang quickly. Although he also noticed the sudden abnormality in the ring, now was a good opportunity for him to fight back. And the organizer did not call for a pause, so the duel was still going on. So, it's normal for him to launch an attack, right? He held the sword in his hand and stabbed Li Yang fiercely. At this time, Li Yang had just stopped and was about to check for abnormalities. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang suddenly took the opportunity to launch an offensive. For a moment, he was not on guard. Xiao Yang stabbed his lower abdomen with a sword. Li Yang paused and narrowed his eyes. He looked down at the sword that had stabbed him. Then, he turned and looked at Xiao Yang. There was a gleam of brilliance and a triumphant smile in Xiao Yang's eyes. Soon, Li Yang felt that his attributes were gradually disappearing. He used the holographic eye and took a look. Abnormal state. Attributes are being lost. Bleeding continues. Li Yang glanced away and did the same. This Xiao Yang has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he even has a hidden trick up his sleeve. They actually launched a sneak attack at this time. His eyes turned cold. I used to think that geniuses like Xiao Yang were all arrogant, but at least they still had some dignity. But if we want to launch a sneak attack at this time, we don't even need a sword. A sneak attack, then what? Is it useful? This little thing didn't hurt him at all, but it made him feel very uncomfortable with Xiao Yang's behavior. I think you're tired of living. Li Yang was not affected much and did not show any signs of dejection at all. He swung his sword back. This time, he didn't hold back. Both speed and performance have reached the extreme. Without giving the opponent any chance to react, he instantly struck Xiao Yang. Under the violent impact, Xiao Yang was knocked away. In midair, a crisp sound came from his hand. The defensive bracelet could not bear the weight and broke directly. This saved his life. But although he offset the fatal attack, his overall fate was not much better. Liang was really angry this time. With this blow, Xiao Yang fell heavily to the ground from midair with a loud noise. At first glance, Xiao Yang, who was lying on the ground, had scarlet blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. He fell to the ground, holding his stomach and screaming in pain, looking extremely miserable. Liang looked at him with disdain. He despises the most those thieves who only know how to use dirty tricks. If you really have the ability, why don't you fight openly? Looking at Xiao Yang lying on the ground and screaming, he felt no pity in his heart. This is just a lesson for the other party. Then he turned around and checked the black light array on the ring. Liang frowned immediately. This evil energy is very powerful, and it seems that the situation is more serious than he imagined. Slowly, the evil energy emitted by this black formation became stronger and stronger. It almost covered the entire field, and even the surrounding objects could not be seen. Only a ball of black fog could be seen. "Oh no, Liang, get out of there quickly. It's dangerous." In a daze, Liang seemed to hear these words. The voice sounded like what Lu Xian said. Liang hasn't reacted yet. The black magic circle began to expand, accompanied by black evil energy. Under the infection of this black evil energy, Liang clearly felt that his body was affected. A feeling of fatigue came over me. At this moment, the evil air in the sky suddenly turned into black shadows, some appearing in the sky and some appearing underground. All these black shadows gradually condensed into entities. "These are monsters." Liang widened his eyes. Not only him, but everyone discovered these terrible things. A creepy feeling came over me. At a time like this, when everyone was watching the finals with such gusto, something like this happened. When did these things invade here? There was no sign at all, and no one noticed it. This is the scariest part. Soon, several experts from the event organizer arrived here fully armed. These people are all third-level elite professionals with a level of up to 150. After coming here again, I was shocked by the scene inside the venue. The invasion of evil forces has become so profound. They had already been thoroughly inspected. I didn't find any clues at all. This shows that these things were planned for a long time. Moreover, there may be a mole among their people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do this so covertly. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. Quick, move all the players out of the arena first. Evacuate the crowd and use the safe passage. An elite professional spoke quickly. Also, quickly send someone to the administration for help. These evil beings are most likely targeting the geniuses present here. At this time, the monsters transformed from the black shadows became conscious one by one, began to move, opened their scarlet eyes, and emitted a disgusting smell. Soon they started fighting with human professionals. The scene was in chaos, with professionals fleeing everywhere, avoiding the attacks of monsters. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 of them came to Liang. Liang immediately activated the holographic eye to check the attributes of these monsters. Monsters of the Abyss. Level 99. Monsters born from the Abyss possess extremely high aggressiveness and destructive power. Weakness. Using light saint weapons can cause the greatest damage. Liang frowned. These monsters all come from the Abyss. Although their level is not very high, they have already crushed many professionals present, and their number is very large, so their strength cannot be underestimated. Call! Liang gripped his sword tightly and slashed out a powerful sword energy at monster. At this time, they were facing a real enemy. If they were not careful, they might fall into an irretrievable situation. Liang did not hold back. Bang! The huge power instantly struck the monster. The monster was immediately hit with a horrible wound, and black flames burst out from the wound like blood. Then, it turned into a ball of black mist. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to Li Yang's mind. "You killed the Abyss monster and absorbed the power of the Abyss One." Liang was stunned. Chapter 171, The Conspiracy of the Abyss. What the hell? The power of the Abyss? Absorbed by myself? Liang was completely stunned. Start thinking about the source of this sound. After a while, he discovered it. This is the ability he obtained in his second transformation, Devouring Power. Killing the target will gain the opponent's attribute power. I see. He just remembered this tip after killing the Abyss monster. This is the reason. By killing these Abyss monsters, you can actually gain their power, the power of the Abyss. Liang was also shocked. This was too abnormal. Although I don't understand what the use of this power of the Abyss is. At this moment, the other Abyss monsters also pounced towards Liang. Without time to think, Liang had to rush forward with his sword. A few Abyss monsters were still nothing in front of him. After a while, these monsters were killed with just a few sword strikes. You killed the Abyss monster and absorbed the power of the Abyss one. You killed the Abyss monster and absorbed the power of the Abyss one. Several monsters turned into black gas and dissipated on the spot. Liang now had time to check the effect of this power of the Abyss. Power of the Abyss. Introduction. An evil force from the Abyss. Effect. The power of the Abyss can be used to strengthen one's own strength. After a brief look, Liang almost understood the effect that the power of the Abyss could bring. In fact, it is similar to the way those cult members use the power of the Abyss, but the difference is that he will not have any side effects and can perfectly use the power of the Abyss to strengthen himself. This stuff is great. Every bit of it is valuable. The more the better. For a moment, Liang's eyes changed when he looked at the Abyss monsters around him. There was no fear of the evil power in his eyes, only a desire for power. Ah, help! At this moment, a scream came into my ears from very close. Liang looked and saw that it was Xiao Yang's direction. Before, the other party suddenly tricked me, deceived me, and attacked me by surprise. Liang got angry and hit him hard, beating him half to death. At this time, these Abyss monsters began to appear everywhere, and soon they were everywhere. They were very rampant and very powerful. Liang didn't care. Xiao Yang's sneak attack on him didn't cause him any serious harm. Even with the invasion of the power of the Abyss, he was not greatly affected. But Xiao Yang is different. He was already in a weak state, and with the invasion of the power of the Abyss, he became extremely weak. With his strength, not only could he kill everyone, he could also easily deal with a few Abyss monsters. But now, he is in a more miserable state and extremely weak than most ordinary professionals. I saw the monster from the Abyss, but I felt strong, but not strong enough. He wanted to pick up his sword to resist, but it was completely ineffective, and he was soon surrounded and beaten by several Abyss monsters. Just then, he saw Liang's gaze and shouted quickly, "Save me, Puff!" For some reason, Liang suddenly couldn't help laughing. Who was it that attacked me earlier and now is asking me for help? Liang felt without hesitation that he deserved this fate. Seeing that Liang did not respond, Xiao Yang's expression tightened and he shouted hurriedly, "Opponents on stage, teammates off stage, help." Liang chuckled and started doing the same thing again. When the power of the Abyss appeared before, he realized that something was wrong and wanted to stop the war. As a result, Xiao Yang took the opportunity to stab him in the back, which he could not tolerate. It's not that Liang is narrow-minded. Look at it now. On the surface, the other party knows how to beg for mercy. But it wasn't that he knew he was wrong, but that he knew he was going to die. Otherwise, if it was you who was trapped, you would see if he would save you. Liang ignored him and turned away. He didn't take the opportunity to finish him off, which was already the most kind thing to do. If I save him, he won't have much fighting power and will just be a burden to me. Immediately afterwards, Liang joined the battle, holding the holy sword and slashing at the monsters one by one. You killed the Abyss monster and absorbed the power of the Abyss one. You killed the Abyss monster and absorbed the power of the Abyss one. The number of Abyss monsters around is still increasing, becoming more and more numerous. Liang, are you okay? At this time, Liang heard someone calling him again. This time, he was sure it was Lu Xian. Soon he saw Lu Xian's figure from the chaos. At this time, Lu Xian, holding a weapon, also participated in the fight against the monsters. At the same time, he came towards Liang. Soon, he also noticed Liang, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Liang was fine for the time being. He held a brilliant great bow in his hand and shot powerful arrows at the monsters around him. These monsters seemed extremely vulnerable under his attack. Lu Xian himself is a very strong S-level professional with a very high level. This was also the first time Liang saw him take action. He is so powerful that he is worthy of being a high-ranking military official. Liang was clearing out the Abyss monsters in front of him. At the same time, he moved towards Lu Xian and joined up with him. He said as he waved the sword in his hand, "What on earth is going on? Who are these monsters? Why are they here, and in such large numbers?" After a while, The sound of Lu Xian breathing slightly was heard. I don't know, but it's obvious that all this was done by those scums of the abyss. And there are so many of these abyss monsters. It's impossible for them to get rid of them completely without leaving any trace right under our noses in a short time. He paused and spoke. All of this is a long-planned conspiracy. I don't know when it started, but some rats in the gutter started to make moves here. Jianghai No dead. This was pretty much what he thought. He had come into contact with people from the Church of the Abyss several times before, and these scums were everywhere. My favorite thing to do is to cut off the flame of humanity. Wherever they are, nothing good will happen. So what do we do now? Liang panted slightly and spoke. There are too many of them, and their physical strength has its limits. Even for him, it feels like he can't kill them all even if he spends half a day. The people here are already seeking help from outside, and reinforcements should arrive soon. Lu Xian said seriously. To be on the safe side, let's go back first. I'll cover you. It's too dangerous here. Liang started thinking in his heart. Although he was reluctant to give up these powers of the abyss, he could still distinguish the big and the small. He would never do something like throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed. He would not throw away his life here for some power of the abyss. Chapter 172, Front Row, Demonic Arm Appears. Judging from the current situation, is it already very serious? We can't hesitate for too long at this time. Okay, retreat first. Liang made a decision. Things are now developing in an uncontrollable direction. Let's go. Lu Xian walked in front to lead the way. However, his profession is an archer, and his ability to clear the way is not as strong as that of a tank warrior. It can be said that he is relatively slow, and he also has to be careful of attacks from monsters. Liang volunteered and rushed forward quickly. Commander Lu, you get behind me and attack. I'll clear the way. Without waiting for Lu Xian to react, Liang has already rushed to the front with a shield in hand. You? Lu Xian hesitated for a moment. As for Liang, he didn't know whether he could play in the front row. Although he was a little worried, he finally chose to believe it. He is really not suitable to be in the front row. He is originally a back row output profession and deals long-range damage. Liang certainly knew this. After all, Lu Xian's career played an indispensable role in his starting out. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask to be in the front row. Although he is not a tank, his current physique is better than many tanks of the same level. With a shield in hand, you can just force things to happen. Soon, several abyss monsters pounced over. Liang raised a shield and charged forward. Easily blocked all damage. At this time, Lu Xian behind him did not hesitate and quickly drew his bow and arrow and started shooting. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Puff, puff, puff. With the tacit cooperation of the two, soon they fought their way out. Keep walking along this road, and you will soon arrive at the venue's safety passage. Here, many of our own professionals are holding weapons, resisting the monsters who want to invade the defense line, and covering some weak professionals to escape from the safe passage. These are not just official people. Masters from Luyan Pavilion and professionals from other forces are also here, participating in the battle against monsters. When facing a common enemy, these forces are able to distinguish the situation, put aside any previous conflicts, unite as one, and work for the common interests of everyone. That's what humans are like, complex and real. Commanded by the guards here. The rest of the people also evacuated in an orderly manner. They lined up to leave in order of priority, first the potential professionals, then the 18-year-olds and women. Those who are capable of fighting will stay behind to help with the safety of the evacuation. Here, Liang also saw some familiar figures, such as the pavilion master of Luyan Pavilion, Yuan, as well as Yuxiao, Wang Chao, Lin Tian, and others, as well as some powerful figures from unknown forces. As this year's seeded player, Li Yang's strength and potential have been recognized, and he can jump the queue and evacuate first. After seeing Liang, many people's eyes lit up. Although not everyone may know Liang, they all know Liang. Li Yang's performance in the talent competition is deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Great, you're okay. It would be a huge loss if such a genius accidentally died in the chaos just now. All professionals participating in this year's talent competition, please evacuate in an orderly manner. You are the rising sun, the hope of mankind. Leave this to us old hands. The captain of the guard team, Sun Hao, spoke. At this moment, a strange and eerie cry suddenly sounded, making people feel cold on their backs. Human professionals, human geniuses, not a single one can escape. All of them must die here. At the same time, there was a huge shock in the duel arena. It was more violent than an earthquake, shaking and upside down. And the black formation in the center of the duel arena became even larger. There was a constant loud noise coming from under the magic circle, as if something was trying to push up or drill out of the ground. A huge, dull roar sounded, covering the entire field, and was deafening. What? The powerful humans became alert. Hee hee. Is the blood of human professionals delicious? Slothful demon, wake up. Hee hee. That eerie voice sounded again. Who's talking? Come out. Stop playing tricks. Sun Hao yelled. However, there was no response. At this moment, in the venue, under the huge magic circle, a thick and huge black arm slowly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a strong power of the abyss, making the power of the abyss in the entire field several times stronger. Seeing this, someone quickly reacted. This is one of the 7 great demons, the demon of sloth. Oh no, it's coming back to life. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously. The 7 great demon gods have been sleeping for thousands of years and are powerful and evil. Its power is so great that in the early days, human leaders united to seal it. Because of his excessive strength, he could not be completely killed. Such an existence is simply not something they can deal with. It's not on the same level at all. In an instant, many people panicked and began to back down. Fuck, that's scary. 7 great demon gods, damn it. Could it be that those people from the abyss are gonna make a comeback? Oh my god, let's run. What's the point of defending here? We can't win. The field suddenly became chaotic. Under the threat of life, some people with poor psychological endurance lost their composure and madly squeezed forward towards the safe passage. Calm down. Everybody, calm down. The guards rushed out to take control of the situation. At this time, Lucien saw the clue and said loudly, "No, the sloth demon hasn't resurrected yet. This is just one of his arms. We could take advantage of this opportunity to stop him from breaking the seal." As soon as these words were spoken, many people looked over. Believe it or not, it's true. The lazy demon just showed one arm from the magic circle and then didn't move. It seems that it cannot be summoned back in one breath. It also takes time. Suddenly, many people breathed a sigh of relief. If they were facing a fully formed demon god, they would naturally have no chance of winning. But now, it seems there is still a chance to prevent all this from happening. What should we do now? Someone asked nervously. Everyone, don't panic. First, find the source of this formation and destroy it. This should prevent the demon god from appearing. Everyone, please don't panic. The more you panic at a time like this, the more likely it is that something will go wrong and have the opposite effect. The captain of the guard team, Sun Hao, also came out and spoke. But my hands were also sweating. Who would have thought that a genius competition would suddenly be invaded by the abyss? That would be fine, but this is obviously not a simple invasion. This is a demon god. Even he can't control him. The whole Jianghai city might fall. But at this time, he had to bite the bullet and come out to organize everyone. At this moment, in full view of everyone, the arm of the demon god in the center of the magic circle actually moved. Chapter 173. The Power of the Demon God, Copy. This exposed and worn arm exudes a strong and powerful power of the abyss. This power of the abyss covers all the abyss monsters on the field. In an instant, the aura of these abyss monsters became several times stronger. The movements became violent. The people who were resisting in the front were beaten back in an instant. A large area has been occupied by abyss monsters. Oh no, these monsters have become stronger. Many people were just spectators who came to watch the game. They had little fighting power to begin with, and were stunned by this scene. It was so hopeless that everyone felt powerless. Quick, continue the evacuation. After realizing what was happening, Sun Hao let out a loud roar. The situation is becoming increasingly serious, and we must take immediate action. People in the venue poured out of the exit one after another. The duel arena was in a mess. The abyss monsters are rampant everywhere. There are too few people on site, and the situation is not optimistic. Liang, you should also prepare to leave here, Lu Xin said. At this moment, Liang was standing there with a look of surprise. Just before that, the moment the demon's arm came out, a voice sounded in his mind. The ability of the sloth demon has been detected and can be copied. Is this even necessary to think about? Liang suddenly became excited. Copy. Copy successful. You gain the following ability. Power of Sloth can create a domain that restricts the targets within it, and their levels cannot exceed the host's own. Evil Power can release evil power to summon and manipulate monsters. Demon God Bonds, 1/7. After gathering all 7 Demon God Bonds, you will gain the power of the Demon Lord. At this moment, Li Yang's thoughts were called back by Lu Xian. Li Yang, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Li Yang had just stayed where he was, Lu Xian said in confusion. It's okay. Li Yang shook his head. Seeing this, Lu Xian did not ask any more questions. After all, Li Yang was also a young man. It was probably the first time for him to see such a tragic scene, so it was normal for him to be a little shocked for a while. Get ready to go. You and Yu Xiao will go with them. At this time, Li Yang shook his head and did not move. If it were before, maybe he would have followed. After all, staying here won't help. But now, let them go first. I can go last. After these words were spoken, Lu Xian's expression became serious. Li Yang, you must go. You are our hope. No mistakes can happen. Staying here is too risky. At this time, Sun Hao also turned around and said seriously, let's go. Our reinforcements haven't arrived yet, and we're short on manpower. If you stay any longer, this is no joke. With your talent, there might be a day when you'll need to show off your skills, but not now. Li Yang still shook his head. No, I have a way to deal with the monsters here. Let me stay. I can save the millions of people behind me. You? Seeing Li Yang like this, Sun Hao paused for a moment and was speechless. I really don't know whether to say that Li Yang is ignorant and fearless or too arrogant. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know what the arm in the center of the black magic circle is? Sun Hao couldn't help but shook his head. That's one of the 7 ancient demon gods. Young man, don't think that just because you have an advantage over your peers in the talent competition, you can look down on everyone. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always things better than you. He said earnestly. If it were someone else, he wouldn't even bother to say anything. Just respect their fate, and that's all. But Li Yang is indeed different. His current identity is also quite special. He is a genius with great potential. This makes him appreciate talents. It is a pity if such a person dies young. That's the demon of sloth. You may not know its deeds in ancient times, or how cruel it was. That era was a time of devastation. The world's human population was reduced by half because of these demons. The population has only slowly recovered in recent years. Once this demon god of sloth leaves the world, even if it's just one demon god, it will be enough to cause a blow that could destroy a country. Now, do you understand the seriousness of the matter? Do you still want to continue to insist on your wishes? Sun Hao let out a breath. In his opinion, since he had said this, anyone who was not a fool could understand what he meant. In his opinion, Li Yang should be frightened and then give up. However, at this moment, Li Yang's eyes did not change at all, and he still stared at him firmly. The moment Sun Hao met this gaze, he was stunned. Such a look. He hadn't seen such a look in a long time. It even reminded him of his younger self, when he was still fighting monsters on the border front. Li Yang said, I understand. That's why I can't retreat now, while the situation is still under control. After failing to convince the other party, Sun Hao gave a wry smile. Is it controllable? I hope so. Li Yang, have you really thought it through? Lu Xian frowned. He watched Li Yang grow up, and in his heart, he had already regarded Li Yang as his own. Both publicly and privately, I really don't want to see Li Yang take risks. What he feared most was that Li Yang did not know the seriousness of the situation, overestimated himself, and finally made an irreversible wrong decision. At this time, Li Yang said again with certainty, let me try. If something goes wrong, I should be able to get away with it. Well, since you've already decided to do this, I won't try to persuade you anymore. Just be careful. Sun Hao spoke. He has to take charge of the overall situation now, so he really doesn't have the energy or time to waste here. No matter what the reason is, Li Yang must have his own reasons for doing this. He believes that he has made it very clear. Even if he is being stubborn, he has to pay the price for his decision. Lu Xian looked at Li Yang and said, that's fine, but remember, if you find anything wrong, retreat first. As long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood. Even now, he still felt uneasy about seeing Li Yang here alone. Li Yang nodded and said nothing. Then he turned his gaze to the huge demon arm in the middle of the formation. To be honest, even he was a little surprised when he saw such a terrifying giant. It's just an arm, yet it's so powerful. From its aura, one can feel how terrifying the demon's true body is. A true demon god would definitely be countless times more powerful. It's simply not something they can solve. But fortunately, this is just a deformity. It can only be regarded as an embryo, and it has not yet given birth to a real demon. The best way at this time is to nip it in the bud. We must seize the opportunity to solve it, no matter how difficult it is. This is the only way to avoid even more horrific disasters in the future. Chapter 174. Going alone, deep into the enemy camp. Looking at the chaotic scene on the field, Liang began to think in his heart. How to start taking action. The ultimate goal must be to seal back the demon's arm in the center. The best way is to destroy the formation and stop it from continuing to operate. Liang turned on the holographic eye and looked at the formation, trying to find out if there was any way to break it. This magic circle seems to be composed of several array centers, constantly providing the power of the abyss. All we need to do is cut off the source of these array eyes. Liang ran to a high place and looked at the duel arena, and soon noticed several places. The characteristics of these places are that they have strong power of the abyss, and there are many abyss monsters around them. There are many dangers. To reach these places, you have to kill at least 1,000 monsters. At this time, the large formation in the middle was constantly absorbing evil power. As time goes by, there will be more and more of these abyss monsters. It will be even more difficult to approach these array centers at that time. We can't delay any longer. We must act quickly. Liang's heart moved. Without further hesitation, he rushed towards the center of the formation with the holy sword. Liang, where are you going? Noticing his movements, Lu Xian quickly walked over. The current situation is very dangerous. They can only passively defend. They don't know if they can hold on if they stay where they are. Now they're taking the initiative to move forward. It is like an egg hitting a stone. Liang's behavior makes him very puzzled. Liang glanced at him. He remembered what he was about to do and frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to expose his abilities, even to Lu Xian, because what he was about to do was indeed a bit outrageous and difficult to accept, and it might very well cause unnecessary trouble. You can imagine that a human being can use the power of the abyss to control monsters, summon monsters, etc., even if this person is a genius. Such ability is already linked to the Church of the Abyss. No matter what one's identity is, even if it touches the bottom line, it cannot be forgiven. Liang quickly figured this out, so he didn't want others to see it. Although it is a bit dangerous, the best outcome is for him to go alone. Liang Baoset. He was thinking in his heart how to send Lu Xian back. He took a deep breath. Lu Xian, do you believe me? What? Lu Xian was stunned, not knowing why Liang suddenly said this. Don't think so much, you just need to answer my questions. Liang continued. Lu Xian turned around and said, Of course I believe you. That's all. Just wait here for me. I'll be back soon. What? Lu Xian was stunned and asked quickly. Where are you going? You can't do anything rash. It's very dangerous here now. Even I don't dare to wander around. Don't panic. Didn't you say you trust me? I know what I'm doing. Liang said with a smile. This is different. I do believe you are right, but this is not the same thing and cannot be discussed together. Lu Xian waved his hand. In his opinion, Liang's idea was too crazy and simply unacceptable. At this time, there are monsters everywhere, and going there is simply seeking death. This is really ridiculous. Wouldn't it be better if we all fought together? It's too risky to fight alone. Liang said, I have made up my mind. No need to say more. I have my reasons for doing this. To be honest, even Liang himself was a little unsure. Although he has gained the ability, he has never actually used it, even once. But the current environment is becoming increasingly chaotic, and those who are capable must strike hard. He believed that among the people present, no one else could do it except him. This is not only for others, but also for himself. He doesn't want to see Jianghai City completely become a paradise for abyss monsters and a hell on earth. This is also his hometown. He has lived here for so many years, and he has some feelings for it. Even if he fails in the end, he has no regrets. By now, Lu Xian was no longer stupid, so he naturally figured out. He sighed. Hey, Liang, no matter what secrets you have, since you are so determined, then I will not stop you. But remember, you must come back safely. If you're in danger, please contact me. Liang nodded, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Lu Xian could understand, and he was very happy. Without further ado, he hurried towards one of the centers of the formation. Along the way, we saw many abyss monsters, as well as human professionals fighting against them. At this time, there were many people around, so Liang did not use his ability directly. He just attacked normally and killed the enemies in front. You killed the abyss monster and gained the power of the abyss one. You killed the abyss monster and gained the power of the abyss one. Liang mixed into the battlefield. At this time, everyone was in a hurry to kill the enemy and provide cover, and had no time to pay attention to Liang. After a while, he held the holy sword in his hand and rushed forward while killing monsters. Soon, they arrived near the first center of the formation. At this time, the surroundings were full of abyss monsters that were drooling and eyeing people hungrily, and there were almost no other human professionals to be seen. Liang no longer had any worries. He waved his hand and released the evil power. In an instant, a strong evil force suddenly filled the entire field, shrouded all nearby abyss monsters. At this moment, all the abyss monsters that were originally preparing to attack Liang were frozen in place. Their eyes became empty, and their entire bodies were like statues. Seeing this, Liang felt relieved. It seems to be effective. There was no rollover. It is worthy of the power of the devil. Even more fortunately, it was effective even when he used it in a human body. These monsters quickly moved towards Liang, bent down, and buried their heads in the ground. His eyes were full of respect, as if he regarded Liang as a demon. Seeing this, Liang was also very satisfied with the effect. Very good. In this way, the enemy became his friend. He no longer needed to worry about these abyss monsters disturbing him. It can even serve as a strength to help him destroy the core of the formation. Fighting for control. Liang glanced at the demon's arm that was in the center of the attack. At this time, laziness seemed to be slowly emerging, and now, in addition to the arms, a little bit of the shoulders was also faintly revealed. Fortunately, it did not appear immediately, as it would take time for this magic circle to recall the demon. Liang no did secretly, but he also needs to act quickly. As the body of the sloth demon appears in larger and larger areas, these evil forces will become stronger and stronger, and it will become more and more difficult to deal with them. Things will become more and more troublesome for him. Thinking of this, Liang, with the abyss monster brothers around him, quickly rushed towards the nearest array center. Coming here, Liang saw a shadow in a black robe. Chapter 175. The Power of Laziness. The Good Turns to Evil. Liang stopped, frowned, and looked at the figure vigilantly. This was an outfit he had never seen before, but he didn't know if it could be considered a stereotype, as it was very much in line with the favorite outfits of those heretical cults in his mind. In an instant, the name of an organization appeared in his mind. Abyss Cult. He felt a powerful force from the abyss from the black-robed figure. This power was even more powerful than the 3-star evil demons he had seen before. The other party is definitely not simple. Liang became serious and stared at the other person intently. A special species actually broke in. A sinister voice sounded. Liang noticed that the source of the voice was the black-robed figure in front of him. Are you from the Abyss Church? Liang said bluntly, with a cold expression. At this moment, the black-robed figure suddenly turned around. In the duel arena, the dim light shone on its body, and Liang was suddenly startled. Under this long black robe, there is actually a skull. This wasn't some mask covering it up, it was a real skull. Its eyes shone with a faint green light. This is not a human being at all, it's more like a ghost. At this time, the skull spoke. Little mouse, you're quite capable to have found this place. I'm also curious how you were able to control these monsters. Has a new profession emerged among humans? Liang did not answer its question. After the initial surprise, he gradually became relieved. There are indeed many things in this world that cannot be explained by common sense, such as monsters and alien races, which are all normal. Then, Liang turned on a holographic eye and looked at the target's condition. Abyss Undead. Level 200. Introduction. A spirit from the abyss, possessing a powerful evil power and able to control monsters. At this moment, the Abyss Undead moved. It faced Liang and waved its hand. A black force of the abyss burst out from its hand, carrying a terrifying aura. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of abyss monsters appeared around and surrounded Liang. Liang's eyes narrowed. No matter whether he is a human or a ghost, just do it. The next moment, he waved his hand gently. More than 100 skeleton warriors were summoned. Combined with the abyss monsters on his side, they're not inferior to the enemy in number. Oh, that's interesting. Is this the Scourge of the Undead? Seeing this scene, the Abyss Undead on the opposite side were moved. It seems that he recognized Li Yang's profession. After all, this is the famous SSS-level profession, the Undead Scourge. Interesting, little guy, you are becoming more and more interesting. It laughed loudly, extremely crazy. Then let me see what you can do. You want to destroy the core of the formation? With me here, You can't succeed unless you step over my dead body. Immediately afterwards, he commanded his abyss monsters to launch a fierce attack on Liang. Liang did not hesitate and quickly commanded his monsters and skeleton warriors to fight against them. At the same time, he also rushed towards the abyss undead with the holy sword in hand. To catch a thief, first catch the leader. To kill a snake, hit it at its most vulnerable part. Hee hee hee. Come on. The undead from the abyss smiled grimly. The next moment, a knife made of bone appeared in its hand, with traces of blood on the blade, and several eyes were wriggling left and right, looking extremely terrifying. Liang slashed forward. The weapons of both sides suddenly collided with each other. For a moment, they were evenly matched. A powerful aura burst out from the middle of the two of them. After about a minute, the two of them stepped back at the same time, keeping some distance between them. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the abyss undead. Good boy, you really have some skills, worthy of being an SSS-level professional. Then, a hint of excitement appeared in its eyes, which turned red and emitted a bloodthirsty red light. Fortunately, you haven't grown up yet, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. I love to stifle geniuses like you. Liang looked at him calmly. Suddenly, he thought of something and spoke. Oh, by the way, you're level 200, right? I almost forgot to release your domain. What? The abyss undead was stunned. Liang actually knew its level. At this time, Liang used the power of laziness to bloom a large area with his own range as the center. Instantly enveloped all monsters, including the opponent. The realm of laziness. In this domain, all things will be suppressed and their level cannot exceed his own. In other words, in this area, the level of the abyss undead will be suppressed and be on the same level as him. Soon, the undead in the abyss also realized that something was wrong. I was stunned for a moment. He was surprised to find that his level had shrunk almost by half. What is going on? It glanced at Liang. Obviously, this was the other party's masterpiece. When this field unfolded on Liang's body, it was clearly blessed with a powerful evil force. It was suddenly shocked. Damn, is this still a human being? This evil force is even more powerful than anything in it. And if he was not mistaken, these were all coming from Liang? Is this a real evil? I can't figure it out. I absolutely can't figure it out. Looking at the other party's reaction and the changes that took place, everything was as expected, and Liang nodded in his heart. It seems that the effect is taking effect. He used holographic words again to check the attributes of the abyss undead opposite him. Sure enough, the opponent's level has been reduced to around level 100, exactly the same as his level. Wow. Even Liang couldn't help but sigh. This ability is too abnormal. The truth is right in front of you, and all beings are equal. It is worthy of being the power of a demon god, and this is just the power of one of the demon gods. There are still 6 demons left. I dare not even think about it. If only I could copy them all. Cough, cough. Although he thought about it, Liang still felt that it would be better if these demons did not come out to cause trouble again. He did not have the ability to truly face any complete demon now. Under the shocked gaze of the abyss undead in front of him, Liang rushed forward with his sword in hand. Now the opponent's level is also suppressed. Before, I was in the 100s and my opponent was in the 200s, so I naturally had no advantage in the fight, but now we are all at the same level. He was not panicked at all. With so many abilities, he was quite confident. A powerful evil force erupted from the abyss undead, saying angrily, "Damn human professional, how dare you ruin our good deeds? No matter where you got this evil power from, it is unforgivable. Unforgivable." As he spoke, he also swung the knife towards Liang. However, this time, Liang will not indulge him. Before, you were level 200 and I was level 100, and you couldn't blame me for anything. But this time, we are both at the same level. Can you still take my blow? Liang activated the power of the wind element and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The holy sword in his hand, with tremendous power, slashed fiercely. Chapter 176, Battle at the Center of the Formation, Traitor to Humanity. This time, Liang used all his strength. The speed is extremely fast, and it hits the target in one shot. Bang! With him as the center, a powerful aura erupted in the entire field. The holy sword hit the head of the abyss undead. The moment it made contact, its entire skeleton was shattered. It flew all over the sky and turned into a pile of ashes. No. Watching his body constantly dissipating, The Holy Spirit undead let out a terrifying scream. But it was of no avail, and it soon dissipated on the spot, leaving no ashes behind. After dealing with the other party, the center of the formation here was also destroyed. For a moment, the source of evil power was lost. The aura of the demon arm in the central formation was obviously weakened, and the speed of the lazy demon's appearance also slowed down. Liang was delighted to see the effect. Then, without stopping, he quickly rushed towards another formation center in the venue. Huh? What's going on? Is there something wrong with our formation? In the dark formation in the middle of the duel arena, a man in a black robe frowned. Noticing the changes in the formation, he quickly checked the source. It's the fourth brother's side. Is there something wrong with the center of the formation? What's going on? He was shocked and immediately tried to contact her. After a moment, he took a deep breath. I can't even get in touch with him. He also reacted, and it was obvious that something unexpected had happened. But with the fourth brother's strength, this shouldn't be the case. Immediately afterwards, he quickly contacted the people at the other two sides of the formation. Fortunately, at this time, the other two places had not been affected. After getting in touch, he quickly gave instructions. Is everything okay over there? There seems to be a force trying to destroy our formation. The center of the formation on the fourth brother's side has been destroyed, and we can't contact him anymore. I think he's in great danger. Guard your position well, and make sure nothing unexpected happens. The plan to revive the demon god cannot go wrong. We've been planning this for so long. We must succeed. If we don't, we'll die. After explaining everything, he looked back at the demon's arm in the middle formation, his eyes full of fanaticism. Ah, honorable demon god, my most revered lord, rest assured, we will definitely resurrect you. When that happens, our Abyss Church will once again reach the pinnacle, take back everything that belongs to us, and eliminate all these human professionals. They should be our slaves. At the same time, after destroying the first center of the formation, Liang, with his skeleton warriors and army of monsters, quickly headed towards the second center of the formation. In the process, his team continued to grow. Skillfully use the power of evil to transform monsters into one of your own. But unfortunately, his current evil power is limited and he cannot control all monsters. Not long after, he arrived at the second center of the formation. At the center of the second formation, there was still a figure in a black robe. But obviously, he was well prepared for his arrival. In the dim light, Li Yong saw the face of the second black-robed figure. This was different from the one just now. The one he encountered before was just a skeleton underneath and could not be called a human at all. This time, there was a human body under the black robe, and the face was covered with strange black patterns. Leon took a look and realized it. This one is a traitor to humanity. Traitor. Everyone in this world can participate in the awakening ceremony and awaken their profession when they turn 18. But this thing itself depends on one's own destiny and luck. Some people with good talents can have S-level professions, while others can only have the worst D-level professions. Those professions that have awakened themselves are very good, such as S-level professions. Basically, they will not become dogs of the abyss. Generally, there are people who are not good at their profession or have failed to awaken. They cannot accept the gap in their hearts, but they desire power. Therefore, they go astray, believe in the abyss to obtain the evil power of the abyss, and become stronger by any means necessary. Such people are naturally despised by all mankind. Therefore, when Li Yang saw the person in front of him, he naturally did not give him a good look. Although everyone has the right to pursue power, as a native human being, he expresses absolute disgust for this act of betrayal of humanity. Seeing Li Yang coming, the man in black robe narrowed his eyes and looked a little surprised. Humph, you're the one who's going to destroy our great Abyss Church's plan. You lowly human. Foolish. They didn't expect that the one who came to destroy them was a human, and such a young boy at that. This made him feel angry for no reason. Because when he was at this age, he should have been full of energy and ambition, but he awakened the worst D-level profession. This made all his 3 years of high school efforts a joke. In his opinion, God has failed him and the whole world is his enemy. Finally, by chance, he came into contact with people from the Church of the Abyss, so he took the initiative to approach them. In the end, there were no surprises, and he successfully became a member of the Abyss and gained powerful strength, even far surpassing the geniuses of the same level as him at that time. Those who looked down on his profession all died under his sword later. When he saw Li Yang, he couldn't help but recall those days. There was a flash of bloodlust in his eyes. Up to now, he has no regrets at all. and is very glad for his decision. And I hate myself for not seeing this damn world clearly earlier and wasting more than 10 years. The Abyss Church is the best destination. Once the demon god is successfully revived, the whole world will belong to them. Liang looked at him with disdain. Look at what you look like now, neither human nor ghost, abandoned by the 6 realms, doing things that harm humanity. It's simply laughable. Hearing this, the man in black robe was not angry, but instead showed a proud look. What do you know? Only the Abyss is the strongest in the world. One day, you will regret your foolish behavior now. Boy, you still have a chance now. Submit to us and submit to our Abyss Church. You can gain the powerful power of the Abyss, and your strength will be countless times stronger than it is now. The man in black robe spoke in an excited and seductive tone. Liang Laoged, ha ha. Seeing him like this, the man in black robe also started laughing, making a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Ha 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 ha. So what's so funny about this? The black robe man said with a smile. I'm laughing at you. You're working for a bunch of monsters, living a life worse than a dog as a human, and yet you're trying to convince others to fall with you. Do you think everyone is an idiot like you? The black robe man's face darkened. Think it over carefully. Liang didn't say anything, and what responded to him was the sword in his hand. Chapter 177. Evil cannot prevail over good. Shadow clone, talk to my sword. Liang took the sword and chopped it directly. At this moment, the man in black robe snorted coldly, his whole body shook, and a dark, evil aura burst out from him. You are shameless, and you are seeking death. Then, changes began to happen to him. His entire body was enveloped by a black abyssal force. Soon, black scales, sharp horns, and teeth began to grow on his body. This was not the first time that Liang had seen this form. Before, when he was in Qingran, he had met a person from the Abyss in a secret realm there. At that time, the other party also transformed from a human into this form. This seems to be the transformation that all renegade humans must undergo in order to wield the power of the Abyss. So he wasn't that surprised. This form, it must be said, does have a strong gain. The whole body is covered with pitch black scales, which gives it a high level of defense. The power of the Abyss in the whole body will become much stronger, and the attributes of the whole body will also grow. At this moment, the black-robed man in front of him transformed into the form of the Abyss Blood Demon, whose aura was much stronger than the 3-star evil demon he had seen before, more than several times stronger. But Liang was not afraid. He continued to move forward and came to the opponent with his sword in hand. Then he swung violently. Feeling the power of the sword, the black-robed man who had transformed into a demon also frowned. Then he waved his hand, and 2 sharp blades suddenly grew out from the back of his hand. He put his hands together, faced the sword that Liang was swinging at him with a blade, and collided with it. Bang! The golden aura on Li Yang's body collided with the opponent's black evil power in an instant. The entire field seemed to have turned into 2 colors, one on the left and one on the right. On one side was the sacred and dazzling golden light, and on the other side was the evil and chaotic black air. After a face-to-face encounter, both sides retreated at the same time. Liang retreated 3 steps, and the man in black robe retreated 5 steps. After stabilizing himself, the black-robed man's face darkened. It's really amazing. Fortunately, I was prepared. He had received a message from their team leader before, asking him to prepare to meet the enemy in advance. At this moment, without any further hesitation, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Honorable Demon Lord, please grant me your magic power. I need your magic power to suppress these rebellious slaves for our great cause. Liang frowned and looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. What is this? Is there some strange ritual going on? Just as he was thinking, an evil aura suddenly descended from the sky, coming from the direction of the demon's arm. This evil aura was extremely strong and quickly crashed into the black-robed man's body, giving him an instant enlightenment and continuously influx of energy. At this time, the aura of the man in black robe became visibly stronger. His entire body was covered by the terrifying power of the Abyss, and his aura became several times stronger before he slowly stopped. Liang looked at him, and his eyes became alert. Holy shit, is this guy cheating? He even summoned a spirit. At this moment, the man in black robe suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils turned even more blood red, emitting an evil gleam. The entire body is a whole circle larger than before, and the scales on its body are more solid, and countless saw-like blades have grown on its body. The feeling that Li Yang got was, the other person looked more like a monster. There are almost no human physical signs on his body. All that was left was the roughness and rage of a monster. After completing the evolution, the man in black robe looked at Li Yang triumphantly. Did you see that? The demon god responded to me. This is the power of the demon god. This is the power of our abyss. It's a power that you human professionals will never be able to obtain in your lifetime, but we can easily obtain it here. Are you envious? Li Yang didn't say anything, but there was a hint of pity in his eyes. The other party has now completely lost everything that belongs to humanity and has completely become a monster. Li Yang did not feel a trace of envy in his heart, but instead felt extremely disgusted. He wouldn't want such power even if he was given it. People can't do that, or at least they shouldn't. Once the bottom line is lost, one will be completely ruined and lose the qualifications to be a human being. Is this the power you desire? You're a hopeless case of being unable to make it as a human being, yet you're still trying to take shortcuts. How ridiculous! Li Yang said disdainfully, and then tightened his grip on the sword. Come on, let's see how many of my swords you can withstand after this so-called evolution. Don't be like your last companion, a purebred abyssal undead who couldn't even last a moment. At this time, the two of them move at the same time. The man in black robe gained the enhancement of the power of the abyss. With its blessing, his aura became infinitely stronger, and he was naturally extremely confident. Li Yang was no less inferior to him. He expanded his domain and activated the power of the wind element. The two sides collided with each other as fast as meteors, and soon they collided in the middle again. This time, the stay in the middle was longer. Neither side would give in. The man in black robe was also surprised. This Li Yang is actually so strong, obviously at such a young age. Back then, when he was this age, he felt a pang of jealousy again. If he had such strength at the beginning, how could he have fallen into depravity and fallen into the devil's sect? Today you must die here. He roared and continued to exert force with his hands. Li Yang also felt that the force coming from the opposite side was getting stronger, but it is still within the range that can be dealt with. I have to say, after the last time he came to summon the gods, the evil power in this black robe man has become much stronger, at least several times stronger than before. It is no wonder that some people would rather give up the bottom line of humanity and imagine these forces. It's just like the ways to make money are all written in the news. High investment, high return. But unfortunately, in front of a true genius, these things are nothing but fancy and shameful tricks of rats in the gutter. Li Yang suddenly raised his head, looked at it, and smiled. Seeing his smile, the man in black robe suddenly changed his expression and had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment, a Li Yang appeared next to him. Yes, this is another Li Yang. This is his clone. It is also his advantage. For these evil demons, although they possess pure dark power, they lack many abilities compared to human professionals. Human professionals compete not only with brute force, but also with the ultimate effects brought about by the development of various professions to the extreme. Evil cannot prevail over good. This is the reason why the Church of the Abyss has always been forced to live in exile. Even though they have always wanted to make a comeback, they were beaten back by humans again and again. Chapter 178, a monster emerges from the ground. The man in black robe realized that something was wrong and tried to retreat, but it was too late. All of this was a trap designed by Li Yang in advance, and he had fallen into it. You've fallen into a trap. Li Yang's clone behind him stabbed his heart with a sword. In an instant, a huge hole appeared in his heart, from which the strong power of the abyss leaked out. No, my power. Come back quickly. The man in black robe panicked. He struggled desperately, trying to break free, but Li Yang would never give him a chance. The sword in his hand pierced his heart again and again. TSK, it turns out he's just trying to be brave. Li Yang was disdainful. It seems that this kind of abyss demon transformed from a human is different from the real abyss creatures. They rely entirely on magic power to maintain their strength. The disadvantages are also obvious. Li Yang and his clone attacked from the front and back, and soon several more swords were struck. In a short while, it was turned into a hornet's nest with several holes appearing on its body. The power of the abyss overflowed. If it were someone else, they would have collapsed long ago after being attacked like this. But with so many scales protecting its body, the opponent becomes more resistant to attacks. But it doesn't matter. The power of the abyss continues to leak out, and the opponent's true colors will be revealed sooner or later. Liang was not panicked at all. 2 against 1, the advantage is on my side. Backstabbing human professional, if you dare challenge me in a one-on-one fight. The man in black robe said angrily, looking at the power of the abyss dissipating from his body, covering his wound with heartache. One-on-one. Li Yang Smilet. Aren't we fighting one-on-one now? You? For a moment, the man in black robe was unable to refute. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what he said. It makes sense. Both of them are Liang. He was speechless. How could he meet such a monster? Next, under the siege of Liang. Soon, the man in black robe could no longer hold on. He was panting, and his aura was extremely weak, which was a huge difference compared to before. You have no intention of dragging it out. We must quickly destroy the formation, prevent the resurrection of the demon god in the middle, and stop the conspiracy of these scums of the abyss. Finding the right moment, Liang directly activated his clone's self-destruction. Soon, Liang's clone rushed towards the man in black robe, and his body began to swell up and down. When he came in front of the man in black robe, bang! The clone exploded. A destructive aura instantly erupted from the clone's position, and a thick mushroom cloud of smoke rose at the spot. The man in black robe was standing at the closest position and was hit by the explosion, taking all the damage. He was already in a weak state, and with this blow, his entire body was shattered into pieces by the explosion. Wait until the smoke clears. The place had become empty. The black-robed man's body was blown into pieces, and no one knew where it flew to. At the same time, the center of the formation was successfully destroyed. 2 array centers have been destroyed, and only the last one is left. After destroying the last array center, the large array in the center should disappear without any accidents. Without hesitation, Liang immediately rushed towards the last center of the formation. At this time, every minute he delayed was likely to result in a human professional dying at the hands of the Xinyuan monster. At the same time, the second array center was also destroyed. The figure in the center was no longer calm. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression became angry. Who is it? Who on earth is it? 2 generals had been killed in succession, and he could no longer sit still. At this time, the formation was only supported by the last array center, which was the last line of defense. If it was also lost, their plan would be completely in vain. You damn bug! How dare you destroy the plan of our great Church of the Abyss and prevent the resurrection of our great demon of sloth? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. His face was filled with anger. This can't go on any longer. They must find a way to take action, find the person who ruined their plan, and get rid of him. At this time, there's only one last eye in the formation, and the opponent must be heading towards that direction. Thinking of this, he looked towards a certain location in the duel arena and rushed towards there quickly. Right now, as the 2 array centers were destroyed, the attacks of these abyss monsters began to weaken and were no longer as crazy and terrifying as before. The secure entrance to the dueling arena. Most ordinary citizens have been organized to leave the duel arena. The professionals are still standing here, setting up lines to resist the monsters, and the pressure is not as great as before. And at this time, Lu Xian stood there, looking at all this, but he couldn't feel happy. Because Li Yang hasn't come back yet, and there is no news yet. He couldn't help but feel worried. After such a long time, couldn't he be in danger? Although the offensive of these abyss monsters has weakened a lot, the field is still full of abyss monsters and is still very dangerous. After a moment, he took a deep breath, decided not to wait. Now, most ordinary people have moved out. At this time, he is no longer needed to help hold the defense line. Moreover, the brutality and number of these monsters have decreased. He decided to lead his men in to look for Liang. If he is alive, I want to see him in person. If he is dead, I want to see his body. Then he came to Sun Hao and explained his intentions. Hearing this, Sun Hao sighed. He just knew it. He had advised him long before, but Liang didn't listen. Now, he is probably in danger. In his opinion, after so much time had passed, it would be useless to send people to look for it. But in the end, he didn't say anything and still allocated some troops to Lu Xian. Lu Xian did not stop and took man number 1 directly into the monsters. At the same time, a corner of the duel arena, Liang stood among a group of monsters, with skeleton warriors leading the way in front. The team was so powerful that the other abyss monsters could not stop it. Soon, the team arrived at the last center of the formation. It's finally here. Liang's heart moved, and his expression became serious. Solve this, and you're done. At this time, nothing can go wrong. Come to the center of the formation. However, to his surprise, this place was different. There was no one guarding it like before. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. He always felt that something was wrong, and that things were definitely not that simple. His expression also became cautious, surrounded by several skeleton warriors slowly approaching. At this moment, there was a huge noise suddenly coming from the ground. Liang quickly pulled it open and returned to the center of the place. At this moment, the ground in front of him was pushed open. A monster several tens of meters tall crawled out from the ground, carrying an unprecedented and powerful power of the abyss, which was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Liang quickly used his holographic eyes to check the situation. Chapter 179. The Terrifying Abyss Demon. Abyss Giant. Level 300. Introduction. A monster that exists in the abyss environment. It possesses powerful abyssal power and extremely destructive power. It is composed of tens of thousands of abyssal monsters. Weakness. Moves relatively slowly, but can be used flexibly in combat. After seeing it, Liang was also shocked. Good man, he knew things wouldn't be that simple. Level 300. This slap could turn me into dust. It's completely not on the same level or the same level as what he has now. But now there's only this last key point of the formation. After we solve it, we can declare victory. Otherwise, everything we have done before will be in vain. After thinking for a moment, Liang decided to bite the bullet and give it a try, and then he would do it if he couldn't win. Although level 300 is very powerful, I possess the power of the demon god and can expand my domain to suppress its level to the same range as my own. But Liang still didn't think he could be safe like this. A level 300 monster was stronger than him, not just 100 or 200 levels higher than him. In addition to the opponent's attributes, his strong power of the abyss is the main source of his strength, which has nothing to do with his level. Liang gathered his courage and looked at the huge monster in front of him with extreme caution. The next moment, he waved his hand, and hundreds of skeleton warriors and thousands of abyss monsters rushed forward. At this time, the giant in the abyss also began to move. Every gesture and movement reveals the majestic power of the abyss. The arm that was dozens of meters long suddenly hammered down, and the entire ground shook violently. A huge, deep pit suddenly appeared underground, and a powerful force from the abyss burst out. With this attack, hundreds of abyss monsters on Liang's side were immediately destroyed. But it doesn't matter. Liang still has many troops alive. Continue to rush towards the giant creature in the abyss. The skeleton warriors and many abyss monsters, some of the moving attacking ones, jumped onto the giant, climbed up, and swung the weapons in their hands, slashing at the abyss giant's body one by one. Although these attacks did not seem to have much impact on the abyss giant, like an ant scratching its itch, it did not cause much effect. But it also entangled with this giant creature, making it unable to escape for a while. At this time, Liang took the holy sword and took advantage of the opponent's lack of caution to swing out sword energy. The sword energy struck the giant, leaving deep wounds. But soon, the giant's wound was covered by a ball of black abyss power and healed quickly. From the health bar, Liang also noticed that this abyss giant was actually recovering health continuously. The reason is that he has been constantly absorbing the evil power on the field. Liang Frowonet. This was a bit troublesome. You know, these evil forces are all emitted from the arms of the demon in the central black formation. But if you want to stop them, you must destroy the last center of the formation, which means you are trapped in a vicious circle. Liang took a deep breath and prepared himself for a protracted battle. After all, he was the only one on his side, and even if there were so many monsters around him working together, it would be difficult to defeat the target in a short time. Fortunately, he now has the blessing of the lazy field, which can suppress the opponent's level. Otherwise, he would not be able to touch the opponent at all, and the damage he inflicted might not be recovered quickly. Time passes slowly. During this period, Liang did not give up the attack, continuously consuming the blood of the abyss giant. The situation has stabilized. There are endless abyss monsters holding up the front. Once there is a gap, Liang will immediately summon other abyss monsters to fill it up. The blood volume of the abyss giant was visibly depleted. Everything is moving in the right direction. Just then, Liang suddenly felt a powerful aura coming toward him rapidly. Suddenly, he looked up into the sky. A figure emitting black air fell from the sky and slammed towards him fiercely. Liang was shocked. After reacting, he quickly dodged backwards. The black shadow fell straight to the ground. Bang! The ground was cracked by the impact, and a thick cloud of dust soon rose up on the field. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying aura of the abyss burst out. The smoke gradually dissipated, and then a black figure appeared in the same place. Liang took a closer look. I immediately understood what kind of person this was. The extremely powerful evil aura on his body clearly shows that he is from the abyss. Damn human, you're the one who's ruining our great plan, aren't you? At this moment, the black shadow made a hoarse sound. You actually destroyed 2 of our formation's cores. That's simply unforgivable. Well, now you'll stay here forever. Become food for our monsters. Liang looked at the person who came vigilantly. It seems that I can't sit still anymore. He felt that things would not be that simple. It's obvious that there's a mastermind behind the formation, controlling it. I definitely won't watch myself destroy all of this. Liang took a look at the black shadow that appeared later. Abyss Demon. Level 300. Ability, Abyssal Evil Power. Magical Offensive. Introduction, a monster from the abyss, feeding on magic power, growing up immersed in evil power. Weakness, destroying the toughness bar can cause additional hits and reduce defense. Liang's expression changed slightly. The previous abyss giant has not been dealt with yet, and now another powerful enemy has arrived. Even Liang couldn't help but feel the pressure increasing. Ultimately, it's because he had too little time to grow up. It has only been about a month since the awakening ceremony. If he were given a little more time, none of them would be his match. Who could have known that these people would be so rampant, actually setting their sights on the genius competition and starting to cause chaos so arrogantly at this critical juncture? At the same time, noticing the movement from the abyss giant, Lu Xian also rushed over with his men. The team consists of about 20 people, all of whom are professionals over level 100. This is already the maximum combat power that can be allocated. But fortunately, the monsters here have become much weaker, otherwise it would be even more difficult. At this time, he was on his way while constantly killing the abyss monsters around him. Strange, there are so few abyss monsters in this area. Lu Xian noticed this, and the corpses of abyss monsters are everywhere around here. Who did this? There was a glint of surprise in his eyes. Don't know what happened here, though. But because of this, their actions became faster. If you want to know the answer, you probably have to speed up and go to the front to see the situation. Then he led his men and rushed forward quickly. Chapter 180. Powerful Magician. Reinforcements are coming. Right now, after another helper appeared on the side of the abyss, the balance of the situation on his side was broken. His army of monsters and skeleton warriors were still fighting against the abyss giant, but he could not help much here and had to fight against the new abyss demon. Seeing that the number of his skeletons and monsters was decreasing, Liang knew that he had to fight quickly and then go to help. Then he held the sword and looked intently at the abyss demon in front of him. The abyss demon looked at Liang with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. I'm curious, how exactly do you control these monsters to work for you? You seem to have the aura of the abyss. The abyss demon asked doubtfully. Are you one of our kind? Bah! Liang showed a look of disdain. You are worthy? Don't compare me with a bunch of beasts like you. I am a human being, and I am proud of my identity. Ha! It seems you're very confident. The abyss demon snorted. It's true that you were able to defeat our other 2 generals, which shows your strength. But unfortunately, the person in front of you is me. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Kneel down. After he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from his body and pressed straight towards Liang. Liang suddenly felt a force of energy pressing down on him from above. For a moment, he felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. This is the field. Liang reacted quickly. He sneered. Ha! Do you think you're the only one with a domain? After saying that, he also directly opened the lazy field. A powerful evil force suddenly burst out from him, with him as the center, instantly covering the abyss demon. The abyss demon raised his eyebrows, looked around in surprise, and paid attention to the changes in himself. This is a field? For a moment, he felt as if he was blocked by something. His level was actually suppressed to level 100. He was suddenly shocked. This was done by Liang. At this moment, he finally understood. No wonder his 2 generals failed repeatedly in such a short time. It turned out to be like this. Liang actually has such terrifying methods. Fortunately, He had prepared himself mentally in advance and came to this last place. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before Liang would take over this place and destroy the core of the formation. This would directly destroy their demon god revival plan. Liang almost caused a big disaster. He looked at Li Yang with lingering fear. Who are you? This power cannot possibly belong to you. It was the first time he had seen such a special human professional. Li Yang Chuklet, aren't you scum of the abyss, always so arrogant? Why are you so weak now? The abyss demon's eyes narrowed. You reminded me. If that's the case, then I can't let you stay here. After saying that, he waved his hand. A ball of black abyss power condensed into the shape of a knife in his hand. This is a sword formed entirely of evil power, and its aura is terrifying. Although he was in the domain and his level was suppressed by Li Yang, the strength of the abyss power in his body did not diminish at all. This sword could be said to be the strongest weapon Li Yang had ever seen, and the aura on his body was even far beyond that of brilliant level weapons. The next moment, he took a knife and attacked Li Yang. Seeing this, Li Yang was not afraid at all and rushed forward with the holy sword. Bang! In just a moment, the two collided in midair. The holy sword in Li Yang's hand made a sword sound and began to tremble slightly. Li Yang's sword is the natal sword of an SSS level profession and is not inferior to the opponent's sword condensed from the power of the abyss. But the strength of his sword is also linked to his own level, and his current level is not high. The opponent was a level 300 abyss demon, although he had been suppressed by Li Yang's domain. In this collision, it was difficult to determine the winner. Nice sword. The abyss demon narrowed his eyes and looked at the sword in Li Yang's hand in surprise. A sword that can remain unchanged after colliding with itself can obviously be called a divine weapon. If I'm not mistaken, this is your natal sword, right? The sword survives, the man lives. If the sword dies, the man dies. A hint of madness flashed in the eyes of the abyss demon. Then he continued to swing towards Li Yang. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yang held the holy sword in his hand and blocked all the attacks one by one, with a solemn look in his eyes. The abyss demon's words are correct. That's why it's called the Sword of Destiny. His sword is equivalent to himself. How strong he is equal to how strong his sword is, creating a symbiotic relationship. His sword will not be easily destroyed, because once it is destroyed, he will be broken along with the sword. Judging from the intention of this abyss demon, he obviously regards the sword as himself, and wants to kill both himself and the sword in one fell swoop. This idea is indeed good. If he didn't use the holy sword, the other weapons on his body would not be able to collide head-on with the opponent's power of the abyss. Cunning demon. Hee hee. I want to see how many of my attacks you can block. The abyss demon sneered. Once we've dealt with you, we can continue to cast the formation. When our demon god successfully revives, all of you will become our nourishment to nourish our demon god. Then I'm afraid you won't succeed. Just then, a voice came from a distance. The abyss demon frowned. Who's talking? Get out here. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps on the ground sounded rhythmically. A figure was walking towards us from a distance, becoming clearer and clearer. Liang also noticed it. The person who came was a human professional. Fortunately, it doesn't look like they are helpers from the abyss. Otherwise, if someone else comes, he will be in trouble. This is a tall woman with slender branches and abundant fruits. She wears an exquisite robe and holds a black and gold staff in her hand. She walked toward me step by step, even though she was alone, but I could feel a powerful force ready to be unleashed from her. Obviously, this is a powerful wizard. Another human. If you dare to destroy my plan, then you will be buried with me, said the abyss demon angrily. People kept coming to disrupt the situation, which made him very angry. And looking at the powerful human being coming over, Liang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was one of his own people. His helper had arrived, but then he became a little uncertain. They wouldn't consider him an enemy, would they? After all, he was in control of his domain, and the power of the abyss within him was stronger than all the surrounding monsters combined. At first glance, it seemed like I was the biggest monster. Chapter 181. Powerful forces join forces to slay the giant creature from the abyss. Fortunately, the woman did not show any hostility towards him. If Lucien was present, he would definitely recognize her and introduce her to Li Yang as the senior executive he had mentioned before. At this time, she spoke to Li Yang. Li Yang, I'll leave this demon to you. You can deal with the other abyss monster. Although Li Yang didn't know her, She knew Liang. Hearing her words, Liang was stunned. How did the other party know my name was Liang? She actually recognized herself. However, Liang went through all the old memories in his mind, but still could not think of any information about the woman's identity, not even a little bit. He was absolutely certain that this was the first time the two of them met. But now that things have come to this, there is no time to ask more questions, and I can only choose to believe the other party first. Now only this last formation, I, is left. The most important thing is to destroy it as soon as possible and stop the central government's recovery formation. Without hesitation, he took the sword and quickly rushed towards the behemoth on the side. Seeing this, the Abyss Demon moved and was about to step forward to stop him. At this time, the woman also moved. It waved the staff lightly. A huge white beam of light suddenly burst out, blocking the way of the Abyss Demon. Feeling the powerful magic power, even the Abyss Demon was slightly surprised. Did I allow you to leave? You dare to be distracted while fighting me. Are you ready to pay the price? The woman said lightly. At this moment, Liang looked back at the scene and breathed a sigh of relief. He is indeed a powerful magician. Let her handle this for the time being. There shouldn't be any problem. Then, Liang turned his gaze to the giant abyss in front of him. It's our turn to fight next, and we must make a quick decision. At this time, the giant of the abyss had destroyed most of the monsters with just a wave of its hand, and only some skeleton warriors were left in the front. Liang rushed forward with the sword in hand. He struck it with sword after sword, using all his strength. Plunder. Horrifying damage numbers emerged from it one after another. With the bonus of death suppression, the health volume is visibly decreasing. At the same time, the skeleton warriors did not give up their attack. He waved his hand, and evil power spread out, and another group of monsters appeared on the scene. Attack the Abyss Giant together. Under the fierce siege, it didn't take long before the giant's health was at the bottom, and it was almost at the killing line. At the same time, the battle on the other side also entered a fierce stage. Countless Abyss powers erupted from the Abyss Demon and transformed into dense attacks directed towards the female magician. However, this powerful wizard was not afraid. With a wave of his staff, a thick barrier appeared in front of him, blocking all attacks and responding calmly. The two sides fought back and forth. Even Liang couldn't help but praise the strength of this powerful mage, who was really a great help. He knew how powerful the Abyss Demon was. After all, he had fought with him before. Then he turned his gaze back to the giant in the abyss. Under the attack of skeleton warriors and a large number of monsters, the opponent was unable to escape. Looking at the last bit of blood, Liang took the holy sword and blew the power of the wind element at an extremely fast speed. He came into the air and swung it down towards the opponent's neck. Puff! This time the blade pierced his flesh with ease. The Abyss Giant froze. The next moment, countless forces of the abyss burst out from his wounds and leaked out. Liang moved and quickly left the place. This can be considered as the last counterattack before death. Once someone is hit by this power of the abyss, it will probably be enough to cause serious trouble. The power of the abyss continued to leak out from the body of the Abyss Giant, and the body of the Abyss Giant began to shake. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the powerful power of the abyss leaked out, forming a powerful aura that instantly swept across the entire field. The monsters and skeleton warriors nearby were all blown away by this airwave. Liang curled his lips. Damn it, he would self-destruct even though he was dead. Fortunately, this explosion turned the Abyss Giant into pieces of debris that flew everywhere and could never be recreated. At the same time, the last center of the formation was also broken. No, what have you done? Noticing the movement here, the Abyss Demon turned his head. Then I saw this heartbreaking scene. Another general was defeated. More importantly, with the Abyss Giant also being eliminated, the 3 array centers have all been destroyed. At this moment, the formation on the field is constantly weakening. The power of the Abyss also became thinner. Looking at Liang, the Abyss Demon's eyes showed a murderous look. All this is thanks to this little human being. At this moment, his hatred for Liang has reached its peak. Damn you bastard. All of you humans deserve to die. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces, smash your organs, and eat your flesh and blood. His eyes were bloodshot and he spoke madly. However, at this moment, a beam of light suddenly hit him from the side and knocked him out. Hey, didn't I tell you that you're too tired of living to be distracted while fighting me? Besides, did you get my consent before you said this? The flying figure of the Abyss Demon was hit by the wall and then fell heavily to the ground. Pretty, Liang exclaimed in admiration. Good fight. Look, why aren't you calling anymore? However, he also knew that this alone was not enough to directly kill the Abyss Demon. Then he stepped forward, ready to help. At this moment, as expected, the Abyss Demon climbed up again. The horrific wounds on his body were being covered by the power of the Abyss and were gradually healing. After the Abyss Demon stood up, he suddenly looked up with scarlet light in his eyes. The three centers of the formation have been destroyed, and it won't be long before the formation completely dissipates. Then the opportunity to make a comeback that he had been planning for so long would be wasted again, and everything would be in vain. And he has lost so many people. This is the result he cannot see. The demon god hasn't resurrected yet. How can this end? In the current situation, he can only fight to the death. Immediately, an unprecedentedly powerful evil force erupted from his body. The evil force, like a natural disaster, instantly enveloped every corner of the duel arena. Some low-level professionals fainted when they came into contact with it. What the hell? What is this? Quick, retreat. This is the power of the Abyss. It's too terrifying. This is... Lu Xian, who was rushing to the battlefield, was also shocked when he saw the commotion. The people in the venue were shocked when they saw this strong power of the Abyss and retreated one after another. At this time, Liang was on this side. The body of the Abyss Demon also underwent amazing changes. Chapter 182. The Terrifying Abyss Demon Lord. The body of the Abyss Demon expanded rapidly, becoming larger and larger. Soon, it surpassed the previous Abyss monster, but it showed no sign of stopping and continued to grow. Wow, wow. In the blink of an eye, his body had expanded to fill the entire duel arena. At this moment, a huge hole appeared in the middle of his abdomen, like a black hole emitting a strong suction force, sucking in all the living things around him. The powerful Abyss filled his entire body, and the power of the Abyss in his body became stronger and stronger. Liang was stunned when he saw this horrifying scene. My goodness, aren't you afraid of exploding and dying? Absorbing so much power of the Abyss. However, the Abyss Demon had obviously made up his mind long ago and was still absorbing power. When he stopped, his body almost filled the entire duel arena, and his tall figure appeared in front of everyone. The aura emanating from him had also reached a terrifying level, making people feel terrified just by looking at him. Liang frowned. This was definitely the strongest sense of oppression he had ever faced since he was a child. Not only did it make him feel like he was going to be destroyed just by looking at it, it was also the first time he felt it. It was so terrifying. It seemed as if a demon was standing in front of him. At this moment, the woman next to him also looked surprised. Finally, he spoke to Liang. No, hurry up and leave. This is no longer something we can handle. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard. When I turned around, I saw that it was Lu Xian and the others who arrived. Lu Xian came here with a group of elites. A hint of surprise flashed across his face when he saw the scene in front of him. What's going on? What on earth happened here? What a powerful Abyss monster. After being surprised, he saw Liang again. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little better. Great. Liang, you are okay. At this time, he also saw the magician next to Liang. Perilla leaves? When did you come here? What on earth happened here? Lu Xian walked up and said. Shisoi shook his head and said seriously. The situation is very bad now. The one in the middle can no longer be described as a simple monster. He is almost a demon king. The demon lord is a kind of monster second only to the demon god. Although he is not as powerful as the demon god, his strength should not be underestimated. Only the top professionals of human beings can deal with him. Hearing this, Lu Xian's face darkened. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a demon lord. What's going on? He couldn't help but ask again. Zisui sighed. I don't know the details, but I suspect this damned monster has absorbed all the abyssal power from the central formation. This power was originally intended to summon the demon god, but since we destroyed the formation, the demon god naturally can't return, so he absorbed all the abyssal power. Now, his power is far beyond our imagination. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the average demon lord. Hearing this, Lu Xian clenched his fists. So what should we do now? This is totally beyond our ability to handle. Lu Xian knew in his heart that even if he brought so many elites with him, what could it do? In front of a truly strong person, Ants are always ants. Even if there are 100 or 1,000 of them, they can be crushed to death with one kick. Shisoye Ihadit. You've arrived just in time. Take Liang away from here quickly. Other strong men, stay here with me to stop this demon king. Then you. Lu Xian hesitated. He knew in his heart that it was impossible to fight against the demon god with only Zi Su Yi and others. The worst result would be that they would all die here. Shisoai's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "There's no time to hesitate. Lu Xian. This is an order. You've been in this position for so long, you wouldn't have forgotten even this basic principle, right?" Lu Xian didn't say anything. Zi Sui continued, "Regarding Li Yang's matter, he has already proven his strength in the genius competition this time, so I will do what I say. The rest of the matter will be left to you." At this moment, a sinister and hoarse voice sounded. "Want to leave? No way. I'm putting my words here. None of you can leave today." The Abyss Demon Lord in the middle roared. An unprecedentedly powerful force of the Abyss emanated from his body, enveloping the entire field. Li Yang frowned. He naturally understood that the monster in front of him was so strong that he could not deal with it. Not only him, even if all of them were added together, they probably wouldn't be able to break the opponent's defense. The only way is to wait for the top professionals at the top of the country to come and support. Before that, Jianghai City would probably be greatly affected. Although he destroyed all the array centers this time, destroyed the demon god's revival array, and prevented the demon god from resurrecting, an unprecedentedly powerful demon lord still appeared. In Li Yang's eyes, the beautiful home of the past seemed to appear, and Jianghai City turned into a hell on earth. "Hurry up!" Zisuye shouted again. At this moment, the demon lord of the abyss moved. He swung his giant arm, which was tens of meters long, and slammed it down towards their position. A huge shadow covered their position, blocking all the light. The arm pressed down with powerful momentum and a violent wind. This blow seemed to be able to flatten everything. Shiso Yi waved his hand quickly. A huge blue barrier blocked everyone's heads and collided with the giant arm that was pressing down, making a crisp sound. Bang! The balance lasted only about a second, and the next moment, the screen shattered and turned into a pile of debris and dissipated. The giant arm continued to snap. But fortunately, in that extra moment, the second that Perilla Leaf gained, Li Yang and others quickly left the place. They are all high-level professionals. Although they have no hope of defeating the Demon Lord face-to-face, they do have a certain degree of reaction and speed. Li Yang let out a breath, still feeling a lingering fear. There was no other way, so he and Lu Xian had to quickly run back towards the exit. As for Perilla Leaf, he retreated from behind while constantly using barriers to slow down the Demon Lord's attack. Fortunately, it is a powerful magician of a high level. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, he would have been exhausted long ago by consuming magic power so recklessly. What should I do? What should I do? Evacuating quickly with Lu Xian. Li Yang's mind was turning rapidly, thinking about how to break the deadlock at this time. This monster was too strong. He had no doubt that if he made a mistake, he would be killed instantly by it. There is no room for error at all, and there is no chance to fight against it. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the demon's arm not far ahead. Chapter 183, A Big Gamble. Obviously, this is the arm of the demon of sloth. Thanks to his own blessing, only one arm appeared in the revival circle of the sloth demon, and the others did not come out. With the formation destroyed by him, the demon god could no longer appear again. The only thing left was this arm. Liang looked at this terrifying arm with an ancient aura and fell into deep thought. Even with just this one arm, Liang could feel its immense power. Although the abyss power of everyone on the field was completely absorbed by the abyss demon, the abyss power of the lazy demon still remained on its arm. Liang didn't know why the abyss demon didn't absorb these more powerful abyss forces. He guessed that the level of the abyss power was too high and too powerful, causing the abyss demon to be unable to bear it, so he did not absorb any of it. Liang started thinking in his heart. Feeling the powerful movement caused by the demon Lord Shenhe, his eyes narrowed. Fuck, let's fight. It's better than dying here. Then, he mobilized the power of the wind element to its extreme, changed direction, and rushed towards the demon's arm. Lu Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. Hey, what are you doing? Come back soon. This is not a joke. The situation is extremely urgent, and even they may die at any time. Liang usually looks honest and well-behaved. Logically, he should know the severity of this situation. Why did he start to get sick at this time? His face looked grim. I have no idea what Li Yang's intentions are and don't understand what he wants to do. Then, he looked in the direction of Li Yang and soon saw the demon's arm in front of him. His brows furrowed. Why was Li Yang heading towards the direction of the demon's arm? Now the resurrection circle has completely stopped. The demon's arm remains in place, just a huge body there, but has lost all consciousness and vitality and has no ability to move. At this time, there is naturally no lethality or aggressiveness. Otherwise, Li Yang would be seeking death if he went there. He only had one arm, but he was still a demon. When he couldn't understand what Li Yang was trying to do, Li Yang has arrived in front of the demon's arm. He took a deep breath and looked at the terrifying giant arm in front of him, which was dozens of meters long. If he were still alive, he firmly believed that he would be shattered into pieces with just a flick of a finger. But at this moment, Li Yang felt a sense of desire in his heart. This demon arm actually gave him a very tempting feeling, as if attracting him. All of a sudden, this extremely ugly arm was not so scary anymore. Instead, it looked like a delicacy in his eyes. Li Yang did not forget his purpose at this time. He took the risk to come here just to try and see if he could also absorb the power of the Abyss. You know, it's not just the Abyss demon who can absorb the power of the Abyss. He can now also control the power of the Abyss. And he has even copied the power of the demon of sloth before. Logically speaking, in terms of Abyss bloodline, I'm stronger than the Abyss demon. The previous Abyss demon absorbed the Abyss power of tens of thousands of monsters and became such a powerful demon lord that he could crush all of them unilaterally. But he did not absorb the power of the Abyss from this arm. Li Yang couldn't think of any other reason except that its level or ability was insufficient. But I am different. He possesses the abilities of an abyssal devil. He controls the same power of the Abyss. And speaking of which, this arm itself is the arm of the demon of sloth. From his point of view, the fit is really good. Thinking this way, Li Yang did the same. He stretched out his hand, came to the side of the demon's arm, and placed his hand on it. In an instant, a ray of light rose from his hand and connected to the strange arm. In less than a moment, Li Yang felt the powerful and pure force of the Abyss flowing continuously into his body. A sense of fullness suddenly arose, as if the whole body was filled and was being impacted by the power of the Abyss. It works. Li Yang took a breath and became excited. At this moment, he began to regret that he had destroyed the formation too quickly and did not leave a longer body of the demon god. Otherwise, he would have been able to absorb more of such powerful power of the Abyss. It was exciting just thinking about it. But at the same time, he was also vaguely worried. Wow, I have absorbed so much power from the Abyss in an instant. When those monsters see me, they will have to call me Ancestor. And after absorbing so much reinforcements, I wouldn't become bigger like that Abyss demon and turn into a monster. Forget it, never mind. Damn it, it has come to this, there is no turning back. Even if I really turn into a monster, it would be better than dying at the hands of a monster, right? Li Yang's eyes narrowed, and he absorbed the power of the Abyss at a faster speed. The powerful force of the Abyss, like that of a demon, erupted from his body. Li Yang closed his eyes, feeling the pain and sourness brought by the impact of the power of the Abyss. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Carrier. The perfect carrier. Li Yang couldn't help but frown. What's talking? Just then, the voice in his head continued to ring. Slave, I am the ancient demon of sloth. Bow down and serve me. Immediately afterwards, Li Yang felt his nerves becoming a little confused, and every cell in his body was under attack. And his heart suddenly reacted. It's the demon of sloth. He's inside himself now. Wrong. This should just be a consciousness. Otherwise, the other party's thought would be enough to kill me here. Li Yang also understood that this lazy and strange consciousness was in his body, trying to seize control of his body. At this time, if you lose the defense, you will lose consciousness forever and become a puppet of the devil, as if you have been possessed by another body. It's equivalent to being killed directly. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Li Yang's expression froze. My body, my decision. My body belongs to no one. A mere monster is worthy of competing for my consciousness? He laughed loudly. Consciousness comes to the sea of knowledge and fights against this evil force. This time, if he succeeds, he will be able to control the power of the Abyss and regain control of his body. The opposite of this would mean the disappearance of consciousness and falling into an irretrievable doom. This is a big gamble. Chapter 184. Fight to the Death. Liang suddenly felt his eyes blurred and a white light flashed. The next moment, his consciousness was pulled into a dark space. This place is filled with the terrifying power of the abyss. He was in the fog, and at this moment, he suddenly saw two blood-red eyes in the fog, which were extremely dazzling and terrifying. Liang took a breath of cold air. Slowly, the smoke dissipated. A huge monster appeared in front of him. The dark figure exuded a deadly aura of terror, and its upper body was covered with densely packed hand and foot joints like a centipede. The body was enormous, hundreds of meters tall, as if it had broken through the sky. Liang widened his eyes. Is this the true form of the demon god of sloth? This is too exaggerated. He couldn't help swallowing as he thought about what was going to happen next. Can he really defeat such an existence? At this time, here, he had no helpers, and he was alone facing one of these terrifying demons. A feeling of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Now is not the time to be alarmed. Liang forced himself to regain consciousness. Force yourself to calm down and start thinking. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. There must be a way out. This is my own consciousness space. It should be my home ground. Although the real demon god is extremely powerful to an absurd degree, the one in front of him is just a consciousness. Otherwise, even if there were 100 of them, he would not have a chance of winning. You lowly human, how dare you dare to fight me? Submit to me. It's just a fool's dream. Liang didn't waste any time and drew his sword directly. The next moment, he mobilized the power of the wind element and rushed towards the opponent. At this moment in the duel outside, seeing Liang standing motionless next to the strange arm, Lu Xian suddenly became anxious. What is going on? Hello, hey. Are you asleep at this time? Please don't be so relaxed. The brothers behind them were working so hard to delay the process, yet they were just standing here, wasting time. Liang. He hurriedly called Li Yang's name twice, but Liang just stood there motionless, without any response or reaction. There was no other way, so he took a deep breath and ran towards Liang. Although he could have just left alone at this time, he couldn't just watch Liang die here. He can't do it. When he also came to the location of the demon's arm, the Abyss Demon Lord behind him also caught up, bringing with him a powerful evil force, like a nightmare. I told you, none of you can escape. Everyone present today must die. At this time, whether it was Zi Suyi or other strong men, almost all of them were seriously injured, and even 2 strong men had died. The remaining people are almost at their limit and cannot stop this powerful Abyss Demon Lord at all. In the end, they were beaten back step by step. When Zisuyi found that Lu Xian and Liang were still standing there and had not gone far, he became anxious. Hey, what the hell is going on? Are you kidding me? My staff is practically smoking, and you're all so leisurely having a date here. Believe it or not, I'll blast you to death with a fireball. She yelled angrily. Lu Xian was sweating profusely. He smiled bitterly but didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. It seems that we will all die at the hands of this beast today. And just at this moment, behind them, a dull sound of footsteps was heard. Turning around, I saw that it was Sun Hao and the others who had arrived. Reinforcements are coming. They were already in despair, but a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Holy shit, how the hell did you guys make this thing? When Sun Hao arrived with dozens of powerful human beings, he couldn't help but swear when he saw the behemoth in front of him. Stop complaining. We're desperate too. Now that you are here, come and help. Lu Xian growled. Despite the curses, upon hearing his words, Sun Hao quickly rushed forward with his men. No matter how many people come, it's useless. I will kill you all to relieve the hatred in my heart and avenge our great demon Lord of Sloth. The hoarse voice of the Abyss Demon Blade roared angrily, echoing throughout the field. At the same time, a terrifying power of the Abyss erupted from his body, which was shocking. Damn it, this beast is already at the level of Demon Lord, right? Sun Hao cursed. What the hell is this fight for? We can't hold out for much longer if we put all of us together. Lu Xian frowned and didn't say anything, but looked at Liang next to him. What is Liang doing? At this time, Liang frowned, closed his eyes, and was sweating profusely, as if he was fighting with something. At this time, he also realized that Liang was in a special state. He thought without surprise that interrupting Liang at this time would definitely not be a good choice. Unless it is absolutely necessary, let the other person remain in this state and wait for her to wake up on her own. But He looked again at the aggressive demon lord of the abyss not far away, and his scalp tingled. Can they really hold on until then? He gritted his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs. Can everyone hold on for a moment? Liang seems to be meditating. Meditation. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Liang. This? Are you crazy? Were you meditating for at this time? Even if I meditate, I can't defeat this behemoth. No matter what, we must hold on here. We can't let this abyss demon lord get into the city and endanger other people. Sun Hao spoke. This is our responsibility. The evacuation of ordinary people is already underway outside. Everyone hold on for a while. Wait for support from above. The geographical location of the duel arena, where they are now, is quite special. It is located in the city center of Jianghai City. At this moment, if this terrifying monster is allowed to escape from here, it will definitely threaten the safety of the entire Jianghai City and cause a huge impact. The entire city will surely be engulfed in flames. Therefore, they must stay here even if they die. As for what happened to Liang, he had no control over it. In his eyes, no matter how talented Liang is, he is ultimately just a new professional who has not grown up. At this time, it is not easy to turn the situation around by relying on one person. Therefore, he never placed his hopes on Liang from the beginning. Then, Sun Hao led his men forward, formed a battle formation, and attacked the giant creature from the abyss. At the same time, Liang was in the consciousness space, fighting fiercely with the demon god, and the battle had entered a white-hot stage. Chapter 185. Defeat the demonic consciousness and master the power of the abyss. This can definitely be called the most thrilling battle Liang has ever experienced. If you fail, your consciousness will disappear completely. But the opponent he faced was an extremely powerful demon, even though this was within his consciousness space. The power of the demon god is still suffocating. Liang held the holy sword in his hand, and wounds appeared on his body. But the demon was not unscathed either, as he also cut off one of his arms. This won't work. I don't have time to waste time here with him. There's a demon king outside wreaking havoc. Now, he must quickly resolve this situation and defeat the demon's consciousness. Then use the power of the devil to defeat the demon lord outside. The road ahead is long and arduous, but only he can accomplish this. He raised his head and charged at the huge demon again. At this moment, the devil was also a little impatient. What's going on? Is this really crazy? Why do you look like you're about to explode with him at any time? He is simply an indestructible cockroach, becoming more courageous with each setback. If I continue like this, I might end up in trouble. After all, he is just a consciousness now and does not have the power he had before, basically less than 1/10. Otherwise, if it was the real one, it wouldn't have to stay here for so long and would have killed Liang with just one slap. At this time, Liang's sword approached it again. Swish! Puff! The terrifying sword edge bursts out with a powerful aura. This sword directly cut off the other arm. The demon of sloth was completely shocked. No, impossible. Even though I'm just a consciousness, I'm not someone a mere human can bully. At this moment, nothing else mattered. He was also aroused by the desire to win, but the only thing in his eyes was the victory or defeat of this competition. He wanted to declare to the world, to prove to everyone, that they, the gods and demons, were superior to all others. All humans could only become their slaves, and there was absolutely no way they could clamor to take over. His expressionless face also became ferocious, and the giant axe transformed from the powerful evil force was taller than Liang. The giant axe chopped down towards Liang. Liang quickly activated the power of the wind element and dodged it at an extremely fast speed. Then he leaped up and slashed at the demon with the sword in his hand. A horrific wound appeared on its body, emitting a powerful evil force. The lazy demon's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Liang intently. At this time, a terrifying black aura was emanating from Liang's body. This is the power of the abyss. It was stunned. With the blessing of the power of the abyss, Li Yang's attributes have grown extremely rapidly. From all aspects, whether it is strength or speed. Seeing the other person's shocked expression, Li Yang smiled. After all, this was all thanks to the other party. He had drawn the power of the abyss from the other party. He has absorbed a lot of the abyss power of the demon god, so of course he can also use the power of the abyss. To deal with magic, he still needs to use magic. Thanks to this power, Li Yang had a chance to turn the tables. Then, he continued to attack the demon's consciousness, with the terrifying power of the abyss on his body. The demon of sloth also became angry when he saw this scene. It was the first time he had seen something like this, and he had no idea what it was about. But so what? He always believed that mere humans could not threaten him. This was the confidence of the demon god. He didn't know that it was this blind self-confidence that would make him pay a heavy price and lose this only chance. The lazy demon swung his giant axe and chopped towards Li Yang with all his might. Li Yang's speed has reached its limit under the combination of the power of the abyss and the power of the wind element. Before his axe came, he had already rushed in front of the opponent and swung a sword directly at his heart. Bang! Li Yang used all his strength to swing his sword, hitting the body of the demon god, as if it had shattered something. The demon's figure suddenly froze. A trace of unwillingness flashed across his ferocious face. No, I can't be defeated by an ant, no way. However, in the current situation, no matter how unwilling he is to accept it, his failure is already a foregone conclusion. The huge figure began to break into pieces and dissipated in a streak of white light. Li Yang gasped and retracted his sword. That was a close call. The situation just now was definitely the closest he had ever been to death. He was just that close. If it had dragged on a little longer, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even though the demon god is only a consciousness with only 1/10 of his strength, he is still so powerful. So how powerful is the real demon god? Li Yang suddenly felt that he was still very insignificant, even though he was already one of the top newcomers. But there are so many things in this world that are more powerful than him, and he is not qualified to touch them. The stronger a person is, the broader his horizons become, and the more terrifying and unimaginable things he sees, just like Li Yang's current situation. Li Yang let out a breath. But the matter is not over yet. He has to go back. There's a demon king outside who is wreaking havoc everywhere in the duel arena. I hope Lu Xian and the others outside are still holding on. Then, his consciousness slowly returned. When I opened my eyes again, it was still the familiar place. At this time, the demon's arm in front of him began to slowly dissipate and turned into a ball of ashes. Li Yang, you finally woke up. What were you doing? I was so worried. Lu Xian's voice reached his ears. Li Yang turned his head and saw Lu Xian standing next to him. He reacted and blurted out, "How's the situation?" As he spoke, he looked around and soon saw several powerful men fighting fiercely with the Abyss Demon Lord in the middle. As you can see, the situation is very bad now, Lu Xian said with a worried look. The Demon Lord is a terrifying monster, second only to the Demon God. It's difficult for us to deal with him alone. However, we must hold on here. We can't let this monster wreak havoc in the city. We can only defend here with our lives and wait for help from above. This is our mission. Li Yang nodded in his heart. However, although the figure of the Abyss Demon Lord was very terrifying, Li Yang, who had just fought a hard battle with the Demon God, did not feel so scared after seeing him. Yes, the purpose of me doing all this is to solve it. Li Yang narrowed his eyes. I try to check the strength in my body. At this moment, the power of the Abyss obtained from the Demon God was existing in his body, extremely active and powerful. Moreover, he is now fully capable of mastering this power. Chapter 186. Use magic to fight magic. In the center of the duel arena, the huge figure of the Demon Lord moved on the field, casting a shadow on the entire duel arena. Perilla Leaf, Sun Hao, and other powerful men are trying their best to stop the Demon Lord. With every gesture, the Demon Lord exuded a powerful force from the abyss, which made everyone unable to raise their heads. Everyone is risking their lives to buy time. Li Yang, this is not a place you can get involved in. You should go back first. We don't know how long we can hold on. This place may fall at any time. You should go back and make preparations for the evacuation. Lu Xian said seriously. Hearing this, Li Yang didn't say anything. Leave? Impossible to leave. What was the reason for all the things he did? If he were to leave, all his efforts and risks in absorbing the power of the abyss would be in vain. Besides, Jianghai City is also his hometown, his own home. He has to protect it himself. Then he glanced at Lu Xian. You know what? Using magic to fight magic is the best way. The best way to fight against the terrifying monsters of the abyss is to use the power of the abyss yourself. The next moment, he walked towards the Demon Lord. Lu Xian frowned, stretched out his hand, and was about to call Li Yang. But at this moment, he was surprised to find that Li Yang was emitting powerful power of the abyss, which was extremely terrifying. At this point, Liang was not naive enough to think that he could still solve the problem secretly without telling others. He would accept it even if his contribution was reset to 0 in the end. Liang Molfet, possessing the powerful force of the abyss, Li Yang's own growth is much higher than he imagined. This is the purest power of the abyss from the demon god, and its strength is beyond words. It is countless times stronger than the power of the abyss on the demon lord. An unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from Liang. The speed is also extremely fast, holding the shining holy sword in his hand. The whole person gives people an indescribable feeling. He is carrying such a terrifying and evil power of the abyss, but he exudes the light of a savior. Before anyone could react, Li Yang's figure appeared like a meteor. He held the holy sword of light, leaving a trail of afterimages on the spot, and slammed into the body of the abyss demon lord. Bang! The demon lord's huge body was actually knocked back 2 steps by this blow. Everyone was stunned when they saw this sudden scene. After reacting, he looked towards the figure and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Looking closely, who else could it be but Liang? It turned out to be Liang. Looking at Liang's figure, everyone felt a little surprised. Shisawai blinked. Liang woke up? Wrong. At this time, everyone also noticed the terrifying power of the abyss emanating from Liang. For a moment, his expression became alert, unsure whether it was friend or foe. You know, the Church of the Abyss has quite a few undercover agents hidden among human professionals. The power of the abyss is a very strange thing, and it cannot be possessed for no reason. Why does Liang have such power? The most important thing is that the power of the abyss in Liang is too strong. This is no ordinary power of the abyss. The power from Liang made them feel even more terrifying than the power of the abyss from the huge abyss demon lord. This is what shocked them the most. What is going on? Questions arose in everyone's mind. But Liang's actions just now seemed to be attacking the abyss demon lord. If they were in the same group, Liang should not attack the demon lord at this time, but should have launched a sneak attack on them. With the operation that Liang just demonstrated, he could easily deal a serious blow to them when they were not paying attention. Suddenly, everyone was confused. Lu Xian, who was standing behind him, was also sweating profusely with a confused expression. Liang, what are you doing? Why does the power of the abyss exist? Although their friendship was not very deep, they had been together several times, and he had watched Liang grow up. Liang actually possessed the power of the abyss, which he had not expected, and he had no idea about it at all. At the same time, the abyss demon lord, who felt the power of the abyss, also became nervous. The power of the abyss that erupted from Liang actually made him feel suppressed in his blood, and an instinctive sense of ups and downs arose in his heart. It's so terrible. The demon lord stared at Liang intently, his eyes full of inquiry. This power is wrong. This is the power of the demon lord. He suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Liang's expression, which was full of surprise and doubt. Liang raised his head and looked at him neither humbly nor arrogantly. Although the demon lord was extremely terrifying, he was not weak at all at this moment. Possessing the powerful force of the abyss, he has no need to be afraid of the other party. In the abyss, the distinction between high and low bloodlines has always been of paramount importance. Abyssal monsters with high bloodlines have a strong and natural suppression over lower-level monsters. This situation is very appropriate to describe Liang and his team's current situation. The evil power in Liang comes from the power of the devil in the abyss, and they have the same origin. No matter how powerful the abyss demon lord in front of him is, he is worthless in front of the demon god. The demonic power in Liang completely crushed the opponent. In other words, from the perspective of the food chain, I could be considered the natural enemy of this demon. The person who should be afraid is not Liang, but the other party. He looked at the demon lord who was originally so arrogant. Haha, it seems you have good vision and are not particularly stupid. If you know what's good for you, just wait and see. Liang said lightly, and at the same time, walked towards the direction of the demon lord. The terrifying power of the abyss of the demon god emanated from his body. No, it's impossible. How could you possibly possess the power of the demon lord? The demon lord spoke in a lost voice as he involuntarily retreated, following Li Yang's steps. His instinct was fear, fearing the power of the abyss that was crushing Liang. Under the influence of the abyssal power of Wendao, he didn't even have the thought of resisting. He just kept retreating, his eyes fixed on Liang. The figure hundreds of meters away was so scared of Li Yang that the scene was extremely funny. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. This arrogant monster had beaten them so badly before that they were at a loss for what to do. But now it was like a grandson, not even daring to breathe. Is this still the terrifying demon lord they know? Everyone looked at this fantastic scene as if they were dreaming. My heart is extremely complicated. So you have come to this day? So you, a monster, also know how to be afraid? It really opened my eyes. Chapter 187. Single-handedly kills the demon lord, surprising everyone. Wow! Li Yang raised his sword and swung it fiercely towards the Abyss Demon Lord. At the same time, an extremely powerful force of the Abyss burst out from his body, along with his sword energy. At this moment, the Abyss Demon had no power to resist at all, and could only watch helplessly as this horrific attack easily cut through his body. The Demon Lord screamed in pain. It really is the power of the Demon Lord. Li Yang did not stop and continued to chop him with his sword. With the blessing of the power of the Abyss, it was as if he had divine help, and he easily broke the Demon Lord's defense. Every sword strike had a very high effect. Under the suppression of this thick power of the Abyss, the Demon Lord had no power to resist at all. Finally, he began to flee in a panic. Li Yang naturally would not let him go and pursued him. Every sword strike hit him hard. Puff, puff, puff. Under Li Yang's continuous attacks, the Demon Lord was finally overwhelmed and his aura became weak. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian and others were filled with surprise. They fought for such a long time, but it seemed that they were not as good as the sword that Li Yang casually threw out now. At this time, under Li Yang's relentless pressure, the Demon Lord was beaten like a grandson and was defeated step by step. This is so magical. Many people thought they were seeing things. They had all personally experienced how powerful this Demon Lord was. As soon as Li Yang appeared, the situation seemed to be reversed and the roles were swapped. Lu Xian's eyes widened. He never dreamed that one day he would witness this scene with his own eyes. Although he was optimistic about Li Yang's potential, he never imagined that Li Yang could actually defeat the Demon Lord. Zisui next to him was speechless for a long time, his eyes full of astonishment. Then, she looked at Lu Xian and spoke with a pout. Lu Xian, what's going on with him? Don't tell me you don't know either. This was too outrageous. She suspected that Lu Xian knew about it, but kept it secret and started to blame him. Lu Xian smiled bitterly, feeling so aggrieved. Oh my dear, I swear to God, I really didn't know anything about this, including the fact that Li Yang can actually control the power of the Abyss. If I knew, I wouldn't have been so anxious just now. Hearing this, Perilla Leaf thought about it. It seems that makes some sense. If Lu Xian knew this in advance, there would be no reason for him to hide it from me. Then she turned her gaze back to Li Yang in the middle. They had been fighting the Demon Lord for so long that they were exhausted and were about to collapse. Fortunately, Li Yang arrived at this time. It must be said that he really helped them a lot. Otherwise, they would have suffered serious casualties. Thanks to Li Yang, they now have a short rest and time to adjust. At this time, under Li Yang's continuous fierce attack, even the Demon Lord of the Abyss could not hold on. His huge body squatted heavily on the spot, already in a state of near death. Li Yang did not hesitate. He seized the opportunity, weapon in hand, and quickly came in front of the opponent, launching a full-strength attack. Puff! A sharp sword sound was heard, and the sword pierced straight into the opponent's body. You killed the Abyss Demon Lord and gained Abyss Power 1000. At this moment, a prompt sounded in Li Yang's mind. At the same time, the body of the Abyss Demon Lord also dissipated and disappeared on the spot. After seeing this scene, it took a long time for the others to react. But at this time, Sun Hao and others did not approach Li Yang, but kept a certain safe distance and looked vigilant. The Abyss Demon Lord was already powerful enough, but Li Yang was able to defeat the Abyss Demon Lord so quickly, which was simply incredible. His strength was already extremely powerful. However, the power of the Abyss on Li Yang was indeed genuine, and they were confused as to whether Li Yang would regard them as enemies. If so, it would be very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Lu Xian was the first to walk up. Soon after, Perilla Leaves followed. Li Yang, is this solved? Lu Xian said this with some disbelief, and at the same time, he looked at Li Yang with a bit of spirit and caution. Li Yang nodded without saying anything more. Lu Xian paused. Although he, like many others, had a lot of questions in his mind, it was not easy for him to speak them out at this time. Well, It's solved? Thanks to you, he continued. Otherwise, if the situation continues as it is just now, we can't guarantee how long we can hold on. By then, the entire Jianghai city may be plunged into disaster. In short, you saved us, and now I owe you a life. After saying this, Lu Xian laughed. I can't believe it. I can't believe you've grown to such a terrifying size in just a few days. Even I feel ashamed of myself. At this time, Perilla Leaf also walked forward and looked at Li Yang with deep curiosity in her eyes. Lu Xian reacted and said, By the way, let me formally introduce this person to you. Shi Sui. He's also in the military, but his identity is even more secretive than mine. Then he looked at Zi Sui again. I told you about Li Yang before. Shi Sui nodded and spoke. Hello, Li Yang. Li Yang nodded. Zi Sui said seriously, You are really strong. It seems that Lu Xian's vision is correct. Li Yang waved his hand. No, it's just luck. But he also understood that in the current situation, although Lu Xian and the others did not ask directly, he certainly could not simply play dumb and get away with it. He thought about it and spoke. Do you remember the demonic arm in the middle of the formation? Lu Xian nodded and said, Of course I remember. That was the arm of the sloth demon lord. Later, the formation seemed to have been suspended. Damn, you didn't know the situation at the time. You actually ran over and was stunned. I was stunned. You don't know how nervous I was at the time, afraid that the demon lord behind us would catch up. Fortunately, Sun Hao came with reinforcements. Speaking of this, he still felt a lingering fear. Li Yang continued. At that time, I arrived in front of the strange arm and was possessed by a strange consciousness. I fought against the strange consciousness in my mind, but fortunately, I won in the end and also gained a portion of his abyssal power. Li Yang said this, looking frightened. That's right. It was with his power of the abyss that I was able to defeat the demon lord just now. That demon lord was still stronger than me, but the power of the abyss in me came from the demon god, which made him dare not resist. That's how I won. I see. Shiso Leaf murmured. After hearing what Li Yang said, Lu Xian finally reacted. I see, this is so thrilling. Chapter 188, Li Yang S. Diditatian. The Furious One-Eyed Dragon. I didn't expect that Li Yang had experienced so many dangers behind the scenes. Although Li Yang said it calmly now, they could imagine the hardships behind it just by listening to it. And thanks to Li Yang, they can now stand here safely. Otherwise, if the previous situation continues, who knows what will happen next. At this time, Sun Hao also came up from behind. So that's how it is, Brother Li Yang. Forgive me for doubting you before, it's my fault. No matter what, Li Yang's actions just now solved the problem of the terrifying demon lord, which was equivalent to saving their lives and even saving the entire Jianghai city. Logically speaking, Li Yang should be their benefactor. He deserves respect for his contributions. It's no problem. Li Yang waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. Perilla Leaf looked at Li Yang with admiration in her eyes and then said, Li Yang is the biggest contributor to our ability to resolve this crisis. Before I arrived here, Li Yang had already destroyed 2 array centers and later destroyed the resurrection array. Without him, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to prevent the demon god from resurrecting. So I think Li Yang should be rewarded. Hearing this, Lu Xian and Sun Hao were both stunned. What happened? When did Li Yang do this again? They had no idea about destroying the formation. Only then did Lu Xian react belatedly. So that's how it is. It turns out that Li Yang left without saying goodbye to him. He was wondering where Li Yang was going. Now it seems that he was going alone to destroy the formation. This is too risky. Even he wouldn't dare to do this. All of a sudden, he looked at Li Yang with a look of awe. This kid, despite his young age, is a wolf killer. Sun Hao was completely confused, and the look he gave Li Yang was as if to say, Are you sure you're not kidding me? You have to know that Li Yang is just a teenager under 20 years old. When others of his age encountered this situation, they would run outside. Others of his age also ran away. But Li Yang was the only one left here, and he ran over to destroy the formation? Even if it's made up, can it be less outrageous? He would rather believe that all this was just a dream. However, these words came from the mouth of Zi Suyi, and combined with Li Yang's previous operation of defeating the demon lord, it seems that it is not so unbelievable. Don't worry, Li Yang really did this. He is the benefactor of our entire Jianghai city. He should be rewarded for both justice and justice. Sun Hao nodded seriously, and so did Lu Xian. After the previous battle, everyone was exhausted both physically and mentally. However, After Liang had experienced several genius competitions, he also fought against countless monsters, as well as the consciousness of the demon god and the demon lord. I'm also a little tired. Later, Sun Hao stayed here and directed the others to clean up the mess. Lu Xian and Zi Suyi left here and reported what happened here. When Liang walked out of the duel arena, he found that it was already late. He yawned and went back to his hotel to rest. Inside a detached luxury villa in the suburbs of Jianghai City, the house is full of extravagant decorations. The one-eyed man sat on the sofa, holding a report in his hand with a gloomy expression. In front of him, the assistant was trembling and didn't dare to speak. About Wang Meili losing contact. After a continuous investigation, we finally found out. Not surprisingly, Wang Meili was brutally murdered. This incident had a huge impact on them. Such an accident happened right under their noses. And some of Wang Meili's masters were also killed. This is simply a slap in their face. One-eyedly sat on the sofa with a sullen face, without any movement. This was a sign before the coming storm. Only the butler and assistant understood that the one-eyed man was extremely angry. Jianghai City is about to change. The wrath of this underground king needs countless blood to be washed away and quelled. The one-eyed man looked at the report in his hand with an expression more gloomy than ever before. Finally, he spoke, breaking the silent and oppressive atmosphere. My daughter disappeared on her way to the Jianghai City auction. Many people saw her between the start and end of the auction. This means we lost contact with her after she left the auction. It was during this time that she was murdered. The murderer who hurt my daughter must also be related to the auction. The one-eyed man knew his daughter quite well and found that she was usually a little arrogant and domineering. This time, there might be some conflict with other people. But no matter what, since they dared to bully him, this matter must not be let go like this. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. It is only right. Housekeeper. Exist. The butler hurried forward, bent his body, and lowered his head, waiting for orders. How's the mission I assigned you? Did you find out? Who is it that dares to go against me, one-eyed dragon? When the one-eyed man spoke, sparks flashed in his eyes, and he exuded a tyrannical aura that was so oppressive that people dared not look him in the eye. I really can't imagine that such a thing could happen when there are countless masters protecting me closely. The butler spoke quickly. Sir, I have already obeyed your orders and will lead people to investigate. I will not miss any clues. We asked the people who were present at the time, and it seems that someone did make Our Lady unhappy. Oh, what's going on? Tell me. The butler nodded and continued. Our young lady bought a lot of things at the auction. In the end, she set her sights on an item that looked like a second-level material or something. But at that time, another mysterious person also wanted the same material, so a fight broke out over it. Musta'i Osman? Who is he? The one-eyed man narrowed his eyes. The butler paused and said, the man was wearing a cloak at the time, so no one had ever seen what he looked like. It seems that our young lady didn't get the material in the end, but let the other party take it. I don't know what happened after that. Check. The one-eyed man spat out a word angrily. Mobilize all your connections and retrieve all the surveillance cameras in the city for me to check. No matter who he is, if he dares to mess with us, he will be punished. Cut him into pieces and feed them to dogs and crocodiles. I will make him die a miserable death, he said angrily. A strong and violent aura erupted from him, which even frightened the housekeeper. The butler shuddered and said quickly, Yes, sir. Suddenly, he thought of something and continued. By the way, regarding the Legend Guild. The one-eyed man frowned. Of course, he also knew about the sudden closure of the Legend Guild. And not long ago, he asked them to help him do something, which was to investigate the location of Tianmen. He had learned about the Tianmen map by chance, so from the very beginning he asked the Legend Guild to help them snatch the key. However, he never expected that the boss's key would be stolen and taken away by someone else. Because of this, he was angry and furious. But at this time, he couldn't care less about Tianmen's affairs, because his daughter had been killed. Leave them alone and let them fend for themselves. Humph, there's no point in keeping them if they can't even handle a small matter. Yes. The butler nodded and then retreated. Chapter 189, Ability Lock. Secret Operation. What happened at the duel arena quickly spread and caused a sensation. The next day, the state sent people to investigate this sudden accident. All those who participated in the resistance against the monsters will be rewarded according to their merits. Liang found that he was nominated for first-class merit again. This was the second time he had won it. He remembered that the last time was not long ago when he went to Kuanqing. Not only that, Lu Xian came to him that day and brought a gift. Liang, how was your rest? After seeing Liang, Lu Xian's face showed enthusiasm. Then he handed the thing in his hand to Liang. Liang took it and took a look. It was a weapon box made of refined materials. After opening it, a wrist-sized, bracelet-like object made of special materials appeared. Just by looking at the gloss and texture of the surface and touching the feel of the material, you can tell that this thing is extraordinary. At this time, Lu Xian next to him began to introduce. This is a special device developed in secret by the state, a supernatural lock. It's extremely valuable, and there are only a few examples in the entire country. You can use it by wearing it on your wrist. Hearing this, Liang had an idea and took out the supernatural lock from the box and looked at it carefully. The surface of the supernatural lock is shaped like a red fire dragon head, which is carved vividly and emits red light. Although he also realized that the thing in his hand was quite precious, he did not expect it to be so precious. According to Lu Xian, the thing in his hand is probably priceless. Is this really for me? Even Liang was a little confused. That's right. Lu Xian smiled and nodded. Do you remember what I specifically told you before the talent competition started? Now, your strength has been recognized by the higher-ups. This thing was specifically instructed for me to give to you. Hearing this, Liang didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. This thing is of great use to me. At this time, Lu Xian continued to speak. So, I came to you this time for one more thing. It's a secret operation, and now you've secured a spot. Of course, this operation also carries extremely high risks and extremely high rewards. When the time comes, there will be other geniuses with ability locks to accompany you. Liang's heart moved. When will you attend? There's no rush now. We'll get a notification from above in a few days. Lu Xian said solemnly. Furthermore, we take this matter very seriously. The operation is extremely difficult, and we are not yet prepared. Going there with your current strength would be risky. So during this period, you need to seize the time and continue to grow stronger. Hearing this, Liang was shocked. Lu Xian said it so confidently that he had to take it seriously. It seems that this is not an ordinary and simple operation. Even my current strength is at risk. Liang couldn't help but think that it seemed that he had to keep getting stronger. Being conceited is absolutely unacceptable and a big taboo. If you're not careful, you may end up in an irretrievable situation. After Lu Xian left, Liang took a simple rest and left the hotel. After what Lu Xian said before, Liang also felt a sense of crisis. Learning never ends, and his current strength needs to become even stronger. Immediately afterwards, he rushed towards the city gate of Jianghai City. At this moment, he did not notice that he was leaving the hotel. In the hotel lobby, a man was standing on the windowsill handling business, occasionally looking at his own back as he left. Liang's target was a copy outside the city gate. This is recognized as the most dangerous in the surrounding area. The dungeon level requirements are extremely high, and the simplest difficulty level requires level 100. This is the most difficult copy Liang could find in this place. Liang estimated that with his own strength, there shouldn't be any big problems. His goal is to create a sense of crisis for himself so that he can be motivated to upgrade. Liang walked quickly on the street without any means of transportation, but instead moved by the power of the wind element. With the added power of the wind element, his speed is extremely fast, surpassing many modern improved means of transportation. Wherever he walked, his figure was like an afterimage, leaving a strong wind behind. Wherever he went, the passers-by around him all showed surprise when they saw him. Oh my God, why is it windy when the weather is nice? Such a strong wind. A young girl shyly covered her skirt to prevent exposure. No, did someone walk by? What a fast speed, damn. This is an extremely powerful person. This speed is incredible. The sounds of people gasping for breath could be heard all around. In Jianghai City, a backward and remote small city, most ordinary people basically only pass the first level, and few can reach the threshold of the second level. Of course, this is also the limit for most ordinary people. Now, just by feeling the speed, many people also realize that the person passing by was an unparalleled strong man that they would never see in their daily life. Therefore, they all became excited and couldn't help but feel that they were very lucky today. Some people took out their mobile phones to take selfies and videos and posted them on their moments and social platforms. At the same time, Liang's figure did not stop at any place when passing by. He kept moving through the streets, even faster than other vehicles. Some people who were drowsy while driving were startled and perked up. What flew over there? There were sparks and lightning along the way, causing passersby and vehicles to look back repeatedly. Soon, Liang walked out of the city gate, holding a map, and rushed towards the location of the copy. Lulan Tomb Instance. This is the name of this copy. The copy is located in a remote place outside Jianghai City, with no human habitation within a radius of 10 miles. This copy, according to legend, was once a relic of the ancient kingdom of Lulan and has been preserved intact to this day. Therefore, it is called the Lulan Tomb. No one knows how this ancient tomb appeared here, but it contains countless opportunities and treasures, but also comes with a lot of dangers. But even so, it is still a place that many professionals flock to. Chapter 1, 90 Lulan Ancient Tomb. At this moment, in a suburban villa in Jianghai City, the one-eyed man sat on the sofa and looked at the photo in his hand, his eyes full of anger. Fuck, are you kidding me? And pick someone to fool me. He looked at the butler in front of him and roared angrily. How do you even do things? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Look, does this guy have the ability to kill so many of our masters? He slammed the photo at the butler. The photo falls to the ground, revealing the person on it. There are two pictures. The first one shows Li Yong wearing a cloak, and the second one shows Li Yong walking out of the hotel without a cloak. The housekeeper was terrified and said quickly, I wouldn't dare say that. It's true. The man in black in the photo is the one who stole items from our young lady at the Jianghai City auction. Later, I heard that our young lady led others to chase the man in black, and her whereabouts are unknown. It's obvious that he is involved. However, this young man named Li Yong is exactly the same as the man in black robe in terms of both his figure and features, with a similarity of over 90%. This is clearly the same person. Therefore, we can infer that this Leon is the murderer who killed our young lady and so many of our powerful men. The housekeeper knelt on the ground and spoke quickly, his words making sense. At the same time, he was also very scared. The one-eyed dragon was very angry at the moment. It would be bad if he got unhappy and killed him just to make things more fun. Therefore, his heart was beating fast, and he was extremely nervous. The one-eyed man gasped, his expression softening a little. Then he spread his hands towards the butler. The butler was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up the two photos on the ground, wiped them on his clothes, and handed them to the one-eyed man with both hands. Please read this, my lord. If there is even the slightest falsehood, I will commit seppuku. The one-eyed man took the photo and looked at it carefully. He placed the two photos on the same horizontal line and compared them for a while. Whether it was the height or the various joints, they were indeed very similar to what the butler said, almost exactly the same. This situation is very rare, and it is basically impossible to be a coincidence. And this Liang is also from their Jianghai city. Then that's really possible. He superimposed the two photos again, and they really matched perfectly. The one-eyed man fell into deep thought. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and even he was speechless. I didn't expect him to be so serious and angry, but the source of his anger was actually a little brat. He looked no more than 20 years old. You have to know that there is no need to mention Wang Meili on their side. Her daughter's talent is indeed a little lacking, but the guards around Wang Meili are all elites on their side. Basically, they are second-level professionals with very strong talent and strength. As for the young man Liang, it was not surprising for him to think that any one of their guards could beat 10 Liangs, but so many of their guards told him that they all died at the hands of Liang. He would never believe this. This is fucking outrageous, no less than seeing a sow climbing a tree. No matter how you look at it, Liang doesn't seem to have that ability. Then his face darkened slightly. No matter what, I'd rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. So, let's kill all the suspicious people and bury them with my daughter. Have you found out who this person is? The butler nodded. Yes, I've already sent people to investigate, and also sent people to follow up on his whereabouts. At this point, his whereabouts are completely under our control. The one-eyed man nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the butler spoke. However, Li Yang's identity is a bit special now. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to take action. Huh? What do you mean? Is there anyone in Jianghai City that I, one-eyed dragon, can't afford to offend? Are you kidding me? A hint of anger flashed in the one-eyed dragon's eyes. The butler quickly explained. It's someone? You don't know, but this Li Yang is the dark horse contestant in today's talent competition. He's attracting a lot of attention from the entire city right now. If something happens to him at this critical juncture, it might be a bit difficult to deal with. I don't care. I'm going to avenge my daughter. Even if I have to kill half the people in Jianghai City, I won't blink an eye. At this moment, the one-eyed dragon's mind was completely occupied by the girl's anger. He could not listen to these words at all and did not consider them at all. Seeing this, the butler didn't say anything else. For his own safety, he didn't intend to continue talking, so as not to make the other party unhappy and bring himself into danger. The one-eyed man exhaled. Where is this person named Liang now? The butler paused and spoke. I just received news that Liang has left his hotel and seems to have gone to the city gate. According to our contacts in the city guards, he should have left the city. Okay, God is helping me. I can't miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon spoke excitedly, with a bloodthirsty red light flashing in his eyes. He now continues to shed blood to appease his resentment. Even if the real murderer is not Liang, even if Liang is innocent, he will not let go of any possibility. The butler lowered his head and spoke. Yes, I think so too. For us, this is a great opportunity. Even if Liang is very popular in the city, once he leaves the city, it will be completely different. No one will know how he suddenly disappeared, and no one will pay attention to him anymore. As long as we keep things secret, it will be fine. As he listened, the one-eyed man stood up excitedly. Butler, you did a good job this time. If things go well, I will reward you well later. The one-eyed dragon licked his tongue and showed a ferocious look. I will not let my enemy, one-eyed dragon, go, even if he is at the ends of the earth. Prepare the men. I will personally lead them to skin him alive. The butler was ecstatic and nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm following the boss's orders. I'm just doing my job. I don't ask for anything in return. I'm just trying to help you share your worries. At the same time, Liang sped up after leaving the city gate. There was no one else outside, so he could use the power of the abyss without worry. With the blessing of the power of the abyss and the power of the wind element, his speed reached the extreme. Not long after, they arrived at the Lulan ancient tomb instance located in the suburbs. Chapter 191 Genius is just the threshold to meet me. The Lulan ancient tomb can be said to be a very popular copy in Li Yang's area. Moreover, it has a special geographical location. Not only are there professionals from Jianghai City, but also people from other surrounding cities. Therefore, when Liang arrived here, there were already quite a few people here. It happened to be noon, the peak time for killing monsters and leveling up. The entrance to the dungeon was filled with the shouts of teams forming teams. Liang walked forward and checked the detailed information of the copy. Lulan Tomb Instance. Rating, 4 stars. Recommended level, 100 to 150. Difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. The Lulan Tomb dungeon is rife with dangers and opportunities, making it a high-risk dungeon. There are countless dungeon rules, but safety is paramount. Playing without proper procedures will bring tears to your loved ones. The difficulty rating of the dungeon is 4 stars. It can be said to be a very high group. In their Jianghai City, most copies are basically around 2 to 3 stars. This was also the first time that Liang came to a copy with such a high rating. After taking a look, I found that even the most common difficulty level required level 100. Liang's current level doesn't even qualify him to enter the difficult level, let alone the nightmare level. Normal difficulty requires level 100 or above. Hard difficulty requires level 120 or above, and nightmare difficulty requires level 150. Liang Furunet. Does this mean he has to start from the most ordinary one? After coming all the way here with great difficulty, Liang naturally didn't come here just to play the lowest difficulty level. He pondered for a moment and thought that the only way now was to find someone of higher level to take him in. This was a feasible method. Liang looked around and saw that there were a lot of people here, and they're all professionals above level 100. The scene was extremely lively. Normal difficulty, urgently needing a front row seat. Start right away if you come. A seat position is needed in normal difficulty. The output environment is great, with both healers and frontline players. A seat position on the difficult difficulty level. Basically, the majority of people play on normal difficulty, and only a few play on hard difficulty. As for nightmare difficulty, there's almost none, because the difficulty of the nightmare is not something that can be done by just picking a few people to do the job. It requires a long period of running in and skilled cooperation between the team to ensure that there is no failure. Therefore, for difficulty like nightmare, basically no one will look for people here. If you want to post, you have to find people yourself and then go to the dungeon together. After realizing this, Liang shrugged helplessly. Well, He originally wanted to go straight to the nightmare difficulty, but now it seems that there is no chance. At this moment, a voice sounded next to Liang, very close. We need a front line on the hard difficulty level. We need someone who can carry the load. Your team hasn't played this dungeon much before, so they don't really understand the mechanics and routes. Let's figure it out together and improve. When Liang heard this, his expression changed. Oh, what a coincidence. This is my first time playing this dungeon too. As a front row member, I guess I am qualified. Then he walked towards the man who was speaking. The man was about 30 years old and was the captain of the team. Liang found him and spoke. Need a front row? Top front row, you're trustworthy. The man looked at him suspiciously, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Brother, are you kidding me? At Liang's age. She looked less than half his age. He looks like just a novice professional. What's the point of being in the front row? Do you think this is some kind of novice trial camp? He waved his hand impatiently. Young man, where are your parents? It's very dangerous to come here alone, let alone go into a dungeon. People could get killed in there. Liang frowned. Didn't you say we were going to play a dungeon? Fight, of course I have to fight, but not with you. Go and have fun and don't come to mess with me. The man curled his lips. In his opinion, Liang just came here to make fun of him. He was so young, and yet he came to this place to play. He even made such arrogant remarks, saying that he was in the top front row. He really took him for a fool. Are you sure? Of course. Get out of here right now. Don't think I don't know that you're trying to trick us into taking you with you in this way, right? No way. The man looked as if he had seen through everything. Liang's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, I no longer had the idea of forming a team with the other party. Such a person is mentally abnormal. He is afraid that the other party will get sick in the copy and hold him back. Although he is not very picky about his teammates, as long as they are of a high enough level and can lead him to open the door and enter the high difficulty dungeon, it will be fine. Equivalent to a human lock-picking tool, Liang doesn't expect his teammates to help him with anything. But for this kind of thing, he would feel guilty about leading the other person to do it. This is like forcing someone who is only at the bronze level to the gold level. In the end, it will only cheat them. Okay, this is your own choice. Don't regret it later. The man laughed as if he had heard a huge joke. I'm waiting for this. Bro, do you think you're a genius? Liang smiled disdainfully. Genius? That's just a threshold to seeing me. Liang didn't talk to this idiot anymore, fearing that it would lower his IQ, so he just left. Looking at Liang's back as he left, the man stood there and laughed. Not only that, he also shared it with several teammates who came later as a joke, and they all laughed together. After what happened just now, Liang, who was a little impatient, simply turned on his holographic eye and scanned everyone at the scene. In order to prevent the previous incident from happening again, he chose to turn the passive situation into the active one this time. After a while, his eyes swept over several people who were of sufficient level and were alone. They were looking around confusedly and seemed to be preparing to look for their team. Since no one believes the truth, then I have to lie. Soon, he turned his gaze to the two professionals. The levels of these two professionals are sufficient. Both are women, and it seems that they are together. One was wearing a fiery red robe, and the other was wearing a light blue robe. It seemed that both of them were mages. He looks to be in his 20s, probably less than 30. Then, Liang walked up and said hello. Hey, what are you two doing, ladies? Do you need any help? As soon as he blurted it out, Liang felt something was wrong. My goodness, isn't what he said a bit too frivolously? He doesn't think he is a bad guy, does he? At this time, the two women heard it and turned to look over. When they saw Liang's young face, they were both stunned, with a strange look in their eyes. Obviously, it was also because of Liang's age that some people were surprised to see him here. At this time, the woman in the fiery red robe narrowed her eyes and said with a strange smile on her lips, of course. We're going to do a hard-level dungeon. Can you take us, little brother? Why not? Liang smiled faintly. Chapter 192. The Poisonous Scorpion Twins. What a coincidence. Seeing that Liang agreed so readily, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the red-haired woman. I didn't expect it to be so smooth, and it was even delivered to my door. She felt delighted. At this time, if anyone knew the two women, they would know that Liang was in trouble. He had no other choice but to find these two to chat up. These two women looked beautiful, but their methods were extremely cruel, often fishing outside some dungeons. They are known as the Poisonous Scorpion Twins in the underworld. At this moment, the two poisonous scorpion demons were a little overwhelmed. After such a long journey, this was the first time they encountered someone who walked into a trap. This was too deliberate, and they even wondered if it was their colleagues causing trouble or if some specialist was sent to arrest them. Of course, for them, the lamb that was delivered to their doorstep was something they would never miss. The two looked at each other, and greedy red light appeared in their eyes. Then he looked at Liang. When he looked up, he saw the supernatural lock on Li Yang's wrist. Both of them were excited and couldn't help swallowing. Although I'm a little confused about what this thing is, it's undoubtedly a priceless treasure. This material is at least more precious than the destructive agent. Li Yang smiled indifferently and said, "Have you discussed it? Can we set off now?" De Qiao quickly said, "Of course, we agree." She said this, but she was thinking in her heart, "Let's see if he can still smile in a while." Qiao also said beside him, "All right, let's get ready to enter the dungeon." At this time, the two of them were completely blinded by greed. In their opinion, Liang was clearly some wealthy young man from some unknown faction. He was going to take off right after this one deal. They didn't notice that they had obvious flaws at this moment. If it were an ordinary, clear-headed college student, he might really believe it. But Liang is the kind of person who is extremely suspicious of all strangers. He felt something was wrong when the other party agreed to his request so easily. You have to know that he had found someone else before, that is, the man before. When he saw himself, he was unconvinced and directly treated himself as a troublemaker. Although it is a bit difficult to understand, this is actually the reaction a normal person should have. By the way, if you suddenly meet a teenager under 20 years old who says he wants to accompany you to play this high-difficulty 4-star copy, would you find it credible? However, these two women agreed so eagerly. There was obviously something fishy going on. Even Liang noticed it. Maybe the other party thought I was a child because I was young and deceived me. But Liang saw through it but didn't say anything. Although he knew something was wrong, he didn't expose it directly. Because, isn't he also taking advantage of the other person? He just wanted to be able to enter the dungeon, kill everyone in it, and level up rapidly. That was enough. As for the rest, he put aside for now. He didn't care at all about what evil thoughts these two people might have, because he had already observed them with his holographic eyes before. He's not bragging. These two people combined are not as powerful as a slap in the face. To him, it poses no threat at all. The giant will not take the conspiracy of two ants seriously. When your strength reaches a certain level, all the opportunistic practices will seem like a joke. Just like that, both sides came to the door of the dungeon with their own ulterior motives and smiles on their faces. When you arrive at the entrance of the copy, there is a staff member here. After seeing Liang and the other two, he walked up and spoke. "Are you guys planning to go on this dungeon together? This dungeon is quite difficult, so I suggest you find some extra people to help you." While speaking, the staff member occasionally glanced at Liang. As a staff member who has been guarding the copy for a long time, he still knows some things, but these things are hard to say. Seeing that Liang was so young, he couldn't help but feel some pity and sympathy in his heart. What a good young man. He was obviously at the age of high spirits and youthful vitality. He really couldn't bear to see the other party suffer such a cruel fate. Although he couldn't clearly identify the two poisonous scorpion monsters. He also had an impression of this because in the past he had also seen these two people taking other professionals into dungeons. But without exception, basically all the others had died in the dungeon, and only these two women were able to come out safely. After it happened so many times, he naturally knew that something was wrong, but because he had no concrete evidence, he couldn't say anything. He could only signal Liang with his eyes. As for whether Liang could understand, that depended on him. But even if Liang understood what he meant, he could only pretend to be ignorant. "It's okay, we are pretty capable, that should be enough." Liang showed an innocent smile. De Qiao and Qiao immediately smiled and said something as well. "Yeah, don't look at it like that. Our little brother is very powerful. Look how strong his body is. Da Xiao liket her lips, head is shining." Seeing this scene, the staff sighed. In his opinion, Liang must have been completely blinded by his true nature and was a bull that could not be pulled back. There was no other way. After all, they were strangers with no relatives or friends. He could only respect and bless them so as not to bring trouble to himself. "All right, I'll handle the formalities for you right away. The three of you go line up at the door first. The next round of dungeons will begin soon." "I know," De Qiao said with a smile. Yeah, Qiao couldn't wait to say it, revealing a sweet smile. Things were going so smoothly that they were all a little impatient, and the same was true for Liang. De Qiao looked at the supernatural lock in Li Yang's hand, as if he was looking at her own things, and she couldn't help but reach out and hug it. "Ah, it feels so good." At the same time, Liang also felt the touch on his arm. "Well, that's pretty cool." Immediately afterwards, surrounded by the two, Li Yang arrived at the copy of the Lulan ancient tomb. Due to limited resources, the dungeons here are entered in batches, with each batch containing approximately 30 professionals. At this time, everyone stood in front of the door, waiting for the next round of copy to begin. When Li Yang came here, the others saw the two sweet-looking girls next to him, and they all swallowed their saliva and looked envious. And here, Li Yang also saw a familiar figure. What a coincidence! That was the man who had rejected Li Yang and laughed at him before. At this time, the man was standing with other mission teammates and also discovered Li Yang. He was just about to ask his other teammates to look over and continue to laugh at Li Yang. But he noticed two extremely beautiful women next to Li Yang, and he immediately felt jealous. Damn it, flower stuck in cow dung. How could such a little brat who only knows how to brag and talk nonsense be liked by such a beautiful girl? What a sin. What's wrong with this world? Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. Chapter 193, Entering the Dungeon, revealing one's true identity. Are you two beauties here to clear the dungeon as well? As soon as he came up, he ignored Li Yang. Looking at the man walking up, did Xiao and Xiao giggled. Of course, handsome. It would have been better if she hadn't said it, but this shout made the man feel elated. My heart seemed to be shot by Cupid's arrow, and it grew wings and was about to fly. This also made him more determined to expose Li Yang's true face. In his opinion, these two beautiful girls with such sweet looks must have been deceived by Li Yang's sweet words. He could just watch it. However, he never thought that his current behavior made him look like a clown not only in the eyes of the Poison Scorpion twins, but also in Li Yang's heart. Everyone was pretending to be ignorant even though they knew the truth, but at this moment, someone who was really ignorant suddenly appeared. At this time, the man spoke excitedly. Nice to meet you two beautiful ladies. Hello, my name is Yang Gang. The Scorpion twins also responded with a smile. Dakiao, Ekia Tilda. After receiving the heartfelt responses from the two beauties, Yang Gang became excited again. If you two don't mind, why not join us and join my team? I'm sure I can protect you. Unlike some little brats who only know how to talk big and tell lies. Dakiao giggled. I thought another freebie. The two of them immediately looked at Yang Gang, and there was a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Yang Gang didn't have anything valuable on him. Compared with this, they valued the supernatural lock in Li Yang's hand more. This was the real treasure from their knowledgeable perspective. Dakiao lo kidim bahasid. I'm so sorry. We already agreed to do a dungeon together. Maybe we can make an appointment next time. In the end, they made a choice between the two and felt that Li Yang's side was more important. But in Yang Gang's eyes, the two sisters were deeply deceived by Li Yang's slander. What a trustworthy person. What a wonderful character. What good sisters. They were deceived by Li Yang. If it were him, he would definitely treat the two sisters with all his heart. Hey, Yang Gang slapped his thigh and said earnestly, this brat is unbelievable. Have you ever considered that this is a 4-star instance? He's just a little brat, risking his life to lead you. You can almost lead him. Hearing this, the Xiao and Xiao became a little impatient. What they were worried about was that if Yang Gang continued to talk like this, what would happen if Li Yang changed his mind? Okay, let's stop talking. I believe in this guy. He will definitely not lie to us. If there's a chance, we can meet in the dungeon and go together. The Xiao gave a fake smile. Xiao also nodded beside him. Yang Gang si get. In his opinion, the two sisters were too naive. Even after he said so much, they still refused to believe it. He glared and looked at Li Yang. This little brat has no skills at all, but he has a lot of tricks to coax people. He was about to say something. The entrance to the copy suddenly lit up and a blue light shone out. The copy door is open. In an instant, everyone rushed to the entrance. After all, whoever enters the copy first has the advantage, and the things inside are on a first-come, first-served basis. Those who arrive later will not have any. Seeing this, Yang Gang knew that he could not delay any longer, lest he lose the opportunity. He slapped his thigh and waved to the other teammates, who soon followed. Then the group stepped into the entrance and disappeared on the spot. Li Yang was naturally not idle either. Following the Xiao and Xiao, I stepped into the portal and entered the dungeon. As a white light flashed, everything in front of my eyes became blurry. After a while, the scene became clear. Li Yang found himself in a tomb. On his left and right were the Xiao and Xiao. They have now successfully entered the Lulan ancient tomb copy. Li Yang looked at the Xiao and Xiao. Be prepared to see what the other party is up to. However, the two did not seem to be in a hurry to show their cards. Liang clearly saw that there was a certain desire hidden in their eyes, but in the end, they suppressed it calmly. It seems you don't intend to act rashly. You're quite cautious. Liang thought to himself. Since that's the case, he's not in a hurry. Since they've already entered the dungeon, these two people are of no use to him anymore. Then he walked forward quietly. During this period, De Qiao and Qiao also came up to him enthusiastically as before. However, Liang's attitude suddenly changed, and he had no intention of paying any attention to them. Just think of it as two flies buzzing nearby. The two were also puzzled, not understanding why Liang suddenly seemed like a different person. If it was just a few minutes ago, when he was outside, he would have looked like he had been bewitched by them into a pig. How did you get here? Did you enter sage mode and start to become a gentleman? Both of them were a little angry at the same time, as if this was denying their charm. Liang looked like he had just pulled up his pants and didn't recognize anyone. A hint of anger flashed into Qiao's eyes. Being experienced, they generally won't do anything without confidence. They know very well that they cannot underestimate any opponent. Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. This is why they have been able to exist for so long without failing. If they hadn't been worried about what other cards Liang had, they would have taken action the moment they came in. It was not Liang's turn to give them a cold shoulder. Perhaps she had had enough of the cold violence. De Qiao finally couldn't help but stepped forward to stop Liang and spoke. Hey boy, it's so dark here and I'm a little scared. Can you hold my hand and walk with me? As she said this, she made a pitiful look. His expression was like that of a frightened rabbit, and it really was like that. Liang Rao looked at her with interest. What? You finally can't hold it in any longer and want to take action? He was not stupid and had long seen that these two people were up to something. But since they hadn't taken action for so long, he almost thought that the two of them were truly expressing their feelings. During this time, he felt a little annoyed by the chattering sounds. However, he finally gave him a chance to reveal their cards first to avoid killing innocent people by mistake. He has done his utmost. Liang stopped and prepared to see what tricks the two sisters were up to. Chapter 194. Stop pretending, fight back. De Qiao looks pitiful, extremely attractive, and exudes a feeling of wanting to be loved. Liang said with a serious face. Let's not do that. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Hearing this, De Qiao and Qiao almost laughed out of anger. Who was that guy who was so attentive and approached me earlier, and now he's acting like a gentleman? What a hypocrite. De Qiao chuckled and then spoke. Brother, my sisters and I have been to this dungeon several times and are quite familiar with the map. Why don't I lead the way? Oh, sure. Liang agreed immediately. He wanted to see what these two people were up to. As the other party said, De Qiao was obviously familiar with the terrain here and could walk very familiarly without even looking at the map. Under De Qiao's leadership, they passed through one tomb passage after another without any obstruction along the way. Not long after, they stopped at the door of a tomb. De Qiao said, This is it. There's a treasure inside. Having said that, she did not go in, but turned her head to look at Liang. This is it, little brother. You go in first. We'll keep watch for you outside to prevent any monsters from blocking us inside. De Qiao spoke with a smile. Really? Liang's eyes lit up, and he looked very excited. Of course it's true. Ekia smilet svitli. Little brother, come in quickly. We are here to guard the door for you. Hearing this, Liang acted as if he was extremely moved. You guys are so kind. You're so kind to me from the bottom of your hearts. No, if the little brother is happy, we will be happy too. Come in quickly. De Qiao urged as she spoke, becoming increasingly impatient. Seeing them doing this, Liang knew there was something wrong. He sighed and spoke. No, how can I let you two women stand outside? If this gets out, won't everyone laugh at you? You should go in and get the treasure. I'll keep watch outside for you. I trust you. Go ahead. Liang spoke with great righteousness. No, we'd rather stay outside. You go in. Yeah, you better go in quickly. It will be bad if a monster comes. De Qiao and Qiao sang in unison. Oh, how can this be so embarrassing? I'm a man. How can I let a woman escort me? This doesn't go against my chivalry. Hearing this, De Qiao could no longer bear it and became anxious. What a bullshit chivalry. Are you going to get in or not? I'm telling you, whether you want to or not, you have to get in today. At this moment, her vulgar words exposed her true nature. Seeing this, Qiao also exploded. Are you a man or not? You're such a nagging mother. We two women have already said that we've been keeping an eye out for you outside. yet you're still pretending to be sincere here. Who are you pretending for? You can't be serious. If it weren't for now, do you think we would even look at you? Dumturtuman. The ugly faces of the two men were exposed, but Liang was not too surprised when he saw it, because he had expected this to happen. Soon, De Qiao and Air Qiao took out their weapons and pointed them at Liang. Remember, we are the Poison Scorpion twins. Hurry up and go in. If you don't blame us. Liang said with a look of regret. What are you two doing? I'm just going to postpone it for a while. There's no need to be so angry, right? Are you hiding something? Nausea. Go to hell. The Scorpion twins didn't respond to his question and just started firing. Both of them are mages using staffs, mainly dealing burst damage. While waving their staffs, two attacks flew towards Liang, a fireball and a blue water column. With a powerful aura, he attacked Liang. Liang stood there, shook his head, and did not move. When the attack came, he calmly raised his sword. Then he swung his sword, and the powerful sword energy penetrated the void and directly shattered the two attacks. This is not over yet. The momentum of the sword energy remains undiminished as it flies towards the two sisters. Seeing this scene, the two poisonous scorpion demons were suddenly shocked. What the hell? Their attacks were actually neutralized. Before they could think, the sword energy had already reached them. De Qiao quickly used all her strength to dodge to the side. However, Air Qiao next to her was not so lucky. She did not react in time and was directly hit by the sword energy. The full bar of health above her head was instantly reduced to 0. Even she herself had never thought that her sinful life would end in this way. De Qiao, who was standing next to him, was shocked when she saw this scene. Although they are all mages and their health is relatively low, they are not so fragile that they can be killed instantly. She couldn't help but shudder in her heart. If the person hit by this blow was herself. Then, the look in her eyes when she looked at Liang changed. His eyes were full of shock. This sword energy was just released by Liang. Liang actually killed Air Qiao in an instant. After the shock, a strong anger arose. Although they've done a lot of bad things over the years, they almost have no human psychology. But she still felt a little angry because the sister she had been with for so long was killed in front of her. But when she thought of the horror of Liang's attack just now, she was calmed down by fear. How could she not know that they had met a tough opponent and were in trouble? Who would have thought that Liang, who looked young and looked stupid from the beginning, was actually pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Realizing that she might have been tricked, De Qiao didn't hesitate and quickly slipped into the nearby tomb passage and left. Otherwise, how could they be called the Poison Scorpion twins who had been in the underworld for so long? They didn't hesitate at all at this moment. They were extremely decisive. Seeing the other party leaving, Liang put away his sword and did not plan to continue chasing. It's such a waste of time. I'm too lazy to chase him. I might as well just kill the monsters in this ancient tomb myself. At this time, Liang turned his head and looked at the door of the tomb next to him. These two poisonous scorpion demons brought me here and tried to trick me in. There must be something strange inside. Liang's mind moved, and several skeleton warriors appeared on the field. The next moment, under Liang's command, a skeleton warrior walked forward and came to the door of the tomb. Then push it in. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless stabbing sounds were heard. The moment the skeleton warrior walked into the tomb, countless arrows flew quickly from all directions of the tomb, directly pierced the skeleton warrior into a mace. Liang curled his lips. He knew that this looked like a trap room. Then, without stopping, he walked towards the path on the side. Chapter 195 Yang Gang, the one who acts on behalf of heaven. Huff, huff, huff. Right now, after De Qiao left Liang, she turned countless corners along the tomb passage. It was obvious that she was quite familiar with the environment here. She didn't know how long she ran before she stopped panting. She looked behind her and saw no movement. It seemed that Liang had not caught up with her. She breathed a sigh of relief, her face filled with grief and indignation. Damn that turtle man. He actually poisoned my good sister. Just as she was thinking angrily. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the passage next to me. Her breathing suddenly stopped. She adjusted her body and became alert. She held the staff in her hand, ready to attack at any time, her eyes fixed on the tomb passage next to her. The footsteps grew louder and closer. Judging from the sound, there is more than one person. It should be a team. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it shouldn't be Liang who caught up with her. Now she has a psychological trauma towards Liang. She found a secluded place and squatted down. He knew in his heart that in this kind of dungeon or anywhere else, even if he met other human professionals, they would be very unreliable. Many times, humans were more terrifying than monsters. At this time, she was alone and her combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, so she did not want to confront other professionals at this time as the risk was too great. After a while, the source of the footsteps finally became apparent. Looking at the leader, De Chao was stunned. Who else could this tall figure and honest eyes be but Yang Gang? Her heart moved. Isn't this a coincidence? It's actually him. Thinking of the scene that happened at the door of the copy before, she fell into deep thought. Li Yang is pretending. This can't be pretending, right? Soon, an idea came to her mind. She rubbed her face, rubbing her cheeks, and eyes red. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she looked pitiful. Then, she supported herself in the corner of the wall, panting, and walked out slowly. Hearing the movement, Yang Gang and others immediately became alert and looked at the passage in front of them. But when he saw the person coming out of the passage, Yang Gang's eyes suddenly lit up. Sister de Kiao. He walked forward with excitement on his face. What are you doing? Suddenly, his eyes tightened. Looking at De Chao's weak appearance, he said hurriedly, Sister De Chao, what happened to you? Where's Chao? At this moment, tears fell from De Chao's eyes, and then she rushed up and hugged him. Woo woo woo. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Yang Gang suddenly became distracted and his face flushed. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. What happened? Did someone bully you? Tell me. I'll help you deal with them. Yang Gang said indignantly. Then, De Chao cried even harder and indulged herself in lust. No, I'd better not say it. Seeing her like this, Yang Gang became even more curious and felt itchy to listen. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Don't worry. Just tell me who's bullying you. I guarantee they won't dare do anything to you. What happened? Where's your sister? Didn't she get lost? Didn't you come in together? Hearing this, De Chao sobbed. My sister, she was murdered. I had a hard time escaping. What? What happened? Tell me now. Yang Gang gladded. De Chao sighed and spoke. Do you remember the guy who went in with us? He's not even human. He's a pervert. When she said this, her face was full of grief and anger. That little brat? After realizing what was happening, Yang Gang was stunned for a moment. Then he slapped his thigh. See, I told you he wasn't a good guy. I told you so many times before, but you still didn't believe me. Hey, tell me now, what did he do to you? Yang Gang asked nervously. It's my fault for not listening to your advice before. De Chao wiped her tears and nodded. At first, that person acted very warm-hearted and looked like a gentleman, but as soon as we entered the dungeon, his true nature was revealed, and he started to make advances on us sisters. Hearing this, Yang Gang became anxious and widened his eyes. And then, if you encounter this situation, just leave. He cursed in his heart. Before he even made a move, this little brat had already taken the initiative. De Chao said pitifully. When we realized something was wrong, we actually wanted to leave, but this dungeon was too dangerous. We didn't dare to move rashly, so we had no choice but to endure and follow him. Yang Gang immediately slapped his thigh. I didn't expect that the little brat was so hateful that he actually bothered these two fairy-like beauties in broad daylight. He hated Li Yang's actions, and hated even more that he was not the one who was there. At this point, he was completely filled with anger and didn't even consider the truth. He had always been at odds with Li Yang, and now after hearing what Qiao said, he hated him even more. He said angrily, And then? What did he do to you? Da Qiao Baozid. He took us to a remote tomb and dragged us inside. We knew he had no good intentions, so we didn't dare follow him and started to resist. Then he trying to force us to submit. In the end, he used some unknown means to knock us both unconscious. When I finally woke up, I saw my sister, Qiao, lying on the ground in dishevel, covered in wounds and lifeless. At this time, the demon was still there, and it had set its sights on me again. Damn thing! Yang Gang was furious when he heard this. He had long wanted to take both sisters into his possession. When he heard that his younger sister had fallen victim to Li Yang's murder, he felt hateful and angry, and he hated even more that the person who had happened was not himself. Fortunately, De Chao returned safely, and he quickly asked, And then? Did that beast do anything to you? De Chao wiped her tears, shook her head, and spoke. I was already sober at the time, and my first reaction was to run away. It took a lot of effort for me to escape from his clutches. Otherwise, I would have ended up like my sister. Now, as she spoke, tears began to flow from her eyes. She hugged Yang Gang with a look of grief and indignation and spoke. "Brother, as long as you help my sister get revenge and seek justice for me, I will be yours." Hearing this, Yang Gang suddenly became excited again and said excitedly, "Are you serious?" He already had this idea, and now Qiao actually took the initiative to bring it up, so he was naturally very happy. Chapter 196, Killing the Corpse Instantly. The Power of the Ability Lock. Don't worry, this kind of beastly behavior is intolerable to everyone. I will definitely help you get revenge, Yang Gang said indignantly. At this time, the other two teammates heard about Qiao's experience and couldn't help but feel sympathy and comforted her. "Girl, please accept my condolences. It's not worth getting angry over such a beast," a male team member said soothingly, licking his lips and glancing into Qiao's strong capital and white thighs. Another obese woman also spoke indignantly. "Damn it, this world is so full of malice towards women. When will women's safety be guaranteed? All those damned men deserve to die." In this way, each of them readily agreed to help Qiao to do the so-called revenge and to uphold justice. After all, in that world, no one would sympathize with strangers, and there were not many kind-hearted people who would do anything righteous. Everyone had their own purposes and selfish desires. "We'll definitely help you. Such a beast is not worthy of being a human being and must be punished," Yang Gang said indignantly. "Sister Qiao, please lead the way. We will go and help you get revenge. We will definitely capture him when the time comes. We will be at your service. You guys are so nice." Qiao wiped her tears, her face full of emotion. She turned her back, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Come with me." At the same time, Liang was walking in the tomb passage. It is said that there are hundreds of secret rooms and countless secret passages in the ancient tomb of Lulan, which is like a maze. People who don't know the secrets can easily get lost here and never get out. However, to deal with this method, humans also have specialized people who have created auxiliary exploration tools such as maps. Liang also bought a map when he came, which came in handy at this time. The content on the map is very clear and the areas are comprehensively divided. Liang fixed his eyes directly on the location of the main tomb. Everyone knows that this place has the most treasures and opportunities. While walking, soon, Liang encountered several dead bodies wrapped in bandages in the tomb passage. They carried the limping man and walked towards Liang, making unpleasant low growls. Seeing this scene, Liang raised his eyebrows. "Wow, why does this thing look a bit like the mummy he imagined?" Without a doubt, this is a monster. To be on the safe side, Liang activated the holographic eye to take a look. Lulan Corpse. Level 120. Introduction. The people buried with high-ranking officials in Lulan State would turn into corpses after death, still guarding the tomb. Weakness. The Lulan corpse's body has extremely high resistance and is immune to death. Smashing its head can achieve a high-damage kill. At a glance, this was obviously the most common monster in the ancient tomb, but it was so powerful and possessed the power of immortality. It is a kind of high-difficulty mechanical monster. If ordinary people do not know its weaknesses, it may take a lot of effort to figure out. The shape of the Lulan corpse looks extremely scary, but unfortunately, in comparison, he is actually quite cute in front of his own skeleton warriors. But at this time, Liang did not directly summon the skeleton knight. Instead, he looked at the supernatural lock in his hand. He hasn't used this thing much since he got it from Lu Xian. It's just right to use it to practice against these Lulan corpses. Liang opened the ability lock and pressed the button. In an instant, a red light emanated from the supernatural lock and covered his entire body. The next moment, it turned into a set of armor covering Li Yang's entire body. In an instant, Liang felt that his strength had increased a lot, and a curtain of light appeared before his eyes. No, 01 supernatural look. Suitability, fit. Gene liberation. Strength increase, 40%. Speed increase, 30%. Spirit amplification, 1,000 points. Defense increase, 50%. Special skills. Mars technique, energy shield. Liang's heart moved. Wow, so professional. He looked at his arms and body, which were covered with a thick layer of armor. I didn't feel any discomfort at all. This thing is much better than any equipment. Liang felt that this effect could not be achieved even by wearing a set of brilliant level equipment. It's so outrageous, it's hard to imagine that this thing was developed by humans. After humans awakened to their professions, many professions and skills have made great contributions to the current development of human science and technology. In recent years, human science and technology has also been developing rapidly. But Liang really didn't expect that it had developed to this point. He estimated that in the near future, humans might be able to develop artificial professions. After sighing, Liang turned his gaze back to the dead body of Lulan in front of him. Mas technique. Liang directly used the skills that come with the supernatural lock. Then, the armor on his body emitted a red light. Liang flashed and instantly appeared in front of Lulan's corpse, then punched the opponent's head. Bang! The attack hits. A terrifying number burst out from Lulan's corpse. The next moment, the head of the corpse was knocked away by Liang. You killed the Lulan corpse, experience plus 11,000. Next, Liang attacked several other corpses. With the help of the supernatural lock, his strength and speed have reached the extreme. Just go up and punch him a few times. Bang, bang, bang. The blows hit the corpses like hitting foam. You killed the Lulan corpse, experience plus 11,000. You killed the Lulan corpse, experience plus 11,000. Soon, all the Lulan corpses in front of them were dealt with. The whole process was incredibly easy. After this reflection, Liang also realized the power of this supernatural lock. This is something similar to a combat suit, but it is much stronger than a combat suit. The increase in professional ability is enormous. It is no exaggeration to say that even a pig can be turned into a tiger. This can fill the gaps in various professions. With this, the mage and assassin professions can enhance their defense. Some slow tanks can also speed up with this. Even the spirit and strength enhancement is very effective for all professions. With this, Li Yang's strength has been improved to a higher level. Unfortunately, the combat mode of this ability lock cannot be kept open all the time because it will consume energy. If the energy is insufficient, it will need to be replenished. Therefore, it is better to save some energy if you don't have to. It can be used as a trump card. Li Yang thought to himself. Next, he continued walking towards the main tomb. Chapter 197, Sneak Attack. Revenge. The Lulan Ancient Tomb is worthy of being a 4-star copy. Liang frequently encountered many monsters along the way. But it is not enough in front of Liang. His skeleton warriors will teach them a lesson. There are many corpses lying all over the place along the way. Behind Liang, De Qiao and his group followed his pace and caught up. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, everyone was surprised. Being able to achieve this level shows that the people who did this before are also very strong. Is that little brat sure he's going in this direction? Young Gung Asket. De Qiao nodded. Yes, it should be correct. He shouldn't be able to go far. Wait, these couldn't all be done by him? A teammate frowned. If that's the case, then the young man is quite capable and things are a bit difficult to handle. You're such a coward, Yang Gang said disdainfully. At this time, De Qiao was right next to him, so of course he couldn't show any sign of being timid. Naturally, he had to pretend to be timid in order to gain the impression of being a good and reliable man. He couldn't be timid no matter what. He kicked the body next to him. It's just a dead body. What power can it have after it's dead? To beat them, you need to have hands. Brother Yang is so handsome and manly. I like you even more. Seeing this, De Qiao also said shyly. Yang Gang chuckled, and his heart was distracted, and he became even more inflated after hearing this. What's the big deal about beating up a few corpses? I'm not bragging. Even if that guy stood in front of me, I could beat him to death with one hand. Girl, let's keep going. Yang Gang walked in front with a majestic look. The group continued to move forward. After a while, suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard not far ahead. Looking forward, they saw a familiar figure. Seeing this shadow, De Qiao and Yang Gang quickly recognized it. Who else could this familiar figure be but Li Yang? This is the person they have been looking for. Now let's see how you run. Yang Gang's face suddenly lit up with joy. De Qiao next to him also changed her expression, and a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, Yang Gang drew his bow, an arrow, and shot an arrow towards Li Yang's position. The arrow instantly shot out from his hand and shot quickly towards Li Yang's position. At this time, Li Yang happened to have his back to them, and this position was just right for a back-to-back attack. Soon, the arrow went straight into Li Yang's back. Seeing that his attack succeeded so easily, Yang Gang was immediately delighted. Thought in my heart, sure enough, little brats are little brats. They're just like a ball in front of adults, so they bully little girls. Before coming here, he had been alert and taken it seriously when he saw the corpse in a foreign land. But now it seemed that he had been worrying too much. However, at this time, after Li Yong completely endured the arrow, there was no effect at all. There was no pain as I had imagined, and he didn't even move. Although this attack hit, the actual damage caused to Li Yong was 0. Li Yong had even discovered this sneak attack long ago, and he had the ability to dodge it, but he didn't do it because he was too lazy to do so. The damage has been transferred to his skeleton warriors. For him, it didn't matter at all if it was exactly the same as it appeared on the surface. Seeing this scene, Yang Gang, who was originally happy about his successful sneak attack, was stunned. What the hell? After taking this attack, Li Yong was not affected at all? This is impossible. Is this correct? No, he must be forcing himself. Thinking of this, Yang Gang quickly shot a few more arrows towards Li Yang's figure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Oh, this is endless. Li Yong raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to pay any attention to the other party and delay him from killing monsters. As a result, it has not ended yet. It seems that I have to teach them a lesson. He turned around and looked at the familiar shadows. Yang Gang da Kiao. Haha, no wonder they are really a bunch of snakes and rats. Seeing these two familiar people, Li Yong felt no emotion. On the contrary, it seems that Qiao was not taught a lesson enough before, and she even dared to come back and oppose herself. She is really shameless. Moreover, he also found help at this time and came for revenge. Li Yong saw at a glance. He raised his hand, and his natal holy sword appeared in his hand. Then he looked at the flying arrow and chopped it lightly. Powerful sword energy burst out, instantly turning the arrows into powder. Then he looked at Yang Gang and said lightly, "You're the one who attacked me, right?" Yang Gang watched this scene with his eyes widened. This is so fierce. After hearing what Li Yong said, he finally reacted, swallowed, took a step forward, and said with gritted teeth, "It's me, what's wrong? So what if Li Yong is so powerful? Now we have more people, and the advantage is mine. I'm telling you, we're here today to seek justice for Sister Qiao, and to avenge Sister Qiao, whom you've already harmed." At this time, the other two team members also came out. "That's right, it's so abominable. You're not a man at all. As a man, I'm ashamed of you. Bah, you mean-spirited man. You really are such a mean-spirited man. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and teach you a lesson. Listen to what these people say. Li Yang bros jumpet. What kind of history book is this?" What he said was complete nonsense, and he couldn't understand a single word. But he quickly understood this confusion after meeting Da Qiao's eyes. Happy, normal operation. Based on his understanding of the Qiao, he probably said some gossip to deceive these people. But even though he knew this was the case, Li Yong had no choice but to decide that not everyone has a brain. Of course, he didn't believe these people would be so kind. Just like Yang Gang's character, he must have other motives for coming out to pretend to be a messenger of justice. However, if you want to stand out, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. It is not easy to be a messenger of justice, especially running to my side. From a moment these people decided to go against him and took the initiative to attack him, they were doomed to die. Li Yong didn't hesitate, raised his sword and swung it towards the few people. Wow! The fierce sword energy, with its powerful momentum, swept across suddenly and approached several people in an instant. Seeing this, the Qiao did not hesitate and quickly retreated to the back. She had seen how powerful Li Yong was before. When Yang Gang saw this scene, he quickly patted the person next to him, and another male team member pushed him forward. "What are you standing there for? Go ahead and block it." This male team member was the front row member he later found. The male team member took a look at the approaching sword energy, swallowed his saliva, and raised his shield to charge forward. Bang! Chapter 198, Instant Kill. Yangang is Skared. I don't know who gave this man the courage to take on this challenge. Even Li Yong didn't dare to face his own attack when he didn't have the skeleton warriors to help offset the damage. Therefore, when Li Yong saw that someone dared to come forward with a shield, he was surprised. There are people in the world who are so fearless of death. This spirit is worthy of praise. However, the sword that had been thrown out could not be retracted, and this would not weaken his sword energy. While the poor guy in the front row was still confused. In the early stage, it hit his shield instantly like a wave, and his small shield was broken in less than a second. The sword energy flowed unhindered and hit him directly, sending him flying. Yang Gang and others at the back saw a familiar figure flying from the front like a cannonball, and they quickly dodged to the side. The man in the front row fell heavily to the ground and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Yang Gang and others were shocked. What the hell? You were in the front row. How come you couldn't even block it for a second? And flew back directly and were killed instantly? Yang Gang's eyes widened. Could it be that he had mistaken the person and found a fake front row? Otherwise, it really wouldn't be that bad. Are you kidding me? Even though there's only one person on the other side, they're missing a frontline member before the fight even begins. Even if they defeated Li Yang at this time, they would still be unable to move forward in this copy without the front row. At the same time, after taking care of the front row with one blow, Li Yang turned his gaze to them again. Why? Aren't you supposed to uphold justice? With just this little bit of ability, how can you help others? Yang Gang's face turned pale. I was a little angry for a moment, but I didn't dare to act rashly. Don't be so complacent, you little brat. Scum like you will be struck by lightning sooner or later. When will you be struck by lightning? I don't know, but I only know that you might be dead now, Li Yang said lightly, and then slashed with another sword. Seeing this, Yang Gang and others quickly dodged. Before, the fate of the front row was still vivid in his mind. Although he suspected that there was something fishy about the front row, the back row professionals, naturally could not stop it. This sword hit the female team member who had been calling her lower man before. A pig-slaughtering cry was heard. Unsurprisingly, this female team member was also killed instantly. In just a short while, half of the people in the team were gone. Only Yang Gang and Qiao remained there. Obviously, they didn't expect Li Yang to be so strong. Yang Gang and Qiao were both shocked. At this moment, Qiao did not hesitate at all and fled directly toward the nearby tomb passage just like before. He simply abandoned his teammates and ran away alone. If she continued to stay, the risk would be too great. Even if she joined forces with Yang Gang, she would not be sure of defeating Li Yang in his current state. Ultimately, Li Yang's strength was too strong, far beyond her expectations. Yang Gang, who was standing there, was stunned and looked confused. When he reacted, he was the only one left there. Who am I and where am I? He was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Li Yang in front of him, he raised his weapon tremblingly. This shouldn't be the case. Why is this person so strong? Li Yang looks like a student, less than 20 years old, but his strength is so terrifying. He was a little dazed at this time, and couldn't help but recall the scene when Li Yang took the initiative to find him to form a team outside the copy door. At that time, he laughed at Li Yang and did not agree. But I didn't expect that the scene when we met again would be like this. Damn, what should I do? At this time, he also discovered that Qiao had already run away, sold him alone, and left him here. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. What a bitch. He was unable to react and realized that he was being used. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Things have already happened, and now he must find a way to face the current predicament. Brother, misunderstanding, I understand now. That woman is a stinking bitch. She framed you. She lied to us. She lied to all of us. She said you were a pervert and wanted to attack them. How could you be that? Don't you think so? Look at you. You are so majestic and heroic. How could you be that kind of person? How could you do such a thing? It's all our fault. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with me. Okay? Seeing that the situation was not right, he quickly begged for mercy. However, Li Yang looked at him and smiled coldly, with no emotion in his heart. From another perspective, if the roles were reversed, if he was not strong enough and could not defeat the opponent, would the opponent let him go? Even if he said so, would the opponent still be relentless? Obviously not. Li Yang was extremely sure. Therefore, he wasn't foolish enough to let his sympathy overflow at this moment. After all, he had already hurt 2 of the opponent's teammates. If he softened his heart and let the opponent go, what if he was letting the tiger go back to the mountain? What if the opponent came back to seek revenge on him? Just like when he let the Qiao go before, it only took a moment for the opponent to come after him with his men to attack him. Li Yang understood deeply in his heart that one must do things thoroughly and uproot the weeds. The more this time, the more we cannot be soft-hearted. His expression remained unchanged. He raised his sword, his eyes indifferent, without a trace of sympathy or fluctuation, and slashed directly at him. Wow! A powerful sword energy burst out, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air. With the help of the power of the wind element, he moved at an extremely fast speed and slashed towards the opponent very quickly. Feeling this terrifying aura, Yang Gang's eyes widened immediately. When the target of the attack was himself, The pressure and oppression coming towards him, he could clearly feel how terrifying and suffocating it was, leaving him with no power to resist. This attack is simply a dimensionality reduction attack for them. Yang Gang suddenly shuddered in his heart, and a chill rose on his back. This was the most terrifying thing he had ever experienced since he was born. This attack is too terrifying. He immediately gave up resisting, and only one thought remained in his mind: run away. He turned around and ran madly towards a tomb passage next to him. My mind went blank. At this moment, all his desires, whether for beauty, dignity, power, or hatred, disappeared. Only the most primitive desire for life remains. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. Why did he listen to the slander and come to take revenge on Liang? Why did he refuse Liang to join the team in the first place? This can be said to have given him countless opportunities, but he didn't seize any of them and push things to the worst point. However, it's too late to regret all of this now. The powerful sword energy instantly approached behind him. Puff. Chapter 199, Pursuit. Accident. The sword energy finally hit Yang Gang. Just as Liang said before, if you take the initiative to step forward, you will have to pay the price for your actions. This also reflects Li Yang's previous words that the other party will regret it. Under the impact of this sword energy, Yang Gang was no different from the previous few people and was directly knocked away. The health bar, which was originally full, suddenly dropped drastically and was completely emptied. Yang Gang fell heavily to the ground. Liang didn't look at him again, but turned his gaze to a tomb passage next to him, and then chased in. This is the direction De Qiao fled before. Putting aside other things, let's not talk about De Qiao for now. Her ability to escape is absolutely amazing. Once they saw that the situation was not right, they ran away without hesitation, abandoning everyone. This time, Liang no longer planned to let De Qiao go like before. He had already given her a chance, but she was useless and even brought Yang Gang and others to retaliate against him. Therefore, this time, he will not let the tiger go back to the mountain. He does not want to experience the same trouble twice, nor does he want to make the same mistake twice. Liang walked into the tomb passage, quickened his pace, and moved forward at full speed. At this moment, De Qiao, who was fleeing frantically in front of the tomb passage, also noticed the movement behind her. Suddenly, she ran faster. This time, he was very clear that it was definitely Li Yang who caught up with him, and Li Yang's catching up meant that Yang Gang was also taken care of. It seemed that Li Yang had already set his sights on her and was not going to let her go, so he chased after her. Damn it! De Qiao's expression tightened, and her face was full of panic. Damn you stinky man. You're such a loser. And those losers, Yang Gang and the others, couldn't even handle one person. What losers? I trusted you for nothing, and you even sold me your bodies. She cursed while wandering around in the tomb passage. Help! Is there anyone? Come and save me. As she ran, she shouted for help. Her pitiful cry for help echoed throughout the entire tomb passage, trying to trick a few more kind-hearted people into helping her. At this time, Li Yang's figure was gradually approaching. He had already spotted De Qiao running away in front of him. There were not many surprises. Even if the other party ran ahead for a while, he quickly caught up, because the two are not of the same order of magnitude in terms of speed or other aspects. If it weren't for this bridge, Li Yang could have caught up with her faster by constantly circling on the map, relying on his understanding and advantage of the map here. Hearing that the other party was still begging for help, Li Yang couldn't help but sneer. Stop shouting. You still have a nerve to ask for help? Well, think about how many people you've harmed over the years. How much evil have you two sisters committed? Do you think you deserve to ask for help? When others asked you for help, did you let them go? Think about it carefully. Li Yang is not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. He felt extremely disgusted and disdainful of what the two sisters did. This kind of thing, after all, is just taking shortcuts, and using crooked means to increase your strength by harming others. Such behavior is simply shameful and can be said to be the scum of humanity, very close to those in the Abyss cult. Li Yang did not delay any further. He did not have much time to waste on such a scum. He was still waiting to kill monsters and level up. The most important thing is to resolve this farce here as soon as possible and get things back on track. He reached the maximum speed. In just a moment, he came to a place not far behind De Qiao and saw her figure. De Qiao also noticed him behind her, and her eyes widened in fear. It felt as if the whole person had already stepped half a foot into the state of death. Is it over like this? However, At this moment, a blue beam of light suddenly rushed towards Li Yang's position. Li Yang's expression changed. He stopped what he was doing and stepped back. At this moment, De Qiao breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that he was still safe. Then he looked towards the source of the message with gratitude. At this moment, a woman came up with concern and helped her up. "Girl, are you okay?" After a quick look, it turned out to be a fully staffed team. There are 4 people in the team, a front row, a mage, a nurse, and an assassin. Just now, it was this team that launched the attack, stopped Li Yang's actions, and rescued De Qiao, who was about to die. Looking at this powerful team, De Qiao's face suddenly lit up with joy. It seemed that she was saved again. At this time, Li Yang also narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people who suddenly ran out to disrupt his affairs. But he still spoke politely first and then with force. "What do you mean by this?" At this time, the mage in the team, the man who had just attacked Li Yang, walked out. "Do you feel any sense of accomplishment when you bully a woman in broad daylight?" Upon hearing these familiar and cerebral congestion words, Li Yang suddenly couldn't hold back. "What the hell is wrong with all of you? Are you so depressed? Do you all love playing the hero saving the damsel role? What does the conflict between her and me have to do with you? Don't you think you're meddling a bit?" The mage paused, then continued. "Alas, when will this cycle of revenge ever end? If you have anything to say, why don't you calm down and talk it out slowly? Fighting and killing. We're all compatriots. Is that really necessary?" Hearing this, Li Yang had somewhat lost his patience. What he hates most is this kind of rational person who pretends to be a peacemaker. He always thinks he can take charge of the overall situation and act superior, as if he is the only one who understands the best. He clearly doesn't understand anything, yet he acts as if he has everything under control. "I'm sorry, the conflict between us has developed to the point of no return." Li Yang snorted. After hearing this, the wizard took a step forward with a serious expression. "I don't like it when someone bullies the weak in front of me, or even hits a woman." This also represents his position. Seeing that the other party said so, Li Yang snorted coldly. "Okay, very good. Then depends on whether you can stop me." In short, it was impossible for him to give in, and it was even more impossible for him to let go of De Qiao, who had tried to trick him twice in a row just because of a few words from the other party. The next moment, he moved and rushed towards De Qiao's position again. Chapter 200, True Nature Revealed, Backstabbed. Li Yang's idea is very simple. If you want to stand out, help others when you see injustice, and be a flower protector, then you have to see if you have the ability to do so. I'm going to continue in front of you. Stop me if you can. After seeing Li Yang's actions, the mage quickly waved his staff towards Li Yang and launched an attack. But this could not stop Li Yang's actions. Li Yang turned a blind eye and swung his sword straight at De Qiao. Seeing this, the people in the front row of the team quickly ran in front of De Qiao to block her. However, under Li Yang's sword, neither of them was spared and was directly knocked away. Bang! Like to help those in need when you see injustice? Maybe in your next life. What Li Yang despises most is people who rush out to help without knowing right or wrong. Under the banner of refusing to bully the weak, they are actually bullying the weak. After being hit by Li Yang's attack, the front row had no power to resist at all, and the whole person flew backwards. A crisp sound of breaking armor was heard, and at this moment, an energy shield appeared on his body, covering his entire body. It quickly disappeared after it took effect, which saved his life. His blood volume was locked at the last 1%. What? The man in the front row covered his chest with his hands, his face full of shock. This attack directly triggered his life-saving skill. Seeing this scene, everyone in the team was filled with surprise. When they checked the current status of the front row, they all took a deep breath. In this state, their front row had completely lost their combat capability, and it could be said that they were only hanging on with their last breath. Who was this person in front of them? He was so terrifying. After realizing that things were getting a little troublesome and the people they were facing were not as easy to mess with as they had imagined, the people in the team calmed down. The captain of the mages stepped forward, put away his staff, and when he saw that he couldn't win, he prepared to reason with them. "My dear brother, let's just say that we just met by chance and have no grudges against each other. There's no need to fight like this, don't you think? How about we calm down and have a good talk? Maybe there is some misunderstanding. In this way, we can be friends and get together when we are free in the future. What do you think? By the way, we are from the Qingran Guild." The wizard spoke slowly and methodically. Li Yang listened and smiled coldly. "In the final analysis, isn't it about making concessions? Are you overthinking it? Why didn't you try to talk nicely earlier? Well, who attacked first? Why are you so cowardly now? You're starting to reason with people, which is ridiculous. Forget about the Qingran Guild. Even if you were from the famous Golden Guild, it would be useless. Liang said coldly. I felt like laughing for some reason. This is a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Even so, one could feel the arrogance in the other party's bones. He just announced the name of his own union with a condescending look, as if everyone would give him face if he announced the name. Maybe it was true in front of others, but it was of no use to Liang. Just get out of the way. I don't need you to interfere in my affairs with this woman. The mage frowned. Little brother, are you sure you have thought it through? He hadn't expected that even after he'd gone so far and even revealed the name of the guild behind his family, Liang remained unmoved. He was a bit ungrateful, thinking he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some power. Haha, don't you like being a hero, saving the damsel in distress? Sure, then you can all bear my wrath together. Liang raised his head suddenly, with a dangerous look in his eyes. He hates it most when someone comes to interfere with him when he is doing something. Anyone who stands in his way will die. He raised the holy sword in his hand and swung it indiscriminately, and an unprecedented and powerful momentum suddenly burst out. Not good. This momentum, everyone in the team was shocked. Under this terrifying power, they had no intention of resisting at all. Wake up, except for mosquitoes. No one will be around you all day long. Don't take yourself too seriously. Liang said indifferently. You're crazy. The wizard's eyes widened. I didn't expect that Liang would actually take the initiative to attack them. You know, they have the guild support behind them, and they all took the initiative to report it. After knowing all this, Liang still attacked them. In their eyes, Liang is a madman. No, retreat quickly. Our front line can't continue to move. Leaving the front row, in the entire team, whoever runs slower is in the front row. Almost at the same time, everyone did the same thing and ran to the back. The one running in the front is naturally to Qiao. She was prepared from the beginning and would run away as soon as she saw the situation was not good. Therefore, she had been observing the movements before, and now she was running in the front. And behind her, the others followed closely. Liang couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. Who was standing there so proudly just now? Why are they all running away now? Weren't they so awesome just now? What's going on? Didn't you want to help? Why did you run away with him? As expected, these people are still bullies after all. They just changed their way and did these things under the banner of justice. Without hesitation, Liang immediately chased after him, holding a sword in his hand, activating the power of the wind element, and quickly caught up. The few people standing in front who were running away frantically all looked nervous when they noticed Liang chasing them relentlessly from behind. Crazy, he's a real lunatic. De Qiao, who was running in the front, was speechless when she saw this scene. Damn, someone suddenly came out to help him, and he was very grateful, but it turned out to be a bunch of fakes, and several of them couldn't even beat one person. All of a sudden, she didn't even have the heart to pay attention to these people. Seeing that Liang's voice was getting closer and closer, she frowned. I'm sorry, my benefactors. You are all good people, so please help me one last time. As she spoke, she looked at the mage behind her. It was this wizard who suddenly appeared and saved her at the beginning. Otherwise, she would have died at the hands of Liang long ago. But her eyes were filled with indifference, without a trace of gratitude or emotion. De Qiao looked at it and smiled coldly. When the mage saw De Qiao smile, he thought it was a bitter smile, so he sighed and comforted her. Don't worry, girl. We will be safe. There are other people from our guild in this dungeon. We should be able to find help soon. At this time, he was still thinking about comforting the other party. However, De Qiao looked at him, a hint of indifference flashing across her eyes. Really? That's great. But until then, our main goal is to survive, so I'm sorry. The next moment, she held the staff in her hand and swung it fiercely at the wizard.